Chapter 1. The Effort System. Effort brings rewards. Fastna Province, Nottingham City. The rising evening glow seemed as if deft hands were weaving a tapestry, blending vibrant colors into a dreamlike panorama. In Dian Village, nestled against Dian Mountain, generations have thrived through diligent farming. As dusk fell, wisps of smoke curled up from every household, a picturesque scene. Ming, are you off to help Uncle Blin gather firewood again? Hee hee, with your delicate skin. Those bears up in the mountains must adore you. Uncle Dashin, there are no bears up there. With a light-hearted chuckle, the boy turned back, his clear eyes revealing no trace of fear. His skin was fair, and he sported a simple crop of hair atop his head. With large, expressive eyes and a round, youthful face, he still bore the innocence of childhood, yet an unexpected maturity glimmered between his brows. On his back, he carried a bamboo basket filled with dry twigs and pine needles, perfect for kindling a fire. At merely 6 years old, the height of the basket nearly matched his own stature. As he walked, his swaying frame appeared rather comical, eliciting playful jests from the villagers. With his hard-earned bounty, Su Ming swayed back home. 3 quaint wooden houses stood in his yard, meticulously swept clean, devoid of fallen leaves or weeds. At the entrance lay a stone mill, beside which a black donkey munched on its feed. "Grandpa, I'm back." Setting the basket down by the firewood, Su Ming called out toward the kitchen, where a curtain was lifted to reveal his grandfather's head peeking out. Clad in simple gray attire, the old man was lean and stooped, his weathered face marked by deep creases, yet it bore a kind and gentle expression. "Go wash up first, dinner will be ready soon, and I've made your favorite eggs." "Oh." With a knowing smile, Su Ming obediently made his way to the small stream by their home. The water flowed crystal clear, and he cupped his small hands to splash his face. The cool stream refreshed him, and with a few rubs, his daily face washing was complete. Upon his return, fragrant rice was already served in a wooden bowl. 2 small dishes, 2 fried eggs, and a few sweet potatoes completed Su Ming's modest dinner. Yet, this simple meal surpassed that of half the village. Grandpa Blin was the village's bamboo craftsman, industrious and skilled, ensuring they never faced hunger. "All right, you're at the age where you're growing, keep it for yourself. I have one for you too." He firmly placed an egg into his grandfather's bowl, and under the latter's appreciative gaze, Su Ming carried his bowl to the doorstep. He relished sitting on the steps of his home, watching the sun set behind the mountains. Perhaps only the sun and the moon resembled what once was. His clear eyes sparkled with the fading light as he gazed at the sun, a hint of nostalgia gracing his youthful face. He was not from the Douluo world. He had unexpectedly transmigrated here from Earth. Fortunately, he had been found by his grandfather, who, having no children of his own, cherished and doted on him with utmost care. Su Ming held great affection for his resilient and gentle grandfather Blin. "Minger, I heard from the village chief that a soul master will be visiting our village soon. Grandpa wants to know if you wish to attend school." With a voice both magnetic and powerful, Blin stepped out. Watching Su Ming's silhouette, his deep-set eyes reflected both reluctance and profound hope. He did not wish for this found grandson to remain in this secluded valley. In his view, the vibrant world outside was the best place to be. However, upon hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. As for the visiting soul master, he knew exactly who it was. Yet becoming a soul master was far from a simple matter. "Grandpa, do you wish for me to become a soul master?" Noticing the calmness on his grandson's face, Blin couldn't help but furrow his graying brows. He approached Su Ming and sat beside him, earnestly explaining, "Child, a soul master is an incredibly esteemed existence, a dream cherished by many. Becoming a soul master can change one's destiny. Just look at our village." Blin spoke at length, his eyes igniting with fervor each time he mentioned the term soul master. To pique Su Ming's interest, he even discussed the prospect of Su Ming marrying and starting a family in the future, especially the phrase "marry several," which nearly caused Su Ming to choke on his rice. Wiping his mouth, Su Ming replied, his expression solemn, "Grandpa, becoming a soul master is not as simple as it seems. With so many people in the neighboring villages, how come there aren't many soul masters? Don't you find that strange? Is there perhaps something more to it?" Bolin stared at Su Ming in astonishment, for it was indeed rare to see a soul master emerge from nearby villages. Su Ming nodded. From what I've observed over the past couple of years, I believe that the potential to become a soul master is largely innate, and the offspring of soul masters are more likely to inherit that potential. For ordinary folk, aspiring to become a soul master is akin to climbing a mountain. Boom! Bolin's expression shifted dramatically, the brightness in his eyes dimming considerably. There's such a notion? Bolin's countenance reflected disbelief, having only heard tales of the soul master's splendid life. He was unaware that the source of martial souls lay within one's bloodline. Yet, seeing Su Ming nod, his heart sank to the depths. He knew his grandson was more mature than his peers and would not fabricate tales to deceive himself. Indeed, a commoner is naturally at a disadvantage. He muttered self-deprecatingly as he shuffled back into the wooden house, his silhouette forlorn and desolate. Seeing this, Su Ming let out a weary sigh. As a transmigrator, he too yearned to become a soul master. Yet, the original narrative had made it clear that the path to becoming a soul master was fraught with challenges, perhaps even more arduous than navigating the Gaokeo's narrow bridge. Take Tang San, who, through his Shintian skill, broke through to become a soul master at the age of 6 with a soul power level of 13, achieving level 29 after 6 years. By comparison, in those 6 years, he had advanced 16 levels, averaging a soul power increase of 23 levels per year. As for Hu Laina from the Golden Generation, achieving level 50 at age 20, she too had a similar trajectory, reaching level 40 in 14 years, averaging 3 levels yearly. And this was the outcome cultivated by the Soul Master's sacred place, the Spirit Hall. Su Ming, being insightful, understood that with his ordinary bloodline, his innate soul power would not exceed level 3. In 6 years, relying solely on self-cultivation, the likelihood of attaining level 10 soul power was exceedingly slim. Even if he did, he would lack the funds to hunt soul beasts. Effort, in the absence of innate advantages, was merely a jest. Effort, in a world of over 200 million people, only a mere 100,000 were soul masters. Did that mean the remaining 200 million weren't putting in the effort? Detecting the host's skepticism towards the greatness of effort, the effort system activated prematurely. Effort system successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a beginner's gift package. Boom! Su Ming was instantaneously taken aback. A surge of exhilaration flooded his heart, and a bright smile graced his face. Perhaps Dian Village is truly on the brink of producing a formidable soul master. Casting a glance back at the wooden house, a spark of excitement flickered across Su Ming's face as he clenched his fists tightly. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 2. Strength 2. Defense 2. Middle power, 12. Martial soul, chopper quality, white, 35100. Items owned, beginner's gift package. Ding. Please confirm your direction of effort immediately. Chapter 2. Tang San. Is this fellow made of iron? Effort system? As the name suggests, one can reap rewards through diligent effort. Of course, the system will evaluate your level of effort. The higher the score, the more substantial the rewards. The direction of effort must align with the developmental trajectory of soul masters in this world. Putting an effort towards farming or indulging in sloth would naturally yield no rewards. System, open the beginner's gift package. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the breathing technique, and congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 martial soul enhancement points. The breathing technique can be utilized for cultivation, a valuable asset for Su Ming at present. As for the martial soul enhancement points, Su Ming turned his gaze to his martial soul interface. Martial soul, chopper quality, white, 35,100. With a thought, he clicked the plus sign, and a quantity bar ranging from 0 to 100 appeared before him. Can I actually enhance the quality of my martial soul? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, overwhelmed with joy. His martial soul, a mere chopper, was the most basic form. With this evolution option, even attaining a divine level martial soul in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. Not to mention surpassing Tang San, even exceeding Qianren Xue could become a reality. Chomp, chomp. Su Ming eagerly devoured the food in his bowl. Grandpa, I'm feeling a bit tired and wish to take a nap. If there's nothing urgent, please don't come into my room. Clang. The empty bowl clattered onto the table, spinning a few times before coming to a stop. Su Ming dove headfirst into his bedroom. What's with this child today? He seems rather restless. Blin shook his head, seemingly unable to let go of the matter concerning soul masters, a cloud of frustration shadowing his face. System, designate my effort direction to cultivate soul power. With the direction confirmed, the system began collecting data in real time. The host should commence his endeavors. Without further ado, Su Ming sat cross-legged on his quilt, initiating practice with the breathing technique acquired from the system. Breathing involves exhaling impure air while inhaling pure air, guiding external energy into the body to enhance one's cultivation. Inhale, breath in. Exhale, breathe out. After a while, Su Ming's initially erratic breathing rhythm began to find its cadence, embodying a sense of rhythm that a gentle energy permeates the air, flowing into the body as if a warm current circulates through the veins, bestowing a sense of comfort. However, as time progresses, Su Ming furrows his brows and opens his eyes. Never mind, let's find another place. Feeling the energy within the room depleted, he stealthily leaves the wooden cabin and ventures to a clearing halfway up the mountain. Ding! The host has cultivated soul power for 2 hours. Would you like to conclude this cultivation session? Not yet. Su Ming sits cross-legged upon a flat stone and resumes his practice. As time elapses, a chill rises in the cool air. Tick-tock. Delicate droplets of water condense on the leaves, coalescing into beads that plink down, landing on Su Ming's head and sending a shiver down his spine. The world shifts and time flies. The surrounding sounds of chirping insects gradually fade away. The dark veil of night retreats slowly from the horizon, and the familiar cuckoo-coo of roosters echoes throughout the village. Oh no! Knowing that his grandfather, Bulin, rises exceptionally early every morning, Su Ming hastily concludes his cultivation and dashes down the mountain. In his frantic haste, he scarcely has a moment to check the system's results. Mier, where are you running off to? Come back. As expected, from afar, Su Ming hears Bulin's frantic cries, laced with urgency. Su Ming quickly shouts back, "Grandfather," before rushing back in a hurry. Following the sound, he spots the slender, pale figure of Bulin, who breathes a sigh of relief. With a stern expression, Bulin scolds Su Ming, "You child, how can you leave home without telling your grandfather in the early morning?" Su Ming offers an awkward smile and scratches his nose. "Grandfather, I had something urgent come up suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell you." "What urgent matter could you possibly have? I told you not to go play on the mountain, and yet you still disobey. What if you fell?" Bulin's face remains grim as he glares at Su Ming. Understanding that his grandfather's concern stems from care, Su Ming smiles and refrains from arguing. However, to facilitate his cultivation, he concocts a fib, claiming he encountered a soul master teacher. In response to Bulin's inquiries, Su Ming spins a tale, and eventually, Bulin comes to believe in the existence of this reclusive soul master. "Mier, you must study diligently from now on and aspire to become a soul master. It will be better than living in this impoverished rural area." With a serious demeanor, Bulin hands Su Ming a parcel of provisions wrapped in gray cloth, which the latter quickly cradles in his arms. "Remember, if the esteemed soul master does not summon you back, you must not return. Do you understand?" Gazing into Bulin's earnest and hopeful eyes, Su Ming's body trembles slightly as he nods solemnly. His grandfather is a simple man from the countryside, and having nurtured him for years, he naturally does not wish to disappoint him. Striving. Cultivating. The host has cultivated soul power for 12 hours. Would you like to conclude this cultivation session? Not yet. Su Ming returns to the mountain. Just as he prepares to continue practicing the breathing technique, his mind stirs, and he instinctively turns his gaze toward a nearby peak. Although the distance is considerable and the figure is not large, it undeniably exists. Tang San? The future protagonist? No, that is from the original text. Su Ming's expression turns peculiar to Yin Village is adjacent to Shenghun Village, and he never imagined he would encounter him here. According to the storyline, This fellow must have already cultivated to level 10 soul power. Suppressing any disdain, Su Ming clenches his fists, unwilling to waste time. Cross-legged, he breathes deeply. Casting aside all distractions from the outside world, Su Ming quickly enters a meditative state. The dawn breaks slowly, yet he remains unmoved. On the mountainside, a 6-year-old Tang Sen exhales a breath of murky air, gazing at the rising sun, his eyes flashing with an unusual purple hue. The purple extreme magic eye is about to reach the panoramic realm. Yet why can't I break through the Shintian skill? With a face neither joyful nor sorrowful, he shakes his head and prepares to return. Suddenly, he seems to sense something amiss. With a swish, the purple extreme magic eye activates instantly, and Tang San directs his gaze toward the direction where Su Ming is. The enhancement of his vision allows Tang San to clearly see the youthful figure of similar size to his own. He too is cultivating? I didn't expect there would be someone else working so hard besides myself. Tang San's eyes brighten. Encountering a kindred spirit during cultivation feels truly delightful. Casting a deep glance at Su Ming, he deduces that the latter is from a Yin village and silently notes this individual before turning to leave. Unaware that Tang San has already departed, Su Ming remains engrossed in his practice. Aside from feeling a bit hungry and needing to replenish his energy, the breathing technique also requires mental focus. Hence, Su Ming must take breaks periodically. Time flows and reaches the 5th day. On the nearby peak, Tang San, who had arrived early, instinctively casts his gaze over once more. Observing the unmoving Su Ming, his heart jolts. This guy, could it be that his body is made of iron? For days, a full 4 days, each time he arrives 20 minutes early, yet that figure remains steadfastly in place. It feels as though he is waiting for Tang San in advance. This instills a feeling of defeat in Tang San. Indeed, this world is not lacking in diligent individuals. I must strive harder as well. Chapter 3. The journey of cultivation lies in companionship. Crack. A clear sound resonates from within his body. Like a refreshing stream flowing through on a scorching summer day, it washes away the fatigue of his body. Su Ming opens his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 3. Martial Soul, Chopper Quality White, 45100. Possession, Breathing Technique. Soul Power, Level 3. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement within himself, although he was aware that his soul power might be at Level 2. 9. An increase of even a single level signified a glimmer of hope for the future. System, initiate the evaluation, Su Ming murmured to himself. Ding. The host has cultivated soul power for a total of 82 hours. Effort evaluation. The training standards for peers have been surpassed in a short period. However, due to an unspecified comparison range, large-scale failures in advancement were noted, particularly as high-level soul masters typically train for significantly longer durations than the host. Effort rating, 2 stars. 2 stars? How could it possibly be just 2 stars? Su Ming was quite displeased with this outcome. There were hardly any individuals who began cultivating at the age of 6, and to have trained for as long as 82 hours was no small feat given such dedication. It should have warranted a solid 5 stars. Pondering the system's remarks, Su Ming couldn't help but inquire, System, what do you mean by an unspecified comparison range? Ding. Effort is relative. When comparing to one's past endeavors, it may only be deemed a modest achievement, but to surpass prodigies signifies grand ambition. As the host did not specify a comparison group, the system defaults to comparing this effort against all individuals with a time frame of 1 year. Seriously? Are you kidding me? My efforts are certainly meant to be compared to my peers. Su Ming gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and then stroked his chin. Pondering, if I were to narrow the scope, the rating might improve, but the rewards would consequently diminish, correct? Ding. The host's conjecture is entirely accurate. The system began to elucidate. In essence, Su Ming comprehended 3 key points. First, the greater the number of comparative targets, and the higher the purity of their efforts, the more substantial the ratings and rewards. For instance, in this instance, Su Ming's comparative target encompassed everyone, ordinary individuals who do not engage in cultivation, resulting in an exceedingly low average cultivation time. In contrast, high-level soul masters spend extensive periods in seclusion, rendering the time spent insufficient. Hence, the final rating resulted in merely 2 stars. Second, surpassing levels and challenges constitutes a unique circumstance, capable of augmenting the rating rewards, yielding the potential for 6 stars of substantial rewards. Third, rewards are selected based on the wishes of the comparative targets that align most closely. Ding. The rewards for this soul power cultivation have been dispersed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. The rewards were utterly absurd, seemingly including even the most ordinary individuals. It appeared that adhering to a fixed comparative target would be prudent in the future. Having exhausted his provisions, Su Ming rose, patting his backside. His once plump and resilient form had lost its elasticity, leaving him to ponder whether a soul master could suffer from hemorrhoids. With these thoughts lingering, Su Ming departed from the place. In the sky, the evening glow was resplendent, like a tapestry of flowers. Yulin, stationed at the entrance, was overjoyed to see Su Ming, beckoning him inside for a meal. After a prolonged absence from rice, Su Ming indulged heartily, while Bulin smiled with satisfaction, turning to retrieve a package from the rice jar. His aged face radiated pride as he gently patted the bundle. Mingo, remember to take these provisions with you. Too many pancakes can lead to discomfort. I've included some fruit inside. Su Ming remained silent, fixated on the chicken upon the table, while his heart was a tumult of emotions. The chicken appeared to have been freshly slaughtered, and it seemed that his grandfather, Blin, had anticipated his return. He was untroubled by the thought of his soul master teacher bringing him food. After all, if he did not return, this chicken would have been killed in vain. The elder's generous gift, however, was ungrudgingly accepted. Su Ming weighed the prospect of retrieving a gold coin, wary that excess might provoke peril for Brin. Grandfather, this coin is a gift from my teacher, who instructed me to present it to you so that you may procure some meat to nourish my health. The gold coin was undeniably alluring, yet Brin recoiled at the sight of it. He hastily returned it, exclaiming, No, no, no. How could I allow the esteemed soul master to spend his money? Su Ming hurriedly explained that it was the teacher's wish, and that the esteemed elder had a fondness for chicken soup. After a moment's hesitation, Brin accepted the gold coins and promised to prepare chicken soup for the esteemed soul master. Having hastily consumed his dinner, Su Ming spent the night at home, replenishing his energy. Before dawn the next day, his figure had already vanished from the bed. The night-shrouded forest exuded an air of eerie chill, particularly accentuated by the small mounds of earth scattered throughout. Su Ming felt a slight chill, yet he was grateful that this world was devoid of supernatural phenomena. Otherwise, even the essence of youth would be constrained. He diligently devoted himself to cultivating his soul power. In comparison to the designated 3 major sects, those who awakened their martial souls yet possessed soul power below level 10 had a limited time frame of 1 week for their cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he embraced the solitude of the cold mountains, serenely gazing upon the clear moon. Time passed, and a week slipped away. Ding. The duration of the host's soul power cultivation lasted for a remarkable 110 hours. The valuation of effort, surpassing the cultivation time of those from the 3 major sects with awakened martial souls and soul power under level 10. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power ascended by 1 level. Splendid. Su Ming knew all too well that those from the 3 major sects with awakened martial souls, whose innate soul power did not reach level 10, surely aspired to enhance their soul power. Having tasted success, Su Ming unhesitatingly activated his frenzy mode. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power ascended by 1 level. Effort rating, 5 stars. Reward, soul power ascended by 1 level. Reward, soul power ascended by 1 level. In the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. Morning dawned, and a radiant ray of sunlight cascaded from the horizon, piercing through the morning mist, resembling a dreamlike vision. Upon sensing the sun's emergence, Su Ming's cherubic face blossomed into a knowing smile. At last, he had reached level 10. Without the aid of a system, his solitary endeavors might have taken 2 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Su Ming was acutely aware of the system's existence, recognizing it as a form of opportunism. Otherwise, what alternative could he pursue? Would he truly accumulate his skills solely through arduous practice, step by painstaking step? Despite this cunning approach, after a month of relentless training, how much better could his condition truly be? His hair was a disheveled mess, adorned with fragments of leaves and small twigs. Once clear eyes now appeared clouded with confusion, their surroundings tinged with a reddish hue, revealing the toll of fatigue and despair. Resembling a wild beast in its final throes of struggle. At that moment, Su Ming felt utterly enervated, lacking even the strength to rise to his feet. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has reached level 10. You have been awarded 1 bottle of LV1 recovery elixir. Oh, a reward for achievement? Su Ming smiled knowingly, quickly summoning the last vestiges of his strength to retrieve a pill and consume it. The elixir proved to be remarkably effective. He felt his stamina rapidly revitalizing, and his spiritual energy gradually becoming more abundant. It was time to return, casting a lingering glance at Tang San in the distance. Su Ming's lips curved upward as he departed with a sense of joy. Seemingly attuned to his presence, Tang San opened his eyes during meditation, gazing intently at the retreating figure. What a formidable individual, he murmured to himself. For an entire month, he had endured rigorous training in the mountains. Su Ming's unwavering determination instilled a deep respect within Tang San, who, inspired by his counterpart, had also engaged in diligent cultivation, yielding greater rewards than before. Indeed, as the elder of the Tang sect had stated, the path of cultivation is greatly enriched through companionship. At this moment, Tang San, still sharing a sense of mutual admiration, remained blissfully unaware that his future would soon be shrouded in ominous clouds, the very clouds that bore the name of Su Ming. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Martial Spirit. The Chopper. The following morning, Su Ming rose early, foregoing his usual practice. Today marks the day of martial soul awakening in Dian Village. The man known as the God-calling figure, Su Yuntao, has arrived. His rough palm clasped Su Ming's small hand as he ambled slowly forward, taking deliberate steps toward the rear of the village. Perhaps without his cane, his hunched form stood a touch straighter than usual, with brand-new garments accentuating his resilient spirit akin to a steadfast pine. Su Ming could sense the roughness of his grandfather Brin's hand, as if it had been sliced by a blade. Perhaps due to nervousness, his grip was firmer and warmer than usual. The two arrived at a quaint wooden cottage at the center of the village, where each village had a branch of the Soul Hall. After waiting for a while, the emaciated village chief, Geely, approached with a few youngsters in tow. Geely stroked his beard, greeting them with a hearty chuckle. Brin, you've arrived quite early. Shouldn't you rest a bit more? TSK. Could it be that you fear one day you might not rise? Brin cast a sidelong glance at the cane, retorting sharply, I'm not like some people. Others walk on 2 legs while he leans on a stick. Since an extra leg serves no purpose, perhaps it would be better to chop it off. From the moment they met, the two were like fire and gunpowder, unable to tolerate each other. Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to their verbal sparring. Although the two exchanged barbs with sharp tongues, their faces were adorned with warm smiles. The atmosphere felt akin to that of true brothers. Su Ming understood that the two were childhood friends, sharing a bond that transcended brotherhood, a connection deeper than mere kinship. Grandfather Geely, Su Ming called out, drawing Geely's attention. A warm hand gently caressed his head. Good boy, remember to give it your all later. And don't let your grandfather down. Grandfather's bright gaze also turned towards him, his face adorned with a confident and expectant smile. I will. Su Ming nodded emphatically, then stepped aside to join the queue. Ahem. Bruin cleared his throat twice, and Geely cast him a sidelong glance before striding over to pull Su Ming to the front of the line. How commanding. Su Ming secretly gave his grandfather, Blin, a thumbs up, to which the latter proudly stroked his beard. After a brief moment, a man clad in a white martial outfit approached, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. He possessed an undeniably handsome visage, exuding an air of subtle arrogance. A badge depicting 3 long swords was etched on his left chest, signifying his status as a battle soul master. However, the man's demeanor was less than buoyant. His countenance was clouded, as though he had just endured a beating. Could it be that he was jilted by his girlfriend? It seemed that Su Yuntao also had a tendency to be overly subservient, causing Su Ming to inwardly chuckle. This was not mere conjecture. It was evident that there were quite a few sycophants in the Douluo Continent. Upon noticing the newcomer, Geely hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and stating, Esteemed Battle Soul Master, the children from Dian Village have assembled. We are grateful for your visit. Su Yuntao glanced over with a blank expression, seemingly uninterested in engaging in excessive pleasantries with Geely. He simply instructed, Follow me, and proceeded into the small dwelling alone. Let us go. Geely did not take offense and waved his hand towards Su Ming, who promptly followed suit. Su Ming, your grandfather believes you can become a soul master. The voice, imbued with hope, resonated behind him, causing Su Ming to tremble slightly before stepping boldly into the martial soul hall. Aha! Becoming a soul master is not so easily achieved, Su Yuntao remarked with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth, upon hearing that voice. After traversing 3 villages, he had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. He suspected that Dian village would likely yield the same disappointment. Noticing that the children had already lined up, Su Yuntao straightened his posture and declared loudly, "Children, my name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle soul master. I will awaken your martial souls one by one shortly. Remember this, no matter what happens, do not be afraid, simply follow my instructions." As he spoke, he retrieved 6 black crystals and a blue crystal ball from his satchel. The black crystals were intended for the awakening of martial souls, while the blue crystal ball was used to test innate soul power. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his face resolute as he strode into the blackstone hexagonal formation. The boy displayed remarkable composure, a fact that secretly impressed Su Yuntao. Yet, the martial spirit and soul power are not dictated by mere temperament. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from Su Yuntao's forehead, transforming his hair to a shade of gray. His muscles swelled, and a fur-like texture akin to that of a beast appeared on the backs of his hands, his fingers morphing into claw-like appendages that radiated a chilling glow. With azure eyes and fearsome fangs, a terrifying atmosphere swiftly enveloped the wooden cabin. "A wolf! It's a wolf! Run!" The children behind, witnessing this scene, could not suppress their shrieks. Paralyzed by fear, they felt their legs weaken, instinctively retreating. Awakened from his reverie, Su Ming glanced incredulously at the 3 meters of space left empty behind him. "What is there to be afraid of? I am the first. If anyone is to scream, let it be me first, shall we?" Su Ming turned around, continuing to observe the changes in Su Yuntao, particularly the soul rings at his feet, 1 white and 1 yellow, which were undeniably striking. While he had frequently encountered pairs of yellow soul rings, the combination of 1 white and 1 yellow was rather unusual. The playful little spirit gazed at the composed Su Ming, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Su Yuntao's lips. This was the first time he had met a child unafraid of his martial soul manifestation. "What is your name?" "Su Ming." "Very well, now maintain your composure. I hope fortune favors you." Without further ado, Su Yuntao clapped his hands. In an instant, a golden radiance surged forth from the black crystal beneath his feet, enveloping Su Ming entirely. This was the awakening of the martial soul. Su Ming felt a warm, gentle current enveloping his entire being, bringing him immense comfort. As he watched the golden light emanating from the crystal and merging with his body, he couldn't help but reflect on the time when he, too, had transformed into light. "Now, raise your hand," he urged. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao, observing the quantity of the golden light, felt a tinge of disappointment, pondering whether it was merely an inferior martial spirit. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand. In a swift motion, a black hatchet materialized in his grip, measuring 40 centimeters, with a robust black spine and a gleaming silver blade. It was undoubtedly a formidable chopping tool. Observing this, Su Yuntao, with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, remarked, "Although it is merely a chopping axe, it is far superior to a sickle, offering a glimmer of hope for you to become a soul master. Come, let us assess your innate soul power and determine whether you possess the potential to become a soul master." Su Ming placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb. Having already realized his innate full soul power, his expression remained remarkably composed. As his palm made contact with the orb, it seemed as though the soul power within him was summoned forth, cascading towards the crystal. Suddenly, a brilliant and pure radiance erupted from the orb, illuminating the entire wooden cabin like a luminous pearl in the night. "My heavens, he actually possesses innate full soul power." An expression of astonishment and delight spread across Su Yuntao's face, his eyes wide as saucers. He gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. The wooden cabin fell into a profound silence. Chapter 5. Methods to enhance the quality of martial souls. A chopping knife? Innate full soul power. Such a bizarre scene completely astounded Su Yuntao. In the next moment, a deep joy illuminated his face. Although it was merely a chopping knife, it was still a blade, a weapon of sorts, and thus not a worthless martial soul. With the enhancement of innate full soul power, Su Ming was destined to become a battle soul master in the future. "Ah, at last, I have discovered a promising talent. My efforts have not been in vain." Recovering his composure, Su Yuntao's desire to cultivate a rapport surged forth, yet he noticed Su Ming's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, leaving him somewhat unsettled. "Hey, innate full soul power. Can you not exhibit a more typical reaction?" Unable to contain himself, Su Yuntao exclaimed, "Su Ming, do you realize what innate full soul power signifies?" His voice trembled, his eyes reflecting astonishment akin to witnessing an anomaly. Even before Su Ming could respond, An anxious Su Yuntao began to elucidate. The potential of a soul master depends not only on the quality of their martial soul, but also on the level of their innate soul power. Even with a commendable martial soul, one cannot cultivate without innate soul power. The degree of innate soul power signifies the pace of future cultivation and determines one's ultimate achievements. For instance, I possess a level 2 innate soul power and have now reached the realm of a great soul master. Child, your future accomplishments are boundless. You need not elaborate. Su Ming replied calmly with a knowing glance and a composed "Oh, is that all?" Su Yuntao's fervent gaze abruptly froze, his lips twitching in disbelief. Do you even comprehend the implications of this? At the very least, display a normal reaction. When I was merely at level 2 soul power, I almost wept with joy. Su Yuntao instinctively turned to observe the envious and admiring gazes behind him. Now, that reaction is more appropriate. It was evident that this little fellow was out of sync. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the urge to retch. In the next moment, his eyes ignited with fervor again as he pressed on. Su Ming, would you be willing to join the martial soul hall? Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Su Ming's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a windfall. Finally, he is intrigued. Su Yuntao thought joyfully. Indeed. The name Martial Soul Hall held great allure. However, Su Ming's response caused his expression to freeze in shock. With a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, Su Ming's lips moved as he spoke. I am still quite young and do not yet fully understand many matters. I would prefer to wait until I have matured, ideally becoming a soul master before considering such things. Thank you, Battle Soul Master, for awakening my martial soul. Refused. Su Yuntao's lips twitched, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Then why were you so agitated just now? Were you toying with me? I apologize for the misunderstanding. Su Ming chuckled awkwardly. Stepping aside from the hexagonal formation, his intentions clear. To his dismay, the anticipated achievement had fluttered away like a fleeting dream. Su Yuntao's expression darkened. Yet he could only shift his hopes to the other children. Meanwhile, Su Ming hastily contacted the system, inquiring, System, what was the reward for the martial soul points just now? Su Ming's delicate face was flushed with a rosy glow, still bearing the traces of astonishment. The enhancement points for his martial soul held the potential to elevate its very essence. In Su Ming's heart, this significance surpassed even the augmentation of soul power. Thus, he had earlier exhibited such palpable excitement. A formidable soul master embodies not only strength, but also a reputation that resonates far and wide. With each acquisition of prestige, the host's reputation would seamlessly convert into enhancement points for the martial soul. Remarkably, reputation could indeed elevate the quality of the martial soul. Within Su Ming's heart, a tempest of emotions surged. System, are you certain there is no mistake? Ding. Efforts should indeed command universal attention and deserve the respect it warrants. The ability to obtain soul enhancement points is an immutable rule of the system. Understood. Completely understood. Su Ming could not help but burst into laughter. Not only could he receive rewards, but he could also acquire points to enhance his martial soul. The effort was simply doubled in benefit. Su Ming allocated his soul enhancement point to his martial soul, bringing its total to 46. With just 54 more points, he could elevate it to the prestigious yellow quality. The future appeared bright and promising. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Yuntao, whose expression was far from pleasant, the awakening of the martial souls finally reached its conclusion. There was little suspense. The remaining children of the Yin village possessed no soul power and could not become soul masters. With a clang, the wooden door swung open. Outside, Goblin and Geely immediately ceased their conversation. The children emerged with downcast faces, looking utterly despondent, a reaction that Geely seemed to have anticipated. After all these years, had there ever been a different outcome? With a dim gaze reflecting his inner turmoil, Geely sighed in resignation and resorted to his usual words of encouragement. Children, do not lose heart. You will always be the pride of the Yin village. Trust in your efforts, and a bright future awaits you. Upon hearing his words, the children's expression softened slightly as they called out, Grandpa Village Chief, before departing in their separate ways. However, as they left, they couldn't help but glance back, their envious eyes sparkling, clearly visible to Bulin and his companion. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Bulin and his companion, prompting them to look back. At the entrance, Su Yuntao was leading Su Ming out, engaging in what appeared to be an enthusiastic conversation. The esteemed soul master was displaying such warmth towards Su Ming. Could it be? Su Yuntao lifted his gaze and, with his previous displeasure replaced by exuberance, exclaimed, Geely, your Yin village has been blessed this year with the emergence of a genius possessing innate full soul power. He slightly bowed, seemingly apologizing for his earlier rudeness. The moment those words left his lips, Geely and Bulin were rendered speechless. Innate full soul power? The simple phrase reverberated through their tense minds like thunder. They were so taken aback that they could not even react to Su Yuntao's salute. Ming. Bulin was the first to regain his composure. His lips quivering, unable to articulate a complete thought, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Geely gasped sharply, his grip on the cane trembling. Master Soul Master. Are you saying Su Ming possesses innate, full soul power? The two gazed at Su Yuntao, their expressions filled with incredulity. Seeing him nod with a beaming smile, Bulin and Geely erupted into ecstatic joy, their hearts swelling with overwhelming emotion. Ha! Thank the ancestors for their blessings. Our Yin village has truly produced a talent. Innate full soul power. My grandson, he possesses innate full soul power. My grandson will surely become a soul master. The vacant look in Bulin's eyes sparkled with excitement, his rough face flushing with color. Ahem, Grandpa, we should return to our senses now. Observing Bulin's foolish grin, Su Ming helplessly scratched his head and gently nudged his arm. Huh? Bulin blinked, the light in his eyes gradually coalescing, glancing at the wooden house before him. He uttered in astonishment, Minger, where is that soul master? Wait, why have you suddenly brought me back home? Su Ming, feeling despondent, covered his face and reminded, Grandfather. It is already noon. Can we have our meal before continuing? Chapter 6, 100,000 strikes, 230,000 meters. The news of Su Ming's innate full soul power swiftly spread throughout Dian Village. The villagers, simple and unpretentious, felt an immense sense of pride at the emergence of a soul master from their midst, devoid of any malicious jealousy. The threshold of their home was nearly worn thin. As it had been a year since Bruin had received such an influx of visitors, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The townsfolk expressed their admiration for Bruin's foresight and praised Su Ming's exceptional talents, which brought Bruin immense joy. As for Su Ming, both of his pockets were overflowing with peanuts and sunflower seeds. He rolled up his shirt, revealing a bounty of cooked corn, candies, apples, and more within. Upon overhearing the villagers discussing arranging a child bride for him, Su Ming decisively withdrew, clutching his clothing. The very notion made him feel as if his 9 years of compulsory education had been in vain. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for the villagers' generosity. Su Ming returned once more to the mountainous woods behind Dian Village. Aspiring to become a soul master, he realized that mere soul power was insufficient. Soul power did not equate to combat prowess. Su Ming extended his hand, and the weapon spirit, a wooden cleaver, materialized within his grasp. He resolved to exert his utmost in mastering this weapon. He compared his efforts against the top 10 records of blade-wielding soul masters for the number of strikes executed over the course of a week. Beep. Data collection initiated. Please commence your endeavors, host. System, display a progress bar. I wish to observe the specifics of my advancement. Whoosh. As his words fell, a semi-transparent circular frame manifested before Su Ming's eyes. It contained 3 indicator zones, white, blue, and red, each adorned with numerical values. Upon glimpsing these figures, Su Ming could not help but swallow nervously. 8100, 410, 0122. In 1 week, a staggering 100,000 strikes? Bang. After merely a moment's hesitation, Su Ming dismissed any doubt and swung decisively at the tree stump before him. Bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total. 1. Bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total. 2. Bang. Su Ming meticulously observed the data presented by the system. After a minute of examination, he concluded that in an ideal scenario, he could strike a blow 51 times within a minute, equating to nearly once per second. With an hour comprising 3,600 seconds and a full day totaling 86,400 seconds. He felt a surge of determination. Since achieving this theoretical state was feasible, Su Ming cast aside all reservations. He relentlessly wielded his axe, delivering successive blows upon the wooden stump before him, showing no signs of laziness. The forest echoed with the dull thuds of timber being struck. Fortunately, thanks to the nurturing of his soul energy, Su Ming's physique had grown far more resilient than it once was. Suddenly, after a while, he felt his grip slip, and the axe flew from his hand with a whoosh, striking the stump due to its own inertia. The black handle gleamed with a striking splash of crimson. Su Ming's gaze subtly shifted as he cast his eyes downward towards his arm. There, delicate and frail, the vein stood out prominently, while blood oozed from the abrasions on his hand, dripping onto the ground. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, becoming a master swordsman was far from an easy endeavor. Su Ming gritted his teeth, attempting to raise his hand, but he felt as though his arm had completely lost sensation. He managed a bitter smile, resorting to using his left hand to grasp the recovery elixir. Once his right arm regained its strength, Ming wrapped it in cloth and resumed wielding the chopping knife. So it was. As he brought the blade down, it was as if he had unearthed a secret, his gaze brightening with revelation. The chopping knife, unlike others, possessed a thicker blade. Its advantage lay in its substantial weight, capable of cleaving through hard materials. This also generated a shockwave. Ming realized that the tingling in his arm was due to this very force. If he could transfer the shockwave to his adversary, could it not also numb their arm? His eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he unhesitatingly set about testing his hypothesis. An hour passed. Recovery elixir -1. Another hour went by. Recovery elixir -1. From the zenith of noon to the descent of the sun beyond the mountains, he had swung the knife over 20,000 times. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon Ming's face. Although he had learned to dissipate the knife's shock, he remained at a loss as to how to wield it effectively. "Minger, why do you seem so down today?" observed Bruin. Concern etched on her face as she noticed Ming returning home with a dejected expression. She gently touched his forehead with a rough hand, relieved to find he had no fever. Ming sat on the steps, gazing at the bamboo strips laid upon the ground, offering no resistance. For the elderly man, a lifetime devoted to weaving baskets was akin to a matter of life and death. Seizing this moment of leisure, Ming poured forth his confusions. However, as he spoke, Bulin displayed a smile, lifting the hatchet beside him. "Minger, take this iron rod," he said, extending a metal bar toward him. Ming, bewildered, held on to the object. In the next moment, Bruin swung the axe downwards. "Grandfather, hold it steady," he commanded. Upon hearing this, Ming instinctively clenched his fists. Bang! Another sound erupted, though this time it was noticeably more profound. Feeling his arm tremble, Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the back of the axe. Before he could regain his composure, Bruin struck again with the back of the axe. The crisp sound resonated as it struck the ground, causing the iron piece in Ming's grasp to slip from his fingers. Ming gazed at his grandfather, Blin, in utter astonishment, as if struck by a sudden revelation. The essence of emotional engagement revealed itself to him. With a rush of gratitude and excitement, he embraced Blin and then dashed away, his calves moving as swiftly as the wheels of a train. Alas, this child, neglecting even his meals. 5 days later, in a bamboo grove, silver rays of light flickered, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy. With a sharp crack, a thick bamboo stem broke in response. Swish, swish, swish. Several more strokes fell, and the bamboo was swiftly cleaved into 4 or 5 segments. The boy, donned in simple attire, his tousled hair waving in the breeze, possessed eyes as clear as a tranquil lake and a chubby face that exuded a certain charm. Yet, his expression bore a hint of sternness. Beep. Congratulations to the host for surpassing the record for the number of sword strikes executed by a blade-wielding soul master in 1 week, establishing a new benchmark. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Beep. The host is awarded the Golden Crow sword technique. At last, it has been achieved. A wave of elation surged within Ming. In the next moment, the intricacies of the Golden Crow sword technique flooded his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period, Ming engaged in but 2 endeavors. The first was running to enhance his physical condition. His objective was to surpass the weekly running record of the agile soul master disciples from the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, which stood at an impressive 240,000 meters. For reference, in Douluo 2, the initial school run was 30,000 meters. Upon observing this figure, Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. However, considering that he was challenging himself beyond his current level, he resolved to pursue it with determination. In one moment, he was panting, exhausted, and weary. In the next, he sprinted with the swiftness of a cheetah. This cycle continued relentlessly. By the end of the week, after consuming all his recovery potions, Ming ultimately surpassed the monumental milestone of 240,000 meters. Ming is acutely aware of the manner in which he has accomplished his extraordinary challenge. Thus, he embarks on a conventional journey of training. On the first day, he ran 15,000 meters. On the second day, he covered 16,000 meters. Now, Ming is capable of running 35,000 meters, a feat that places him on par with a commendable soul master. As for the second endeavor, it involves the practice of the Golden Crow blade technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 1 practice of the Golden Crow blade technique, proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement, 1/100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing one practice of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement. 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing one practice of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Nearing minor achievement. 100. Chapter 7. A fortuitous encounter with Tang San. Amidst the bamboo grove, the bamboo leaves rustled softly, swaying incessantly. Whoosh. The boy moved like a dragon, his hands wielding the chopping knife like a streak of dark lightning. Crack. The sound of crisp snaps echoed as bamboo suddenly shattered and toppled. Beneath the mottled shadows of the trees, Ming danced with the chopping knife. The gleam of the blade flickered as he alternately slashed, thrust upward, swept through the air, and executed reverse strikes. His postures were myriad and ineffable. Suddenly, Ming's figure flipped into the air. Bang! The chopping knife struck heavily against the ground. The Golden Crow Blade Technique shone brilliantly across the realm. Bang! The ground trembled as if a dragon were stirring beneath, and a nearby bamboo exploded with a thunderous roar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing one practice of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1. Achieving minor accomplishment in the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching minor accomplishment in the Golden Crow Blade Technique, rewarded with a strand of golden power. Thud. Exhausted from his efforts, Ming found himself kneeling on the ground, his complexion pale as a sheet, resembling one who has just recovered from a grave illness. The Golden Crow Blade Technique is exceedingly difficult, comprising a total of 73 moves, and each practice depletes his soul power entirely. After a whole month of arduous training, he finally managed to attain minor accomplishment. As he sat cross-legged to recuperate, feeling somewhat revitalized, Ming proceeded to examine the rewards from the system. The golden power, extracted from the rich golden elements, can be fused. 100 strands of golden power merge into a singular strand of supreme golden power, which can be integrated into the host's martial soul. Supreme golden power? Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, a surge of elation flooding his heart. This artifact was indeed a prestigious title of formidable offensive power. System, fuse the golden energy into my martial soul. With a swift motion, a strand of golden, ethereal dragon-like energy surged into the inky blackness of the chopping knife. The golden dragon appeared innocuous. Yet every pore on Ming's body trembled as if countless blades were slicing through him. It was only when the energy fully merged with his martial soul that he exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he sensed the chopping knife had gained considerable weight, its blade glimmering faintly with a golden hue, seemingly sharper than before. Host, Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopping knife, quality, yellow, 26, 500. Items owned. Breathing technique, Golden Crow swordsmanship, lightness skill. This martial soul has leveled up. Ming's pupils contracted sharply. However, instead of feeling overwhelming joy, he seemed to recall something and suddenly fell silent. Shadows danced across the ground, while the horizon was adorned with mottled hues of dawn. The sun was rapidly descending. In the early morning, breakfast appeared to be extraordinarily sumptuous. With his head bowed, Ming quietly shuffled about. Inside the room, the atmosphere felt somewhat eerie. Mingo, do you truly not need your grandfather to escort you to Notting City? The gentle words resonated in his ears as Ming lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of his grandfather, Bruin. His gaze was sincere, imbued with profound reluctance. Yet within that reluctance lay a comforting sense of acceptance. A warmth flowed through Ming's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Grandfather, I can manage these matters on my own. I will return to see you once school is on break. Bruin replied with a forced smile, suddenly falling into silence once more. He fixated on Ming, his deep-set eyes seemingly etching the boy's form into his memory. Breakfast was a bland affair for both of them. Leaning on his cane, Bruin retrieved Ming's neatly packed belongings. Observing the scant items, Bruin sighed in resignation, wishing he could pack the entirety of his kitchenware for Ming. He feared it would not be sufficient and worried he might struggle with the transition. As he stealthily reached into his pocket to retrieve something, a tender, yet firm hand grasped his wrist. Grandfather, I am capable of taking care of myself. It is time for me to leave. With a warm smile adorning his face, Ming slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped forward to embrace him. Were it not for Grandfather Bruin's nurturing care, he might have succumbed to the wolves long ago. His years in Dian Village had been filled with happiness. As Ming held him, Bruin's pent-up emotions erupted, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Child, take care on your journey. Do not hesitate to indulge in what you wish to eat. I have saved a little money for you. And remember, as winter approaches, dress warmly. His lips trembled as Bruin rubbed his sore eyes, wiping away the unbidden tears. His hand continued to caress Su Ming's head, a poignant display of paternal affection. After offering some comfort, Bruin watched with eager eyes as Su Ming embarked on his academic journey to Notting City. In his mind's eye, a stooped figure stood beneath the willow tree at the village's entrance, gazing intently into the distance. "Grandfather, I shall become the most powerful soul master on the continent." The gentle sunlight bathed his face, and Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to glance back at the village, clenching his fist tightly. As the sun began to rise, the small figure strode confidently along the uneven path, the landscape racing backward around him, a stark contrast to a month prior. Su Ming's physical prowess has increased manifold. Even with a heavy burden upon his back, he maintains an effortless demeanor while running. His once round and cherubic face now bears subtle angles, and his temperament has evolved into one of calm resilience. Beep. Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 10,000 meters, surpassing 98 peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. After yet another hour has passed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 20,000 meters, surpassing 999 peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? No settlement. Su Ming gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to pour from his forehead, feeling as though he were submerged in a viscous pool of perspiration. He understood the reason why the system did not alert him beyond the threshold of 100. It was because there were peers of his age he had yet to surpass Tang San. Su Ming was astonished by the terrifying stamina of his opponent. At last, as he was nearing Notting City, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a continuous pure stamina run of 30,000 meters, surpassing 100 peers in Notting City. Would you like to settle? Yes, settle. Su Ming exhaled deeply, then plopped heavily onto the ground. Wisps of faint white smoke rising from above his head. Exhausted, he felt as limp as a rag doll. He gulped down a generous mouthful of water, relishing the soothing comfort of the soft cotton blanket as he breathed heavily. There was no greater delight than this. Although he had managed to run over 30,000 meters, carrying a burden of 10 pounds in blankets and clothing, the effort was commendable. Assessment of effort. The host's running abilities surpassed those of all his peers in Notting City, and this was under the strain of added weight, indicating a remarkably high level of exertion. Effort rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of multifunctional boots. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Ming then grasped a blade of grass, enhancing its transpiration effect. As for the system's evaluation and rewards, he felt little surprise, for the comparison target was merely his contemporaries in Notting City. Su Ming did not overestimate himself by comparing with the 3 great clans in the Spirit Hall. Among his peers, some had undoubtedly become spirit masters by the age of 6, their physical prowess far surpassing his own. Although he was aware that the rewards were not particularly abundant, obtaining a 6-star rating brought him satisfaction, as the rewards were better than before. The multifunctional shoes would indeed facilitate his speed training in the future. Glancing hurriedly at his inventory, Su Ming reclined on the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh fragrance of the grass. As for his burden, it had already been cast aside. "You must be the one from Dian Village with innate full spirit power," a youthful yet mature voice echoed in his ears, prompting Su Ming to open his eyes in annoyance. He saw a child, about 6 or 7 years old, standing before him, head upside down with his chin pointing up towards the sky, against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. "Tang San?" Su Ming stretched lazily in faint confusion, asking, "Do you know me?" "I've seen you on the mountain," Tang San replied with a smile, admiration evident in his gaze. "Little San, is this your friend?" An aged yet slightly hoarse voice inquired. Su Ming turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Old Jack, the creator god of Douluo Continent," scolded Tang Hao as the most useless top-tier expert. It was truly terrifying. As Su Ming scrutinized the surroundings, Old Jack's gaze was fixed upon him as well. He was well aware that a prodigious innate talent for soul power had emerged from Dian Village. Tang San shook his head. They were not friends, merely acquaintances, and he recognized Su Ming as hailing from Dian Village. Old Jack nodded, noticing that Su Ming was traveling alone with a bundle, his brow furrowing slightly. "Young lad, are you also heading to the academy? Why has T, your village chief, accompanied you?" He felt a surge of satisfaction within, thinking to himself that he was a more diligent village chief. "No one to accompany you? I take pride in that." Rising to his feet, Su Ming spoke with an air of maturity. "I am of sufficient age. What need is there for someone to escort me? My grandfather wished to come." But I worried for his advanced age and the potential dangers, so I dissuaded him. Besides, I have the ability to ask for directions to the academy. Upon hearing this, old Jack was somewhat taken aback, stroking his beard and nodding in approval. Though you are young, you exhibit considerable understanding. Listening to their exchange, Tang San touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward, as he had indeed been brought here by someone. There was no such thing as youthful wisdom, it was merely life as circumstances that compelled him. You two go ahead and register. I shall rest here for a moment. Su Ming then reclined once more, utterly exhausted. Old Jack, with a hearty smile, grasped Tang San and made to depart. Yet, Tang San remained rooted to the spot, as if his feet were entwined with the earth. Xiao San. He cast a fleeting glance at Su Ming, and with a solemn expression, Tang San resolutely declared, Grandfather Village Chief, we are nearing Nodding City. Allow me to register on my own. Old Jack paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning his gaze towards Su Ming. The old man, wise and discerning, recognized Tang San's stubbornness and gently inquired, Are you certain you can manage alone? Perhaps I should accompany you after all? No, I can handle it by myself. With unwavering determination, Tang San shook his head, his eyes steadfastly fixed on Su Ming. Sighing, old Jack ceased his insistence, imparting a few words of advice to Tang San before retracing his steps, as the sound of old Jack's solitary departure faded into the distance. Su Ming cast Tang San a bewildered look, pondering the latter's peculiar mindset. The elder has brought you this far, at least offer him the courtesy of entering the city. Even if just for a sip of water. It is one thing for a child to be thoughtless, but your soul is that of an adult. Noticing the expression on Su Ming's face, Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing an odd familiarity. On the night of the bright moon at the 24 Bridges, Tang San suddenly uttered, his lips twitching, as if attempting to decipher something profound in Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming was taken aback, raising his head in astonishment, and queried, How do you know my nickname is Ming? I am Su Ming. You are rather impressive, little brother, he replied. Tang San felt a flicker of surprise, lowering his arm as a sense of relief washed over him. Without further entanglement with Tang San, Su Ming proceeded toward Nodding City. After some time, Su Ming finally arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The gates, adorned with the Academy's sign, were closed, save for a small entrance. A lanky doorman, yawning and leaning against a pillar, idled away the time. Through the iron railings, Su Ming glimpsed what resembled a grand estate, opulent and luxurious, complete with a constructed pond. Hello, I am here to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. Approaching the doorman, Su Ming produced the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall, which detailed his martial soul and innate soul power, along with the information of the individual responsible for his awakening, Su Yun Tao, for verification. Innate full soul power? The doorman was taken aback, lifting his gaze to regard Su Ming with a glimmer of envy. Once you acquire a soul ring, this young lad is undoubtedly destined to become a soul master. Glancing again at the martial soul, the doorman respectfully extended the certificate and stated, Everything appears in order. You may enter. Do remember to report first. Su Ming nodded and stepped into the school. However, his pace was rather slow. Alas, the burden was too heavy. He found it somewhat difficult to carry. Su Ming was compelled to pause his organization. At that moment, the bewildered voice of the doorkeeper echoed once more. Another innate full spirit power? In the next instant, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. A martial spirit, blue silver grass? This is utterly ridiculous. Can such a worthless martial spirit even be considered as one? With a countenance as dark as water, Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his eyes subtly radiating fury. The Tang sect does not actively provoke disputes, yet it does not dissuade its enemies from seeking their own demise. Chapter 8. Are there truly useless martial spirits? Or merely useless soul masters? As Su Ming silently counted to 3, he turned his gaze again. Indeed, as if destined by the heavens, a man dressed in black approached. What transpired here? The man was slender, clad in black, with short hair to match, exuding an air of gloom and despondency. However, his posture of hands clasped behind his back imparted a unique sense of composure, as though he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Xiao Jang. Although he appeared to be an exceedingly supportive teacher, in truth, he was somewhat superfluous. Whenever the name of the renowned medicinal elder, Xiao Yin, was mentioned, it inevitably led to online harassment directed at Xiao Jang. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the monkey from a May mountain in a past life. Su Ming regarded Xiao Jang with an expression of profound curiosity, his gaze imbued with a sense of wonder, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. This individual was the one he revered most in his previous life. To what extent did this reverence extend? It was a contemplation that consumed him for 3 days and nights, yet he could not fathom how this man came to attain such a prestigious position in later times. It was not that Su Ming harbored any ill feelings towards him. Rather, he felt that, given Xiao Zhang's exceptional abilities, he himself could thrive without the need for a martial soul. Engaging more with statistical analysis and turn-based strategy games would suffice, supplemented by the resources available at the Martial Soul Hall or the Royal Library. Su Ming is confident that he can summarize Soul Master theoretical knowledge that surpasses his own. It seems he has stumbled upon an intriguing thought, and a flicker of excitement ignites within him. System. Soul Master theory. This certainly falls under the realm of a Soul Master's endeavors, does it not? Ding. As long as one can distinctly differentiate between ordinary individuals and the boundaries of Soul Masters, it fundamentally aligns with the aspirations of a Soul Master. Indeed. Soul Master theory is inherently a part of their pursuit. How splendid! Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a radiant light, and he instinctively licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. With such a glitch, accumulating prestige points seemed exceedingly effortless. Yet, in the next instant, Su Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head. This notion was rather audacious. If he were to be monitored and confined by the Spirit Hall and the royal family, he might as well choose to end his own life. Are you also endowed with innate full soul power? A somewhat hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Su Ming regained his composure and instinctively lifted his gaze towards the towering shadow. He beheld Xiao Zhang, who had entered alongside Tang San, standing right before him, his profound and desolate eyes ceaselessly scrutinizing him. System, strive to impart a truth to the student. Beep. Please, host, commence your endeavors. Su Ming coughed twice and feigned vigilance as he inquired, what is your reason for asking this? Are you a teacher from the Soul Master Academy? Xiao Zhang shook his head. I am not a teacher from the academy, merely a passerby, temporarily residing here. One might consider me an adjunct instructor. An adjunct instructor? You certainly have a clear understanding of how to take advantage of the situation for your own benefit. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, so, what is it that you seek from me? If you aspire to become a Soul Master, then follow me. Noting Su Ming's heightened vigilance, Xiao Zhang nonchalantly remarked as he led the two to a secluded corner. Now, is it time to speak of your matters? Before Su Ming could utter a word, Tang San had already seized the opportunity to speak. He furrowed his brows as he gazed at Xiao Zhang, a hint of curiosity sparking in his eyes. Had it not been for Xiao Zhang's timely intervention earlier, he would certainly not have approached, for this place was decidedly perilous. Xiao Zhang's face contorted into an unpleasant smile, his confidence radiating as he proclaimed, I never anticipated encountering two twin martial souls this time. At the utterance of those words, a wave of astonishment surged through Tang San, akin to a tempest crashing upon the shore. His heart trembled, and an icy shiver coursed through his veins, engulfing him in dread. What on earth are you saying? I cannot comprehend at all. Tang San retreated with his left leg, pivoting to the side, while his right hand gradually elevated a few centimeters, the darkness of his sleeves opening hinting at a readiness for combat. Truly, this was a dramatic scene, undeniably captivating. Su Ming gently massaged his philtrum, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without a care for the ensuing chaos, he bellowed, Run. He intends to kill you. As he spoke, Su Ming brandished his machete, aiming it squarely at Tang San. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, both Xiao Zhang and Tang San's expressions shifted dramatically. Who wishes to kill me? Are you referring to him? Xiao Zhang questioned, utterly perplexed as he glanced at the now-drawn weapon in Su Ming's hand. Tang San shot Su Ming a fierce glare, quickly seizing the opportunity to discreetly stash away his hidden arrows while Xiao Zhang turned his back. If someone has noticed the concealed weapon, it no longer qualifies as hidden. Are you suggesting that he intends to take my life? Xiao Zhang, regaining his composure, incredulously pointed at Tang San. That child, without any grievance or enmity, how could he possibly wish to harm me? Su Ming nodded affirmatively, confirming that he had concealed an arrow within his sleeve. Earlier on the road, he had attempted to attack me. Do not speak carelessly. When did I ever wish to harm you? Ha. You know the truth within your own heart. Although Xiao Zhang remained skeptical, he nonetheless instructed Tang San to raise his hand. Reluctantly, Tang San complied, for he noticed someone peering from the rooftop, leaving him no choice but to comply. Boom. Observing the marks on his wrist, Xiao Zhang's pupils dilated in shock. It was evident that something had been bound here. Could it be that Su Ming spoke the truth? A chill crept over Xiao Zhang as he felt an unshakable dread. Instinctively, he took a step back. The child before him was scarcely 6 years old, yet he harbored intentions of murder against him. Was it merely due to his remark about the twin martial souls? As the breeze rustled, the atmosphere suddenly grew peculiar. Tang San's expression grew strained, unsure of how to clarify the situation. Ultimately, it was Jang who broke the tension, addressing Tang San. Indeed, twin martial souls are astonishing and warrant a degree of caution. However, rest assured, I do not wish to harm you. The secret of the twin martial souls may elude others. Yet through years of experience, I have discerned this truth. In essence, innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The quality of blue silver grass could never yield innate full soul power. Upon hearing this, Tang San was instantly taken aback, his gaze towards Jang filled with reverence. As he sheathed his saber martial soul, Su Ming smirked and could not help but scoff. Master, why do I feel you resemble a charlatan? If that is the case, then am I also a twin martial soul? You cannot be serious. Jang furrowed his brow, astonished by the assertion. He firmly believed in the accuracy of his theory. This inquiry only deepened Tang San's confusion. Of course not. Su Ming scoffed, raising his voice with a glint of disdain in his eyes. According to your theory, if both strong and weak martial souls can be paired, wouldn't it imply that every couple of soul masters could potentially give birth to twins with dual martial souls? If that were the case, dual martial souls would not be so rare. Therefore, your theory is utterly nonsensical. In my opinion, it is far more likely that one inherits a powerful martial soul. Only when the qualities of both spouses' martial souls are closely aligned can dual martial souls coexist. After speaking, Su Ming scrutinized Jang once more. His eyes darted, as if he had uncovered something, and he murmured to Tang San, when I arrived. I heard a teacher at the academy boldly proclaim that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Initially, I thought that was quite accurate. Yet it turned out the individual in question possessed a mutated waste martial soul. Can his words be trusted? Casting a sidelong glance at the pallid Jang, Su Ming cautiously withdrew. Tang San's expression fluctuated, but ultimately he chose to depart, leaving Jang standing alone, trembling with anger. Double kill. Chapter 9. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, the leader of the dormitory. Effort evaluation. The host corrects Jang's theories on soul masters, which benefits lower-ranked soul masters. However, since this theory has already been established among titled Douluos, this action holds merely a referential significance. Effort rating, 2 stars. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Soul Beast Atlas, Volume 1. Volume 1 is better than nothing at all. Su Ming felt considerably uplifted as he managed to irritate both individuals. After inquiring the way from 2 beautiful women, he finally located the Academy Administration Office for registration. The teacher in charge did not impose any difficulties upon him, for Su Ming possessed innate full soul power and a wood-cutting martial soul, which was regarded as promising potential. Soon after, 2 brand-new school uniforms were handed to Su Ming. The uniforms, a deep navy blue, felt pleasant to the touch and emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. Having not worn a school uniform for many years, Su Ming found himself somewhat anticipating it. With his luggage in tow and the uniforms cradled in his arms, Su Ming made his way to the dormitory for work-study students, known as Building 7. The dormitory spanned nearly several hundred square meters, furnished with many beds. Though most remained unoccupied, only a handful of beds were adorned with bedding, indicating that the number of enrolled work-study students was rather limited. Having traversed through the past few years, Su Ming was well aware of the situation. A few years prior, not a single individual in Dian Village possessed innate soul power. It was likely the same in other villages, thus the number of individuals eligible for admission was indeed scarce. As Su Ming stepped into the dormitory, a figure tumbled down from the bed. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a sturdy build, yet, standing before Su Ming, he exuded an air of superiority. Hey, are you the new work-study student? Scrutinizing the composed Su Ming, Wang Xing crossed his arms in a mock display of maturity and spoke arrogantly. Behind him, a dozen pairs of eyes turned their gaze towards them, filled with intrigue, encouragement, and curiosity, as if they all anticipated the unfolding events. Is he the dormitory leader? Su Ming harbored a cold sneer within, reflecting that it was futile to engage in a confrontation while not all parties had yet arrived. If a fight were to ensue, he would gladly oblige once he had regained his strength. Casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xing, Su Ming brushed past him, clutching his school uniform. Subsequently, he sought out an empty bed to deposit his belongings. Under the scrutiny of Su Ming's gaze, Wang Xing experienced an unsettling sensation, as though his very essence had been laid bare, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, With his peers observing, he could not afford to show weakness. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, "You young rascal, I see you're drenched to the bone. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Once you've recuperated, I shall eagerly await our bout. Do not back down." With a resounding thud, Wang Sheng slammed his fist onto the iron bed frame, the reverberation seemingly intended to intimidate Su Ming, as if to assert his own prowess. "If you possess the courage, strike your own fist." Su Ming, indifferent to such a simpleton, tidied up his bed and subsequently exited the dormitory. Feeling sticky, he decided to head to the shower room for a cleansing bath. Along the way, he encountered Tang San, who appeared disinclined to engage with him, expressing his dissatisfaction and anger with a disdainful snort. How proud he is. Does he believe that one day I might craft a firearm and discreetly offer him a taste of its power? Su Ming paid him no heed and proceeded to the convenience store to purchase some toiletries, subsequently making his way directly to the bathhouse. The sound of rushing water echoed as the cool stream cascaded over his skin, reminiscent of a maiden's gentle caress, intoxicatingly tender. The sticky residue of sweat was washed away, every pore opened wide, greedily indulging in the refreshing moisture. After a brief while, clad in a pristine school uniform, a revitalized Su Ming emerged from the bathhouse. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the dormitory, as the boys enthusiastically gathered around a girl, seemingly vying for her attention. Meanwhile, Tang San stood quietly to the side, a hint of awkwardness etched on his brow. "Please, don't call me boss. It sounds utterly dreadful," the girl chimed in. "From now on, you can call me Xiao Wu." Her long, braided hair cascaded gracefully over her slender waist. With a round face and sparkling, doe-like eyes, her skin was as smooth as jade, tinged with a delicate blush, resembling a porcelain doll. When she spoke, she would often playfully stick out her tongue, exuding a charming and endearing demeanor. "Xiao Wu." Su Ming silently nodded, observing that his arrival had not significantly disrupted the narrative of the original story. The system urged him to strive towards becoming the leader of the dormitory. Beep. Data collection in progress. Please begin your efforts, host. Upon noticing Su Ming's entrance, Xiao Wu exclaimed softly, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him as she inquired, "Is he also a member of our dormitory?" Wang Sheng quickly informed Xiao Wu about Su Ming's presence. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "I must have a match with him to determine who the leader of the dormitory is." Indeed, it was as she said. Wang Sheng's lips twitched, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Ming, as if to say, "Brother, may fortune favor you." These two formidable beings are far from ordinary. Tang San also raised his head with keen interest, seemingly eager to gauge the extent of Su Ming's strength. Su Ming entered with his head held high. Although none of them were soul masters, every bit of reputation counted, and he desired it all. Su Ming had long contemplated how to amass a fortune. With a swift motion, a flash of dark light flickered as he grasped the axe firmly in his hand. His expression remained calm, the blade glinting with a fierce golden light as he coldly declared, "Even if I defeat one, the other will remain unconvinced. In that case, why not come at me one after the other?" Su Ming raised his blade, pointing it directly at the two individuals, and with an imposing tone inquired, "Who will go first, and who will follow?" A bright radiance streamed in from the doorway, casting his silhouette in a grand and towering manner. The sight of him, standing firm with his weapon, exuded an overwhelming aura that left all in the dormitory utterly astonished. This fellow exuded an audacity that seemed almost excessive. Even Xiao Wu and Tang San found themselves momentarily entranced. In the next moment, Xiao Wu approached with a sulky expression, pouting in discontent. "With those spindly arms and legs, you probably couldn't even defeat Wang Sheng. Do you really think you can take on both of us?" Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ming, reflecting a subtle disdain. Completely oblivious to Wang Sheng's awkward smile behind her, Su Ming narrowed his eyes, contemplating the challenge ahead. "Let's see, shall we?" With that, a mischievous smile danced across Xiao Wu's face as she launched her attack. Her right leg swept in a powerful arc, aimed directly at Su Ming's waist. The intensity of her assault instantly captivated the emotions of everyone in the dormitory. But would her strike find its mark? In a flash, a shadow darted past. Su Ming suspended himself in midair, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xiao Wu. To everyone's astonishment, he had utilized her leg as leverage to propel himself upward. Such remarkable speed startled Xiao Wu, causing her slender waist to twist backward in reflex. In a sudden twist of events, her frontal assault transformed as she swiftly drew her legs together, launching an upward counterattack. The scene resembled a rabbit kicking its legs upward to escape an aerial threat. Aware of Xiao Wu's adept agility and her self-created soul techniques, Su Ming was determined not to allow her any openings. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and miraculously seized her advancing calf. Just before her foot could connect with him, he deftly redirected her aim. Xiao Wu, realizing his intent, swiftly hooked her left leg around Su Ming's waist. Using his body as leverage, she attempted to bring her other leg into play. I wonder how you will respond, Tang San mused. Having just fallen victim to this very maneuver moments before. You think I'm unprepared? Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He understood that Xiao Wu's leg was not merely an attack but an attempt to bind him, leveraging her strength to propel herself away. Yet, he was aware that although he was suspended in midair, he faced her directly, while she was oriented downward, necessitating a flip to bring her other leg into the fray. Boom. At the opportune moment, Su Ming bent his right arm and delivered a powerful strike to the knee joint of Xiao Wu's leg. Human joints are inherently fragile, and with the leg already bent inward, the impact was immediate. Xiao Wu's left leg buckled, her knee colliding with Su Ming's abdomen. I will not be defeated, she declared. Her leg throbbing with pain as she glared at him, her determination unwavering. Remarkably, she managed to ensnare Su Ming with just one leg. To the average person, such a maneuver would be deemed impossible. Yet, Xiao Wu's waist was as supple as a willow branch, and she leveraged her strength to elevate her body. Astonishingly, she then grasped Su Ming's arm with both hands. Su Ming had not anticipated that he would rise from such an angle as Xiao Wu had. At this moment, his right hand, gripping the machete, was ensnared, while his left hand struggled to fend off one of Xiao Wu's legs. To extricate himself from her grasp, he could only resort to striking with the machete in hand. A blow from Xiao Wu's hand would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon her, perhaps even shattering her arms. Nevertheless, he decided to show her mercy. After a brief contemplation, Su Ming ultimately refrained from delivering the strike. The two, locked in mutual control, were then violently flung away. This force emanated from the exertion of Xiao Wu's waist. With a thunderous crash, they plummeted from the air, landing heavily upon the ground. Su Ming felt no pain whatsoever. However, the soft paw of Little Dance bore the brunt, crushed beneath him, suffering immensely. You scoundrel, get off me. Her warm breath, tinged with a hint of softness, elicited a rosy hue upon her delicate face as she indignantly admonished Su Ming. Though her usual boisterousness remained, she found herself feeling a touch of embarrassment. This was her first experience of such intimacy with a man. Damn it, what a brute. Wang Xing and the others gaped in astonishment, filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Although Sister Little Dance was spirited, her charm was undeniable. The thought of being in such a position was tantalizing. Su Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and dismounted from Xiao Wu. In the realm of chivalry, such trivial matters are insignificant. Su Ming's expression regained its calmness as he spoke. You have lost. If I had wielded the hatchet just now, you would have been gravely injured. Xiao Wu let out a cold huff, refraining from retorting, casting a resentful glance at Su Ming. Her leader hadn't even warmed up before meeting defeat. Fine, you have won. Her delicate voice emerged as she sulked, rubbing her leg while sitting on the edge of the bed. Deep down, she understood that Su Ming had refrained from using the hatchet. Had he done so during her earlier offensive, she would have had no choice but to retreat. Among spirit masters, she loathed those with offensive weapon spirits even more than beast spirits, and she hadn't expected to falter so soon upon arriving at the academy. Lost. Sister Xiao Wu actually lost? Wang Xing and the others, jolted from their reverie, stared in astonishment. Especially Wang Xing, who, recalling his earlier provocation, was grateful he hadn't engaged Su Ming directly. Perceiving the change in the onlookers' gazes, Xiao Wu felt even more disheartened, puffing up her cheeks as she turned to Tang San. Hey, it's your turn now. Don't hold back. Your strength is undoubtedly more formidable than what you just displayed. The crowd looked at Tang San in astonishment, wondering if he had been concealing his true power. Under their scrutinizing stares, Tang San approached Su Ming expressionlessly, each step resonating as if they were treading upon the audience's very hearts. Su Ming, allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Standing there, gazing intensely, Tang San's eyes shimmered with a faint purple glow, his spirit alight with battle fervor. Eager to engage Su Ming, in that moment, he cast aside his earlier frustration, consumed only by the desire to fight. For this individual before him represented the first true opponent he had to confront since arriving in this world. Defeating him became Tang San's singular thought. Come on. The spirit power of the hatchet surged forth, and Su Ming's gaze turned icy and resolute, like a ferocious tiger fixating on its prey. His mere stare was enough to instill fear and trepidation. Su Ming's gaze was not fierce, yet it carried an aura of somber intensity akin to shadows gliding over a frigid pool. A flicker of purple light danced in his eyes, prompting Tang San to exert force in his legs, propelling his figure forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Su Ming's front. With a swift motion, akin to Xiao Wu's, Tang San swept his right leg. However, his target was not Su Ming's waist, but rather his lower body. Such velocity rendered it impossible for Su Ming to defend with his short blade. With the art of ghostly shadows, Tang San marveled at the swiftness of his opponent, his eyes gleaming with realization as he sprang into the air. Yet this time, Su Ming did not ascend straight up, but rather diagonally. In a flash of golden light, Tang San sensed an imminent threat, the purple energy swirling before him. As he beheld Su Ming's blade descending with formidable force, he was taken aback, quickly leaning back into a bridge posture to evade the strike. In a mere exchange, the two had already created a distance between them. Tang San turned, his expression grave as he regarded Su Ming. In terms of speed, even with the technique of ghostly shadows, he found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the short blade in Su Ming's grasp was no simple weapon to contend with. Yet in the next heartbeat, Tang San vanished once more, reappearing with an eerie swiftness at Su Ming's left side, his aim directed at the unarmed left hand of Su Ming. Su Ming swiftly pivoted and retaliated with a slash. Just as the machete was about to strike Tang San, his expression abruptly changed. Suddenly, a force emanated from Tang San's palm, causing the machete aimed at his chest to adhere to him. With a flicker, Tang San raised his head, his cold eyes betraying a hint of a smile. This was the Tang Sect's training technique, the mystic jade hand. In an instant, Tang San unleashed a powerful right punch. The sound of impact echoed as both combatants were sent reeling backward. The pain in Su Ming's chest felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, prompting him to cough. Tang San's smile faltered, and he clutched his chest, the intense agony contorting his features. A tie? Xiao covered her mouth, her face a canvas of astonishment, realizing that both had landed a blow on each other. No, it was not a tie. Suddenly, Xiao seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixed on Tang San's palm with astonishment. Wang Xing and the others also noticed the crimson mark, gazing at Su Ming with a mix of reverence and admiration, acknowledging him as the man who had bested Xiao Wu. For Tang San, the shock within was even more profound than that of the onlookers. He stared in disbelief at the bloodstain on his palm. How could this be? The seemingly indestructible mystic jade hand had been breached. Just then, Su Ming charged at him with the machete in hand. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, he wielded the machete with such speed that it seemed to leave after images in its wake. This is bad. Tang San's pupils constricted as he felt the shock from the feedback of his purple extreme magic eyes, prompting him to activate the mystic jade hand once more. The clash of hand against machete ignited a shower of sparks. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming unleashed a flurry of strikes, delivering dozens of rapid blows. The relentless onslaught left Xiao Wu, Wang Xing, and the others in sheer disbelief. Su Ming is simply extraordinary. Is this knife technique truly his own creation? Tang San, increasingly astonished by the battle, found the pain radiating from the Xian Yu hand particularly unsettling. He attempted to distance himself, yet felt Su Ming closing in relentlessly. In desperation, he could only use the control crane seizing dragon technique to deflect the blade. True to his character, Tang San sought to shift the battlefield to the confines of the bed, aiming to diminish Su Ming's striking speed through the narrow space. However, at that moment, the originally deflected axe unexpectedly surged back towards Tang San, propelled by Su Ming's momentum. The Golden Crow Blade technique, a method for apprehending thieves. Boom. In a flash, Tang San was struck by the tip of the axe. With a resounding thud, the bed shook violently. Clutching his chest, Tang San slowly collapsed. Chapter 10. When she wakes up, watch the sheets. Lost? He had actually lost? Tang San grasped his chest, his pupils dilating in shock. It felt as though an icy current surged through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Arriving at Nodding City Academy in a mere half hour, he had inexplicably been defeated by two opponents. Sitting on the ground, Tang San was dazed, struggling to comprehend it all. Although Su Ming's recent strike had not inflicted significant harm, had the access blade not been dulled by its curvature, his life might have hung in the balance. He had truly lost. Closing his eyes, he bitterly inhaled the air, only to exhale it in resignation. Congratulations, you've won. With a swift motion, he supported himself against the bed and rose slowly. A strained smile crept across his lips, though his eyes reflected a deep-seated reluctance. Yet amidst that discontent, there flickered a brilliant spark of determination. From the depths of Tang San's gaze, Su Ming sensed an even more intense fighting spirit, as if a blazing sun were rising, destined to scorch all adversaries. With a light smile, Su Ming nodded. At that moment, he felt something within him break free. As if a grand door had appeared before him. He had vanquished Tang San. Though he had the advantage of his weapon spirit, he had indeed triumphed. A surge of conviction to grow stronger erupted within him, coiling like a dragon, confidence taking residence in Su Ming's heart. Faintly, he seemed to hear the roar of a dragon. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Tang San and declared, "This time I use my weapon spirit. Next time, after becoming a soul master, we shall battle again." Very well. Clenching his blood-streaked right hand, Tang San's eyes sparkled with determination. His fighting spirit rendering him as steadfast as a mountain. Tang San, a man who would not easily concede defeat. Excellent. It seems there is a reward to be gained once I become a soul master. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then walked over to lie down on the bed. In truth, Tang San's strength was not beneath his own, had it not been for the blade infused with a hint of golden power. Capable of penetrating his Xinyu hand, this battle would have devolved into a prolonged contest, with the outcome uncertain. Should the later Tang San hear such words, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Not beneath you. You are being modest, aren't you? When have I ever triumphed over you? As the battle between Su Ming and Tang San concluded, all eyes turned towards the reclining figure of Su Ming, their gazes filled with awe. Undoubtedly, he would be their leader in the future. However, seeing Su Ming resting, none dared to disturb him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the destined child, Tang San. At the age of 6. Reward, 1 Xin Shui Dan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Wu at the age of 6. Reward, 1,000-year-old ginseng. Strangely, the system did not mention the task of becoming the dormitory leader as it had done previously, but instead opted to settle rewards based on the 2 victories. Did this imply that every time he vanquished an adversary, he would receive a reward? And that defeating a genius or protagonist would yield even greater rewards? A smile graced Su Ming's lips as he peacefully drifted into slumber. Time flowed swiftly, the light from the window shifting in intensity, ultimately settling into a dim glow. Stretching lazily, Su Ming awoke languidly. This nap had been extraordinarily comfortable, leaving him with the sensation that every cell in his body was rejoicing. His form as light as a drifting cloud. Su Ming attempted to rise, but suddenly his gaze shifted, and he reached out to pinch the fabric of his quilt. Within, it seemed that something resided. With a swift motion, he lifted the cover, revealing a delicate and agile little white-socked foot poised directly before him. Su Ming's expression darkened as the blanket was slowly pulled back, revealing a face as delicate and rosy as a ripe peach. Her skin was flawless, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. The little girl, with her cherry-red lips slightly pursed, adorably drooled. Little dance. Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively extricated himself from the covers. Being an adult, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the 6-year-old girl. Furthermore, his soul was that of a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Regrettably, he currently had no need for a 10,000-year soul ring. Boss, allow me to explain. Wang Sheng approached stealthily and began to recount the events. Su Ming cast his gaze upon Tang San's bed across from him. The bed lay bare, devoid of any bedding, with only Tang San's tattered garments serving as a mere cushion, revealing the rough wooden planks beneath it with striking clarity. Su Ming recalled that in the original text, it seemed that Tang San did not carry a satchel either, and it was ultimately Jang who provided him with one. Now, it appeared that Jang and he were not teacher and student. How could an adult soul attend school without bedding? With his luggage in tow, Su Ming found it difficult to comprehend the actions of a certain individual. Wang Xing seemed to have had a revelation as he leaned closer. Lowering his voice to remind him, "Boss, just now, Teacher Mo Hen visited. He is the supervisor of our dormitory. As work-study students, we have the opportunity to earn while we learn. You, Sister Xiaowu, and Tang San are assigned to tend to the vacant lot south of the garden, where you will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. Although 10 copper soul coins is not a substantial amount, it suffices for a day's meals. Everyone in our dormitory receives this, which can be considered a benefit for work-study students." Su Ming nodded, feeling no embarrassment in his lack of money. What was wrong with cleaning? The sound of snoring drew his attention, and he glanced at Xiaowu, who had drooled onto the blanket. With a sullen expression, he remarked, "When she wakes up, make sure she washes the blanket for me." "Boss, I." Su Ming furrowed his brow, questioning whether there was some objection or if a confrontation was imminent. Wang Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. He dared not dissent and could only nod fervently in agreement. As Su Ming departed the dormitory, Wang Xing's expression morphed into one of despair, especially when recalling Xiaowu's fierceness, causing him to involuntarily shudder, casting fearful glances around him. The thought of her washing the bedding? Or perhaps it would be better for his leader to end him instead. During the freshers' orientation, there were no classes for the next couple of days. In each unfamiliar locale, Ming, as was his custom, wandered about to observe his surroundings. After a brief exploration of the Soul Master Academy, he garnered a general understanding of the area's layout. The Junior Soul Master Academy was not particularly expansive, reminiscent of a quaint primary school. The square, playground, and canteen were scattered throughout the campus. To Ming's surprise, the academy lacked a battle arena, a space for Soul Masters to duel. This absence was likely due to the scarcity of Soul Master students at the institution. After all, the requirement for graduation from the Junior Academy was to become a Soul Master before the age of 12. Thus, including the 6th grade, there were probably very few Soul Masters among the students. Host, Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 26, 500, remaining. 3. Possessions, Breathing Technique, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Lightness Skill, Mysterious Water Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu yielded not only the Mysterious Water Pill and Millennium Ginseng, but also further rewards. Ming had also acquired 3 points of soul enhancement, presumably converted from his reputation. Soul Spirit, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 29, 500. His soul power had already ascended to level 10. Should he continue his cultivation, or venture to hunt soul beasts? As the twilight of the setting sun cast a golden hue, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Ming's eyes. Chapter 11. Strengthening the Body, a surprising encounter with Tang Hao. Under the sunset, the city of Nodding was draped in a delicate golden veil. The blazing sun now resembled a weary elder, having lost its earlier fury. The light gradually cooled. Bang, 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 from a certain street. The muffled sound of metal clashing resonated rhythmically amidst the chaos. It was a modest workshop, shrouded in a haze of gray, where fiery coals crackled and danced. Several brawny men, bare-shouldered and clad in fireproof aprons, wielded hammers, tirelessly forging the metal clamped by tongs. Each strike sent forth a shower of sparks. Above the workshop, a flag bearing a hammer symbol fluttered, signifying their identity as blacksmiths. Noticing the arrival of a visitor, the proprietor, San, wiped the beads of sweat from his neck with a cloth and greeted him warmly. His muscular form resembled dark iron, standing before the boy like a small mountain. "Young brother, what is it that you wish to forge?" San inquired, his gaze subtly assessing Ming's school uniform, his mind as clear as a lens. Ming candidly expressed, "I wish to create a suit of armor. However, I am uncertain of the cost." "Armor?" Sanduan's expression immediately turned hesitant. "Young brother, you may not fully grasp the situation. Such armor is not something that ordinary blacksmiths can forge at will. Only the city's defensive cavalry is permitted to don armor. Do you understand my point? Ordinary individuals are prohibited from crafting armor." Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, "There are numerous soul masters in Nodding City, whose destructive capabilities are far more terrifying than those of soldiers. Are we truly concerned about ordinary citizens possessing armor?" "Hush," San crouched down, lowering his voice. "This is unavoidable, for the number of soul masters is limited. If every commoner were to possess a piece of armor, it would spell trouble. Aside from armor, are bows and crossbows not permissible? We are unable to forge armor and cavalry equipment, but other ordinary weapons should suffice." Ming's lips twitched slightly. This was a quintessential case of overkill, an unnecessary display. San, with his honest demeanor and a warm smile, exchanged a sympathetic glance with Ming. Ming did not impose undue pressure on others, for he was not truly a master craftsman. Thus, he modified his request. "Boss, could you craft me a heavier garment? Not one for protection, but rather suitable for daily weight training. If you had said so earlier, it would have been much simpler." San replied with a beaming smile. "This is absolutely no problem. Our blacksmith shop is renowned throughout Nodding City, among the very best. The products we forge will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. May I inquire how many pounds of weight you intend to create?" Ming contemplated while stroking his chin, recalling his morning run to Nottingham. Ultimately, he decided to burden his torso with 10 pounds, while each limb would bear 3 pounds, a total of 22 pounds. Upon hearing this weight, San regarded Ming with astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. After years of forging, he had never encountered a student so rigorously self-disciplined, especially one who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. The thought of such an excessive weight, over 20 pounds, was, quite frankly, a touch deranged. San felt compelled to inquire once more, and only when Su Ming nodded affirmatively did he dare to trust his ears. Regaining his composure, San promptly stated, "Young brother, I shall accept this transaction. You may come tomorrow afternoon to collect the weights. Considering you are a student from the Soulmaster Academy, I shall not impose a heavy charge and will only require 15 copper soul coins." Su Ming's expression softened as he cast a grateful glance at his employer. To be frank, he possessed a mere 23 copper soul coins in his pocket. As for the gold coins, they were securely tucked beneath his grandfather's mattress, reserved for emergencies. After settling his payment with the boss, Su Ming departed from the establishment. Today's students are truly diligent. As he observed Su Ming's silhouette fade into the street corner until it vanished from sight, San withdrew his gaze. He then plunged his robust frame into the blacksmith shop. "Everyone, stay alert. Do not allow the molten iron to burn your flesh. Shanzi, forge 10 pounds of torso and 3 pounds of limb weights. The customer requires them by tomorrow." Understood. Having attended to his own affairs, Su Ming returned to the academy. Indeed, his soul power had reached level 10, yet he felt no urgency to hunt soul beasts. Soul power can accumulate, awaiting the moment of obtaining a soul ring to unleash its full potential. Based on Qian Rinchue's condition, it is evident that the human body can endure soul power up to level 20 without absorbing a soul ring. For the time being, Su Ming believed that enhancing his physicality was paramount, although he would also consider soul power and practical combat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique once. Proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique once. Proficiency 1. At the back mountain of the academy, the flashes of blades danced amidst the air, while broken branches and withered leaves scattered like confetti. The black machete glimmered ominously under the moonlight, its cold sheen almost blinding to behold. With each stroke of Su Ming's hand, dust rose from the ground. The once firm surface was now softened under the weight of his steps. This time, Su Ming practiced the Golden Crow Blade technique 3 complete times before finally ceasing his efforts. Having achieved a minor mastery of the technique, he discovered a few insights on conserving soul power, allowing him to wield it with greater finesse than before. However, he remained far from attaining the full mastery of the Golden Crow Blade technique, which required 500 repetitions, let alone reaching the realm of perfection. Su Ming remained unhurried. After all, achieving great success was merely a matter of 100 days, far superior to the endless practice yielding no progress. With a sigh, Su Ming concluded his training and stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped. In an instant, Su Ming was drenched in cold sweat. "Who goes there? Concealed in shadows, what kind of hero are you? Step forth if you possess any courage." Su Ming instinctively stood with his knife in hand, adopting a stance of readiness with one leg forward and the other back. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the air. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and his gaze instinctively shifted to the side. Listening to the approaching footsteps, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. The eerie and chilling sensation made him believe that if the footsteps were to cease, his heart would likewise come to a halt. Could it be that one's footsteps could influence the heartbeat of an adversary? Damn it, this fellow's cultivation level is likely above that of a soul king. Su Ming felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, cold sweat trickling down his back. Despite his awareness of the futility of resistance, he clutched the axe in his hand with unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions," resonated a voice rich with magnetism, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as a towering figure emerged from the depths of the forest. With the advent of the voice, all sense of peril dissipated from Su Ming's being. The man stood quietly in the shadows of the trees, neither advancing nor retreating. Although the forest was shrouded in darkness, the scattered beams of moonlight allowed Su Ming to discern the contours of the newcomer. The figure appeared to be clad in a cloak, his hair and beard tousled in a disheveled manner. What captivated Su Ming most were those eyes. Resembling a wandering soul teetering on the brink of life and death, exuding an aura of desolation and loneliness, yet harboring an extraordinary power capable of stirring the very seas. Tang Hao, indeed. Su Ming felt an inexplicable shock within, as he had already caught a whiff of alcohol in the air. Su Ming furrowed his brows even deeper. After all, he had not treated Tang Sen unfairly. Moreover, this was merely a customary contest. It would be unreasonable to claim that he, like Zhao Wujie, was using his size to bully the smaller opponent. Su Ming instantly made a judgment, retracting his martial spirit and respectfully inquired, "It seems that we have never met before. Senior, may I ask what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Given Tang Hao's cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to remain undetected. Thus, If he deliberately allowed Su Ming to hear him, it was reasonable to conclude that Tang Hao's intentions did not concern merely advocating for Tang San. I have no particular matter to discuss with you. I am merely intrigued by your swordsmanship, Tang Hao rasped, his voice imbued with an unsettling chill. His words bore an intent that felt both deliberate and accidental. Were it not for his speech, Su Ming might have failed to discern that the senior's curiosity was directed towards his technique. Su Ming felt a subtle relief within and candidly replied, "My swordsmanship is not inherited. Perhaps you are unaware, but my grandfather was a thatcher in the village, and he wielded a hatchet with great skill. This technique may have emerged from years of observation, a sudden flash of inspiration. Upon waking the next day, it lingered in my mind, refusing to fade away. It is self-created." Tang Hao, seated beneath the shade of a tree, observed a slight change in his expression, but ultimately chose to trust Su Ming's words. Firstly, his martial spirit, the hatchet, was destined to lack any formidable backing. Secondly, the hammer technique of Haotian sect also originated from blacksmithing. And there indeed existed a remarkable similarity between the two. Contemplating this, Tang Hao spoke, "While your practice of swordsmanship appears imposing, one must consider that a formidable opponent would not grant you the luxury of executing your desires. True swordsmanship requires adaptability at your current level. Achieving that is beyond your reach." Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. He was acutely aware of this layer of meaning, yet from Tang Hao's tone, it appeared he harbored further intentions. Su Ming tentatively inquired, "What does the elder mean?" Suddenly, a pebble shot forth, striking Su Ming's shoulder in an instant. However, he felt no pain whatsoever, as if a formidable force had surged into his body. The soul power, Tang Hao's soul power. Su Ming could hardly believe it as he lifted his head. At the same moment, Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated. "Come, let me witness the true prowess of your swordsmanship." Whoosh! Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he resolutely brandished the hatchet, launching an assault on Tang Hao. Having a titled Douluo as a sparring partner was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The blade sliced through the air with ferocity, more violent than ever before. Abandoning finesse, he pursued sheer intensity. This was the Jinwu sword technique, plum blossoms and summer snow, characterized by its formidable and rapid strikes, designed to intimidate and repel foes. However, with the eighth slash executed, Su Ming's heart sank deeper into dread. Was this truly the prowess of a titled Douluo? Observing Tang Hao leisurely evading his attacks, Su Ming, undeterred, gritted his teeth and pressed on. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Tang Hao continued to evade effortlessly, sidestepping all of Su Ming's techniques. Even dismissing the grand move Golden Light illuminates the 9 provinces with a mere step. The profound sense of powerlessness plummeted Su Ming's spirits to an all-time low. With a swift motion, Tang Hao raised his leg and struck Su Ming in the abdomen, sending him flying before landing gracefully a short distance away. Not intending to harm him, Tang Hao continued to offer guidance. "Your sword technique may catch low-level soul masters off guard, but against truly formidable opponents, their mental acuity will easily discern your strike's trajectory. What you need now is to find a way to integrate this technique seamlessly, wielding it with such fluidity that it becomes flawless, allowing you to anticipate your adversary's moves. If you could disrupt their mental perception, the results might be even more profound." Su Ming nodded non-committally. The Golden Crow sword technique had yet to reach perfection, and thus, attacks could not be executed in one seamless flow. Severing the spirit? In the future, he would undoubtedly master it. What he required now was practical combat experience, the ability to make sound judgments in the face of unpredictability. While his swordsmanship would achieve completeness, he still had a considerable distance to cover in terms of experiential knowledge in real battles. Su Ming immediately expressed, "I am well aware that I am no match for you, my esteemed senior. However, your constant evasion only reveals my own lack of comprehension. Thus, I humbly request that you offer me genuine guidance." Su Ming gazed at Tang Hao with unwavering determination, his eyes brimming with fervent resolve, seemingly casting aside the recent defeat. "Oh," Tang Hao replied, his tone tinged with mild surprise, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his gaze. "True guidance, however, is far from simplistic. Should you suffer a grave injury, you may find yourself rendered incapacitated. Ponder this carefully." The teasing words lingered in the air, devoid of any oppressive aura of soul power. Yet to Su Ming's ears, they felt akin to countless daggers grazing his skin, an icy torrent surging within, instilling a profound sense of dread. The aura of lethality. Was it truly so terrifying, merely by manifesting a hint of murderous intent? Su Ming, nearly paralyzed by the chilling sensation, was struck with awe. If he could integrate the domain of slaughter into his martial soul, how formidable he would become. The city of slaughter, indeed, A visit there was imperative in his future. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his voice escaping through clenched jaws as he replied with difficulty, "With your strength, if I were to sustain serious injuries, it would mean you truly intended to harm me. Therefore, whether I practice or not, the outcome would be essentially the same." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell into an instant silence. After a considerable pause, he finally posed a rather peculiar question. "Are you truly only 6 years old?" "Yes," Su Ming affirmed. "At 6 years of age, can one truly contemplate so much?" Su Ming chuckled at himself, feeling his body gradually succumb to the chill. With unwavering resolve, he charged forward, filled with murderous intent. What audacity! Tang Hao was moved, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes, as he hastily withdrew that sliver of killing intent. Given Su Ming's current mental fortitude, should he become ensnared by this aura of violence, his sea of consciousness would undoubtedly shatter instantaneously. In a swift motion, Tang Hao extended his hand, producing the most ordinary of wooden sticks. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, his figure surged forward, mirroring Su Ming's advance. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce contest within the forest. There were no soul powers clashing, nor any soul techniques dazzling. This was a pure clash of combat skills. The sounds of their intense struggle echoed vividly in the tranquil woods. Wooden sticks and machetes, these natural adversaries seemed to portray a confrontation devoid of disparity in strength. Was it a case of striking a stone with an egg? Or perhaps a testament to simplicity in the grand scheme of things? Such thoughts inevitably provoked contemplation. The game of adults against that of children ultimately favored the latter. That diminutive figure was repeatedly toppled. Yet, each time he fell, he would rise immediately, resolutely launching another attack. From the depths of night to the crowing of roosters, and into the early hours of dawn, sunlight filtered through, casting dappled shadows among the trees. Enchanting beams of light slipped through the foliage, quietly illuminating the forest. Tiny glimmers reflected off his snow-kissed skin, shimmering like water. On the grass lay that small figure, seemingly asleep, breathing evenly. The man clad in a cloak sighed, departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a battered wooden stick resting on the ground, half in the shade, half under the blazing sun. Chapter 12. The Frenzied Body. Tang San's dismay effort evaluation. Although he did not triumph over his opponent and faced a crushing defeat, the host's audacity to challenge a titled Douluo with the capabilities of an ordinary person to hone his combat skills is a rarity in this age. His unyielding spirit, fighting time and again despite repeated failures, is profoundly inspiring. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Frenzied Body. Sweet dreams were abruptly shattered by the cacophony of the system's notifications. As Su Ming was about to open his eyes, the blinding midday sun instinctively prompted him to shield his face with his hand. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that Tang Hao had already departed. Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his clothing tattered and torn, fluttering like flags in the gusty winds. His thighs and chest were marred by numerous gashes, the sting of pain radiating across his body, yet the anguish that cut deeper lay within his heart. The battle of the previous night had left him utterly defeated. Tang Hao, undoubtedly the foremost genius, possessed a level of practical experience that was almost ferocious. Before him, Su Ming's seemingly exquisite swordsmanship appeared riddled with flaws. Though he faced a complete loss, the opportunity to engage with such a formidable adversary had imparted invaluable lessons. One day, I shall vanquish you in direct confrontation. The leaves rustled softly, as if in response to the caress of the winds, treading upon the soft, powdery sand. Su Ming's battered form gradually made its way onward. His gaze was resolute, and the indomitable spirit that shone within him was more radiant than the newly risen sun. Ding. The host has received a reward for the battle against Tang Hao. Please check the rewards. A reward? Su Ming paused in contemplation at the academy's rear entrance. Throughout the encounter with Tang Hao, he had been wholly absorbed, unwilling to entertain any distractions for fear of losing focus. He recognized the shortcomings in his Jinwu sword technique, and thus had no surplus thoughts to spare. Learning, mastering practical combat skills. These were his sole reflections at that moment. Without any intention of issuing a task for effort, was the system automatically compensating? Su Ming did not inquire further, but instead directed his gaze towards the system's rewards. The berserker's physique, a unique combat constitution, is born for battle, allowing one to gain enhancements during conflict. When the body's exhaustion reaches its zenith, it can even transcend limitations, achieving a profound transformation that significantly augments physical attributes. Currently, his physical qualities stand as follows: strength, 12, defense, 10, spirit, 13, average for adult males, 10. The berserker's physique? Su Ming rubbed his eyes, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the physique of a super scion. Could it be that a super scion had arrived in the Douluo Continent? Such an occurrence would undoubtedly lead to chaos and destruction. Thus, the actual effectiveness of the frenzied warrior's body should not be as formidable as that of a super scion. With a sense of excitement, he glanced up at the sun, estimating it to be around afternoon. Su Ming navigated through the academy and made his way to the blacksmith shop. "Boss, are you accepting apprentices? I have experience in forging and am quite diligent. I assure you I can meet your expectations." "Ah, young brother, blacksmithing is a dirty and laborious job. With your slight frame, I doubt you can handle it. I suggest you seek a more suitable and easier occupation." "Boss, I believe this job is quite fitting for me. To be candid, my father was the blacksmith in our village." "Oh, your father was a blacksmith?" In front of the blacksmith shop, a small boy stood before the towering and robust San. The boy had short hair and a youthful face adorned with a hint of charm. Yet he did not possess the typical exuberance of children. Rather, there was an underlying air of maturity and steadiness. The boy was none other than Tang San. The expenses for bedding and other necessities required purchases that could not be covered by the meager earnings from mere cleaning. Thus, Tang San resolved to seek temporary work to extricate himself from his current predicament. Moved by Tang San's determination, and recalling that he was the child of a fellow blacksmith, San's heart softened. Just as he was about to agree, a robust voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Boss, may I inquire if the items I requested are ready?" With a start, Tang San turned his gaze before San could respond. "Su Ming, what is this fellow doing here?" Tang San narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through them. He certainly had not forgotten his defeat to Su Ming the previous day. Upon seeing Su Ming nodding in greeting, Tang San merely responded curtly, opting not to engage in further conversation. Stone San, with a beaming and proud smile, remarked, "Little brother, you have arrived just in time. The item has been completed, meticulously crafted to fit your physique." Stone San then turned towards the forge, his gentle smile swiftly replaced by a stern expression as he barked, "Deshan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring over the heavy load for the client to try on." Coming, a brawny man, with a physique reminiscent of steel and iron, strode out, cradling a suit of iron armor in his arms, his bronze skin radiating a sense of heat. With a clatter, the iron armor was placed upon the display table. Su Ming approached, scrutinizing the armor before him. The armor gleamed in a silver hue, not forged as a single piece, but rather composed of interconnected iron plates, reminiscent of the backrest of a folding bamboo chair. "Young man, though these iron plates are linked, rest assured, they are bound with cowhide rope, ensuring unparalleled durability. Should you encounter any quality issues, feel free to request a rework at any time. You see, my ironworks have been established in Nodding City for generations. With an impeccable reputation, we would never deceive you." Listening to San's sales pitch, Su Ming chose silence, unfastening his outer garment. In an instant, the myriad of bloodstains on his back were exposed to the air, each mark telling a tale of torment. Some were bruised purple, while others glistened crimson, as though he had suffered a merciless flogging. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained. San and Tang San's pupils dilated in horror, as if a vice had gripped their throats, making it difficult to breathe. They gazed at Su Ming in sheer shock, pondering what calamity could have befallen him, leaving such horrific wounds. "No, this cannot be the result of a battle with me," Tang San thought, furrowing his brow as memories of Su Ming's absence the previous night flooded his mind. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Could it be that he went off to train again last night? With a gulp, Tang San felt a wave of dread wash over him as the image of those scars lingered in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Su Ming paid no heed to the two individuals and donned his armor. It seemed that the blacksmith shop had deliberately lined the interior with breathable cotton to counteract the discomfort of the iron plates, making it quite bearable to wear. He leaped slightly, the 10-pound weight pulling down upon him, yet he found it entirely manageable. However, the friction against his wounds was somewhat painful. Su Ming once again secured the weight to his arms. To prevent any slippage, elastic bands encircled the iron plates. At that moment, Tang San approached the table. He picked up the remaining leg weights, testing their heft. 3 pounds. Tang San's expression tightened, his heart filled with astonishment. His surprise did not stem from the weight itself, but rather from Su Ming's total load. Though 3 pounds might not be excessively heavy, the cumulative weight of 4 such plates amounted to 12 pounds. And the armor likely added another 10. Over 20 pounds in total, a third of one's body weight. Such a considerable burden, even when placed upon an adult, would be no trivial matter. Was this fellow truly attempting to strengthen his physique through such means? A chilling wave surged from his spine, creeping upward until it struck the crown of his head. Boom. Tang San's body froze, feeling as though his scalp might burst. Chapter 13. Little Rabbit, are you quite spicy? The human body's strength imposes a temporal limitation on the absorption of soul rings. To assimilate higher-tier soul rings, one must enhance their physical prowess. The only method Su Ming could conceive, albeit rather rudimentary, was weighted training. Only by elevating his bodily strength could he further endeavor to channel energy into his physique, facilitating a more profound transformation. Boss, this armor fits reasonably well. I believe no alterations are necessary. Very well, as long as the young brother is satisfied. Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the dazed Tang San. Although Tang Hao had subjected him to considerable torment, the rewards he reaped were undeniably substantial. In some measure, he had reciprocated Tang Hao's kindness. Su Ming pondered and remarked, Boss, his physical prowess is comparable to that of an adult. His father is also a renowned blacksmith in the surrounding villages. A tiger father begets no dog son. Should he choose to work as a blacksmith here, you would have struck gold. Oh? Shan gazed at Tang San in astonishment, his heart increasingly stirred. Were it anyone else, he might have harbored doubts. However, with Su Ming's words, he felt an unwavering conviction. The determination inherent in Su Ming's character, evident through his weight-bearing training, suggested that he would not stoop to deceit. Carrying over 20 pounds of weight at the tender age of 6, he managed effortlessly, indicating that Su Ming was likely a soul master. With these factors combined, he found no reason for skepticism. Could it be that this individual would assist him? As he watched Su Ming depart, Tang San was engulfed in confusion. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the owner, San, consented to allow him to apprentice at the forge. Consequently, Tang San could only suppress his bewilderment and follow San into the blacksmith shop. Clang, 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 wearing armor weighing over 20 pounds while strolling down the street. Su Ming initially felt no discomfort. Yet, as the friction became increasingly pronounced, a myriad of pains began to tug at the corners of his mouth. Reluctantly, he resorted to taking a short strand from a millennium-old ginseng and placed it in his mouth. A surge of vitality flowed from his mouth to his abdomen, radiating throughout his body, creating an exhilarating tingling sensation that rendered his skin unbearably itchy. Su Ming understood that these wounds were in the process of healing. No matter how intense the itch, he must refrain from scratching. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he made his way to the school cafeteria. Having gone a day and a night without food, his stomach was already in a state of desperate hunger, craving a hearty meal. Meanwhile, in the college office, an unexpected guest arrived. Jang, clad in black and appearing gaunt, wore a furrowed brow, his heart filled with vigilance and confusion. Before him stood a disheveled man enveloped in a cloak. Jang quickly rose, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" The presence of this individual, who had approached silently and exuded no detectable aura, suggested formidable strength. Tang Hao remained silent, removing his cloak to reveal a rugged, weathered visage. Upon seeing this face, Jang's eyes widened in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Why, you are Hao?" His emotion surged, and the despondency in his eyes momentarily transformed into brilliance. His arms trembling with tension. He never anticipated encountering such a figure here, his idol. However, before Jang could articulate his thoughts, Tang Hao interrupted him with a glance. "The past is the past, and need not be revisited. At present, I am merely a blacksmith from the countryside. My former life has no bearing on me, and you need not address me by my old titles." The desolate tone, laced with a hint of finality, brought a pang of sorrow to Jang's heart. Indeed, who could believe that this disheveled middle-aged man was once the unparalleled on Douluo, a genius capable of stifling all others? Jang steadied himself, and though Tang Hao appeared dejected, he could still sense the suppressed turmoil within him. It felt akin to a dormant volcano, seemingly calm on the surface, yet roiling with inner turbulence. "Might I inquire if you seek my assistance, Your Excellency?" Tang Hao's gaze lifted slightly, a flicker of electricity sparkling in his eyes. "Do you recall the 2 children who embarrassed you at the academy gate yesterday?" Jang paused, a realization dawning upon him, and he looked at Tang Hao in shock. That child also bears the surname Tang. Could it be? A tempest of realization surged within Jang. Lawn grass. on hammer. Could that child truly be? Aware that Jang had arrived at a conclusion, Tang Hao did not elaborate further but instead urged, "Both of them are unparalleled talents. I hope you will nurture them. You have longed to prove yourself, have you not?" Jang's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao had entrusted him with such a matter. Truth be told, He had coveted the potential of both children, yet felt helpless. Sigh. Tang San is manageable, but that's Su Ming. His disdainful gaze still feels like a thorn in my heart. Yu Xiaojang's expression turned solemn. Your Excellency. Su Ming is proud and arrogant. He will not be easily swayed. Moreover, he holds his own views on soul masters. I fear. Tang Hao raised a hand, his expression grave. Precisely because of this, I assert that he is an unparalleled genius. To discern the quality of martial souls based solely on the awakening of surrounding soul masters, indicating a potential twin martial soul, such terrifying observational skills and intellect. Do you not find him formidable? His piercing gaze exuded a chilling intensity, and his commanding demeanor instilled a sense of dread. In truth, Tang Hao wished to express that he had never encountered anyone so tenacious and resolute. Such a fervent desire to grow stronger was enough to ensure Su Ming's future was boundless. Yet, even without voicing this, he had already shattered all of Yu Xiaojang's defenses. With a thunderous realization, Yu Xiaojang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his pupils constricting in shock. Your Excellency, are you implying that what he said is correct? Outside, a cold wind swept through the window, rustling the pages of books as if mirroring someone's current state of mind. In stark contrast to the silence of the office, the cafeteria was enveloped in an eerie stillness. It was midday, a time when the cafeteria should have been bustling with activity, yet it was utterly quiet. Were there no students? Quite the opposite. Nearly 100 students filled the space, ranging from newly admitted freshmen to soon-to-graduate seniors. The first floor cafeteria, typically the most mundane, was now packed with students who would usually scoff at dining here. Their wide, astonished eyes were fixated in one direction, as if witnessing a ghost. The sound of swallowing echoing loudly amidst the silence. With a clatter, a bowl slipped from a hand, perfectly nesting into another, creating a precarious stack. There stood Su Ming, spoon in hand, continuously shoveling food into his mouth. His small stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, incapable of being filled. To his right, bowls had already accumulated into a towering stack of 5 or 6. The onlookers gasped in fear, their throats dry with astonishment. Is he even human? One person consuming the equivalent of 7 or 8. My goodness. How terrifying. If it were me, I would probably be sick by now. Hey. How many bowls do you think he can eat? Opposite Su Ming, Xiao Wu and Wang Xing were equally dumbfounded. Xiao Wu, being a 100,000-year soul beast, was somewhat unfazed. However, Wang Xing was trembling even as he exhaled. This is beyond comprehension. One meal equates to 2 days' worth for me. The critical point was that he was still eating. The sounds of mockery and laughter filled his ears. Annoyed, Xiao Wu kicked Wang Sheng, exclaiming, "Why are these people staring at us like that? Wang Sheng, do you have any way to make them leave?" With her chin resting on her palm, she glared fiercely at Su Ming, who was still devouring his food. If it weren't for your status as the dorm leader, we wouldn't even bother with you. And you still expect me to wash your blankets? Dream on. Wang Sheng, stung by her words, returned to reality with a pained expression, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness. If you have any grievances, take it up with the leader. Why pick on me? Yet, upon meeting Xiao Wu's fierce gaze, he immediately forced a smile, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Sister Xiao Wu, many of those around us are upperclassmen. Our strength might not be sufficient to confront them. Noticing the imposing figures on the second floor, Wang Xing felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. Look at those individuals on the second floor. Some of them have already cultivated to become soul masters. They'll likely be competing for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy soon. Given our status as work-study students, it's best we avoid provoking them. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Wang Sheng's fearful demeanor. How do you know we can't win without even having fought yet? It's embarrassing for you as a boy. Wang Xing was offended. If he truly had strength, he wouldn't be willing to be bullied. He advised, if we become soul masters, we wouldn't fear them. But as you can see, even leader Su Ming doesn't possess a soul ring. If we confront them, we will undoubtedly come off worse. Humph. We won't know until we try. With her cheeks puffed in anger, Xiao Wu turned her head away. Although she spoke bravely, she understood deep down that defeating a soul master was a formidable challenge. She felt she wouldn't gain any advantage against them. Once she cultivated her first soul ring, she would surely reclaim her position as the leader. As she glared at Su Ming's pig-like eating, Xiao Wu clenched her fist in frustration. How could she lose to someone like him? Unbeknownst to her, someone had already set their sights on her. Ling Feng, look at that girl. I suspect her martial spirit is a rabbit. A youthful voice, filled with mischief, belonged to an upperclassman on the second floor. The young man, dressed in school uniform, was considerably taller than Wang Xing and his companions, exuding an air of nobility in his confident tone. Beside him stood a slender boy, This girl has a plump face and bright, sparkling eyes. She is indeed charming. What are you thinking? A sly smile crept onto Ling Feng's face, clearly aware of his friend's intentions. Xiao Qunyu returned a knowing glance, a smile playing on his lips. Imagine having such a girl as a pet. It would certainly be entertaining every night. Likewise, Ling Feng replied, eyeing Xiao Wu's alluring features as they descended. However, Xiao Wu, naive as she was, could sense the blatant greed and malice in Xiao Qunyu's gaze, a sensation impossible to overlook. Hey, you're quite bold, he remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest. He relished this type of spirited girl. Xiao Qunyu, do you see someone bothering you? Ling Feng interjected, Wang Xing, this doesn't concern you. If you don't want to get beaten, you should wisely step aside. Wang Xing felt a surge of anger at being so blatantly disregarded, his eyes nearly ablaze. However, recognizing the strength and connections of his adversaries, he chose to swallow his pride and refrain from confrontation. That's more like it, Xiao Qunyu smirked, nodding in satisfaction, his demeanor now more arrogant and dismissive. He then turned his gaze back to Xiao Wu. Junior, I'm the top dog in this school. If you join me, I guarantee you'll enjoy the best of everything here. His previously charming demeanor vanished, replaced by an unmasked greed that belied his youth. You're courting death. Xiao Wu's eyes turned icy. Naturally fiery, she was not one to tolerate such disrespect. She pushed herself up and delivered a swift kick aimed directly at Xiao Qunyu's face. Boom. Both Xiao Qunyu and Ling Feng were taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden aggression. Particularly Xiao Qunyu, who was accustomed to being dominant as the son of the city lord, was utterly unprepared for such audacity from a junior. Incredibly, even though he had already become a battle soul master, Xiao Wu's kick sent him flying. Boss Xiao, Ling Feng exclaimed in shock, rushing to help him up. The onlookers around them were equally stunned. The school's little tyrant had just been struck down by a newly admitted freshman. Suddenly, a throng of Xiao Qunyu's followers surged forward from the crowd, their menacing presence encircling the dining table. This is bad. This is going to be a huge problem. Wang Xing trembled, sprinting out of the cafeteria. He was fleeing, but rather planning to summon reinforcements from the dormitory, with both Su Ming and Xiao Wu involved. They stood no chance against this group of upperclassmen without backup. Ugh. Xiao Qunyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression dark as he pushed Ling Feng away. Standing up on his own. No one had ever dared to strike him since he enrolled. Very well then. Everyone get out of my way. The sharpness of his voice echoed through the space, seeking to reclaim his lost dignity. Make way. His followers promptly obeyed, creating a path for him. That little rabbit has quite a bite. He chuckled sinisterly. I'm going to enjoy you today. A green glow emanated from within him as Xiao Qunyu grinned menacingly. As the green light shimmered, his arm muscles bulged, and sharp claws emerged from his palms, glistening with a menacing sheen. Simultaneously, a wide-edged soul ring materialized beneath his feet, radiating a brilliant white light that bore down on the crowd with an oppressive force. Xiao Qunyu was indeed a first-ring soul master. Chapter 14, The First Battle of the Soul Master, Can't Win? A Rabbit? Spicy? As if discovering the truth of the universe, Su Ming, engrossed in his meal, suddenly looked up with delight and exclaimed, Did the cafeteria serve braised rabbit meat? Oh. The moment those words left his mouth, Xiao Qunyu's demeanor froze, his face a mask of shock. What did you just say? As for Xiao Wu, her eyes blazed with fury, her teeth clenched tightly as she formed fists. At such a moment, how could one still be contemplating rabbit meat? Braised was it? Just wait. I shall roast you instead. An imbecile, emerging from who knows where. Xiao Qunyu pointed his sharp claws at Su Ming, threateningly declaring, Brat, this matter has nothing to do with you. Take your gluttonous self and scram. If you anger me, I shall strike you down as well. Grandfather? Strike me down too? Su Ming, having just regained his composure, felt his expression darken instantly. The body of a berserker requires an immense amount of sustenance. Having not eaten since last night until noon today, his stomach was in a state of extreme hunger, leaving him no time to pay attention to anything else, hence his ravenous consumption. All he desired was a hearty meal. Being interrupted was one thing, but you should not have spoken out of turn. With piercing eyes radiating fierce intensity, a dark aura enveloped Su Ming as a pitch-black silver-bladed machete materialized in his grasp. Whoosh! Su Ming slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, propelling himself into the air before landing beside Xiao Wu. Bring me back 3 more servings, he demanded. He nudged Xiao Wu aside, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Qunyu, a fierce determination surging within him as if he wished to confront him alone. Xiao Wu's lips twitched in irritation. She twisted Su Ming's arm in exasperation, retorting, What are you talking about? Can you really take him on by yourself? Su Ming remained silent, casting a cold glance at Xiao Wu. His deep gaze bore a flicker of smoldering flame, though merely a flicker. It sent chills of cold sweat down Xiao Wu's spine. She vaguely perceived a blaze of crimson, reminiscent of the fiery woods, seemingly inextinguishable, with flames continuously surging forth from the depths of the earth. Realizing that Su Ming was truly enraged, Xiao Wu dared not act recklessly and obediently made her way to the cafeteria window. Noticing that Xiao Wu did not flee, Xiao Qinyu slowly approached Su Ming, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Kid, are you prepared to stand up for her?" A sharp, scraping sound echoed as his claws raked across the wooden table, leaving behind several deep gouges, a testament to the wolf's razor-sharp talons. Xiao Qinyu's expression was icy and malevolent, not merely incensed by the prior altercation, but also irked by the fact that the pet he coveted was so readily obedient to another man's commands. Particularly, the disdainful disregard Su Ming exhibited towards him stirred within him a profound discontent. Su Ming slowly raised the axe, indifferently pointing it at Xiao Qinyu, and impatiently remarked, "I have little fondness for those who chatter excessively. Since you are a soul master, you should understand that the world of soul masters speaks solely through strength." A chilling aura enveloped him, causing Xiao Qinyu's heart to constrict and an unexpected shiver to run through his body. How could he, a wielder of the wolf spirit, feel cold? The sensation was unmistakable. Despite his inner alarm, he maintained his brazen demeanor. "Indeed, strength is paramount for a soul master. If I emerge victorious, not only will she become my servant, but you shall also kneel and offer a respectful bow. What say you?" His gaze, filled with provocation, was fixed upon Su Ming, his expression brimming with arrogance. He was not merely boastful, he had noticed that Su Ming bore no soul rings. Without a soul ring, no matter how formidable, she could not possibly surpass him, a first-ring soul master. Victory was assuredly his. However, upon hearing his boast, Su Ming shook her head in discontent. Just as Xiao Qinyu thought she was intimidated and prepared to continue his taunts, she calmly spoke, her voice steady. "I have no authority over her matters, nor do I need to make any promises on her behalf. Defeating you will reveal the truth. A dog does not bark at its master." How audacious! Not only did Xiao Qinyu freeze in shock, but the onlookers were equally astonished. How dare you? Did she truly believe she could triumph over a first-ring soul master? Very well, very well. The azure energy swirled around him as Xiao Qinyu, eyes shut, erupted into a maniacal laughter, gritting his teeth and exclaiming thrice, "Well." In the next moment, his eyes slowly opened, fierce determination surging within. He bellowed, "Clear the tables. Today, I shall teach this brat a lesson." Veins bulged on his forehead, his inner fury ablaze. As a senior, he had never before been so openly challenged by a junior. If he failed to subdue Su Ming, he would have no place left in the academy. His followers promptly obeyed, swiftly moving the surrounding tables aside, creating a vast space centered around the two combatants. The atmosphere crackled with tension. "Hey, if you can't handle him alone, let's all join forces. We'll make sure he submits completely," whispered Xiao Wu. Having just returned her meal, perhaps due to the cafeteria lady's spirited demeanor, neglecting to collect the payment for the food. "Hold on to your food." Su Ming cast her a sidelong glance. The mere 4 words ignited a smoldering fury within Xiao Wu, who felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the bowl in her hand. How dare he be so ungrateful? It served him right to be beaten. Xiao Wu shot him an indignant look, too exasperated to engage further. The student cafeteria was connected to the teacher's dining area, and the commotion drew the attention of several instructors. Strangely, not a single teacher intervened. It was as though an unspoken understanding prevailed among them, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. The academy indeed forbade private duels, especially in the sanctity of the cafeteria. Yet, this particular incident was undeniably captivating. Su Ming also became aware of this, growing increasingly unrestrained. The system designated the task direction as the school's authority. Beep. System data collection in progress. Host, please commence your efforts. Whoosh. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and unwilling to squander time, he surged forward in an instant. The air shattered with a thunderous crack as the machete in his hand transformed into a crescent moon, sweeping through the space. A splendid challenge. Xiao Qinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged headlong into the fray. The metallic claws in his grasp were raised high, poised to deliver a forceful blow. Determined to shred Su Ming to pieces, the sharp clang of metal reverberated through the cafeteria. As the machete and claws collided, sparks flew from the point of contact. Their clash was a spectacle of power. Yet, despite Su Ming's grave expression, Xiao Qinyu appeared more at ease. No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed his strength was formidable. But he had forgotten, "I am a soul master." A sinister grin flashed across his face, radiating overwhelming confidence as he flexed his arm. unleashing a surge of power. Being a soul master meant possessing a soul ring, and the enhanced strength it conferred was not something an ordinary person could rival. Boom. The explosive force sent Su Ming reeling back 5 or 6 meters, causing a tremor in his right hand that wielded the machete. Su Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that despite his arm strength exceeding 100 pounds, he was still unable to contend with Xiao Qinyu. Based on their earlier clash, if this fellow unleashed his full power, the force would likely reach 300 pounds. Such an immense strength was beyond Su Ming's current capacity to withstand. However, what had just transpired was merely a preliminary test of strength. The true spectacle was only beginning. Chapter 15. Overcoming a soul master beyond his level, the Academy's leader. With a swift motion, Xiao Qinyu sent Su Ming staggering back but chose not to pursue the advantage. Instead, he stood before the onlookers, striking a pose with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Young man, do you now comprehend the terrifying power of a soul master? I advise you to concede and surrender, lest you bring suffering upon yourself. Speak too much, and you risk an untimely demise." Su Ming coldly cast aside a remark and launched another attack. "You truly do not know your place." Xiao Qinyu snorted disdainfully, his hands poised and ready, preparing to confront Su Ming head-on. "No matter how many times you try, my strength will always surpass yours." Observing Su Ming's unrepentant demeanor as he continued to engage directly, Xiao Qinyu's heart was filled with a chilling mirth. He exerted even more force in his arms, his sharp claws aimed to rend Su Ming's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the anticipated sound of impact did not resonate. Panic surged within Xiao Qinyu as he beheld Su Ming deftly slipping beneath his arm, his expression darkening instantly. "Do you truly believe I am fool enough to engage in a direct confrontation with you?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's mouth as he exerted force with the machete pressed against his arm, aware of his disadvantage in strength. Su Ming had no intention of confronting Xiao Qinyu head-on. That would be an evident folly. Thus, just before the machete clashed with Xiao Qinyu's sharp claws, Su Ming deftly rotated the blade 180 degrees. As a result, Xiao Qinyu's claws inevitably missed their mark. In that instant, the machete in Su Ming's arm had fused into one. The sensation was akin to Su Ming's elbow sprouting a vicious barb, ruthlessly plunging toward Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. The impact of the machete struck with a flurry of sparks. Su Ming glided across the ground with an elegance reminiscent of a figure skater. Coming to a halt, the two stood with their backs to each other, the atmosphere thick with silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the crimson stain on Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. How could this be possible? Ling Feng's eyes bulged as he discerned the vivid red from the torn fabric of Xiao Qinyu's clothing. Xiao Qinyu had sustained an injury. Could it truly be that this formidable opponent had bested him? Remarkable indeed, a spirit master of rank 2 had bested one of rank 1. Had this young man possessed a spirit ring, the outcome would have been all but assured. What kind of martial spirit did he wield with that crude blade? It was astonishing. Xiao Qinyu had been caught off guard. What was once presumed to be a one-sided dominance now appeared to tilt in the young man's favor. The onlookers rubbed their eyes, fearing they might be mistaken. Even Xiao's gaze bore a sense of shock, her instincts telling her that he was utterly transformed from the day before. "I have been injured." Gazing at the crimson stains upon his palm, Xiao Qinyu's pupils constricted as he fell into a daze. Just moments ago, he had summoned his spirit power to shield his chest. Yet, even with such defense, he had been unable to withstand the onslaught. Little did he know that even Tang San's Zuanyu hand had been pierced by Su Ming's assault. As a spirit master, how could his abdomen, no matter how fortified, withstand the force of iron? "You fool, you court death." A surge of azure light erupted forth. Xiao Qinyu's visage contorted in fury, his once clear eyes now tainted with blood. To be wounded by an ordinary person was an affront to his honor. The mocking gazes of those around him, coupled with the pain in his abdomen, trampled upon his pride. Like an enraged lion, he was on the brink of a furious rampage. With a swift motion, he charged forward, his twin blades slicing through the air like a ravenous wolf lunging for its prey. The winds howled as he moved, his speed now surpassing that of moments prior. Su Ming advanced rather than retreated, his body bending at an angle as he began to spin wildly. The hatchet in his hand melded with his form, transforming into a piercing gyroscope. With a resounding clang, the force unleashed by his rapid rotation was so formidable that even Xiao Qinyu's full force strike was repelled. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted forth from the whirl. The hatchet, which had been held behind his back, morphed into a black longsword, thrusting directly towards Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. A glint of cold light preceded it, followed by the swift emergence of the blade. Having battled Tang Hao, Su Ming had already mastered the art of adaptability, emphasizing the unpredictability of his techniques, swift, fierce, and precise. Only in this manner could he swiftly seize upon the vulnerabilities exposed by his adversary. Faced with Su Ming's sudden assault, Xiao Qinyu was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms defensively to deflect the incoming strike. A primal roar erupted from him, a visceral expression of his frustration and fury. With a powerful heave, he thrust Su Ming back, fueled by his deep-seated enmity. Glaring at Su Ming, Xiao Qinyu ground his teeth, an icy murderous intent surging within him. With a thunderous boom, radiant white light erupted as his leg muscles bulged, then contracted tightly, the sinewy strength coiling around his thighs. Merely observing from a distance, one could sense the terrifying explosive power contained within those legs. Whoosh! Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly positioned the machete before him. To his astonishment, Xiao Qinyu, who had been 5 meters away, now stood directly beside him. His first soul skill was not an enhancement of strength, but rather a remarkable increase in speed. The clash of metal resonated with a deafening sound. Su Ming felt an abrupt heaviness in his arm, instantly being repelled by the terrifying force unleashed by Xiao Qinyu. Strangely, it seemed as though Su Ming had anticipated this moment. His blade grazed the ground as he slid diagonally through the air. Boom! Su Mingfei executed a swift retreat. And as his right foot made contact with the ground, an immense force erupted from his body, causing the cafeteria floor to crack under the pressure. Yet, despite the ferocious onslaught, Su Ming stood tall and unperturbed. How could you possibly be unscathed? Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if lost in a dream. The power behind his strike was sufficient to shatter mountains and stones, far beyond what Su Ming should have been able to withstand. From the very beginning, he had gauged Su Ming's strength, but what unfolded before him now was utterly bewildering. If this is all the strength you possess, I'm afraid you are destined to lose. With a swift motion, Su Ming hurled the machete, sending it hurtling through the air towards Xiao Qinyu. The weapon spirit master had cast aside his own spirit. Was he truly prepared to engage in combat unarmed? Xiao Qinyu was puzzled, as the machete's velocity was rather lackluster. With a mere flick of his palm, he effortlessly deflected the blade. As the machete soared into the sky, a figure awaited below. With a powerful push from his calves, he leapt into the air, gripping the machete tightly. Like a shooting star, Su Ming descended upon Xiao Qinyu with tremendous force. Ha! I knew you had a trick up your sleeve, but what can your strength do against me? Xiao Qinyu, in a fit of fury, chose not to utilize his first soul skill to evade. He was confident that he could withstand Su Ming's onslaught with sheer power, and once he was within range, he would counterattack. A thunderous clash resonated, shaking the very utensils on the table. I told you, your strength is futile against me. A scornful smile curled at the corners of Xiao Qinyu's mouth, as if he had Su Ming completely under his control. Oh, is that so? A chilling laugh, reminiscent of a devil's, echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down Xiao Qinyu's spine. He lifted his gaze to meet the mocking eyes of his opponent. Before Xiao Qinyu could utter a word, an overwhelming force struck down once more. Boom! The weight of the blow caused Xiao Qinyu's complexion to drastically change, his arm trembling uncontrollably as fear finally gripped him. Boom! Su Ming delivered another crushing strike. The force was identical, yet the impact was entirely different this time. Upon contact, Xiao Qinyu's arm buckled, the blow crashing down with tremendous weight. There was nothing left to shield his chest. He had lost. In the cafeteria, a collective thought surged through everyone's mind. Not only Su Ming, but even any of them could easily triumph over the defenseless Xiao Qinyu in this moment. As expected, with a resounding crash, Su Ming's full-force kick sent Xiao Qinyu hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Qinyu, still intent on rising despite the pain, found himself confronted by a machete that soared through the air, embedding itself in the ground with a sharp thud. A chill ran through his body as he realized the blade's edge was scarcely an inch from his throat. Had he moved even slightly faster, he would have met a gruesome fate. The thought of near death sent a wave of panic through him, and in a moment of sheer terror, he fainted, his head lolling to the side. Su Ming, is this really all you can muster? How timid. Su Ming curled his lip, his piercing gaze sweeping over the surroundings, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Qinyu, thus becoming the leader of the Junior Soul Master Academy. You have triumphed in a challenge beyond your level and are rewarded with a piece of Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 6 points for soul enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an increase in strength by 2, defense by 2, and mental power by 2. What a generous reward, Su Ming thought with delight as he hastily checked the system. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, Chopper, quality yellow. 35500, already added. Special constitution, berserker body. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill. Golden crow blade technique. Items in possession. Xian Shui pill, Millennium ginseng, multifunctional boots, Millennium snow wolf meat. Appendix. Current physical attributes strength, 14. Defense, 12. Mental power, 15. Noticing the changes in his physical attributes, Su Ming clenched his fist. Although the increase felt slight, he could distinctly sense a boost in his strength. The berserker body seemed to be effective. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the excitement on Su Ming's face suddenly froze. Just moments ago, he had felt comfortably full. Yet now he sensed a pang of hunger creeping in. This berserker body appears to be developing in a rather gluttonous direction, he mused with a sigh. Casting a glance at the fallen Xiao, Su Ming retracted his chopper martial soul. He approached and took a bowl and chopsticks from Xiao's hands. Savoring a hearty mouthful of noodles, his expression remained unperturbed, as if nothing of significance had transpired. Did you pay? No, I haven't, Xiao Wu replied, her tone tentative, her pink and colorful eyes trembling slightly. No money? Aha. I don't have any money either. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should be used to settle the debt? Su Ming remained silent and directed his gaze towards Ling Feng, who was closest to him. Did you bring the money? He inquired. Ling Feng, startled, quickly regained his composure and looked at Su Ming, his legs trembling like cotton. Su Ming furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Are you deaf? I asked if you brought any money. The command resonated like a death knell, causing cold sweat to cascade down Ling Feng's back. I brought it. He stammered, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Ling Feng's forehead glistened with perspiration as he trembled, emptying his pockets of all the coins he possessed. What are you all standing there for? Haven't you heard that the boss needs money? Seeing his subordinates' obliviousness, Ling Feng scolded them sharply. If you want to get beaten, just say so. But don't drag me down with you. Oh, I have some too. Boss, this is my tribute to you. One by one, the group complied, dutifully extracting their coins from their pockets. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of coins began to form on the table. Shadow was already out of the picture, while Su Ming stood resolute. The world has changed. So much money. Gazed at the shimmering coins on the table. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Having arrived in the human realm, she found herself with not a single cent to her name. Earning money this way is astonishingly swift. Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze, she turned her attention to the bystanders, a dangerous glint of greed flickering in her eyes. In the human world, strength is paramount. It must be the way, right? Boss, the food on the second floor is excellent. How about I treat you to a meal up there? What do you mean you treat? ISNT your money the boss's? Exactly. What's yours and mine? The boss hasn't spoken yet, and you dare to claim you'll treat. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. He then ascended the stairs to the second floor. What on earth transpired? Wang Sheng, who had summoned reinforcements, watched in a daze as Su Ming was surrounded by sycophants on his way up. Some individuals tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, directing his gaze towards the prostrate Xiao Qinyu, and a sudden thrill surged within them. Could it be that the boss had triumphed? Wang Sheng's heart raced as he hurried to Xiao Wu's side. Sister Xiao Wu, what exactly happened? Seemingly unenthused, Xiao Wu pouted in disappointment. I thought you had fled the scene. By the time you all arrived, he had already resolved the conflict. What use were you then? Sigh, given the current situation, I doubt I could even match him with my soul ring. He appears to possess innate, full soul power. It's over. I'll be relegated to second place for the rest of my life. In stark contrast to Xiao Wu's despondency, Wang Sheng radiated exuberance. The boss actually defeated Xiao Qinyu. My goodness. He is a soul master. Wang Sheng clenched his fists tightly, striding confidently towards the second floor. As the boss's foremost supporter, it was imperative that he remain by his side. The onlookers gradually dispersed, their minds lingering in a state of awe over the battle they had just witnessed. A mere ordinary had managed to vanquish a soul master? Such an unfathomable event had indeed unfolded before their eyes. Yes, Xiao Qinyu had lost. The academy had welcomed a new, even more formidable leader. What terrifying prowess! On the second floor balcony, Jang, who had observed the entire confrontation, felt a surge of inspiration. No wonder he could attract such attention. It must be said that Su Ming's combat capabilities were indeed formidable, with a dual martial soul genius alongside a prodigy. If they were to combine their strengths, yes, his theories would surely be validated. If they failed, it would only prove his hypotheses wrong. The opportunity to make a name across the continent was right before him. With this thought, Xiao Zhang's heart ignited with fervor. He gazed intently towards the second floor, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He needed to find an opportunity to converse with them. Behind him, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 16. Xiao Wu, I will avenge you. Boss, you have no idea. Now the upperclassmen look at us differently. Hiki, there's a saying about keeping your tail between your legs. And those who once held their heads high are now humbled. It's utterly delightful. I must say, our boss is impressive. Even Xiao Qinyu is easily subdued. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Returning to the dormitory, the incessant chatter filled the air. Wang Xing and the others were flushed with excitement, oblivious to the fact that it seemed as if they had been the ones to defeat Xiao Qinyu. After changing out of his school uniform, Su Ming donned his usual attire, and immediately, all chatter ceased. The once admiring Wang Xing and his companions stared in astonishment. Even Xiao Wu, who had just returned, stood frozen in place. Just now, was that armor adorning Su Ming? It appeared heavy and substantial. My goodness! Did he fight Xiao Qinyu while wearing that? Wang Sheng felt a chill run down his spine as he asked in shock. Boss, what are you wearing? Su Ming offered no explanation, merely casting a cold glance. Wang Sheng immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. After changing his clothes, as Su Ming exited the dormitory, he began to swing his limbs, seemingly engaging in warm-up exercises. Inside the dorm, the others were left to speculate incessantly, their hearts racing with increasing trepidation. The system urged him to diligently strengthen his physique through running. In comparison to the training volumes recorded for the core soul master disciples of the three sects over the course of a month, he was determined to surpass their efforts. Beep. The system notified him that data collection was underway and prompted him to commence his endeavors. Heeding the system's reminder, Su Ming began to jog at a leisurely pace. He did not prioritize speed. His expression was somewhat relaxed, as if he were acclimating to the burden he bore. The time frame was set at 1 month rather than the previous week, as a longer duration promised more substantial rewards. Although Su Ming had acquired 6 stars last time, the outcome had been merely a standard technique for lightness and movement. Thus, he was now acutely aware of the system's admonition against a lackadaisical approach to training. A week was merely the minimum threshold for assessment. Temporary workers and seasoned employees could hardly expect equivalent treatment. Having arrived at the academy, Su Ming naturally aimed for long-term development, given the extensive learning time ahead. At noon, the scorching sun blazed like a relentless fireball, exuberantly unleashing its fervor. The playground was modest, measuring just over 400 meters. After completing 5 laps, Su Ming felt his body beginning to heat up. This was not due to his physical condition, which was far from inadequate. Rather, the heat was amplified by the sun's rays, the most potent source of warmth. He pondered briefly about the existence of constant temperature metals but quickly dismissed the thought. While running, he remained acutely aware of his body's responses, vigilant against overheating or physical exhaustion. The exercise was a crucial phase in adapting his physical capabilities from 1.0 to 2.0, without recovery pills. Su Ming could not afford to push himself recklessly as he had in the past. The sun blazed fiercely, and heat waves rippled through the air. On the playground, Su Ming, standing at a mere 120 centimeters tall, relentlessly ran beneath the blazing sun. His petite figure seemed inconsequential in the vast, empty expanse of the field, evoking a sense of fragility that suggested he might collapse at any moment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he continued to run, perpetually cycling through countless seconds, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring tableau. His solitary silhouette, stubborn and resolute, resembled a general wielding a sword, fighting valiantly on the battlefield, determined to prevail against all odds. Those witnessing this scene could not help but feel moved. Eventually, Su Ming slowed from his previously steady pace, transforming from a vigorous youth into a weary elder. Labored breaths escaped his throat and nostrils as he greedily inhaled the oxygen in the air. The weight of the over 20 pounds of armor felt like an unbearable encumbrance, and he wished he could shed it immediately. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, the salty taste exploding in his mouth, while Su Ming incessantly swallowed, his legs trembling violently from the intense strain. The vigorous exercise led to oxygen deprivation, causing lactic acid to accumulate in his body without the means to dissipate it. Su Ming understood that in order for his body to gradually acclimatize to this situation, the sensation of pain would eventually dissipate. The so-called pain experienced by the body arises when the threshold of endurance is surpassed, compelling the nerves to transmit signals to the brain. Yet, if that threshold were to be infinitely elevated, Would it imply an ability to disregard pain entirely? Lost in such musings, and with his mind wandering, Su Ming halted his steps. He bent over, sweat pouring down like rain, tears dripping to the ground, only to be swiftly evaporated, leaving behind a faint trace. 16 laps. Less than 7,000 meters. This was the extent of Su Ming's capacity at present. This distance was barely a third of what he had covered during his previous run from Dian Village to Nottingham City. It was not merely exhaustion that plagued him. More critically, his body was unable to dissipate heat, for on that earlier occasion, he had arrived in Nottingham City in the early morning. Now, he had not yet reached the point of collapse, dragging his leaden legs, akin to weights of 1,000 pounds. Su Ming made his way to a nearby railing to sit down. Dappled light filtered through the leaves, mingling with the incessant chirping of cicadas. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept past, providing him with a sudden sense of coolness. Hey, are you all right in the head? You're already at the top of the academy. Is there really a need to push yourself so hard? A soft thud resonated as a delicate voice reached Su Ming's ears. Without needing to look, he already knew who it was. Here, you may tire yourself to death, but we certainly do not wish to face retribution from the upperclassmen. Xiao Wu handed him a cup of water, her brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and concern. As Su Ming commenced her run, she approached, yet as time elapsed, her inner turmoil only deepened. Su Ming is undeniably impressive, surrounded by underlings who are exceedingly wealthy, utterly untroubled by the necessities of life, evoking her envy. Indeed, given such circumstances, how delightful it would be to lounge in the dormitory during the afternoon, indulging in a leisurely stroll through the streets. Yet, he insists on exercising under the blazing sun on the playground. He is truly an oddity. Su Ming, unreserved, took the water and drank it in one gulp, not allowing a single drop to escape. The icy stream coursed down his parched throat, eliciting an involuntary moan of pleasure, such bliss. Yet, with his throat still dry, Su Ming yearned for more. Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose, rolled her eyes, and remarked, "Shall I fetch you a bucket of water?" "I would be most grateful," he replied. Su Ming's eyes brightened as he gestured for someone to hurry over. Observing this, Xiao Wu clenched her fists in agitation, feeling indignant within. Did he truly regard her as a mere servant? Despite her frustration, her teeth gritted in anger. She chose not to leave, but instead cast a meaningful glance at a nearby comrade. If he thought he could command her, he was sorely mistaken. One day, I shall have him calling me boss. Humph. Hey, do you have an enemy? Her eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity as she thumped her chest with a sense of righteousness, declaring, "Rest assured, considering you came to my aid in the cafeteria, I will undoubtedly help you seek vengeance when the time comes." What do you say? Enemies? Revenge? Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. Even Oscar owes you a screenwriting award. Chapter 17. The distinction between humans and soul beasts. Hey, what was that look you just gave me? Am I wrong? She exclaimed. If there is no deep-seated enmity, why are you training so diligently, wearing armor as if you're courting death? Her smooth, slender legs swung restlessly as Xiao Wu propped herself on the steps, pouting while scrutinizing Su Ming beside her. After transforming for so long, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most peculiar human she had encountered. From her observations, humans tend to revel in their accolades, often becoming complacent, lazy, and boastful. Yet Su Ming, having ascended to the position of academy leader, showed no signs of arrogance, let alone indulgence. Instead, he seemed to be toiling under the scorching sun, seeking hardship. Not striving for improvement? Is he content to remain an ordinary person for life? A self-deprecating smile graced Su Ming's lips. Xiao Wu, having transformed after 100,000 years of existence, cultivated in a manner entirely distinct from humans. The longer they lived, the higher their cultivation. However, the same could not be said for humans. Considering the recent kindness of sharing a drink, Su Ming, enjoying a moment of respite, did not mind engaging in conversation. He inquired with a hint of profundity, Xiao Wu, do you truly comprehend the distinction between a tidal Douluo and a 100,000-year soul beast? Her delicate visage shifted momentarily before returning to its usual composure. After a feigned contemplation, Xiao Wu replied, certainly. There exists a difference between a 100,000-year soul beast and a tidal Douluo. One is a soul beast, the other a human. However, a 100,000-year soul beast is undoubtedly far more formidable. If it were not for the cunning and schemes of humans, how could we possibly stand a chance against a 100,000-year soul beast in a fair fight? As she concluded her statement, a mischievous smile curled upon her rosy lips. Her eyes ignited with a flicker of indignation, while her fingers clutched the stone slab tightly in a gesture of deep-seated resentment. clearing his throat softly. Su Ming's gentle cough jolted Xiao Wu back to her senses. With a glint of coldness in her gaze, she retorted, "No wonder something feels amiss with you. Why do you ask such questions?" "Just a casual conversation," came his reply. Su Ming replied nonchalantly before continuing to express his views. "To be frank, 100,000-year soul beast and a titled Douluo are quite comparable. Both exist at the pinnacle of their respective realms. Although the means by which soul beasts continue to cultivate after reaching 100,000 years remains a mystery, the challenges they face are undoubtedly immense. Similarly, for soul masters, attaining the rank of titled Douluo is fraught with difficulty, and should a human fail to reach this rank within a century, they are destined to become merely a mound of earth. The stark contrast between 100,000 years and a mere century raises the question of why such a disparity exists. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed momentarily as if she grasped a crucial insight. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly lifted her head and asserted, "It is undoubtedly because humans are more suited for cultivation. Since transforming into a human, she had perceived a significantly accelerated pace of cultivation, far surpassing that of soul beasts." Yet, upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head, seemingly unconvinced. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with indignation, questioning, "Do you think what I said is incorrect?" Su Ming continued to shake his head, asserting that this was not the case. Indeed, humans are more suited for cultivation, yet soul beasts also possess high-level bloodline connections. I have heard that a high-level soul beast requires merely 10,000 years to be comparable to a soul beast that has cultivated for 100,000 years. However, even so, this particular soul beast must still undergo 10,000 years of cultivation. Do you not find that peculiar? Xiao Wu, exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted without mercy, "Are you not implying that humans are still more suited for cultivation?" Su Ming did not refute, for he indeed harbored that sentiment. Yet what he truly wished to convey was something entirely different. Humans are indeed suited for cultivation, but have you ever pondered why this is the case? With her delicate lips slightly parted, Xiao Wu found herself at a loss for words, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed intently at Su Ming. In that moment, her eyes were focused, free of any mischievousness, and her demeanor appeared solemn. "I believe there are primarily two aspects to consider." After a brief pause, Su Ming continued. "First, the human form is nearly perfect. Humans possess the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, especially the latter, which enables one to discern right from wrong and engage in profound self-reflection. In contrast, soul beasts operate on instinct, relying solely on their primal instincts to hunt for sustenance. They can only navigate their surroundings through basic subconscious judgments. The so-called cunning of humans that you referred to earlier stems from the stark disparity in cognitive levels between the two. Therefore, are you implying that soul beasts are rather dim-witted?" His voice ebbed and flowed with varying intensity. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a cold light, as if she were on the verge of lunging at Su Ming for a vigorous reprimand. Su Ming exhibited no fear, gazing directly into her eyes. "Do you dare to assert that the intelligence of a 100,000-year soul beast surpasses that of a 20-year-old human?" Xiao Wu was instantly engulfed by a surge of anger. Her hand was raised high, yet she felt an invisible force preventing it from descending. Ultimately, Xiao Wu lowered her head, her eyes dimmed, and a poignant sorrow enveloped her heart, leaving her with an unpleasant sensation. She recognized the truth in Su Ming's words, for her mother had been deceived by a human. Soul beasts are, by far, far more innocent than humans. Noticing the shift in Xiao Wu's emotions, Su Ming's gaze softened slightly as he continued, "As for the second point, which is the crux of my argument, humans possess consciousness, enabling them to comprehend their direction and understand the efforts they must exert. In contrast, soul beasts only acquire consciousness after 10,000 years, and even then, it is exceedingly rudimentary. We began our studies at the Academy at the age of 6. A 100,000-year soul beast may only now be at a comparable cognitive level to ours. If soul beasts were to commence their cultivation at the age of 6, I am certain they would surpass us humans in prowess." Su Ming's eyes sparkled with a resolute conviction in his judgment. Thunder rumbled. Gazing into Su Ming's bright and clear eyes, Xiao Wu felt a tremor within her soul, as if it were swaying. In the depths of his gaze, she discerned an essence unattainable by soul beasts: enlightenment. Indeed, the wisdom of humanity has determined the heights they can achieve. These attributes are largely absent in most soul beasts. In essence, humanity holds a distinct advantage for two primary reasons: the awareness of the direction in which they must strive and their relentless pursuit of that goal. My martial spirit, the woodcutter's axe, is merely an ordinary one. Hence, To stand out in the realm of humanity, I must exert greater effort than all others. Su Ming leaned in slightly closer and whispered a reminder. Now that you have entered human society, you must abide by the laws of the human world. If you wish to break free from your constraints, do you intend to do so in this manner? Boom. Xiao felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being bristling with alarm as she gazed in horror at the profile of Su Ming. Her identity as a soul beast, existing for 100,000 years, had been unveiled. Do not even think of making a move. You are no match for me now. Su Ming restrained the frightened Xiao Wu, kindly advising her. I actually think you are quite splendid right now. After all, as one of the few humans you know in the academy, should you ever find yourself in peril, you could indeed offer me as a sacrifice. Rest assured, my soul ring will forever remain for you. No sooner had he spoken than he withdrew, leaving Xiao Wu in a stupor, her mind buzzing with confusion. Had her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast been revealed? How could this be possible? After a moment, the realization struck her, and she became frantic. Sacrifice? Soul ring? How dare you? In a fit of rage, she hurled a stone in the direction Su Ming had departed. You fiend, don't even think about it, she bellowed, her eyes aflame with indignation, her chest heaving with fury, resembling an irate rabbit. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might notice her once steady legs were now trembling slightly. Imagining Xiao Wu's current state, Su Ming wore a playful smile as he made his way back to the dormitory. Although it might have appeared as a mischievous grin, paired with her adorable visage, it came across as endearingly impish. Was he attempting to enlighten Xiao Wu? Perhaps. However, what truly occupied his thoughts were her soul ring and soul bone, which possessed abilities akin to divine techniques. His intention to remind Xiao Wu stemmed from psychological considerations. The thoughts of soul beasts are not dissimilar to those of humans, subtly deepening their perceptions over time. Particularly during memorable moments, thoughts can become increasingly profound, leading one towards their destined path. A simple example would be the childhood jest of predicting future marriages. Upon reuniting in adulthood, one's subconscious may whimsically attribute it to fate. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. This was the effect Su Ming sought. He would never relinquish the 100,000-year soul bone and soul ring to another. After resting for 2 hours in the dormitory, Su Ming prepared dinner and set out once more, his destination still the academy's rear mountain. He had not seen Xiao Wu since awakening in the afternoon, uncertain whether she was deliberately avoiding him. Yet, he was confident she would not flee. Rabbits, after all, are creatures of intense curiosity. Having traversed here, he had once accompanied his grandfather, Blin, to catch rabbits in the mountains, so he was certain of this. With calm determination, Su Ming's small yet resolute figure swiftly crossed the campus towards the rear mountain. Observing this scene, a boy behind him furrowed his brow. What was this fellow doing in the rear mountain? Though clad in a school uniform, the boy appeared grimy and disheveled, as though he had just emerged from a woodpile. Yet, his amber eyes shone with remarkable clarity, occasionally flickering with an unsettling purple aura. Abandoning his plans to head to the cafeteria, the boy followed the direction Su Ming had taken, intent on uncovering the mystery. As he traversed the uneven path of the hillside, Su Ming sensed something amiss and glanced back. Someone was trailing him. Su Ming squinted his eyes, although the area behind him appeared utterly still. His intuition would not mislead him. Without a doubt, someone was there. Yet, they did not seem to possess exceptional skills. Remaining cautious, Su Ming continued onward. After traversing a short distance, he entered a low-lying canyon. The terrain was level, and the temperature at night was conducive, as Su Ming had practiced here the previous evening. With a sharp crack, he struck his arm, effortlessly snapping a withered branch. Subsequently, he wielded the makeshift staff and commenced his training in the Golden Crow sword technique amidst the woods. As Su Ming's condition improved, his speed of execution increased, and the staff created a fierce friction against the air. Just as the rustling sounds began to emerge, a gust of wind surged forth, battering the surrounding low shrubs incessantly. Ah, so you were practicing your swordplay here at night. From within the thicket, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Su Ming, their gaze flickering with contemplation. The observer was none other than Tang San, who had been trailing him. He had not anticipated uncovering such a significant secret. No wonder someone had not returned home last night. It was due to this. Tang San's eyes sparkled with a mixture of intrigue and growing seriousness. Given that Su Ming had only visited the blacksmith shop to retrieve his weighted armor around noon, it was highly plausible that he had been training here throughout the night. This situation bore a striking resemblance to his previous training atop the mountain. This was troubling. If he had been laboring through the night, the gap between them would undoubtedly widen. A heavy atmosphere enveloped Tang San's heart, and he finally felt an unprecedented pressure, even more intense than the sense of crisis he experienced when Su Ming had defeated him the day before. With the advantages of the Tang sect's techniques and his dual martial souls, he was confident he could best Su Ming in the future. However, witnessing Su Ming's relentless dedication to his training now instilled doubt within Tang San, causing his confidence to waver. He was innately endowed with full soul power and seemingly possessed insight into soul power cultivation. I have practiced the Xiantian treasure record, but I lack advantages in speed and strength. He reflected that their previous training had been evenly matched. He had been practicing the Xiantian technique for over 2 years now. Tang San's brow furrowed deeper, and unease settled within him. After 2 years of cultivation, he had only reached this level, while Su Ming had only been training for a month. Could it be that he had trained for just a month? A chill crept into Tang San's heart as he gripped a branch, which turned an alabaster hue under his pressure, snapping it with a sharp crack in the tranquil forest, like a flashlight bursting forth in darkness, illuminating everything. This is not good. Tang San quickly regained his focus, extending his hand forward, firmly grasping a bolt of withered wood. I thought I was being followed, but it turns out to be you. Su Ming smiled and clapped his hands, appearing quite amicable towards the experienced infant before him. I happened to notice you coming to the back mountain and feeling concerned. I followed to check on you. Aware of his exposure, Tang San ceased his concealment and stepped forward with grace. His expression bore no trace of embarrassment. He stood confidently, though what thoughts occupied his mind were perhaps known only to him. Concerned? Following me? As long as you do not aim your hidden arrow at me, I shall consider myself fortunate. Su Ming internally chuckled, raising an eyebrow as he reminded, Hey, it seems you ought to address me as boss. Dante, you think? What is the matter? Can't you handle defeat? Just as Tang San was about to speak, Su Ming swiftly retorted, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. How could he possibly be unable to accept defeat? If he lost, he would naturally take responsibility. Boss, is that satisfactory now? The term boss was laden with emphasis, and Tang San's eyes widened, revealing his unwillingness. His hands clenched in a vow to seek revenge. That's more like it. Being the protagonist's boss seemed rather splendid. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction before waving his hand dismissively. If there's nothing else, you may as well return. There's no need to disturb my cultivation here. If you encounter Xiao, do let her know I'm here. Return? Tang San's expression was impassive, yet his gaze bore a provocative undertone. This was the Academy's back mountain. Was he, as a student of the Academy, not permitted to cultivate here? Su Ming was immediately amused by Tang San's playful arrogance. Do you still wish to cultivate here? Given your current physical condition, it would be a challenge even to stand, let alone practice. Humph. Tang San let out a cold snort but did not retort. Indeed, his physical state was quite poor at the moment. However, that did not imply he should simply return to rest. Finding a flat area, Tang San sat cross-legged and began to circulate his Xiantian art for cultivation. Su Ming, you have certainly not experienced the harsh realities of society, unaware of the exquisite beauty of modern complacency. Chapter 18, The Xian Shui Pill, Cleansing the Meridians. Su Ming was acutely aware of Tang San's current state. He was teetering on the brink of exhaustion. To continue cultivating in such a condition would yield only futile results. Considering Tang San's formidable attributes as the protagonist, Su Ming chose to disregard him and commenced his own training. The Jin Wu sword technique enables the acquisition of golden power, transforming into the purest form of gold. Only soul masters with such ultimate attributes can ascend to greatness, and Su Ming was determined not to miss this opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jin Wu sword technique, Proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jin Wu sword technique, Proficiency 1. After 3 rounds of the Jin Wu sword technique, Su Ming's soul power was once again depleted, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Glancing at Tang San, Su Ming swiftly darted into the woods. His petite figure seamlessly blended into the night, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Tang San blinked in astonishment, but there was no sign of Su Ming before him. Has he really left? Utilizing the purple extreme demonic eye to survey the forest, Tang San still found no trace of Su Ming, indicating that he had indeed departed. This only deepened his confusion. Could it be that he was overthinking? Furrowing his brow, Tang San realized he had only been here for a short while, yet Su Ming had already vanished. Overcome by fatigue, he felt an overwhelming urge to close his eyes and rest, prompting him to rise. In his previous moment of anger, his mind had been clouded, but now clarity returned. In such a state, he would only fall further behind Su Ming, so he resolved to return and take a nap. As he distanced himself from Tang San, Su Ming arrived at the edge of a small pond. The pond lay nestled between two mountain peaks, formed by the convergence of accumulated water. The water flowed crystal clear. And under the moonlight, one could see the bottom of the pond, resembling a transparent mirror. Noticing the fish swimming at the pond's bottom, Ming promptly fashioned a simple spear from a nearby bamboo stalk using his machete. With a swift motion, he aimed the spear at the fish below and hurled it with force, like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of the spear slicing through the air barely reached his ears before it plunged into the water. The pond erupted in a cloud of murky water, stirring up silt that obscured his view. Observing the bamboo spear motionless beneath the surface, Ming could not help but smile. Indeed, in a more modern context, such a method of spearfishing would typically see the spear tip floating at an angle, with the submerged end thrashing about, indicating a successful catch. Given the water's resistance, it was generally quite challenging to spear anything at the bottom. However, the force of Ming's strike was considerable. Moreover, the bamboo pole was thicker than merely a finger's width. With a swift motion, he grasped the tail end and forcefully yanked the bamboo pole upward. As expected, a fish was ensnared at the top, thrashing about in pain, repeatedly slapping the pole with its tail. The fish was not particularly large. Resembling a crucian carp weighing just over a pound, it was slender, with a yellow-brown underbelly and black fins. Ming was aware that this was a mandarin fish, a species that prefers to dwell in tranquil waters or muddy-bottomed, slow-flowing bodies, particularly in lakes and the lower reaches of rivers. Grasping a hatchet, he struck the fish's head with a decisive blow, rendering it motionless in an instant. Employing the same method, he caught two more. He then kindled a fire and commenced the grilling process. The sizzle of the fish as golden oil seeped from its flesh and dripped into the flames produced a delightful sound. The mandarin fish, already adorned with a yellow hue, became even more resplendent as the oil enhanced its color during the roasting. The air was infused with an enticing aroma that tantalized Ming's senses and made his mouth water. The fish required little in the way of seasoning. He had merely foraged some plants for flavor. Such exquisite ingredients need only the simplest of preparations. Before long, the exterior of the fish had turned crispy, charred by the embers, while the interior remained a pristine white, encapsulating its essence and rich aroma, a true testament to its ripeness. Having labored for his meal, Ming felt no need for restraint, tearing into the fish with his teeth. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of seasoning, which would have elevated the taste further. As the tender fish flesh graced his palate, Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, tinged with a hint of disappointment for not achieving perfection. The mandarin fish boasted a delicately fine texture, high protein content, and minimal bones, undoubtedly a culinary delight. Yet it was a pity it did not reach its fullest potential. Momentarily, he carelessly discarded the fish bones, which stood in 3 neat rows, the tail raised as if surveying the earth below. Ming grasped a leaf and rubbed it between his hands, his face adorned with a look of contentment, reminiscent of one who had feasted to satisfaction. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes flitted about, as if assessing the surrounding movements. Could it be that Tang Hao was still surveilling him? This thought arose silently, and a hint of hesitation crept into Ming's gaze. In truth, he felt no hunger. His actions were merely a means to ascertain Tang Hao's proximity. Should Tang Hao be near, the prospect of grilling fish might entice his presence. Conversely, if he were not, the sight of Ming cooking would likely prompt him to depart shortly. After grilling 3 fish without any sign of Tang Hao, Ming concluded with a high degree of certainty that he was not in the vicinity. Surely, a titled Douluo could not possibly devote his entire day to watching over me? After a brief moment of indecision, Ming swiftly retrieved the Xin Shui Dan, a reward from the system, and swallowed it whole. The entire procedure seemed rehearsed 1,000 times, executed seamlessly without any hesitation. Unless one were to continuously probe with spiritual power, even the keenest eyes of a titled Douluo would struggle to discern what Ming had just done. Only Ming knew that he had produced a deep blue pill, adorned with white patterns. Its fragrance, though not overpowering, was remarkably natural and harmonious. The Xin Shui Dan was crafted from the essence of several water attribute soul beasts and water attribute plants. Its medicinal properties were gentle, capable not only of enhancing soul power, but also of purging impurities from the body, nourishing the meridians, and remarkably improving one's innate talent and physical constitution. Ming swallowed with remarkable speed, sensing a sweet, fragrant essence wafting from his throat as the elixir descended into his belly. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly activated his breathing technique, channeling the energy of the elixir into his soul power. A warm, soothing current radiated from his abdomen, and Ming felt his parched soul power being replenished, akin to the comforting flow of spring water. Su Ming was utterly engrossed, immersed in the profound practice of cleansing his meridians and refining his essence. The flames danced atop the bonfire, occasionally crackling with an explosive sound. The bright yellow flames illuminated Su Ming's fair visage, casting a gentle, warm hue that softened the contours of his face. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the bonfire gradually dwindled, sparse wisps of smoke ascended from the valley, dissipating into the air with an elegant grace. Suddenly, a foul stench emerged, extinguishing all remnants of the prior fragrance. Thick, black viscous substance oozed from Su Ming, resembling oil or tar. His once pristine white garments were now completely drenched in darkness, enveloping him entirely. The stench was overwhelming. On the cliff above, a man appeared suddenly, his stature tall and imposing. Beneath his black cloak, his eyes were as emotionless as a still pond. Cleansing the meridians and refining the essence? Gazing at the commotion surrounding Su Ming, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze rippling like a cold spring. This fellow possesses remarkable fortune. A faint sigh escaped him as Tang Hao's figure vanished once more, seemingly never having been there at all. Chapter 19. The Decade of Fate, Life and Death Unconcerned. The red sun began its ascent. Sunlight poured down from the horizon, gradually dispersing the mist that lingered in the forest. White fog swirled around, while the verdant pines stood tall. Within the clouds, hints of green appeared, reminiscent of a bashful fairy in a green gown, swirling gracefully amidst the mist. Thud, thud, thud. In the forest, a swift azure figure darted forward, racing toward the foot of the mountain. With every step, shallow imprints were left upon the ground, each filled with vigor. His clear, lively eyes reflected a sense of urgency, and the boy's pace intensified rather than waned. The boy was none other than Su Ming, descending from the back mountain. Last night, he had consumed the Xian Shui Dan and practiced diligently throughout the night. The effects of the Xian Shui Dan were remarkable, purging the impurities from his body. At this moment, he felt light as a feather, with a torrent of soul energy surging within him. Upon introspection, he found that his meridians had expanded 3 to 4 times. With the unobstructed flow of soul energy, his cultivation speed had accelerated severalfold. Awakened, he felt invigorated, an indescribable elation coursing through him. Yet, the odor was rather unbearable. In a hurried rush, he entered the academy through the back gate, racing toward the teaching building. After all, classes were beginning today. To be late on the very first day of class? Although Su Ming was reluctant, by the time he arrived at the classroom, the lesson had transitioned from cultural studies to the Soul Master class. At the front stood a female teacher, approximately 34 years of age, dressed in a flowing green gown. Her delicate features exuded a sense of comfort, and her jawline appeared soft and graceful, devoid of any authoritative demeanor typically associated with educators. Even upon Su Ming's tardiness, she refrained from reprimanding him, merely smiling and gesturing for him to enter. Upon witnessing their idol, the first-year students were filled with excitement, their fervent gazes brimming with admiration. They had all heard the rumors circulating within the academy, the audacious challenge of first-year students against their sixth-year counterparts. A no-ring soul master battling against a one-ring soul master was nothing short of reckless. Yet, against all odds, Su Ming emerged victorious. As the hero of the lower grades, he truly deserved such reverence and admiration. It was evident that he had devoted an entire night to training. Noticing Su Ming's damp hair, Tang Xin narrowed his eyes, an intensified sense of urgency swelling within him. He absolutely refused to be defeated by the same individual a second time. This was unequivocal. Tang Xin clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at Su Ming. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, he had subconsciously begun to regard Su Ming as a target for his aspirations rather than an equal adversary. Su Ming also noticed Tang Xin's fervent, competitive gaze. However, what captivated his attention even more was Xiao Wu. She appeared shrouded in dark clouds, her face clouded with sorrow and simmering anger. It was as if she had just fled from a court of law, surrounded by a chilling breeze. Her icy visage seemed to bear the warning, "Do not approach." Su Ming was initially drawn to her primarily because the seat beside her remained conspicuously vacant, as if everyone deliberately chose to avoid this spot. The reason was quite simple. She was the fierce woman who had kicked Xiao Qinyu. Given her current demeanor, it would indeed be surprising if anyone dared to approach her. As Su Ming entered, Xiao Wu's gaze fixated on him with an intensity that was almost palpable, her sparkling eyes radiating a chilling brilliance. Were it possible for a gaze to wield lethal force, one could surmise that Su Ming would have been rendered into mere fragments. Su Ming appeared oblivious, pulling out a chair to sit beside Xiao Wu. Noticing someone daring to approach her, Xiao Wu's brows twitched in irritation as she clenched her delicate fists tightly. Strangely, however, she made no move and turned her head away again. In Su Ming's mind, a faint, almost imperceptible cold snort echoed. Xiao Wu's strange expression did not escape Tang San's notice, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying cause. Particularly, Su Ming's calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, shrouded the truth in a thick veil of mystery. All right, classmates, let us continue our discussion on martial spirits. Commonly, martial spirits are categorized into weapon spirits and beast spirits, which can be further divided into various types. I shall elucidate this for you once more. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, first-year students had only 2 classes in the morning, cultural studies and martial spirit lessons. The term junior implies that these were merely rudimentary courses, not particularly challenging. A single class swiftly passed by, as the teacher departed. Those who had clustered around Su Ming hastily retreated, as though a great serpent were pursuing them. Goodness, it's so cold. What on earth has transpired? Do you feel the chill as well? It feels as though someone is grasping my throat. My legs are trembling. Hey, is there anyone among the work-study students who knows what exactly happened between Su Lauda and Xiao Wu? The crowd pressed against the corridor, peering through the windows. Countless inquisitive eyes fixated within, their hearts fluttering with curiosity akin to kittens scratching restlessly. Their precocious minds were most intrigued by the interactions between boys and girls. The events of yesterday had already spread like wildfire throughout the academy, spawning various sensational versions. The dual dragons vying for the phoenix, the unspoken secrets of 6-year-olds, the little hero saving the beauty, and the tales of childhood betrothals. If rumors of the two sharing the same bed had not circulated, the current situation would likely be exceedingly clear. Su Ming, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao's icy words emerged through clenched teeth as her gaze flicked toward the outside. Let us speak here. Su Ming's eyes remained motionless, resembling a wooden figure. In response to Su Ming's demeanor, Xiao gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could gnaw on him like a carrot. It was merely a simple soul spirit booklet. Was it truly necessary to peruse it with such rapt interest? Humph. Su Ming was certainly not engrossed in the book before him. Rather, he was perusing the illustrated compendium of spirit beasts awarded by the system, Volume 1. Although the spirit beasts depicted within were primarily of the 1,000-year tier or lower, this knowledge was paramount for Su Ming at this juncture. The descriptions of martial spirits were abundant in the original text, and he had his own path for cultivation. However, the plethora of spirit beast varieties was overwhelming. Should he misjudge a 10,000-year beast as merely a 1,000-year one, the repercussions could be dire. Steadying his emotions, Xiao pressed her small hand firmly onto Su Ming's shoulder, as if wishing to shatter his joints. Boss, she said, her voice laced with tension as she spoke each word deliberately, her eyes glinting with a cold sharpness akin to a blade. Can you spare me just a moment? Su Ming, jolted by pain, returned to his senses and was struck by Xiao Wu's demeanor. Let us go. We need to talk. With that, Su Ming rose and departed. Xiao Wu closely trailing behind him, her expression dark and brooding, exuding an air of instability. The two made their way to a secluded corner of the academy, one following the other. If you have something to say, please be quick about it, Su Ming urged, for he was rather occupied. This isn't the right place to discuss it. Let us head to the restroom. Noticing the watchful gazes around them, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and made her way towards the boys' restroom. Is this really the right course of action? Su Ming's lips twitched. But upon noticing that Xiao Wu had entered, he felt compelled to follow suit. As a young man, refraining would imply inadequacy. Good heavens! How did a girl manage to enter? What a scandal! My trousers! Within the confines of the men's restroom, chaos erupted. Many were seized by a shudder. The urine they had just released retreating in an instant. They pressed against the walls, hastily adjusting their belts as if seeking refuge. Upon exiting, their faces flushed, as if scorched by the air, overwhelmed with embarrassment. In the face of such an incident, Su Ming's expression turned awkward as he furrowed his brow and stepped inside. In that moment, silence engulfed the room. The expressions of all the boys were a sight to behold, their minds converging on a singular thought: beasts. Inside the men's restroom, Xiao maintained her icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. After a brief moment of calm, her frigid aura slightly retracted, and she fixed a serious gaze upon Su Ming. I ask you, how did you uncover this? Regarding the spirit beasts? You feign ignorance. Xiao's eyes blazed with fury. Su Ming smiled calmly. He certainly would not admit to having read the original work. I am not a fool. Your emotional fluctuations are far too evident when the topic of the 10,000-year soul beast arises. Yet, you speak as if you are siding with the soul beast. a reaction that is scarcely typical of a rational individual. Is that so? Xiao Wu's brows furrowed deeply. Do you truly deduce that I am a soul beast based solely on this? Of course not. Su Ming shook his head and continued, you once slept on my bed. Do you recall that incident? Though you now reside in a human form, there lingers an essence about you that is not the scent of a soul beast, but rather an ancient and primal aroma. In human society, even in the countryside, such a fragrance is absent. At that time, I vaguely suspected you had emerged from the forest into human society, and your fiery, untamed spirit bears a striking resemblance to that of a soul beast. Xiao Wu, increasingly horrified as she listened, felt a chill envelop her body. She believed she had concealed her true nature flawlessly, yet here lay numerous vulnerabilities. With a slight twitch of her little nose, Xiao Wu's eyes, clear yet naive, revealed her obliviousness to any discord in the scent. I am merely speaking nonsense. It would be remarkable if you could detect it, Su Ming mused, rubbing his nose and feigning confidence as he gazed at Xiao Wu. Unaware of any discrepancy in the scent, Xiao Wu attributed her inability to discern it to human habits, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Speak. What do you truly desire? If you intend to kill me, then do so, do not drag it out, she huffed. Her once frosty demeanor softened, revealing a complex blend of indignation and sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if resigned to the caprice of fate. Though she considered fleeing, the thought of the news regarding a 100,000-year soul beast transforming into a human spreading terrified her. Even retreating into the Douluo forest would not guarantee her safety. Moreover, with hundreds of miles separating Nodding City from the Douluo forest, a swift return was utterly implausible. Having assumed human form, her only recourse was to cultivate within human society. The sole consolation she found was that Su Ming had not publicized her secret. After a night of anxious hiding, she could endure no more. Noticing the shift in Xiao Wu's tone, Su Ming realized his strategy had succeeded. Rest assured, I am not a titled Douluo for now. I have no need to treat you as a soul ring. Indeed? Xiao Wu lifted her head slightly, her voice tinged with melancholy. You must understand the implications of a 100,000-year soul beast. Even if you do not kill me, capturing me would yield considerable benefits for you. Indeed. The advantages are indeed significant, he acknowledged. Su Ming nodded earnestly, while Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that humanity was indeed filled with unworthy individuals. However, at that moment, Su Ming abruptly shifted his tone. Yet those trivial benefits cannot compare to you. What I desire are your spirit ring and spirit bone. Boom. His unassuming words pierced like a needle into the marrow. Enraged, Xiao Wu trembled, gazing at Su Ming as if he were a demon. Her heart turned icy, and any lingering affection vanished without a trace. I understand now, Xiao Wu said with a bitter smile. She had initially hoped to forge a friendship with Su Ming, but now she realized the truth. You spare my life only to keep me around until you attain the title of Douluo. Should I then be grateful for your candid revelation? It seemed as though she had matured considerably. The cold hatred in her eyes was now replaced by a sense of resignation and sorrow, as if she had come to terms with the fate of spirit beasts. Su Ming nodded graciously. No one can resist the allure of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, and I am no exception. If I remain silent now, after years of camaraderie, it is inevitable that I may find myself unable to act against you in the future. Rather than that, it is better to clarify our positions, allowing us both to live more openly. After a prolonged silence, Xiao did not speak, but suddenly, a strange thank you escaped her throat, accompanied by tears cascading down her cheeks. Unfortunately, her identity had been exposed, and humans sought to kill her. Fortunately, she was luckier than her mother, who had not been deceived to death by a human. Feeling Xiao Wu's emotions, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt within. You need not thank me. 10 years from now, should I require a soul ring, I will remain unrelenting. Therefore, during this decade, you should devote yourself to cultivating and enhancing your strength. If afterward you manage to escape back to the Douluo forest, I assure you I will follow. And at that point, life and death shall be determined by fate. Neither of us can hold the other accountable. All right, Xiao Wu responded, her voice high and slightly hoarse. Wiping away her tears, she met Su Ming's gaze with wide eyes, unafraid. The anger and hatred in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a serene gentleness. This genuine softness felt more resilient than any metal in the world. Noticing the steadfast determination in Xiao Wu's gaze, Su Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters is an unchanging truth. Rather than being ensnared by emotions and adopting a righteous faade to demand Xiao Wu's sacrifice, it is far better to be forthright, to take boldly from the straightforward path rather than seek through the convoluted. In all matters, strength speaks. Su Ming, I shall not be defeated. With a proud declaration, Xiao Wu lifted her chin and left, her once soft pink eyes now reflecting a newfound resolve. Su Ming stepped out. The words something about a 3-minute dance that made someone cry echoing in his ears, infuriating him to the point of nearly drawing his sword. Just as he exited the restroom, a shadow intercepted his path. Su Ming, someone is looking for you, Tang San said with a peculiar glint in his eyes, as if suppressing a mischievous grin. Who is looking for me? As Su Ming's indifferent words escaped his lips, Tang San's hair stood on end in an instant. He stared wide-eyed in terror, as if he had uncovered something horrifying. What was happening? The glimmer of golden light in Su Ming's eyes vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. No, it's nothing. Tang San quickly regained his composure, his heart still trembling with unease, and dared not meet Su Ming's gaze. He hastily explained, it was that master from before who sought you. He also approached me. It seems he wishes to win us over. Win us over? Su Ming scoffed with disdain. Perhaps they are in need of test subjects. If that is the case, then let us go and pay a visit. Su Ming stepped forward, his petite frame seemingly exuding an air of regal authority that left onlookers in awe. Behind him, Tang San furrowed his brow as he gazed at Su Ming's silhouette. What could it be that even the purple extreme demon I dared not confront? A flash of golden light flickered in his mind, as if a mighty blade were cleaving towards him, its edge radiating a chilling brilliance. The blazing sun beat down mercilessly on that scorching summer day, causing Tang San to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 20. Unable to become a powerful soul master? In the office, rows of neatly arranged bookshelves were filled with tomes. These volumes were not brand new. They bore the marks of countless readings, with some covers even peeling away. Against this vast sea of literature, Xiao Jang's demeanor became profound and composed, radiating a sense of wisdom rather than flamboyance. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, and a furrow formed on his brow as he appeared lost in contemplation. Suddenly, with a creak, the tightly shut wooden door slowly swung open. Xiao Jang's gaze sharpened, and his expression hardened, becoming as rigid as iron. I heard you were looking for me regarding something? Su Ming pushed open the door and entered, uttering not a single superfluous word. His gaze, frosty and penetrating, fell upon Xiao Jang as he inquired. In response to Su Ming's discourteous demeanor, Xiao Jang furrowed his brow, suppressing his indignation, and, with an air of sagacity, remarked, Su Ming, although your innate talent is extraordinary and surpasses that of the ordinary, there are still numerous facets you lack in order to become a formidable soul master. His tone was remarkably composed, for he held the conviction that any prodigy would ultimately yield to his theories. Su Ming remained noncommittal, slowly pulling out a chair and sitting down. Please continue. Unfazed by the indifferent tone and the arrogant demeanor, Xiao Jang pressed on. Su Ming, your skill in deduction is certainly a commendable asset, yet your shortcomings are glaringly apparent. You lack substantial knowledge about soul masters. This knowledge encompasses not just cultivation, but also aspects such as soul beasts, soul rings, and soul bones. For instance, should any soul master absorb an inappropriate soul ring, the repercussions could be dire. His gaze never straying from Su Ming, Xiao Jang narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Su Ming's reaction. To his disappointment, the latter remained unmoved, his indifferent eyes suggesting a complete disinterest in such matters. Recognizing that concealing one's true capabilities would not deter a logical genius, Xiao Jang shifted his approach, stating, according to my research, the maximum age for a first soul ring is 423 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than this will undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. This is merely a fraction of my findings. No one on the continent possesses a deeper understanding of soul master theory than I do. Your innate talent, combined with my extensive theoretical knowledge, would be like wings to a tiger. With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Jang slowly approached Su Ming. As the discussion turned to theory, his usual air of lethargy and despondence transformed into an aura of transcendent confidence, exuding an imposing presence as he declared, you must understand. Having an exceptional teacher can significantly reduce the number of detours one must take. I am confident in my ability to cultivate you into the most perfect soul master. If you adhere to my theories, not only will you attain the rank of soul sage, but even the status of title Douluo is well within your reach. Boom. Xiao Jang loomed above, his formidable stature emanating an immense aura that caused Su Ming, who looked up in awe, to momentarily lose his composure. Undeniably, his words were enticing. The pragmatic approach of elucidating the benefits made it easy for others to be swayed. Soul Sage? Seoul Douluo? Title Douluo? For someone hailing from a small town. Such prospects were undeniably alluring, enough to drive anyone to madness. At that moment, Tang San, though maintaining a calm facade, could not hide the fervor in his eyes. He was clearly intrigued. However, Su Ming was not Tang San. The so-called theories of Yu Xiaojang held no value for him, as he was well-versed in the original narrative. Your theories? Su Ming's expression finally shifted, yet it manifested as a cold smile. How much of your theory has been validated? And how much of it is truly of value to me? Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his once tranquil gaze now reminiscent of a tumultuous sea. Captivating and awe-inspiring. Across the vast continent, there exists much that eludes your perception. Your understanding is destined to confine you to the realm of theory. In contrast, I am different. With a swift motion, Yu Xiaojang felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. His countenance contorted as if he had ingested something foul. Confronted by the obstinate Su Ming, Yu Xiaojang could no longer restrain his emotions. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his fists clenched behind him like tightly packed sandbags. Every soul master requires a solid theoretical foundation, he asserted vehemently. Without the support of theory, one flails about like a headless fly, destined to meet a disastrous end. Without my guidance, your aspirations of becoming a truly formidable soul master are nothing but a delusion. His fierce gaze seemed to consume those before him, and with gritted teeth, Yu Xiaojang unleashed words long buried within the depths of his soul, teetering on the brink of madness. The atmosphere in the office plummeted sharply, instilling a chilling sensation that permeated the air. Su Ming was also taken aback by Yu Xiaojang's unexpected side. Yu Xiaojang, you hold yourself in too high regard. With a hint of melancholy in his words, Su Ming turned to leave. Yet, just as he was about to exit the office, he found himself pausing once more. Yu Xiaojang's gaze flickered, momentarily believing that Su Ming might reconsider. However, Su Ming's voice remained icy, his eyes flashing with sharpness. What you say is indeed correct. A soul master does require theoretical knowledge. For individuals like Tang San, such theories may indeed be beneficial. However, that is confined within your framework. My path is destined to lie beyond your imagination. With that declaration, Su Ming slammed the door behind him, leaving no trace of hesitation. Yu Xiaojang, with veins bulging in his eyes, trembled with anger. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, he might have erupted in rage. Conversely, Su Ming, who was meant to depart, halted once more at the threshold. The atmosphere suddenly felt amiss. You too lack theory. It should serve you well, he remarked, stepping away again. Initially standing at the door, the expressionless Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She glanced back at Su Ming's retreating figure, hesitating for a moment as if making a resolute decision, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. To transform a soul beast, one must hasten the path to strength while avoiding unnecessary detours. Indeed, she found herself in need of this theoretical knowledge. Su Ming departed, his retreating figure appearing quite solitary. Yet, for him, an overwhelming sense of ease enveloped his spirit. He acknowledged that certain theories posited by Yu Xiaojang were indeed beneficial for the growth of soul masters. However, they were not what he sought. In the depths of his being, it felt as though a guiding force was urging him to break free from these shackles. Su Ming found it difficult to articulate the extraordinary sensation he experienced. Was it a moment of inspiration? A sudden enlightenment? Or perhaps a manifestation of his own faith? Regardless of the nature of this feeling, there seemed to be an innate force within him resisting the path of a soul master. After leaving Yu Xiaojang's office, Su Ming returned to his own rhythm of cultivation, strengthening his physique, honing his swordsmanship, and refining his soul power. These three pursuits constituted the essence of his journey in the Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, true to the original narrative, had also taken Yu Xiaojang as his mentor, with the sole distinction of having Xiao Wu by his side. Time flew by, and before long, a month had elapsed. In the Academy Square, beneath the lush shade of trees, the boy lounged in a relaxed manner, his legs dangling, as he sought refuge from the searing sun. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of a book, which lay across his face like a bridge. From a distance, he appeared leisurely and carefree, evoking envy in onlookers. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Chapter 21. A Clash Once More. Is it truly only level 10? Ding. Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reading for 4 hours. Mental Strength 1. With a sudden motion, Su Ming cast aside the worn book from his face. Through the thick foliage, dappled sunlight illuminated his weary features, revealing a hint of displeasure. Previously, 2 hours of reading would yield an increase of 1 point in mental strength. Yet now it required 4 hours. If this continued, it would surely lead to exhaustion. Cultivating mental strength was no easy task. Any progress, however small, was to be cherished. Ming rubbed his temples, which buzzed as if a powerful machine were operating at full capacity within. He had discovered that reading could enhance one's mental fortitude while perusing the Soul Beast Illustrated Guide. Although merely the first volume, the guide was thicker than a dictionary. The book that had just covered Ming's face was not his actual reading material. It was the Soul Beast Illustrated Guide that he engaged with, not through sight, but via his mental prowess. A refreshing breeze tousled his hair, and a slight itch grazed his forehead as the sun passed overhead, beginning its descent towards the west. Ming stretched languidly, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. System, open personal profile. Host, Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial spirit, chopper, quality, yellow, 489500. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills, breath control, lightness technique, golden crow blade technique, mastery. Possessions, golden feather armor, millennium ginseng, multifunctional boots, millennium snow wolf meat. Strength, 31. Defense, 28. Spirit, 42. After a month of diligent effort, the rewards were indeed substantial, and Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With the golden crow blade technique mastered, he had acquired 3 strands of golden power. His martial spirit, the chopper, was not far from reaching purple quality. As for the golden feather armor, it was a reward earned through physical training, serving as a defensive garment crafted from exceptionally lightweight materials, capable of absorbing the full force of a Grand Soul Master's attack. Notably, Ming was most pleased with the enhancement of his mental strength. In the world of Douluo, spiritual attacks were rather peculiar, and he certainly did not wish to find himself suddenly rendered foolish. Even an ordinary Soul Master likely would not possess such formidable statistics. Ming clenched his fist, feeling an entirely different sense of power, and the joy within him was beyond words. A month ago, with his current physical prowess, he could have faced Xiao Qinyu head-on without losing ground. Lacking a soul ring, he resembled a soul master as if he possessed one. Mastering the golden crow blade technique requires 5,000 repetitions for perfection. Currently, his soul energy allows for 7 practice sessions, yet it takes several hours to replenish. In a day, he could practice no more than a dozen times at most. Ming could not help but shake his head. Over the course of more than a year, it is indeed possible to perfect the golden crow sword technique. However, such an endeavor would render him unable to attend to other matters, ultimately proving to be a futile pursuit. Thus, he relegated the practice of the golden crow sword technique to a secondary position, incorporating it into his daily training regimen. As for physical conditioning, given his current intensity of exercise, the potential for further improvement is minimal. Each individual's body possesses a specific threshold of endurance. Excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. No matter how diligently an ordinary person trains, they cannot forge their physique into that of a superhuman without the intervention of external forces. Presently, Ming is also exploring this realm. Looking around, it seems that only the art of lightness has yet to be cultivated. Should he unlock the power of spatial energy, the possibilities would be boundless. Ming rubbed his forehead, realizing that he had been rather fanciful. Suddenly, a sound akin to a flute pierced the air. With a resounding thud, a nail was firmly embedded in the trunk of the tree beside Ming. It was evident, without a shadow of a doubt, who possessed the skill to wield such a concealed weapon. Ming glanced back, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing around the corner. As the sun set, the old battleground on the back mountain awaited. Tang-san, are you so eager to face a beating? Ming smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Seemingly having anticipated this moment, he glanced at the setting sun, now slanting in the west, and rose to head towards the dining hall. In the rear mountains, downstream of the stream, the verdant grass swayed gently in the breeze with no trees in sight, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Enchanting hues of dusk cast a dark golden glow upon the flowers and grass, creating a vast and majestic prairie-like scene. 2 small figures, a boy and a girl, stood silently in the midst of the grassy expanse, their shadows elongated by the waning light. The lovely girl wore a serious expression, her beautiful gaze fixed on the ground as she absent-mindedly stirred the soil with the tip of her shoe, lost in thought. The boy, on the other hand, stood with arms crossed, admiring the sunset, his calm demeanor occasionally erupting with fervor, exuding an air of spirited confidence. Xiao did not look at Tang-san. Instead, She murmured to herself, that guy defeated Xiao Qinyu last month. Are you certain you can best him? We'll find out if we give it a try. Tang San replied with a subtle smile, appearing gentle and affable, yet his eyes betrayed a different story. The fierce determination in his gaze clearly indicated that he was not merely entertaining the idea of a trial. As if sensing Tang San's thoughts, Xiao Wu opened her mouth several times, only to swallow her words back down. Although she hoped that the seemingly invincible Su Ming would be defeated, she could not help but lean towards the notion that he might actually prevail. She understood that Tang San had obtained a century-old soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet she still felt that Su Ming's power might surpass both of theirs. The two remained silent as the whispering of the grass in the wind ebbed and flowed around them. Time passed, and suddenly, a chilling sensation pricked their skin, causing them to instinctively turn their gaze toward a distant figure approaching them. From afar, the silhouette moved towards them at a leisurely pace, which struck Tang San as somewhat slow. Yet, that very slowness tightened the strings of their hearts. Tang San lowered his arms, his earlier confidence evaporating, as a narrowed gaze indicated that he sensed danger. Even from a distance, he could distinctly feel a formidable, concentrated soul power drawing near, subtly suppressing the flow of his own soul energy. It was truly terrifying, had it not been for his training in the Tang sect techniques. He feared he would stand no chance against this individual. However, the outcome would only be revealed through combat. His muscles tensed with anticipation as a surge of strength coursed through him. Su Ming, you once said I could challenge you once I became a soul master. Now that I have become a first-ring soul master, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? As he approached Su Ming, a bright yellow soul ring materialized beneath Tang San's feet. With the rhythm of the soul ring, tendrils of vine emerged from the ground, undulating like a swimming dragon. The blue sheen tinged with purple made it nearly impossible to discern that this was indeed blue-silver grass, were it not for Tang San's martial soul. With each step he took, 10 strands of blue-silver grass spiraled around him, slithering like serpents poised to strike. As he felt the immense power of the blue-silver grass, an expression of regal satisfaction graced Tang San's face. He had long fretted over his previous loss to Su Ming when he could not utilize his martial soul. Yet today, the circumstances were vastly different. No wonder you dared to challenge me. It appears you have absorbed a century-old soul ring. Allow me to guess, your first soul ring must be over 300 years old. Likely from a mandala snake? A serene smile adorned Su Ming's face, exuding confidence as if he had seen through everything. How is this possible? A gasp erupted within Yu Xiaojang, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Could someone truly deduce the soul beast from the soul ring? No, this was utterly impossible. Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in the realm of soul masters. Yu Xiaojang's teeth chattered, having originally anticipated Su Ming's embarrassment. He now felt an inexplicable sense of dread, but the one most horrified was Tang San. At that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. He had assumed that the emergence of his century-old soul ring would intimidate Su Ming, yet the latter had immediately discerned its origin as the mandala snake. Had he not known that Su Ming had remained at the academy all along, he might have suspected him of venturing into the soul-hunting forest. What a formidable adversary! The momentary panic in Tang San's eyes faded as he nodded with reluctance. Indeed, this is the mandala snake, and its age is nearly 400 years. Since you can see through it, you must understand the substantial enhancement that a 400-year soul ring provides to a soul master. If you have not acquired a soul ring, I could wait and postpone this battle. A fight between a first-ring soul master and one without a ring? Even if he were to win such a battle, Tang San would still consider it a hollow victory. He yearned for an honorable and fair contest. Boom. Su Ming shook his head, and a dark luminescence surged forth from his body, manifesting a machete in his hand. The blade appeared unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern faint golden patterns shimmering along its edge. Although exceedingly subtle and almost imperceptible to the naked eye, the sharpness was undeniable. There were no soul rings. Truly. None. Tang San's expression dimmed, a wave of disappointment washing over him. However, Xiao could no longer contain herself and, with an irate tone, questioned Su Ming. Aren't you supposed to possess innate full soul power? By all accounts, your soul power should already be at level 10. Why have you not acquired a soul ring? Her eyes brimmed with indignation, her frustration palpable, as she internally cursed the inconsiderate fool. She recalled someone had mentioned that the position of the soul ring would be reserved for her. Ah, this is utterly infuriating. Xiao's words echoed the confusion in Tang San's heart. Without hesitation, he retracted his martial soul, blue silvergrass, and remarked, Su Ming. The augmentation provided by a soul ring is indeed substantial for soul masters, particularly a century-old soul ring. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Given your prowess, hunting a century-old soul beast should pose no challenge. You will come to understand this in due course. Moreover, becoming a soul master confers unique benefits, such as a monthly stipend of 1 gold coin from the Spirit Hall. Tang San's gaze was earnest, devoid of any hint of boasting. He would not share such insights with others, but for Su Ming, he acknowledged him as a worthy rival. Only by overcoming the strongest could he attain a complete state of mind. Yet, Tang San's words only served to amuse Su Ming, who retorted with a playful tone. Tang San, do you truly believe your current state can guarantee a victory over me? Tang San raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, What? Do you wish to fight? Not merely to fight, but to bring you to your knees. Su Ming's voice resonated with an air of confidence as a powerful wave of soul power emanated from him. The dark glow intensified, unleashing a pressure akin to a tempest upon Tang San. Xiao Wu quickly distanced herself, as if struck by a wooden board. The overwhelming sensation caused Tang San's expression to shift dramatically. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed in astonishment, Su Ming, with your soul power, you must be beyond level 15, right? Not quite, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. By classification, my current soul power is merely at level 10. Impossible. You cannot be merely at level 10. Tang San insisted vehemently, his eyes wide with disbelief. My soul power has reached level 13, and the sensation I felt was unmistakable. Your soul power must surely exceed level 15, otherwise it would be impossible for you to suppress me. Who, then, is deceiving whom? Xiao Wu's gaze was filled with bewilderment. She too sensed the potent aura of soul power emanating from Su Ming, yet he continued to deny it. Though she harbored a strong dislike for him, she could not deny her understanding of his character. There must be some underlying reason for his denial. Believe what you will, she interjected. However, when it comes to fighting you, I shall show no mercy. Su Ming provided little explanation, merely brandishing his machete, severing the grass beneath him in an instant. With the momentum of his strike, the blade shot forth like an arrow towards Tang San. Effortlessly evading the attack, Tang San's fighting spirit reignited with fervor, unwilling to engage in further banter. He immediately summoned his martial spirit. If you seek battle, then I shall oblige. Should you be defeated, we shall contest again once you become a soul master. Although he held disdain for winning through underhanded means, this confrontation had been a month in the making. Regardless of the outcome, they would face each other fairly in the future. With eyes narrowed, Tang San's figure blurred as he darted towards Su Ming, a mere shadow in motion. Seemingly anticipating Tang San's intentions, Su Ming abruptly pivoted, causing the machete in his hand to vanish in an instant. A punch, a collision. The sound of a dull thud resounded as Tang San was sent reeling through the air. Su Ming, too, was forced back 3 steps due to the weight of Tang San's strike. Though the distance they retreated was equal, it was undeniable that Su Ming was slightly outmatched in strength, for he was grounded and able to leverage his power. Your strength has evidently increased significantly. Upon landing smoothly, Tang San regarded Su Ming with a look of disbelief. His earlier clash had merely been a test of Su Ming's might to gauge whether the duel should continue. However, the outcome greatly surpassed his expectations. Had he not suddenly exerted himself, victory would certainly have eluded him. It was worth noting he had the advantage of soul rings enhancing his abilities. Without allowing Tang San a moment's further contemplation, Su Ming charged forward. He resembled a fierce tiger, the machete in his grasp akin to the creature's fangs, poised to deliver a strike upon his adversary. Utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San swiftly sidestepped to evade. The sharp edge of the blade nearly grazed his face, the ferocity of the attack sending beads of cold sweat down his brow. Noticing Su Ming's speed had escalated once more, Tang San dared not underestimate him. As he retreated, a glimmer of silver flashed in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Sensing impending danger, Su Ming instinctively raised his blade in defense. Accompanied by several fine needles embedding themselves into the grass, Su Ming surged forward, closing the distance with renewed speed. As Su Ming approached, Tang San's right leg slammed down, transforming his retreat into a forward assault. His delicate palm once again radiated a pearly glow as he charged towards Su Ming. The intensity of their clash suggested they were on the verge of another confrontation. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Tang San had previously succumbed to Su Ming's machete. Would he truly repeat the same mistake? Chapter 22. Has the purple extreme demon eye failed? Does he still intend to withstand this with the mystic jade hand? No. This individual is certainly not one to succumb so easily. Su Ming's gaze subtly shifted, secretly remaining vigilant. Did you truly believe I would fall for the same trick twice? As Su Ming's blade maintained its relentless momentum, Tang San's expression turned icy. Just as the axe and the Xian jade hand were poised to collide, an unexpected surge of immense force erupted. Bang! The axe, originally aimed at Tang San, suddenly veered off course. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he hurriedly maneuvered the machete in a horizontal slash, striving to compensate for the gap that had emerged. Whoosh! Tang San understood that a direct confrontation with Su Ming was unwise. He planted his left hand on the ground and leaned back to evade. As the machete swept perilously close, his right foot transformed into a striking axe, forcefully crashing down upon Su Ming's left shoulder. The sheer ferocity of the blow conjured a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The two forces collided once more with resounding impact. Anticipating this, Su Ming utilized his left hand to deflect the assault, yet the overwhelming power compelled him to stagger back several paces. Sensing his advantage, Tang San felt a surge of elation and launched into a relentless series of attacks. The 400-year-old soul ring was indeed formidable. Su Ming's expression grew solemn, and he dared not let his guard down any further. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip on the machete from his little finger to his index finger. In the blink of an eye, the two collided once more. Su Ming, unrestrained, unleashed the formidable techniques of the Golden Crow swordsmanship. Swift and fierce, the style was characterized by bold and sweeping movements, resembling a tempest that rendered Tang San breathless in an instant. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Recognizing the ferocity of Su Ming's swordplay, Tang San refrained from engaging him directly. Instead, he evaded and sought opportunities, aiming to leverage his advantages in speed and strength to outlast Su Ming. However, Su Ming was least intimidated by the prospect of endurance. As the distance between the two narrowed once more, Tang San felt a flicker of anxiety within. Su Ming's blade technique was excessively ferocious. Any proximity would result in severe injury with the slightest misstep. The last encounter had proven this. Indeed, as the teacher had warned, one must not allow a close-quarters battle with a powerful assault-type soul master. Tang San gritted his teeth, still unprepared to employ his soul skills, wishing to attempt once more. A flash of purple energy flickered in his eyes, and a sharp radiance shot towards Su Ming like an arrow or a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, Su Ming's demeanor shifted. He appeared momentarily halted, his previously fluid movements stuttering as if obstructed. With a whoosh, a ghostly figure surged forth. Observing the dazed Su Ming, Tang San's heart soared with joy, the pent-up emotions within him igniting. At last, I shall triumph. With a swift motion, his Xuanyu hand aimed directly for Su Ming's throat, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Just as Tang San believed he was on the verge of success, an icy chill ran down his arm. Lifting his gaze, he was instantly taken aback. There was nothing amiss with Su Ming, whose eyes sparkled with clarity and a chilling smirk. This is bad. Realizing it was a trap, Tang San swiftly retreated, eager to create distance. Now, can you evade? Frustration simmered within Su Ming as Tang San continuously dodged. After finally luring him into a trap, this singular opportunity to unleash his blade technique up close would not be squandered. The hand holding the machete spun wildly like a top, resembling the blades of a fan. The razor-sharp edge, capable of severing hair, rushed towards Tang San in a relentless advance. Tang San continued to retreat step by step. Su Ming relentlessly pressed forward, the situation reaching a critical juncture. Damn it, there is no escape. With the offensive already underway, how could he possibly retreat faster than Su Ming's advance? Tang San felt a surge of panic within. Witnessing the dire circumstances, he cast aside all hesitation and once again unleashed the controlling crane-catching dragon technique. Attempting to deflect Su Ming's blade, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as blood splattered beneath the setting sun. The vivid hue of blood caused Xiao Wu's pupils to constrict, and she gasped in horror, covering her cherry-red lips. Simultaneously, a figure swiftly glided backward, covering a distance of 8 or 9 meters before finally coming to a halt. Tang San's complexion paled as he found himself half-kneeling, his school uniform sliced open, revealing a crimson line across his fair skin. Though the wound appeared superficial, the blood stained his clothing, presenting a shocking sight. How could this happen? As pain coursed through him, Tang San gritted his teeth in defiance, glaring at Su Ming. Su Ming, cease this at once. A frantic roar erupted as Yu Xiaojang rushed onto the scene. Upon seeing Tang San's injuries, Yu Xiaojang felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if he had one foot in the realm of the dead. After all, Tang San was the son of that formidable figure, and none could bear the wrath it would invoke. Upon witnessing Tang San's defeat, Su Ming sheathed his martial spirit. Though victorious, his expression betrayed no hint of joy. He possessed speed, and he wielded a blade, yet his techniques were not mere slashes but rather a harmonious flow of movements. At present, he was incapable of achieving the synergy of 1 + 1 equating to 2, let alone exceeding it. In simpler terms, while moving rapidly, he could not simultaneously execute the fierce Jinwu blade technique with precision. Reflecting on the battle, Su Ming felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Had he been able to seamlessly execute the Jinwu blade technique upon catching up to Tang San, victory would have been readily attainable. Yet, after finally closing the distance, the execution of his technique had caused a decline in his speed, allowing Tang San to create space between them. Being toyed with was utterly frustrating. Su Ming, you are classmates. To employ such ruthless tactics is exceedingly cruel. Just as Su Ming delved into his thoughts, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted around him. Su Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart as his gaze shifted towards Jang, who had directed his hostility towards him. The latter was seething with rage, emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. His face, contorted with extreme fury, appeared rigid and distorted. Su Ming let out a cold snort, sternly rebuking Jang. You ought to inquire of Tang San whether I truly held back. Had I genuinely wished to harm him, he would have sustained far more grievous injuries. Grievous injuries? Is this what you deem light wounds? Jang, filled with indignation, was about to chastise further when a hand suddenly grasped him. Tang San rose to his feet. Though his chest was stained a deep crimson, his countenance suggested that his condition was not as dire as it appeared. He cast a complicated glance at Su Ming and candidly stated, Teacher, he indeed held back. This is not his fault. Jang hesitated, struggling for words. Tang San shook his head, a reluctant smile gracing his lips. The injury I sustained was merely from the edge of the blade. Had it been a full strike, I would have been eviscerated by now. Despite his casual tone, Tang San's heart still trembled with lingering dread, for he had truly felt the chilling breath of death just moments prior. The blade had come alarmingly close to his abdomen, and had Su Ming harbored any intent to kill, he could have taken his life with ease. Yet, Su Ming had not chosen that path. Jang recognized the truth in Tang San's words, though his anger clouded his judgment, and he wisely refrained from pursuing the matter further. Su Ming, Tang San called out urgently as Su Ming prepared to depart. Are you truly going to continue this fight? Su Ming's expression darkened with irritation. He could not repeatedly afford to hold back. Tang San gritted his teeth, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I wish to test my soul skill. If you can break through it, I will willingly concede. Soul skill? Blue silver bind? Su Ming's eyes glimmered subtly as he nodded slowly. After a brief moment, the two stood facing each other once more. The lingering rays of the setting sun cascaded down, and the blade gradually traced a brilliant arc of golden light. As it brightened, it shone in unison with the sun, dazzling and resplendent. Chapter 23. No one should bully beasts like this. On the rear mountain of the academy, the bright moon hung high in the sky, resembling a celestial maiden, cold, proud, and transcendent. Unsoiled by any dust, she appeared to be entranced by her own beauty. Her moonlight lavishly scant. The night was profoundly dark, rendering the stars nearly invisible. The surroundings were filled only with the distant chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. Su Ming, immersed in his cultivation, seemed somewhat amiss. A stream of barely perceptible white energy cascaded down from the heavens, seemingly merging with this realm. Su Ming's expression remained tranquil, lost in the unity of self and the universe. With each breath, he engaged in a natural cycle, affirming his existence. Tang Hao arrived, bearing a gourd of wine, resting imposingly against a tree. The commotion emanating from Su Ming seemed to hold little allure for him. He merely cast an occasional glance, took a sip of his drink, and passed the time. Wiping the remnants of alcohol from the corner of his mouth, Tang Hao's ears twitched slightly, and his gaze shifted toward a particular direction. Through the darkness, it appeared that Tang Hao perceived something, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. After a while, a girl approached with a pout, as if someone owed her money. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao was consumed by a sudden fury. She was about to speak when she found no sound would emerge. What was happening? Had she lost her voice? Puzzled, Xiao scratched her head and attempted to cough. Yet her ears remained deaf to any sound. He was currently in deep meditation, a beneficial state for his cultivation, so it would be best not to disturb him. Just as she caught a faint sound, an overwhelming force seemed to pull at her. Feeling this terrifying power, Xiao Wu's complexion drained of color, and a chill coursed down her spine. The scene before her shifted with alarming speed. gazing at the disheveled man. Xiao Wu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. An intense sensation of suffocation left her breathless. A title Douluo. There was no mistake, absolutely none. Swallowing hard in fear, her legs trembled. What do you want? The simple question drained her of all her strength. Boom. With just a frown from Tang Hao. Xiao Wu collapsed to the ground, utterly weakened. Clutching the earth with desperate hands. Her face was ashen, her heart heavy with despair. Having just escaped the jaws of a wolf, she now found herself in the clutches of a tiger. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? In the diminutive nodding city. Could she truly encounter a title Douluo? Her heart wailed in sorrow. She longed to flee but found her limbs trembling and unresponsive. As if her very body warned her against any futile attempts. As a soul beast of 100,000 years. Her innate senses told her that the man before her possessed immense power. The terror and strength radiating from him were as formidable as a towering mountain. Leaving her gasping for breath. What struck her with even greater fear was the malice emanating from the depths of his gaze. From his eyes. Xiao envisioned a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, countless droplets pooling together. The overwhelming crimson hue sent shivers through her bones. Gulp. Tang Hao shook his head and spoke coldly. Rest assured, I hold no interest in you. Without any overt action, a gentle force enveloped Xiao Wu, clearly indicating his intervention. Instantly, she felt warmth spread through her body, and her inner terror began to dissipate. Her delicate eyes brimmed with suspicion as she asked, Are you serious? You truly want to kill me? Noticing Xiao Wu's apprehensive demeanor, Tang Hao suddenly appeared melancholic, his lowered dark eyes flickering with a hint of blue. Soul masters are bound to hunt soul beasts. It is a natural order. Ordinary soul beasts may suffice, but do transformed soul beasts not count as beings? Why does the spirit hall press us so relentlessly? Boom. The warmth vanished in an instant, and Xiao Wu curled up tightly, feeling as though she were surrounded by ice and snow. Uncle, she stammered, startled by her own voice. Tang Hao reigned in his murderous intent. And Xiao Wu felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, rubbing her arms in a futile attempt to warm herself. Her voice was hoarse, laced with a tremor as she reminded him, What you said is true. Strength is everything. If one does not wish to be hunted by humans, they must rely on their own power. Others cannot be trusted. Only unparalleled strength matters. As he spoke, Tang Hao took a hefty swig of his drink, the liquid spilling from the corner of his mouth. He exuded a sense of poignant sorrow, his weathered visage hinting at deep-seated past experiences. Xiao Wu regarded him with a complex expression, curiosity piqued about what had transpired in his life. Unwilling to delve into his past, Tang Hao took another swig, seeming to find solace only in the embrace of alcohol. Xiao Wu had anticipated a response, yet Tang Hao abruptly shifted the topic. Do you know why Tang San lost this afternoon? Huh? Xiao Wu was taken aback, caught off guard, and before she could process it, Tang Hao continued. Firstly, he was overly eager for victory. Perhaps the previous defeat drove him to desperately seek triumph over Su Ming, leading him to focus solely on ending the battle. Secondly, he mistakenly believed that the difference in levels was absolute, but for true geniuses, battling beyond one's level is merely a matter of desire. Soul rings are merely tools, not the entirety of what ensures victory. If soul masters only considered the age and number of their soul rings, there would be no need for combat at all. Thirdly, he gravely underestimated an individual. As if facing Tang San, Tang Hao spoke earnestly, and Xiao Wu, sitting with her knees drawn up, nodded in agreement. This afternoon, Tang San's defeat was indeed hasty. Had he fully unleashed his soul abilities from the beginning, the outcome could have been uncertain. Although Su Ming could sever the blue-silver, no one could guarantee Tang San's defeat. Do you think Tang San had a chance to win? Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wu, having discerned her thoughts. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly no possibility? Possibility? Tang Hao neither shook his head nor nodded, reflecting, there are not so many possibilities in this world. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Often, the outcome is predetermined before the battle even begins. Just as he is immersed in deep meditation now. Without years of arduous training, one cannot reach such a level. Instead of chasing after so-called possibilities, it is wiser to explore the underlying causes and effects. Would you not agree? Xiao Wu awkwardly scratched her head, her eyes darting away in guilt. I'm not the brightest. It seems I can't quite grasp what you're saying. Tang Hao sighed, realizing not every soul beast possesses the wisdom of a refined soul like Ain. He opted to refrain from further entreaties, hoping only that she would relay his earlier words to Tang San. Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment as she offered a sheepish smile, adorably naive. Though she did not comprehend, she sensed Tang Hao's goodwill, allowing her anxious heart to settle. The two fell into a contemplative silence, while Tang Hao continued to drink the bitter remnants of his poor-quality liquor. After a while, Su Ming emerged from his meditative state, yet he did not open his eyes, instead persisting in his cultivation. Through Tang Hao's keen and penetrating gaze, one could faintly discern threads of soul power flowed from his meridians, coiling like serpents toward his dantian. Wisps of soul power converged there, forming miniature whirlwinds. Zzzzz. The whirlwinds collided, sparking intense arcs of electricity, slowly drawing together. Truly a marvel. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of liquor. For even a titled Douluo like him could not help but feel astonished. In the blink of an eye, several hours had slipped by. Su Ming also opened his eyes, and a flicker of darkness glimmered in his bright gaze. The soul power spiral within him had completely dispersed, returning to the various meridians of his body. Albeit with a subtle transformation, Tang Hao had departed, leaving only Xiao behind. She approached with puffed cheeks, her irritation palpable as she remarked, "What did you summon me for? Do you expect me to watch you train?" After waiting for several hours, her patience had long since worn thin. Humph, who would relish spending time with this brat? Su Ming's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for Xiao Wu and had seized the opportunity to cultivate, only to become unexpectedly entranced. Her arrival was perfectly timed. If one were to be precise, one could indeed classify you as a sensitive attack-type soul master, could one not? Gazing at Su Ming's mischievous grin, Xiao Wu's delicate frame trembled, and a hint of trepidation crept in. What do you intend to do? Oh, it's nothing much. Merely requesting your assistance in my cultivation. What? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing first at herself and then at Su Ming. You mean to say that you want me to assist you in your cultivation? Her sharp voice pierced the air, leaving Xiao Wu utterly bewildered. A person who covets my soul rings and bones dares to ask me for help in cultivation? I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and asked, "What seems to be the problem? Go ahead, tell me how I can assist you." Just as Xiao Wu was about to retort in anger, she caught sight of the dangerous glint in Su Ming's gaze, causing her to immediately relent, her face etched with sorrow and indignation. Su Ming appeared oblivious, reaching out to grasp a stick. The essence of the training was rather straightforward. I will launch an attack, and your sole task is to evade, ensuring that I do not land a blow. Is it truly that simple? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. Her delicate face etched with astonishment. She had anticipated that Su Ming had more pressing intentions, only to discover that it was merely a routine exercise. Simple, indeed? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The practical application seemed rather straightforward. Unbeknownst to him, their interpretations had yet to align. Aware of the formidable swordsmanship and eager to uncover Su Ming's vulnerabilities, Xiao Wu nodded, acknowledging, "I understand your desire to hone your swordsmanship. Very well, I shall acquiesce." "Thank you." Su Ming, with an air of politeness, uttered a mere 2 words, inciting a surge of irritation within Xiao Wu. "If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, refrain from coveting my soul rings and soul bones. Tread carefully." The chilling tone resonated, sending alarm bells ringing within Xiao Wu's heart, compelling her to summon every ounce of her attention. In an instant, the clash between the two commenced. Aware of Su Ming's formidable swordsmanship, Xiao Wu unleashed her full speed. She darted and weaved, employing her agile velocity and remarkable flexibility to deftly evade all incoming attacks. Su Ming's blade struck nothing but air, each slash seemingly falling short of its target. Xiao Wu. This was not merely a matter of technique, but rather the distance dictated by their movements. Although their speeds were comparable, every time Su Ming attempted to unleash his swordsmanship, Xiao Wu deftly capitalized on his momentary deceleration to create space between them. This back-and-forth dance rendered it nearly impossible for Su Ming to breach Xiao Wu's defenses. Naturally, he had refrained from infusing his wooden staff with spiritual energy. Had he done so, the sheer ferocity of his soul force would have affected her, even if he failed to make contact. Much like his battle with Tang San, Su Ming relied solely on the purity of his swordplay. He understood well that no matter how many attributes one layered upon the blade, it was the art of swordsmanship that truly mattered. Only when one could land a decisive blow with all their might could it be deemed effective. In a moment of opportunity, Xiao Wu seized Su Ming's left hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as one of her legs pressed against his knee. Like a nimble monkey, she prepared to ascend, her supple waist poised to unleash an astonishing force. Su Ming executed a swift maneuver, firmly grasping Xiao Wu's arm. He aimed to employ a waist throw to hurl his adversary away, even contemplating a devastating aid. The initial strike from Xiao Wu was of utmost significance. If she failed to dislodge him with her first move, leaving him unscathed and unperturbed, she would be left helplessly watching. Her intentions had been discerned. Surprise flickered in Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes. As she observed the wooden stick hurtling toward her, she promptly redirected her assault, delivering a knee strike to the hand that wielded the stick. Bang! Bang! Successfully repelling him. Xiao Wu quickly launched an elbow strike at Su Ming's arm that had ensnared her, aware of her desire to break free and escape. Su Ming realized that in such close quarters, he could easily seize the advantage. Instead of forcefully shaking her off, he merely loosened his grip. Whoosh! Xiao Wu and Su Ming brushed past each other. As her legs landed, she instantly reappeared midair. She pivoted gracefully, her lower leg striking out like a steel whip towards Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming furrowed his brows, refraining from launching an offensive with the wooden stick, instead opting to adopt a defensive stance. His calf collided with the stick, enveloped in a delicate pink aura of soul power. A dull thud resonated, prompting Su Ming to stagger back several paces. With a graceful descent, Xiao lifted her petite head, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she glanced at Su Ming. How about that? Am I not a splendid sparring partner? She relished the sight of him taking hits, especially when they were dealt by her own hand. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Su Ming's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "If you wish to compete, I shall exchange my machete and face you. I shall watch as you strike." Xiao Wu, with a hint of provocation, playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "I am not foolish. Besides, I did not request this. It was you who brandished a wooden stick and insisted I be your sparring partner. Humph, am I to merely evade and not counterattack? You wish to attack, do you?" Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and the wooden stick in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a dark, ethereal glow. This was a blade forged entirely from soul energy, its razor-sharp edge more terrifying than the original axe. Xiao Wu's face immediately paled, and she stammered, "I was just joking earlier. Let us continue practicing as we were." Before her words fully escaped her lips, Su Ming's figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The dark radiance descended before her, erupting with a thunderous roar and sending countless particles of dust into the air. In an instant, Xiao Wu stood frozen, her gaze drawn downward to find a pair of cold, unyielding eyes fixated upon her. With a rumble, memories flooded back to Xiao Wu of her past as a rabbit, facing a wolf. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The menacing aura radiating from Su Ming sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to flee without a moment's hesitation. With her objective achieved, Su Ming's axe reverted back to its wooden form as he pursued her relentlessly. The valley echoed with the whistling winds, punctuated by intermittent booms. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the air grew increasingly frigid. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, beads of sweat trickling down her delicate, flushed face. She resembled a roasted pig, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, her condition was dire. Her clothes bore numerous gashes, and she gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead bulging as she endured immense pain. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, causing Xiao Wu's pupils to constrict in terror as she instinctively sidestepped. In that instant, Su Ming swung the wooden stick, delivering a horizontal strike. Bang! The stick collided with Xiao Wu's back, eliciting a sharp, anguished scream as she was sent flying. Seeing Su Ming close in, Xiao Wu, now seated on the ground, was filled with dread. She waved her hands frantically, exclaiming, "No more, no more. I've exhausted all my soul energy. I can't evade your attacks anymore." Su Ming furrowed his brow, sensing the decline in Xiao Wu's speed. He promptly took a few roots of ginseng. "This is ginseng. Consume it to regain your strength. We shall return in half an hour." "We will come back?" The fragile psychological barrier crumbled instantly. Xiao Wu pressed her delicate lips together, trembling as she gazed at Su Ming as if he were a demon. Anguish, helplessness, and despair enveloped her. Tears, like large beads, cascaded down her cheeks as she desperately wiped them away. A pitiful whimper echoed through the valley. Chapter 24. You are a madman. In the dark of night, one could not see a hand in front of one's face. From the rear entrance of the academy, only the faint outline of the back mountain was visible, resembling an inverted bowl. Creak. A sound that sent shivers down the spine emerged, the rusted hinges palpable in the air. The slightly ajar iron gate swung open, and a figure, familiar with the path, stepped inside, cradling a girl in his arms. The girl lay with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently in the breeze. Her cherubic face nestled against Su Ming's chest, her breath rhythmic and soft, a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, appearing utterly serene in slumber. Carrying the fainted Xiao Wu, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace, and together they returned to the dormitory. What happened to her? Gently placing Xiao Wu on the bed, Su Ming was about to rest when a familiar voice reached his ears. whether unable to sleep or awakened by the commotion. Tang Sen approached with an oil lamp in hand. Under the dim light, he assessed Xiao Wu and, finding her unharmed, cast a questioning glance towards Su Ming. Su Ming sighed, remarking that perhaps she was simply exhausted. A restful slumber would surely remedy her condition. As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Tang San's chest, who shook his head, appearing to have recovered. Noticing the similarity in their sense, Tang Sen raised an eyebrow, curiously inquiring, "Has she also gone to the back mountain to cultivate? I would appreciate her company for a while." "A while?" He mused, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Is it truly possible to achieve such results in just a brief period? The thought of when Xiao Wu had last vanished crossed his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. As the oil lamp was gradually raised, Tang San scrutinized Su Ming intently. Her clothes were damp, as if soaked, and he could detect the pungent odor of sweat. Fragments of leaves clung to her attire, while her porcelain-like face was smeared with mud, not in large clumps, but in a scattered, splattered manner. Her spirited, luminous eyes were now half closed, revealing distinct bloodshot veins and a wild glint amidst her fatigue. Silently cursing within, Tang Sen clenched his fists, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled in frustration, extinguishing the lamp. What a madwoman! The sound of his gritted teeth echoed, plunging the dormitory into an eerie stillness. Following the footsteps, the creaking of two beds swayed for a few seconds before silence enveloped the space once more. With eyes closed and then reopened, time in Su Ming's world seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness. The once dim dormitory was suddenly awash with light. Bright sunlight streamed through the ventilation, and fine rays became visible to the naked eye. It was blindingly bright. Su Ming could not help but rub his eyes. Gazing around, he noticed that not a single figure stood in the entire dormitory, while the sound of snoring still echoed in his ears. Considering the age of the first-year students, it was understandable that at the tender age of 6, they required ample sleep. Thus, the academy thoughtfully scheduled classes to commence at 9 o'clock. Consequently, this moment was indeed a time for indulging in slumber. Clad in short pants, Su Ming gracefully leaped down from the upper bunk. At a height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters, he landed lightly, making no sound whatsoever. Xiao Wu remained soundly asleep, appearing truly exhausted from the previous day's exertions, unable to practice any longer. As for Tang San, his bed was already vacant. Su Ming understood that this fellow had once again retreated to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. Had it not been for his deliberate training and mental strength this month, he might have truly fallen prey to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye during yesterday's contest. It seemed he still had a long way to go. Casting aside his soiled garments into a nearby basket, Su Ming donned a fresh outfit and departed from his dormitory. As the president of the academy, he had no need to concern himself with such trivial matters. On several occasions, his clothes had been returned, fragrant with perfume, impeccably clean. It was unavoidable. The current generation of girls was far too precocious. He had received quite a number of bold love letters. Recalling his memory, Su Ming arrived at an office. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Upon hearing the voice from within, he pushed the door open and entered. Oh, it's you, Su Ming. What brings you here? Upon seeing Su Ming, the man in white displayed a warm smile. The man, strikingly handsome, with a composed demeanor, appeared to be around 30 years old. Unlike others, he exuded an air of elegance and approachability. The man was named Su Lin, a teacher at the academy, whom Su Ming had encountered several times on the back mountain, where he had cultivated a medicinal herb field, seemingly possessing a profound interest in alchemy. Fixed on Su Lin, Su Ming's gaze bore an intense fervor. Teacher Su Lin, you are also a sensitivity-type soul master, correct? Su Lin chuckled softly. Su Ming, why do you ask that? Indeed, I am a sensitivity-type grand soul master, with the martial soul of the purple leopard. Su Lin furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar in Su Ming's gaze, just as he had gathered from the information he possessed. Su Ming felt a surge of joy within and promptly declared, It's like this, Teacher Su Lin. I've encountered some difficulties in my training. If possible, I hope you could be my sparring partner. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Turns out you just want me to be your sparring partner. Su Lin sighed in relief, chuckling. You're quite well informed, knowing that I am a sensitivity type. Teacher Su Lin, since you have already offered, how could I dare to offend so many? Su Ming replied, Let us go. I have some free time, so I might as well accompany you for some training. Su Lin readily agreed, a beaming smile upon his face. As a teacher, who wouldn't he appreciate a student like Ming, who possessed both talent and diligence? He was no exception. For him, Training a student was hardly a burden, given his status as a Grand Soul Master. Delighted by Su Lin's consent, Su Ming felt a wave of happiness. After all, there was only one sensitivity-type Grand Soul Master in the Academy, and he needed to cherish this resource. As for Xiao Wu, she was merely a Soul Master, young and lacking in the stamina that Su Lin possessed. The two made their way to the grassy training ground. Separated from the building area, spacious and suitable for combat. Su Ming, if you wish to hone your physical coordination, you can attack while I evade. I want to strike back to avoid injuring you, Su Lin remarked casually, having listened to Su Ming's earlier account and understanding what was required of him. However, with his prowess as a Grand Soul Master, should he truly engage, Su Ming would not stand a chance. Su Ming shook his head stubbornly, asserting, "No need for that. A normal battle will suffice. It's a perfect opportunity to hone my reflexes. Of course, I exclude any explosive soul skills. I have no desire to meet my demise." Observing the resolute glint in Su Ming's eyes, Su Lin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and refraining from recklessness. Swish. Just as the two distanced themselves, Su Lin heard the sound of meteors racing through the air, causing his heart to leap in alarm. Instinctively, he sidestepped. Almost simultaneously, a violet glow erupted from his forehead, instantly manifesting his martial spirit. Boom. The speed was indeed astonishing. Su Ming's machete missed its target and struck the ground with a deafening crash. Su Lin glanced down, his previously calm expression suddenly shifting. He noticed a chunk of earth, the size of a barrel, had been displaced beneath his feet, with the machete deeply embedded in the soil. Is this for real? Staring into Su Ming's sharp and meticulous gaze, Su Lin felt a jolt of unease. Chapter 25. The night is for the carriage. On the grass, two figures flickered like phantoms. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying speed revealed only two forms, one clad in white, the other in blue, one large and one small. Swish. The blue figure descended from the sky, poised to strike. Swish. The machete whirled through the air like a boomerang. Screech. The fierce claws clashed against the machete, producing a piercing sound. The machete sliced through the air, while the leopard's claws stirred up a gust. The two combatants moved with a myriad of forms, their after-images blending. Fists and feet clashing in a display reminiscent of a fierce dragon battling a tiger. The frenetic rhythm of their attacks left onlookers utterly dazzled. Bang. A heavy thud resonated abruptly. The blue figure was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to rise but found his body weighed down like lead, immobilized. With a slight effort, he realized his strength had completely ebbed, forcing him to concede and lie back down. Having been knocked down countless times, this time, Su Ming ultimately could not get back up. He flicked his fingers. Yet they remained still as he rasped, "Su Lin, let us call it a day." "All right." The white-clad figure on the ground seemed to receive a reprieve. Nodding gravely and uttering a single word, he used his hands to prop up his knees, trembling as he stood. Sweat beads, as large as soybeans, dripped from his chin. His once pristine white attire was now soiled and tattered, his skin visible through multiple cracks. What was even more astonishing was his demeanor. His right leg trembled uncontrollably, as if in a spasm, while his left foot rose onto its toes, delicately touching the ground with his big toe. His body swayed, appearing as if it might topple at any moment. Forcing himself to maintain his stance, Su Lin, with a battered visage, cast a resentful and fearful glance at Su Ming. His expression filled with melancholy. Though every step made the veins in his forehead throb, he grit his teeth and persevered. "Go. Quickly." He urged himself to move away while this fellow was incapacitated. A resolute conviction sustained his body as he limped away slowly until he vanished from sight. If there were a potion for regret, Su Lin vowed he would rather hunt a century-old soul beast than serve as Su Ming's sparring partner. Is this what they call a sparring partner? Su Lin's retreating figure was utterly disheveled, while Su Ming, having endured the brunt of the attacks, found himself in a far worse predicament. His face bore the marks of a severe beating, swollen and bruised, completely devoid of his previous handsome appearance. Not only was his clothing marred with deep claw marks, but even the inner weighted armor lay in tatters, with pieces of metal hanging loose. Though he was not bleeding, he felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. Who could fathom how many blows he had sustained? The might of a Grand Soul Master was indeed terrifying. Ding! As the host engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Grand Soul Master, despite the latter refraining from using soul skills, the host's bravery was commendable, earning a reward of a strand of golden power. Ding! The body of the berserker, spurred by the encounter, gained 3 in strength for in defense, and 3 in mental fortitude. Holding a snow lotus leaf, obtained from defeating Tang San. In his mouth, Su Ming chewed slowly. A gentle breeze swept by, evaporating the sweat clinging to him, leaving a refreshing sensation. The sky was a tranquil blue, serene yet mysterious, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily towards the horizon. Feeling the peaceful passage of time, Su Ming could not help but sigh in admiration at the beauty surrounding him. Swish. After an indeterminate interval, Su Ming pushed himself up from the ground and leisurely made his way towards the classroom. Bang! The classroom door creaked open as Su Ming entered at a leisurely pace. His habitual tardiness was no surprise, yet upon seeing his battered condition, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Devastation. Utter ruin. Had this fellow fallen into a den of soul beasts? Su Ming, are you all right? A female instructor hurried over, her gaze flitting over the disheveled Su Ming, her voice trembling with concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Su Ming waved his hand and leisurely made his way to his seat. Feeling a bit tired? Is that what you call it? The female teacher's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the utterly disheveled figure, unable to fathom what had transpired. Su Ming. The leader of the academy, how could anyone possibly harm him? Within the classroom, only two individuals comprehended the gravity of the situation. The force that could inflict such severe damage upon Su Ming could not possibly be a mere soul master. It had to be a grand soul master. That individual had undoubtedly been engaged in combat with a grand soul master moments ago. Both were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. One of them, with wide eyes, exhibited a hint of anxiousness, while the other lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the unfolding reality. Boom! Su Ming plopped down heavily onto the chair, causing the table to shift from its original position. His swollen thigh exposed through the torn fabric of his trousers bore an array of bruises in shades of purple and blue. Xiao Wu bit her lip, hastily returning the table to its rightful place, her gaze averted from him. Devoid of her usual boldness and wild spirit, Su Ming shifted his gaze and, panting, said, I still have some issues with my agility. Could you lend me a hand this evening? Boom. Her delicate body trembled violently, and Xiao Wu revealed a smile that was even more sorrowful than tears. And no problem, came her quivering voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. The sound from her throat grew more pronounced, echoing her distress. In the early morning light, as dawn broke, a small figure darted restlessly through the eastern area of the academy, seemingly in search of something. Eventually, he let out a long sigh, reluctantly departing from the place. Although not the most favored character at the Junior Soul Master Academy, he felt that such treatment was unwarranted. Could it truly be as Mr. Treeman suggested, that he often approached the Chinese with the utmost skepticism, yet never anticipated such cruelty? With hope resting upon teacher Wang Wenlong, Su Ming was now forced to confront the harsh reality. Indeed, the teacher Wang Wenlong was absent from his office. From the principal, he learned that Wang had resigned from the academy. Rumor had it that he had embarked on a journey to distant lands in search of a blossoming spring. The carriage had been purchased the previous night, and the man had departed just as swiftly. Much like the earlier departure of teacher Su Lin, it was regrettable that after such a long acquaintance, no farewell words were exchanged. The academy had lost yet another potential adversary. Su Ming departed with a sense of disappointment, retreating to the mountains to continue his practice of lightness skills. As the scene shifted back to the valley, it revealed a once lush expanse now stripped bare, reminiscent of a locust swarm's passage. In the center, a waterway measuring 3 meters in width and 30 meters in length had been carved out, its murky waters resembling sludge. Floating within this channel were several buoys, each approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, caked in filth. Along the banks lay several rows of buoys of varying sizes, the smallest appearing no larger than a palm. Bang, bang, bang. A figure clad in green darted forward, heading towards the waterway. With a deft touch of his toes upon a buoy, it emitted a resounding thud, sending ripples across the water. Following a series of 10 rhythmic thuds, a splash resonated, and the figure draped in green vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a muddy figure emerged, spitting out a mouthful of sludge. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skills. Proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skills. Proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Within the valley, the air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. As verdant grass flourished once more, the once muddy waterway had been replenished and greenery had returned to the ground. Yet, Su Ming's presence was nowhere to be found. Deep within the valley, torrents of water surged, creating waves in the pond. A waterfall cascaded down the cliffside like a silver dragon, producing a thunderous roar. The once unbroken stream, flowing like a white ribbon, now bore a fissure. Within the slender stream, a figure sat in meditation, emanating a dark soul energy that remained undisturbed even amidst the violent rush of water. As time progressed, the boy began to clench his teeth, the layer of black light surrounding him flickering in and out of visibility. With a splash, the boy ultimately fell into the pond, losing the protection of his soul energy. Climbing ashore, Su Ming wiped his face clean of water, a charming smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. With his left hand, he formed a sword stance, as black light emanated from his index and middle fingers, coalescing into the shape of a longsword. This sword appeared not illusory, but rather like black crystal, glistening and sharp to the eye. Swish! Su Ming swung fiercely, the black sword darting like lightning. With a resounding thud, it pierced directly into the solid cliff face. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, poised to celebrate this momentous occasion, when the sound of footsteps reached his ears. One could hardly fathom the source of such an array of peculiar ideas. Tang Hao gazed down at Su Ming from his elevated position, a glint of admiration flickering in his icy eyes. It was rare for him to harbor such sentiments towards anyone, and he had seldom found anyone worthy of his respect, let alone a mere 7-year-old child before him. Yet, over the course of the year, he found himself compelled to acknowledge this young prodigy. Whether it was through unwavering perseverance or innate talent, the child appeared to be born for the art of cultivation. At times, he even pondered whether, had they been contemporaries, he could have surpassed him. Perhaps, the two could forge a legendary tale of rivals meeting on equal footing. Su Ming swiftly rose to his feet. Curiosity etched upon his face as he inquired, "Are you planning to depart, esteemed senior?" Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. It felt akin to a mountain pressing upon his very being, causing Su Ming's complexion to pale. Instantly, he summoned every ounce of strength within him. His arm muscles bulged prominently, the damp fabric of his clothing clinging to his form and revealing a flawless physique. Yet, despite the striking appearance of his robust body, how could one who was not even a soul master hope to contend with the title Douluo? Su Ming's feet gradually sank into the earth. A pained expression etched upon his face, his veins bulged conspicuously. Yet, he merely furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as if the sky itself were collapsing. Indeed. Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with interest as he softly uttered 2 words. In an instant, the weight pressing upon Su Ming dissipated entirely, allowing him to breathe deeply and freely. Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction, asserting that with Su Ming's current physical prowess, he could rival an ordinary great soul master. A smile crept onto his lips as he marveled at the unexpected privilege of witnessing the growth of a young prodigy. Su Ming, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the first on the entire continent to possess a 1,000-year soul ring as your initial soul ring. As he concluded, Tang Hao's voice, once cold and detached, rippled with an undercurrent of envy that even Su Ming could discern. This was the first time he had sensed such emotion emanating from Tang Hao, prompting a silent smile and a surge of excitement within him. Ahem, given my current physique, enduring a 1,000-year soul ring does pose some risks. I believe it prudent to train further, perhaps striving for 2,000 years before proceeding. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, he felt a burgeoning urge to confront Su Ming physically. Sensing the shift in Tang Hao's demeanor, Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily, choosing to remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Hao regarded Su Ming with a serious expression, his tone cold as he stated, "Su Ming, your method of soul power cultivation is beneficial to me. You may propose a condition, and should it lie within my capabilities, I will endeavor to fulfill it." Soul power cultivation. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Ming. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao would take an interest in his training techniques. Any condition could be proposed? Su Ming's smile bore an odd quality, for the other party had just revealed their identity, evidently not intending to keep it concealed. I asserted that it was within my capabilities, and you should refrain from exorbitant demands. Should you push me too far, I am capable of any action. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and the wine gourd in his hand shattered with a resounding explosion. A tremendous roar echoed as a towering column of water erupted from the pond, shaking the very earth. Drops of water cascaded upon the two, creating a magnificent and imposing spectacle. Does the heavenly Douluo take advantage of his power? Su Ming was naturally skeptical, chuckling lightly as he remarked that he had yet to finalize his conditions, suggesting instead that he would simply owe a favor for the time being, to be addressed whenever he deemed it necessary. Tang Hao let out a sigh, seemingly resigned, for he believed that it was precisely at this moment that Su Ming found it easiest to negotiate terms. "Since you have deduced my intention to depart, Are you not concerned that I may leave without return, leaving you with nothing? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, since you, esteemed elder, have taken on the role of a gentleman, do you expect me to play the scoundrel? Truly, he was born with remarkable wisdom. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us consider that I owe you a favor for now. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to make your request known. A promise was thus sealed. Having reached an accord with Tang Hao, Su Ming had no reason to decline. Without inquiring about the specifics of the cultivation methods, Tang Hao vanished after receiving Su Ming's consent. The title of Hao Ian Douluo certainly befits him, exhibiting a hero-esque spirit. Watching Tang Hao depart, Su Ming could not help but feel a sense of admiration. He recalled that during his numerous training sessions, Tang Hao had always been present. With the heightened spiritual perception of a titled Douluo, how could he not discern how Su Ming was honing his soul power? Had it been any other soul master, they might have resorted to outright theft. Conditions? What conditions are needed for soul masters to learn from one another? The deceased do not propose conditions. As for the method of refining soul power by condensing it into a swirling force for fusion and collision, it was a result of Su Ming's attempts based on various fantasy novels, having endured many failures before achieving this outcome. The purpose behind this was to enhance the explosive power of soul rings and soul skills. Su Ming recalled that the more soul power infused into a soul ring, the stronger the soul skill would be. In terms of quantity, he currently held no advantage. Thus, he could only strive to elevate the quality to narrow the gap. Could a century-old soul skill contend with a millennium-old one? Su Ming deemed it a feasible challenge. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopper quality, purple, 6. 215,000. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected. Golden crow blade technique, perfected. Primordial blade / spirit gathering technique. Possessions, 9-grade purple Ganoderma, flight soul guidance device, Millennium Snow Wolf Meat, Fire Python Essence Blood, Snow Lotus, 1000 Fathom Silver. Strength, 58. Defense, 46. Spirit, 66. Gazing up at the rising sun, a rare soft smile graced Su Ming's typically stoic face. Chapter 26. This regulation is excessively targeted. Dear students, the academic year has come to a close. Over the next month, I hope you will enjoy a pleasant holiday, while also taking the time to reflect on the knowledge you have acquired at the Soul Master Academy. Vacations can provide you with relaxation and reduce stress, after all. Even Soul Masters cannot train continuously throughout the year and must find a balance between work and rest. Of course, it is advisable not to discard everything your teachers have imparted, for if you do so, your time at the Academy will yield no rewards. All right. I hope you all return safely and soon achieve the glory of becoming Soul Masters. The sun shone brightly, casting a vibrant glow. In the square of the Junior Soul Master Academy, the slender-faced Carter solemnly announced the conclusion of the academic year. Meanwhile, the crowd behind him had already begun to murmur excitedly. How wonderful! The holiday has finally arrived. We can frolic freely. After spending a year in this dreadful place, I can finally leave. It's so boring. Why does the principal ramble on more and more? What do you think my parents would say if they knew I have reached level 7 in soul power? Look at you, as if they believe you're a soul master now. The youthful faces were alight with joy, and all the students could hardly conceal their exhilaration, eager to return home. Although the Academy's education was diverse and enriching, after a year, it had become as tiresome as an overly rich meal. Dismissed. Moments later, Carter's resounding voice echoed through the air like a heavenly melody. The crowd, unable to contain their excitement, dispersed like startled birds. Some dashed away swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye, while others strolled together, chatting merrily about their plans. It was evident that everyone was brimming with enthusiasm and joy. Even the principal and teachers wore relieved smiles, having survived another academic year. As they prepared to leave, a sudden chill coursed through them, as if an ominous presence had gripped their very souls. A voice, sinister and haunting, reverberated in their minds, causing every teacher, including the esteemed Principal Carter, to involuntarily shudder, feeling a cold dread creeping down their spines. After a brief moment of silence, their bodies stiffened as they turned around. Su Ming, is there something you require? Carter inquired, his tone unusually cordial, yet his smile appeared forced. Actually, I would like to know which teachers will remain at the academy. Su cast a glance at the several teachers before him, his eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement and fervor. Boom. As Su Ming's gaze swept across them, the teachers felt a chilling sensation coursing down their spines. their very pores seeming to erupt. In an instant, all eyes, filled with fierce determination, were fixed intently on Principal Carter. Principal, I need to visit my family in the Grohl province during the holiday, as you are well aware. Principal, my family has been urging me to attend matchmaking events too frequently. I might need to escape for a while, as the pressures of the academy are becoming unbearable. Principal, I anticipate relocating soon, so please refrain from contacting me for the time being. With these words, the teachers hastily fled, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was left desolate, with only Carter remaining. A profound silence enveloped the space. Even the cawing of a crow could be heard overhead. Witnessing this, Carter could not help but curse under his breath. Is this how one conducts business? Leaving the principal here all alone? If you must depart, at least take me with you. Coughing to regain his composure, Carter feigned nonchalance. Ming, what is the purpose of your inquiry? Well, I might still come by the academy during the holiday, hence I wanted to ask. Before Ming's words had fully settled in the air, Carter had already extracted a set of keys from his clothing. The clattering of keys echoed as he struggled to manage them. Gritting his teeth, Carter resolutely snapped the keyhole. With a decisive motion, he placed 2 dark keys into Ming's hands. With a steadfast expression, Carter stated, "You need not say a word. I comprehend perfectly. These are the keys to the academy's front and back doors. Take them." Ming was at a loss for words, gazing in bewilderment at Carter, pondering the purpose of the academy's key. Indeed, that expression unmistakably indicated that the keys were insufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter promptly removed the key to the 7th dormitory, declaring, "This is your dormitory key. You need not seek out Teacher Mo. The principal, this key. Yes, it is merely a key. Let us not discuss anything else." Like a hot potato, Carter thrust all the keys into Ming's embrace. Ming, I have but these keys. You may keep them. Let us consider the start of the semester, and we shall address future matters later. With a mix of laughter and tears, Carter wiped away old sorrows, lamenting that the academy had but a handful of teachers, and it truly could not afford to lose any more. Suddenly, a golden light erupted, blinding Ming and compelling him to shield his eyes, as the sound of wings flapping filled his ears. In an instant, a figure soared into the sky, ascending with great fervor. Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the principal was also a formidable soul master of the sensory attack department. The golden figure seemed to be struck by a bullet, descending rapidly before shrinking dramatically. The world has lost its way. Morality has deteriorated. Each time claiming to be a support type, it left me, a reader of the original work, feeling quite insecure. Ming curled his lip and took the key to pack his belongings in the dormitory. Having practiced late into the night, he had neglected to tidy up. By the time Ming returned to the dorm, most had already departed. Tang-san had not left, perhaps due to their coinciding paths. He was leaning against the bed. As for Xiao Wu, she was without a home and likely would not return to the Stardew Forest. Did you just go to see the principal? Ming was preparing to pack his belongings when Xiao Wu leaned over, her delicate eyes brimming with curiosity. After a year of companionship, she appeared to have forgotten that Ming intended to use her as a soul ring, and instead, she seemed quite affectionate towards him. Is there something amiss? Ming asked, his gaze sharp and his expression impassive. Hee, I can only imagine how perplexed the principal must be, am I right? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, and even Tang-san couldn't suppress a chuckle, as if he too was unable to contain his amusement. Ming was at a loss for words as Xiao Wu stifled a giggle, then produced a piece of paper from behind her, mischievously reciting, "New regulations from the academy. First, inquiries regarding a teacher's martial soul and cultivation level are strictly prohibited. Second, teachers are forbidden from engaging in martial soul battles within the academy, or face a fine of 5 silver coins. Third, all questions must be directed to the homeroom teacher, without disturbing other instructors." Fourth, the more he listened, the darker Ming's expression became. The specificity of these rules was rather excessive. No wonder that group had fled so swiftly. Xiao Wu, sensing the atmosphere, distanced herself, snickering quietly with Tang-san. Shooting a fierce glare at the two, Ming felt utterly helpless. It seemed he could no longer seek the teachers for practical training. As for the new regulations, if they refused, so be it. He was not one to impose his will upon others. Yet, a new rule was introduced? How absurd. At that moment, Ming was unaware that he had unwittingly become a doppelganger of someone from the primordial world. Teacher, are you a soul master? Teacher, are you a soul master? Just those simple queries had morphed into a nightmare for countless instructors. Chapter 27. A Peculiar Friendship. On the eastern outskirts of Notting City, Tire tracks marked the sturdy, winding road, forming perfectly parallel lines towards the east. Along this path, 3 petite figures ambled leisurely. Each bore a bundle upon their backs, revealing the presence of 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl bounded with vivacity, exuding a lively spirit, while the 2 boys maintained an air of calm. Their pace measured and unhurried. As they traversed the road, a medley of scents wafted through the air, the refreshing aroma of grass, the rich essence of soil, and the remnants left by livestock. As they drew nearer to Dian village, Su Ming's excitement intensified, his gaze brimming with anticipation. It had been a year since his last visit to Dian village, and he pondered the well-being of his grandfather, Blin. Recalling the events from a year prior felt surreal. At that time, even becoming a soul master had seemed a distant dream. Yet now, he found that the most basic soul master was no longer his match. Even when facing a great soul master, he now possessed a fighting chance. A year. In this span of time, Su Ming had invested countless hours of hard work and undergone significant transformation. With a surge of energy from his toes, Su Ming seemed unwilling to continue at a leisurely pace. In an instant, he surpassed Tang San and Xiao Wu. What a remarkable fellow! Full of vigor even after a night of cultivation. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. He turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Can you keep up?" "Humph, even if I can't, I must try." Xiao Wu's cheeks puffed up as she began to gather her strength, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Her words echoed her own sentiments, prompting Tang San to break into a carefree smile as he employed the ghost shadow perplexing track to pursue her. Su Ming did not exert himself fully, nor did he employ any lightness skills. It was as if he approached Nodding City with a sense of ceremony. With a sudden burst of speed, Tang San and Xiao Wu swiftly caught up to him. Strangely, despite their ability to surpass him, the two merely matched his pace. Sensing the relentless pursuit, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Back at the academy, it might have been acceptable, but now I am merely taking a casual run. Is it really necessary for you two to follow me so closely? In unison, Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to give him a disdainful glance. Casual run? Tang San's lips twitched in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. If you possess the ability, why not remove the several dozen pounds of weight you carry? Then I might entertain the notion that you are simply taking a leisurely jog. Indeed, Xiao Wu chimed in, her eyes wide. Who knows what nefarious thoughts you harbor? If we were to relax, we might not even catch a glimpse of you. Tang San added, we cannot trust this fellow's words. He must be training. Su Ming. In this day and age, how difficult it is to utter a word of truth. Before Su Ming could offer a rebuttal, Tang San, with grave seriousness, began to speak. This fellow possesses an extraordinary strength, and now he has become even more formidable. Judging by the weight he carries, I surmise it must be around 30 kilograms, yet he runs so effortlessly, indicating that his physical prowess far exceeds ours. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Tang San earnestly addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, among the three of us, you possess the weakest constitution, if you cannot keep up. Perhaps you should consider shedding some of that weight. You must be joking. When have I ever carried any iron weights? Are you attempting to slander me? Xiao Wu immediately flared up, gritting her teeth and aiming a kick at Tang San, who deftly leaped aside to avoid it. Turning to glance back, Tang San chuckled heartily, proclaiming, you think I am unaware? Have you forgotten? I have worked in a blacksmith shop. 30 copper coins. 15 kilograms. With a smirk, Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming, as if his words were deliberately aimed at him. Tang San, you are courting disaster. With her secret laid bare, Xiao Wu was so incensed that her cheeks flushed, and she charged at him in a fury. They exchanged a flurry of kicks. Yet all of Xiao Wu's strikes were skillfully evaded by Tang San's elusive movements. Humph. Today, I shall let you off the hook. Noticing that Su Ming had not halted, Xiao Wu, with a huff, pouted her lips and hurriedly rushed to catch up. Su Ming, do not heed this fellow. I carry no burdens. Humph. Unlike him, who undoubtedly bears at least 20 kilograms. Perhaps due to the playful banter, Xiao Wu's cheeks reddened, and her demeanor became somewhat awkward. What 20 kilograms? I only carry 10 kilograms at most. Tang San quickly corrected himself, a hint of pride and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Still pretending, are you? From a distance, Xiao Wu spat at Tang San, declaring, Tang San, your thoughts are truly vile. This sentiment was echoed by Su Ming, who cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, remarking, is it too much to ask for a little sincerity and trust among friends? You dare accuse me of having a dirty mind? Tang San's face darkened, as though he had swallowed a fly. The fact that Su Ming wore a sincere expression only intensified his discomfort. Are you truly in a position to criticize my thoughts? Are you not aware of the many things you have done behind our backs? Xiao Wu, did we not agree to unite against our foes? Realizing he could not take on both of them alone, Tang Xin looked at Xiao Wu in utter dismay, clearly oblivious to the unreliability of rabbits. Tang San, do not involve me in this. When have I ever allied with you? Su Ming, do not listen to Tang San. He simply relishes in fabricating nonsense. You were the first to betray me, Xiao Wu taunted, sticking her tongue out at Tang San, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch in disbelief at her sudden defection. A true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, Tang San sighed. Choosing not to continue the argument, Xiao Wu smiled triumphantly, her gaze subconsciously flickering towards Su Ming. Before long, the duo arrived at a fork in the road. They were now quite close to both villages. Aware that the left path led to Holy Soul Village, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. Enough of this. You two should return to Holy Soul Village. Wait a moment. As Su Ming was about to take a step forward, he was suddenly called to a halt by Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with confusion, resembling that of an innocent and bewildered youth. Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, is there something else you wish to discuss? Observing Xiao Wu's back turned towards them and noticing Su Ming's oblivious expression, Tang San felt a pang in his heart. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, he sighed. Well, Xiao Wu mentioned to me earlier that she intends to visit your village. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiao Wu, who was feigning nonchalance while tilting her head skyward, her lips pouting in defiance. His eyes instantly turned icy. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, he said coldly, and in a flash, he executed a graceful leap, soaring away on the verdant grass. Is he really leaving? What a scoundrel! Xiao Wu's initial anticipation plummeted, and her entire body trembled with indignation. Clenching her fists tightly, her youthful bosom thrust forward defiantly. Witnessing Su Ming's abrupt departure, Tang Sen scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Wu, why don't you accompany me to Holy Soul Village? With a sharp glance, Xiao Wu retorted icily, he's a jerk, and you are one as well. Her expression darkened, and she ground her teeth, pursuing him with determination. As a gentle breeze swept through, tousling her hair, Tang San, who had been composed, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he observed their departure. After lingering for a moment, he sighed and shook his head, setting off in another direction. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, chasing after him, suddenly halted. Her long hair danced in the wind as her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could he possibly be this fast? She pondered, noting the desolate stretch of land for hundreds of meters around her. It was as if Su Ming had vanished into thin air, despite exerting herself to the fullest. She could not comprehend this scene. Just then, a faint sound of air friction reached her ears. Above, a jolt of alarm surged through her, and she instinctively looked up. A meteor, trailing a long tail, hurtled towards her with astonishing speed, its shimmering emerald silver barely discernible. Damn it, who could it be? The sheer velocity suggested a power level at least that of a Soul King. What could the adversary want with her? Fear gripped Xiao Wu, and she clenched her teeth, preparing to evade. Yet, to her astonishment, the silvery flash seemed to teleport, closing the distance that had once been several dozen meters in an instant. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock, and before she could react, a searing pain coursed through her throat. Boom! A tremendous force slammed her to the ground. The impact knocked her down, and pain flickered across her features. In her previous encounters with formidable foes, she might have felt helpless. However, after a year of training while chasing Su Ming and having battled with the Academy's Soul Master instructors, her composure had matured significantly, enabling her to face any unforeseen circumstances with calmness. Unbeknownst to her, she had already summoned her martial spirit, her eyes glowing crimson, her ears adorned with soft white fur. The century-old soul ring pulsated beneath her, and her legs coiled around the unknown foe, clearly intending to execute a grappling technique. She knew well that against a powerful enemy, her only recourse was to use the 8 to buy herself time to escape. There were no other options. Yet, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, rendering her momentarily speechless. Why are you still following me? Su Ming. Xiao Wu's heart was filled with disbelief as she cried out. As the silver light faded, the wings behind her retracted into an apparatus, revealing Su Ming's figure. It felt as though a steel needle had pierced her brain, and his piercing gaze left her momentarily dazed. With a pained gasp, she snapped back to reality, staring at the person sitting upon her with an expression as cold as ice, her heart a tumult of shyness and indignation. Yet, the choking agony in her neck rendered her utterly helpless, leaving no room for her feelings. You're choking me. Let go, please. Su Ming slightly loosened his grip on Xiao Wu's neck, allowing her to catch her breath. You continue to follow me. What is it that you truly desire? Do you really believe that I would hesitate to take your life at this moment? Su Ming's cold visage revealed no trace of emotion, resembling an ancient, unyielding glacier, with a glint of menace radiating from his eyes. What has transpired with him? Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. As the aura of murderous intent emanated from Su Ming, Xiao Wu felt a shiver run down her spine, her heart a tumult of fear and confusion. It had been a long time since she had sensed such feelings from him. Over the course of more than a year, their relationship had significantly softened. Even with the knowledge that he harbored intentions to kill her, the fear that once gripped Xiao Wu had dissipated. She understood that Su Ming's sole desire was to grow stronger, not to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. Besides training alongside Su Ming to enhance her speed. Unwilling to concede defeat, she often retreated to the back mountains for her own cultivation, leading to frequent encounters between them. In her heart, their bond had transitioned from hostility to friendship, albeit an unusual one. As for what lay a decade ahead, she had taken to heart Tang House teachings and had come to terms with it. Who says that an enemy in the realm of spirit beasts cannot transform into a friend? The future remained shrouded in uncertainty. From Su Ming, Xiao sensed a realm of possibilities. After all, no spirit master would raise a spirit beast for 100,000 years while demanding a fair duel. Just as Su Ming had initially proclaimed, living openly and honestly was the path they both chose to tread. It was precisely because of this improvement in their relationship that, in the academy and along the roads they traveled, Xiao exuded a demeanor of familiarity and enthusiasm, engaging in natural conversations with Su Ming. However, at this moment, she once again detected a shift in his emotional state. This time, he truly seemed intent on taking her life. What wrong had she committed? Xiao Wu bit her lip in frustration, her sparkling eyes brimming with an array of grievances. I have nowhere to go. Can I not come to your house? If you intend to kill me, then do so. I cannot defeat you anyway. Humph. Xiao Wu huffed, turning her head away, embodying a sense of resignation akin to a fish on the chopping block, relinquishing her struggle. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Su Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Wu for a moment. Sensing nothing amiss, he finally released his grip and stood up. It is rather inconvenient at my home. If you prefer not to go to Tang San's residence, I can find you a place to stay in Notting City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stubbornly refused to rise from the ground, her eyes brimming with indignation. I will not go. I will go to your house. Su Ming's expression darkened, and he raised his leg to depart. Xiao Wu, sensing the urgency, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly exclaimed, I truly mean no harm. I am without parents and merely wish to visit your home, even if you do not take me along. Do you think I cannot find a Yin village on my own? Upon hearing this, Su Ming's foot, which was poised to leave, hesitated and withdrew. His countenance fluctuated between various emotions, but eventually he sighed and gestured with his hand towards the back. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu joyfully sprang from the ground, her long scorpion tail braid dancing in the air as she gleefully followed suit. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance, warning, listen closely. Should I detect even the slightest hint of wrongdoing on your part, I shall show no mercy. If death befalls you, do not lay the blame at my feet. His chilling words bore an undercurrent of malice, and Xiao Wu recognized he was not jesting, yet her countenance remained cheerfully unperturbed. Rest assured, if I intended harm upon your family, I would not have waited until now. I have long been aware of your origins from Dian Village. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, causing him to halt abruptly. It turned out you also possessed this unexpectedly delightful expression. Xiao Wu, with her hands clasped behind her back, leapt before Su Ming, beaming with pride as she exclaimed, How does it feel? Surprising, isn't it? Are you so moved that tears are welling up? If you graciously utter a thank you, I would gladly accept it. Of course, it's best to abandon that thought. After all, there are plenty of soul beasts out there. So why do you keep staring at me? Are you out of your mind? After a prolonged silence, Su Ming finally spoke, voicing his exasperation, and then, with a surge of energy in his legs, he dashed towards the nearby Yin village. Xiao Wu, flustered and indignant, couldn't hold back. Staring at me while being out of your mind? Aren't you afraid of catching something? She stomped her foot in frustration and hurried after him, fearing he might change his mind and leave her behind. Chapter 28. Love from Two Grandfathers. At the entrance of the Yin village, the leaves shimmered with a fresh vibrancy, glistening under the brilliant sunlight, resembling exquisite emeralds. The willow branches swayed gracefully in the breeze, delicate and tender, releasing a fragrant aroma. What's with the old man? Just because he is back doesn't mean he is here to stay. Can you really wait forever? The old man with a goat beard, Geely, approached with a teapot, pouring a cup for Bulin while sipping directly from the spout. Bulin let out a disdainful snort. His weathered face radiated pride as he thought. Ming has always been clever and sensible. He will return on his own. What do I need to wait for? I can simply enjoy the scenery and anticipate the life of a sole masteress family. Compared to a year ago, Bulin had aged significantly. His hair was completely white at the temples, and age spots dotted his skin. His once lean face now appeared sharpened, as if shaped by the relentless passage of time. Yet, despite his advanced years, he retained an air of youthful vitality, not in appearance, but in demeanor and spirit. Well, having a good grandson is something to boast about. Isn't it? You flaunt it every day. Geely felt nauseated by Bulin's smugness, spitting out the bitter tea. Deep down, Geely envied him immensely, but after years of rivalry, neither would easily concede. He cast a sideways glance, scoffing, "Your mouth is as tough as a dead duck's. How dare you claim to enjoy life? You were born to toil, just like the old bull in the village, never enjoying a moment of leisure, dying in the fields instead. Keep spinning your tales. I'll be right here watching. When Su Ming returns and sees you weaving, let us see what kind of expression he'll have." Having known each other for years, Bulin was well aware that Geely was merely trying to provoke him, likely consumed by jealousy. But could envy alone change anything? Huh? Why don't you have your son produce another one? Nonsense. Ming is not like your boy. Bulin pinched his nostrils, immune to Geely's taunts. Get lost. Don't even mention that rascal. Geely's face flushed with anger, his frustration evident as he spat and ranted, seemingly on the verge of confrontation. Observing Bulin leisurely crafting baskets, Geely's fury escalated. Yes, Su is not that kind of person. But what if he brings back a wife? If she sees you weaving baskets, I assure you, she'll flee within moments. Bulin's movement faltered, veins popping on his forehead as he retorted, "Old fool, your wife is the one who runs away." In a fit of rage, Bulin tossed all the bamboo strips into the half-finished basket. Bah! Geely spat again, as if trying to dispel the bad luck associated with such talk. Yet, a cunning smile soon crept across his face. "Coward! Keep weaving. I dare you." Bulin, seething with anger, clenched his fists, wishing to strike back. But ultimately he released his grip, staring silently at the horizon. Triumphantly, Geely flashed a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth as he resumed sipping tea, relishing the flavor. "Are you certain today is a holiday?" He absent-mindedly took a sip from his cup, casting a glance at the unreliable fellow. In stark contrast to their previous banter, the two now appeared solemn and composed. Geely waved his hand, his tone contemplative. "Do you doubt me? I've already inquired. Ming will return today at the earliest, or, at the latest, within the next couple of days." Bulin nodded in satisfaction, instinctively glancing towards the west, his aged eyes shimmering with anticipation. Cough, cough. Bulin cleared his throat, turning away with a look of disdain. "So, you managed to find out about the holiday? Your connections don't seem all that impressive. Trying to pry information from me, are you?" Geely chuckled knowingly, extending his leg and shaking it lightly. Bulin shot him a cold glance, uninterested in engaging. "I'm not a young man anymore. Helping you massage your legs is beneath my dignity." As Bulin stood to leave, Geely felt a pang of urgency, having finally found a weakness in his old friend. He couldn't let him get away so easily. "Calm down. I'll tell you for a jar of snake wine. 1 bowl, no negotiations. Half a jar. 1.5 bowls. You old man, are you trying to humiliate me with that half bowl? Speak if you want. If not, then forget it." Hey. Seeing Bulin truly about to leave, Geely panicked, rushing to stop him. "I can't let this tightwad escape." Bulin regarded him with disdain, and Geely clenched his teeth. "Fine. 1.5 bowls it is. Brat, you're not much of a man." Feeling triumphant, Bulin returned to his seat, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about Su Ming's experiences at the academy. Cough, cough. Steady yourself. Don't let it upset your health. Let it out. "Do you think I'm like you?" Geely scratched his forehead, his face flushing with embarrassment. Noticing Bulin's eager gaze, he finally relented. "Well, I heard from an old friend that Ming got one of his female classmates pregnant." Boom. The revelation struck Bulin like a thunderclap, causing him to cough violently, clutching his chest as if he were having an asthma attack. "Geely, you're talking nonsense." His furious shout echoed throughout the Yin village. The villagers working in the fields looked up, shaking their heads in exasperation, wondering why the two old men were at it again. "Is that Grandpa's voice?" The familiar sound reached the ears of a boy returning to the village, who lifted his head sharply, a warm smile breaking across his stern face, filled with excitement. The voice was deep and powerful, brimming with vitality. It seemed Grandpa was still in good health. Wonderful news indeed. What is going on? Almost colliding with Su Ming. Xiao pushed him irritably. Su Ming did not respond but quickened his pace towards the village. Grandfather. As Su Ming arrived at the village entrance, a familiar figure came into view. Even he, with his resilient spirit, could not help but feel a surge of emotions, his eyes misting over. The voice that once resounded with fervor now softened into a gentle whisper. Indeed, Grandfather appeared even more stooped. Just then, the playful and lively Bruin, caught in a moment of stillness, instinctively turned to look. Minger, gazing at the dear one he had longed for day and night. The pent-up emotions within Bruin erupted like a torrential flood, and he could not help but weep profusely. Su Ming broke into a smile and hurried over. Just as he expected his grandfather to greet him, he noticed a subtle change in the latter's expression. With gritted teeth, the old man glanced around as if searching for something. Then, he grasped a bamboo strip from the basket with great determination. Due to child protection policies, 1,000 words have been omitted here. Chapter 29. The Rabbit Catches the Eagle. Perfectly reasonable. The wooden cabin remained unchanged, clean and tidy. A testament to Grandpa Blint's dedication to upkeep. Even the rickety wooden cabinet gleamed as if polished with care, not disposed of despite its age. The only notable difference was the new wooden flooring that replaced the hard, unyielding earth beneath their feet. It seemed Grandpa had yet to spend the gold coins that had been left behind. Observing his surroundings, Su Ming sighed internally, continuing to pick at his meal with a sense of disinterest. Due to previous misunderstandings, the atmosphere at the dining table felt particularly awkward. Xiao's cheeks were flushed, her lips pressed tightly against her rice, refusing to chew, as she shyly kept her head down. Grandpa Blint's face bore a hint of heat, his heart filled with regret. It was the first time his grandson brought a female classmate home, and he had mistakenly interpreted the situation, even chastising Su Ming in front of her. Not only had he embarrassed his grandson, but he had also made Xiao feel awkward and exposed. Given her bashful demeanor, it was likely she would leave soon after the meal. With this thought, Grandpa Blin felt a deeper sense of guilt. He cast an apologetic glance at Su Ming. His eyes, once clouded by age, sparkled with warmth as he put on a smile, eagerly serving Xiao some food. You are Xiao, right? I truly apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Old man here is quite sorry for that. It's also that old rascal Geely in his old age. He tends to overthink things. You two are classmates, so treat this place as your own home. Come and enjoy yourself, wouldn't you agree? Although Dian Village is a remote area, the scenery is delightful, and I can ask Su Ming to show you around. Grandpa Blint's tone was remarkably gentle, like a soothing spring flowing over the heart, capable of dispelling confusion and illuminating the mind. Such sentiments, untainted by the passage of time, imparted a unique warmth that resonated deeply. This special charm encouraged Xiao to muster the courage to lift her gaze. As she looked at the kindly old man, particularly his compassionate eyes, her fluttering heart suddenly found tranquility. Seeing Grandpa Blint serving her, Xiao's face flushed with urgency as she politely covered her bowl with her hand. No, you don't have to. Please, just sit. I can manage on my own. Grandpa Blint smiled knowingly. It's just some home-cooked dishes. Eat freely. You're still growing. You need to eat more meat. Grandpa, really, it's unnecessary. I can do it myself. Oh no, it fell. Quick, catch it. Even as Xiao persistently declined, Grandpa Blin skillfully placed food into her bowl. Faced with his enthusiastic hospitality, Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment, ultimately conceding to his kindness. At the table, Grandpa Blin seemed to open up, engaging Xiao in lively conversation. Although she was cheerful by nature, the vast difference in their life experiences left her struggling to keep pace, often casting desperate glances at Su Ming for help. But to her dismay, Su Ming was engrossed in his meal, oblivious to her plight. Such a glutton, even at home, Xiao thought, biting her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, Grandpa Blin noticed her discomfort and shifted the conversation to Su Ming's childhood. Ahem. Su Ming nearly choked, unable to interrupt Grandpa Blin's enthusiastic storytelling. Hearing tales of Su Ming being pulled into the water by fish and being pecked by chickens, Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed heartily, clearly surprised by the humorous anecdotes of the otherwise serious Su Ming. It had been a long time since Grandpa Blin had encountered such a lively girl, and his face radiated joy as he found her adorably endearing. By the way, Xiao, where are you from? Have you informed your family about your visit? They won't be worried, will they? Xiao glanced at Su Ming, her expression slightly awkward. Well, my family is from another province. We faced some difficulties, and now I'm staying with a distant relative. An orphan, he realized, and Grandpa Blint's heart ached with understanding. It was no wonder she bonded well with Su Ming and felt comfortable visiting their home. Her distant relatives likely weren't the most supportive. Compassion welled up in Grandpa Blint as he gently patted her head. Child, don't worry. Here with Grandpa, there's plenty to eat and drink. You can stay as long as you like. It's just me and Su Ming at home, and I'm delighted to have you here. You can treat this as your own home and call me Grandpa, just like Su Ming does. Touched by his words, Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly. Her sparkling eyes glistening with unshed tears, her vision blurred by a veil of emotion. In that moment, she could vaguely see her mother's figure, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Grandpa Blint's heart tightened painfully, realizing how much this child had endured. He quickly extended his weathered hand to gently wipe away her tears. Child, please don't cry. From now on, you have Grandpa. No one will bully you, okay? Xiao Wu nodded, quickly drying her tears and revealing a humorous smile that was half crying, half laughing. Grandpa. Just when Grandpa Blint thought Xiao Wu might be reluctant or shy, her sweet call suddenly filled the air, instantly moistening his eyes. Good child. Overwhelmed with joy, Grandpa Blint affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, feeling blessed by fate. First Su Ming, and now Xiao Wu. Boom. Like a thunderclap, a realization struck him. Su Ming, with a cabbage clenched between his lips, stood frozen in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. His expression fluctuated between joy and despair, his heart a tangled web of emotions. Having traversed through time, he once shared a similar bond with his grandfather, Blin. Grandfather, what am I to do? He sighed internally, overwhelmed by a sense of confusion. It was evident that Grandfather Blin was genuinely delighted, perhaps experiencing the same joy upon their first meeting. Given his advanced age, it was a rare blessing for Grandfather Blin to enjoy a few more years of happiness. At least, until Su Ming discovered a means to prolong life, it was best for things to remain this way. With a heavy heart, he quietly departed from that place. In the rear mountain, amidst the thicket, a shadowy figure darted through the trees, seemingly in pursuit of something elusive. Surrounding him were thorns and dense underbrush, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters, leaving no path accessible to this area. Whoosh! Su Ming fell from the tree, his feet landing on a thick carpet of moss. Soft and yielding, untouched by human presence for an indeterminate period. This place, being close to the deep mountains, is seldom ventured by the villagers, thus it appears remarkably pristine. Su Ming closed his eyes, attentively listening to the sounds surrounding him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a dragonfly gliding through the air. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished amidst the lush greenery. Bang! Out of nowhere, the sound of a collision akin to bullets striking stone echoed through the air. One could faintly hear someone hacking away. The commotion so intense that it might lead one to believe a mountain was being blasted apart. Swish! Abruptly, a figure leapt from the thicket of thorns, soaring onto a massive rock. Steadying himself upon the stone, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at his prey, unable to suppress a salivating instinct. Humph! Having evaded capture before, there's no way I will let you escape this time. In his grasp was a nearly lifeless large bird, blood dripping steadily from its form. Although referred to as a large bird, it resembled more of a chicken, albeit smaller than the ones domesticated at home. With feathers that were vibrantly colorful and a tail that was slender and elegantly arched, exuding a sense of vitality. In the rural wilderness, the essence of nature is abundant. In the past, he had set traps, yet these wildfowl proved to be exceedingly cunning. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that after consuming so much of my grain, it is only fair that I am allowed a taste as well. With a slight smile, Su Ming joyfully placed the wild chicken into his backpack and continued to search through the forest. Tang Hao could never have imagined that Su Ming's newly devised sword technique would first be employed not in combat, but rather aimed at a wild chicken. The enhancement of his mental acuity rendered the pursuit of prey significantly easier. Before long, his backpack was brimming with his catches. Besides the wild chicken, he had also procured several wild rabbits and large birds soaring overhead. Although he did not recognize the species of the larger birds, their edibility sufficed for him. He thought little of the specifics. If the two great empires of Douluo had any capability, they would undoubtedly enact wildlife protection laws, leading to their swift downfall. With a bounty of game, Su Ming merrily made his way back, already anticipating the sumptuous feast awaiting him that evening. However, upon reaching the bamboo grove behind the mountain, he spotted Xiao Wu, her little head bobbing as she looked around. The elation he had felt moments ago diminished significantly. Oh, you're back. Grandfather thought you were still in the bamboo forest. Her long ears perked up as she waved cheerfully at Su Ming, bouncing over to him. As she drew near, her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on his clothes and the lingering scent of blood, causing her delighted expression to stiffen abruptly. What have you been doing? Xiao inquired, bewildered as she stood behind Su Ming. Opening the backpack revealed a sight that made her scalp tingle with horror. Pouting, she glared at the source of her dismay. You could have spared a few. Why did you have to kill so many animals? Already in a foul mood, Su Ming felt his irritation surge upon hearing her words. He shot her a fierce glance. These are not spirit beasts. Why are you so anxious? In the wild, it's survival of the fittest. If you're capable, go hunt the carnivorous spirit beasts in the forest. I am merely gathering my sustenance from nature. If you find it displeasing, you are welcome to leave. Su Ming strode away, dismissive of the imbecile. Xiao Wu, indignant, huffed and sprinted to catch up. I never said you shouldn't kill, but you've gone a bit overboard. This girl had never been this bothersome before. Su Ming, feeling vexed, halted and retorted. The food at home is scarce. My grandfather is already living in poverty and in poor health. Should I not seek something to nourish him? And instead rely on you to dig up carrots? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wu was choked and began to cough. Her gaze fixed on the basket of food in Su Ming's hands, her cheeks burning with shame, unable to meet his eyes. She couldn't possibly continue to mooch off him. Fidgeting with her skirt, she stammered. Well, how about you invite me next time? Very well. Su Ming nodded in agreement. And Xiao Wu's heart instantly blossomed with joy as she lifted her head, her large eyes shimmering with tears. Are you serious? She inquired, gazing intently at Su Ming, who solemnly nodded once more. Just as the former was exhilarated, believing she could achieve great deeds, the latter's sincere remark shattered her excitement. If you were to catch rabbits, you should be faster than me. Catching rabbits? The words struck her like a heavy hammer to the chest, and her complexion darkened to an inky hue. Su Ming. Xiao's eyes turned red as she spat each word through gritted teeth. Her glowering gaze bore the weight of deep enmity, as if she yearned to exact vengeance at that very moment. If you don't catch rabbits, you could catch eagles instead. With a frigid remark, Su Ming took flight, leaving her behind. Xiao could no longer contain herself. She began to unleash her wrath upon the air, throwing punches and kicks. Her cheeks puffed up like a round pufferfish, desperate to vent all her frustration. Catch rabbits? Catch eagles? I'll catch you, you scoundrel. Channeling all her strength, she shouted furiously at Su Ming, as if transported back a year, still as fierce and formidable as ever. Su Ming's expression darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him as he turned back. What are you doing? Faced with such a demeanor from Su Ming, Xiao felt a surge of fear. She had always harbored a sense of trepidation towards him, particularly when he appeared in this menacing manner. Su Ming offered no explanation as he firmly grasped her nape and lifted her up like a rabbit. With her soft spot being seized, Xiao was in a frenzy, hopping about in distress, mortified and furious. Su Ming, let me go at once, or I shall tell my grandfather that you are bullying me. Su Ming, unperturbed, coldly remarked. Go ahead and report me. It would be best if you also elucidated your act of pilfering carrots from another's home. Xiao's body stiffened, and she retorted defiantly. You? How could you? I did not steal anything. Put me down at once. Did not steal? Su Ming let out a cold snort inwardly, maintaining an outward composure. It was utterly absurd that a rabbit would misappropriate carrots from the eastern patch, where the truly delectable ones resided. Seemingly realizing something, Xiao turned her head with a mischievous glint in her eyes. You think you can deceive me, don't you? There are no carrots in that eastern patch at all. Do you really believe I would fall for your trick and allow you to catch me stealing? Su Ming was taken aback, astonished to discover how clever you truly are. So, did you venture westward? Indeed. Xiao raised her head with pride, only to swiftly slap her own face the next moment. Her limbs gradually fell limp, akin to a frog succumbing to the depths of water, its legs stiffening, completely devoid of struggle. Upon returning to the village, Su Ming gently set down the despondent Xiao. You may head back now. I have matters to attend to. Oh, she replied weakly, taking a few steps before suddenly turning back. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Su Ming, fearfully biting her pink lip, and murmured, Could you please refrain from informing Grandpa? I promise I won't steal anymore. Su Ming's expression was stern, devoid of even the slightest hint of a smile. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a serene silence. Xiao shrank her neck slightly, lowering her gaze while her toes incessantly scraped the ground. With a crisp sound, a radiant light burst forth, and a golden glimmer cascaded from the sky, landing atop Xiao's head. Gold coins? What could this possibly signify? As her small hand opened, She beheld a shimmering golden soul coin, her eyes filled with an array of bewilderment as she looked at Su Ming. "The carrots are grown next door. Go and purchase them," Su Ming coldly remarked, stepping into the home of a local grain farmer. To be honest, pilfering such trivial items in the village was hardly a crime. Yet, after a month without detection, it would indeed be remarkable. The village's affairs possessed a certain simplicity, and one could argue they were also rather stingy, governed solely by the principle of moderation. They feigned anticipation for a month, hoping that Grandpa Blin would remain. "For his backbone must not be broken. I am not devoid of funds. What need have I for your money?" she muttered, sticking out her tongue at Su Ming's retreating figure. With a bounce, Xiao Wu turned and skipped towards the neighboring house, her long braid dancing gracefully behind her, unceasing in its movement. Chapter 30. Minger, you too must strive to become a soul master. Grandpa Blin, having aged considerably, had not engaged in farming since Su Ming could remember. Relying on Grandpa's deft skills, the two were never in want of sustenance, though they did cultivate some vegetables. All the grains in their home were procured from others, as food was readily available within the village. Considering his appetite, Su Ming purchased several large sacks of grain. From a distance, one could see large burlap sacks moving in the verdant rice fields, yet no figures were visible, creating an eerie sight. The sacks were substantial, resembling the size of an old yellow ox, robust and bulging, seemingly containing at least 200 to 300 pounds of grain. Such weight would be no easy task for even two adult men to lift. Yet there they stood, swaying in the rice paddies, leading one to believe they had encountered a specter. "Hey, wait for me," a delicate voice called out, tinged with a hint of indignation, reminiscent of a petulant child. As the trailing sack hurriedly rushed forward. From the side, no figures were discernible, but from the end of the path, one could clearly see two small figures, a boy and a girl, each grasping a large burlap sack by its tied mouth. For reasons unknown, they chose to lift the sacks overhead rather than carry them, making it appear as though the sacks towered over them. Noticing Xiao Wu glaring at him in frustration, Su Ming retorted nonchalantly, "It's not as though we are mere children playing house. If you cannot lift it, simply leave it here. I shall come back for it later." "Childish? How is it childish to wait for me?" Xiao Wu's teeth gritted in anger, her earlier fondness for the carrot purchase evaporating in an instant. "Humph. You are the one incapable of lifting it, even with one more sack added." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden rustling sound erupted as the sack slithered from behind and lunged towards Su Ming's feet. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Su Ming's right leg was bound with a rope, the other end of which was connected to the thick three-layered burlap sack beneath him. Su Ming remained silent, casting a sideways glance at Xiao Wu as if to imply, "Here comes the sack you desired." The atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. It was intentional, undoubtedly deliberate. Is this how one conducts themselves? Filled with pent-up frustration, Xiao Wu glared at Su Ming, her body trembling with anger. This fellow clearly knew her limits yet chose to humiliate her in such a manner. Humph. Gritting her teeth, she bit her rosy lip, unwilling to engage with Su Ming. With a frosty expression, she lifted the sack and prepared to leave. Whether intentional or not, the sack she held collided directly with Su Ming's. Instantly, the force of the impact reverberated back. Xiao felt as though she had crashed into a colossal tree. Her opponent remained unyielding while she was thrust backward by the recoil. Her forward momentum abruptly transformed into a retreat, and she staggered, her balance faltering as she teetered toward the water field, unable to suppress a scream. Sure enough, something was amiss with his mind, Su Ming observed with a cold, sidelong glance. Reluctantly, he extended his left leg, using the top of his foot to pull her back. The world spun around her as the sack slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Xiao sat there, panting heavily as she clutched her youthful chest, exhaling in relief. That was a close call. She nearly became a mudfish. Su Ming chuckled and remarked, "They say curiosity killed the cat. But I have yet to hear of the proud heart that brought ruin to the rabbit." Whoosh. Su Ming deftly hooked his right leg, sending the dropped sack from Xiao soaring into the air, which he then expertly balanced on his head. With his left hand, head, and right hand, he secured this fourth sack in place. Su Ming's arms were not held straight, but rather parallel to his shoulders, with his elbows bent at right angles and raised upward. As the third sack was placed, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent, exerting himself toward home. With the strength of his arms now capable of lifting 500 to 600 pounds, picking up the sack was indeed a trivial task. However, raising it above his head imposed a greater challenge on his arm strength, akin to the demands of a weightlifter's snatch or clean and jerk. Thus, Even though the sack weighed only 300 pounds, the act of self-imposed suffering that Su Ming engaged in was no small feat. Nevertheless, he persisted, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. Even Xiao believed this to be the most appropriate course of action, for it was only in this manner that she could truly feel the strain. You better not let me catch you at a disadvantage. Frustrated by the continuous taunts and setbacks, Xiao gnashed her teeth at Su Ming's retreating figure, wishing she could tear apart his smug face. However, upon noticing the sack he was dragging behind, her eyes gleamed with excitement as if she had discovered a rare treasure, and she hurried after him. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Xiao stomped onto the sack, her gaze flickering with anticipation. The rope attached to the sack tightened around Su Ming's right leg the moment she stepped on it, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunately, Su Ming's agility was impeccable. He swiftly adjusted his footing and regained his balance. Nothing happened. The anticipated scene failed to materialize, and Xiao's eyes were filled with profound disappointment. Without needing to ponder, Su Ming understood the situation. He cast a dark look over his shoulder, noticing Xiao's foot. His gaze turned icy, and he admonished, "Food is grown for consumption. If you do not comprehend the meaning of this, I can enlighten you. Even if I were to toss you into the fields right now, my grandfather would not utter a word of reproach. Do you believe that?" A chilling aura seeped into the air, startling Xiao Wu, who quickly retracted her leg. She realized that Su Ming was genuinely angry. What frightened her further was the prospect of her usually gentle grandfather, Bruin, also being enraged. Treading carefully, Xiao Wu extended her small hand to dust off the sack delicately. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help you carry this sack." Avoiding Su Ming's gaze, she obediently lifted the sack, behaving most docilely. As Su Ming looked at her, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. After a period of silence, he resumed his steps toward home. Outside their wooden house, Bruin was chopping bamboo tubes with a machete. Noticing the heavy burden that Su Ming and Xiao Wu were carrying, he was taken aback and hurriedly dropped his tool to rush over, realizing that such weight was far beyond his capacity to bear. Su Ming would naturally not allow him to fetch it, promptly placing the 3 burlap sacks on the ground. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Bruin was utterly astonished. After all, these weighed several hundred pounds. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that such strength was derived from diligent cultivation, which put his mind at ease. The news of Xiao Wu's ascension to the rank of Soul Master invigorated Bruin, making him feel as if he had regained decades of youth. A Soul Master? Their family now had a Soul Master. Bruin's heart swelled with excitement, longing to seize that scoundrel Geely and celebrate with a grand feast. After all, it had been decades since a Soul Master had emerged in their village. With Xiao Wu in tow, Bruin prepared to stroll through the village. "Ming, Xiao Wu is about your age, and she has already become a Soul Master. You must strive to keep pace with her. Do not fall behind." Su Ming gazed at a certain someone who was stifling laughter, his face turning a sickly shade of green, discomfort evident as he clenched his teeth. "All right, fine, grandfather." Chapter 31. Xiao Wu, the girl who loves rabbits. As the sun broke through the clouds, the evening glow was enchanting. A bonfire rose against the horizon, accompanying the village of Dian in celebration. The black donkey was abandoned in the wilderness, foolishly circling a post, tightening the noose around itself. By the stream, a heap of pots and pans lay stacked, seemingly untouched for years, coated in a thick layer of dust. Outside the courtyard, fierce yellow flames licked hungrily, with 4 makeshift earthen stoves in sight. Approaching them, the oppressive heat scorched the skin, instinctively urging one to retreat. The once tranquil cottage was now bustling with activity. Some were lifting tables, others were setting up grills. Some washed vegetables, while others sharpened knives. Each person had their role, chaos existing within order. Occasionally, snippets of scandalous tales about men and women erupted, causing the subjects to blush and the others to erupt in laughter. Noticing the pot of water bubbling vigorously, Geely was directing the crowd to slaughter chickens and sheep. Even the village's young idler felt compelled to contribute, casually shoving his hands into his pockets as he ambled away to see what he could bring back from home. Since Su Ming could remember, the house had never been this lively. It resembled the rustic wine feasts of his past life, though here there was no professional banquet service. Every household willingly lent a hand. It had been decades since a Soul Master had appeared in the village, making this occasion worthy of celebration. Upon discovering Su Ming's innate full soul power, the village was eager for a festivity. Grandfather Brin was cautious and, fearing to trouble others, had suggested waiting until Su Ming truly became a Soul Master before celebrating. In the afternoon, he took Xiao Wu for a stroll around the village. Upon hearing that Brin had taken a god-granddaughter, and moreover, That she was a soul master, Geely's spirits lifted immediately. What better way to celebrate than together? The village's elder leaders quickly reached an agreement to properly celebrate, also to suppress the bravado of neighboring villages. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Xiao and grandfather Brin sat at the main table in the courtyard, warmly introducing her to several elder leaders of the village. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. As for Su Ming, he seemed disinclined towards the merriment, resting his head in his hands on the rooftop, quietly observing the evening glow, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Soon, a stout man with a confident gait approached, embodying the essence of a host. Spotting Su Ming from afar, he immediately adopted a tone of an elder, playfully teasing, "Su Ming, you must make an effort. Look at your sister, she is already a soul master. When will you become one? I'll introduce you to a city girl. Not only is she beautiful, her skin is as smooth as silk. You're bound to like her." This provocation was met with immediate outcry from the aunts and cousins, their expressions darkening, practically wishing to hurl their utensils at him. "You shameless man! How can you speak of such things to a child? You'll have Brin uncle slice you up. Su Ming, heed my words. Do not follow his example. Stay away from him. Better to pretend you don't know him. Understood? Bah! How could you be an elder and speak such nonsense? Come here. The water has just boiled. If you want to pluck feathers, come over." Grandfather Brin and the others looked over, shaking their heads in amusement. Xiao's face flushed, her eyes reflecting a peculiar curiosity at the wildness of human nature. Realizing he had incurred the ire of the crowd, the man nicknamed Shameless Rooster attempted a few conciliatory remarks before swaggering over. "Su Ming, don't listen to their nonsense. By bloodline, I'm related to Uncle Brin. We are of the same family. How could I harm you?" With a flick of his wrist, he tossed an orange towards the rooftop, which Su Ming caught effortlessly. Freshly picked from Shahan village, quite sweet. Take it. With a grand gesture, the man strode confidently towards the main table, clearly eyeing the fruits laid out. The fruits were meant for the elder villagers with poor dentition, yet he shamelessly seized them without hesitation. Knowing the man's reckless nature, the elders said nothing, allowing him to eat before sending him off to help instead of lingering around. The man devoured the food voraciously, seemingly relishing his good fortune, before merrily heading towards the group cooking. Casting a glance at the unattractive, shriveled orange, Su Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, casually tossing it behind him, internally expressing disdain. As night fell, the bonfire was ignited, illuminating the tables adorned with delicacies. Bottles of fine wine, sealed for years, were brought forth, and the atmosphere surged to a peak of excitement. Unlike the refined sipping of the nobility, the laborers drank heartily from large bowls. After a day of toil, feasting on wild game, basking in the breeze, and enjoying their homemade liquor, their spirits soared. The boisterous revelry and rosy faces suggested that even the King of Heaven himself could not quell their enthusiasm at this moment. In contrast to the younger generation's exuberance, the elders at the main table sipped their drinks leisurely, savoring their meals while engaging in soft conversation, relishing their own pleasures. Bringing the pot of wild game soup to the main table, Su Ming poured a bowl for Grandfather Brin. "Brin, look at how fortunate the boy is. Minger, you are thoughtful. No need to labor like this. Just focus on eating well. Ah, this soup tastes exquisite. Minger, come, let us all have a taste. Ha. If you insist, I must indeed try it, to see the culinary skills of Minger." Seeing Grandfather Brin drink the soup, Su Ming felt relieved to depart. The soup was enriched with various ingredients, including snow lotus, known for its health benefits. Aware that such nourishment could upset an elder's stomach, he had ensured it was tested for a mild flavor beforehand, granting him the confidence to serve it at the main table. Not wishing to occupy a spot at the dining table, Su Ming was aware of his own appetite, having not eaten enough at noon. He knew that no table could satiate him alone. Thus, he took a skewer and made his way to the barbecue grill. Adults reveled in their own merriment, while children found joy in their own pursuits. A group of children surrounded the barbecue pit, equally lively. They collaborated, with some catching bullfrogs in the fields, others fishing for loaches and fish, while simultaneously tending to the grilling. Coughing twice to draw attention, Su Ming's sound unexpectedly silenced the noise. The three children, startled, squeezed aside in fear, creating a wide space for him, their youthful eyes reflecting trepidation. Su Ming stepped forward with satisfaction, placing the 3 marinated wild chickens down. "Du Zhuang, listen closely. If anyone burns these chickens, I shall ensure their behinds share the same fate today." "All right, understood, boss," replied the 3 older boys, shivering slightly as they instinctively each took a skewer and placed it over the flames, their gazes fixed intently upon the fire. Their unwavering focus and complete concentration would bring tears to the eyes of any teacher witnessing such dedication. Su Ming retrieved the Millennium Snow Wolf meat awarded by the system, skewering it with 2 iron rods for roasting. The meat had resided in the system's space for nearly a year, and due to Tang Hao's presence, he found it difficult to explain its origin, thus refraining from touching it. At first glance, the large slabs of snow wolf meat appeared quite similar to beef. However, only Su Ming, holding it, could sense the emanating chill, indicating that the flesh of this Millennium Spirit beast had undergone a significant transformation. After grilling for a while, he discovered that the meat was challenging to cook thoroughly, compelling him to channel his soul power to intensify the charcoal fire. "Hey, where did you get this meat?" A sudden voice interrupted Su Ming's intense focus, startling him. He clenched his jaw, seemingly ignoring the inquiry, and continued roasting the meat. Aware that Xiao was a soul master, a figure to whom even parents looked up, the younger children hastily made way. Only 3 older boys remained huddled together, hesitant to leave despite the discomfort. Noticing Su Ming's feigned ignorance, Xiao Wu's expression darkened instantly as she grasped his shoulder, questioning him sternly. "Did you already know this would happen? Did you deliberately leave me behind?" Su Ming shrugged and nonchalantly dropped his hand, not bothering to look back as he remarked, "Aren't you rather fond of being praised and flattered? I haven't taken a single opportunity for myself. I've left them all for you. You call that an opportunity?" Xiao Wu's teeth chattered in annoyance. Ignoring her, Su Ming continued roasting the snow wolf meat, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. Initially, it felt rather pleasant. But after hearing it repeatedly, it becomes tiresome. Is it not true that humans are rather fickle? Every action and decision has its own predetermined outcome. In this world, how can one expect to gain without giving something in return? Humph. Recognizing that banter was not her forte, Xiao Wu pouted in frustration and took out 2 carrots to roast, glancing at the trio across from her, who wore expressions of sheer horror. Her eyes glinted with a fierce resolve, as if she had found an outlet for her pent-up emotions. "What is the fuss about? Have you never seen roasted carrots before? Do you need me to teach you?" With her hands on her hips, she glared at them, her voice seething with indignation, almost as if it emanated from her very nostrils. Boom. Is it true that soul masters are truly this intimidating? The 3 of them quaked in fear, their legs trembling as they desperately sought refuge in Su Ming's gaze. The perspective of a child differs vastly from that of an adult. While Xiao Wu's outburst appeared somewhat adorable, to a child's eyes, she seemed utterly fierce and venomous, rendering it entirely unsurprising that they were frightened. Not only was she vain, but also shameless. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at her, pausing for a few seconds before slowly articulating his summary. Xiao Wu, undeterred, pressed forward, always maintaining her icy demeanor and possessing a particularly sharp tongue. It is baffling to consider whether the girls at the academy are blind, as they would write love letters to someone like you. The mere thought is infuriating. Su Ming was not angered. Rather, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Different people have their own preferences. Some write love letters, which at least indicates that there are those who appreciate someone like me, possessing a discerning eye. As for a certain individual, I have heard that throughout the entire academic year, the boys would go out of their way to avoid her. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's increasingly gloomy expression, Su Ming shook his head in regret and sighed, as one of the few Soul Master students in the academy. It's quite astonishing that she hasn't received a love letter. Just how unfortunate could someone be? Boys avoiding her, not receiving love letters? How unfortunate. Boom. A deluge of emotion surged within Xiao Wu, causing her composure to shatter in an instant. She lunged towards Su Ming, her fury palpable. "Ah, you scoundrel, Su Ming. I shall have my revenge." Swish. Su Ming calmly flipped the skewered meat, his foot firmly pressing against someone's abdomen, causing the latter to grimace and flail helplessly in the air. Xiao Wu attempted to change her approach, but it appeared as if Su Ming's leg was equipped with a tracking device, effectively blocking her path. "You bastard. Do you think this is over?" Xiao Wu pressed down on Su Ming's leg, intending to leverage it to leap into an attack, but he swiftly withdrew his leg. Startled, she nearly lost her balance, her anger intensifying. Just as she was about to erupt, a voice pierced the tension, freezing her in place. "You should be aware of the spectacle you're creating. With so many eyes upon you, do you really wish to invite a beating?" The cold voice acted like a potent antidote, momentarily quelling the flames of her anger. Instinctively, she turned to glance at her grandfather, Bruin. It seemed he sensed her gaze as he looked over at her. Their eyes met, and he couldn't help but nod at Xiao Wu, his deep-set eyes radiating warmth and kindness. That sweet smile was akin to a gentle stream flowing through her heart. causing her inner turmoil to dissipate instantly. She waved the carrot at Bruin, as if informing him of her current endeavor, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Completely devoid of any ferocity, Bruin chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell further on the amiable exchange between the siblings. Once she had successfully diverted Bruin's attention, Xiao Wu's expression underwent a dramatic transformation, turning ominous and foreboding. Leaning in close to Su Ming, she made a sound reminiscent of gnawing on bones. Su Ming, just you wait, this is far from over. Once you can defeat me, then we shall see, he retorted. You. Xiao Wu shot him a frosty glare, simmering with frustration as she continued to roast her carrot. After nearly half an hour, the snow wolf meat finally took on a golden hue. Resembling a layer of succulent fat, its exterior devoid of any char, suggesting that the quality of the meat was indeed exceptional. As Su Ming's eyes brightened, he took a hearty bite. In an instant, the rich juices erupted in his mouth, and the delightful aroma surged through him, reaching the very apex of his senses. Prompting an involuntary gasp, it was not merely the exquisite flavor that captivated him. Rather, it was the palpable energy infused within the meat. His previously empty stomach began to be filled with an exhilarating anticipation, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Notably, the energy contained within the morsels not only satisfied his hunger but also seemed to bolster his physical constitution. Though faint, Su Ming could distinctly perceive the subtle transformation within his body. He swiftly transformed into a voracious epicure, tearing into the meat with abandon, as if swept away by a tempest. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of frustration, set aside her own food and resumed nibbling on a carrot, having initially desired a taste as well. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that some meat remained in Su Ming's bowl, and a flicker of delight surged within her. Seizing the moment while he devoured his meal with fervor, she stealthily appropriated the remaining portions. With an air of nonchalance, she continued to roast the meat, her expression impassive as she skillfully seasoned it, as though it were her own culinary bounty. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at her, his brow furrowed in momentary discomfort, hesitating to speak. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, Xiao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction within her. Lifting her head with an air of pride, "What are you staring at? So what if I indulge myself? If you dare to act, just know that Grandpa is watching," she retorted. "As long as you are pleased." Su Ming replied casually, then took the roasted chicken from his subordinate and took a bite. The flavor of the roasted chicken was indeed not as exquisite as that of snow wolf meat. It merely served to satisfy his hunger. This meat is truly delectable," Xiao Wu exclaimed, biting into a piece. Even before she chewed, her face lit up with an expression of rapture, her little eyes casting a sly glance at a certain someone, seemingly provoking him. Let us see if I can annoy you to death." Noticing Su Ming's indifference, Xiao Wu quickly pulled over a 10-year-old subordinate beside her and continued her teasing. "Come, tell your sister what kind of meat this is." "Beef." Xiao Wu sighed in disappointment. "So this is beef. Indeed, it's quite delicious, but alas, it's all gone." With a sarcastic tone, "What about this one? This one seems to be mutton." Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ming. "So this is mutton? Oh, how delightful. But unfortunately, it's finished again. And this one? This one is on a bamboo skewer. It should be the rabbit meat caught by the boss." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xiao Wu, without hesitation, tore off a piece and, tilting her head with an exaggerated tone, exclaimed, "Oh dear, so this is the rabbit meat you caught. I'm sorry, but your urgency is in vain. I've already devoured it." Seeing that certain someone still wore a proud and smug expression, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "As long as you enjoy it." Repeating the words, Su Ming covered his face and furrowed his brow as he quickly left the scene, like a ticking time bomb. Moments later, a terrifying scream erupted in the courtyard. "Oh, little rabbit. Rabbits." Xiao Wu flailed her arms and stomped her feet, bouncing in place as if she had tasted the most exquisite delicacy, filled with exhilaration. In an instant, all the villagers were aware that this little spirit master named Xiao Wu had a penchant for rabbit meat. Thanks to the villagers' sincere hospitality, Xiao Wu had an abundant harvest this month. Chapter 32. Xiao Wu, you're making it difficult for yourself. Under the eaves, slender bamboo strips were meticulously sliced from bamboo pieces, layered upon one another. Bruin held a bamboo strip smaller than a fingernail in one hand and a splint knife in the other, diligently cutting the bamboo threads needed for weaving. The splint knife resembled Su Ming's hatchet, yet even after a year of training, he still felt dwarfed by his grandfather Bruin's lightning-fast precision. This was no longer mere living. It resembled an art form. With every turn, The bamboo strips were evenly divided into several portions, delicate and precise. Bruin's gaze remained focused as he assessed the width, and only after confirming there were no issues did he feel satisfied to proceed. Ming did not rush to cultivate, but, as yesterday, was diligently using a rake to till the ground and compact it with a millstone. Although the banquet was indeed lively, only the hosts truly understood the multitude of inconveniences it entailed. The surroundings were filthy, with a fire pit here and a puddle of greasy residue there. As he stepped outside, his eyes caught sight of dark crimson blood scattered about. The ground was slick beneath his feet, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the innards of sheep, their intestines bursting in a most revolting manner. Aware of his grandfather Blint's physical limitations, Ming had risen early to mask the lingering odors of the festivities. Despite his efforts yesterday morning, he had yet to completely tidy up when he was conscripted by Grandpa Geely to serve as free labor. This was hardly a significant matter. He was merely a good luck charm, meant to inspire the village children's spirit. Moreover, it was primarily due to the nearby village chief's visit, who came to offer symbolic congratulations for the banquet held 2 days prior, as the village required a show of strength. As Geely put it, "We know well the state of Dian village, but with outsiders present, we mustn't falter. Minger, those things will be taken care of by the rain. There's no need to clean so thoroughly. Other parts of the village are no different. We've grown accustomed to the mess, so what is there to complain about?" His deep-set eyes meticulously carved at the bamboo strips, and Blint's Adam's apple bobbed as he imparted his gentle words, which wafted through the air. After all, there was nothing pressing to attend to. Idleness could just as well be spent in leisure. Ming did not lift his gaze, continuing with his work, fully aware that if he did not, his grandfather would take over. He had always cherished cleanliness, rising before dawn yesterday to tidy up, only to be called back inside by his grandfather. The truth was, he wished to secretly handle these menial tasks himself. "By the way, what kind of soup did you prepare the day before yesterday? It's quite peculiar. My eyesight has improved these past couple of days. When I encountered your grandpa Meluo, he mentioned experiencing the same thing, and his mobility has also improved significantly. He urged me to inquire if you possess any special remedy. I have no extraordinary recipe. It was merely a simple wild chicken soup. If it truly has such remarkable effects, I shall venture out tomorrow to procure some wild chickens." Never mind, never mind. The mountains are deserted, perhaps hiding some fearsome beasts. It would be best if you refrained from entering, and instead spend a month near the village before heading to the academy to avoid any delays. If there were indeed ferocious creatures, even a tiger, I could easily fell it with a single strike now. Well, that is a possibility. Without exchanging a single glance, the two were separated by several meters, each engrossed in their tasks while engaging in conversation. To an outsider, it would seem as though they were conversing with the air. After several hours of diligent work, Ming finally had the front and back of the house impeccably organized and adorned the surroundings with a few peach trees. With a swish, the curtains of the wooden cabin slowly parted. A frail figure leaned against the doorframe and emerged. It was Xiao Wu, her complexion pale and bearing a sickly appearance, covering her mouth with her hand as if she might vomit. Gone was her previous vivacity. She resembled someone just recovering from a severe illness, her spirit waning, and the spark in her eyes extinguished by her ailment. It was strange. The doctor had already visited, yet there was no sign of improvement. Bulin placed his hand on Xiao Wu's forehead, still detecting no fever, but seeing her feeble state caused him to feel anxious. He hunched over and turned to Ming, who was washing his hands, his expression filled with worry. "Minger, Xiao Wu is still like this. Shall we go to the city and find a skilled doctor to have a look at her?" Xiao Wu hung her head, weakly shaking it, prompting Bulin to sigh in frustration and plead with her once more. Ming leaned closer, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Grandfather, her illness is not ordinary. Even a divine doctor might struggle to remedy it." Bruin's eyes widened in irritation. "How can you speak so insensitively? Can't you see how dire the situation is for Xiu? Ming hastily clarified, "I did not mean it that way. What I intended to convey is that she is not physically unwell, but rather grappling with some psychological turmoil." "Psychological?" Bruin's eyes brimmed with confusion. How could there be a psychological issue when everything seems fine? If there is a psychological problem, how can it possibly affect the body? What herbs should we be foraging from the mountains? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu also lifted her gaze towards Ming. Although her delicate eyes appeared feeble, one could still sense her indignation as she widened her eyes in protest. "Never mind, I shall give it a try." Ming shook his head and approached, wrapping one hand around Xiao Wu's knee while the other supported her back, lifting her effortlessly in a princess embrace. Xiao's lips trembled with indignation as she struggled briefly, yet ultimately succumbed to Su Ming's steadfast gaze, resigning herself to the situation. Minger, can you truly manage this? She questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive and give it a try, he replied, cradling Xiao. Su Ming made his way towards the bamboo grove on the back mountain. As she gazed at the vexatious face so close before her, Xiao Wu's anger intensified and her sense of grievance deepened. With a soft cry, she opened her cherry-red lips and sank her teeth into Su Ming's shoulder, applying a bit more pressure as if to vent the humiliation she felt. Yet, at that moment, she possessed little strength to do so. Su Ming completely disregarded her, continuing on his way. Moments later, Xiao Wu seemed to tire of biting, her silver teeth slowly releasing their grip, leaving a trail of silk on Su Ming's clothes. After a while, the two arrived at the bamboo grove. The air blowing towards them was refreshingly crisp, carrying a slight minty coolness as it reached their throats. Their feet crunched on the pile of fallen bamboo leaves, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. It was not until they ventured deep into the bamboo thicket that Su Ming finally set Xiao Wu down, leaning her against a stone, and he too reclined beside her. The bamboo grove was enveloped in tranquility, with the only sounds being the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind and the gentle swaying of the stalks, devoid of any extraneous noise. Xiao Wu, half closing her eyes, stealthily glanced at Su Ming. Just when she expected him to offer her some consolation, he abruptly remarked, in fact, rabbit meat is quite delicious. Rabbit meat, quite delicious? Xiao Wu choked, coughing as her temper flared. Scoundrel! He could only utter such unkind words. Her eyes glinted with indignation, her teeth grinding in anticipation, poised as if she might leap at him at any moment. Su Ming gazed at the bamboo grove before him, his expression no longer one of cold detachment, but rather imbued with a sincere tranquility. In truth, I deeply regret agreeing to let you come to Dian Village. Had I not, you would never have met my grandfather, and I would have encountered significantly fewer troubles. Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened, yet she listened as Su Ming continued. Your identity is destined to be a double-edged sword. After a brief silence, Su Ming's demeanor became grave. Have you considered the potential consequences if your identity were to be exposed to the spirit hall? Boom. Xiao Wu's complexion turned even paler, a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. It felt as though she stood on the precipice of an abyss, her heart racing while all other sounds faded into silence. She looked up at Su Ming, her eyes filled with terror, devoid of any trace of anger. Su Ming finally lowered his gaze towards her. Your existence will drive the spirit masters of the entire continent into a frenzy, subjecting you to endless pursuits. Do not hastily categorize humanity as malevolent, for they possess an even darker side. To ensnare you, they will resort to any means necessary. Especially those closest to you will bear the brunt of the influence you bring. Even I cannot guarantee your safety in the future. Do you understand? As she gazed into Su Ming's sincere and bright eyes, Xiao Wu felt a pang of sorrow within her, as if a veil of mist obscured her vision. She could sense that the current Su Ming was unlike the cold figure he once was. He radiated warmth, akin to that of a family member, openly expressing the myriad possibilities that the future may hold. Su Ming sighed softly, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears at Xiao Wu's eyes. In truth, everyone possesses something dear to their heart. All I desire is for my grandfather to enjoy a blissful and serene twilight of his life, which is why I did not deter you from calling him grandfather. I can withstand trials and tribulations, yet my grandfather, at such an advanced age, has already faced enough storms. There is no need to dwell on unkind words. Xiao Wu, if you wish to remain hidden, you must fully embrace your humanity and perceive the world from a human perspective. Once you have navigated through this challenge, I shall teach you how to evade other perils. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears, her small hands ceaselessly brushing away the moisture, a warm sensation blossoming within her. It was the first time she had heard someone express a desire to protect her. Wait a moment. Xiao Wu's doe-like eyes gazed intently at Su Ming, sparkling with a blend of surprise and sweetness. By the way, didn't you say you wanted my soul ring? Su Ming nodded solemnly, affirming, of course I remember. I am not saying I refuse. If you wish to offer a sacrifice, I shall consent without hesitation. However, if you desire to survive, you had better hope that Grandpa lives for several more years. How long he can protect you entirely depends on your own fortune. Humph. Little Wu, filled with indignation, turned her head aside, her voice laced with frustration. Don't even think about it. Even in death, I will never relinquish my soul ring or soul bone to you. Furthermore, Grandpa will surely live to a ripe old age. Who knows, perhaps in the future, I might surpass you. You shall never achieve your desires in this lifetime. Su Ming found himself in a state of bemusement, flicking his finger with a light tap to the forehead, declaring, "Your intellect is in question. And there is not a hint of error in that. Is this never ending? My mind is perfectly sound. Thank you very much," Xiao retorted, her teeth clenched, a slight pout forming at the corners of her mouth. "Even if my mind were to falter, it would undoubtedly be due to your incessant torment. With someone like you bullying others, even a sound mind could be driven to madness." Noticing Xiao Wu's mood lifting, her eyes sparkling anew, Su Ming sighed in relief at the completion of his task. Suddenly, an odd gurgling sound erupted, piercing through the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole, as she hurriedly clasped her stomach and retreated to the other side, utterly mortified. However, the pangs of hunger were undeniable. Clutching her belly, Xiao Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She yearned for sustenance, as if mere air could fill her empty stomach. Having endured a night of vomiting after consuming rabbit meat 2 days prior, she had only managed a meager bowl of thin porridge yesterday, and today, not a single drop had crossed her lips. Her belly was devoid of any reserves. Suddenly, a flash of white descended from above, landing upon the dry leaves with a crisp sound. As she beheld the object that had fallen before her, her heart surged with delight. Yet, upon closer inspection, her expression darkened dramatically. It was merely a cloth pouch, not the steamed bun she had envisioned. "Am I so famished that I'm hallucinating?" Xiao Wu exhaled in exasperation, but something felt amiss. She took a delicate sniff, and a subtle fragrance wafted into her nostrils. No, it was not a mere pouch, it was a bowsy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily unwrapped the cloth, and indeed, as her senses had suggested, several bowsy lay within. "Well, whether it's poisoned or not, I suppose I'll find out soon enough," Xiao exclaimed, taking a hearty bite. The rich, savory filling instantly tantalized her taste buds, igniting a euphoric sensation within her, prompting her to indulge with fervor. Though the bowsy were cold, it did not deter her from devouring them with reckless abandon. With her cheeks puffed out, Xiao's gluttonous appearance was adorably endearing. "I suppose you have a shred of decency after all, bringing me these bowsy." Su Ming shook his head, clarifying that it was not meant for you, but rather to stave off my own hunger. I had previously remarked on the delectable taste of rabbit meat, and now, having tasted it once more, you ought to believe me. Xiao's movements abruptly froze, her terrified gaze gradually descending to the bun clenched in her mouth. In that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill. It was as though a pointer in her mind was turning ever so slowly. After a moment, Xiao bit down fiercely on the bun again. She shot Su Ming a resentful glare before turning her head away, sulking as she continued to eat the bun. Disinclined to acknowledge him, Su Ming smiled lightly, resting his hands behind his head as he leaned back against the stone. His expression was as buoyant as the wind, with the dappled shadows of bamboo reflected in his eyes, swaying gently, exuding an air of contentment and leisure. "Once you finish eating, you should head back. I will stay here for a while." I never said I wanted to go back. It's almost noon. I need you to return and help Grandpa prepare lunch. And what about you? If you finish, remember to come and call me back for dinner." "Xiao, is this truly a task for a person?" Xiao could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard, and could not help but question sharply. "So, you mean to say that you want me, someone who cannot cook, to go home and prepare a meal while you lounge about here?" Su Dandan cast a glance at her, speaking with unwavering confidence. "It is precisely because you lack the ability that you are required to learn." She continued, "I must assist my grandfather in cutting bamboo and will return shortly." "Cutting bamboo? Is it?" Xiao exclaimed, rising swiftly, as if fearing that someone might vie for the task. "Such a trivial matter can be entrusted to me. You should return and prepare the meal." With a swift motion, she flicked her long braid and executed a spinning kick against the bamboo. A loud crash echoed as several segments of the bamboo shattered and collapsed, causing the entire stalk to tilt precariously, yet it did not fall entirely. Just as Xiao prepared to deliver another kick, an unexpected force yanked her backward, causing her to stumble. "What now?" Noticing Su Ming's darkening expression, Xiao felt a sense of foreboding. Had she committed yet another foolish act? "I retract everything I previously stated. It seems I have made things difficult for you." With a deep sigh of resignation, Su Ming wielded his blade, severing the bamboo with precision, then casually discarded the remnants of the shattered stalk. He proceeded to puncture the bamboo joints embedded in the earth. After completing these tasks, he meticulously transformed the bamboo into a long tube. "Why did you have to puncture that bamboo tube?" "Hey, wait for me. I'm asking you a question." The figures of the tube became increasingly indistinct, their voices fading into the distance, leaving only the faint rustling sounds echoing through the forest, a solitary serenade of nature. Chapter 33. The Tender Fantasies of Xiao Wu. With a swift motion, the bamboo stick lashed out, striking the underbrush with a resonant thud. Drip, drip, drip. It was as if the jujube tree, fully ripe, could summon a rain of fruits simply by shaking, countless crystalline droplets cascading down. Her feet gently traversed the ground, still damp and muddy from the heavy rain of the previous night. The unique fragrance of the forest was extinguished, replaced by the musty odor of decaying twigs and leaves. A scent that was somewhat acrid to the senses. You are so dreadfully dull. After finally getting a break, instead of enjoying a few days of leisure, you foolishly wander into this desolate place. I simply cannot fathom what remains to be seen after spending a year here. If you ask me, we should venture to the city. We could find some delightful treasures to bring back. On the narrow forest path, Xiao Wu aimlessly waved a bamboo stick, her expression sulky, resembling a porcelain doll in a fit of pique. The thrill came swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Believing Ming had come to the city for shopping, she had stealthily followed him, only to discover he had instead returned to the academy to cultivate. Taking a holiday to cultivate at the academy, how quintessentially Ming. As the mention of a city excursion sparked her interest, a smile illuminated Xiao Wu's face as she leapt in front of Ming. What do you think, Ming? Shall we explore Nodding City? Wouldn't that be splendid? Her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of clear waters, looked up at him with an endearing innocence, embodying utmost charm. Smack. Ming pressed his palm against Xiao Wu's face, gently pushing her aside with a hint of force. Humph. With her brows knitted and her expression darkening, Xiao Wu's spirits plummeted, engulfed by a wave of dejection. She had no intention of returning to the village. Otherwise, the villagers would undoubtedly swarm her with gifts of rabbits. An incessant annoyance. Clad in black, Ming traversed the forest with deliberate slowness, pausing intermittently as if in search of something elusive. His feet sank into the muddy ground, yet left no trace nor splatters of muck. His shoes remained pristine as though untouched by the elements. Having completed his domestic responsibilities, Ming was far from idle. As for his choice to journey to the academy for cultivation rather than stay nearby, he possessed his own rationale. Gazing at the dense woods before him, Ming inhaled deeply, not an ordinary breath, but a practice of energy absorption. To an outsider, it appeared no different from regular respiration. For Ming had refined this technique to such an extent that it required no meditation or intense focus. A simple inhalation and exhalation could coax energy into his body, akin to a sponge soaking up water. Snap! Ming's eyes sparkled with a hint of discovery, as if he were on the verge of raising his gaze. Suddenly, a hand struck fiercely upon his shoulder. His heart jolted violently, and Ming gritted his teeth, turning his head away with a look of disdain. If one were truly at a loss for activity, they could certainly seek a quiet place to cultivate. Have you forgotten all that I conveyed just days ago? I have not forgotten. I am aware of the necessity to diligently pursue my training. Xiao Wu pouted her delicate lips in a display of innocence, her expression one of feigned grievance. I simply observed that you have been without a soul ring for quite some time and wish to inquire whether you might require one. Ming's pupils contracted sharply, and his foot, which had just been raised, was brought back down as he gazed disdainfully and said, Have you perhaps come to your senses and decided to offer a sacrifice? Xiao Wu, her shoulders trembling violently like a volcano on the verge of eruption, was evidently infuriated by Ming's words. Aware that she was no match for him, Xiao Wu ultimately restrained herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. You are quite formidable, she conceded. What I intended to ask you earlier was whether you wish to acquire a century-old soul ring. If you desire it, I shall accompany you in the hunt to obtain one. Since you seek to enhance your strength, having a century-old soul ring would undoubtedly be beneficial to you. Ming inadvertently gazed at Xiao Wu, pondering how the spirit beast could assist him in vanquishing another spirit beast without fearing retribution from its kin. If it weren't for the fact that you're not even a spirit master, I wouldn't lend you my aid. Xiao Wu quickly averted her gaze. After a moment of silence, Ming shook his head, his tone softened considerably. For the time being, I do not require a soul ring. I intend to attempt absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, as its augmentation to strength is significantly greater. A 1,000-year soul ring? Xiao Wu's countenance paled instantly, her sudden daze accompanied by an inexplicable sense of anxiety and dread. Have you lost your mind? The maximum age for a first soul ring is merely 400 years if you cannot withstand the energy of the soul ring. It could lead to your demise. A 1,000-year soul ring is more than sufficient to end your life multiple times over. Strength can be cultivated gradually. But if you lose your life, everything will be for naught. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her cherubic face devoid of its usual liveliness, replaced by an unusual seriousness. Just because others cannot do it does not mean I cannot, Su Ming asserted with confidence. Rest assured, I am capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. I value my life above all and will not allow myself to perish so easily. With a gentle smile, he ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and continued his search for the source of the energy fluctuations. What assurance do you have? You are playing with your life. As she observed Su Ming's obstinate figure, Xiao Wu trembled all over. The pink soul power surged, causing the surrounding flora to sway violently. In the woods, it felt as though a melancholic rain had begun to fall. Drip, drip, countless droplets cascaded from the leaves, shattering into crystalline streams that vanished into the ether. A single glistening droplet slid down Xiao Wu's cheek. Su Ming's footsteps momentarily paused, seemingly obstructed by the scattered droplets of water. Whether one believes it or not, I shall pursue the hunt for a millennium soul beast. Instead of attempting to persuade me here, it would be wiser to contemplate your own path forward. The voice, tinged with a hint of desolation yet underscored by stubborn resolve, echoed in the air. As the sound dissipated, Su Ming's figure vanished, leaving behind only 2 faint footprints in the ground. How infuriating! Will you perish if you heed my counsel? Xiao Wu clenched her skirt tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her heart a tumult of emotion, both touched and pained. Although Su Ming did not articulate it, she understood that his fervent quest for strength was ultimately to safeguard himself and his grandfather. Were it not for her presence, he would never dare to risk the choice of a millennium soul ring. No, she absolutely could not allow him to choose a millennium soul ring. He would surely meet his demise. A shimmering light danced in her eyes as she hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and rushed after him. Her urgency palpable, as if her very soul were at stake. Despite the fact that this individual intended to harm her and often tormented her, compelling her to accompany him in training, teasing her and reveling in her discomfort, she thought to herself, well, if he were to die, so be it. Yet, she had not yet avenged herself. If Su Ming were to grasp Xiao Wu's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be both amused and exasperated, marveling at the rabbit's remarkable capacity for imaginative interpretation. Chapter 34. The Peculiar Crystal Ball of the Spirit Hall. You should forego hunting millennium soul beasts and instead seek a suitable century-old soul beast. That would be quite commendable. The hunt for soul beasts is not solely about their age. One must also consider the compatibility with one's martial spirit. Your martial spirit is a chopping knife, and I believe a century-old diamond tiger would be quite fitting. Hey, are you even listening to me? The incessant chatter echoed through the forest. Xiao Wu clung tightly to Su Ming's side, her earnest demeanor somewhat endearing as she endeavored to persuade him to abandon his quest. As for Su Ming, he seemed oblivious to her presence, his hands pressed to the ground as he meticulously sensed the energy fluctuations around him. Observing Su Ming's comical antics, the normally tense and serious Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, likening him to a playful puppy. Her mischievous gaze darted towards Su Ming's raised rear, pondering that if she could deliver a swift kick, she would have avenged a year's worth of grievances. Coughing softly, Su Ming focused intently on detecting subtle energy waves from various angles, gradually narrowing his search. Eventually, he led Xiao Wu to a withered tree. The trunk was robust, far too thick for 3 people to encircle. The gray-black wood was exposed, rotting and sprouting fungi, bearing the scars of years of decay. The tree's crown had long since vanished, but based on its girth, it appeared rather short and stout, standing at merely a little over 10 meters. Sensing the flow of soul power at the tree's roots, Su Ming felt a surge of delight. He had finally found it. Given the proximity of the back mountain to the academy, where numerous students required training, one would expect the surrounding energy to be rather thin. However, the energy here was, in fact, more intense than that of the back mountain of the Holy Spirit Village, a contradiction to the norm. Were it not for his increasingly refined breathing technique, Su Ming would not have been able to discern the underlying mysteries. His decision to seek out Principal Carter before the holiday was not solely to engage in practical training with a teacher. It was also a chance to assess the situation while Tang Hao was away. Now, it seemed evident that something significant lay beneath this tree. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he gently placed his palm against the ancient tree, employing his spiritual energy to perceive the figure beneath its sprawling branches. After a brief moment, the muscles at the corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he disgustedly withdrew his hand. With the existence of the spirit-gathering technique, he found no need for such practices to refine his body. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming turned to Xiao Wu and stated unequivocally, from today onwards, You shall practice here for 3 hours each day. How can someone who is still merely a soul master dare to supervise me? Xiao Wu thought, a shiver running through her as she awkwardly chuckled and waved her hands. No, nothing at all. 3 hours will suffice. I'm fine with that, right? She inwardly rejoiced that it was merely 3 hours, rather than an endless, exhausting endeavor. Su Ming tossed the dormitory key to her, remarking that the energy here was quite abundant, greatly beneficial for cultivation. If she felt fatigued, she could retreat to the dormitory for rest. Should she wish to return to the village directly, that was entirely her choice. After all, it was merely a journey of a few dozen miles, easily traversable in half an hour. Return? You make it sound so effortless, Xiao replied with a hint of resignation, dutifully tucking the key into her pocket. The key? For me? Sensing something amiss, she promptly lifted her gaze. And what about you? With such rich energy in this place, do you not intend to cultivate your soul power here? Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of astonishment. She was aware that Su Ming's soul power was only at level 10, while she had already reached level 14. Logically, cultivating his soul power should be of paramount importance to Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, stating that this place was not suitable for his continuous cultivation. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. Matters? Indeed, I require a secluded location to focus on refining my physique, which should take approximately half a month. Just as I expected. After offering a few more words of advice regarding family matters, Su Ming departed from that place. For Xiao Wu, the most pressing need was to elevate her soul power level. Achieving soul sage status signified safety, and safety heralded a promising future. The energy in this vicinity could accelerate her cultivation pace. After leaving the academy's rear mountain, Su Ming, relying on his memory, arrived at the central area of Nodding City. There stood a magnificent brown-domed structure, soaring 20 meters high and comprising 3 levels, with a long sword emblazoned on its grand entrance. Nodding City, the Spirit Hall. Despite having been in Nodding City for some time, this was Su Ming's first visit to this esteemed establishment. Su Ming strode forward with unwavering determination. Perhaps it was due to the serene expression on his face and an inexplicable air of haughty coldness that emanated from him, which bestowed upon him an imposing presence. The guard hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from questioning him, allowing Su Ming to pass. The Soul Hall of Nodding City stands as the most rudimentary division of the Soul Hall in the city. Above it lie sub-halls, the main hall, the Grand Hall, and the Sacred Hall, with the apex being the Pope's Hall, presided over by the Pope himself. Despite being merely a division, it is still fortified by powerful soul venerates. Su Ming initially believed that Master Matthew Nua would be the head of the Hall of Spirits, but in reality, the various halls are overseen by the yellow-clad servants, soul elders. As for the white-clad individuals like Su Yuntao, they represent the ordinary servants of the Hall of Spirits. Upon entering the Hall of Spirits, Su Ming was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of weightiness. The dim yellow light refracted through the crystal windows, emanating an ethereal beauty with its intricate lines, interspersed with a riot of colors that rendered the scene both resplendent and dreamlike. Above, the dome was adorned with numerous small squares, each distinctly depicting various spirit patterns, which appeared almost animated under the dazzling lights. Being in this space felt akin to stepping back into the medieval West, praying within a resplendent cathedral, beseeching the Lord's blessings. Is that you, Su Ming? A voice of surprise echoed, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Upon seeing Su Ming, Su Yuntao's heart blossomed with joy. You are indeed Su Ming. It has been a year. And you've grown quite a bit. Are you here to join our Hall of Spirits? Join the Hall of Spirits? Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals couldn't help but glance over. Seeing Su Ming was merely a child, they felt both astonished and envious. To have a white-clad servant extend such a friendly invitation surely indicated that he was destined to become a soul master. Most notably, Su Yuntao's enthusiasm was exceedingly warm, clearly indicating that this child was extraordinary. Unexpectedly encountering this man again took Su Ming by surprise. He shook his head and replied, Master Su Yutao, I am not here to join the Hall of Spirits. I seek permission to hunt soul beasts. At this, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He sighed and responded, what a pity. With your talents, if you were to receive the Hall of Spirits guidance, becoming a soul sect in the future would surely be within your grasp. Soul sect? Su Ming awkwardly smiled. Indeed, it is rather unfortunate. Fortunately, I did not agree. Unfortunate? Why did you not agree then? Su Yuntao's lips twitched slightly, fully aware that he was declining. You are here to apply for the Soul Hunter, and you possess innate full soul power. You could have absorbed a soul ring last year. Alas, just look at it. Had you joined the Spirit Hall, you might have become a soul master last year. and it would not have dragged on until now. His words were laced with regret as Su Yuntao shook his head, gazing at Su Ming, hesitating to speak further. Ordinary individuals lack connections. Even hunting soul beasts requires a year of preparation. Why go through such trouble? Su Ming chose not to engage in the topic further. Master Su Yuntao stated that, according to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, once a spirit power reaches level 10, one is permitted to venture into the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. I have come here to apply for permission to hunt soul beasts in the nearby soul hunting forest. Is it acceptable even if I do not join the Spirit Hall? Naturally, there is no issue. The Spirit Hall is the largest faction of spirit masters on the continent and serves as the sanctuary for all spirit masters. It would be impossible for them to create difficulties for young spirit warriors like yourselves. Su Yuntao continued, however, as per the rules, you will need to undergo another test for your spirit power level. If you meet the requirements, you will be granted permission to enter the soul hunting forest. Come. Follow me. I shall guide you to the testing area. Su Yuntao led Su Ming to the second floor, with Su Ming closely trailing behind, his curious eyes surveying the layout of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Su Ming was resolutely preparing to hunt soul beasts. He had already acquired all the necessary prerequisites, and upon the conclusion of his seclusion, he intended to obtain his first spirit ring. In the Douluo Continent, soul beasts are not found in every desolate mountain or wilderness. Aside from large congregations of soul beasts, most forests where soul beasts gather are already under the control of the Empire. Some forests may still harbor century-old soul beasts, but millennium-old soul beasts primarily exist within the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is not merely a single forest, but a collective term for various forests teeming with soul beasts, all under the jurisdiction of the Empire. To gain entry into the soul hunting forest, one must possess a credential issued by the Spirit Hall, though it may seem like a simple credential. Without the right background and status, individuals like Su Ming are granted only 2 opportunities to apply each year. Conversely, joining the Spirit Hall allows one to bypass such restrictions. Thus, this aspect alone enables the Spirit Hall to attract many potential spirit masters lacking influence. Knocking on a door, Su Yuntao led Su Ming to an office area. Come in, an elderly voice resonated from within. As the door swung open, Su Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to the aged figure inside. Clad in white robes adorned with 3 embroidered longswords, the man was of the same rank as Su Yuntao, yet considerably older, easily fitting the role of Su Ming's father. Ah, is that you, Yuntao? What brings you here today? Master Macius greeted warmly. His speech interrupted as he noticed Su Ming standing behind Su Yuntao. Yuntao, who is this child? With a smile, Su Yuntao stepped forward. Master Macius, do you remember the 2 innate full spirit power youngsters I mentioned to you last year? Oh. Master Macius's eyes glimmered with surprise and admiration as he focused on Su Ming. If my memory serves me correctly, he must be the one with the spirit of the woodcutter. Am I right? Indeed, Su Yuntao nodded. Tang San showcased his abilities last year, leaving quite an impression on both of us. Master Macius certainly wouldn't have forgotten so soon. He then conveyed Su Ming's request to Master Macius, who responded with a sense of regret. Child, such talent should not be squandered. You should understand that having the protection of a powerful faction can save you from taking many detours. How about this? If you agree to join, I can have Yuntao accompany you to hunt soul beasts. He is a great spirit master and can undoubtedly assist you in your endeavors. Master Macius, you haven't even asked if I am willing, Su Ming replied. Well, you're currently at leisure, so it wouldn't hurt to engage in some activity. Understanding what Master Macius meant, Su Yuntao forced a bittersweet smile, his gaze towards Su Ming glimmering with a hint of expectation, seemingly not opposed to the idea. The eyes of both men were fixed intently on Su Ming. In their view, individuals like Su Ming were in dire need of the Spirit Hall's protection. Given such favorable conditions, Su Ming had no reason to decline. Regrettably, Su Ming remained resolute, politely declining their offer. Despite their disappointment, Master Macius and Su Yuntao did not press him further, assuring him that opportunities would always be available. After a brief exchange, Master Macius retrieved a yellow crystal ball from the wall. Your innate full spirit power is beyond doubt. This is merely a procedural formality. As soon as the test concludes, I will promptly issue your credential. Su Ming placed his hand upon the yellow crystal sphere, and as his soul power flowed into it, the orb radiated a brilliant golden glow. Both Matthew and Nuo were overjoyed, their exclamations escaping their throats, only to be abruptly silenced. Matthew stood there, dumbfounded, as if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes wide and fixed upon the crystal sphere, while Su Yuntao wore a similarly bewildered expression. What on earth was happening? Before them, the yellow crystal sphere was only half filled. The upper half shimmered with a resplendent gold, while the lower half was shrouded in a pitch-black darkness. Such an extraordinary spectacle was something even Matthew had never witnessed before. Su Ming's eyes displayed a hint of astonishment, but soon he seemed to recall something. A resigned smile forming within. This contraption, I certainly shall not bear the loss. Xiao now scratched his head in confusion, Master Mathuno. Could it be that this crystal ball is malfunctioning? How could it possibly appear in such a manner? Mathuno remained silent. His brow furrowed as he endeavored to comprehend the peculiar scene before him. The soul power crystal balls in their martial soul division were of two types, distinguished by the intensity of their radiance. The blue crystal ball was designated for testing below level 10, with a dazzling brilliance indicating innate full soul power. The yellow crystal ball, on the other hand, was for levels below 30, given that Su Ming's soul power was slightly overflowing at level 10. The crystal ball should logically have exhibited a dull yellow hue. Yet, before them, a bright yellow was distinctly visible. Even more bizarrely, the other half remained dark. Such a degree of brightness indicated level 24 soul power, yet the absence of light on the other half suggested a lack of soul power altogether. Could it truly be broken? The old man should give it a try. Ultimately, Mathuno was unable to fathom the situation, so he grasped the crystal ball. However, what ensued only deepened the strangeness. The lower half gleamed with an even brighter yellow. In stark contrast, the portion ignited by Su Ming remained completely dim, his shoulders trembling. Xiao now stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Master Mathuno, this indicates a soul power of 29, half of which is illuminated. Mathuno narrowed his eyes slightly. Yutao, might you share with this old man what joyous thoughts have crossed your mind? Su Yuntao's expression stiffened, and he huddled his shoulders, seemingly feeling a chill. Mathuno huffed in irritation, pondering for a moment before addressing Su Ming. Child, the emergence of such an anomaly in the crystal ball suggests that your soul power is rather unique, leading to this deviation. If I am not mistaken, even if I were to use another crystal ball, the outcome would remain the same. Su Ming was taken aback, astonished that Matthew had accurately guessed the truth. Fortunately, having endured countless experiences in his previous life, he managed to conceal any signs of distress and feigned urgency as he inquired. Then does this mean I am unable to venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt spirit beasts? Of course not, Matthew quickly clarified. Rest assured. Even though it cannot be measured, with your prior innate full soul power as evidence, I can still provide you with a certificate. Su Ming. The collection of information regarding soul masters must indeed be conducted through your spirit hall. Chapter 35, Tempering the Body, a Surge in Physical Qualities. Drip, drip. Water gradually converges, cascading down from the tip of the stalactite above. A melodious sound resonates as ripples radiate across the surface of the pond. Within the pitch-black cavern, an eerie chill pervades the serene silence. Gazing into the abyss, the boundless darkness instills a sense of trepidation, as one's vision extends through the elongated, shadowy passage. A grand semicircular chamber comes into view. A small opening at the apex allows radiant light to filter in, preventing the chamber from becoming completely dark and damp. Crackle, crackle. Large chunks of firewood blaze fervently, emitting a symphony of sounds, as the roaring flames voraciously lick at the massive cauldron above. Rather than a mere cauldron, it resembles a round vessel, boasting a diameter of nearly a meter, though it appears quite unremarkable. Inside the vessel simmers a thick, crimson liquid, the nature of which remains a mystery, yet a faint metallic scent of blood wafts through the air as red bubbles burst upon the surface. Beside it stands a petite figure, fair and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Su Ming inhaled deeply, his palm gradually rising, as a purplish luminescence caught his eye. It was a resplendent purple fungus, displaying a vibrant emerald hue at its stem, blossoming with 9 leaves. This was the 9th-grade purple fungi. Although it did not qualify as a celestial treasure, it possessed the remarkable abilities to fortify the essence and enhance vitality. This precious item was not foraged by Su Ming in the Sunset Forest, but rather a reward bestowed upon him for his diligent cultivation of soul power. Achieving a breakthrough in soul power beyond level 10 required an arduous commitment of nearly 15 hours of daily practice for almost half a month to earn a single level of soul power reward. Su Ming had an abundance of content to cultivate, making it impossible to devote his entire time solely to the enhancement of his soul power. Thus, he extended the target time frame for soul power cultivation to 1 year. Within this year, dedicating approximately 5 hours daily to soul power training. The system rewarded him with the 9-tiered purple Ganoderma. Plucking the Ganoderma from its root, Su Ming took a hearty bite. It was neither crunchy nor reminiscent of chicken. but it exuded a rich medicinal aroma. The final step. A fervent glint of madness flickered in his resolute gaze as Su Ming leapt fiercely, his figure descending towards the circular cauldron. Boom. Scalding crimson liquid enveloped him in an instant. Su Ming's veins bulged ominously. His expression contorted in agony as the searing pain felt like his skin was being flayed. His clenched jaws finally loosened, and he could not suppress a piercing scream. In his battle against Su Lin, he had been pummeled into a swollen mass, yet he remained silent. Under the relentless cascade of the waterfall, where his skin was nearly stripped away, he still uttered not a word. However, this time, he could no longer endure. A torrent of wild energy surged within him, threatening to scorch his very being, the excruciating pain akin to a cataclysm. It was not merely superficial. The internal meridians were also subjected to tremendous strain. It is worth noting that Su Ming's meridians had once been nourished by the mysterious Xianshui Dan and tempered by refined spiritual force, which should render them resilient. Yet, at this moment, he felt as though a fiery dragon was rampaging within his body. With a thunderous roar, the intense heat erupted, as if it sought to utterly obliterate the meridians in its path. The sensation of skin being peeled away and muscles convulsing was unparalleled. Aware that his constitution could not withstand this torment, Su Ming, his face flushed with a purplish hue, hastily channeled his spiritual force to envelop his meridians in a layer of dark energy, hoping to alleviate the pressure. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Veins stood out prominently on his face, contorting it into a visage reminiscent of a demon, while he emitted low, despairing moans of pain. A faint mist of blood emanated from his body, mingling with the crimson liquid surrounding him. In mere moments, the blood was scorched, as if the precious liquid could not assimilate Su Ming's essence. Su Ming persevered, gritting his teeth in determination, fully aware that such torment would forge his body in ways unimaginable. All he needed was to endure. Indeed, to endure, under the indomitable belief that sustained him. Fortune smiled upon this fortunate soul, as if awakened by a surge of inspiration. A gentle and mysterious flow of energy suddenly emanated from Su Ming's abdomen. The violet aura spilled forth from his skin, coursing through his meridians, gradually subduing the rampant energy within, enveloped in a soft, ethereal purple glow. The fierce grimace on Su Ming's face visibly softened, returning to its former warmth. The cave fell into an unexpected silence. After a period of fervor, the once boisterous firewood surrendered, emitting wisps of white smoke. A chill breeze swept through the tunnel, extinguishing the last flickers of flame. The cave, now not only silent but imbued with a tranquil coolness, transformed. Days passed, marked by the rhythmic rise and fall of the sun. As the cave oscillated between light and darkness in an endless cycle, radiant sunlight poured in, and a blackbird flitted through the opening, circling a few times to ascertain the absence of danger before alighting upon the round altar, stretching its neck to peck at the remnants of crimson liquid within. The once blood-red fluid had now transformed into a murky, translucent water, with traces of blood floating atop. Suddenly, a splash erupted as two arms rose into the air, glistening with a rosy sheen under the brilliant sunlight. The blackbird emitted a sharp cry before darting away from the cave's entrance like an arrow. After days of stillness, Su Ming finally opened his eyes. A faint stream of light crimson energy wafted from his gaze, dispersing like mist. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 12. Martial soul, firewood cutter, quality purple. 6, 235, 000. Special physique, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills. Breath control, lightness skill, perfected. Golden crow sword technique, perfected. Hunyuan blade slash. Spirit gathering technique. Possessions, flight soul guide. Snow lotus, 1000 sinking silver. Strength, 88. Defense, 79. Spirit, 72. At long last, success had been achieved. Su Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and a hint of joy involuntarily surfaced on his pale, delicate face. Having bathed in the essence of 9-grade purple grass and the blood of a fire python, his physical prowess had reached an even more terrifying level. His strength and defensive capabilities had increased by 30 points. Though this may appear as a mere numerical fluctuation, only Su Ming comprehended the profound implications it entailed. From intensive weight training to the meticulous refinement of soul power, he had honed his physique to its utmost potential. To advance further, he could either continue to enhance his soul power to augment its intensity or draw upon external energies for fortification. It is no exaggeration to assert that, with his current physical condition, Su Ming could face a beast martial soul grandmaster head-on. Could a soul master truly withstand a grandmaster? A dream, yet one that eventually may materialize. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing the historical record of human soul masters in physical strength. A reward of 1 drop of dragon essence blood has been granted. System, is there no mistake? Is this merely a record for human soul masters? Ding. The physical strength of a 7-year-old offspring of a high bloodline dragon-type soul beast still surpasses that of the host. Please strive for further improvement. Ming. Who dares to compare with that group of individuals? I inquire about the soul masters. Chapter 36. The barbecue master in the soul hunting forest. Sigh, within the cavern. A continuous sigh rises, laden with heavy reminiscences, as if yearning to pour out the repressed emotions accumulated over the past year. Gazing at the multicolored halos cascading from the cave's ceiling, Ming's expression is intricate and enigmatic, a semblance of a smile lingering on his lips. He has sacrificed an immense amount for the sake of fortifying his physique. The soul power cultivated over a year at the academy, coupled with the rewards of soul power obtainable through a week of meditation for those below level 13, amounts to nearly level 6. This 6 levels of soul power has been entirely refined within the confines of level 10 soul power. In other words, it was all for the enhancement of soul skill efficacy and the tempering of soul power within his body. Ming has squandered an entire 6 levels of soul power. Indeed, 6 levels of soul power. For a soul master, even the slightest elevation is a momentous occasion, not to mention the loss of 6 levels. For those of lesser rank, it is akin to the agony of a stolen spouse. Yet, Ming persists in his endeavors, willingly embracing the trials. Whether it be the refinement of soul power or the tribulations of body tempering, he endures excruciating hardships, all in pursuit of enhancing both his physique and his strength. To engage in combat with true prodigies, one must possess sufficient resolve. His martial spirit, a mere chopping knife, coupled with its inferior quality, stands as Ming's most significant weakness in the early stages. Ming was able to sever the blue-silver vines, partly due to the power of gold and partly because the unawakened quality of the blue-silver grass was too low. Moreover, there exists a distinction between weapon spirit soul masters and beast spirit soul masters. While weapon spirit soul masters indeed become formidable in the later stages, they do not surpass beast spirit soul masters below level 30. This is because the soul rings acquired by weapon spirit soul masters affect their weapons, and thus the enhancement of physical strength in practical combat does not match that of beast spirit soul masters. To bridge this gap, weapon spirit soul masters must refine their physiques. Furthermore, by honing their bodies, they can absorb higher-level soul rings. This is a cyclical process that Ming has long understood. His year of effort ultimately culminated in a millennium soul ring. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. Boom. Like a bullet, Ming shot out of the cave. His piercing gaze sparkled with golden light. Silver wings unfurled from his back. Whoosh. A meteor, trailing a silver tail, streaked through the dense forest, rapidly heading northward. Whenever his soul power was depleted, Ming would begin to run again, continuing to refine his physique. Previously, he could not continue his training, but as his body was further developed, Ming felt once more that he could persist in refining his physique. Like a bamboo tube. Once the upper segment was cleared, there would be room for further ascent, coupled with the explosive increase in his physical quality. Ming also needed time to adapt to this newfound strength. Time passed swiftly, and a week elapsed. Before him lay an expanse of lush, boundless forest. Soldiers donned in bright silver armor, wielding spears, appeared to be patrolling the forest's perimeter. Stay alert. If any soul beasts charge out, it is no joking matter. Oh, Captain. We've been told this 100 times. There's an enforcement team in the forest. How could soul beasts possibly boom? Before he could finish, the captain, infuriated by the soldier's drowsy demeanor, kicked him angrily, reprimanding, "If you want to live a little longer, then get your act together. Otherwise, it will be your life on the line. Do you not know how many soul beasts have been provoked and how many brothers have perished?" Whoosh. Upon hearing this, the previously languid soldier felt a chill in his heart and immediately straightened his posture. The other soldiers also tightened their grips on their spears. They were not soul masters, merely ordinary men. If they encountered a powerful soul beast, they would have no choice but to fight for their lives. Rumbling. As the group continued on, a sudden thunderous sound echoed nearby, as if something was charging toward them. "Prepare," the captain shouted, and the 10-man squad instantly closed ranks. They formed a dense defensive formation, their spears braced outward like the spines of a hedgehog. One soldier, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Captain, the sound seems to be coming from outside the hunting soul forest, not from within." Upon hearing this, the previously tense group began to perceive their surroundings more attentively. Damn, it really is from outside. The captain, flustered and anxious, spat out some bile and stepped forward. The others followed suit, with 4 soldiers vigilantly facing the forest, while the remaining 6 curiously gazed in the direction of the rising dust. On the horizon, a small figure appeared. A child? The group stared in disbelief, but looking at the dust being kicked up behind him, confusion filled their minds. What was happening? Was the child being pursued by cavalry? Do not let your guard down, the captain coldly reminded, striding forward. As the figure approached, the soldiers finally grasped the situation, their astonishment mounting as they gaped at the child's rear. The source of the dust was not a horse but a tree, one thicker than an adult man's thigh. The tree was connected to 2 ropes, which were looped over the boy's shoulders. Swallowing hard, the soldiers nervously observed the scene before them. Although the tree was not tall, it must have weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. This child had dragged it over here? This was no ordinary child. He resembled a soul beast cub. Gripping the hilt of his sword, the captain cautiously approached. Child, this is the hunting soul forest, home to powerful soul beasts. You must not venture in. Please leave this place. Finally, he had arrived. With a heavy sigh, the boy lifted his hands from his knees and slowly straightened his back. His fair, flushed face was dripping with sweat, his hair matted against his forehead. Ming appeared as if he had just emerged from the water. Yet he radiated the joy of a child, his small face beaming with delight. It had been a long time since he had felt such satisfaction from physical training, a sensation so wonderful it was intoxicating. Gazing at the hunting soul forest before him, Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he leisurely untied the ropes from his shoulders. I need to enter the hunting soul forest to hunt soul beasts. This is my proof. His words resonated firmly as he presented a token. The token was black, etched with a sword, representing the lowest level of recognition. Beneath the sword, a series of numbers indicated that the token was not personally owned but was issued by the spirit hall and required to be returned. The captain took the token, examining it closely. After confirming its authenticity, his expression turned even more peculiar. Child, are you certain you wish to enter alone to hunt soul beasts? Is it not forbidden for one to venture alone? It is not that, he replied, but the strength of the soul beasts inside. Ming waved his hand to interrupt the conversation, stating that if there were no issues, there was no need for further words. He would enter on his own. The captain's lips twitched in surprise at the audacity of the soul warriors nowadays. However, considering Ming's circumstances, he gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Whoosh! With a surge of determination, Ming plunged into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Captain, he's just a child venturing in alone. This is far too perilous. One of the subordinates scoffed. Without a soul master to guide him, even a 10-year soul beast could tear him apart. With his frail frame, he wouldn't even be enough to satisfy a tiger's appetite. Despite the derisive murmurs of his men, the man remained silent. He cast a glance at the barren, scarred tree before him, then gazed into the distance, observing the long, worn path. How far has this fellow dragged himself? The soul-hunting forest was a lush tapestry of ancient trees reaching skyward, with vines intertwining to create a canopy that obscured the sun, evoking a profound sense of insignificance. Exotic flowers and plants emitted an ethereal glow. Such beauty would have undoubtedly captivated the hearts of young women in a previous life. However, in this perilous forest, such splendor was a harbinger of danger. The more enchanting and alluring something appeared, the more likely it was to conceal terror. Suddenly, a flash of dark steel sliced through the air as Ming advanced further. Ahead, a snake, no thicker than a thumb, lay severed in 2. Blood oozing from its wound as it writhed in its death throes. The serpent appeared peculiar, its body a striking azure, glistening like a ribbon, adorned with a diamond-patterned back. If one were not to examine it closely, they might mistake it for a lady's lost satin ribbon. A foolish man who dared to pick it up would soon find himself in grave peril. This snake, known as the ribbon snake, possessed vibrant colors that signified potent venom. Venom that was not merely paralyzing, but also corrosive in nature. With a swift motion, Ming delivered a final blow to the snake's head. As the ribbon snake surrendered to the void, a halo of white energy ascended, hovering above its lifeless form. Ming felt no curiosity, as this was not his first encounter with a soul beast. Since entering the soul-hunting forest, he had already come across no fewer than 5 soul beasts. The first time he encountered one, there was no question of him taking a detour. Among them was a century-old fierce wolf, which, regrettably, had to retreat in shame after facing his ferocious blade. Aware of the existence of a law enforcement team within the forest, Ming did not dare to recklessly utilize his sole guiding device for flight. Instead, he relied on his agility to swiftly navigate through the trees. Unfortunately, the expanse of the soul-hunting forest was vast, and even after wandering for an entire afternoon, he had yet to find the soul beast he sought. As night fell and darkness obscured his vision, Ming ceased his search and decided to make camp at the base of a large tree. He opted not to rest on the ground, where perilous creatures lurked in abundance. Though there were threats in the trees, they were comparatively fewer. It was not feasible to build a bed, so Ming used his machete to carve a small hollow approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground. For a child, the space he required was modest. After applying insect repellent powder around the entrance of the hollow, he crossed his arms over his chest and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The continuous journey along with the weight training had greatly depleted both his soul power and physical strength. At that moment, Ming was far from his optimal state. Even if he had previously encountered a millennium-old soul beast, he would not have acted recklessly. Knowing that soul beasts possess fixed activity areas and that millennium-old ones have a strong territorial instinct, it was prudent to conserve his energy and approach when the time was right. This slumber lasted until the following day. The radiant morning light streamed through the hollow, awakening Ming with its gentle glow. Yawning and rubbing his sleepy eyes, his fair face radiated satisfaction, indicating he had rested well. The sounds of birds chirping filled the air, and a mischievous smile crept across Ming's face as he leaped to the top of the tree. In the early morning, various birds had just awakened, seemingly unaware of the lurking danger, joyfully hopping about the branches. Suddenly, a black shadow flickered, and a bird, which had been catching insects, vanished in an instant. Another swoosh followed as a soaring eagle plummeted from the sky. In no time, Ming had gathered a considerable number of prey. A wisp of smoke began to rise in the still forest, and a faint melody seemed to echo in the air. Braised chicken wings, how I love to eat them. If I don't eat now, there may never be another chance. Ming was not singing. Rather, he was overcome by an impulse of emotion. Before him, a grill displayed several large birds, each nearly twice the size of his head, sizzling with a tantalizing aroma. The birds, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, emanated a delectable fragrance that stirred his appetite. They were adorned with an array of seasonings, including chili powder, cumin, and honey, all meticulously applied. Ever since he learned that the body of a berserker required a substantial intake of meat, these delicacies had become a staple for Ming. With a swift motion, he tore off 2 legs of the bird. No, 2 chicken legs, and they disappeared into his mouth. A mere twist, and a rigid bone was effortlessly discarded. As for his culinary assessment, while the flavor was satisfactory and the cooking precise, the treatment of the various meats lacked finesse and required further refinement. His effort in grilling received a modest 3-star rating. Yet, he did not linger on such thoughts, for Ming was already engrossed and fervently tearing into the large bird, his expression resembling that of a ravenous wolf. As if drawn by the enticing scent of meat, a shadowy black wolf emerged swiftly from the forest. Without a glance, Ming's right hand formed a poised stance, ready for action. Ming appeared to have made no move. Yet crimson blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in the black wolf's chest, causing it to writhe in agony. The creature, which had intended to flee, seemed to lose its bearings in the throes of pain. Its legs faltered, and it crashed violently into a nearby rock. With a resounding thud, blood splattered, and a white soul ring ascended into the air. After dealing with the large bird, a wolf appeared on the barbecue grill, its head already severed. Ming feared that engaging with such a sight might tarnish his intelligence. With a slurp, the meat was devoured, revealing a series of white rib bones. Having satiated his hunger, Ming stood up, cradling his round belly. The meat was not as delectable as that of the 1,000-year-old snow wolf, and it had a tendency to stick to his teeth. Disdainfully, he spat out the wooden skewer, which pierced through the air unimpeded and embedded itself into the grass. Ming departed from this place, continuing his quest for soul beasts within the forest. Martial souls possess the ability to absorb soul rings from various species, provided that the attributes enhanced are suitable. With a martial soul resembling a hatchet, Ming could only contemplate a few possibilities. Firstly, enhancing the sharpness of the hatchet, which would allow him to seek soul beasts with claws or those whose attack methods are akin to that of blades. Ming's greatest anticipation naturally lies with the dark golden fearsome claw bear. Whether it resides in the soul-hunting forest remains uncertain. Yet the peril of hunting a century-old dark golden fearsome claw bear is substantial. Furthermore, enhancing the power of the machete is essential. It is not solely reliant on its blade, for the dull edge on the back can also deliver strikes. Additionally, Ming can transmit the force of his blows through successive strikes, unleashing a devastating power capable of obliterating all in its path. Currently, the mighty ape and the mighty gorilla may be manageable, but the century-old Titan giant ape is merely a distant fantasy. Thirdly, the aspect of toxicity speaks for itself. As for the martial soul doppelganger, forceful repulsion and stunning effects are also under Ming's consideration. Nevertheless, what Ming prioritizes the most is the first category, as it can be seamlessly integrated with his sword techniques, making it the most suitable option for him at present. Chapter 37, The Millennial Blade Arm Mantis, a Kite Strategy. In a twist of time, 2 more days have passed. Ming had ventured into the deeper regions of the soul-hunting forest, wary of the core area where the ancient soul beast lurked. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter a satisfactory soul beast. During his search, he had come across a 1,000-year-old wolf spider. The first soul skill bestowed toxins, yet this was not what he sought. After a week of searching and having relinquished several clawed ferocious beasts, Ming found his spirits considerably dampened. At long last, the emergence of a formidable creature stirred the still waters of his desolate heart. Before him was an imposing figure, a silhouette as dark as night, perched on a branch approximately 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Its sturdy black exoskeleton enveloped its entire form, emanating a metallic sheen, reminiscent of a fully armed warrior. Measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, its upper limbs appeared astonishingly gaunt, while its small 3-pronged head and elongated oval abdomen accounted for 70% of its weight. The 2 pairs of hind limbs resembled bamboo poles, adorned with backward-facing hooks, their joints folded, sharp tips piercing into the branch. The forelimbs were equipped with protruding, lethal spikes. Yet, what captivated the eye most were the elevated sides on its tibiae, menacingly curved and barbed, exuding an aura of dread. It stood regally upon the branch, akin to a sovereign surveying its domain, using its compound eyes to scrutinize the surroundings. Upon noticing Ming, it cast a brief glance at the human cub before dismissing him with an air of haughty indifference, seemingly uninterested in his presence. The mantis with blade arms. Ming suddenly recalled the description from the Soul Beast Compendium, a carnivorous soul beast with ferocious attack power, possessing scythe-like forelimbs capable of slicing through the formidable exoskeleton of a robust, iron-armored beetle. Judging by its size, the mantis before him was undoubtedly a millennium-old soul beast. Ming hurriedly quelled his restless heart, refraining from immediate action. Instead, he waited until he was closer, and then launched his surprise attack. With a swift motion, a dark crystalline sword erupted from his fingertips, a technique of his own invention known as sword finger. Clang! The sudden strike caught the arm-blade mantis off guard, and by the time it reacted, the crystalline sword had accurately pierced its abdomen. Startled, the arm-blade mantis flapped its wings and leaped down from the branch. With a powerful thrust of its wings, it landed gracefully on the ground. A stream of green liquid oozed from its wound. Seeing the arm-blade mantis injured, Ming felt no joy. Instead, he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the creature. As the creator of this technique, he was acutely aware of its potency. Even a great soul master would suffer significant injury if struck. Yet, the blow had merely grazed the exoskeleton of the arm-blade mantis, causing it to bleed but inflicting no severe harm, a testament to the formidable defense of this 1,000-year-old creature. The enraged arm-blade mantis emitted a peculiar sound, akin to a roar. It scuttled rapidly on its 4 legs, charging towards Ming, raising its scythe-like appendage, intent on cleaving him in 2. Swish! Ming deftly maneuvered through the underbrush, skillfully increasing the distance between himself and the blade arm mantis. The mantis, heedless of its surroundings, charged forward with reckless abandon, as if possessed by a singular intent to relentlessly pursue Ming. A sharp clang resonated in the air once more as the mantis raised its forelimbs, shielding its massive compound eyes. It was none other than Ming unleashing his crystalline sword, yet it was deflected by the mantis's formidable blade. I refuse to believe you can sustain this indefinitely, he thought with a sardonic smile, continuing to evade and taunt the blade arm mantis, which, like a naive novice, persistently chased after him. While this behavior appeared foolish, Ming understood the mantis's strategy all too well. In close quarters, few spirit beasts could match the reaction time and attack speed of the blade arm mantis, even if Ming found himself within striking distance. There was an 80% chance he would be unable to evade its ferocious onslaught, even if he were fortunate enough to parry its strikes with his machete. The concentrated assault of a millennium-old spirit beast would be more than sufficient to severely injure him within mere seconds. The blade-arm mantis was not merely charging blindly. It was intent on drawing Su Ming into its optimal range for a lethal strike. Su Ming was acutely aware of the terrifying intentions of the blade-arm mantis, and he would not allow it to have its way. He continuously created distance, employing a series of sword-point strikes to target the mantis's vulnerable areas. While the mantis's prowess in close combat was unparalleled, it equally possessed a glaring weakness: its sluggish crawling speed. The most effective strategy against such a soul beast was undoubtedly the kite-flying technique. Whoosh! Su Ming approached the rear of the blade-arm mantis, delivering a sharp strike with his finger, creating a gash in the creature's hind leg. Su Ming danced gracefully among the trees, resembling a wraith. As the black crystal sword shot forth with a sound akin to a machine gun, the resonant clangs echoed as the vulnerable joints of the blade-arm mantis were relentlessly targeted. If a mere sword thrust proved ineffective against the blade-arm mantis, then the golden crow blade technique stood no chance whatsoever. In close combat, victory undoubtedly favored the blade-arm mantis. After all, soul beasts that had existed for 4 to 5 centuries could vanquish grand soul masters, not to mention the millennium blade-arm mantis, renowned for its lethal cutting prowess. Su Ming did not strike the vulnerable spots of the blade-arm mantis with every blow, nor did he harbor such expectations. However, the more he struck, the greater the chance of success. Crack! The trembling right foot of the blade-arm mantis was struck once more, and a segment of its tibia was sent flying amidst the dark energy. The piercing pain seemed to awaken the blade-arm mantis completely, making it realize that the human before it posed a genuine threat to its life. It emanated a purple aura, symbolizing the essence of a millennium-old soul beast. Pulsating with energy, like an explosive projectile, the refined energy detonated, wreaking havoc and sweeping through the surrounding jungle. The tempestuous waves of energy even caused Su Ming's soul power to falter, inadvertently bringing him down from the air. Slash! The low shrubs were cleaved apart, and a rain of leaves fell like celestial flowers. Bang! A figure collided forcefully with a great tree. Su Ming wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and before he could express his astonishment, a piercing white light suddenly emanated from his clear pupils. It was a silver crescent blade, measuring a meter in length, breathtakingly beautiful. Akin to a gift bestowed upon the world as life withers away. Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a searing pain coursing through his skin, as an icy chill permeated his very being. Whoosh! Su Ming swiftly rolled sideways, narrowly evading the attack. Before he could regain his footing, the sharp sound of slicing air echoed once more. The same exquisite beauty, the same undeniable brilliance. Su Ming felt a chilling sensation run down his spine, leaving him no time to hesitate. With a burst of energy, he executed his light-footed technique and leaped into the air. The silver blade sliced past his back, nearly 20 centimeters away, and plunged straight into a massive tree. With a thunderous roar, the silver light reappeared as the colossal stone exploded. In a single strike, the tree, as thick as a water barrel, was cleaved through as easily as tofu, and even the 1-meter-thick boulder behind him was shattered. Perched atop the tree, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. Such a terrifying attack, even clad in armor, would likely be insurmountable. A single hit could mean certain death. Su Ming inhaled deeply and focused his gaze, only to behold the blade-arm mantis enveloped in a swirling aura of violet energy. Its fierce wrath caused the very essence around it to quiver. The mantis brandished its formidable forelimbs, which gleamed with a silvery radiance. The chilling light gliding along the edges of its blades, capable of severing gold and jade with ease. The argent energy amassed relentlessly, stirring the surrounding air into a frenzy. The blade-arm mantis's innate skill served as a devastating countermeasure to its shortcomings in ranged combat. The Crescent Moon Devourer. Chapter 38. Blade-arm mantis, Millennium Soul Ring. With a resounding crash, a colossal tree toppled in the forest, akin to an explosive shell detonating, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Su Ming was incessantly circling around. His figure leapt from the ground one moment and then descended from the branches the next, deftly evading the scythe-like strikes of the mantis. The transition between offense and defense occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Su Ming had been the one on the offensive, but in an instant, he transformed into a frantic escapee. As he witnessed the mantis gathering strength for its assault, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly released the hatchet from his grasp. With a swift motion, the hatchet spun through the air, transforming into a menacing projectile aimed at the mantis. The silver sheen of its right arm vanished as the mantis halted its lunar blade attack and deflected the hatchet with a swift strike. In a split second, an eerie black glow pierced through the gaps in its forelimbs, scraping against its exoskeleton and igniting sparks. The mantis's compound eyes widened in horror as green liquid sprayed forth, and the crystalline sheen of the hatchet gradually dissipated. Unbelievable! Caught off guard by the failure of his strike, Su Ming's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but curse silently. According to his plan, distracting the mantis with the hatchet would leave it vulnerable to his thrust. The process unfolded as he had envisioned, with the thrust slipping through the mantis's forelimb gap and striking its body. However, the location of the strike was not the mantis's most vulnerable eye, but rather the nape of its neck. The mantis faced Su Ming directly, yet its head twisted unnaturally backward, a peculiar trait that allowed it to rotate its neck a full 180 degrees. While this rotation was indeed remarkable, it was still insufficient to evade such a rapid attack. However, the mantis's eyes were exceptional. Unlike human eyes, they resembled the compound eyes of a fly. These compound eyes, composed of an indeterminate number of individual lenses, displayed a grid-like pattern akin to a honeycomb. This ocular structure, prevalent among insects and crustaceans, affords a broad field of vision and the ability to calculate the distance and orientation of observed objects, thus facilitating swift judgment and reaction. In their view, all movements appeared to slow down. Thus, the attack that should have landed merely moments ago was deftly countered by the mantis, which shifted its brain to the rear and utilized its neck to absorb the potentially fatal blow. With a sudden flash, a crescent moon erupted from the mantis's left arm. As Su Ming prepared to evade, he sensed something amiss and hastily leapt up into the trees. A thunderous roar followed as two crescent moons charged through the air, sequentially blocking both his forward and backward escape routes, causing a cold sweat to break out over him. Regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, he was bound to be struck. Remaining stationary was his only safe option. However, in the face of the mantis's innate skills, even a soul master would hesitate to confront it head-on. Who would dare to remain motionless? Even Su Ming's first instinct was to dodge. Had it not been for his enhanced mental fortitude and frequent battles with soul masters, allowing for rapid shifts in awareness, he might have already succumbed to the mantis's crescent strike. Anticipation. Gazing into the mantis's grid-like yellow eyes, Su Ming inhaled sharply, realizing he could not afford to linger in its presence. Though he had evaded the earlier anticipated attack, he knew it was impossible to avoid every subsequent strike. A single hit would inflict severe injury, a toll he could not afford to pay. The Soul Beast Codex was an extensive tome, and while Su Ming had perused it, only by confronting the mantis directly could he grasp the magnitude of its terror. With its rapid close-range attacks, fearsome long-range abilities, and unique predictive capabilities afforded by its compound eyes, facing the mantis was a daunting challenge. Had Su Ming not perfected his lightness skill, executing fluid movements effortlessly, merely creating distance from the mantis would have proven formidable. Indeed, while the mantis's crawling speed was slow, its Achilles heel as a soul beast, it still remained quick in comparison to a human. Defeating the mantis at a comparable level required not only swiftness to create distance, but also the ability to penetrate its armored shell. Moreover, one had to evade its predictive attacks, lest they find themselves bloodied in a single strike. These three conditions combined posed an immense challenge, which explains why even soul masters would prefer to circumvent the mantis. This did not imply that Su Ming's strength surpassed that of a soul master. Rather, he was merely well-informed of the mantis's characteristics and had taken precautions. A foolish soul master, unaware of the mantis's nature, would find themselves entangled in close combat, suffering the consequences of their ignorance. Clang, clang, clang. Determining the trajectory of his assault, Su Ming unleashed his full power against the mantis's hind legs. While the mantis's head could swivel, its substantial abdomen was not so easily maneuvered. The hind legs and abdomen represented Su Ming's only opportunity. Clang. With a sharp sound of impact, the mantis's rear abdomen suddenly collapsed. One of its hind legs, under the relentless assault of Su Ming's thrust, could no longer support its massive abdomen and snapped under the pressure. 6 legs became 4, although it still had 2 legs to support itself. The mantis's speed was drastically impaired, leaving it unsteady and staggering in place, as if it had lost its balance. Su Ming was far from courteous. He immediately launched an assault on the blade-arm mantis, striving to sever its remaining 2 middle legs. Once the middle legs were severed, with no chance to turn around, the blade-arm mantis would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable to escape even if it wished to. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as they struck the middle legs incessantly. The mantis's middle legs oozed green blood, and the already slender limbs began to taper like bamboo joints, visibly diminishing with each strike. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as it seemed he would sever the middle legs of the blade-arm mantis, it suddenly raised its head, its mandibles gaping open, emitting a desperate, piercing sound. The noise was sharp, and amidst the swirling energy of soul force, it resembled an arrow slicing through the sky of the soul-hunting forest. Rustle, rustle. From a distance, an inexplicable sound seemed to emerge, as if something was rushing through the underbrush. Sensing a significant decline in his own soul force, Su Ming ceased his attacks and leaped atop a large tree. Boom. Moments later, another blade-armed menace burst forth from the thicket. Compared to the previous one, this menace appeared even more colossal. By the heavens! Su Ming instantly realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that this was a pair. A pair. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him, and he urgently summoned all his remaining soul power to unleash his most formidable attack, the sword finger technique. Below, the female menace circled around the male, seemingly confirming something, as it slowly raised its large blade-like arm. Observing this, the male menace was gripped by sheer terror, desperately attempting to flee. With a swift motion, the scythe of death descended, and a burst of green blood erupted forth, revealing a sharp, silvery gleam beneath. Su Ming promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, retrieving the snow lotus to restore his soul power. The energy surge from the Millennium Soul Ring was exceedingly fierce. Absorbing it was no trivial endeavor, and he needed to elevate his condition to its optimum state. After a brief moment, Su Ming inhaled deeply, and the axe gradually emerged before him. The Violet Soul Ring, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, slowly descended and settled upon the axe. The once expansive violet ring contracted as it made contact with the weapon. Paying no heed to these transformations, Su Ming swiftly closed his eyes. With a thunderous crash, as the violet ring descended, a searing energy surged into Su Ming's meridians, akin to a raging inferno igniting within him. Within Su Ming's body, the meridians were once again infused with a terrifying energy. The meridians, previously cleansed by the vital essence of the fire python and other powerful energies, now began to quiver, seemingly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Su Ming's face tightened, and immense agony surged once more, causing cold sweat to beat upon his forehead. In comparison to the previous refinement, the energy this time was considerably weaker. However, without the protection of the ninth-grade purple ginseng, the impact on Su Ming's meridians intensified rather than diminished. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Ming did not appear to be in such distress. Though his veins were somewhat engorged, he refrained from uttering a sound. The reason was simple. Having endured this experience once before, his meridians had undergone a qualitative leap. Moreover, Su Ming had already weathered the ordeal. The pain was indeed excruciating, a suffering that would be intolerable for most. Yet, it remained within the realm of what Su Ming could bear. For a soul master, the resilience of the spirit is far more crucial than the fortitude of the body. Enduring the onslaught of the domineering energy, Su Ming's consciousness gradually deepened. In a vague vision, he seemed to perceive a pitch-black shadow bathed in flames. The martial spirit, the firewood axe. No matter how fiercely the roaring blaze sought to consume it, nor how violently the silver energy struck the axe, sending sparks flying, the axe remained steadfast. It resembled more the work of a blacksmith forging the axe. As time passed, the dark portions of the axe suddenly emanated a silvery light, and intricate silver patterns began to spread across its surface. The blade shimmered with golden radiance, while silver veins flowed along the body of the axe. The interplay of these two colors gradually subdued the raging flames. Chapter 39. The Truth Revealed by the Spice Bottle. As the searing sensation faded, a gentle energy surged from Su Ming's abdomen. Like an unexpected underground spring, it flowed over the parched dunes, bestowing a refreshing sensation that penetrated deep into the soul. Su Ming felt as though every cell in his body was exulting, seemingly entranced by this sensation. The pores on his skin were voraciously absorbing the energy from the surroundings. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes. At first glance, his gaze fell upon his martial soul, the chopping knife. Compared to its former self, the knife now exhibited a remarkable transformation. In the center of the blade, silver patterns unfurled from the curved tip, winding and undulating until they converged at the hilt. To the casual observer, it resembled a vine adorned with leaves, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern an array of peculiar features interwoven throughout. An enigmatic triangle. Each leaf was layered, while the additional branches extended in various directions, each time bifurcating in pairs, reminiscent of bamboo. Su Ming recognized that this was the blade-arm manus, albeit one whose limbs were intertwined, ultimately forming this intricate pattern. After all, the blade-arm manus is inherently adept at ambush, lurking in the shadows before launching a sudden attack. Moreover, the manus itself resembles a leaf, and its diminutive size can easily lead to misunderstandings. Swish. Feeling the acute sharpness of the machete, Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he struck a vine with it. It was as effortless as slicing through tofu. He felt no resistance whatsoever, and 3 vines were severed in an instant. At this moment, the machete could aptly be described with the phrase as easily as cutting through hair. Should he confront the blade arm Mantis again, with the current sharpness of the machete? He was confident that a vigorous swing would undoubtedly inflict damage upon the Mantis, rather than being dismissed as easily as a balloon. How foolish. The corpse is right here. After all, Ming struck his forehead with his palm and wielded the machete, delivering a heavy blow to the forelimb of the Mantis. The sound echoed clang. It did not cleave through as he had envisioned. The blade merely penetrated partially. The forelimb of the Mantis was approximately the width of a bamboo tube. And Ming's strike only sank in a quarter of the way. This blow required 7/10 of his strength. Of course, he did not employ any soul techniques. Ultimately, it was merely the power of gold, not the pinnacle of gold, and thus the damage inflicted upon the carapace was less formidable than he had anticipated. Ming sighed, not harboring much disappointment. Instead, his face was adorned with a hint of surprise. The purple soul ring pulsed rhythmically, exuding an air of noble dominance. Whoosh! The soul weapon. A cleaver erupted in silver brilliance, reminiscent of the serene moonlight, chilling to the bone. Tiny, sharp beams of light danced around the blade like ethereal dragons. With a swift motion, the silver light intensified as Ming brought his cleaver down with great force. Slash! The previously unyielding arm of the Mantis was effortlessly severed at the thigh, revealing a smooth, polished cross-section that gleamed like metal. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Ming's flushed visage paled instantaneously as he felt his soul power nearly depleted, leaving him weak and feeble within. He offered a wry smile and shook his head, realizing that unleashing a millennium-old soul technique was indeed a formidable challenge, not to be undertaken lightly. Although Ming possessed high-quality soul power, activating the soul ring's abilities appeared to be a matter of magnitude. The actual effectiveness of the soul technique was intricately linked to the quality of the soul power. Ming's first soul ring skill, named Blade Slash, can augment the attack power of his martial soul by 20, with an additional increase of 10 for each subsequent soul ring acquired. Given the superior quality of Ming's soul power, the foundational enhancement should be approximately 25. An augmentation of 25 in attack power, combined with Ming's overall strength, renders it unsurprising that the purple quality broadsword could sever the arm of a Mantis. Host, Ming. Soul power, level 13. High-quality soul power. Enhances soul skill effects and amplifies energy clones. Martial soul, broadsword, quality. Purple, 12, 255,000. Special physique, berserker's body. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected. Golden crow blade technique, perfected. Primordial drawing slash, spirit gathering technique. Possessions, blood of the abyss dragon. Flight soul guidance device, 1000 sinking silver. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Spirit, 80. Acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring has bestowed numerous advantages upon Ming. Primarily, the quality of his martial soul has increased by nearly 600 points. Is it truly the case that a Millennium Soul Ring only yields such a modest enhancement? This revelation is rather hard to accept. If obtaining a soul ring could lead to a significant leap in martial soul quality, then the disparities between martial souls would be exceedingly trivial. At equivalent levels, with matching soul rings and ages, top-tier offensive martial souls essentially guarantee victory over first-rate offensive martial souls. The discrepancies in martial soul levels are not easily surmountable. However, the effects of soul skills can bridge the gap between the two. Quality pertains to essence, while effect pertains to efficacy. Although they may appear interconnected, they are distinctly delineated. It could also be posited that quality is intrinsically linked to innate soul power, determining the caliber of a martial soul through pure innate soul energy. Ming shook his head, choosing not to ponder further. As long as the martial soul was effective, its quality merely served as a symbolic representation of that efficacy. It was not until later that Ming realized the quality displayed by the system actually indicated heredity, signifying the quality outcomes inherited by future generations. This understanding alleviated his concerns about his descendants starting with nothing but a crude tool, ultimately leading to the illustrious establishment of the Immortal Blade Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing levels to hunt the Millennium Soul Beast, the Blade Arm Mantis. Due to external factors, the comprehensive reward has been adjusted. The host receives 1 broken killing blade and an increase of 1 in mental strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the rank of Soul Master. The reward is 1 spatial ring. Ming's expression darkened. System, I had the mantis under control just now. This external factor should be negligible, shouldn't it? Ding. The host's objections are indeed reasonable, yet they do not alter the suspicion of stealing the kill. At that moment, the mantis was not severely injured. And considering the host's significant expenditure of soul energy, the mantis still possessed the strength for a final counterattack. Whether the host can secure the victory remains uncertain. Please understand this, host. Upon seeing his appeal dismissed, Ming ceased to struggle and retrieved the broken killing blade awarded by the system. Broken killing blade. Forged from the dual blades of the mantis and combined with rare metals, it boasts formidable attack power, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. The host is advised to wield it with caution. The blade is pitch black, with only the edge gleaming in a silvery hue. Measuring no more than 1 meter in length, and it appears rather unremarkable. Ming instinctively waved his hand, the sound of air friction light and delicate, with a seemingly commendable sharpness. With a crisp snap, he disassembled one of the blades from the mantis arm and proceeded to clash the two weapons together for a test. Upon contact, the blades did not yield, making it difficult to ascertain a victor. After separating them, Ming noticed a notch had formed in the mantis blade. As for the breaking kill blade, it was not entirely unscathed. The edge where they met had slightly curled. However, overall, the breaking kill blade proved to be the superior weapon. After stowing the breaking kill blade away for use as his primary weapon, Ming retrieved the spatial ring and pricked his finger to bond with it. The space within the ring was rather limited, measuring only a mere cubic meter, but it was sufficient for his current needs. Ming unfastened his belt, and as he shed his outer garment, a gleaming silver armor emerged before him. This was the silver scale armor, capable of withstanding attacks from soul masters below level 30. Beneath this armor, a belt adorned with uniformly styled small vials and sundries secured by elastic cords was visible. The chili salt was collected for future use. While the honey had been consumed rapidly, he would have to find some bees later. The dagger was tucked away, and the medicinal potion for bruises was stored as well. After meticulously organizing his belongings for navigating the Soul Master realm, Ming transferred the necessary items into his spatial ring. Completing this task, he extracted the broken blade from the tree and, with a furtive glance, retraced his steps, preparing to confront the Millennium Mother Mantis. At the back mountain of the academy, beneath a grand tree, a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. Her long, scorpion braid cascaded down to her waist, the hem of her pink dress billowed in the breeze. And her youthful, adorable face bore a serious expression. It wouldn't be long before her soul power surged past level 14, and sensing the accumulation of energy within, Xiao felt an exhilarating thrill. Her plump lips curled into a grin, unabashedly displaying her joy, completely devoid of any pretense of restraint. That fellow truly did not deceive me. How rare it is for him to perform such a good deed. After brushing off her clothes, Xiao noticed the sun dipping in the west and realized it was time to return home. With a swift leap, she landed on a branch. Bounding down the tree with remarkable agility, she dashed through the streets of Nodding City, traversed the rugged paths of the outskirts, and playfully tugged at the willow branches at the village's entrance. Bursting with excitement, she returned to the wooden house nestled against the mountain in Dian Village. "Grandpa, I'm back." Has he returned? Spotting her grandfather, Bryn, engaged in conversation with the village chief, Geely, Xiao scampered over and perched on Bryn's back, cheerfully inquiring. Xiao's strength was considerable, nearly toppling Bryn, who chuckled and patted her head. "Do be gentle. These old bones of mine can't withstand your antics." Xiao shyly stuck out her tongue, quickly stepping down, and peeked into the house. Not seeing Ming, she pouted in boredom and sauntered back. "Xiao, is Ming studying diligently at the academy as well?" Geely asked, puffing on his old pipe, exuding an air of contentment. As she rubbed Bryn's back absent-mindedly, Xiao replied, roughly, "He's the strongest among us. Even the average teachers can't match him." "Is that so?" Geely's smile widened, but then he suddenly paused. "Wait a moment. Xiao, he isn't even a soul master. How could he possibly be the strongest?" "He must have instructed you to say that." As the furrow in Geely's brow relaxed, a knowing smile graced his face, as if he had unraveled the entire situation. "Why would I deceive you? Although he lacks a soul ring." His strength, his voice trailed off. A soul ring? Could it be? With a sudden realization, Xiao dashed into the room, rummaging through Ming's clothes. When she found no sign of the seasoning bottle belt, her expression paled in shock. That scoundrel. He wouldn't have sneaked off to hunt soul beasts, would he? Chapter 40. A duel of swordsmen, no ethics. In Dian Village, a cute, innocent-looking girl sat quietly on the steps of the courtyard. The The setting sun elongated her shadow. With arched brows, a cherry-red mouth, and large, expressive eyes, her delicate visage radiated beauty. Although she appeared somewhat juvenile, a subtle allure lingered in her features, embodying the essence of a breathtaking beauty. However, at that moment, her mood seemed rather dismal. Her eyes, reminiscent of clear springs, reflected a hollow emptiness. And her expression was one of melancholy, fists clenched tightly. All this talk of seclusion and training is a lie. That wretched scoundrel. Her pink lips trembled as she seethed with frustration. At that moment, she realized that Su Ming's so-called retreat was merely a deception. Her anger was not directed at him for lying. As a soul beast, she understood all too well the immense power of a Millennium Soul Ring. Let alone a Soul Master, even a high-ranking Soul Master would struggle to withstand the onslaught of a Millennium Soul Ring, much less hunt a Millennium Soul Beast. Though she recognized Su Ming's strength, she was certain he was no match for such a creature. I warned you not to go. Stubborn as a mule, anxious and agitated. Xiao picked up stones and hurled them at the black donkey in the courtyard. Stubborn donkey. Foolish donkey. You insist on rushing to your own demise, don't you? Go ahead, die already. The sooner, the better. Then no one will know I am a soul beast, and no one will covet my soul ring or bully me. It would be quite peaceful, then Grandpa would be mine alone, with no ties to you, Su Ming. Despite her incessant tirade, Xiao's heart only grew heavier with worry. She paced restlessly at the entrance of the courtyard, her demeanor resembling that of the tethered black donkey. After a while, she contemplated leaving but hesitated, her foot hovering in the air before retreating back to the ground. She knew it was futile to chase after Su Ming and that waiting at home was the best course of action. Yet, this filled her with unease. As if she had lost something precious, leaving her restless and agitated. She couldn't fathom why, despite Su Ming's harsh treatment, she felt concern for the obstinate boy. Perhaps it was because she didn't want her grandfather, Bryn, to feel sorrow. Automatically, she turned to glance at Bryn, who was calmly watering the peach tree, and sighed helplessly. Am I the only one here fretting? After a moment, once Bryn finished his task, he sat down in the courtyard instead of entering the house. With a warm smile, he patted the stone slab, beckoning Xiao to sit beside him. A sudden shiver ran through her, and she anxiously asked, Grandpa, what's the matter? Just sit down. Why are you pacing about? Bryn replied with a beaming smile, gesturing for her to join him. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, a heartwarming scene unfolded as the elder held the girl's hand, his aged face radiating kindness and warmth. Xiao Wu, I have something to ask you. Your relationship with Su Ming at the academy isn't very good, is it? As he spoke, the smile vanished from Bryn's face, his deep-set eyes glimmering with clarity, seemingly able to see through everything. Just as Xiao was relieved that Bryn wasn't inquiring about Su Ming's disappearance, she felt a tremor in her heart at the final question. She forced a laugh. Grandpa, why are you asking about that suddenly? Is it bad? It's more than just bad. I'm ready to smash his head in. The shadow of a demon loomed within, yet Xiao maintained a facade of radiant cheerfulness. Alas, seated across from her was a man of considerable experience. The craftsman possessed an astute perception, sharper than that of the average individual. Noticing Xiao Wu's fidgeting with her skirt, he became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. With a feigned display of anger, he exclaimed, How dare you question me? I have yet to inquire about your affairs. What on earth is going on with you two? You seem rather peculiar, though I cannot quite place why. Initially, I suspected you were secretly in love, but after a few days of observation, I realized that was not the case, leaving me utterly perplexed. Su Ming, known for his stubbornness, was inclined to shoulder burdens alone, making it improbable he would confide in me. While he is away, you must honestly explain to your grandfather what transpired between you two. Gripping Xiao Wu's hand tightly, Bruin seemed anxious she might flee. Xiao Wu blushed deeply, unaware of the underlying reasons, and certainly could not reveal her identity as a soul beast. I do not know. It feels as if Su Ming harbors some disdain for me, though I cannot articulate why. You say he dislikes you? Well, it is not entirely dislike. She hastily corrected. Sometimes he is quite pleasant, yet there are moments he appears furious, as if I had stolen something from him. Bruin suddenly grasped the situation, a knowing smile playing upon his lips as he stroked his beard. He refrained from further questioning and entered the courtyard with a bucket, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. Xiao gazed at Bruin, her mind swirling in confusion. What just transpired? No, her grandfather must know the truth. With a sudden impulse, she dashed after him, circling around Bruin, her animated expression suggesting that the matter of Su Ming hunting soul beasts was far from her thoughts. In the soul-hunting forest, the sounds of fierce combat echoed from afar. The force of the struggle caused treetops to sway violently, accompanied by the clang of blades. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as sparks erupted from the point of impact. The tremendous force propelled Su Ming backward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Before him stood a mantis with blade-like arms, nearly 2 meters in size, its mandibles snapping as if in a roar. Enveloped in a purple aura, it exuded an imposing presence, brandishing its weapons with an air of invincibility. Come again, Su Ming spat, gathering himself to charge at the mantis once more. As silver light exploded in his mind, he bent low, narrowly evading the mantis' blade. With a powerful slap of his palm against the ground, he launched himself upward, executing a flying dragon strike aimed at the mantis' head. Yet, before his attack could land, the mantis swung its other blade arm with ferocity. With a resounding clash, realizing his attack would not succeed, Su Ming swiftly transitioned from offense to defense. The impact sent him crashing backward once again, causing his insides to churn painfully. Had this been in the past, merely blocking such a blow would have resulted in broken bones. Undoubtedly, the enhancement from the Millennium Soul Ring far surpassed that of a Century Ring. Though still somewhat pained, Su Ming's body had gained the resilience to withstand the mantis's might. However, should the blade connect, he would undoubtedly need to retreat. Without hesitation, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he charged once more. The mantis, a swift opponent, proved to be a formidable swordsman. In battling it would enhance Su Ming's reflexes. Unlike before when he was utterly defenseless, he now only needed to ensure he avoided severe injury. With a series of impactful clashes, he was repeatedly sent reeling yet continuously launched counterattacks. The mantis' yellow crystalline eyes glowed as its aura surged. It sought to employ its innate skill, Crescent Bite, but Su Ming was too close, making it impossible for the mantis to create space. Indeed, without the enhancement of a soul ring, Su Ming could utilize his agility to maneuver around the mantis. Now, in close combat, there was no chance to escape. The dance of blades and flickering shadows created a mesmerizing spectacle. As man and mantis engaged in a breathtaking duel within the depths of the forest, Su Ming did not strike at the abdomen of the blade-armed mantis, but rather faced it head-on. The battle raged for an hour, after which Su Ming retreated in a disheveled state, with a piercing screech that could shatter eardrums. The blade-armed mantis fixated its gaze on the direction in which Su Ming had departed, its silver blades gleaming ominously. With a swift motion, it resembled a crescent moon slicing through the sky, carving a 20-meter straight line through the forest. Towering trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing into the air. As the dust settled, the tops of the shrubs were flattened. Each tree stump appeared as smooth as a mirror, while the fallen giants lay scattered haphazardly. As darting in every direction, the blade-armed mantis found no trace of Su Ming and, in a fit of rage akin to that of a jilted bride, unleashed a frenzied assault upon the forest. Blades of moonlight shot forth, cleaving through the surrounding trees, causing broken branches and leaves to rain down from above. Only when an area of 100 meters around was devoid of any obstructions did the mantis cease its onslaught, its form staggering as it slowly crawled away. The front of the blade-armed mantis bore countless linear lacerations, and its forelimbs were similarly marred, with green blood oozing from the myriad of small wounds as if it had endured 1,000 cuts, though its bamboo-like body remained intact without signs of fracture. The multitude of tiny injuries inflicted upon it brought immense suffering. The vengeance for the death of its mate, the pain of its own flesh, was directed at a mere human child. It was no wonder the blade-armed mantis descended into madness. Anyone would have reacted similarly. Ding. Host engaged in a fierce battle with the millennial blade-armed mantis. The effect of the berserker state grants the host 2 strength, 2 defense, and 3 mental power. After resting for 2 hours atop a great tree, Su Ming's soul power was replenished. Ignoring the lingering pain in his body, he grasped the broken kill blade and returned to the scene. Blade-armed mantis, come forth. With a thunderous boom, as if summoned, the blade-armed mantis leapt from the thicket, its massive form crashing to the ground. With a series of shrill screeches, the mantis wasted no time, charging directly at Su Ming. In less than an hour, the encounter was set to resume. Su Ming departed once more in a state of disarray. Notification: the host has engaged in a fierce battle with the 1,000-year knife-armed mantis. Due to the effects of the berserker's physique, congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 strength, 2 defense, and 2 mental power. The forest suddenly plunged into darkness. Beneath the cloak of night, flames descended from the heavens. With a swish, dozens of torches and a grand bonfire illuminated the clearing, spanning 100 meters in diameter. In a flash, the shadow of the knife-armed mantis had yet to materialize, yet a sharp silver light sliced through the underbrush with ease. Clang! Su Ming's figure shot backward like a bullet, violently crashing into a large tree, nearly embedding himself within it. The protective soul power shield, fully concentrated, shattered like glass. Even the back of the broken blade bore a newly formed 2-centimeter gash. Unprincipled in combat, resorting to ambushes, is it? Chapter 41. While I seize the kill. You explode the soul bone? Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 13, high quality. Martial spirit, chopper, quality purple, 12, 255, 000. Special constitution, berserker body. Techniques and soul skills, breath control, lightness skill, perfected. Golden crow blade technique, perfected. Primordial blade slash, spirit gathering technique. Items owned, Yalong blood essence, flying soul guiding device. 1000 sinking silver. Strength, 102. Defense, 91. Spirit, 92. Though the blade arm Manus disregards martial ethics, Su Ming is no underhanded rogue who strikes from behind. Upholding the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, he engaged in a friendly exchange with the blade arm Manus in the forest for 2 days. The mantis wielded tremendous strength. Even clad in armor, Su Ming felt immense pain. Each time, he would escape with his body barely intact. Yet a true warrior dares to confront the grim realities of life and faces the bloodshed head-on. With each retreat, Su Ming would rise again. At noon, wisps of smoke spiraled up from the forest. From above, despite the blazing sun, the smoke and fire pit remained strikingly prominent. The surroundings were no longer densely wooded but had transformed into a grassy expanse spanning 100 meters, with smoke billowing like a flag rising in an athletic field. By the fire pit lay a nearly 2-meter-long, pitch-black behemoth. With a triangular head, a bamboo tube torso, and a pea-sized, massive belly, its dense, sturdy shell reflected the sunlight. Resembling a miniature black sports car. Seated upon its back was a small figure, with grease glistening at the corners of his mouth as he savored roasted delicacies. The duo, a man and a mantis, appeared to revel in their companionship. Why are you running? It's just a spar. Is it really necessary to react this way? Now look at this. It's all over for the beast, isn't it? Chewing on a wolf's leg, Su Ming lamented, fully expressing his sympathy for the blade arm mantis. The mantis, unable to comprehend his words, still quivered with fear, its triangular head reflecting sheer terror. Nearby, severed limbs bled profusely, a gruesome sight. 2 broken blades soaked in green slime lay discarded like refuse. With all 6 limbs severed, the blade arm mantis could only lie helplessly, awaiting its fate. It was hard to fathom the ordeal the mantis had endured. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a splatter. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed the mantis collapse, its knife-like arm giving way at the abdomen. A shattered forelimb protruded from its triangular head, resembling an exaggerated effort to clear its eyes, resulting in a self-inflicted wound. Su Ming, you truly are a perfect match. Have you decided not to give me any heads? Su Ming sighed with resignation. In terms of strength, he truly could not match the scythe-arm mantis. Even if he were to employ his first soul skill, his weakened state would still render victory elusive. Indeed, the machete could sever the scythe-arm mantis's forelimbs, but only in its deceased state, when its body was devoid of any energy enhancement. At its peak, the defensive capabilities of the scythe-arm mantis far surpassed the offensive power of the machete. The sharpness of the break-kill blade, augmented by soul power, and the machete, enhanced by a 25 boost from the first soul skill, were comparably keen. While the break-kill blade could create an opening in the forelimb of the scythe-arm mantis, the inflicted damage would be minor unless it struck the head. Thus, even with the use of his first soul skill, the immense consumption of soul power would make it exceedingly challenging for Su Ming to conquer the scythe-arm mantis. In contrast, wielding the break-kill blade, his combat efficacy was somewhat greater. Was it truly the case that a martial soul and soul skills could not rival a mere weapon? Such was the reality. After all, the level 2 machete could not compete with the formidable blade of the scythe-arm mantis, a fact beyond dispute. Nevertheless, this predicament was merely temporary. After 2 days of honing his blade, he had managed to slay a soul beast that had existed for 1,500 years. This was not a triumph, but a disgrace. Steeling his resolve, Su Ming prepared to depart the soul-hunting forest. Just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly noticed an unusual glimmer out of the corner of his eye. Su Ming turned his head and beheld the severed forelimb of the mantis, which appeared to be emanating a peculiar glow. Surely not. Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, a wave of joy surging within him. He hastened towards the blade-arm mantis, utilizing the breaking-kill blade to sever its forelimbs. In an instant, a piece of black bone came into view, its surface crystalline and translucent, resembling black crystal. The deep, dark hue was eerily profound, evoking admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. A soul bone, Without pausing to marvel, Su Ming swiftly stowed it away in his spatial ring. Casting a furtive glance around, he noted that no one had noticed, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. His face flushed with excitement. His heart surged with tumultuous waves, utterly astonished by his remarkable fortune. 100,000-year soul beast consistently yields soul bones. In contrast, the probability of a 10,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone is lamentably low. As for a 1,000-year soul beast, the prospect of obtaining a soul bone is virtually non-existent, as the energy density is simply insufficient. Moreover, it appears that the likelihood of a 10,000 or 1,000-year soul beast yielding a soul bone increases with the intensity of hatred at the moment of death. Hatred? Su Ming's eyes twitched as he gazed at the mantis with an expression of utter incredulity. He had merely sought a sparring match, and the total number of encounters barely reached 10. It was not as if he intended to slay him. Was such animosity truly warranted? Ah, yes. It seemed he had indeed claimed your head, or rather, the head of your husband. Coughing lightly, Su Ming rubbed his nostrils, choosing not to linger in the moment. Having been out for quite some time, it was indeed time to return. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from the outskirts of the Soul Hunter forest. Peering into the distance, he noticed the treetops swaying violently, as if some fearsome beast were about to burst forth. In a flash, a petite figure leaped into the embrace of sunlight. Under the bewildered gazes of the soldiers, Su Ming sprinted away, dragging a massive tree behind him. "Captain, that was the same little fellow from before, wasn't he it?" One soldier exclaimed. "Damn, now that you mention it, I do recall. It truly was him." To enter the Soul Hunter forest alone and emerge unscathed, this little guy appears to be quite extraordinary. Extraordinary? Do you have toddlers at home who drag trees about? The soldiers fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Memories of Su Ming's earlier arrival began to resurface. In the village of Dian, the night was deep and silent, enveloped in darkness. With a splash, something seemed to have fallen into the stream. Ordinarily, any disturbance would provoke a cacophony of barking from the dogs kept in every household. Yet now there was not a sound, as if their mouths had been sewn shut. From a small pond, a little head emerged, spraying water from its mouth. With large, expressive eyes, a plump nose, and a face full of elasticity. The child appeared cute, yet bore an air of aloofness and indifference, rubbing away the sweat that clung to him. Su Ming quickly changed into a clean undershirt before his eyelids could fully close. With a few agile leaps, Su Ming landed atop his own roof. He opened the skylight and slid down. With a clatter, the skylight shut behind him. He tossed aside the blanket and lay down, utterly exhausted, having completed the entire sequence without any hesitation. In the past, to avoid disturbing his grandfather, Bryn, while needing to practice at night, Su Ming had mastered this method of entry and exit with ease. Although Su Ming moved with grace, in the shadows, a pair of large eyes suddenly opened wide. It was not an enemy. Had that fellow returned? With a swift motion, Xiao threw off the covers and stood up from the bed. In the pitch-black darkness, her eyes glowed a fiery red, her body trembling as if boiling with rage, exhaling indignantly. "Meditating, were you? Trying to deceive me, are you? Leaving me alone with grandfather. Is that your game?" Regardless of whether it was Su Ming or not, it was better to strike first. Fueled by anger, Xiao raised her foot and kicked out. Bang, bang, bang. Knowing that Su Ming was under the covers and sturdy, she stomped down fiercely a few times, seemingly wanting to vent her frustrations from the past few days. "Hiss, are you trying to die? Where are you kicking?" The voice trembled, but to Xiao's ears, it was more melodious than any celestial music. This infuriating voice she would never forget in her lifetime. "Ah, I thought a thief had broken in. But it turned out to be you, giving me quite a fright. It was you I was kicking." The words were a lie, yet Xiao's cheeks flushed with joy. And with an expression of carefree delight, she crouched down, saying, "Hey, you're not hurt, are you? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you?" Su Ming. "Roll along." Su Ming, with a look of disdain, gathered the quilt around him, his eyes barely able to open as he lazily ignored everything, preferring to continue his slumber. "Humph. You weren't injured, yet you screamed so loudly just now." Xiao pouted. Listening to his robust voice assured her that Su Ming was perfectly fine. Could it be that this fellow did not venture out to hunt soul beasts? With a quick flick of her eyes, she thought perhaps she was overthinking it. If he had indeed gone to hunt soul beasts, it would be inconceivable for him to return so soon and without any injuries. After all, century-old soul beasts possess considerable strength, and even a great soul master might struggle against them. Alas, her worries were unfounded. Frustrated, she kicked Su Ming again and then laid back down with a contented sigh. The furrow in her brow slowly relaxed, and a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. It seemed that today was quite pleasant. Indeed, this evening was rather delightful. However, the daytime had been a different story. After a long while without a restful sleep, Su Ming did not awaken until midday the following day. Aware of Su Ming's hearty appetite, Grandpa Bulin had prepared 2 large pots of rice, showing no signs of regret. Take your time eating, my boy. No one is competing with you. Eat more of this meat, the smoked rabbit. Xiao doesn't care for it. And I can't chew it well. If you like it, help yourself. Without needing further encouragement, Su Ming graciously accepted, knowing that Grandpa had already eaten his fill. As for Xiao Wu, she loved it, but had yet to indulge. Peeking into the main house, Xiao Wu cautiously poked her head in, her face adorned with an awkward yet polite smile. Noticing her, Bulin stroked his short beard and chuckled. Xiao Wu, what are you up to? You were asking if Su Ming was back earlier, and now you seem to be hiding. I'm not hiding at all, Xiao Wu retorted defiantly, her lips pursed high, though her long eyelashes quivered above her large eyes. There was no need to hide before. Yesterday her feet had itched, and she wondered if someone remembered that incident. Could it be that you slept like a dead pig? You really do remember. Under Su Ming's playful gaze, Xiao Wu's proud demeanor crumbled, her heart racing with anxiety. Su Ming, I'll go to the kitchen and get you a bowl of rice. With a forced smile, she awkwardly made her way to the kitchen. Feeling as though her heart might burst, crouching in an unseen corner to steady herself. This is disastrous. That grim expression of his suggests he has no intention of letting me off the hook. Chapter 42. Teach me to be human, yet you yourself are not human? Grandpa, Xiao Wu and I have some matters to attend to. We shall return by evening. In the courtyard, Su Ming's voice carried as he hoisted Xiao Wu into the air, his expression unchanging as he departed. Grandpa, save me. He is going to bully me. With her eyes darting toward the door, Xiao Wu clung to the hope of rescue. Shouting desperately, Bulin seemed not to hear, fiddling with his wicker knife and saw, seemingly lost in thought. It was only after the pair had vanished from sight that Bulin finally glanced up. A bit of mischief is good for them. A knowing smile crept across his aged face as he patted his back and retreated into the house. Children have their own innocence. He would not play the villain. In the fields, the villagers observed Su Ming carrying Xiao Wu with bemused expressions. Ever since Xiao Wu arrived in Dian Village, her lively spirit had indeed brought much joy to the community, endearing her to many. Yet, this girl had not been without her share of trouble. When she craved fish, while others fished in the streams and rivers, she would venture into the ponds of others' fish farms. The homeowners, watching with a mix of laughter and exasperation, were often at a loss as to whether to intervene. Especially since she was so eager to lend a hand, her assistance often led to more chaos than help. In the village, Xiao Wu was the only soul master, and the village chief, Jili, was hesitant to reprimand her. They felt reluctant to play the antagonist in front of Bulin. Now, at last, someone had returned to manage this girl. Su Ming, put me down at once. Everyone is watching. Xiao Wu protested vehemently, struggling fiercely while shame and anger washed over her, desperately covering her face to shield herself from the gazes of onlookers. Su Ming feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Xiao Wu, in a state of increasing anxiety, shrank her neck, almost burying her head within her collar, murmuring, "Is it so wrong to admit my mistake? Last night, I indeed kicked you on purpose, believing you had gone off to hunt soul beasts. I worried for so many days. I merely wanted to vent my frustrations, and besides, I didn't exert much force." Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt a weighty pull, as if the scenery around her lifted skyward, and she thudded onto the ground. As expected, admitting her fault proved beneficial. A wave of relief washed over her as she realized that Su Ming would not retaliate, allowing her heart to settle at last. Su Ming's expression was grave. "Have you been training at the Academy's back mountain every day?" A jolt ran through her, and she resolutely replied, "Of course I have. That place is indeed much like you described. My soul power is nearing level 14. I estimate I'll break through in just a couple of days. What do you think? Are you envious?" Her voice dwindled until, in the end, Xiao Wu could only murmur inwardly, "Envious? Has she forgotten that I was the one who relinquished that place for her?" Su Ming, feeling utterly exasperated, inquired further, "Have you diligently practiced for 3 hours each day as I instructed?" With her head held high, Xiao Wu replied confidently, "Of course. How could I possibly slack off? I was even planning to report to you." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself soaring upward once more. A nightmarish voice echoed in her ears. "Is that so? It seems you are indeed working hard." Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smile, for with just a glance, he discerned that Xiao Wu was weaving a web of deceit. Fully aware of her circumstances, He felt that allowing her to indulge in 3 hours of cultivation daily was perhaps too lenient. His gaze flicked towards the stream below before returning to Xiao Wu. Filled with fear and guilt, she raised 3 fingers in earnest, confessing that for the majority of the past half-month, she had indeed cultivated for the full 3 hours. Albeit with 3 days of merely a brief effort. With a slight easing of his demeanor, Ming shifted the subject and inquired, "What about the village? Have you caused any trouble there?" "Well, I might have taken some peaches from someone else's tree." "Just peaches?" "There's more. I accidentally knocked down a wall." "You mean a wall?" "Yes, the wall of someone else's house." Ming, have you apologized and offered compensation?" "Well, the host hasn't mentioned anything." Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks, incessantly fidgeting with her fingers, embodying the very image of a child who fears the consequences of their misdeeds. A prolonged silence ensued. Ming suddenly exhaled deeply and gently set Xiao Wu down, ensuring her safety. Gazing at her, he spoke in the tone of a weary father. Expressing his resignation, "I can overlook your laziness in cultivation. I can also refrain from mentioning the incident from last night. However, the mistakes you made in the village must be rectified by you." At this point, Ming's expression turned remarkably grave. The distinction between beasts and humans lies fundamentally in morality. One must comprehend and embody moral principles, using them as a guiding force. First, be human, then pursue cultivation. Your nature is not inherently flawed. It merely diverges from human thought. Setting aside the perils of the world, let us begin with the basics of being an ordinary person. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you saying you will teach me how to be a person?" Her excitement dimmed momentarily, and she lowered her head. Yet her eyes sparkled with growing brightness as she looked at the ground, leading her into the woods. Ming spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Humans exhibit distinct behavioral differences and come in myriad forms. Being human is not difficult. And with time, you will naturally assimilate. Jang can impart some theoretical knowledge, but he will not discuss concepts of good and evil or beauty and ugliness. Much of what you understand is rather superficial. What I wish to convey to you concerns the direction of your thoughts. Firstly, there is a distinction between genders. Seemingly casual yet deserving of particular attention, as humans are generally sensitive to this aspect. Although most individuals mature early, and soul masters often engage in physical contact during battles. In everyday life, ordinary people tend to remain silent, much to the disappointment of the enthralled Xiao Wu, who raised an eyebrow and urged, "What is the matter? Please continue." After a moment of hesitation, Ming braved the awkwardness and asked earnestly, "Given your age, have you not yet experienced matters between men and women?" No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Wu suddenly realized the awkwardness of the situation. Gazing at Ming's doubtful expression, she felt as if struck by lightning. Her face flushed and burning, her heart erupting like a volcano. Whoosh! She darted away. "Ming, I swear I won't let you off the hook." Boom! The sound of thunder echoed, shaking the clouds and trees. In a fit of rage, Xiao Wu seized a stick and pursued him fiercely. In an instant, the Yin village was enveloped in a tempest of chaos and conflict. In the bamboo grove, a pretty face was forcefully pressed against the bamboo leaves. Her arms were restrained behind her back, her wrists held captive, and her legs pinned down, rendering her utterly immobile. "Let me go? I assure you, this matter between us is far from over. If you don't finish me off today, I will make you regret it one day." "Ah, Ming, you scoundrel. Sooner or later, I will make you. Oh no, I was wrong. I surrender, I surrender." Whoosh! As Ming released his grip, Xiao Wu immediately supported herself with her left hand and launched a spear-like kick with her legs. Seemingly anticipating her move, Ming deftly sidestepped. It was over. A glance at Ming's playful smile struck Xiao Wu like a bolt from the blue. Before she could react, she felt herself once again suppressed back to the ground. The earth, the bamboo leaves, the scent remained as pungent as ever. Ming spoke earnestly, imparting wisdom. "I did not intentionally inquire about this matter earlier. I merely sought to understand the situation to ascertain whether it was necessary to discuss these issues with you. Now I can confirm that you are indeed unaware of these matters. Should you act recklessly again, do not blame me for being unkind." Whoosh! Ming tossed his hand aside, releasing the leg that had been resting on Xiao Wu's back, and stood up completely. Xiao Wu let out a cold huff of indignation, brushing off her knees as she rose to her feet, vowing to remember this incident when she returned home. Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued to expound upon the concept of gender distinctions to Xiao Wu, blending the modern context with that of Douluo Continent. In this realm, boys and girls mature at an exceptionally early age. Characters like Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, despite their youth, engage in playful antics. Even within the academy, He has received numerous love letters. This signifies that the allure between the sexes in Douluo Continent manifests at an earlier stage. However, it does not imply that the principles of gender distinctions should be disregarded. What Su Ming intended to convey naturally emphasizes the distinctions between beasts and the inherent differences between men and women. During his time at the Soul Master Academy, Su Ming could distinctly perceive that Xiao Wu did not regard these gender differences with the same gravity as human girls typically would. Consequently, it was not uncommon for him to overhear various bold declarations in the dormitory, leaving even his mature soul feeling quite embarrassed. In addition to the gender distinctions, Su Ming also proposed several commendable notions. Su Ming is certainly not a pedantic individual. He understands the importance of adapting to circumstances and analyzing specific issues rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Wu listened thoughtfully, realizing that humans indeed differ from soul beasts, which is quite troublesome. In the realm of soul masters, strength has always been paramount, and reasoning with those who bully the weak is futile. Thus, one must resort to the language of fists. However, one must not strike indiscriminately. While one may revere martial prowess, it is essential not to become a slave to it, as the appropriate measure must be discerned personally. After expressing some thoughts, Su Ming paused, allowing Xiao Wu to contemplate on her own. His musings were not mere idle chatter. In fact, few in the original protagonist group are particularly endearing, prompting Su Ming to feel it necessary to impart this wisdom to Xiao Wu. After a while, he produced a cloth strip to cover his eyes and inserted 2 plugs into his ears. "What are you doing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, startled and confused by Su Ming's peculiar appearance. Su Ming gestured for Xiao Wu to launch an attack, recognizing that mental perception is swifter than sensory faculties. To enhance reaction speed, honing one's mental acuity may indeed prove to be an effective approach. "Xiao Wu, teach me how to be a person, since you seem to have forsaken humanity?" In Chapter 43, Xiao Wu's explosive 8-stage throw, Su Ming gleaned profound insights from his battle with the mantis wielding a blade-like arm. Unlike animals equipped with compound eyes, humans lack such visual advantages and do not possess the expansive field of vision found in certain creatures. To augment reaction times, one must enhance the peripheral sensory awareness of the body. Additionally, Su Ming recognized the necessity of strengthening his mental prowess to facilitate the mastery of another sword technique. While he could not afford to be reckless in combat against the blade-arm mantis, given the perilous stakes, training with Xiao Wu presented a different scenario, where their contrasting physical abilities allowed him to endure. "Are you truly serious about fighting me like this?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement tinged with trepidation as she noticed Su Ming's ears and eyes obstructed. Her voice quivered with a mix of thrill at the prospect of teaching Su Ming a lesson and fear of the potential consequences of being relentlessly bullied by him in the future. Su Ming lifted his hand and said, "You seek vengeance, do you not? Here lies your opportunity. Come forth. It has been 3 months since we last sparred. Let me witness how much you have progressed in this time." Xiao Wu's gaze was intense, yet she refrained from engaging in combat. "Tell me, how much weight are you currently bearing?" The bamboo leaves rustled, yet no voices could be heard. Slap. Xiao Wu, in a moment of frustration, smacked her forehead with her palm, realizing her folly. With his ears blocked, he would be unable to hear her words. Swiftly, she discarded any further chatter, as it would be futile for him to comprehend. Xiao Wu dashed towards Su Ming with remarkable speed, swifter than before, like an arrow released from a bow, the wind rushing past her. Boom! With all her might, she delivered a powerful punch aimed at Su Ming's chest, intending to gauge his defenses, aware that he likely bore some weight. However, the feedback from her punch was startlingly vivid. Her fist felt taut, and her pupils constricted in disbelief as she beheld Su Ming standing motionless. Bang! The force of her strike resonated, and to her astonishment, Su Ming was sent flying. Did I actually hit him? Xiao Wu stood frozen, incredulous as she stared at her own fist. Rarely could she land a direct blow on Su Ming, and as time passed, such occurrences had become increasingly scarce. Yet the sensation from her recent strike felt akin to hitting solid rock, and her exhilaration swiftly faded, replaced by a grave expression. She could distinctly sense the enhancement in Su Ming's physical strength. If he were to continue training like this, the disparity would surely widen. Should she not attempt it herself? A shiver ran through Xiao Wu, pondering the absurdity of his newfound abilities. Had she actually landed a hit? Su Ming, momentarily halted, wore an expression of surprise as he instinctively touched his chest, seemingly devoid of any reaction. A bitter smile crossed Su Ming's heart as he realized he had underestimated the complexity of cultivating his mental prowess. He indeed perceived the force of Xiao Wu's fist approaching and sensed its direction. Yet, This faint awareness dissipated almost instantaneously, as if it were simultaneously present in two places at once. In his mind, numerous shadows seemed to rush towards him. Was it mere luck that he had evaded the attack of the mantis's blade arm at that moment? No, he had been fully aware, both sight and sound intact. Furthermore, his mental energy did not radiate outward indiscriminately. Bang! As he pondered this, Su Ming felt yet another heavy blow strike him, sending him soaring like a skyward-bound rocket. The immense force bent the bamboo, propelling him back a considerable distance. Gradually descending, Su Ming braced himself against the ground, feeling a dull ache in his chest and reflecting on his penchant for seeking unnecessary hardship. Although the injury was minor, enduring such passive assaults was undeniably vexing. With a flicker of intent, Su Ming unleashed his mental energy. Whoosh! Su Ming leapt into action, startling Xiao Wu in an instant. She initially believed he had discovered her presence and hastily concealed herself. However, in the next moment, Xiao Wu realized her apprehension was unfounded. Su Ming had merely moved 2 meters and then remained stationary, seemingly engaged in some enigmatic activity. 2 meters. This measurement was clearly transmitted to Su Ming's mind through his neural pathways. Centered on himself, he exerted all his mental energy to expand his perception, but could only discern his immediate surroundings within that 2-meter radius. This awareness was exceedingly vague, almost ethereal. He couldn't even sense the fist-sized stone beneath his feet. Given such a limited range, a line ought to extend further. With a swift thought, Su Ming concentrated all his mental force, sweeping it outward like a pointer. In an instant, he perceived his mental awareness stretching farther. It was as if a scanner were gliding over the area, sending back gradually clearer images to his mind. Yet, upon detecting no obstacles, Su Ming boldly advanced 3 meters. In a fleeting moment, the silhouette of a figure materialized in his consciousness. Could it be that he had discovered me? Alarm coursed through Xiao Wu as she noticed Su Ming drawing closer. In a panic, she deftly kicked a stone to the side, launching it away. With a loud bang, the stone shattered, creating a considerable commotion. Yet, Su Ming did not even turn his head, remaining steadfastly focused on Xiao Wu. Witnessing this, her heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation, feeling as though it might shatter like the stone. What a freak! Frustrated and anxious, Xiao Wu immediately fled backward, realizing that continuing the confrontation would lead to her inevitable downfall. Where do you think you're going? A displeased voice resonated, freezing the very air around her. Xiao Wu abruptly halted, a bittersweet smile on her lips. I think it's best we don't practice anymore. I feel a twinge of guilt striking you like this. Let us call it a day. Su Ming remained silent, swiftly drawing closer in this direction through the perception of his mental prowess. Xiao Wu, my apologies. I forgot that you cannot hear me. However, can you still sense my location? Xiao Wu, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard, positioning herself to the side, her right foot poised and ready for combat. The wind stirred, carrying a faint yet alluring fragrance, and Xiao Wu advanced rather than retreating, boldly approaching the challenge ahead. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and swiftly delivered a punch. This fellow was still slow to react. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she keenly sensed that Su Ming's punching speed was somewhat unusual. Whoosh! Like gliding on ice, Xiao Wu slipped beneath Su Ming's arm, utilizing the slick bamboo leaves to her advantage. With his fist swinging through empty air, Su Ming's expression changed slightly, pondering that he was still unaccustomed to such combat. Whoosh! However, he quickly adapted, executing a sweeping kick with his left leg. It was as if a speeding train had come to an abrupt halt. Xiao Wu grinned, gripping Su Ming's waist belt tightly. With just a subtle exertion of force, the strength in Su Ming's waist lifted her off the ground. Whoosh! As Su Ming's speed diminished, she lay on her back, adopting a stance that engaged her waist and limbs simultaneously. Like a bent bamboo springing back into shape, she unexpectedly hurled Su Ming into the air. Bang! Seizing the opportune moment, Xiao Wu flashed into view, positioning herself behind Su Ming. Don't blame me. You haven't yet experienced my move. Her gaze sharpened as she forcefully propelled her feet towards Su Ming's back. The explosive sound resonated from below, causing Su Ming's heart to race. He hastily twisted his body, bracing himself with his arms. The collision of their strength sent Su Ming soaring into the air with a loud thud. Like a specter, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared above him. Bang! Another powerful knee strike landed, and Xiao Wu seemed unconcerned about Su Ming's potential injuries. Su Ming was struck down, and with a powerful strike reminiscent of the legendary Mount Hua, Xiao Wu unleashed a thunderous blow, her leg soaring high above her head. The overwhelming force instantly sent Su Ming reeling backward. After executing this move, Xiao Wu pouted slightly, refraining from further attacks. Su Ming adeptly grasped the bamboo, employing its elasticity to dissipate all force before gracefully descending along its length to the ground. As if nothing had occurred, he brushed off the bamboo leaves from his hands and removed his eye mask and earplugs. Surprised by his own lack of resistance, Su Ming, filled with exhilaration, inquired, "Why did you cease? Surely, you have yet to exhaust this technique." Xiao Wu let out a cold huff, turning her head aside, her small face displaying a hint of frustration. "If you have seen through my moves, what will I have left to counter you? I won T-fall for your tricks. Still contemplating ways to deal with me?" Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Xiao Wu, increasingly irked by his laughter, placed her hands on her hips and demanded, "How did you know about my technique? How could you predict the direction of my next attack? You can't possibly claim you were merely guessing with your eyes closed." A melancholic expression nearly overflowed from her visage as she glared at Su Ming, utterly perplexed by the situation. The explosive 8-section throw was her current trump card. Yet it felt utterly thwarted. It was as if this fellow had eyes all over his body, rendering every strike she attempted devoid of its stunning effect. If this continued, she would truly be left with nothing. Having read the original work, she knew well to guard against this move. However, such thoughts were not ones Su Ming would divulge. Feigning contemplation as he stroked his chin, he finally elucidated, "Your initial strike is crucial. When you engage your waist and bow, you tend to kick out with the bow's body. Understanding this, I fortuitously countered your first strike. As for the subsequent attacks, as long as I maintain control over my body and adjust my center of gravity to suitable striking positions, you will be compelled to follow my lead with each successive kick. Thus, your first attack must incapacitate your opponent's ability to think. Otherwise, your technique becomes fundamentally unsolvable." Barring a significant disparity in strength, in Su Ming's words, there was a rare hint of admiration. The explosive power of the 8-section strikes was indeed formidable, a fact he could not deny. Any soul master, upon witnessing it for the first time, would likely find it impossible to evade. Chapter 44. The New Burden. 100 kilograms. The cultivation of mental strength is the most common method in the realm of fantasy, typically achieved through various techniques. However, at present, Su Ming lacked such a technique. To enhance certain physical capabilities, the most fundamental approach involves extensive consumption and the confrontation of pressure. The latter, naturally, pertains to the clash of mental energies, which he was currently unable to achieve. Thus, Su Ming opted for the most straightforward and brutal method, consumption. By incessantly releasing his mental energy through combat, he aimed to augment it. Additionally, the effects of the berserker's body could also contribute to this increase. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between him and Xiao Wu is too great. Engaging in battle with her no longer yielded any rewards in terms of mental energy. In the time that remained, Su Ming diligently consumed his mental energy every day. Even his routine activities were performed with his eyes covered. Seeing Su Ming in such a state, Grandpa Blin was greatly alarmed, fearing that there was something wrong with his eyes. Even after a thorough explanation, Su Ming still received a scolding for such an omen. A few days later, the village was abuzz with tales of Su Ming's peculiarities, and outside his yard, curious onlookers gathered, grinning as if they could find no other entertainment in the village. Unable to endure staying at home, and with the holiday nearing its end, Su Ming bid farewell to Grandpa Blin and returned to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Here, at least, he could engage in activities that felt entirely normal. In the back mountains, within a valley alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the sounds of fierce combat echoed incessantly. The grass was strewn with fallen petals, as if battered by a tempest. Bees buzzed aimlessly, seemingly perplexed about where all the blooming flowers had vanished. With a swish, a pink figure darted past, petals swirling in the wake, evoking a sense of beauty. Yet, this was not a place for romance. Circling behind Su Ming, Xiao Wu stomped her right foot down, shaking the ground as she left an imprint. With a whoosh, her figure soared into the air, executing a fierce spinning slash that generated a gust, aimed directly at Su Ming's neck. A blurred silhouette flashed through his mind. Su Ming sidestepped just in time, spinning on his right heel as his right arm coiled, elbow striking with fierce intent. The sheer force of his attack caused Xiao Wu's expression to change. Fear flickered in her eyes. Even though Su Ming had tempered his strength, she knew that if she were to withstand the blow directly, it would undoubtedly be excruciating. Bang! Xiao Wu brought her arms together, raising them to collide with Su Ming's arm, using the recoil to lower her body and evade the strike. As she landed, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, yet she offered Su Ming no respite. With a sudden pivot, she planted her left foot firmly and launched a swift kick with her right leg, aimed squarely at the crown of Su Ming's head. Su Ming advanced with his left hand raised in defense, his claw pressing against her knee joint, and with a forceful push. He struck Xiao Wu's abdomen with a dull thud. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiao Wu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to her feet, she seized the water bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls before tossing it to Su Ming. No more fighting. I refuse to train with you again. I'm just here, suffering for no reason. You should go find Tang San instead. That guy can take a beating and is quite willing to endure it. With her palms pressed against the ground, Xiao Wu lay sprawled out, her cherry lips gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The water bottle descended in a graceful arc, caught flawlessly by a right hand. This was a prearranged signal. If one could no longer withstand the training, they would throw something in front of the other. Removing her blindfold and earplugs, upon seeing Xiao Wu in such a feeble state, Su Ming chose not to persist in his demands. Very well, we shall continue tomorrow. Xiao Wu, are you pretending to be deaf? Her eyes bulged with indignation as she suspected Su Ming of deliberately blocking his ears to avoid hearing her refusals. School starts tomorrow. You can seek out the teacher or Tang San, but I refuse to spar with you again. I'd rather practice for 5 or 6 hours daily than endure an hour of being beaten. With a sulky pout, she began her own retreat. Initially, she was quite pleased to train, relishing the opportunity to strike Su Ming. Now, however, the odds had shifted to 3 punches and 7 kicks against him. And she was fed up. Since the joyful moments had concluded, there was no need to continue subjecting herself to further torment. This scoundrel was utterly devoid of compassion. Xiao Wu's speed had waned, and Su Ming contemplated before nodding. Since you are unwilling to spar with me, then you shall train your soul power for 5 hours daily and focus on strengthening your physique. Wait, 5 hours? Do I even get a break? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and remarked, 5 hours, wasn't it you who mentioned that? Xiao Wu, her eyes brimming with indignation, retorted, if I don't say anything. Won't you just continue to practice me to death? Such a man is surprisingly favored by the girls in the academy. They must all be blind, humph. I'm heading to the blacksmith shop. You should manage yourself. Su Ming prepared to leave. Whoosh. The once exhausted Xiao Wu sprang to her feet, swiftly positioning herself in front of Su Ming to block his way. Anxiously, she implored, what on earth are you going to the blacksmith's for? Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at someone. Do you truly think I am so trivial? I can discern the weight you carry merely by a casual mention. Is it necessary to inquire further? With her thoughts laid bare, Xiao Wu offered an awkward smile. Oh no, I was merely curious about your purpose at the blacksmith's. You aren't contemplating forging additional burdens at the blacksmith's, are you? How absurd. Isn't this already heavy enough? You actually wish to increase the weight? As if struck by a sudden realization, without waiting for Su Ming's response, Xiao Wu lifted his garment, seemingly intent on discovering just how much weight he bore. Su Ming's expression darkened as he bent his right hand's index and middle fingers, delivering a sharp rap to her head. The sound echoed dully, causing Xiao Wu to immediately retract her hand, her lips curling in a gasp as she rubbed her forehead incessantly. Ouch! What was that for? You nearly knocked me out. Su Ming's gaze was deep and contemplative, as if he had quickly forgotten what I had mentioned about the distinction between men and women. Have you ever encountered a girl who would lift a boy's shirt in broad daylight? Xiao Wu pouted slightly, murmuring under her breath, the way you say it. It seems that while it is inappropriate during the day, it would somehow be acceptable at night. What did you just say? Su Ming's expression darkened further. Noticing this, Xiao Wu hastily pressed down his clenched fist and said with a flattering smile, No, it's nothing. I think you are absolutely right. Your words are incredibly insightful. You should always remind me. I truly appreciate your reminders. Come, let me accompany you to the blacksmith shop. Su Ming. Your calculations are so transparent that I could predict the outcome with my eyes closed. Instead of wasting your time, you might as well devote yourself to cultivating your soul power. With a cold remark, Su Ming departed the valley under the fiery gaze of Xiao Wu. With the school year commencing tomorrow, the academy remained desolate. It was likely that even Principal Carter was reluctant to arrive early. Navigating through the academy, Su Ming effortlessly made his way to the blacksmith shop in the city, a place he had frequented before. Upon noticing Su Ming's figure, San felt a jolt of excitement and greeted him with a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Su Ming, are you planning to forge another weight? You guessed it right, but unfortunately, there's no reward for that. Su Ming replied with a resigned nod. I do indeed wish to create a heavier one. How much heavier? San's smile faltered, as he distinctly recalled that just 3 months prior, Su Ming had commissioned a 35-kilogram weight. With a loud thud, a piece of metal crashed to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble as the stone floor cracked beneath the impact. The metal, nearly the size of a soccer ball, gleamed in a brilliant silver hue, its surface adorned with square protrusions. The convex surfaces mirrored the light, reminiscent of pyrite, albeit lacking a three-dimensional form, revealing only one side while countless facets connected, giving it an appearance akin to that of a soccer ball. Is this Thousand Sun silver? Shan exclaimed, astonished, as he gazed at the metal. His experienced eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. This rare metal, known for its exceptional strength and moderate ductility, though not as precious as deep-sea silver, was certainly a coveted find. Thousand Sun silver? The moment the name was uttered, a small head within the blacksmith shop perked up, eyes shining with interest. Ming. With a clang, Tang San dropped his hammer and hurried outside. You're here too? Ming was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Tang San to arrive early. It seemed that Tang Hao had indeed departed. Arriving at the academy early was beneficial, allowing for focused training. With his current feeble strength, many matters felt beyond his capability. While great power may not resolve every issue, it undeniably alleviates a majority of worries. A fleeting expression of melancholy crossed his face as Tang San lifted his gaze to Ming, sensing that the latter might possess some hidden knowledge. Particularly, Ming's mature tone, reminiscent of an elder, involuntarily reminded him of his father, Tang Hao. Father, where are you now? Casting aside all distractions, Tang San's attention shifted to the metallic substance on the ground. It was indeed Qianqian silver, and a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Ming, what do you intend to forge with this material? You wouldn't be contemplating creating a weighted vest, would you? His words barely escaped his lips before an exclamation erupted from his throat. Tang San's eyes widened, resembling brass bells. Observing this, Ming's expression darkened. It's merely a weighted vest. Who among us does not bear weight? Is such an exaggerated reaction truly necessary? Forging a weighted vest? Shan suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, gasping in urgency. Ming, this Qianqian silver is an exceedingly rare metal. Using it for weights would be an utter waste. My shop has plenty of materials that would certainly meet your needs, so there is no need for such extravagance. Lacking the ability to forge, Qianqian silver would be of no use to Ming if left unutilized. He shook his head, asserting it is not a matter of waste. Rather, I considered that using other metals might not yield a weight of around 100 kilograms, which is why I opted for this metal. 100 kilograms? Boom. Both Tang San and Shan felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their minds seemingly synchronizing in disbelief. Chapter 45, The Hunyuan Blade Slash. Celestial Strike. Compared to a month prior, Ming's physical prowess had surged more than twofold. The previous burden of 35 kilograms had become entirely unsuitable for his needs. Based on Ming's analysis, a torso weight of 50 kilograms accompanied by 10 kilograms for each limb would be more appropriate. He planned to first acclimatize to this new weight before attempting training and combat. Only with such a load could the pressure effectively hone his berserker physique. Engaging in combat with the Manus blade arm would grant Ming strength and spiritual rewards, while fighting alongside Xiao would lead to a complete system failure of his berserker form. In the academy, no stronger soul masters existed, and he was unfamiliar with the spirit hall. Thus, the path before Ming was quite clear. If the enemy could not grow stronger, he must weaken himself. Flags fluttered vigorously as the blacksmith shop resonated with the rhythmic clang of hammers, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside, however, the ambience felt eerily desolate, not due to a lack of people, but rather an emotional chill that rendered the surrounding bustle almost imperceptible. The autumn sun roared past, stirring a biting wind that chilled him to the bone. As the cold receded and the goosebumps subsided, Tang San, in a state of alarm, queried, Ming, you must be jesting. Are you certain your body can withstand 100 kilograms of weight? Having arrived at the blacksmith shop early, after a month, he had only adapted from 20 to 25 kilograms. Such a weight was the maximum he could manage in a day of forging. Any more would leave his body unable to recover by the following day. Tang San understood that Ming's training was even more rigorous than his own. And a month ago, Ming had handled 35 kilograms and still recovered fully the next day. This indicated a notable disparity in their physical capabilities. Now, the thought of Ming increasing to 100 kilograms was terrifying. 100 kilograms? Do you truly believe you can adapt to such a daunting weight? Tang San's eyebrows shot up, his gaze intense as he inquired, Ming, you have already acquired your first soul ring, haven't you? Ming remained silent, casting an unexpected glance at Tang San, who felt a shiver run down his spine, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the situation. If Ming were to acquire a soul ring, everything would seem to fit into place. Yet, A century-old soul ring could not plausibly augment one's physical prowess threefold. Could it? In his normal state, his strength was merely 200 to 300 pounds. And only with the aid of soul power could he barely reach 400 to 500 pounds. To regularly bear a load of 100 kilograms, one would logically need a physical strength of at least 1,000 pounds. 1,000? The pressure on his upper jaw was nearly overwhelming, and Tang San clenched his fists. His emotions a tumultuous mix. He had anticipated that arriving early at the blacksmith shop would draw him closer to Su Ming. Yet it appeared that their distance had not diminished. Indeed, it had only widened. Understanding Su Ming's needs, Sher San promptly accepted the Qianqian silver. Acknowledging that creating a lighter load of 100 kilograms was beyond the capabilities of his workshop, as it lacked suitable metals, compared to the Sun and Moon continent. The rare metals on Douluo Continent were indeed scarce. Su Ming was well aware of this, which was why he had offered the Qianqian silver. Encountering such a challenging commission for the first time, Sher San felt both a headache and excitement. Su Ming, I can only give it a try and will provide you with a response in a week. If I cannot forge it, you will have to seek assistance elsewhere. In my estimation, if I am unable to, it is likely that no one else in Nodding City can take on this task. You may need to look to the larger cities. If that fails, I shall devise another plan. Su Ming nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly inquired about the core issue of forging the Qianqian silver. Was it a matter of flame temperature or insufficient strength? Before Sher San could respond, Tang San interjected, his gaze unwavering. The forging temperature required for Qianqian silver is not particularly high. The blacksmith shop can barely meet it. Moreover, once heated, Qianqian silver possesses a degree of ductility, making it relatively easy to work with. The only challenge is that Qianqian silver cools more rapidly than other metals, necessitating a higher forging speed. Sher San was taken aback, astonished to discover that Tang San not only excelled at forging, but also possessed profound knowledge of these metals. Tang San, is your father truly the village blacksmith? I find this hard to believe. Surprised by the mention of his father, Tang San forced a smile and replied, Uncle Sher, would I deceive you? Otherwise, how could I be here working to earn a living? Indeed, Sher San nodded, not dwelling on the matter further. What a surreal conversation this was, one unaware of his own wealth, while the other believed the former to be genuinely impoverished. Su Ming pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling exasperated, I'll leave the heavy lifting to you all. All I desire is the burden. How to forge it is your concern. With that, he strode away. Had he said something incorrect? Tang San scratched his head, puzzled by Su Ming's unusual demeanor. However, considering Su Ming's current physical prowess, he immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. At this rate, it seemed unlikely he would ever surpass this individual. Clearly, it was imperative to experiment with the soul power cultivation method he had discovered that day. A glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he glanced in the direction Su Ming had departed, lost in thought as he returned to the blacksmith shop. Ding! Congratulations on 10 days of arduous mental training. You have received a formula for the nourishing spirit pill. The system always delivered its assessments after one concluded their cultivation. As Su Ming walked along the forest path, he merely glanced at the reward, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. It seemed the system was aware of his needs. The nourishing spirit pill could indeed enhance mental acuity. However, how could Su Ming possibly understand the intricacies of alchemy? Moreover, the required ingredients, such as the antlers of a 1,000-year-old flower deer and the ice-soul dendrobium, were not easily obtainable. Perhaps they would prove useful in the future, but for now, they seemed rather superfluous. Upon returning to the valley, Su Ming suddenly slowed his pace. It appeared he had stumbled upon something amusing, and instead of continuing his training, he chose to sit and observe with interest. In the heart of the valley, a figure was repeatedly leaping up and down. Xiao Wu, blindfolded, was intently listening to the sounds around her. A flapping noise echoed from the right, and the sounds in her ears seemed to trace a curved trajectory. Her face lit up with delight as she launched herself forward. Whoosh! Just as Xiao was about to catch it, a small brown bird, no larger than a palm, suddenly descended. Xiao missed her target, landing on one foot and quickly waving her arms to regain her balance. The back mountain was home to numerous doves. It was unclear where she had managed to catch one, but she had tethered it for her mental training. The scene was undeniably comical. Bang! As Su Ming prepared to leave, he heard a crash nearby. Watching someone trip over the rope and curse under their breath, he couldn't help but feel amused. Well, with such determination in her efforts, he could afford to relax a bit. Departing the valley, Su Ming relinquished the space to her. Time flowed gently, and the verdant valley was now carpeted with fallen leaves. The withered yellow leaves danced with the wind, rising and falling, unaware of their destination. Like drifting duckweed upon the vast sea, they stirred a profound beauty amidst the melancholy. By the pond and the cliff, with a crackle of energy, a 4-centimeter diameter iron spike pierced the cliff face, approximately 4 meters above the ground. Ming leapt into the air, delivering a series of fierce kicks akin to a meteor traversing the moonlit sky. With a resounding thud, each kick drove deep into the cliff face, sending fine dust erupting into the air as loose stones tumbled down around him. The originally 1-meter-long iron spike now protruded only a few centimeters, having been transformed by Ming's machete into a rounded head that sank into the rock like a tooth embedded in flesh. With a clang, a hefty iron hook descended from above, striking the cliff and igniting a shower of sparks. Directly beneath, a plumb bob lay in wait. Crafted entirely from solid iron and shaped like a pear, its circular base boasting a diameter of approximately 70 to 80 centimeters. Ming exerted himself to lift the heavy weight, and despite his formidable physical strength, it was no easy feat. The veins on his arms bulged, revealing the strain he was enduring. The weight hung steadily from the iron hook, and as Ming relaxed his grip, the terrifying mass produced a frightening clang from the iron rod above, as if it might crash down at any moment. Fortunately, it was a close call without any actual danger. Ming drew forth an ordinary chopping knife, for the 1,000-year soul ring was too conspicuous to wield casually. The knife was freshly acquired from the blacksmith shop, and he was currently clad in 100-kilogram heavy silver armor. His actions upon the cliff were merely a means to hone his swordsmanship. In close combat, he employed the formidable and aggressive Jinwu sword technique, which sufficed for the time being. For ranged attacks, Ming had only mastered a singular finger technique. Indeed, this finger technique had proven remarkably effective in his battle against the mantis wielding a blade. However, Ming was acutely aware that he still lacked a potent ranged offensive capability. The power of the finger technique, generated through the concentration of soul power, was inherently limited by the strength of that very soul power. At his current stage as a soul master, his soul power had been compressed to its utmost limits, and its quality could no longer be enhanced. In other words, unless he ascended to the level of a great soul master, the efficacy of the finger technique would not increase with the amplification of soul power. It would merely allow for more frequent use. With the chopping knife hanging at his waist, Ming fixed his gaze upon the cumbersome weight before him. In a swift motion, his left leg pivoted backward, positioning himself for the strike. His right foot angled inward, and his right arm fell steadily in front of his chest, parallel to his body. As he lowered himself, his gaze darted from his right arm to the weight. With a sudden burst, mud and sand flew from beneath his feet. Like a startled dragon, he moved with the swiftness of a hare. In a flash, the black blade was in his hand. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as Ming executed a powerful upward slash upon the weight. The 600-kilogram weight trembled violently. The sheer force of his effort was terrifying. Even Ming felt a tingling in his arm, taking a slight step back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the first layer of the Hanyuan blade technique. Tianji once. Proficiency 1. Ming took a deep breath and returned to his original position. Bang! The resounding sound of a heavy impact echoed once more throughout the cliffside. Ming, amidst the resounding impacts, quietly sensed the surge of power coursing through his body. Chapter 46. 2 years later, Ming's departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hanyuan blade technique, achieving a heavenly strike. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hanyuan blade technique, achieving a heavenly strike. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hanyuan blade technique, achieving a flying moon. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hanyuan blade technique, achieving a flying moon. Proficiency 1. As seasons changed, the surroundings transformed in tandem. The once verdant hills were now cloaked in a silvery shroud. Fluffy snowflakes danced down from the heavens, blanketing the flora beneath. Only an expanse of pristine white remained, juxtaposed against the damp, dark cliffs, casting a stark reflection upon the earth. Swish! The piercing sound of a blade sliced through the air, as if intending to cleave the atmosphere itself. Dark flashes of energy crackled and rumbled, striking the battered cliffs. Boom! Like the explosion of a grenade, the unleashed force caused the ground to tremble. Fragments of stone soared, as the once frozen pond was ruptured with numerous openings. Swish! The cliff bore yet another deep scar from the blade, as massive stones teetered precariously before crashing down. With a resounding splash, the icy surface of the pond shattered, unleashing the frigid, bone-chilling waters that bubbled forth, emanating an aura of cold. Beside the pond lay an odd mound of snow, partially frozen, revealing dark, metallic fragments protruding from its surface. Clang! A black hatchet soared through the air, landing atop the snow mound, leaving white streaks across the ice as clumps of snow tumbled away. The blade and body of the hatchet were twisted and deformed, rendered useless, appearing forsaken. It was hard to believe that this once formidable tool had fallen to such a state, hinting at the inhumane treatment it had endured. Looking ahead, a figure clad in black stood resolutely, contrasting starkly with the surrounding snow. The man was tall and slender, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his dark pupils deep as ink. The black fabric fluttered in the wind, and as he stood amidst the swirling snow, he exuded an ethereal aura. Though he appeared merely a decade old, the baby fat had vanished, leaving behind sharp contours akin to chiseled stone, evoking an intimidating presence. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, the white flakes settled upon his brow, forming a sword-like shape, enhancing his chilling demeanor, especially his timeless, icy gaze. Seemingly devoid of emotion, yet instilling a palpable sense of trepidation. The frigid winter was already suffocatingly cold, yet this man's presence added a further layer of chill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the second layer of the Hanyuan blade technique, achieving a flying moon to perfection, rewarded with 5 strands of golden power. With a breath, warmth escaped from his lips, and the frosty demeanor on Su Ming's face visibly softened, replaced by a tranquil indifference, neither cold nor warm. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where a blanket of brightness enveloped him, a snowflake drifting down, glimmering in his clear, bright eyes. From the completion of the heavenly strike to the mastery of the flying moon, nearly 2 years had elapsed. 2 years. How interminable it felt, longer than the lifetimes of many creatures. Yet, how fleeting it also seemed, shorter than the ephemeral existence of soul beasts. His gaze fell upon the battered cliffs, marked by countless deep cuts, and his expression softened momentarily. Time, ever fleeting, inevitably leaves traces of existence. These marks were his testament. Regrettably, this would be his final visit. It felt as though a tether had been severed, liberating both them and himself. Treading upon the snowy path, Su Ming's solitary and defiant figure gradually faded into the swirling snowflakes. Wailing cries echoed from the cliffs as the cold wind swirled, lifting great flurries of snow, enveloping the dark stone slab where Su Ming had just stood. In the blink of an eye, the space transformed into a unified expanse of white, save for faint footprints, whispering to the wind and snow that someone had once visited this place. Arriving at the door of the dormitory, Su Ming sensed an unusual atmosphere, hesitating to enter. Swish. A bundle was tossed out from the dormitory, landing in Su Ming's arms. Here, I've packed everything for you. If you're leaving, do so early. You're leaving? From now on, I'll be the boss around here. No one will bully me anymore. The girl stepped out, her arms crossed, her expression clouded with frustration. Compared to 3 years ago, Xiao had grown significantly taller. The baby fat had gradually disappeared, revealing a more refined, youthful beauty. Her pink eyes remained bright, though now they bore a newfound maturity and rationality. Even knowing Su Ming was preparing to depart, she appeared composed, yet her mood was evidently sour, visibly agitated. Su Ming recognized that this girl was merely speaking out of anger. Over the course of 3 years, despite the constant bickering, one could not deny the authenticity of their bond. Even though he was somewhat reluctant to have such a childish younger sister, Su Ming had to admit the nature of their relationship at that moment. While uncertain whether this connection would prove beneficial or detrimental in the future, it did not currently seem unfavorable. I thought you would say something pleasant, yet it appears you desire my departure, he mused. Well, if my presence here only hinders you, it is perhaps best for me to leave sooner rather than later. Feigning disappointment, Su Ming began to walk away. Observing this, Xiao clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself that if he wished to depart, so be it. No one was stopping him. However, as she watched Su Ming genuinely move further away, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to rush after him. She grasped his arm, and this time, he refrained from invoking any notions of gender distinction. Are you truly going? Came her soft lament, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Typically, when a loved one departs, one would express heartfelt sentiments to persuade them to stay. Yet Xiao did not follow this script. She continued to pose the same question. She understood well that if Su Ming truly intended to leave, she would be powerless to retain him. Remaining at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, his formidable warrior physique had become of little use. Had it not been for the pursuit of refining his soul power and mastering the Hanyuan blade technique, he would have long since departed. At present, his soul power had already ascended to the 20th level. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then finally broke into a gentle smile, offering solace in this world. There are no feasts that do not come to an end. I am not leaving forever. There is no need to make it seem like a heartbreaking farewell. Besides, there is an elderly grandfather at home, and with your troublesome sister, even if I wish to leave, how far could I truly go? Upon hearing the word sister, Xiao Wu felt a warmth in her heart and pouted, saying, Then you must promise me that you will return at least once a year, or else I shall inform grandfather about your truancy. Inform grandfather? Su Ming smiled helplessly. After teaching you for 2 years, you still remain as immature as ever. Well, I will return once each year. Su Ming gently tousled Xiao Wu's hair, and a faint smile finally appeared on her face. The biting wind and snow lashed against their cheeks as Su Ming slowly made his way towards the academy's entrance. Xiao Wu followed closely at his side, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Without my supervision, you must not neglect your training. I understand, she replied. You appear quite dependable now, so I need not worry excessively. Is that why you always looked at me with disdain, wishing to hit me? Who told you that? Grandfather. With a madcap girl at home. What father wouldn't want to give her a good spanking? When I return home, I shall tell grandfather you wish to be my father. How childish. Conversations of parting are often fleeting, their voices gradually swallowed by the wind and snow, yet their fervor remains undiminished. The snow and wind bid farewell, capable of traversing thousands of mountains and rivers. Alas, though the distance may stretch for miles, the wind may depart, but the person cannot follow. Farewells are always shared between two, yet one returns alone. In the dormitory, the white-haired Xiao Wu stared blankly at Su Ming's empty bed, its coldness rendering it almost unapproachable. She clutched the hem of her clothing, enduring for a long while, but ultimately could not contain herself. Warm tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother. On the streets. The snow lay thick, and shadows appeared desolate. As he stepped carefully on the slick ground, Su Ming felt a weight in his heart. He considered himself not overly sentimental, yet he could not escape the depths of human emotion. Swish. Su Ming furrowed his brow, as if sensing something amiss, and his mental energy instantly radiated outward. Had his mental energy been visible, one would observe it spreading like a delicate web, extending beyond a radius of 20 meters. Over the course of 2 years, Su Ming engaged in but 3 pursuits, one of which was the rigorous cultivation of his mental prowess. This intricate web-like exploration proved to be the most efficient means of conserving mental energy. While it may not provide a crystal-clear view, the general outline was sufficiently discernible. In Su Ming's mind, an image of a rippling figure emerged. The individual was not particularly tall, standing at a mere 160 centimeters. It appeared that something was worn around the waist, rendering his mental probing ineffective. With a swift motion, he slowly raised his hand, as if something was being propelled from it. Su Ming looked up, and as if in a moment of tacit understanding, he extended his fingers forward, pinching a 10-centimeter nail between his fingertips. Su Ming smiled rather than fumed, choosing not to evade the concealed weapon, insisting on stepping forward. Was it truly necessary to greet in such a manner? In the middle of the road, Tang Sen shrugged indifferently, smirking as he remarked, It's fine to use it against others, but against you, I certainly do not wish to grant you the opportunity to strike me. Is that so? Su Ming grinned maliciously as he twisted his wrist. I am quite inclined to give you a good beating right now, if you manage to crawl back later. Don't hold it against me. Who says anyone will be crawling? Tang Sen chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in his voice, as a blue radiance surged from his palm. Swiftly, clusters of deep blue, serpentine vines of blue-silver grass erupted forth, adorned with snake-like patterns and protruding spikes. As he infused it with white soul power, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, thickening to the girth of an arm, with the snake patterns becoming increasingly pronounced. The vines coiled around Tang San like a great serpent, poised to strike. Simultaneously, 2 bright yellow, angular rings materialized beneath his feet. A great soul master? Su Ming appeared calm and collected, seemingly having anticipated the confrontation. He chuckled. You've just become a great soul master, and yet you are so eager to come here and face defeat. Are you not afraid of having your confidence shattered? Chapter 47. Could it be that I created this? On the street, the wind and snow swirled in a chilly embrace, creating a desolate atmosphere. Passers-by were scarce, with only 2 figures standing silently amidst the storm. The frigid air enveloped them, rendering the surroundings a bleak white. If I do not come now, who knows when we shall meet again? I do not wish to harbor regrets. If you wish to leave, it will depend on your capabilities. The smile on his face vanished in an instant, and Tang San's expression grew grave, his eyes shimmering with a violet aura. Ever since arriving at the Nodding City's Junior Soul Master Academy, He had always been overshadowed by Su Ming. With his greatest rival about to depart, he felt compelled to extend the utmost respect. The clash between the two soul masters was imminent, a decisive battle that must conclude on a note of completeness, preventing any future regrets. Sensing the fervent battle spirit radiating from Tang San, Su Ming retrieved a machete from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he discarded the conical hat upon his head onto the snow. The biting wind howled as if countless white ants were crawling upon it. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Su Ming, you seem to underestimate me greatly. Do you intend to defeat me, a great soul master, with that machete? With a decisive swiftness, Su Ming opted for action over words, gripping the machete as he surged forward like lightning. The snow and wind before him were obliterated. As if an invisible force enveloped him, akin to a bullet bursting forth, astonishingly rapid. Su Ming, your arrogance knows no bounds. Tang San's violet eyes flared, igniting a fire within him. His hands transformed into a luminous milky white. In a flash, as if conjured by a specter, Tang San left no trace on the ground, and several phantoms appeared behind him, with only the foremost figure embodying solidity. In a heartbeat, their figures were on the verge of collision. Su Ming initiated the assault. Thrusting his blade upward with precision, the formidable back of the weapon aimed directly at the chest of his opponent. Su Ming's grip on the knife was peculiar. With the blade facing his hand and his thumb directed towards the hilt, an utterly unconventional hold, known as the in-hand knife. A sudden shift in his aura occurred. As his arm muscle swelled, and the posture of raising the knife appeared as if honed through countless trials, an art form perfected. In that fleeting moment, Tang San realized that his purple extreme demon eye had fallen into a precarious situation. Su Ming's reflexes were astonishingly swift, even surpassing his own with the purple extreme demon eye. Moreover, he sensed the presence of mental power around him. A formidable adversary. The fervor of battle surged within him. To engage with such an opponent was undoubtedly a great joy in life. Tang San's response was equally prompt. His arms extended instantly and with immense force. His palms pressed downward. With a resounding clang, two powerful forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that scattered the surrounding snow and wind, revealing a 2-meter diameter patch of ground. Before the swirling snow could settle, a figure was seen hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. The airborne figure performed a backflip, the immense force causing him to stagger upon landing. Tang San's right hand pressed against the ground. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably, filled with a numbing sensation. He let out a muffled groan, his expression a mix of horror and gravity. How much strength did you use in that strike? 50%. Su Ming's words were as precious as gold, causing Tang San's lips to twitch involuntarily, his inner self brimming with the urge to curse. He had been practicing the Xianyu hand while laboring at the blacksmith's forge, swinging a heavy hammer daily until his arms were forged as resilient as steel. Initially, he believed that Su Ming wielded merely an ordinary chopping knife, one he could easily counter. However, he was taken aback to discover that the seemingly simple act of raising the blade concealed such formidable strength. The sheer, unyielding force coalesced into a singular explosion, instantly reminding Tang San of the ruinous wind hammer technique. It seemed that his opponent's technique bore a striking resemblance. In a swift motion, milky white soul power coiled around his arm like a white serpent. Tang San gradually rose, his fingers forming a fist once more. Under normal circumstances, I might indeed be outmatched. Yet I still wish to test my mettle against you. Behold, this is a technique I learned previously, enveloping the Xianyu hand with exceedingly pure soul power. It should suffice to withstand your assault. His gaze was resolute, the milky white aura around his palm thickening, emanating a powerful energy fluctuation. A familiar sensation washed over Su Ming as he pinched his nostrils, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for Tang San. No one was more acquainted with the scene before them than he. Indeed, Tang Hao had imparted the method for refining soul power to Tang San. However, judging by Tang San's approach, it appeared he had not compressed his entire soul power. Rather, he was honing a portion of it to complement the Xianyu hand. This single-point compression method was, after all, a viable technique. Noticing Tang San's misguided thoughts, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head, offering a reminder. Tang San, even if you manage to withstand my earlier strike, you will still be unable to endure the subsequent attacks. Defeating an opponent is not merely about blocking a single blow. If this continues, victory will elude you. Tang San pondered this, ultimately conceding with a nod. Without employing soul techniques, I indeed fall short against you. Yet, this does not signify my impending defeat. Before he could finish speaking, Tang San surged forward at lightning speed, closing the distance to Su Ming. Su Ming stood resolutely in place, his blade and arm crossed over his chest, displaying no extraneous movements and seemingly harboring no intention to attack. As Tang San approached, Su Ming swiftly wielded the shadow hand blade, his arm executing a powerful arc aimed directly at Tang San's face. With a whoosh, a few strands of hair fell, revealing that Su Ming's strike had missed, as an inexplicable force surged from the ground, causing his blade to veer upward. A resounding thud echoed as Tang San unleashed a forceful palm strike, the profound energy of his Xiantian skill erupting within him. The dull sound reverberated as his robust hand met Su Ming's left fist, which was braced in defense. The two locked hands in a contest of strength. But while Su Ming bore a relaxed expression, Tang San's demeanor darkened, the disparity in their might immediately apparent. Boom! Su Ming's fist propelled Tang San backward. As he stood firm, his gaze unyielding and fearless. He felt no need to hold back. Any technique would suffice, for he was not as weak as Tang San presumed. Nor would it hinder his departure. Realizing he had been seen through, Tang San looked up in astonishment, meeting Su Ming's sincere gaze, prompting him to take a deep breath. The phantom shadow reemerged, and this time, Tang San moved with even greater swiftness, like a wraith gliding through the snow. As he advanced, his fingers danced, each flick producing a sonic blast. Hidden weapons, countless concealed projectiles, rained down. Bone-piercing nails, willow leaf blades, locust stones, and money darts, creating a veritable storm of lethal rain. His mental energy fanned out in a wide arc, while a refined, potent black energy shield enveloped Su Ming. The sound of countless projectiles striking the energy shield resonated like a torrential downpour against a window, the impact akin to pearls cascading on a jade plate. Such a dense barrage would make anyone's scalp tingle. Upon closer inspection, the tiny flying needles collided with the black light, only to be repelled instantaneously. Even the bone-piercing nails seemed to slow down, as if caught in an immense force. Very few of the hidden weapons could penetrate the black energy shield, and ultimately, they were all deflected by Su Ming's blade. This fellow possesses an astonishingly pure soul power. Tang San's eyes widened in shock, leaving him no time for contemplation. The first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated immediately. Tang San, with unmatched acuity, seized the opportunity while Su Ming was occupied with the projectiles and unable to counterattack. Deducing that his opponent would not be able to sever the blue-silver grass as before, with a swift motion, several thick tendrils surged towards Su Ming, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour him. Boom! As anticipated, Su Ming was promptly ensnared by the blue-silver grass, wrapped tightly as if in a cocoon. With the enhancement of 2 soul rings, the mandala snake and the ghost vine, the resilience of the blue-silver grass had reached unprecedented heights. Now, even an ordinary great soul master would struggle to break free. By all accounts, victory seemed assured. Yet Tang San displayed no excitement as he gazed at the large bundle before him, slowly raising his right arm. Beneath his sleeve, 3 crossbow arrows were poised to strike, glinting ominously in the light. The martial soul serves as an extension of the body, and Tang San sensed that Su Ming was not truly trapped by the blue-silver grass. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed as the cage formed by the blue-silver grass not only failed to constrict but began to expand outward. A dark radiance seeped through the gaps of the blue-silver grass, as if something was about to break free. Feeling the blue-silver grass being severed, a surge of mental energy locked onto him, and Tang San's face paled in alarm as he swiftly dodged to the side. The intense black light erupted, and the blue-silver grass prison was violently torn open, creating a massive breach. In an instant, the world dimmed, as if only that resplendent black light existed between heaven and earth, piercingly sharp. With a crack, the black light sliced through, scattering ice and snow across the street, obscuring vision. Tang San stood dumbfounded, too stunned to react as a metallic collapse resonated behind him. On the street lay a deep gash, stretching over 10 meters. A sight that was nothing short of shocking. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he instinctively turned to look. A metallic statue had been cleaved in 2, tumbling to the ground. Even more terrifying, the granite wall behind was also devoured by the crescent-like force. From a distance, it was evident that not only had the granite suffered, but the buildings further back had also been severed. In the presence of that black radiance, everything appeared as fragile as tofu. With a swish, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San vanished. "You have lost." Su Ming's cool voice emerged as the blade in his hand disappeared. "Indeed, I have lost," Tang San reflected, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance wash over him. For the 3rd time, he had been defeated by another, a bitter pill to swallow. His gaze fell, a mix of resignation and unexpected relief crossing his features. With a wry smile, he spoke, "That last technique of yours was not one of your soul ring skills. It resembled something you created yourself. Am I correct? Indeed. It is not of my own creation. It has long existed, and I merely learned it, Su Ming replied. Picking up his hat and shaking off the snow that had accumulated on it, Su Ming donned his hat once more. Treading upon the pristine snow as he prepared to depart. Learned it? Tang Sen harbored doubts regarding this assertion. The creation of one's own soul techniques is a reflection of individual ingenuity and is not necessarily suitable for others. However, he chose not to press the matter. As he observed Su Ming pass by, Tang San's gaze shifted to one of intrigue. The fluctuations in your soul power just now felt rather unconventional. I am quite curious. Whence did you acquire such knowledge? Su Ming halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at him with a hint of mockery gracing his features. Do you think it's possible that I, in fact, conjured this myself? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Tang San's expression darkened, and without a backward glance, he stormed away, as if pursued by some ferocious beast from the ancient wilderness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over Tang San at a higher level. Reward, Ice Silkworm Armor. Chapter 48, Stardow Forest, Golden-Toothed Rat. Northeast of Notting City, over 300 miles away. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly. The grasslands ravaged by the biting cold winds, revealing a visage of decay. The winds howled fiercely, chilling the air and urging one to continue moving forward. Fortunately, the ground was not blanketed by snow. It appeared as if the fierce winds had swept it away. Clop, clop, the sound of hooves shattered the winter silence, accompanied by the occasional tinkle of bells. The melodious chimes resonated sweetly, seemingly driving away the cold desolation of the path. In the distance, a chestnut horse emerged on the road, appearing diminutive against the expansive prairie, a sight both pitiable and charming. To add to this, it was merely a young colt, burdened by the weight of a youth. A small figure atop a small steed, a perfect match. Wang Kai, could it be that you've lost your way? Are you certain this is the right path? To avoid further missteps, the boy tightened the reins in his hands. He raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. His deep-set eyes clouded with doubt. This place seemed isolated, devoid of any nearby village or inn. It hardly resembled a main thoroughfare. The horse appeared obstinate, yet its body betrayed its true nature as it relieved itself, creating a small puddle on the path. The murky liquid bubbled forth, releasing a pungent aroma that wafted through the air. The boy's expression hardened, tempted by a fleeting urge to dispose of the horse. However, considering the creature's merit, he resolved that a roasting spit was not its rightful end. With a crack of the whip, the sturdy front hooves rose high before crashing down. The noble horse, resplendent in its vigor, galloped swiftly towards the horizon. Clattering and stumbling, a stone the size of a football tumbled away in the horse's wake. Without refinement, jade cannot become a gem. A soft sigh escaped as the boy swiftly made his way towards the distant mountains and forests. The faint yellow light flickered like fine wine in a crystal glass, shimmering in and out, ethereal and elusive. Amidst the gradient of colors, indistinct curves rose and fell. Indescribable and unpredictable, this exquisite sensation, even when articulated, seemed to fall short of its true essence. It appeared as though he had never witnessed such a naturally graceful dance before. By the campfire, the boy fixated his pure, untainted eyes upon the flames. The youth's countenance was striking, with arched brows and starry eyes, his fair skin reflecting the glow of the fire. His sun-kissed complexion and radiant gaze lent him an air of steadfast determination. In his eyes, a flicker of fervor was evident, as if the light of ambition surged within him. After a while, several clumps of earth emerged from the fire. With caution, the boy tapped them gently. The hardened soil cracked open, revealing the perfectly cooked leaves inside. Instantly, a rich fragrance, laced with herbal notes, enveloped him, wafting through the heat. The delightful aroma and tempting scent of meat suggested an unparalleled treasure within. The boy's mouth watered as he eagerly tore away the exterior. Gazing upon the golden, crispy beggar's chicken, he felt no trace of melancholy, devouring it with fervor. Indeed, investing time in learning such skills proved worthwhile. His expression was one of sheer delight. Teetering on the brink of ecstasy, the boy was none other than Su Ming, who had departed from Notting City. A week had elapsed since his departure. Su Ming's destination was unequivocally defined, the largest soul beast gathering area on the Douluo Continent. His purpose extended beyond merely hunting soul beasts. More crucially, it was a place for him to attain enhancement in combat prowess. To satiate his hunger, Su Ming constructed a rudimentary shelter using stones, with large leaves layered atop, creating an impenetrable canopy. Nestled comfortably within his makeshift abode, he curled up under a blanket, reveling in utmost contentment. Suddenly, a shimmering blue interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 20. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, 36, 255, 000. Special Physique, Berserker's Body. Techniques and Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfected. Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfected. Primordial Blade Slash, Second Layer, Perfected. Spirit Gathering Technique, Major Achievement. Possessions, LV2 Recovery Pill, Blood of the Subdragon. Flesh of the Millennium Titan Giant Snake, Spirit Nourishing Pill Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Year Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 142. Defense, 138. Spirit, 150. With a flick of his fingers, akin to scrolling on a mobile device, Su Ming's gaze was intensely focused. Compared to 2 years prior, both his soul power and the quality of his martial soul had seen remarkable advancements, with significant progress in his techniques and soul skills. The sole shortcoming lay in his physical attributes, which had seen only a modest increase of a few dozen points. It was noteworthy that within a single year initially, he had elevated his physical prowess by over 90 points. Yet, over the span of 2 years, he had barely achieved half that. It was not that Su Ming lacked the desire for improvement, but rather that the challenges of physical training had imposed a bottleneck. If one could infinitely enhance their physique through mere running and weight training, they would indeed become akin to a scion. At this moment, Su Ming's physical prowess had reached the utmost limits attainable by a soul master, enhanced significantly by the existence of the berserker's physique. Although the academy was commendable, it ultimately resembled a novice village. With a gentle closure of the screen, Su Ming's eyelids gradually descended, and the world around him fell into a serene stillness. As he breathed, a faint white vapor flowed into his body, coursing downward to converge in his abdomen. There, a vortex incessantly spun, consuming energy, yet revealing no signs of augmentation. The Stardow Forest, situated in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, predominantly belonged to the Star Luo Empire, although the Heaven Doe Empire would not acknowledge such an assertion. Unlike the Soul Hunting Forest, which served as a sanctuary for low-level soul masters, the Stardow Forest stood as a paradise for those of higher caliber. Here, century-old soul beasts were both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that they were seldom the targets of the soul masters hunting them, yet unfortunate in the constant threat of being obliterated by other soul beasts. Akin to the ease of crushing an ant, the soul masters who ventured into this realm typically sought 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul rings, indicative of their formidable strength. After a week of arduous travel, Su Ming arrived at a quaint town, located less than 100 miles from the Stardow Forest. The town was replete with various shops and stalls. As his gaze swept across the scene, he observed armors, weapons, and herbs, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from a past life spent in gaming. This settlement thrived by utilizing the resources of the Stardow Forest, naturally engaging in enterprises related to its bounty. However, it was winter, with remnants of snow blanketing the ground, resulting in a decline in the vibrancy of commerce. After procuring some essential items, Su Ming set forth towards the Stardow Forest. After an additional day of travel, he finally arrived at the largest gathering place for soul beasts. Immersed in this expansive and shadowy forest, an ancient and heavy atmosphere enveloped him, reminiscent of a distant Jurassic era. The sheer grandeur of the landscape was enough to instill a shiver, amplifying the sense of impending peril that lurked within the depths of the forest. Whoosh! Su Ming treaded upon the branches, his silhouette gliding deeper into the woods. The accumulated snow rendered the branches slick, significantly reducing his pace. It was not until he sensed the presence of a Millennium Soul Beast that he realized he had entered their territory. After a day of searching nearby, Su Ming discovered a Millennium Golden-Toothed Rat. Contrary to its name, it resembled a squirrel, adorned with a coat of grayish-brown fur, its form elegantly curved and remarkably smooth. Standing amidst the snow, its fluffy tail arched upwards, and its deep blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings. Clutched in its paws was a nut larger than a basketball, which it cherished like a precious treasure. Most striking were its pair of golden incisors, sharp and glistening. Undoubtedly a formidable tool for cracking shells and breaking through armor. Whoosh! Su Ming gently alighted upon the branch, yet the snow at his feet betrayed him, cascading downwards. The golden-toothed mouse, taken aback, darted up the tree with the swiftness of lightning, abandoning its nut in the snow below. Its diminutive stature of 1 meter did not hinder its ascent. It moved with the agility of a startled hare, leaving Su Ming only with a fleeting shadow before it vanished from sight. Su Ming did not pursue. The golden-toothed rat possessed sturdy and sharp incisors capable of penetrating the hard armor of shellfish. However, it predominantly leaned towards the wind attribute. which did not entirely align with his machete. Su Ming also wished not to confine his second soul skill solely to speed. The golden-toothed rat was not his target. Yet this was indeed Su Ming's hunting ground. He silently hoped for good fortune. As he murmured to himself, several palm-sized golden peanuts descended from the sky, quietly resting upon the snow before him. Adorned with a bamboo hat, Su Ming sat silently on a branch, patiently awaiting the arrival of a fateful beast. This vigil lasted 5 days. The nuts abandoned by the golden-toothed rats had long since vanished, leaving only the golden peanuts in serene repose. Each time the golden-toothed rat passed by, Su Ming would employ a sword gesture to scare it away. Within the forest, the snowfall was gentle, yet as time elapsed, a layer of snow accumulated upon Su Ming's form. Like an ice sculpture, only his eyes remained exposed, radiating brilliance and vitality. With a piece of meat clutched in his mouth, the corners of Su Ming's lips slowly twitched, careful not to utter a sound. At last, after half a month, the number of peanuts upon the snow had diminished. The peanuts had not been pilfered by the golden-toothed rats, for Su Ming's mental energy had consistently enveloped the golden peanuts. There was a phantom presence, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, only manifesting as a faint, undulating flow of air. Su Ming sensed for a moment and discovered that it was a mouse. Indeed, it was a large, rotund black mouse. Su Ming had never encountered a rodent with such a remarkably rounded belly, reminiscent of the last time he had seen a mantis with scythe-like arms. Despite its peculiar physique, the mouse exhibited an extraordinary agility, surpassing even that of the golden-toothed rat. In a fleeting moment, under Su Ming's keen mental perception, it appeared and vanished mysteriously, leaving him exhilarated, convinced that the past half-month had not been in vain. Regrettably, the timing was not right, and he refrained from alarming the creature. Finally, after a month of vigilant waiting, an area to the east of the golden peanuts revealed small puddles formed by melting snow. A nearly straight path emerged, leading into the distant, shadowy woods. Chapter 49, The Second Soul Ring, the Sun Mouse. Winter. Why did Su Ming choose the winter to depart from Nodding City? Would not spring, summer, or even autumn be more suitable? The answer was simple. The soul beast he sought to hunt was only accessible during the winter months. It was not that this creature had a notably short lifespan, but rather that the snow made it considerably easier to track its presence. As the traces of melting snow became increasingly apparent, Su Ming took a deep breath and gradually rose to his feet. With a crack, the ice on his body shattered, and a cascade of snow tumbled from his arms, rustling down upon the thicket. The dark soul energy surged, dispelling the stiffness in his joints. And Su Ming moved like a swift swallow, navigating the snow with rapidity towards the east. His gaze remained fixated on the ground, intent on the path where the snow had melted. After a brief while, he arrived at a circular clearing. Above him, sunlight streamed down, illuminating the area. Approximately 50 meters in diameter, surrounded by towering trees, this spot was remarkably flat, resembling the bottom of a bowl. From above, it appeared as though a thicket lay beneath a blanket of snow. However, through his mental prowess, Su Ming sensed that the space beneath the snow was densely packed, devoid of any branches supporting the snowdrift. Reeds, broken branches, and decayed leaves filled the space beneath the snow. In the center, a patch remained uncovered by snow, revealing a significant expanse of black and yellow leaves, affirming Su Ming's investigation was indeed accurate. It seemed that some creature had traversed the snow, leaving faint melting impressions that led towards the circular area of dead leaves. Strangely, there was only a single trail on the ground. The accumulated leaves were tightly pressed together, leaving no space for any openings, not even a ventilation hole. Gazing at the circular patch of withered grass, Su Ming's resolute eyes gleamed with a fervent intensity as he retrieved the broken slaughter knife from his spatial ring. With a piercing gaze and a sharp blade, he prepared to strike with lethal precision. Su Ming turned sideways, his left foot stepping back to gather strength while his right leg formed a bow stance, poised for action. The breaking kill blade rested at his waist, and his right arm arched horizontally across his chest, his body's center of gravity sinking. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a refined and harmonious aura, as though he had merged with the surrounding environment. His demeanor resembled that of a hunting leopard, ready to unleash the pent-up energy within, poised to deliver a strike as swift as a shooting star. Sensing Su Ming's emotions, the breaking kill blade quivered incessantly, emitting a joyful sound. Su Ming had not wielded the broken kill blade for 2 years. He refrained from using it against the Grand Soul Master of the Academy and even against Tang San. However, this time, he had to ensure a decisive strike. Failure would grant him no second chance. With a swift motion, the accumulated snow on the branches cascaded down, unable to bear the weight, In that fleeting moment, Su Ming moved. No one could discern how he did so. They only heard the ethereal sound of the blade ringing as the machete was drawn from his waist. His left leg advanced, body tilting forward, the blade poised downward, ready for a sweeping slash. In an instant, his once rosy complexion turned pale, and his spirit waned. Swish! The white rainbow sliced through jade, and the purple aura darkened the stars. It seemed as though a pitch-black crescent moon emerged in the sky. Wherever it passed, the space appeared to be cleaved open, revealing swirling black currents. No one could articulate the brilliance and splendor of this strike, only that its sharpness was earth-shattering and utterly unstoppable, sending chills through anyone who dared to gaze upon it. The black crescent pierced through the withered branches, and contrary to expectations, there was no resounding boom, but rather a swift whoosh as it penetrated. Boom! The earth trembled, and an endless array of withered branches and leaves, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, soared into the sky amidst the muffled roar. Such a terrifying assault. Even beneath the ground, the explosion left a crater measuring 3 to 4 meters wide, revealing decayed and steaming foliage. Gazing at the aftermath, Su Ming's expression remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any turbulence. The Hunyuan blade technique focused on channeling power into a single, overwhelming strike, a technique meant for assured kills. The first layer, Heavenly Slash, embodied an unparalleled and tyrannical attack capable of unleashing double, or even more, of one's physical limits in an instant. The second layer, Flying Moon, was the resplendent energy attack that Su Ming had just executed. Even in his confrontation with Tang San, Su Ming had only utilized 50% of his strength. The strike just unleashed nearly exhausted his entire soul power. Drip. On the snowy ground, crimson began to spread. Drops of blood emerged like plum blossoms in bloom. It seemed as if some force was drawing it forward, leaving a 2-meter-long trail of blood on the pristine white snow. Thud. A heavy thud echoed as a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Before anyone could comprehend, the ground collapsed under the weight, as if the last straw had broken the camel's back. When the dust settled, a circular pit measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter came into view, seemingly hollowed out, with walls as smooth as a water tank. Su Ming's face lit up with joy as he darted into the pit like an arrow. Moments later, he soared upward, hastily making his way through the forest. In his grasp was a massive rat, larger than himself, covered in numerous wounds from which blood seeped. It was a 1.5-meter-long giant rat, its fur fine and dense, clinging to its flesh like a complete hide, slippery to the touch. Its belly was round as a water tank, the proportions of its body strikingly unbalanced, adorned with 3 bands of white patterns on its abdomen. As before, Su Ming found a tranquil cave. At last, he had succeeded. Su Ming's bright gaze fixated intently on the colossal rat before him, his eyes trembling slightly. Other soul masters would undoubtedly be oblivious to the nature of this extraordinary rodent, for it is exceedingly rare, akin to the elusive mirror shadow beast hunted by Oscar. This creature is known as the Sun Mouse. The term Sun also signifies wind. Its speed is astonishingly rapid, so much so that it is nearly impossible to capture. The soul master community generally categorizes the Sun Mouse as a wind attribute soul beast. However, Su Ming is aware that it possesses no elemental affiliation. Rather, it is a unique beast of unknown attributes. Its peculiarity lies in the fact that the Sun Mouse inherits its mother's energy, which is that of a 100-year soul beast, and it remains underground throughout its life, undoubtedly a reclusive creature. Moreover, the mouse's fur can deceive psychic probing, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters to detect its presence, resulting in scant documentation regarding it. Like all soul beasts, the Sun Mouse must forage for sustenance each time it ventures out in the form of an energy entity. This entity is nearly transparent, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, yet it can be sensed through mental probing. When the energy entity is attacked, the Sun Mouse will not hesitate to abandon it, vanishing like a gust of wind, hence its name, to hunt it. One can only rely on the energy entity leading to melting snow, an endeavor possible solely in winter. As for why it chooses to fish in the territory of the golden-toothed rat, it is because the Sun Mouse's belly must store vast amounts of energy to create its energy entity. Yet, the Sun Mouse is inherently lethargic, making the golden-toothed rat, known for its ample reserves, the ideal neighbor for every Sun Mouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a millennium-old Sun Mouse. You are rewarded with a psychic shielding mask. Such an energy entity can liberate oneself from the constraints of battle. Uninterrupted by the system, Su Ming took a deep breath, a fervent joy flashing across his face, tinged with a hint of madness. A 1,000-year purple soul ring rose beneath his feet. Before him, The pitch-black blade of his axe shimmered with silver patterns, its edge flowing with rich golden energy. At that moment, the entire blade was nearly transformed into gold, exuding a sharp brilliance, as if merely gazing at it would result in one's eyes being pierced by its glimmer. The purple soul ring of the Sun Mouse slowly enveloped Su Ming's axe. As the soul ring began to be absorbed, Su Ming's expression remained surprisingly calm, as if he felt nothing at all. With closed eyes and a serene demeanor, he appeared almost as if he were in slumber. As the soul ring was absorbed, subtle changes occurred within his martial soul, the axe. The formerly smooth surface of the black blade became coarse, tiny patterns resembling fur rising along its length. The energy from the Sun Mouse's soul ring, much like its nature, was gentle and languid. It leisurely traversed Su Ming's meridians, further reinforcing his physique, before obediently infusing itself into his abdomen, seemingly devoured by a swirling vortex of darkness. Although not as ferocious as the energy from the blade arm-praying mantis, the Sun Mouse's energy was immensely vast, even surpassing that of the mantis by 3 or 4 times. Despite the continual compression within his internal cyclone, Su Ming sensed his soul power steadily filling, nearing the threshold of level 22. Chapter 50. Training Target, the Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. With a swift motion, akin to a light swallow in flight, Su Ming leaped from treetop to treetop. In the brief moments of respite, his once clear silhouette transformed into a mere ink blot. The biting cold pierced through to the bone, the frigid wind brushing against his face. Exhaling white clouds of warmth, they were instantaneously dispersed by the chilling gusts. With a sharp sound, a footprint was imprinted in the white snow atop the trees as Su Ming swiftly darted away. His gaze remained fixed below, as if in search of something elusive. Unfortunately, it appeared that he had yet to encounter the figure he sought. After several days of searching, fortune smiled upon him, ultimately leading Su Ming to discover a cave. Through the use of his psychic abilities, he discerned a form within, resembling the undulating contours of a hill. It lounged lazily against the stones inside the cave, its massive jaw resembling hooves, occasionally rubbing against the rocky wall behind it. The ground beneath already coated in a thick layer of powder. It was a colossal bear, approximately 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of immense power. The Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear. Su Ming's pupils dilated in shock, its presence palpable. The bear's arms were robust, its shoulder muscles bulging like small hills, leaving no doubt as to the terrifying strength it possessed. What was more alarming was the bear's claws, sharp and formidable, with an estimated length of nearly 1 meter according to his senses. Su Ming's heart was heavy with gravity, having found this opportunity with great difficulty. He naturally could not retreat. Suddenly, 2 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, their purple hue exuding an air of noble aloofness that compelled reverence. Let me witness the true nature of this second soul skill in actual combat. Fully aware of the terrifying power of the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear, Su Ming activated his soul defensive soul skill. As the second soul ring illuminated, a gentle breeze swept through the surroundings in an instant. Su Ming's body exhibited no alterations, nor did the hatchet in his hand show any signs of change. Could it be that this second soul technique has become ineffective? Su Ming's expression visibly softened. With a swift motion, he brandished his machete, unleashing a burst of black blade light that soared into the cavern, reverberating with a thunderous explosion. A roar, filled with fury, erupted like a clap of thunder. The sound waves surged outward from the cave, threatening to shatter the very essence of those nearby. The ground trembled beneath him, as if the ancient trees were quaking. At the cave's entrance, a pair of eyes, the size of bronze bells, glowed with a menacing red light. The dark, golden belly of the beast glistened in the sunlight, while its terrifying claws sliced through the air with a hissing sound. With a fearsome growl, the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear emerged from the cave, its frigid gaze scanning the surroundings. It exuded an aura of terror and invincibility. Several words sprang to Su Ming's mind: formidable, powerful, indomitable. Its towering 3-meter frame, resembling an impenetrable wall, and its razor-sharp claws instilled a sense of suffocating dread. Lacking a second soul ability, Su Ming surmised that he would have no choice but to flee upon encountering the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear. As the flickering light in his eyes solidified, Su Ming gripped his machete tightly. Upon noticing him, the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear unleashed a furious roar. Its overwhelming might, infused with soul power, shredded leaves into confetti that rained down like blades. Even the treetops bowed under the pressure of the shockwave, on the brink of snapping. With a rustle, countless leaves cascaded from the sky. Despite the protective soul shield, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his chest. The Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. With a wild grin, Su Ming, exhilarated by the hunt, leaped down from the tree. In response to the provocation, the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear glared menacingly, its powerful legs propelling its massive form into the air, causing the ground to crack beneath its weight. A monstrous sight indeed. Su Ming moved with unerring swiftness. He sidestepped into a bow stance, lowering his center of gravity, his sharpness reined in, poised for action. The machete at his waist rang out with a metallic clarity. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fixated on the dark, golden-clawed bear, intent on countering with a strike of divine retribution. Roar! The dark, golden-clawed bear, seeing Su Ming stand his ground, swung its shoulder down mercilessly. The claws, impossibly sharp, stirred a flicker of dread within Su Ming's heart. Yet, his eyes remained unwavering, gleaming with intensity. The ultimate gold is about to be secured. Clang! The crisp sound of collision echoed like the shattering of the heavens, instilling fear in the heart. With every ounce of strength, Su Ming unleashed a strike of divine retribution. Channeling all his power, blade met claw, igniting brilliant sparks. In an instant, man and bear parted ways. Su Ming's complexion turned pale as he swiftly retreated, his lower body sinking into the earth. On the ground, two deep gouges, measuring 5 to 6 meters, were etched into the soil. The silhouette of the dark golden terror claw bear came to a halt, lifted, and propelled backward. With a swish, both parties came to an abrupt standstill. A man and a bear, perfectly in sync, directed their gaze toward their arms. They possessed at least 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of strength. And that was not even their full capacity. Su Ming exhaled a breath of frigid air, his gaze towards the dark gold claw bear a mixture of astonishment and envy. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his arm had collided with a colossal iron wall, on the verge of shattering. It is noteworthy that he had trained for 2 years with a heavy weight, capable of slicing through weights of 1,000 pounds. His most vigorous strike boasted a force exceeding 4,000 pounds. Yet, despite this, he was still ruthlessly overpowered by the dark gold claw bear. Within Su Ming's heart lay a profound terror, while the dark golden terror claw bear found itself momentarily bewildered. Just a moment ago, did I seem to take flight? Its fierce gaze bore a hint of foolishness, and rather than launching an immediate attack, the bear scrutinized the human cub before it. It could not comprehend how a creature so diminutive could possess such remarkable strength. The icy gazes of man and beast intertwined once more. In terms of power, Su Ming was acutely aware that he had been utterly vanquished, and he had never harbored any hopes of triumph. Yet, this confrontation was far from concluded. The first soul ring of a millennium pulsed with fervor. With a swift motion, silvery luminescence surged upon the blade, illuminating the scene like moonlight upon frost and snow. Its chilling edge menacing. Fallen leaves were cleaved in twain, and within the rift, a figure could be discerned charging towards the dark golden terror claw bear. With a swift slash, the bear's golden claws swept through the air, producing a sound as delicate as parchment. Su Ming's heart raced with anxiety, and he immediately bent down to evade, brandishing his axe horizontally across his chest to guard against further assaults from the dark golden fearclaw bear. With a swift motion, Su Ming managed to slip beneath the bear's armpit. In that fleeting moment, his gaze radiated a chilling brilliance, fixating intently on the creature. The dark golden fearclaw bear hesitated momentarily, its fierce eyes briefly reflecting emptiness. With a resounding thud, its thick paw struck the ground, causing Su Ming to somersault forward and execute a move reminiscent of a silver moon hanging upside down. A flash of cold light sliced through the air as the axe grazed the bear's shoulder, sending sparks flying like silver blossoms blooming from an iron tree. The bear winced in pain, baring its teeth in a grimace, its massive torso twisting violently, claws striking with impeccable precision. It was astonishing that such a colossal beast could move with such swiftness. No wonder it could slay 1,000-year-old beasts after a century. Even ordinary 10,000-year-old beasts were no match for it. Its bloodline, akin to that of a behemoth, was fearsome indeed. Recognizing the formidable nature of the dark golden fearclaw bear, Su Ming had already utilized the impact to withdraw swiftly, leaving the bear to swing at empty air. Boom, boom. The bear's front paws furiously pounded the ground, its neck nearly scraping the earth as it raised its head to unleash a furious roar towards Su Ming. The earth trembled, and the heavens seemed to quake with wrath. Cold and ruthless, the bear appeared to be plunged into a state of frenzied rage, its claws emitting an indomitable, dark golden glow, sharp and unyielding. In an instant, the dark golden fearclaw bear lunged at Su Ming, its claws slashing through the air, the dark golden light piercing his vision. Su Ming felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, an overwhelming sense of crisis igniting his soul power. With a swish, a black crescent moon erupted from the silver light, shimmering with a deadly elegance. Boom. The two attacks, one black and one dark golden, intertwined in the sky. the former crumbling upon contact. Su Ming's protective barrier was also torn apart. With a piercing sound, he was engulfed by the dark golden Fearclaw bear. Chapter 51. The frenzied body of battle against the Fearclaw bear. In the pitch-black cave, the flickering campfire cast wavering shadows. Flames danced in his eyes, licking and swirling. The boy's shirt lay tattered across his chest, 3 claw marks marring his silver-scaled armor. He stared blankly at the fire, lost in thought. This was the first time he had encountered such an overwhelming defeat since he began his training. Yet, surprisingly, Su Ming felt little disappointment within. He had ventured into the Stardow forest for battle, seeking to awaken the powers of the frenzied body. And facing the dark golden Fearclaw bear, failure was hardly unexpected. Defeat itself was not to be feared. What was truly alarming was the failure to reflect upon it. This initial trial had granted Su Ming a clearer understanding of the dark golden Fearclaw bear. Having broken through to the Great Soul Master level, his first soul skill, Blade Strike, had increased its attack power from 20 to 30, coupled with an elevation in the quality of his soul power, which added another 5. His axe's total attack power reached 40. Moreover, the axe had absorbed the essence of golden power, resulting in a qualitative transformation post-soul ring. Yet, despite all this, he still could not breach the bear's defenses. However, he vowed that one day, he would use his axe to pierce through the formidable defenses of the dark golden Fearclaw bear. Su Ming clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. As for how he escaped from the grasp of the dark golden Terror Claw bear's innate skill, it was entirely due to his second soul skill. Su Ming's second soul skill, known as the Body of Nullity, bears resemblance to Xiao Wu's soul ability of the same name. The Body of Nullity allows the manifestation of an energy clone that is nearly ethereal in nature. Its effects are as follows. 1. The clone possesses approximately 70 of the original's attributes, originally 65, augmented to 70 by high-quality soul power, and its speed is enhanced by 200. 2. The clone is immune to 80 of physical damage and 50 of energy damage, functioning independently of the host. 3. The clone and the main body can swap positions, with a maximum of 3 exchanges, contingent upon the clone's energy reserves. Aware of his inability to defeat the Dark Golden Terror Bear, Su Ming prudently positioned the energy clone outside as a teleportation coordinate. When the Dark Golden Terror Bear's attack struck, Su Ming decisively opted to exchange with the clone, allowing it to absorb the blow while he narrowly escaped unharmed. However, this skill is not invincible. The ethereal clone can be detected by mental energy and cannot stray more than 100 meters from the main body. Should it be destroyed, the main body would find itself in dire straits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for challenging the century-old Dark Golden Terror Bear. Although victory was not attained, your courage is commendable. You are rewarded with a thread of golden power. Ding! The Berserker physique is activated, granting 1 to strength, 1 to defense, and 1 to mental power. System, why are the values of the Berserker physique so meager? The surge of fighting spirit suddenly waned, and Su Ming's expression turned sour. Only 1? In the Academy and against Grand Soul Masters, it was 2. Ding! The host's combat in the Soul Master Academy was aimed at honing physical prowess, with strikes landing solidly, while the confrontation with the Dark Golden Terror Bear involved merely basic techniques, failing to fully unleash the Berserker effect. Su Ming pondered. Does the body of the Berserker truly advocate for close combat? Am I really expected to confront the Dark Gold Claw Bear head-on? The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. Yet, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. A frenzied thought flashed through Su Ming's mind as he gritted his teeth. Why not? As long as I don't perish, I shall proceed. Sitting cross-legged, Su Ming immediately began to cultivate his internal energy to engage the Dark Gold Claw Bear in direct battle. He must elevate his condition to its utmost peak. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. There is no room for negligence. 2 hours later, a shadow darted through the forest. Su Ming returned once more to the cave of the Dark Golden Claw Bear. This time, he was not empty-handed. In his grasp, he held a colossal honeycomb, akin to the size of a water tank, with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. With a swift motion, the honeycomb arched gracefully through the air, landing at the mouth of the cave. Upon impact, it burst open, golden honey spilling forth in abundance. Even from his perch atop a tree, Su Ming could detect the sweet aroma wafting through the air. Oh, it seemed he himself was also indulging in the honey. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the immense form of the Dark Golden Claw Bear surged forth from the cave. Honeycomb. The bear's fierce gaze transformed in an instant. Brimming with delight as if it had stumbled upon a treasure, and it rushed forward with alacrity, retracting its dark golden claws. The bear eagerly began to gnaw at the honeycomb. Honey gushed forth, coating its large mouth and snout in the viscous sweetness, yet the bear paid no mind. With a swift motion, it tore off large chunks of honeycomb, chewing as if it were mere biscuits, in the span of a teaspoon. The honeycomb the size of a water tank was entirely consumed. The bear patted its belly contentedly, swaying its substantial rear as it prepared to re-enter the cave. Suddenly, a fist-sized stone erupted near its shoulder, causing the dark golden claw bear to halt, its ferocious eyes scanning the surroundings with cold intensity. In an instant, its copper bell-like gaze locked onto Su Ming, a sense of familiarity washing over it, as the bear bared its teeth and scratched its head in contemplation. Su Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the honey on the ground. Roar! Recognizing Su Ming, the dark golden claw bear was instantly consumed with rage, its dark golden claws extending menacingly from its fingertips. Su Ming hastily waved his hand, then pointed to himself, indicating, "No fighting, it's a gift from me." With a thunderous roar, the dark golden clawed bear, oblivious to his meaning, leaped high into the air, raising its paws above its head, where 10 resplendent dark golden claws sparkled brilliantly. Su Ming's expression darkened, realizing that the encounter was not merely a handshake. He desired a true melee, a visceral clash of strength. The friendly demeanor he once wore swiftly transformed into a frigid glare as he brandished the machete, slicing through the air with a swift motion. With a powerful draw, he sidestepped, assuming a formidable stance. This time, Su Ming did not remain stationary, awaiting the advance of the dark golden claw bear. Instead, he propelled himself forward, his left foot igniting with sparks of electricity, as if an electric current surged through his very being. In an instant, the wind howled and the lightning flickered. Su Ming's figure vanished, only to reappear, a spectral presence before the dark golden claw bear. The creature, with its claws raised high, displayed an expression of sheer terror, its pupils reflecting a fleeting glimmer of silver. With a resounding clang, an ominous sound reverberated, plunging the world into darkness. Su Ming ascended, his right hand hoisting the machete skyward, akin to an eagle taking flight. The dark golden claw bear, its abdomen caved in, found its 2-ton frame sent careening backward. Gathering the black soul power beneath his feet, Su Ming launched himself forward, landing deftly behind the bear. With another thunder strike, he unleashed a devastating blow upon the creature's rear. The bear's descent faltered momentarily, only to be propelled once more into the air. Clang! The dark golden claw bear was sent flying again, the sounds echoing like pearls cascading upon a jade plate, each strike a dazzling display. Reminiscent of a tennis match, yet this was solely Su Ming's personal exhibition, as he could no longer control the trajectory. His arms failing to unleash the full force required to lift the bear, he finally retreated, creating distance. With a thunderous crash, the dark golden claw bear plummeted to the ground, the earth cracking beneath its weight, sending dust swirling and causing the very air to vibrate with a resonant hum. Roaring in fury, feeling as though it had been toyed with by a mere human, the dark golden claw bear's eyes ignited with bloodshot rage, emanating a crimson glow. In a fierce and intense close-quarters battle, man and beast clashed amidst the forest, the sounds of metal striking metal ringing out like the relentless beating of a wooden fish. Echoing through the trees, Su Ming was utterly focused, evading the relentless attacks of the dark golden terror claw bear with unparalleled speed. However, how could one perpetually escape from close combat? Furthermore, the creature possessed 2 pairs of formidable claws. Bang! Just as Su Ming maneuvered behind it, he suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness as the massive arm lunged towards him. Whoosh! Struck as if by a heavy hammer, he was sent flying, feeling his very organs jolt within him. With a splatter, blood erupted as he collided with a swaying tree. The moment he landed, Su Ming's figure instantly vanished into the thicket, disappearing without a trace. The dark golden terror claw bear, having exhausted its roar, let out a hoarse cry before rubbing its swollen rear and retreating into the cave. Su Ming retreated to the cave to heal and recuperate. Although he did not suffer a direct hit, the tremendous force of the dark golden terror claw bear's strike was too much for him to withstand, despite his defensive efforts. It was not that he was incapable of employing his second soul skill for a substitution. Rather, he chose to endure. How could he hope to provoke the berserker's body without inflicting any wounds? Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark golden terror claw bear, triggering the berserker's body, which granted an increase of 2 in power and 2 in defense. Is that all? With a splatter, the crimson flower blossomed. His body was so well nourished that a bit of bloodshed could be celebrated. Su Ming comforted himself with this thought. Chapter 52. Su Ming's Beastmaster Journey. As dawn broke, the white mist enveloping the forest began to dissipate. With a pop, the golden honeycomb delivery arrived punctually, bursting open at the entrance of the dark golden terror claw bear's lair. The familiar scent wafted through the air. Inside the cave, the dark golden terror claw bear shivered and stepped out with its massive legs. Su Ming, in its presence, cast aside the ordinary hatchet with a clatter. In the realm of the Su family's beast taming, the first principle states, to master a beast, one must first ensure the absence of harm to both man and animal, demonstrating amicability to dispel the spirit beast's wariness. Casting aside the axe, Su Ming gestured towards the claws of the dark golden terror claw bear. You do not threaten. Nor do I. With a thunderous roar, the dark golden terror claw bear seemed to truly comprehend, charging forth with enthusiasm. With centuries behind it, it harbored no ill intentions. It merely wished to scratch Su Ming's back with its formidable, 1-meter-long dark golden claws. Su Ming's expression darkened, and the first soul ring beneath his feet glowed as he charged towards the dark gold terror claw bear. Boom, boom. Trees fell one after another, accompanied by the sound of thunder. After a while, the cacophony eventually subsided, leaving behind only a blood-stained piece of cloth clinging to the tree. On the second day of beast taming, failure was declared once more. A day later, with a splash, the same honey, the same location, like a ritualistic feeding. Su Ming arrived punctually. The dark gold terror claw bear remained ferocious. Having gorged itself, it immediately prepared to retaliate against Su Ming's assault. Its icy gaze conveyed a complete absence of emotional fluctuation. On the third day of beast taming, failure was proclaimed again. A month passed. Whoosh! A pristine white arm burst forth from the earth, scattering the surrounding soil. It resembled a plump seed, having absorbed the earth's nutrients, beginning to blossom with the hope of spring. Whoosh! Another arm emerged. With both hands pressed against the ground, Su Ming wriggled like an eel, extricating himself from the soil. Spitting out a mouthful of dirt in frustration, he brushed off the mud clinging to him and departed from the site. The wind blew through the cave's entrance, producing a mournful sound akin to the notes of a sun. Beside him, 8 or 9 other suns created a lively atmosphere. On the 32nd day of beast taming, failure was announced yet again. The frigid winter quietly passed. The sun in the sky gradually grew warmer, illuminating the world. In the forest, the snow slowly melted, and the sound of flowing springs echoed, as melodious as wind chimes. The vegetation revived in vibrant green, competing in beauty, brimming with life. At the cave's summit, Su Ming sat cross-legged. Dark currents of energy surged around him, enveloping his body like intricate patterns. The energy coalesced into a tangible form, orderly and precise. Even the thickness of the lines bore an air of mystique, as if altering them by a fraction would change their essence. The black patterns, steeped in profundity, seemed to reflect the laws governing the universe, capable of influencing the grand forces of nature. A cyclone formed around Su Ming, exerting a powerful pull on the surrounding white mist. His body appeared to be an endless abyss, continuously inhaling and exhaling energy within a radius of several hundred meters. Were it a perfected level of spirit-gathering technique, it might even attract energy over 1,000 meters. With the advancement of his cultivation, it would become even more formidable. Dark, murky energy flowed from his mouth as Su Ming opened his eyes, a hint of delight evident between his brows. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 23. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality Purple, for 025500. Special Physique, Berserker's Body. Techniques and Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfected. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfected. Primordial Blade / Second Layer, Perfected. Spirit Gathering Technique, Major Achievement. Items owned: LV2 Recovery Pill, Mental Immunity Mask, Subdragon Blood Essence, Millennium Titan Giant Serpent Meat, Spirit Nourishing Pill Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor. 10,000 Your Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength 200. Defense 188. Spirit 169. Su Ming's soul power successfully reached level 23. The remarkable speed of this achievement can primarily be attributed to the formidable energy within the Sun Mouse, which propelled his soul power directly to level 22. This energy is a concentrated essence of pure soul power. If it were not compressed, a millennium-old Sun Mouse could elevate his soul power to level 24. Naturally, his ascension to level 23 is also significantly aided by the Gathering Spirit technique. This technique is a reward from the system for Su Ming's 2 years of arduous soul power cultivation, allowing for a substantial acceleration in the speed of soul power refinement. With a smirk, Su Ming rose to his feet, basking in the warm sunlight that illuminated his stern visage, complemented by a charming smile that could undoubtedly captivate numerous young hearts. Like a shooting star, he made his way toward the lair of the dark gold claw bear, a creature he was determined to claim. With a confident demeanor, he lightly tapped his toes on the underbrush and leaped from the thicket. The surrounding area, spanning 300 meters, lay in disarray, as if ravaged by lumberjacks and moles in collusion. At the cave's entrance rested a colossal bear resembling an iron tower, its dark golden fur gleaming. It lay curled up, its robust limbs cradling its head, exuding an air of lethargy. For precautionary measures, Ming decided to employ his second skill. Should it fail, he could swiftly retreat underground. A purple radiance shimmered as a translucent figure, akin to a stream of air, emerged from within Ming. Only faint wisps of black energy were discernible, and the outline remained indistinct as the dark currents delved into the earth. The purple glow captured the attention of the dark gold claw bear. Upon recognizing Ming, its eyes sparkled with joy, and it swiftly bounded over, its arms swinging in excitement, akin to a long-lost friend joyously reunited after years apart. Ming stood his ground, unmoving. As he approached, the dark golden terror claw bear showed no intention of attacking. It crouched down, its colossal golden eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something elusive. Roar. Filled with joy that quickly dissipated, the bear let out a furious roar, seemingly expressing its inner dissatisfaction. Yet, Ming appeared oblivious, casually walking past the dark golden terror claw bear. The bear's gaze hardened, sensing the audacity of the human before it. With a swift motion, its powerful paw swiped, causing Ming to glide effortlessly, his shoes carving a small groove in the ground, only to return before the bear once more. The roar that followed was noticeably softer than before, as if the bear feared startling Ming, revealing a comical innocence in its demeanor. Aware that the bear could not comprehend human language, Ming refrained from speaking, opting instead to convey his intentions through action. I merely passed by, not wishing to engage in play. Once you disregarded me, and now I am beyond your reach. After indulging you for over a month, you crumble in just 5 days. Where is the dignity of a beast? With a disdainful snort, Ming continued on his path. Suddenly, a claw over a meter in length obstructed his way. The dark golden terror claw bear huffed, its nostrils flaring, pointing its left arm backward towards a spot, the location of honey, and emitted a series of proud grunts, as if to remind Ming of something significant. Ming cast a disdainful glance at the dark golden clawed bear, his eyes betraying his contempt. He then pointed at the dark golden claw before him. With a swift motion, the dark golden claw was retracted by the bear. Subsequently, it raised its paw in a gesture that seemed to convey to Ming that it meant him no harm. Ming, with an expressionless visage, slowly raised his fist. The dark golden claw bear, seemingly perplexed, gently patted his arm. Fortunately, he managed to endure, otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. Emitting a cold grunt from his throat, Ming cast a sidelong glance at the dark golden claw bear, his demeanor imbued with a regal disdain. The bear, with a vacant expression and a look of confusion, took a moment to grasp the situation. After a few seconds, as if enlightenment dawned upon it, it raised its fist to meet Ming's in a gesture of camaraderie. Ming retreated, stepping back with subtle force, just enough to avoid being pushed away by the ominous golden terror claw bear. Ming nodded in satisfaction and then began to communicate with the dark golden claw bear using his own invented gestures. Swish, swish, indicating honey. Mimicking punches and kicks. Every day I shall provide you with honey, and in return, you will spar with me. Roar, the bear's sound, monologue for now. Let's assume he comprehends this. Swish, bang, pointing at the claws, tapping fists. You must not utilize your dark golden claw. It shall be a contest of pure strength. Roar, the bear's sound, monologue. Perhaps he understands. Well, let us assume he does. Swish, swish, indicating the sun. Raising his hand upwards, from the moment the sun rises until noon, we shall train. Roar, the bear's sound. Ming made an okay gesture, and the other party imitated him. Upon witnessing this, Ming felt completely at ease. A true man should confront challenges head-on. I did not come here to practice my swordsmanship. You need not wield your claws, and I shall forego my blade. Bang. Ming's arm bulged with veins as he launched a powerful punch towards the dark golden claw bear. The creature's belly merely bounced, unaffected by the blow. How I admire your resilience. Ming no longer concealed his power. His soul force surged violently, enveloping his entire being like a blazing inferno. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, a sudden flash of dark golden light streaked past. A sense of imminent danger washed over him. And as he lifted his gaze, his expression darkened instantaneously. Damn it. You promised not to deny it, didn't you? With a swift motion, the dark golden claws slashed through the air, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, accompanied by a rising tide of black energy. Clone, demise 16. 30 meters underground. A figure sat despondently, resting his face in his hands. Above, the dark golden clawed bear roared to the heavens, echoing the fury of a fire cloud demon questioning. Why do you strike me? Su Ming, the dark golden claw bear. You explicitly promised not to strike me, yet you deliver honey to me twice daily, each morning and noon, and offer to massage my legs. Why then do you choose to hit me? Su Ming, on the 40th day of beast mastery, has made some modest progress. Chapter 53. Every punch strikes true, relentless training. Reflexes, formed through experience, are typically developed through learning. Organisms respond to various environmental stimuli, and when combined with unconditioned stimuli, can provoke certain unconditioned reflexes. This is exemplified in the conditioned reflexes related to an animal's feeding behavior. Once accustomed to being fed and assured of safety, an animal's aggression significantly diminishes, leading to involuntary digestive actions. As the system suggests, diligence begets reward. After nearly 2 months of diligent feeding, the wildness of the dark golden claw bear has notably subsided. On this particular day, the weather was splendid. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting a kaleidoscope of hues that resembled circular rainbows adorning the branches. Bang, bang, bang. The forest echoed with the thunderous sound of impacts. Fists fell like raindrops, relentlessly striking the dark golden claw bear. With each punch, a terrifying wave of sound reverberated in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A dark golden claw bear was staggering backward, its massive paws flailing in a desperate retreat. The boy, barely half its height, launched a fervent barrage of punches. Like a tempest, his movements were too swift to be discerned. His speed was so remarkable that the sounds of his strikes blended into a singular roar. Whoosh! The boxing coach, the dark golden claw bear, was unwilling to remain on the defensive. With a sudden motion of its shoulder joint, it unleashed a powerful slap towards Su Ming. Even before the attack reached him, the terrifying force of the wind it generated tousled Su Ming's hair. Su Ming felt as if a colossal giant had appeared before him, wielding an impenetrable wall of iron, drawing closer with an unstoppable force. It was fierce and overwhelming, as if in the next moment, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Su Ming's heart raced violently as he swiftly stepped onto the belly of the dark golden fearsome claw bear, employing his lightness skill to evade danger. The crescent moon hung inverted in the sky. Su Ming's waist arched gracefully, carving a beautiful arc in the air before landing before the dark golden clawed bear. With a swift motion, as soon as he touched the ground, Su Ming vanished once more. That was a close call. Su Ming pressed his palm against the thigh of the dark golden terror claw, his figure inverted as he deftly evaded the latter's assault. With a surge of strength, he launched himself into the air, soaring nearly 10 meters high. Have you ever heard of the technique of striking from the heavens? The black crystal beneath his feet shattered with a resounding crack, and Su Ming plummeted rapidly downward. Swift as a meteor, a terrifying barrage of attacks followed in quick succession. Boom! The shockwave swept through the surroundings, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Su Ming delivered a powerful punch to the forehead of the dark golden claw bear. Despite its imposing weight of 2 tons, the bear could not help but slide backward. With a roar, the bear's entire face visibly expanded, and it opened its massive jaws to unleash a thunderous roar akin to the crashing of waves upon the shore. Crack! Su Ming raised his hand defensively, yet the roar of the dark golden fear claw bear was utterly terrifying, so much so that it violently tore apart his protective shield. You promised not to unleash your skills. How could you deceive me like this? Su Ming, filled with exasperation, could only raise his hands defensively before him. His complexion was visibly pale. The battle was not merely a drain on soul power. It was equally a test of physical stamina and mental fortitude. In his confrontation with the dark golden claw bear, Su Ming had exerted himself to the fullest, leaving no room for deceit or evasion. He continuously utilized his mental energy to monitor the muscular shifts of the dark golden claw bear, delivering each punch with unwavering force. Otherwise, he would be unable to evade the bear's relentless assaults or repel its formidable presence. Boom, boom. The dark golden claw bear offered no respite, swiftly closing the distance. Whoosh! Su Ming swiftly leaped, evading the terrifying embrace of the dark golden terror claw bear. Suddenly, a rending sensation pierced through his mental faculties. Su Ming's face contorted in agony as he hastily withdrew all of his spiritual energy. Thud! Just as he regained his composure, a shadow loomed ominously before him. The dark golden hide of the bear was alarmingly close. Despair washed over him. He tilted his head back to behold the imposing paw of the bear. which was indeed awaiting him. Almost instinctively, he summoned all his soul power to form a robust protective shield above his head. Gritting his teeth tightly and raising his hands in defense. Boom. The colossal paw descended with a thunderous force, akin to a mountain crashing down, suffocating him under its weight. Crack. The dark crystal shield shattered in an instant. Whoosh. Like a nail driven into the earth, Su Ming was thrust underground. The dark golden claw bear let out a ferocious roar. Just as it was about to depart, it seemed to sense something and swiftly turned back. The ferocity on its face faded away as it squatted down, its body arching, and began to frantically dig into the earth with its massive forepaws. Through their combined efforts, Su Ming finally emerged from the ground. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air. Exhaustion enveloped his limbs, and his expression was one of utter fatigue. Like fragile parchment. He could no longer withstand the ravages of any storm. The dark golden claw bear scratched its head in a comical manner before ambling to the side. With a sudden swish, a large tree was uprooted effortlessly. The bear, wielding its enormous arms, shook the tree free from its roots and ambled over. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled, sending Su Ming reeling. Such a simpleton. As a patch of shade enveloped him, Su Ming opened one eye, feeling a mix of amusement and despair. Indeed. The audacity of such a brute to provide shade was terrifying. Su Ming made a gesture, and the dark golden claw bear instantly understood, plunging headlong into the forest. Crash. Bang. Rip. Boom. Like bandits invading a village, the sounds gradually diminished, accompanied by tremors. As usual, the dark golden claw bear set out to hunt. Su Ming bit down, breaking the recovery elixir bound within his mouth, and swallowed it whole. After a brief moment, his body began to rejuvenate. Su Ming did not depart. Instead, he rekindled the fire from his previous endeavors and skewered the flesh of the millennia-old Titan serpent with a cleaver, placing it upon the flames to roast. After a while, the dark gold fear claw bear barreled through the trees and returned. Dangling from its dark golden claws was a century-old, blood-drained, disemboweled spotted tiger. Its spirit rings were still emanating a faint glow, a testament to its recent demise. The immense shadow loomed overhead, and the dark gold fear claw bear plopped down beside Su Ming with a resounding thud. Su Ming once again experienced the sensation of soaring. His expression remained remarkably placid, as though he had long since become accustomed to such extraordinary occurrences. With a growl, the dark gold terror claw bear nudged Su Ming and then positioned the striped tiger before him. In an instant, a flash of black light erupted, and the tiger's fur was torn apart with elegance and precision. Su Ming did not even blink. The dark gold terror claw bear let out a roar and began to roast the entire striped tiger. The synergy between the man and the bear was impeccable as they embarked on their culinary adventure. The only difference was, Su Ming wielded a cleaver, while the dark gold terror bear brandished its ominous claws. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly shatter the hearts of countless soul masters. "Do not snatch my meat, relinquish it," he roared. "By the heavens, this is the flesh of a Millennium Titan serpent, you beast." Chapter 54, The Wild Men of the Stardew Forest. Engaging in combat to enhance one's abilities is trivial. Fight, day in and day out. As long as his body recuperated, Su Ming would seek out the dark gold terror bear for battle. Of course, he did not neglect the cultivation of his soul power. His relationship with the dark gold terror bear grew stronger with each encounter, while the level 2 recovery pill diminished in quantity. Beep. The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark gold terror bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Beep. The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark gold terror bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Beep. The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark gold terror bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 2 to strength and 2 to defense. Beep. The host engaged in a fierce battle with the dark gold terror bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 2 to strength and 1 to defense. P.S. The values are decreasing, constantly being flung away, rising again and again, transitioning from healing to injury repeatedly, enduring the excruciating pain and the vivid crimson of blood, enraptured by combat, intoxicated by the enhancement of his physical prowess. Su Ming appeared to have become mechanical and numb, completely oblivious to the passage of 2 years. During this time, he had not once ventured into the starry forest. The vow to return home annually had long been abandoned. Only the battle remained. In the woods, a man and a bear were locked in an intense struggle, their fists colliding with a resounding thud that echoed through the heavens. The force of their strikes generated shockwaves akin to a tornado. Boom. A dark golden glow flickered from the paw of the dark golden claw bear. striking fiercely towards the figure opposite. The figure, clad in tiger skin, exuded an aura of wildness, with bare legs and bronze arms reminiscent of a primitive warrior. Standing at approximately 170 centimeters, the man's tousled hair fell from his forehead, revealing piercing, emotionless eyes. Confronting the century-old dark golden claw bear. A formidable spirit beast even for Soul Kings, the man displayed no fear. With his body bent low, his long arms and torso resembled a drawn bow, ready to unleash explosive power. His right fist emanated a dark energy, swirling ominously with the force of thunder. In an instant, their fists met with a thunderous clash. The ground beneath them could not withstand such overwhelming power, splitting apart in an instant. Both man and bear were simultaneously pushed back by the extraordinary force. Stones and debris scattering in their wake as they carved a straight line into the earth. As if in unison, both combatants stomped their feet against the ground, dissipating the other's momentum. To the onlooker's astonishment, it appeared they were evenly matched. A human body contending with a century-old dark golden claw bear? The man was nothing short of a monster. The bear let out deep roars, seemingly signaling the man to cease his onslaught. Cease? The man remained undeterred. The black aura surrounding him surged more violently. Like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, he unleashed a fearsome energy that made the very earth tremble. The dark golden claw bear's eyes widened in desperation, its gestures growing frantic, resembling those of a sentient being. Ignoring the bear, the man prepared to strike again. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Beep. Host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden claw bear. Berserker's body activated. Reward power 0. Defense 0. In that moment, the man's icy gaze revealed a flicker of astonishment, the once ferocious energy about him rapidly dissipating. 0? How could that be possible? His eyes, filled with rage, darted towards the system interface. Even upon seeing the notification, disbelief washed over him. His fists clenched, crackling with fury, as he yearned to smash this faulty system. Beep. The available enhancement values for the primary Berserker's body have been fully consumed. Please upgrade to intermediate as soon as possible. The system disclaims responsibility for delays in host advancement. To achieve infinite enhancement directly would be the ultimate solution. Quick upgrade, please. The system's incessant barking was intolerable. Enough. With a cold glare, Ming shot a menacing look at the terrified dark golden claw bear. His eyes reflecting not the essence of humanity, but the ferocity of a beast. A voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him. Eliminate the dark golden claw bear. Slay every encountered soul beast. Annihilate all who cross your path. Gradually, his expression turned vacant, and Ming perceived a doorway materializing before him. The dichotomy of rationality and slaughter battled within him, akin to the scales of justice, causing turmoil in his heart. Observing the malevolent aura radiating from him after a month's absence, the dark golden claw bear fled in terror to its cave. The autumn breeze ruffled his disheveled hair, revealing a pale, jade-like visage framed by swirling violet eyes. Time passed, and Ming's gaze gradually cleared. Although his complexion did not warm, it was no longer as frigid. He exhaled heavily, beads of cold sweat pouring down his brow. Time seemed to slip away. Noticing his ghastly appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly, he had succumbed to madness. Rubbing his forehead vigorously, Ming drifted towards the horizon. In a brief moment, he arrived at a serene lake. The waters were crystal clear, dotted with floating duckweed. In harmony with the surrounding desolation, the lake reflected a chilling hue, seemingly unable to resist the autumn's embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming plunged into the water, indifferent to its coldness. Though he had emerged from that dire state, he fully comprehended that his recent condition could only be described as abysmal. Even now, recalling it sent shivers down his spine. Pondering if it was the path of the Rakshasa secret realm, drifting upon the lake's surface, Ming allowed the frigid waters to seep into his very pores. The azure sky, the white clouds, the gentle breeze, and the soaring birds. The vast ocean and the blooming of spring painted a vibrant tapestry of life against the backdrop of his once monochrome existence. Uncertain of how long he floated on the lake, he surrendered to the tranquil embrace of the water. Ming slowly opened his eyes, seemingly returning to his original state. System, how can I elevate the Berserker's physique to an intermediate level? Ding. The specifics are for the host to explore independently. The system is under no obligation to disclose them. Ming inquired tentatively, to withstand half an hour under the hands of a titled Douluo? Ding. The system is unable to disclose such information. Please engage in combat with 3 titled Douluo. Ding. The system is unable to reveal further details. Please proceed. Host. Ming, feeling somewhat enlightened, sighed in resignation. He began to harbor doubts regarding the existence of the berserker physique. He pondered that rigorous training and the consumption of high-energy meats could indeed enhance one's physical constitution. In light of this, the attributes bestowed upon him by the system appeared rather meager. Be not misled, host. Trust in the system, came the response. Then why is the increase in mental strength so minimal? Chapter 55. Departure from the Douluo Great Forest. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation of soul power has concluded after 785 days, totaling 4,084 hours. Evaluation of effort. Your time significantly surpasses that of the top 100 core disciples of the three sects. Although your soul power has not exceeded that of the top 90 disciples, you have nonetheless achieved commendable results. Effort level, 6 stars. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portion of celestial herb and 3 soul-nurturing pills. Congratulations, host. Your training against the dark gold fearsome claw bear has concluded after 779 days. With a total of 304 battles fought in the Douluo Great Forest. Evaluation of effort. You engaged in combat with the dark gold fearsome claw bear without exceeding the rank of soul sovereign. Facing repeated defeats yet displaying remarkable perseverance in both escape and combat, which is truly legendary. Effort level, 8 stars. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a strand of ultimate gold. With a thunderous roar, the lake erupted in a cascade of water, and a figure heavily landed upon a massive stone on the shore. Water dripped incessantly from his damp hair, resembling seaweed atop his head. Ignoring this, Ming hastily accessed the system. Ultimate gold, born from an area rich in gold elements. It represents the purest form of gold, impervious and immensely resilient, capable of tearing through space and causing catastrophic destruction. His face aglow with joy. Ming's heart raced with excitement. After 3 years of cultivation, he had only acquired 37 portions of gold power. A stark contrast to the 100 required for ultimate gold. I was right. Battling the dark gold fearsome claw bear truly yields ultimate gold. Ming's heart soared with exhilaration. 2 years, an entire 2 years. Was he merely seeking to enhance his attributes through the body of a fierce warrior? No. Every step he had taken in his cultivation thus far had remained within the confines of his meticulously crafted plan. One must not underestimate someone who has traversed 6 years and resigned to mediocrity. Given the slightest opportunity, his potential for madness would be boundless. Whoosh. A brilliant golden light surged forth, and in an instant, Ming felt an unparalleled sharpness emanating from within. The essence of his spiritual power was severed with a swift motion. The golden glow resembled that of a majestic emperor, forbidding any prying eyes from gazing upon it. Ming was drenched in cold sweat and immediately withdrew his mental energy. The golden light, resembling a swimming dragon, spiraled around the woodcutter's knife. The knife itself was illuminated by this golden radiance, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. Moments later, like a dragon diving into the sea, the golden light swiftly merged into the knife. With a resounding thud, the golden energy dispersed from the blade, as if water flowed over it, cleansing the woodcutter's knife. After approximately half an hour, Ming sensed the sharpness had vanished. Suddenly, a dark light overflowed from within Ming, and a resplendent blade materialized in his hand. Ming slowly raised the blade, its brilliant golden light slicing through the air, seemingly outshining even the sun's radiant glow. A mere chopping knife? No. This is a blade capable of slaying dragons. His fingers glided over the weapon with a tender reverence, and within him, joy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Boom. A 10-meter-high column of water erupted from the lake. Ming did not evade the downpour, allowing it to drench him completely. His gaze remained unwavering, captivated by the blade in his hand. The originally humble weapon spirit, a chopping knife, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its inward curve had sharpened into an outward arc, the blade now straight and gleaming, possessing both sharpness and substance. The rounded hilt was now entwined with simple golden patterns, featuring a flat, oval handguard. The colors had shifted from black and silver to include a new touch of gold. The blade's edge transitioned from silver to gold, while the blade itself shimmered with a black-gold hue, adorned with silver lines that sparkled like scattered gold dust. Viewed as a whole, the chopping knife appeared simple yet resplendent. Host, Ming. Soul power, level 31. Weapon spirit, chopping knife, quality black, 401-055-0000. Considering hereditary factors, a strand of ultimate gold is undoubtedly red. Special physique, Berserker S body, elementary. Martial techniques, breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected, Golden Crow Blade Technique perfected. Hunyuan Blade / second layer perfected. Spirit Gathering Technique great achievement. Possessions: Random Immortal Herb, Soul Ascension Pill, Mental Immunity Mask, Blood Essence of the Subdragon, Spirit Nurturing Pill Recipe. Eye Silkworm Armor, 10,000 Year Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 661. Defense, 603. Spirit, 269. With just a little more, it could attain red quality, potentially surpassing the 7-kill sword of the same level. Henceforth, you shall be known as the God-slaying blade. His gaze grew increasingly fervent. Su Ming found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. Had he finally attained a supreme weapon spirit? Had 5 years of cultivation finally yielded rewards? Did he now possess the power to crush his contemporaries? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming steadied his mind. This was merely the beginning. The road ahead remained long, demanding humility and patience. However, it was indeed time to depart from the Stardow Forest. With a glimmer in his eye, Su Ming retracted his weapon spirit and swiftly made his way to Xiao Jin's lair. His 2+ years in the Stardow Forest had nearly transformed him into a wild man, and he had no desire to linger any longer. As for the intermediate Berserker S body, overwhelmed by joy, Su Ming had grown indifferent. With his current physique, obtaining a soul ring through conventional means would suffice. Even without it, he would persist in his cultivation, seeking ways to enhance his physical form. Upon arriving at Xiao Jin's dwelling, he found the fellow leisurely roasting a wind spirit horse over a campfire, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, the surrounding scene caused Su Ming's pupils to dilate in shock, compelling him to halt. All around him, for a mile-less radius, lay an unsettling expanse of skeletal remains, reminiscent of a hellish realm. The corpses of soul beasts amounted to 200 or 300. A chill gripped his heart, and Su Ming swallowed hard in terror. In his frenzy, he had subconsciously engaged in battle and sought sustenance, oblivious to the multitude of corpses surrounding him. No wonder he had previously succumbed to a frenzied state. Indeed, the sight before him illustrated the profound impact of slaughter on one's psyche, particularly for someone who had traversed from a modern society. Accepting such a drastic transformation was exceedingly difficult, despite his constant reminders to himself that it mattered not. The cumulative weight of time had the power to alter one's very nature. The knife that takes lives ultimately turns upon its wielder, he muttered to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If he were to remain here, he too might devolve into a beast of slaughter. Truly, everything possesses its advantages and disadvantages. Greed often begets ruin. Shaking his head, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart as he approached Xiao Jin. Since he was to depart, he would share this final meal with him, treating it as a farewell. Moreover, he intended to borrow a few items. Half an hour later, Su Ming wielded a golden blade, pursuing the dark golden claw bear through the forest like a relentless hunter. Little Jin, do you possess no semblance of conscience? I am about to depart, and you refuse to part with even this trifling offering? Roars echoed through the trees. Your howls are futile. Stay your ground. I merely wish to borrow a bit of your vitality. You dare glare at me? The bear growled in response. If you continue to bellow, I shall treat you as a pig and pierce your soft neck, which I know to be your most vulnerable spot. In an unexpected display of cooperation, Little Jin, recognizing the mutual benefits, provided Su Ming with 3,000 cc of blood. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. After 2 years, you have triumphed over the century-old dark golden claw bear. Reward, black satin robe. A sigh of relief escaped Su Ming's lips. Having vented 2 years' worth of pin-up fury, he slowly rose from Little Jin's side, adopting a more serious demeanor. Chapter 56. Is this your theoretical best? In the bustling streets of Notting City, vendors thrived amidst the throngs of people, a stark contrast to the snowy desolation etched in his memory. A youth donned a mask, a blade sheathed at his waist. His cool gaze surveyed the surroundings with a hint of familiarity, his expression subtly warm. Clad in a sleek black robe adorned with golden patterns, he stood tall and imposing. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, interspersed with strands of gold, elegantly gathered at the back of his head with a jade crown. His striking appearance caused a few girls to blush as they stole glances. However, the youth's countenance remained somewhat aloof, his penetrating gaze sharp enough to dissuade direct contact. As he strolled through the street, he suddenly halted. The vendor's eyes brightened, eagerly calling out, "Young master, my candied hawthorn is exceptionally sweet, utterly genuine. Do indulge in a few more. The elderly and children at home will relish them, and they are sure to bring smiles." The youth remained silent, tossing a gold coin before hoisting an entire skewered candied hawthorn tree onto his shoulder. The vendor, without a word, quickly pocketed the coin, elated as he headed home, contemplating the stroke of fortune that had befallen him today. Indeed, the vendor spoke true. The candied hawthorn was not sour. The youth had sampled a couple beforehand to avoid any unpleasant surprises. At long last, he had returned to the Soul Master Academy. Su Ming's gaze was stirred. He chose not to enter through the main gate, but instead scaled the fence. Subsequently, he leapt onto the rooftop, making his way toward the heart of the academy. Tang-san, Xiao Wu, you are the most exceptional students I have ever mentored. In just a few months, you shall likely ascend to the rank of Soul Master. At the tender age of 11, such potential is a rarity even across the entire continent. In the future, you will encounter numerous prodigies as well as formidable threats. To conquer your adversaries, it is imperative to first comprehend them. Thus, I wish to impart knowledge about the continent's premier martial souls. On a balcony, the figure of Yu Xiaojang, clad in black and bearing a rigid countenance, was engaged in lecturing, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. The earlier despondency had vanished. As he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonant and vibrant. Before him sat two figures, one male and one female. The young man appeared unremarkable yet stood tall, his expression resolute, exuding an air of calmness. The young woman, adorned in blue, was strikingly beautiful, her form delicate and poised, her demeanor somewhat understated. In response to Yu Xiaojang's discourse, she listened intently, her youthful face devoid of any impatience. Rather, she diligently took notes, leaving the young man beside her feeling somewhat inferior. The pair were none other than Tang-san and Xiao Wu. Suddenly, unbeknownst to the three, a figure clad in black had silently arrived atop the roof. He bore a skewer of candied hawthorn on his shoulder and wore a white mask. His cold gaze fixed upon them. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Wu, a flicker of emotion passed through the masked man's expression, particularly upon witnessing her taking notes, which left him momentarily entranced. Xiao Wu, taking notes? It feels as though this realm of Douluo is even more fantastical than the fantastical itself. This girl has indeed undergone remarkable transformation. Su Ming felt a sense of comfort within, choosing not to disturb the moment as he savored the tangy sweetness of the candied hawthorn. After 2 years of indulging in mead, he found himself somewhat nauseated. This candied treat was indeed to his liking. However, as he listened, he gradually became unable to continue. He spat out the hawthorn seeds, which clinked as they rolled down the tiles. Who is it? The three of them were startled, their expressions turning icy as they cast sharp glances in the direction of the sound. Particularly, Yu Xiaojang's face darkened like a stormy sky. Upon looking toward the source, their cold visages revealed an oddity. Candied hawthorn? Clad in black and masked, it was evident they were up to no good. Yet, why did they remain so nonchalant even after being discovered? Moreover, who would carry candied hawthorn like that? With veins pulsating on his forehead, Yu Xiaojang stepped forward coldly, stating, "This is the territory of my disciples, and you dare to lurk in the shadows to eavesdrop? How shameless!" Shameless? Do you not know how you pilfered the knowledge of the spirit hall? Su Ming pointed to his position and responded with a cold smirk. I am not hiding. If you discover me, then I am not eavesdropping. If you fail to notice my presence, even if I stand before you, it would still be considered eavesdropping. Would it not? Furthermore, your theory is lacking substance. Much of what you speak is of no use to me. Do you think I hold it in high regard? The stark mockery struck Yu Xiaojang like a fly entering his mouth, causing his chest to tremble violently with discomfort. Very well. Since you insist on claiming that my theories are deficient, I am compelled to ask you where the flaws lie. Should you fail to articulate your points, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. This is the Soul Master Academy. If it comes to blows, you shall find it impossible to escape. Yu Xiaojang's gaze was sharp, akin to a blade. If glances could kill, Su Ming would have long since been silenced. Tang-sen observed Su Ming without uttering a word, sensing something amiss within. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow in silence, feeling an odd familiarity about him, as he carried the distinct scent of the Stardow forest. A group assault, is it? Su Ming found the situation somewhat amusing. One might wonder, in the entire Soul Master Academy, how many would dare to stand by your side? They would likely choose to take a detour upon encountering me. The quality of a top-tier martial soul is undeniably high, as you stated. Innate soul power correlates directly with martial soul quality. However, even among the same type of martial soul, there exist variations in innate soul power. Not to mention that soul masters with inferior martial souls can surpass their predecessors. The proportionality you speak of is merely a rudimentary longitudinal comparison. I wish to inquire, with the same martial soul and the same parents, why do disparities in innate soul power still arise? If you can elucidate this matter, It would be far more profound than your simplistic notion of proportionality. Xiao found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of his ignorance on the subject, which explained why he could only assert that it was proportional. Tang San furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Xiao. Noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, he instinctively asked, "Teacher, do you not know the answer to this question either?" A flush of embarrassment crept across Xiao's face as he feigned composure. "I am indeed interested to hear what insights you may possess." "So, you are saying you do not know?" "I truly do not know." It felt as though a thorn had pierced his heart, igniting an uncontrollable fury within Xiao, a desire to remove the source of his frustration. Ming shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that the theoretical master seemed to be a misnomer. Xiao, feeling as if a thorn was lodged in his throat, glared with eyes ablaze. Ming's voice resonated, prepared to deliver a heavy blow to someone. The notion of innate soul power is not entirely accurate. The genesis of soul power is intricately linked to martial souls. Those of superior quality actively draw nourishment from the body, forming the rudimentary essence of soul power. The differentiation in soul power arises not only from the variance in martial souls, but also from the disparate energy derived from the food consumed during childhood. Furthermore, the environment experienced during the formative years significantly influences the energy absorbed from the surroundings before the age of 6. Therefore, the so-called innate soul power measured is, in many instances, not truly innate, but rather a synthesis of both innate and acquired factors. Boom. Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils dilated in shock, realizing the truth in this statement. Xiao Wu, equally astonished, never expected it to be so. Staggering back, Xiao's complexion turned pale, and he braced himself against the wall with trembling hands. The two stared in disbelief at Xiao. Wasn't it said that theory was paramount? Do you truly not comprehend? Chapter 57. Xiao Wu, your child has been taken. Regarding Xiao, even with the adult soul of Ming, there was little affection to be mustered. While one could criticize Tang San for his double standards, Ming could just barely tolerate it. For once a person possesses strength, it is indeed easy to become arrogant. Though one might argue that Dai Mubai abandoned his responsibilities, Ming could somewhat rationalize it, given his youth and the inability to withstand the intrigues and deceptions of the royal court. There exists a degree of understanding from a logical standpoint. Yet it does not eclipse Ming's moral disdain. But Xiao, as a mentor, setting aside theoretical concerns, his teaching methods alone invite criticism. It is often said that great teachers produce exceptional students. Yet he appears to be a case where the exceptional students have elevated him to the status of a renowned teacher. As a partner, he has abandoned 2 women in succession. His arrogant self-righteousness, akin to a useless individual, ensures that someone like Xiao is unlikely to experience a fulfilling romance. Bibi Dong. Indeed, there are obstructive factors present. However, to love another, one must first ensure their own worthiness. Mutual affection requires a foundation of trust. Although the specifics of Xiao's departure from the spirit hall remain unclear, his prideful act of leaving without seeking clarity is devoid of responsibility. He even harbors disbelief towards someone who cares for him, which extends to Lu Erlong as well. Separation and blacklisting in youth can be understood. But at such an advanced age, his lack of accountability is baffling. Does he believe that avoiding confrontation will allow things to simply fade away? It feels reminiscent of a child's playtime. Alternatively, perhaps his ineptitude has rendered him unwilling to shoulder the burdens of such situations. At this very moment, Xiao, humiliated and furious due to Ming's remarks, chose silence and stormed away in exasperation. It seemed imperative to discuss this matter with Xiao Wu. With his thoughts resolved, Ming slowly rose. With a swift motion, he sent 2 candied hawthorns flying through the air. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu caught them, gazing at Ming in bewilderment. What is he up to? Is he striking with one hand only to offer a sweet treat with the other? Ming remarked that he had just purchased something on the street and, sensing a connection, decided to share it with them. A connection? I perceive you as someone deserving of a beating. With a cold huff, Xiao Wu stepped on the tiles and charged towards Ming, exuding frustration. Be careful, Tang San promptly warned, his hidden weapon already clenched in his hand, poised for action. Step, step, step. Like a darting swallow, Xiao Wu drew ever closer to Ming. Yet, he remained motionless, planted in his spot. Boom. Just as her palm strike was about to descend, Xiao Wu suddenly twisted her waist and executed a flip, slipping past Ming like an eel. From Ming's shoulder, it was evident that she halted less than 2 meters away. She slowly rose, a mask still clutched in her hand. Ming, it's actually you. Tang San exclaimed, his face paling with shock, soon transforming into visible delight as he hurried towards her. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's delicate figure trembled violently, her eyes reddening instantly. How typical of you to come back and provoke someone right away, reminiscent of your former self. She struck Su Ming's chest lightly, and Tang San, relieved, spread his hands and remarked, "Do you see? Fortunately, I did not resort to my hidden weapons. Otherwise, heh." A smile adorned Tang San's face, yet internally he was unsettled. The robustness of this fellow's physique was astonishing, causing his own hand to throb with pain. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang San, discerning the moment, took his leave, allowing the siblings to share their space. Turning to Xiao Wu, Su Ming's expression was intricate, culminating in a profound sigh. Compared to before, she had indeed matured significantly. Mature, my foot. Tears cascaded from the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes as she, in a fit of anger, turned and delivered a swift kick. Boom. The forceful blow landed upon his arm, yet Su Ming remained unyielding. Gazing at Xiao Wu's tear-streaked face, Su Ming's gaze softened. Her strength had evidently increased, suggesting she had undergone considerable training. With a slight tremor, Xiao Wu lowered her leg, feeling aggrieved, furious, and nostalgic. The pent-up emotions within her surged like a torrential flood. Her tear-filled eyes glaring at him as she exclaimed, "Even a pig would grow fatter after 2 years. What is so extraordinary about that? You're allowed to grow stronger. But I'm not permitted to strive, am I? Let me tell you, today no one can save you, unless I beat you into a pig. You shall never find peace in this lifetime." With a swish, her figure transformed into a blur as Xiao would charge towards Su Ming with remarkable speed. Thus commenced an extraordinary duel upon the rooftop. Su Ming strolled leisurely, skillfully evading the onslaught of attacks. Although Xiao's speed was impressive, Su Ming surpassed it, as if he had anticipated her every move. Each punch and kick missed their mark. After a while, Xiao bent over, panting heavily, seemingly exhausted. Just as she raised her head and opened her mouth to speak, a candied hawthorn was swiftly placed into her mouth. When fatigue sets in, it is wise to take a moment to replenish one's energy. What do you think? Su Ming smiled gently and sincerely suggested. Do you think a single candied hawthorn is sufficient? His voice trailed off abruptly as Xiao Wu bit her trembling pink lips tightly. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and her recently dried pink eyes welled up with tears once more. Feeling a pang of compassion, Su Ming reached out to brush away her tears, thinking how silly it was for someone of her age to still cry, unafraid of ridicule. Xiao Wu's tears flowed uncontrollably, her tear-filled eyes glaring at him with a fury that seemed to wish for 1,000 tortures upon him. You can deceive me all you like, but don't think you can just hide away when you return. Not only will you not escape unharmed today, but even if I called my grandfather here, you would still face dire consequences. By the way, the term unharmed refers to the length of a life, not merely a day. It should rather be resolved. Su Ming, with a sense of helplessness, pressed his forehead in exasperation, his heart caught in a tumult of laughter and tears. Xiao Wu, His heart was flooded with sorrow, akin to a deluge. Xiao Wu, cradling her knees, appeared woefully pitiful, lost in her own sobs. You deceived me for 2 years, returning with naught but an apology. Not only did you fail to apologize, but you also mocked me. When I return home, I shall tell grandfather that you eloped with someone else. Yes, that the child was snatched away by the other party. Let's see if grandfather doesn't give you a good thrashing. I must remind him to fetch a knife. This fellow is tough-skinned and will only feel pain when met with steel. Seeing Xiao Wu weep inconsolably, Su Ming felt a pang of guilt and took a seat beside her. He offered no explanations, for no reasoning could alter the fact that he had broken his promise. He left Xiao Wu alone, knowing she would have to return home to care for her grandfather during the holidays. Though it was unclear who was looking after whom, it certainly placed a burden upon her. Su Ming gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. She thought to herself that it was perfectly acceptable to cry here, as there was no one else around. Let it out, it would be a relief. After all, it was your doing, and yet you still have the audacity to speak. Xiao Wu glared fiercely, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. So, I am here to console you, am I not? Is this what you call consolation? Su Ming gently wiped away Xiao Wu's tears and raised an eyebrow, saying, otherwise. Shall I leap off a cliff or a building to atone for my sins? Would that bring you joy? Of course not. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. See, that's why. Su Ming was about to continue speaking when his voice abruptly ceased. A hand had already grasped the soft flesh at his waist. Xiao Wu let out a cold, mocking laugh. You truly believe that jumping off a building or a cliff would leave you unscathed? Do you think me a fool? With that, she spun wildly, completing a full 270-degree turn. Su Ming, this girl has truly become extraordinary. Chapter 58. The practice tests the truth. On the rooftop. A man and a woman lie quietly, as if resting upon a grassy meadow. The sky is a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting by, and the ancient buildings create a picturesque scene. Su Ming felt a profound sense of relaxation within, his gaze radiating a gentle smile. Having spent 2 years in the starry forest, his heart had never experienced such tranquility. It was as soft as a gentle breeze, as serene as still waters, as graceful as birds gliding through the trees, and as peaceful as the quiet blue sky adorned with white clouds. The burdens of his soul dissipated entirely. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes and softly inquired, "Have you heard any sound?" "Sound?" Xiao tilted her head, continuing to move her lips. "Are you implying that my enjoyment of candied hawthorn is disturbing you? I shall indulge, for the more I annoy you, the better. It's my utmost delight to vex you." She chewed more loudly, secretly reveling in her mischief. With a gentle shake of his head, Su Ming's voice flowed like a babbling brook. "I refer to a tranquil sound. Even your eating seems to possess an air of serenity." Pausing in her chewing, Xiao squinted at Su Ming, a smile playing on her lips. "Not only have you changed significantly in appearance, but it seems your tongue has grown quite slick as well. Do not think that flattery will spare you from my reckoning." Crack! The beautiful illusion shattered in an instant. Su Ming let out a weary sigh and shot a scathing glance at a certain individual who was ruining the atmosphere. "Which of your ears heard me praising you? The environment is shaped by the mind. The tranquility I speak of is a reflection of my inner feelings. When my heart feels serene, even if you shout in my ear, I still perceive a sense of calm. Do you understand this sentiment?" With a quick roll of her eyes, Xiao leaned towards Su Ming's ear, appearing to grasp the meaning, albeit vaguely. "Go away, go away." Su Ming's expression darkened, and he quickly turned his head away. Tang Hulu puffed out her cheeks, while Xiao Wu snorted coldly. "Is it still the mind creates the environment? Do you truly feel at peace now? I could yell at you a couple of times, and it wouldn't cost you a thing. Did you not claim that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth? Allow me to conduct this test for you. Why are you in such a hurry? A test? What you are doing hardly qualifies as one." Su Ming squinted slightly. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already dismissed him with an indifferent wave of her hand. As if anticipating his response, she murmured, all right, I was just joking with you. My skin isn't itching for a reprimand, so there's no need for you to say anything. Your fist is large, and your rules are your rules. Is that settled?" Su Ming, what a calamity. Su Ming Xing, feeling utterly disenchanted, closed his eyes. "I am weary. Let it all be destroyed." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, a triumphant smile gracing her face. "After 2 long years of contemplation, I have finally managed to disgust you, haven't I?" Hee. With delight, she swung her slender legs, and reaching out, tugged at the golden strands of Su Ming's hair. "Pray tell, what is the story behind this hair of yours?" "It is dyed," he replied. With a languid gaze, Su Ming barely opened his eyes and uttered a couple of dismissive words. "You think I'm blind, don't you? Do not tarnish the reputation of the blind." Infuriated, his silver teeth clattered as Xiao Wu clenched her fists and retorted indignantly. "I forgot to mention, I haven't taken care of blankets and quilts for you. If you need a place to stay, you might as well reside in a moldy heap. After all, you won't be here for long. Making do will have to suffice. It would be a waste to buy new bedding. Saving a little is better than none. What do you think?" Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Su Ming, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Su Ming is no fool. How could he fail to comprehend the meaning behind those words? "Well, in the coming months, I shall likely remain at the academy. Even if I am not at the academy, I will certainly be in the village, and I have no intention of departing without reason." "Why are you telling me this?" "I will not assist you in purchasing those. You must procure them yourself." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she reclined once more, her delicate gaze fixed upon the sky, feeling that today is simply exquisite. Time flowed gently, and for a long while, neither of them spoke. Su Ming was on the verge of slumber when, unable to withstand the silence, Xiao Wu's voice pierced through the stillness once more. "Hey, what do you intend to do by staying at the academy? If it's cultivation you seek, I have already become a great soul master and might be able to assist you." Cultivation? The familiar term caused a slight twitch in Su Ming's fingers. He opened his hazy eyes, his expression unusually grave. "Take a good look into my eyes. Do you not sense anything amiss?" Xiao Wu leaned in closer, her delicate gaze scrutinizing Su Ming's eyes. His pupils were pitch black, reminiscent of crystal, with the whites tinged by a hint of bloodshot, suggesting a lack of rest. To her, these seemed perfectly normal. Furrowing her brows, Xiao understood that Su Ming would not jest about such matters, and she continued to observe him intently. It appeared that she might not discern the truth. Sensing an intimate atmosphere between them, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. If you cannot see it, then it is of no consequence. Perhaps I am overthinking. That's not right. A cold voice interjected as Xiao pried Su Ming's hand away, leaning in even closer, seemingly intent on examining him with greater scrutiny. Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering. And internally, he too yearned to discern the effects of his adjustments along the journey. After a moment, Xiao appeared to notice something. Furrowing her brow as she stated with conviction, "How should I put this? While your eyes seem calm and gentle, they exude a sense of danger, akin to the ferocious beasts of the Douluo forest. Moreover, from your gaze, I sense a chilling intent to kill. It's as if you've harbored thoughts of harming me before." A pang of anxiety struck Su Ming, prompting him to quickly interject, not wishing her to elaborate further. Silently acknowledging that the situation remained dire, especially since even this naive girl could perceive it. Xiao stepped back, yet her grip remained firm. Her expression grave as she inquired, "What exactly has transpired with you? You ventured into the Douluo forest and hunted soul beasts, did you not?" In her quest for clarity, her face visibly reflected her growing apprehension. Experience had taught her that something was amiss with Su Ming, particularly that sinister and malevolent intent, which she had encountered before. Those who emanated such a presence were invariably ruthless and devoid of humanity. Su Ming wore a smile at the corner of his lips, feigning indifference. "It is not as severe as you imagine. I believe my prolonged stay in the Douluo forest has led to a slight accumulation of the malevolent aura from some evil spirit beasts due to mental strain. It is merely a trivial matter. I have already devised a method to rectify it, and it will be resolved in due time." "Are you certain there is no issue?" Xiao's expression remained grave. Su Ming did not nod. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "There is no need to be so anxious. You tend to be overly reliant, which leads to unnecessary tension. In fact, given your current circumstances, you could easily cultivate a sense of independence. However, when you feel anxious, you tend to lose your composure. Moreover, if you are still able to critique me, it is likely that you are not facing any significant issues." Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. "What do you mean by being overly reliant? Spare me the flattery. I am doing just fine without you. You might be surprised, but I am now the top student at the academy. Your previous remarks were undoubtedly intentional, weren't they? Not only did you undermine me, but you also elevated your own standing." Su Ming, narcissistic as ever. Chapter 59, Xiao's decision to withdraw from her master. "I must tell you, Su Laoda has returned. I witnessed it with my own eyes." "Fatty, don't spread such absurd jokes. Su Laoda has been away from school for 2 years. How could he possibly come back?" "It is true. I saw him reading in the small grove to the east." "Reading? Get lost. Right now. Go far away. Damn it. You are just talking nonsense without any basis. This is the utmost insult to my idol. Utterly tedious. If you're trying to amuse us, at least come up with something better. Su Laoda would never be so dull." Haha, the biggest joke of the year. Su Laoda is not cultivating. He is reading. On campus, the news of Su Ming's return is spreading wildly. Xiao and Tang San are already in their 6th year. Those like Wang Xing have long since graduated. And familiar faces in the academy are few and far between. Nonetheless, the name Su Ming remains highly sought after in the Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, he is the first man to make the academy concede, prompting an increase in numerous regulations. Busy with his cultivation, his relationships with classmates are not particularly strong. Su Ming merely gathered with them briefly before refraining from returning to the classroom. As for the teachers, they seldom approached him unless he sought them out. After all, no one wishes to hear the haunting phrase, "Teacher, you are a great soul master, aren't you?" Thus, upon returning to the academy, Su Ming felt remarkably at ease. Just as he had when he left, unimpeded by any teacher. The leaves swayed unevenly, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled spots of light upon the grass. A gentle breeze caressed the air, occasionally accompanied by the melodious calls of birds, reminiscent of a clear spring stream, resonating within one's heartstrings. Sitting on the grass, Su Ming quietly perused the books before him, surrounded by a modest pile that enveloped him. He could not compare to Tang San, who had the fortune of A.Int, serving as the esteemed master of the Moon Pavilion. Su Ming could only mediate that state in his own manner. He held little interest in melodies. Though he knew a few songs from later generations, he was no fool. To escape from the nightmares of slaughter and madness, he needed a diversion of attention, a cultivation of his inner self. Reading a book seemed quite beneficial. Fortunately, he did not emerge from the city of slaughter as severely affected as Tang San, having merely grazed the surface and still able to maintain control over his temperament. This experience served as a wake-up call for Su Ming. After all, Tang Shan was a bloody example of what could happen in the past, even if it meant death. I would never believe you would be here reading. A sound of bewilderment akin to seeing a ghost erupted as Tang San approached Su Ming. Suddenly, a book flew across the air, accompanied by Su Ming's relaxed voice. You might as well take a look. It could prove beneficial to you. Oh? Tang San's face displayed suspicion. Recalling the previous soul power cultivation method, he understood that Su Ming would not deliberately harm him. However, upon seeing the book's cover, his mouth twitched violently. Could it be that the wrong book was given? Are you certain this is useful for me? Tang San's expression turned peculiar as he faced the cover towards Su Ming. The Guide to Exquisite Culinary Delights. Indeed, it was this very book. Su Ming lifted his head, his gaze indifferent. It was merely a pastime to glance at the book when boredom struck. Tang San casually flipped through the pages, unable to decipher Su Ming's intentions. With a deep sigh that resonated from his core, he earnestly expressed, there is an unmistakable sense that upon your return, you seem transformed, not merely in appearance, but in essence as well, rendering you somewhat inscrutable. Pausing momentarily, Tang San's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he continued. I am genuinely intrigued as to what experiences have led you to this change. Su Ming did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side as he flicked a stone from his hand, which whizzed through the air and embedded itself into a large tree with a soft thud. Suddenly, a leg emerged swiftly. Xiao, with a sheepish smile, appeared rather unnatural in her demeanor. I wasn't eavesdropping, she stammered. I just happened to pass by here. You may continue your conversation. I want to interfere. As she spoke, she pulled out a book and settled down beside Su Ming, feigning an air of engrossed interest. Su Ming did not respond to Tang San's inquiry, instead opting to change the subject. I intend to have Xiao withdraw from her apprenticeship. What are your thoughts on this? Withdraw from her apprenticeship? Tang San's heart was profoundly shaken, while the book in Xiao's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Upon noticing Xiao's shocked expression, Tang San instantly comprehended the situation and chuckled. Your words are not meant for me but for Xiao, am I right? Su Ming refrained from retorting, his gaze directed towards the dazed Xiao. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose upon you. However, should you choose to accept, I will guide you in your cultivation. Although it may be arduous, the rewards will far outweigh the struggles. Tang San also cast his eyes upon Xiao, a complex expression gracing his features. He held a genuine fondness for this junior sister. Neither spoke to interrupt her contemplation. After a moment of internal turmoil, Xiao smiled with newfound resolution. Her sparkling eyes filled with determination as she turned to Tang San. Please inform the master that I am grateful for his teachings over the years, and I shall repay his kindness whenever the opportunity arises. As if struck by a heavy blow, Tang San's expression fell into a state of melancholy. Are you truly resolute? Will you not reconsider? Xiao shook her head, a bittersweet smile on her lips. You must have sensed it. The master's thoughts are predominantly focused on you. Especially after he learned of my relationship with Su Ming, his demeanor towards me has changed significantly. If I am not mistaken, he has privately favored you even more. Has he not? Xiao's bright, clear gaze pierced through Tang San's defenses, causing him to instinctively shift his focus. Even the 24 Bridges bright moon night at his waist felt unusually warm. He offered no defense, his eyes filled with a wistful longing. Yet a smile of blessing adorned his face. For you, leaving is indeed a beneficial choice. After all, with Su Ming's insights, he can offer you far more than the master can. However, you will always remain my junior sister. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. While I may not be as formidable as him, I should be able to assist with minor matters. Thank you. Xiao sighed in relief, a sweet smile gracing her face, her entire being seeming to lighten. Observing this, Tang San smiled gently, choosing not to say more. He could discern that Xiao's decision was firm, and even he felt that her departure was for the best. Suddenly, a whooshing sound broke the silence as Tang San instinctively reached out his hand. A pill, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, had landed in his palm. The fragrance was so potent that even in his grasp, Tang San could feel his soul power surging, seemingly drawn to the essence of the pill. What is this? Su Ming elucidated that this is a soul essence pill, capable of enhancing one's soul force by a level. It was an unexpected acquisition of mine. Present it to you, Jang, mentioning that it may enable him to break through the 30th level barrier, as a token of gratitude for his years of imparting knowledge. Henceforth, we shall be even. The notion of a soul essence pill? An enhancement of soul force by a level? In an instant, Tang San felt a jolt through his body, his gaze igniting with fervor. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. Such a potent elixir was nothing short of a precious treasure. Even Xiao Wu could not restrain herself from tugging at Su Ming's sleeve. Her delicate lips pursed as if to articulate that this gift was excessively lavish. However, Su Ming merely gestured for her to remain calm. The trio fell into silence, the atmosphere within the woods growing heavy. After a moment, Tang San, unable to contain his inner turmoil, voiced his disquiet. You clearly despise the master. Why then bestow such a priceless item? Gazing intently at Su Ming, Tang San's perplexity deepened, tinged with a hint of confusion. Chapter 60. A melodious voice. Please don't call again. Having traversed the square and classrooms, Tang San's brow furrowed, his mind seemingly adrift. Even when greeted by fellow students, he remained aloof, leaving them bewildered. Tang San. Within every heart lies a sanctuary that one must steadfastly uphold, impervious to personal whims. While indulging in one's own preferences indeed fosters a sense of freedom and liberation. I cannot dispute that. I, too, harbor a disdain for you, Xiao Jang. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme, and I ought not to owe him anything, for I surpass him in prowess. Yet, if the principles I hold dear were to be cast aside for the allure of power, would that not be a tragic irony? He has shown kindness to Xiao Wu, imparting valuable knowledge of the soul master domain, a fact I cannot dismiss. The youth who once slayed dragons has transformed into a malevolent beast, seeking to trample righteousness with force, yet shall ultimately find himself crushed beneath its weight. Cultivation transcends mere enhancement of soul power. It is fundamentally about the nurturing of one's heart. Assuming S words echoed in his mind, Tang San gradually grasped their essence, exhaling softly. When he lifted his gaze once more, it seemed to shimmer with newfound understanding. Ah, have I arrived so swiftly? Noticing he had reached Yu Xiaojang's office, Tang San managed a wry smile. Allow me to undertake this task. There is no need for discourse. You two siblings should feel no shame. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, he resolutely stepped inside. Teacher, even without the elixir, I harbor no grievances towards you. In the grove, Xiao Wu rested her chin on her palms, her visage reminiscent of a blooming lotus, enchanting yet contemplative. Indeed, she too pondered Su Ming's prior remarks, for they starkly contrasted with her previous realizations in the Stardow Forest. In that realm, might dictated truth. Lacking strength meant one could easily become prey for the soul beasts. This was the first time she encountered such rhetoric, imbued with a sense of rebellious absurdity. Yet it resonated with an inexplicable logic. Given your intellect, I surmise you shall remain perplexed indefinitely, perhaps even losing sleep over it tonight. A teasing voice interrupted her musings. As Su Ming closed his tome on grilling techniques, preparing to experiment later, Xiao Wu pouted, settling beside Su Ming. Since I currently lack a teacher, do enlighten me. For this truly baffles me. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Since you are aware that you will no longer have a teacher, why did you agree so readily? Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly, tilting her head against her knee. Her delicate eyes sparkled with a tender joy. I am not foolish. I know who truly cares for me. Although the master was my teacher, he was never sincere towards me. Despite your past transgressions, you have shown me far more honesty, and I believe you will continue to treat me well in the future. Xiao Wu lifted her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You must agree with me, right, brother? The soft, melodic call sent shivers down Su Ming's spine, causing him to tremble ever so slightly. I could be your father, he retorted, only to realize, no, at her age, she could very well be my ancestor. Su Ming rubbed his brow with intensity and suggested that she express her inner doubts. Tell me, he inquired, what do you believe your diligent cultivation is truly for? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Su Ming continued, his expression grave. Generally speaking, cultivation can be categorized into two primary motivations, the desire not to fall behind others and the wish to avoid being bullied. The first motivation, the desire to surpass others, embodies an idealistic pursuit of strength, power, and wealth, aiming to place oneself ahead of one's peers. The second motivation reflects a duality. One may wish to avoid being oppressed, or, conversely, if one has already been subjected to oppression, they may seek strength to demand justice. At this point, Su Ming's tone softened considerably. Glancing sideways, he noticed Xiao Wu with her head bowed, her expression cold, a tempest of hatred and anger swirling within her. He reached out affectionately to tousle her hair. Although these motivations may seem disparate, they are intricately interwoven throughout a person's life. The reluctance to be bullied and the desire to protect one's possessions are intrinsically linked. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I have previously shared with you the wisdom of possessing strength yet refraining from its misuse, have I not? Indeed, she replied, recalling the warmth of her family, her brother, and her grandfather, which gradually diminished the hatred in her eyes. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, she lifted her head and declared with mock ferocity, "While you may be correct, there is no need to give him a soul-enhancing pill. That is a precious elixir that enhances soul power. Why not keep it for yourself?" Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, chastising Su Ming for his profligate ways. She had intended to gift him some millennium-old herbs, yet he had chosen to part with a soul-enhancing pill instead. "You would have been better off giving it to me. The more I think about it, the more I feel I've suffered a great loss. The soul-enhancing pill can only be consumed once, and now that I am a soul master, it holds little value for me." Stretching lazily, Su Ming reclined, gazing at the shimmering light filtering through the trees, murmuring to himself, "What I look forward to most is whether the soul-enhancing pill ultimately lands in Tang San's hands or is consumed by you, Xiao Jang. You are a soul master? How lofty of you! Have you forgotten that you have a sister who is a grand soul master?" Xiao retorted, pouting in exasperation. "Really? Did Tang Hulu simply dismiss me?" With a sigh of resignation, she prepared to leave, her expression a mixture of discontent and indifference, as if to say, "Let it be. The elixir is no longer yours, so why concern yourself?" Indeed, Su Ming chuckled softly, withholding from Xiao that he had given Tang San further instructions. A mediocre teacher rising to prominence on the backs of his students? If he truly were a mediocrity, it would at least validate the teacher's merit. Yet, who could forget that his disciple possesses dual martial souls, the time-traveler Tang San? Even without you, Xiao Jang, he could ascend to greatness. This is also a significant reason why the medicine elder holds you, Xiao Jang, in such reserve. The ties have been severed. Fairness resides in the hearts of men. Humph. Not quite knowing why she was upset, Xiao shot Su Ming an irritated glance, discarding her book as she prepared to depart. Amused, Su Ming chuckled quietly and tossed a box in her direction. With her arm extended backward, Xiao Wu grasped the box tightly, a smile blooming on her face like a breath of spring. "Just this one. Don't lose it or come crying to me," Su Ming warned coolly. "According to you," Xiao Wu replied, her spirits lifted as she readied to leave. "Wait, what now?" Xiao Wu turned back, puzzled. The muscles around Su Ming's mouth twitched as he hesitated. "Your voice calling me brother was quite melodious. Please refrain from doing so in the future, as it makes me somewhat uncomfortable. If absolutely necessary, you may call me Su Ming instead." "Brother," she teased, raising an eyebrow, followed by a mischievous grin. "Brother," she repeated, tilting her head playfully. "Ah, enough." Seeing Su Ming's teeth gritted in frustration, Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and skipped away, full of life. Su Ming, indeed, bore no guilt for having struck her in childhood. Chapter 61. Does Su Ming possess a 10,000-year soul ring? In the back mountain, the valley, untouched by Su Ming's torment, has transformed remarkably after 2 years. The lush greenery thrives, emanating a delightful fragrance. The vibrant flowers and grasses bloom in a competitive display. Once elusive, birds now frolic freely, like wild horses unleashed, flitting joyfully across the meadow. Leaning against a stone wall, Su Ming exudes a languid ease, deftly carving with a small knife, shavings cascading through his fingers. The wooden figure, arms outstretched, stands with shoulders aligned and feet poised, reminiscent of a graceful exercise routine. That silhouette bears a striking resemblance to someone nearby. "Isn't it time yet? Has the hourglass not run out?" The voice quivers as Xiao Wu, arms wide, balances precariously on a slender bamboo stalk, floating above the water's surface. Her pink eyes flicker with trepidation, her face tense, while her swaying legs send ripples across the water. Despite the imminent threat of falling, she exerts every effort to maintain her balance. Almost there, perhaps 1/5 remains, it will be over soon. Without lifting his gaze, Su Ming skillfully flicks his leg, instantly appending the hourglass. His carving continues uninterrupted. The sincerity of his tone inspires unwavering faith in Xiao Wu, who grits her teeth and perseveres. As time trickles by, the features of the wooden sculpture gradually sharpen, and with a gentle breath, the shavings scatter like snowflakes. Examining his creation, Su Ming smiles with satisfaction. Continuing to refine his work. His grandfather, Blin, was a bamboo craftsman, and tools are scattered throughout their home. Su Ming has always enjoyed tinkering with them. This practice nurtures his spirit. After experimentation, he feels this approach surpasses the mere reading of books. It is neither tedious nor devoid of achievement, allowing him to savor the sharpness of the blade. "I can't hold on any longer." A dejected cry escapes Xiao Wu as her concentration falters, her feet feeling as though weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone. With a splash, she springs from the water, landing deftly on the shore, barely avoiding a collapse. Supporting herself on her knees, she hunches forward to face Su Ming. A fleeting glance at the emptied hourglass brings a flicker of a smile to her otherwise weary face. Indeed, she has managed to endure. How infuriating. You're making sport of me. Noticing the figure in Su Ming's hands, Xiao grits her teeth in frustration. You let me struggle while you slack off, and now you've carved a mockery of me. What a ridiculous depiction, it's utterly hideous. With a thud, Xiao collapses onto the ground, disheartened. No more practice. Not even for a common carrot, let alone a century-old one, will I rise. The edge of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. If she cannot endure this little hardship, how can she aspire to master lightness skills? So be it. I am indeed far from it. She retorts, I can't even feel my legs. Say what you will. She adds, resting her arm against her forehead, her lips parted as she takes deep breaths. Clearly, she is utterly exhausted, and Su Ming refrains from further prodding her. Practicing lightness skills is relatively easier, and Xiao Wu's progress has been commendable. While he has honed his skills through familiarity, she has endured arduous training, facing greater challenges. Currently, Xiao Wu relies on Su Ming as her sole mentor. Given their relationship, it is only natural for him to look after her. The matter of her apprenticeship has barely made a ripple. It seems Jang has forgotten about his disciple, Xiao Wu. As for the soul-enhancing pills, Su Ming did not inquire about who had consumed the soul-raising elixir. He was only aware that Tang San had refrained from hunting soul beasts in the subsequent days. The efficacy of the soul-raising pill is to elevate a soul master's soul power by 1 level. If one has not reached level 30, there will undoubtedly be an overflow of soul power. For instance, Xiao Wu's soul power had ascended from level 29 to over level 31. Thus, it is likely that the soul-raising pill was ingested by Jang. This outcome, while unexpected, also falls within the realm of reason, after all. It is improbable that Jang would forfeit such a golden opportunity. Recently, with some leisure time on his hands, Su Ming had conversed with Tang San regarding Jang's role as a teacher. However, Tang San's resolve remained largely unshaken. Coming from a world steeped in martial traditions, he holds the belief that once a teacher, always a father, a notion deeply ingrained in him. Xiao Wu, in contrast to Tang San, possesses her own soul rings and soul skills. As a spirit beast of 100,000 years, she is acquainted with more spirit beasts than he is. What Xiao Wu lacks the most is the experience of human society and an understanding of the combat techniques employed by soul masters. Therefore, her reliance on Jang as a mentor is relatively minimal, especially given his dismissive demeanor. Due to familial considerations, Su Ming's emotional burden regarding Xiao Wu's decision to withdraw from the sect is relatively light. If she were to truly depart, Tang San would no longer embody the essence of Tang San. Su Ming chuckled inwardly, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. As he had previously stated, everyone possesses their own convictions, which cannot be forced. A sudden jolt coursed through him, and he cast a peculiar glance around. He then rose to his feet with a firm pat on his backside. I shall return here tonight to instruct you on the cultivation of soul power. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Su Ming had already soared into the depths of the forest. This fellow always carries an air of mystery. Xiao Wu, her eyes narrowing slightly, muttered to herself but chose to disregard it. Her gaze fell upon the wooden carving on the ground, and her features scrunched up in disdain. Oh, considering your martial soul is a blade, it is utterly hideous. Perhaps it is not the blade's fault, but rather a deficiency in taste. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. Since the elder is intent on seeking me, why conceal oneself so? This is not characteristic of your demeanor. The tranquil woods were suddenly stirred by a gust of wind. Indeed, you have grown stronger compared to before. The resonant voice echoed from all directions, its hoarse timbre robust and powerful. Swish. The tattered cloak rustled in the wind. A figure leapt down from the trees. The man was scruffy, his appearance disheveled, with skin resembling the yellowish hue of wax, as if weathered by the elements. Yet, from the contours of his face and brow, one could sense that he must have been quite a handsome youth in his prime. Although he bore an unkempt look, there emanated from his sturdy frame a breathtaking strength, akin to a mighty river surging forth, crashing against the shores. In Su Ming's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance surged, and his arm trembled instinctively, fueled by an innate desire for combat. Despite his rising strength, the imposing aura of Tang Hao, solid and unified, still made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. As if he were standing before a majestic mountain, towering and insurmountable. Su Ming clenched his fist and then relaxed it, greeting casually. It appears that Senior Tang has already returned. Given Tang San's reaction, he likely remains unaware of this matter. Tang Hao's expression changed subtly, realizing that Su Ming had indeed seen through him. The method of refining soul power, coupled with his surname Tang, rendered his connection to Tang San unmistakable. Tang Hao raised his hand, exuding an aura of authority without anger. There was no need to disclose his existence to Tang San, as he must forge his own path. As a father, he wished for his son not to dwell in his shadow. After a brief pause, an invisible pressure emanated from Tang Hao. His gaze was icy, flickering with electric intensity, as he proclaimed, "Yet your pace of cultivation is formidable, even to me. If I am not mistaken, you must possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Correct?" Chapter 62. Tang Hao's dark humor and sarcasm. Within the forest, a chilling wind swept through, rustling the underbrush. The air seemed to shimmer with the glint of blades, creating an atmosphere of eerie stillness and tension. The mere mention of the 10,000-year soul ring, though a simple phrase, instantly froze the atmosphere. Su Ming smiled in astonishment, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. "I am curious, esteemed senior, on what grounds do you ascertain that I possess a 10,000-year soul ring?" The absence of denial suggested that it was indeed true. Internally astonished and speechless, Tang Hao's profound gaze flickered. A soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring? Should such a prodigy emerge within the realm of soul masters, their growth could render them nearly unparalleled. Perhaps only the awakening of the blue-silver emperor bloodline in Xiao San, combined with the Haoyan hammer, could stand a chance against such an entity. "Xiao San, I truly cannot discern whether your fate is one of misfortune or fortune. Nevertheless, having someone of this caliber by your side undeniably accelerates your cultivation far beyond what your father had anticipated." Tang Hao's previously indifferent expression softened considerably. Even high-ranking soul masters, including those of the title Douluo class, are generally incapable of discerning the age of an adversary's soul ring. Pausing slightly, Tang Hao's gaze grew grave, revealing that your body is exhibiting certain anomalies. The aura you unconsciously emit harbors the unique malevolence of a 10,000-year soul beast. Although this aura is nearly dissipated, and even a title Douluo would be oblivious to it, my unique sensitivity allows me to perceive a fragment of it. The realm of the god of death, indeed. Su Ming pondered thoughtfully and nodded. It was evident that reshaping one's mindset was indeed not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. "Having come this far, you still seem oblivious. I have seldom taken such an interest in others," remarked Tang Hao, rendered momentarily speechless. He could only reiterate, "It is apparent that you have begun addressing the issues that plague you, and to recognize this is no small feat, however. I am more intrigued by the current form of your martial soul. Could it be that it is transformed into a mere firewood cutter? Martial soul?" Su Ming raised his head and, upon meeting Tang Hao's curious gaze, was suddenly struck with realization. How remarkable indeed. Su Ming's expression was peculiar as he chuckled softly. Tang Hao was tasked with guarding Tang San, and he could not conceal his soul ring. A dark light shimmered around his body as golden radiance coalesced in his hand, manifesting a resplendent golden blade. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 violet and 1 black. The final ring astonishingly corroborated Tang Hao's earlier assessment. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao's gaze jolted with a profound sense of witnessing history. Yet, in the next instant, he swiftly raised his eyes. The blade, Tang Hao's pupils constricted as he instantly materialized before Su Ming. His eyes fixated intently on the divine slashing blade in Su Ming's grasp, the shock within him rivaling that of encountering the third 10,000-year soul ring. What a remarkably sharp weapon! After scrutinizing it for an extended moment and feeling its astounding sharpness, which even stirred a hint of trepidation within him, Tang Hao could not help but exclaim. It was indeed a blade of unparalleled sharpness. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he lightly swung the divine slayer, the blade emitting a sharp, whistling sound. This blade, known as the divine slayer, has evolved from the martial spirit of a chopping knife. Its sharpness is indeed commendable, though it is somewhat short. If it were a meter long, its striking power would be significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, the smile on Su Ming's face remained undiminished, indicating his satisfaction. Short? Tang Hao's lips twitched as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Ming. Such a sharp weapon, even if it were a dagger, is worthy of pride. Indeed, it is true that the blade is a bit short. It would serve quite well for slaughtering pigs and sheep, Tang Hao added with a hint of wicked amusement. Su Ming, are you polite? Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Jealousy can indeed lead to a profound disintegration of character. Jealousy? A distinguished title Douluo would harbor envy towards a mere soul master? Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Su Ming, leaving the interpretation of his intent to the latter's imagination. The atmosphere grew unexpectedly heavy. Tang Hao was not one to engage in frivolous chatter, and neither was Su Ming. He only spoke freely with those he was intimately acquainted with. After a moment's pause, it was Tang Hao who broke the silence, broaching a rather sensitive subject. What are you planning to do about that girl? Su Ming's expression darkened, and his gaze instantly turned frigid. In the next moment, he quickly regained his composure, secretly chiding himself for overthinking. Xiao had encountered Tang Hao before and had mentioned that this fellow had not acted against her. Given Tang Hao's experiences, it was highly improbable that he would suddenly change his mind and take action against Xiao at this moment. Observing the shift in Su Ming's demeanor, Tang Hao felt a mix of amusement and disdain within. If I were to take action, would I not have done so by now? Even if that were the case. With your current strength, do you truly believe you can impede me? Su Ming fell silent, his expression gravely serious. Although Tang Hao was not in the same predicament, he would inevitably encounter another. This was a reality he had to confront. Well, given your current strength, overthinking is futile. Tang Hao waved his hand, refraining from further intimidating Su Ming. In a few months, you should be graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy. With your current abilities, Notting City can no longer accommodate you. Where do you intend to go? Tang Hao's demeanor was solemn and sincere, akin to an elder conversing with a younger relative. The respect he held for Su Ming was evident. After all, Tang Hao had been profoundly impressed by him during his training several years ago, and that admiration had only intensified. Although they had not sparred, Tang Hao could sense the explosive power within Su Ming. Even in his past, at the same rank, he would never have possessed such formidable physicality. Faced with such a prodigy, even he could not help but entertain thoughts of competing across generations. Though he lamented the limitations of his own body. Where to? Su Ming thought it surprising that Tang Hao would inquire about this, and he could only manage a wry smile while rubbing his forehead. He gestured toward the soul rings beneath his feet and asked pointedly, Elder, where do you think I can go without attracting attention? Tang Hao, are you aware of any places that are colorblind to yellow, purple, and black? Specifically, where purple and black are perceived as yellow. Tang Hao. The consecutive questions darkened Tang Hao's expression, igniting a flame of irritation in his eyes, stirring an impulse to give Su Ming a good thrashing. I came to inquire about you, not to be questioned in return. 1,000-year first ring, a 10,000-year third ring. And you expect to go unnoticed? Unless you refrain from using your martial soul, or everyone else is blind. Look at this. Su Ming spread his hands, bitterly stating, not only am I aware of this, but the senior is also fully cognizant of it. If I were to openly expose myself, it would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. I loathe trivial troubles, and I detest feeling constrained. As for Xiao, it goes without saying that she absolutely cannot be revealed. Given such circumstances, where could I possibly turn? With a helpless sigh, Su Ming lamented the greed that was stirring within him. While perusing the illustrated guide of soul beasts, he had already devised a plan for his soul rings based on the millennial age of the soul beasts. Naturally, he was unwilling to hunt century-old soul beasts to acquire a millennium soul ring. Moreover, at that time, Xiao had already become his nominal sister. To guard against potential crises, he needed to bolster his strength. Otherwise, the age of his first soul ring might be considerably higher, likely matching that of his third soul ring, which could also be a millennium ring. Observing Su Ming's glum and helpless expression, Tang Hao's eyes revealed a cunning smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Chapter 63. The hunter appears in the form of prey. If only there were no Xiao Wu, the body of the berserker would still hold its effectiveness. Su Ming pondered that he would most likely proceed to the Soul Arena in Heaven-Do City as originally planned. The conversion rate of prestige spirit points may be low, yet having some is better than none. By striving to defeat soul masters, he would also receive additional rewards. The body of the berserker would bestow extra bonuses as well. It could be said that the existence of the Soul Arena was almost tailor-made for Su Ming. If he were to attract attention, he could always align himself with a powerful faction. The Spirit Hall was a viable option, as they did place considerable importance on talent. However, at present, should his soul rings be exposed in Heaven-Do City, it was likely that his information would find its way to Bibi Dong's desk the very next day. Su Ming, possessing the soul of a chopper, is endowed with innate full soul power and has 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. He hails from Dian Village in Notting City, Fastno Province. Within his household, he has an elder brother and a younger sister. Bibi Dong remarked, just bring it directly. Oh, a buy one get one free offer, quite delightful indeed. Su Ming rubbed his aching head, feeling a wave of distress wash over him at the mere recollection of recent events. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, Tang Hao recognized the moment was ripe for discourse. His countenance turned impassive as he spoke gravely. A man must bear the burdens that life bestows upon him. Only by enduring such weight can he navigate the tempest of existence. If one cannot even protect their own kin, then no matter how formidable their strength, it is but a futile dream. They are unworthy of being called a true man. As the melancholy in his voice gradually diminished, a profound sorrow and guilt etched itself upon Tang Hao's face, his thoughts ensnared in a web of reminiscence. He was acutely aware of the circumstances between Tang Hao and Ayin, and he could empathize with the turmoil within him. The greatest tragedy in life is perhaps the loss of a father in youth, the bereavement of a spouse in middle age, and the anguish of losing a child in one's twilight years. Deeply moved by the weight of his words, Ming chose not to chastise Tang Hao but instead offered a soothing perspective. When the winds rise and the tides swell, one must hoist the sails and brave the waves. The road ahead is long and arduous, necessitating relentless determination. Only by enduring hardships can a man truly comprehend the essence of standing tall. Yet, one must lament the limits of human strength. Some things cannot be forced. Instantly awakened from his reverie, Tang Hao instinctively uttered an agreement. Yet the moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a swift descent into self-doubt. Gazing at Ming's mature and rational demeanor, he felt as though he had been struck across the face, the heat of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Ming Yue's understanding only deepened his feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Ayin, if only I had possessed his composure back then. Sigh. Tang Hao sighed helplessly, his previous emotions dissipating in an instant. He stated plainly, after graduating, the girl will attend an academy called Shrek to continue her studies. That place lacks soul Douluo and title Douluo, making it easier for her to remain inconspicuous. If there are no better options available, it would be wise for her to first go to that academy. Should danger arise, perhaps I might save her once more. With those words, Tang Hao's figure vanished in an instant, unwilling to linger there for even a moment longer. Ming shook his head, and as he turned, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Indeed, his heart raced, his steps seemed notably lighter as he departed. The inexplicable transformation of Xiao Wu into his younger sister was a situation he had contemplated, pondering his next course of action. Without any means to conceal her identity, he was unable to take her to places inhabited by soul Douluo. The safest option was either to remain in her formidable village, Diyin, or to ensure she was under protection. The former was not feasible, leaving only the latter. Shrek Academy was undoubtedly the best place for Xiao Wu, a plan Ming had devised long ago. With Tang Hao present, she could also make new friends, and he could guide her in her cultivation. As for his own training, the third level of Hunyuan Blade / belonged to the realm of mental attacks, and with his current spiritual power being insufficient, he could not cultivate it. Soto City boasted a soul arena, while Shrek Academy was home to exceptionally talented protagonists and supporting characters, as well as formidable soul emperor and soul sage instructors. Tasks tailored for protagonists and supporting characters could be easily arranged. Ming was well aware of Tang Hao's desire to stimulate himself and even assist Tang San. He too needed to leverage such opportunities. Life resembles a theatrical performance, reliant on one's ability to act. Hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. In the valley, time swiftly slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. With a sound reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, Xiao Wu traversed the underbrush with ease. Her face, radiant like a peach blossom, shone with joy and contentment. In a mere few blinks, she effortlessly landed before Ming after covering several hundred meters. What do you think? Have I mastered my lightness skill? She exclaimed, her face beaming with pride and satisfaction as she showcased her accomplishment to Ming. If she were to train step by step, her speed might indeed surpass his as a half-agility attack-type soul master. Ming nodded in approval. Indeed, you have mastered it. But you must continue to practice diligently. This lightness skill is for your escape. In practical combat, while it offers rapid acceleration in a straight line, it may prove somewhat lacking in close quarters. Of course, how to utilize it effectively is for you to explore. The teacher opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Xiao nodded earnestly, fully aware that her skills must align with her own combat style. Brother, could I see your martial soul and soul rings? Seemingly struck by a thought, Xiao Wu tugged at Ming's arm, her expression one of curious eagerness. Ming, it seems that Tang Hao had mentioned this matter previously. Ming, at a loss for words, remarked, why are you gazing at my martial soul and soul rings? If you have an affinity for soul rings, you may release the martial soul and appreciate it at your leisure. With a sigh, feeling a bit anxious, Xiao Wu tugged at Ming's arm. Brother, look at you. After all these years of knowing you, it seems you have never once utilized a soul skill. As for Tang-san, you may keep your secrets, but I am your sister, so permit me a glimpse, will you? Indeed. Touching his chin, Su Ming nodded solemnly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively glanced at their feet. Unfortunately, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Yet, a sound echoed nearby. Indeed. We are not particularly close. We have only known each other for a few years. Su Ming dropped his words and swiftly departed. The sound of a heart-shattering echoed. Leaving Xiao Wu in a state of shock, her expression darkened. After knowing each other for several years, how could they still be so unfamiliar? How could such frigid words escape your lips? If we are not close, I shall eventually roast you to familiarity. Xiao Wu stamped her foot and chased after him. The more you hide, the more exhilarated I become. One day, I shall unearth you from your concealment. Realizing he would once again distance himself from Notting City, Su Ming returned to his village for a month. For 2 years, Grandpa Brin had been eagerly awaiting his return. That night, filled with paternal affection, he held Su Ming's hand and spoke at length by the fire. The elder, with age comes wisdom, imparted much knowledge to Su Ming. Upon returning to the village, he did not engage in cultivation but instead assisted at home, secretly acquiring some skills from the basket weaver. Although the baskets he crafted were not remarkable, Brin was delighted and patiently guided Su Ming. The legacy of a family is not solely through blood but also through craftsmanship. Chapter 64, 500 grams per gene. We shall not purchase an empire, 10 provinces. This phrase was often repeated by the cultural course teacher at the Junior Soulmaster Academy. Although the Heaven Do Empire nominally possessed 10 provinces, 5 of them had already been partitioned into kingdoms and principalities. These realms, akin to nations within a nation, held military might and seemed on the verge of becoming independent powers. Notting City, situated in the Fasnuo province, bordered the Star Luo Empire and was adjacent to the Balak Kingdom, serving as a buffer zone for both empires. Under the blazing sun, the air shimmered with heat waves. Lush green grass carpeted the vast plains, stretching endlessly. At the heart of this immense expanse stood a magnificent city, with its dark sheen and walls several meters thick. It resembled a colossal steel beast resting upon the wilderness, exuding a powerful majesty that captivated all who beheld it. Soto City, the granary of the Balak Kingdom. Clang, clang. Before the city gate, something seemed to have fallen with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of the crowd. A basket lay on the ground, its opening revealing numerous strips of metal, appearing quite weighty. Onlookers expressed astonishment, not expecting the young boy and girl to be carrying such a heavy load. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the burdensome trek, the host has traversed 435 miles, bearing a weight of 1,000 pounds, over a span of 23 days. Effort evaluation. Based on the host's current physique, carrying 1,000 pounds is not overly challenging. However, considering the lengthy distance, it is indeed considerable. The host did not utilize soul power throughout, demonstrating commendable perseverance. Effort level rating, 3 stars. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining strength 7, defense 5, and mental power 3. Indeed, a reward of some utility. Inside Su Ming's heart, there was a flicker of joy, immediately overshadowed by the irate complaints of someone nearby. At last, they had arrived at Soto City. The journey had been exhausting. Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face glistening with perspiration. The wooden basket that dangled from her back was also a significant source of attention. Traveling under such a burden was undoubtedly more arduous than her usual load. Carrying 100 pounds over such a long distance, with frequent stops, was an ordeal even for a spirit master. The voice that broke the silence belonged to Tang-san, who was equally fatigued, struggling to speak amidst heavy breaths. Unlike Xiao Wu's expressions of dissatisfaction, a faint smile of contentment lingered on his face, suggesting he felt rather well. Initially, he had presumed he would journey to Shrek Academy alone, but to his surprise, Su Ming and Xiao Wu had also decided to come and explore. With friends of interest by his side, he thought, whether it be 400 miles or even 4,000, it was worth the effort. How can you still have the nerve to say? Su Ming playfully scratched the corner of his eye, chuckling. I merely suggested that you both come over to experience the hardships of a long trek. I never implied that you should carry burdens. It would be one thing for the two of you to bear the weight yourselves, but to expect me to do so as well is utterly absurd. With that, Su Ming removed the thick, snow-blue burden armor from his body, and even holding it in his hands, it felt incredibly heavy, weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. Such a weight could not possibly be forged by the blacksmiths of Notting City. This set of burden armor was a reward from the system, comprising multifunctional shoes, sturdy gauntlets, and ultra-fiber clothing, all collected during his runs back and forth between the Stardow Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest. The armor allowed for weight regulation, ranging from 500 to 5,000 pounds. However, wearing it made him feel somewhat portly, and this was merely his first time trying it on. Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and remarked, "Brother, if you don't carry a burden, we might feel a bit out of sorts. Right, Tang-san?" Tang-san, gazing at Su Ming, added with a hint of jest, "I used to think it was quite advantageous that you weren't carrying a load, as it seemed I had a chance to surpass you. Now that I realize I cannot defeat you, seeing you suddenly unburdened feels like a cruel blow." Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, contributing to the playful banter, a delightful exchange that began and concluded with mutual understanding. "Su Ming, Tang-san, how you have changed. Now knowing how to demean yourself." Leaving behind a compliment, Su Ming silently scoffed. He strode towards the city of Soto, reflecting on how Tang-san now lived with greater ease, unlike before when he kept his thoughts concealed. "Demean myself?" Tang-san scratched his head, bemused, unsure how to retort, as it did seem somewhat true. Nevertheless, one must always look ahead towards their goals. With such aspirations, the coming years promised to be remarkable. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and whispered, "Tang-san, my brother actually insulted you. I can't bear it. It's too embarrassing." Truly, siblings share a similarly dark disposition. Tang-san coughed, taken aback. "Xiao Wu, do not consider me a fool. You've been on the receiving end of beatings for quite some time. If you have the capability, seek revenge. That's different." Xiao Wu immediately shook her head, adopting a tone of authority, as the saying goes. To hit is to care. To scold is to love. I am his sister. When he strikes or scolds me, it is ultimately for my benefit. But you are different. A man should not remain in a subordinate position. You have yet to challenge my brother to a duel? Have you forgotten? A duel? Tang-san's expression darkened as he walked towards the city gate. 2 years ago, he had not even used his soul skills and had already lost. A duel would merely mean enduring more punishment. Unexpectedly, Tang-san did not fall for her bait, leaving Xiao Wu astonished as she scratched her head. Did I inadvertently reveal something? It seems not. Perplexed, Xiao Wu hurried to catch up. Humph. I refuse to believe you will abstain from using your martial soul. Soto City sprawled widely, serving as the granary of the Balik Kingdom, bustling with commerce. Even without reaching the city center, the streets were lined with shops, brimming with a multitude of goods, creating a lively atmosphere. For Xiao Wu, it was akin to a treasure trove opening before her. "Brother, let us buy some snow pears. They smell particularly sweet." "Hey, wait for me. I can pay, can't I?" "Brother, look at this." These cherries appeared delicious. Always thinking about food, Su Ming shook his head. "The cherries in Soto City are too expensive, 500 per pound. Let us skip it." 500? Xiao Wu's hand trembled as she quickly withdrew it. With just over a dozen gold coins in her pocket, she realized she couldn't afford much at all. Too expensive. It's simply outrageous. Xiao Wu instinctively distanced herself. This rabbit has never seen such cherries. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. Was I mistaken? Yet it seems I am not. How did I become the villain? Tang-san was equally taken aback, thinking the prices in Soto City were exorbitant, but he quickly burst into laughter. 500 per pound? Ha ha ha, that is truly laughable. Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes. Tang-san, what do you find so amusing? Do you possess such wealth? Cough. I certainly cannot afford those cherries. Tang-san waved dismissively. After a moment's thought, he generously declared, having traveled such a long way, everyone must be fatigued. Let us find a place to rest. I shall treat you all to a good meal. What do you say? Someone is treating. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Wonderful. I want to hold back. I must feast at your expense. Tang-san, how about we try a pound of those cherries first? Tang-san, your generosity aims for my limits. He retorted. While I am willing to treat, should I run out of money, you will have to manage on your own. Su Ming, you think? Tang-san's words paused as both noticed something amiss with Su Ming, following his gaze. Swish. Tang-san's face turned awkward, and Xiao Wu's expression shifted as well. Brother. So you prefer women with curves? Chapter 65, Shrek Academy, a small class in the village? Following Su Ming's gaze, a woman approached. She had flowing black hair and wore a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, which was astonishing for someone who appeared to be merely 12 years old. It was hard to believe such a youthful girl possessed such a striking physique that even mature women would envy. Beyond her captivating form, the woman's beauty was remarkable. With exquisite features akin to a blooming daffodil, ethereal and extraordinary. Regrettably, her expression was icy, her dark eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were untouched by human feelings. Coughing, Tang San wore a playful smile, realizing why Su Ming showed no interest in other women. He was evidently drawn to this type. Xiao Wu blushed deeply, entirely unprepared for her brother Su Ming's taste. Humph, indeed, men are all the same. Noticing their inappropriate gazes, Su Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. What are you two focusing on? Your thoughts are impure. Bang, bang. Two sharp smacks resounded on their heads. Ouch. Xiao Wu clutched her head, hopping in pain. Tang San rubbed his forehead, yet bore the pain in silence, a testament to his masculinity. The woman also noticed the commotion but merely cast a cold glance before dismissing them, her expression indifferent and seemingly uninterested. Even upon overhearing Su Ming and the others, aware they were observing her, she remained aloof, embodying an air of proud isolation. Truly as depicted in the original story, her character was cold. Watching her pass, Su Ming's gaze remained unperturbed, merely intrigued by the appearance of a character from the original tale. Brother, who is she? Do you know her? Xiao Wu, awakened from her reverie, asked. Realizing the misunderstanding, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. Tang San directed a sharp gaze at Su Ming, filled with curiosity. Given Su Ming's earlier reaction, he should know the woman, yet she appeared not to recognize him. Su Ming waved her hand nonchalantly, expressing that she did not know the person, merely finding a resemblance to someone else. In the vast sea of people, she seemed to be just another flower of similar hue, yet it was neither here nor there. So it was. Xiao Wu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San glanced backward, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. She ought to be a soul master, judging by her gait. She appeared to belong to the agility-focused category of soul masters, undoubtedly possessing remarkable speed. Su Ming nodded. Indeed, longer legs do confer a certain swiftness, though it varies from person to person. It is true that her legs are quite long, and Tang San instinctively nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. Turning around, he was met with the scornful gazes of the two, causing his countenance to darken. No, it's not what you think. I truly did not gaze upon her legs. Did not gaze? Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, with an air of indignation, retorted. Who would believe you? Tang San, you are utterly shameless. No, I really didn't. Tang San's face turned pale. Such words should not be flung about carelessly, for they pertain to one's reputation. Without hesitation, he chose to drag someone else into the fray, hastily pointing at Su Ming and exclaiming, it was him. He looked as well. Logically, we are alike. We are merely stating the facts. Am I like you? Su Ming cast a sidelong glance, questioning if not. Then why the urgency? Indeed, Xiao Wu chimed in, her eyes wide with curiosity. If you aren't, what are you so anxious about? She gestured towards her brother, whose expression remained unperturbed throughout, unlike yours. Tang San nearly choked in exasperation. Concerning reputation, how could I possibly remain indifferent? And if my reaction is significant, does that imply I am to blame? Tang San lamented, covering his face. My illustrious name shall inevitably be tarnished by the two of you. Illustrious? Su Ming shot him a glance. Is it not too early for such considerations? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow. You have it now, but I simply do not believe it. The scene shifted. On an outing, encountering siblings at a fruit stand, they observed the legs of passers-by, with Tang San treating. Neither Su Ming nor Xiao Wu hesitated to accept. Evidently, Tang San had underestimated someone's current appetite, leading to an awkward situation at the bill. With such a sum, Su Ming would not allow Tang San to bear the cost alone. The following day, as dawn broke with a soft glow, three silhouettes stretched long, their faces radiating flecks of golden light, brimming with youthful exuberance. Brother, why isn't Shrek Academy located within the city? Xiao Wu, her large eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation, hopped around Su Ming, eager for an answer. Tang San interjected, you see, the more powerful the academy, the more they value a focused training environment. If situated amidst the city's revelries, it would only distract the students. Xiao Wu gasped in realization, her eyes sparkling. I never considered it that way. It seems Shrek Academy must be quite exceptional. Indeed, Tang San replied confidently. Their teacher had turned down numerous intermediate Soul Master academies, and though Shrek Academy wasn't officially registered, the teacher's strong recommendation indicated its distinctiveness. Hearing their exchange, Su Ming felt a lump in his throat and couldn't resist retorting, yes, Shrek Academy certainly can't be that remarkable. The Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City is superior. He posed a rhetorical question, given that it's already in a village. How much worse could the environment possibly be? It is solely the quality of the faculty that draws me here. Tang San and Xiao Wu mistakenly believed Su Ming was in agreement, their anticipation growing even more. Before long, the trio arrived at the village entrance, only to find an unexpected queue already forming at such an early hour. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere are filled with concern. Su Ming cast his gaze forward. At a table, an elderly man sat. Above the wooden archway hung a plaque inscribed with the 5 prominent characters, Shrek Academy. In front of the name, there was an ugly green creature. Boom. The crude artistic style struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Xiao Wu and Tang San in a daze. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu, with a blank expression, stiffly turned her head to Tang San and asked, "Are you certain this is the Shrek Academy that the master mentioned? Not some humble village school?" Tang San's face darkened as he craned his neck to take a look, muttering ominously, "It can't be possible. If we were in the wrong place, there shouldn't be anyone queuing here. If we are in the right place, could this truly be Shrek Academy? How could the teacher allow us to attend school here?" Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat lost. There was no doubt, this should indeed be Shrek Academy. It was Su Ming who spoke up, producing a round green badge that matched the one worn by the elder at the village entrance. Is this really Shrek Academy? The expressions of the two grew even more vivid. Noticing the badge in Su Ming's hand, Xiao Wu's eyebrows twitched as she asked in astonishment, "Brother, where did you get this badge?" Tang San turned to look, his pupils constricting in shock. "This badge is... No, it can't be." As if realizing something, both of them stared at Su Ming in horror. With a slight tilt of his eyes, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "I never claimed I came here to be a student with you, did I? Xiao Wu. Tang San. Is this what you meant by seeking guidance in the coming years? You mean? You teach?" Chapter 66. There are always greater monsters. Indeed. There is not much to learn at Shrek Academy. Since he had arrived, Su Ming naturally could not assume the role of a student. Tang Hao was the first to speak, thus proposing certain requests to come here as a teacher, a guest instructor. On one hand, he could specifically teach Xiao Wu in her cultivation. On the other hand, he could freely arrange his own time, given Tang Hao's strength. Securing a guest position at Shrek was not a difficult task. After the initial shock, Xiao Wu felt quite pleased instead. As Su Ming had been guiding her in her cultivation, Tang San, however, wore a troubled expression, contemplating the prospect of addressing his peer, Su Ming, as Teacher Su, which made his demeanor even more intricate. The three stood quietly in line, awaiting their turn. Su Ming did not cut in line, but waited alongside Xiao Wu. The teacher in charge of the registration was named Li Yusong, a soul emperor wielding the dragon pattern staff. With his presence, the registration proceeded without any disturbances. However, parents continuously left in frustration near Su Ming and his companions. Xiao Wu's ears perked up as she remarked in astonishment, "The rules of Shrek Academy are quite strict. One must be under 12 years old and possess a soul power of at least level 21. Aside from the 3 of us, no one in our Junior Soul Master Academy meets these requirements." Indeed, Tang San nodded, finally finding some solace. It was no wonder the teacher had directed him here. It appeared that Shrek Academy possessed unique qualities. The fact that even the registration officer was a soul emperor was rather impressive, especially considering the statement that Shrek Academy only accepted monsters, which was undeniably formidable. A smile of anticipation blossomed on Tang San's face. Monsters indeed? The 3 of us certainly fit the bill. As for the other one, he is simply extraordinary. Noticing Tang San's glance, a cold light flickered in Su Ming's eyes, causing Tang San to awkwardly avert his gaze. Su Ming remarked that capturing monsters indeed sounded appealing. The students of the academy were of high caliber, and their overall proficiency was commendable. However, conversely, this did not truly reflect the genuine teaching prowess of an institution. Tang San paused, contemplating, and nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Wu scratched her head, seemingly perplexed, and asked with curiosity, "If the students are exceptional, doesn't that signify the academy's teaching strength? Isn't there a distinction?" "Certainly, there is a distinction." Su Ming carefully organized his thoughts and explained. "On a macro level, as you mentioned, the abilities of the students do reflect the academy's teaching strength. However, when we compare, one academy may cultivate a student with innate 3rd-level soul power into a soul emperor, while another academy may also accomplish the same. The former would be the weakest soul emperor, while the latter would produce a distinguished one. Which academy do you think possesses greater teaching capability?" Xiao Wu pondered, scratching her head. After a moment, her eyes gleamed with determination as she replied, "It seems the former, after all. Nurturing a student with innate 3rd-level soul power to the level of a soul master is no easy feat, let alone reaching the rank of soul emperor. If such an academy truly exists, I reckon every household would strive to gain entry. You're not as foolish as you appear. Su Ming smiled as he patted Xiao Wu's head, reflecting that the quality of an academy is determined by its students. For an institution to flourish, it must impose stringent conditions to attract the finest pupils. However, possessing the most promising students does not inherently signify that the academy excels in its teaching capabilities. For instance, were I to study here, I could very well continue my education through self-study. Would that then validate the teaching prowess of Shrek Academy? Indeed. It seems that regardless of the institution, true genius hinges upon the individual, with academies primarily serving as enhancements to one's innate potential. Xiao Wu chuckled knowingly. Her sparkling eyes filled with envy as she remarked, "No wonder I can never catch up to you no matter how hard I try. If only my mind was as sharp as yours. Even if your intellect were superior, what good would it do while you are perpetually clutching a carrot?" He teased. "Well, I've made my decision. I shall have carrots for lunch, and neither of you is allowed to escape." Observing the playful banter between Su Ming and Xiao Wu, Tang Xin felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on Xiao Wu's words, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming possessed not only diligence but also an extraordinary imagination, which was truly formidable. Much like the technique of compressing soul power, it had elevated his Xianyu hand to new heights. Suddenly, Tang San's ears perked up at the sound of movement. It was her. A glance at the woman in black caused Tang San's face to flush with embarrassment, realizing that his pristine image from yesterday had been entirely tarnished. He quickly clenched his fist and cleared his throat to assert his innocence. Xiao Wu also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's arrival and was surprised to see her here. Raising an eyebrow, she teased Tang San, "Look at you all flustered. Aren't you particularly pleased inside?" Indeed, she had not been mistaken before. He was quite the lecher. "I can't win whether I remind you or not." With a stern expression, Tang San retreated from beside Su Ming and stood behind him, opting for out of sight, out of mind. Zhu Zhuqing was here. He wondered if Ning Rongrong had arrived as well. Su Ming's cold gaze swept past Zhu Zhuqing, yet he did not catch sight of Ning Rongrong. Time flew by swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them reached the front, for the first phase merely required assessing bone age and soul rings, which did not take much time. The sound of coins clinking against the wooden box echoed in the air. Su Ming gestured, indicating that the two of them wished to enter the academy and should be tested. Tang Xin cast a grateful glance, refraining from any pretense, promising to return for another visit. "Little girl, extend your hand," he instructed. Li Yusong gently pinched the small dance's hand, affirming, "Indeed, your bone age is suitable, and your physical and soul powers seem quite commendable." A surge of joy welled up within the little girl as she tilted her head and declared, "Brother, just watch. I will undoubtedly pass the academy's assessment." Su Ming cast a cold glance, stating that if one were to fail, they should return home to till the fields, sparing him the trouble of aiding in their cultivation. Heartless. Meanwhile, as Li Yusong was testing Tang San, it was evident that Tang San's bone age posed no issue. However, due to his training in the Xianyu hand, it left Li Yusong, who was assessing his bone age, somewhat astonished. The true astonishment, however, came later. As Xiao Wu and Tang San unleashed their martial spirits, the purple thousand-year spirit rings suddenly manifested, reverberating like thunder across the sky. The others immediately fell silent in awe. Soul respect. 2 soul respects. Li Yusong abruptly sprang from his chair, his expression radiant, his eyes gleaming with joy. Remarkable. This was a delightful surprise. It had been a long time since he had been this astonished. A 12-year-old soul respect, breaking the academy's record for speed. What remarkable prodigies you are. Li Yusong's eyes sparkled with wonder, his fervent gaze seemingly fixated on success. Yet, the true prodigy was still to come. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged disinterested glances, their expressions devoid of much joy, their eyes instinctively drifting towards Su Ming. As his astonished lips slowly closed, Li Yusong called out for Mu Bai. Upon hearing his name, a man named Mu Bai hurried towards the village entrance. Just as he began to speak, his gaze fell upon the thousand-year spirit rings, and he halted abruptly, as if startled like a frightened horse. Soul respect? A tumultuous wave of shock coursed through Dai Mu Bai's being, his mouth agape in disbelief. Li Yusong chuckled, remarking that it appeared the academy would be able to welcome 2 promising talents. How about that? You, my boy, will find it hard to flaunt your achievements now. Won't you? Dai Mu Bai, my records shattered? A note to my dear readers. Regrettably, I must share some unfortunate news. Tomorrow at noon, I shall be launching This is not due to a failure in PK or a lack of recommendations, but rather, I simply wish to publish. A family issue has arisen. My father is recuperating in the hospital, and I aim to earn some extra income. It's as simple as that. Perhaps it could be perceived as a plea for sympathy. But if you could offer a first subscription, that would suffice. Pursuing further would be even better. I do not wish to elaborate more. But I thank you for reaching this point. Chapter 69. In Flanders' absence, I am the Dean. Goodness, this truly is extraordinary. In the village, Dai Bai led Su Ming and the others forward, shaking his head in disbelief. Having broken through to soul respect at 13, he was already considered a prodigy. To encounter a 12-year-old today was beyond his expectations. Even more perplexing was the presence of someone bearing a teacher's badge. Either the dean had accepted a bribe, or this individual possessed formidable strength. Dai Bai was more inclined to believe the former, as that person appeared to be merely 12 years old. Leading the way, Dai Bai, with his golden hair and broad shoulders, exuded a sense of strength. His demeanor matched his appearance, embodying a carefree spirit. He did not mumble his thoughts inwardly, but voiced them aloud, ensuring Su Ming and the others could hear. Tang Sen took a step forward, warmly greeting him, and inquired about the number of students at Shrek Academy. Dai Bai turned, his gaze briefly flickering over Xiao Wu before he smiled and replied, "There's no need to call me senior. Although I am 2 years ahead of you, the academy has not opened classes due to its small size. Given your circumstances, entering the academy should not be difficult. I am Dai Bai. You may simply call me Bai." As for the academy, Dai Bai's expression bore no hint of embarrassment. Instead, it radiated respect and confidence as he continued. Our Shrek Academy adheres to the principle of quality over quantity, only recruiting prodigies. Including myself, we have only 3 students. 3. This number left Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such stringent recruitment standards at Shrek Academy. Dai Bai furrowed his brow slightly, finding it peculiar that this was the first time he had not sensed intense interest from newcomers. The academy's ethos instilled a sense of pride even within him. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared astonished, they did not express any reverence. As they traversed the village, Su Ming observed the surroundings. The village was half the size of Diyan village, considerably simpler, evidently untouched by the prosperity of Soto City. Su Ming pondered privately whether the Shrek Academy had faced some form of adversity outside the Baroque royal system, knowing that the two would undoubtedly pass. Dai Bai enthusiastically introduced the assessment and Shrek Academy to Tang San and his companions. Since they had already attained the rank of soul respect, they could bypass the initial tests and directly access the 4th trial. Passing this would grant them official status as students of the academy. Confident in their abilities, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt assured. The group reached the rear of the village, closer to the woods, where the outline of a plaza came into view. Surrounded by sparse buildings, in front of the plaza, a stout figure lay basking in the sun. His bronze skin, robust physique, and a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth suggested he was savoring this moment. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Bai called out, his face filled with admiration as he approached to converse. 3 people? The man glanced over, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Bai, what are you playing at? Have you brought in girls?" Dai Bai quickly interjected, a rueful smile on his face. "I wouldn't dare, Teacher Zhao. Both of them are soul respects. And the other claims to be a teacher at the academy." "Soul respect? A teacher?" Zhao Wujie scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. He straightened his waist and leaped 3 meters from the lounge chair, landing with a thunderous crash. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, his figure stretched like a fortified wall, appearing almost as if it had been compressed. With a mocking gaze sweeping over the group, Zhao Wujie sneered, "Little brat. Who claims to be a teacher at the academy? Step forward, I want to harm you." He continued, "Do you even know what Shrek Academy is? What kind of riffraff thinks they can come here to be teachers?" Humph. A thunderous sound echoed in their minds as Zhao Wujie's cold snort reverberated. Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions turned grave, realizing the man was indeed formidable. Though he did not manifest his martial spirit, the explosive power emanating from him was palpable. The registration was typically overseen by soul emperors, so the assessors here were likely at least soul emperors as well. Zhao Wujie was furious, his gaze icy, and his anger palpable. Given that Shrek Academy's salaries were already meager, having to share them was akin to courting disaster. Su Ming offered no explanation and flung the badge in his hand with great force. The speed of the badge was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Even Dai Bai could only perceive a fleeting shadow before the sound of the rush of air had dissipated. A large hand had already caught it with a resounding thud. The mocking smile on Zhao Wujie's face vanished, replaced by an expression of surprise as he exclaimed softly. His fierce gaze fixated on Su Ming, emanating an aura of authority as he remarked, "Well done, young man. You possess considerable strength. So, you wish to become a teacher at the academy, do you?" Before Su Ming could respond, Zhao Wujie, exuding an imposing presence, gestured with his hand. "If you aspire to be a teacher at the academy, then you must engage in a few rounds with me. As long as you can endure, we can discuss terms." The notion of battling the Soul Emperor sent chills down Tang San and Xiao Wu's spines. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, tugged at Su Ming, urging him not to agree, but he gently restrained her. "Teacher Xiao, the badge is known by Dean Dai Mu Bai to signify your prowess," he remarked. Casting a glance at Su Ming, his words trailing off, Zhao Wujie immediately bristled, declaring, "What does the position of Dean matter? With Dean Flander absent, I am the Dean. Do you wish for a mere child to assume the role of a teacher?" He added a final statement that rendered Dai Mu Bai instantly subdued. The latter cast a glance of resigned fortune at Su Ming, then crossed his arms, standing aloof with an air of detachment, seemingly reluctant to see Su Ming take on the role of a teacher. At merely 12 years of age, to become a teacher at Shrek Academy? It was preposterous. Perhaps Dean Flander was engaged in some financial dealings. No wonder he was not present at the academy, leaving the recruitment process to Zhao Wujie. Clearly reluctant to part with money. Was Flander acting deliberately? Or was Zhao Wujie simply astute? Or perhaps, was it Yu Xiaojang seeking to impose difficulties as revenge? These fleeting thoughts raced through Su Ming's mind, yet he did not dwell on them. He believed in confronting challenges as they arose. Just as soldiers face the enemy and water is contained by earth. Su Ming's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Zhao Wujie. "In terms of soul power, I concede that I am indeed no match for you, considering I am merely 12 years old. However, when it comes to pure physical combat, the outcome remains uncertain." Such audacity. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted dramatically as those two words surged in his mind. Zhao Wujie, a formidable soul saint of level 76, wielded the powerful martial spirit of the Diamond Bear. With 7 soul rings, his physical enhancement far surpassed that of other soul masters. Observing Su Ming, Dai Mu Bai could not help but shake his head. Truly, it was a case of ignorance coupled with fearlessness. Zhao Wujie, momentarily taken aback, seemed to recall the rarity of such words, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Very well, let it be physical prowess. I would not want others to accuse me of bullying the weak. Boy, rest assured, for the sake of your courage, I shall treat you with the utmost respect." A sinister grin crept across Zhao Wujie's lips as his right fist struck against his left palm, the sound echoing ominously, resonating like a threat to the heart. Su Ming waved at Xiao Wu and the others. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu bit her pink lip and stepped back, her eyes filled with concern. "System. Strive for success in the battle against Zhao Wujie. The timing and frequency remain uncertain for now. Beep. System data collection in progress. Host, commence your efforts." Chapter 70 Zhao Wujie. You are also a power-type soul master. The branches swayed, and the grass undulated with the wind. 2 figures stood facing each other. Neither made a move, but their exchanged gazes ignited fierce sparks. It was the height of summer, under the blazing sun. Yet Tang San and Xiao Wu felt an unsettling chill enveloping them. The exchange of skills between masters, even without physical confrontation, revealed clues through their intense eye contact and colliding auras. Dai Mu Bai's expression turned serious. Su Ming's aura was extraordinarily formidable, instilling a sense of tension within him. Particularly striking were Su Ming's eyes, cold and piercing, glinting with an almost imperceptible sharpness that evoked an impression of irresistible power. Realizing that his opponent was no ordinary individual, Dai Mu Bai instinctively tempered his lightheartedness. Swish, swish. The 2 figures appeared beside Xiao Wu and the others simultaneously. On the left stood an elderly man with white hair and a goatee, dressed in splendid attire, exuding an air of dignity. His eyes sparkled with brilliant wisdom, imparting a sense of astuteness and agility. On the right was a rounder figure, seemingly younger, yet clad in a chef's uniform, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily bewildered. Strangely enough, both were teachers from the academy, indicating that the institution had unearthed promising talents. With keen eyes, Lu Qibin surveyed Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling inwardly pleased. Though maintaining a composed exterior, his gaze gradually shifted to Su Ming and Zhao Wujie, displaying a hint of aristocratic grace in his demeanor. "Old Xiao, what do you think? Will Zhao Wujie stumble?" Xiao Xian's expression remained impassive. Perhaps due to his physique, his voice sounded soft yet resonant. That young man's strength should be considerable, but if their soul rings are comparable, there might be a chance. Zhao Wujie is practically a soul sage, and given the age of his opponent. The disparity in their soul rings is bound to be significant. Observing the two opponents, Lu Qibin's intelligent eyes glimmered with a hint of insight. He refrained from making hasty conclusions, instead highlighting the differences between the two. Yet, through his remarks, he seemed to favor Zhao Wujie, a sentiment that was not surprising. Indeed, Xiao Xian nodded, but for reasons unknown, he felt that Su Ming was capable of delivering a surprise. Let's just watch and see. Their conversation was light and casual. Yet it stirred a tempest within Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts. A soul sage. That man is actually a soul sage. Just as Xiao Wu was about to act, Tang San immediately restrained her. He looked at Xiao Wu solemnly, stating, "Your brother is calmer than anyone. He won't engage in a battle without confidence. Or else he wouldn't propose a physical contest. What you need to do now is trust him." Swish. Xiao Wu was frozen in place. As if Su Ming's past words resonated in her mind. You easily get anxious. Taking a deep breath, she retreated and nodded at Tang San. Yes, I should believe in my brother, rather than complicate matters for him. Clenching her fists tightly, Xiao Wu fixed her unwavering gaze on Su Ming, silently cheering him on. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Zhao Wujie, his expression grave. Even without the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wujie could effortlessly send a Soul King flying with a single slap. While that Soul King was not particularly formidable and had only utilized his first soul skill, it was evident how formidable Zhao Wujie's strength was as he bore the martial soul of the mighty Diamond Bear. The correlation between soul masters and soul beasts is well established. At level 76, Zhao Wujie, when unleashing his full power, corresponds to a Diamond Bear that has existed for approximately 50 to 60,000 years. His full eruption of strength surely exceeds tens of thousands of pounds. And his defensive capabilities are extraordinary, far beyond what Su Ming could hope to withstand. Even in a purely physical confrontation, Su Ming found himself lacking in substantial physical advantages. The renowned Soul Master Tang San managed to endure for the duration of an incense stick using a kite strategy to buy time. Yet he was gravely wounded with just a single strike. Whoosh! Su Ming shifted his left foot backward, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, resonating with a distinct sound. With a swift movement, he initiated his attack. Zhao Wujie felt a shadow before him expand abruptly, as if teleporting, and a figure had already approached with astonishing speed. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, his astonishment mirrored by the two onlooking teachers, who were left speechless by the rapidity of the encounter. In an instant, without affording Zhao Wujie a moment to react, Su Ming's arm transformed into a blade, striking down upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The force was akin to a mountain collapsing, overwhelming, and relentless. Upon impact, a chill coursed through Zhao Wujie's back. The terrifying strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Wujie's considerable frame plummeted to the ground, half kneeling. One blow, and the mighty one could not rise? Xiao Xian swallowed hard, his voice grave. Old Lu, I retract my previous statement. This time Zhao Wujie has truly met his match. He speculated that Zhao Wujie would emerge with a bruised face. Lu Qibin's eyes widened in shock, offering no counter. Incredible! Exclaimed Tang San, his eyes wide. While Xiao cheered, shaking her delicate fists. Daimu Bai was equally unsettled, his deep blue eyes shimmering with golden light, exclaiming, "What a freak!" With a roar, Zhao Wujie, incensed, unleashed a fierce shout, launching his iron fist towards Su Ming's abdomen. Bang! Su Ming lifted his leg to charge, utilizing Zhao Wujie's strength to retreat and create distance. What a remarkable fellow! No wonder you wish to compete with me in physical prowess. It turns out you are a power-type soul master. It seems your soul ring configuration is impeccable. Pray tell, what is your martial soul? Zhao Wujie grinned widely, rising with a hint of discomfort, his gaze not filled with anger but rather brimming with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The previous strike had even made his own heart race. It had been ages since he encountered such formidable power in a soul master. Once more, he bellowed, his voice resonant as he charged forth with great speed. Unfortunately, it appeared his velocity was still several tiers inferior to Su Ming's. Power-type soul masters are inherently slower, especially without the enhancement of a martial soul, compounded by Zhao Wujie's heavy build and short legs. The scene was so glaringly awkward that Xiao Xian and his companion could hardly bear to watch, almost compelled to exclaim in unison. Old Zhao, your intentions are commendable, truly worthy of praise. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, their expressions were peculiar, pondering when Su Ming had become a power-type soul master. Bang! Su Ming sidestepped deftly, evading the earth-shattering strike from Zhao Wujie. With a fluid motion, he guided the force of the blow away with his left arm. In an instant, he coiled his right leg into a powerful stance, preparing to unleash another punch. A resounding thud echoed as Zhao Wujie slowly raised his head. "Got you now, kid," he sneered, his lips curling into a menacing grin as the veins on his arm bulged, tightly gripping Su Ming's right fist. "You are still far from mastering the art of improvisation in combat." A sense of foreboding washed over Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie was deliberately attempting to compensate for his lack of speed. Yet, before their alarm could fully resonate, they beheld Su Ming lean back, one foot firmly planted on Zhao Wujie's knee. The scene was hauntingly familiar. Damn it, Zhao Wujie realized instantly. Yet the slippery eel he thought he had caught was not about to escape. He immediately intensified his grip. Although Su Ming's flexibility in the waist is not comparable to that of Xiao Wu, he excels in physical strength. With a powerful arching motion, Zhao Wujie's feet momentarily left the ground. Boom. The two figures were simultaneously propelled away. Su Ming did not anticipate that Zhao Wujie would choose a strategy of inflicting heavy casualties upon the enemy while suffering significant losses himself. With a thud, he landed heavily, seemingly unaffected, and swiftly pivoted to deliver a kick towards Zhao Wujie's arm. Having sustained considerable injury, Zhao Wujie had just regained consciousness when Su Ming's powerful kick struck him, causing excruciating pain that prompted him to instinctively release his grip. He rolled and rose to his feet, his expression resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. His face a portrait of distress. After several minutes of combat, Zhao Wujie could no longer endure the situation and exclaimed in fury, "You brat, if you have the capability, let us confront each other head-on." Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin could only cover their faces in exasperation, feeling the embarrassment of the moment. Chapter 71. A thrilling conclusion. Zhao Wujie admits defeat. In the world of Douluo Continent, a hierarchy of restraint exists among soul masters. The agile attack system counters the control system, which in turn restrains the strong attack system, while the strong attack system dominates the agile attack system. Agile attack soul masters excel in surprise tactics, often wielding spirit souls of swift creatures such as cats, leopards, snakes, and falcons. While the comprehensive physical prowess of agile attack soul masters cannot compare to that of lion or tiger spirit soul masters, the formidable defenses of the strong attack system are such that a single strike from them can be overwhelming for an agile attack soul master, who may struggle to withstand it. Su Ming's speed surpassed that of Zhao Wujie, yet one must not forget that his strength was equally formidable. After several encounters, Zhao Wujie found himself at a disadvantage. He loathed this kind of battle, where his soul skills could not be utilized, leaving him unable to exert his strength, merely striking at empty air. Both were power-type soul masters, and a direct confrontation was the hallmark of true masculinity. Facing off, with a swift motion, Su Ming retracted his stance and slowly approached Zhao Wujie. "Come at me." Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, responding with a scoff as he met Su Ming head-on. Was it possible they were truly going to engage in a flesh-and-blood combat? Daimu Bai felt a shiver at the thought. Memories of Zhao Wujie's practical combat class clouding his mind. He never imagined that one day, the esteemed unmovable king would be bested by a mere 12-year-old. A long sigh escaped him, lamenting the relentless passage of time and the inevitability of aging. Xiao Xian glanced at Lu Qibin with amusement, although taken aback. He felt no internal conflict. As a food-type soul master, much younger than the rest, he chewed on a sweet delicacy and remarked, "Old Lu, the battle isn't over yet. The outcome remains uncertain." "Not over?" Lu Qibin shot him a look of disbelief. "How can it still be ongoing? How much has Zhao Wujie benefited you for you to defend him so?" Xiao Xian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, unable to refute the point. From what had transpired in the battle, it was evident that Zhao Wujie had already lost. Their strength was nearly equal. But Zhao Wujie's sluggish speed would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. In essence, from the moment he accepted the challenge, he had already lost. Xiao Xian's gaze turned towards Su Ming, whose chubby visage exuded an air of intrigue. It was the first time he encountered such a formidable young individual, and he was curious about his training regimen. In the arena, Su Ming and Zhao Wujie drew near once more, akin to magnets, standing face to face at a distance of less than 50 centimeters. A smirk played on Zhao Wujie's lips, a blend of arrogance and deep admiration evident in his expression. "Kid, to cultivate your physique to such a level at your age, I must admit, I was nowhere near your prowess in my youth. No wonder you proposed a pure physical combat. I underestimated you." Su Ming's fingers moved in succession before clenching into a fist as he coldly remarked, "If you find yourself at a disadvantage, You may resort to your martial spirit. I am curious to see how many of your soul skills I can withstand without defeat. Bah! Zhao Wujie immediately scoffed, spitting in anger as he bellowed. How dare you mock me? Go ask around in the soul master community. Do they consider me the unyielding king Zhao Wujie, a fickle coward? Humph. Zhao Wujie wiped his mouth, his large eyes gleaming with fierce determination. You should be able to sense that my strength surpasses yours to some extent. If it comes down to a direct confrontation, the outcome is far from certain. Then let us engage. Come at me. With the final word come echoing, Zhao Wujie resolutely unleashed a powerful punch. Su Ming's gaze was sharp and unwavering, merely raising his arm to block. A dull thud resonated. His forearm was jolted aside, and Su Ming felt the blood and energy within his arm surge chaotically, rendering it somewhat numb and weak, causing his footwork to shift slightly. Yet, in the next moment, Su Ming retaliated with a powerful right fist aimed at Zhao Wujie. After all, I had fought my way through the assaults of dozens of bishops from the Spirit Hall. What do I have to fear from you? Zhao Wujie displayed no signs of trepidation, curling his arm into a fist and blocking from below. With a resounding impact, the ferocity of the force traveled through his bones to his shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth slightly. Both men's eyes sparkled with intensity. In an instant, their punching speed escalated dramatically. Boom, one punch. Boom, two punches. Boom, three punches. They engaged in a raw, masculine battle that profoundly defined the essence of a head-on clash, devoid of any superfluous maneuvers. Block, evade, attack. Block, evade, attack. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch followed the other in rapid succession, the sounds merging into a symphony of strikes. Their fists unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, causing the surrounding barriers to tremble and collapse. Zhao Wujie's punches were heavy, and Su Ming could feel the turmoil within him. Yet, Zhao Wujie was equally suffering. Nevertheless, the two fought with a fervor that only intensified with each exchange. Their bright eyes seemed to convey a mutual declaration. Neither would yield first. What man does not relish a fight where flesh meets flesh? The fists loomed large before them, grazing the surface, delivering the visceral sounds of impact. That exhilarating thrill, that raw primality, no other combat style could compare. If one were to accompany this spectacle with music, only the clash between Goku and Jiren from Dragon Ball Super could evoke such intense sparks of excitement. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Oscar, the sausage uncle who had just arrived, looked disheveled, his unkempt beard noticeably ruffled. How brutal. Oscar nudged Daimubai with his elbow, stammering, Die boss. Don't you power-type spirit masters all prefer this kind of fighting? Daimubai's expression darkened, his lips twitching. A few exchanges are sufficient. Power-type spirit masters are still spirit masters. After all, it's about soul skills. In just a few minutes, the two had lost count of their exchanges. However, it was evident that Zhao Wujie had landed fewer heavy blows on Su Ming, whereas Su Ming retaliated fiercely with each block or dodge. Bang! As Su Ming launched another attack, Zhao Wujie prepared to block with both arms. Suddenly, Su Ming retracted his strike and executed a left hook, deftly evading beneath Zhao Wujie's elbow. Crack! Zhao Wujie heard the sound of his teeth shattering. The tremendous force contorted his face, causing his trembling lips to reveal his gums. He soared backward like a kite severed from its string. What a beautiful day! Zhao Wujie squinted at the clear blue sky and the pristine white clouds, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Boom! The world before him blurred. And as he crashed to the ground, his thoughts returned to reality. He spat out two broken teeth, leaning on his knee as he slowly rose. His rugged face bore bruises of blue and purple, and his exposed arms were swollen, presenting a pitiful sight. Damn it, when did the younger generation become so formidable? How are we old-timers supposed to survive in this world? Lao Xiao, are you still standing there like a statue? Hand me some of those candy beans. I'm in agony. Swish. Xiao Xian chuckled, harboring no ill intent. He simply wanted to relish Zhao Wujie's current state a moment longer. Seemingly prepared, he tossed out two green candy beans, one naturally aimed at Zhao Wujie and the other at Su Ming. As Su Ming just received the candy and was about to express his gratitude, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through his body. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Like a blood-red plum blossoming, Su Ming half knelt on the ground, his trembling arm pressed against the earth. Brother! Xiao Wu's heart tightened, visibly anxious, as Tang Sen hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 72, Zhao Wujie. My mind is crumbling. Xiao Xian, a spirit saint of the food system, had created a candy that proved remarkably effective for lower-ranked spirit masters. Observing Zhao Wujie consume the candy without hesitation, Ming followed suit. As a green light enveloped him, he felt himself wrapped in a warm energy. The pain from his muscle dislocation and cramps rapidly dissipated, and even the swelling in his arm began to subside. Within mere moments, Ming sensed a complete restoration, an exhilarating relief that transcended mortal confines. Had his berserker physique still been intact, taking him to the Star Doe Forest would have resulted in a swift enhancement within a day or two. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ming gazed intently at Xiao Wujie, who felt a shiver run down his face under the intensity of that gaze. I just saved you. Surely you don't think that because of my appearance, you can mistake me for a power-type spirit master and challenge me? Xiao Wujie's heart sank, and he subtly shifted his position to stand behind Lu Qibin. Engaging with Ming was not an option for him as a supportive spirit saint. It's all right now. Rest assured. Ming, rendered speechless, withdrew his gaze and, noticing Xiao Wu's worried expression, gently ruffled her hair with a soft chuckle. Yet, Xiao Wu maintained her pouting demeanor, cautiously supporting Ming. As Ming rose to his feet, Tang San felt as if a colossal mountain had risen before him, an insurmountable presence that left him somewhat breathless. Until he witnessed this battle firsthand, he had no idea of the extent of Ming's extraordinary prowess. He marveled at how Ming had honed his physique, which seemed almost beyond human capability. A genuine smile adorned Tang San's face, as if he shared in Ming's joy. After all these years, he could not possibly be oblivious to the disparity between them. His heart had long since come to terms with it, embracing Ming as a true friend. Ming wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, and he murmured, "Believe me, you would rather not experience that feeling." A chill swept through the air as his tone held an icy edge. Noticing the seriousness in Ming's gaze, Tang San's smile faded instantly. He understood well that the rewards and sacrifices one makes are often proportional. Yet, if given the chance, he yearned to challenge that sensation. With a steadfast spirit that exuded unyielding resilience, Tang San's eyes shone like mirrors, reflecting a serious demeanor laced with anticipation. Very well. After a brief silence, Ming nodded slowly. I want in too. Xiao Wujie chimed in eagerly, lifting her chin defiantly, determined not to be left behind. Ming playfully pushed her forehead with his finger, chuckling, "Do you really think I would let you off the hook? You aren't really coming after me, are you?" Xiao Wu's expression froze momentarily, realizing she had been careless by not stepping aside. The sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Zhao Wujie approached with a fierce and imposing demeanor, striding confidently. His domineering presence caused Tang San and Xiao Wu to tense up, fearing he might be angered enough to act. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the two before his gaze settled solely on Ming. Zhao Wujie, a level 76 soul sage, wielded the formidable martial spirit of the great strength Golden Bear. He held a modest reputation among soul masters, known to outsiders as the unmoving king. His bright eyes glimmered like a full moon emerging in the dark night, scrutinizing Ming with unwavering intensity. Seeing this, Dai Mubai and Oscar felt a surge of excitement, their eyes filled with envy. The mere fact that Zhao Wujie acknowledged him indicated that Ming was indeed a formidable opponent of the same caliber. Ming's heart tightened, recognizing the customary formalities of the spirit master community. He proclaimed with clarity, I am Ming, a level 33 spirit ancestor, wielding the blade martial spirit, Godslayer. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to nod in acknowledgement, his serious expression shattered in an instant. You isn't your martial spirit, a beast martial spirit? Zhao Wujie's lips twitched incessantly, his gaze resembling that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Impossible. It cannot be. A weapon martial spirit ancestor could never possess such a physique. Young man, do not jest with me. If you truly provoke my ire, I will take action. As he spoke with increasing fervor, Zhao Wujie finally erupted in a roar, feeling profoundly insulted. Xiao Wujie and Lu Qibin were equally incredulous, unable to contain their disbelief as they gathered around. No spirit ancestor had ever exhibited such abnormality, let alone one with a weapon martial spirit. Even with optimal soul rings, Zhao Wujie possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring, creating a disparity that was vast. The amplification of weapon and beast martial spirits differed significantly. Beast martial spirit masters enjoyed superior physical enhancements, while weapon martial spirit masters excelled in martial spirit amplification. Thus, in the early stages, beast martial spirits held the advantage in physical prowess, whereas in later stages, the supremacy shifted to weapon martial spirits. Ming did not summon his martial soul but instead borrowed a soul power testing orb. The unusual orb reappeared, leaving Zhao Wujie and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Although strange, the brilliance emanating from it indicated that the opponent was below the rank of Soul King. Below Soul King? Perhaps a soul sect or even a soul master. The trio remained incredulous. Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in astonishment, cursing vehemently as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, this is ridiculous. These young folks are like monsters. Turning to Mubai, he declared, this is on you. Entertain them with the tests. Without wishing to linger a moment longer, Zhao Wujie dashed back to the teacher's dormitory, feeling his composure fraying. How could the illustrious king of Unmoved be reduced to such childish ire? Xiao Xian and the others exchanged amused glances, yet they could empathize with his feelings. Unable to take charge of the academy's affairs, they explained the situation to Su Ming and subsequently departed. Left behind were the 7 young souls, Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, the strikingly slender Zhu Qing clad in black, and of course, a lady. She donned a pristine white dress, immaculate and untainted, exuding an air of nobility and elegance with every gesture, suggesting a remarkable lineage. Her ear-length hair framed a delicate visage, her skin as flawless as sheep-fat jade, radiating an aura of refinement. Noticing Ning Rongrong's peculiar gaze fixed upon him, Su Ming inclined his head in greeting, to which she responded with a smile before averting her eyes. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar, a food system soul master. Soon, you will likely be battling against Dai Lao, and I have exquisite sausages for sale that are sure to delight. Oscar exclaimed with fervor, his face beaming. However, before he could finish his sales pitch, he was abruptly kicked away by Dai Mubai, landing in a disheveled heap. Dai Lao, you Oscar-esque grievances were disregarded as Dai Mubai, gritting his teeth, coldly retorted, Little Ao, after witnessing Teacher Zhao, are you still planning to await my misfortune? With a serious expression, he gestured towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, both of whom were under 12 yet already soul masters. If you don't wish to be beaten, you might want to keep selling your sausages. Little Ao? Tang San and the others stared, bewildered, at the hirsute elder before them, pondering the chaotic hierarchy of Shrek Academy. In contrast, Oscar was even more astounded, his mind swirling. Soul Master? What nonsense is this? Recognizing that Dai Mubai was not jesting, Oscar was deeply shocked and resolutely chose to extend a helping hand. Dai Lao, how about 1 sausage for just a copper coin? Support a brother-esque flourishing business? As soon as he spoke, Oscar tossed the sausages aside, frantically retreating, as if a tiger were in pursuit. Chapter 73, Madness. You still want to fight without tests? Such thoughts echoed in the minds of Tang San and his companions. The assessment, the peculiarities of the academy, the behaviors of the teachers and students, all conveyed an air of strangeness. Even now, the final evaluation was to be conducted by the students themselves. Zhao Wujie and his colleagues seemed utterly unconcerned about potential mishaps. Thus, only one explanation remained. Tang San's gaze intensified as he fixed it unwaveringly upon Dai Mubai. Su Ming had fought a battle. He could not fall behind. Since the final challenge was a duel with you, let it commence. Mubai, I am also keen to discern the true prowess of the students from Shrek Academy. Tang San spoke slowly, a flicker of electric fervor dancing in his eyes, his surging martial spirit causing a tremor throughout his being. I disagree. Before Mubai could voice his thoughts, Xiao sprang forth first. With 4 of us here, Mubai only grows weaker as he fights. I refuse to accept that. She pouted her rosy lips, engaging in an argument with Tang San. Why should you go first? If anyone should, it ought to be me. Have you forgotten? My soul power surpasses yours. Tang San's face turned awkward. Indeed, his soul power stood at level 31, while Xiao had already reached level 33. Yet, in terms of strength, he felt no fear of her. Rubbing his chin, Tang San calmly assessed. If I am not mistaken, his martial spirit should be a beast type. I have a natural advantage over him. Strategically, it is more appropriate for me to take the lead. And what of it? With hands on her hips, Xiao Wu remained obstinate. His advantage over me is precisely what makes the fight more exhilarating. I do not wish to trail behind you. How about we spar first to determine the order? Tang San sighed in exasperation, even before the battle had begun. Infighting had ensued. Aware that reasoning with Xiao Wu was futile, he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. They had intended for a fair fight, yet this contention unfolded. In Mubai's eyes, he felt as though he were a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. Are you all mocking me? The low rumble of his voice resonated like a tiger's roar, and Mubai's expression turned as dark as ink, evidently incensed. Xiao Wu and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. They had no such intention. At that moment, Su Ming spoke. All right, let Tang San take the lead. His calm voice carried an air of authority, causing Xiao Wu to stamp her foot in frustration. Brother, you want me to go over, don't you? Su Ming frowned slightly. Xiao Wu recoiled in fear. Being lifted high here would be utterly embarrassing. Puffing her cheeks, she returned to Su Ming's side, looking quite aggrieved. Su Ming cast her a glance and said, "If you enjoy fighting, I could accompany you for some practice someday. What do you think? Accompany me for practice?" A sudden realization seemed to strike Xiao Wu, causing her delicate frame to shudder, and a look of discontent instantly appeared on her face. "Brother, don't tease me. With my slender arms and legs, I can hardly withstand your roughness. I only have one little sister. If you were to injure me, wouldn't you feel heartbroken? To preserve our sibling bond, let us unite against the world instead, shall we?" With a cherubic smile plastered on her chubby face, Xiao playfully began to massage Su Ming's back with her tiny fists. Her crescent-shaped eyes, filled with innocence and charm, made it difficult for anyone to resist her appeal. "All right then." Su Ming waved his hand, his expression solemn, as he settled down to quietly observe the unfolding battle, which could be deemed the pinnacle confrontation among our contemporaries. Daimu Bai's soul power was indeed superior to that of the two of you. It would be prudent for you to first witness how Tang Xin engages in combat with him. Indeed, matters possess varying degrees of significance. With a smile that could rival the beauty of blossoms, Xiao Wu composed herself and sat patiently beside Su Ming. Daimu Bai, with his flowing golden hair, exuded an air of arrogance, addressing Tang San. "With your level of soul respect, you need not partake in this assessment." As he spoke, Daimu Bai turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing, and particularly when he looked at Zhu Zhiqing, his eyes exhibited a noticeable tremor. "Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a top-tier auxiliary soul master. Consider yourself approved. As for you, you too may be exempt from the examination. Are you all certain that you wish to proceed with this final match?" "Absolutely." Tang San's words were resolute, almost instinctively uttered without a moment's hesitation. Su Ming had just heard the words spoken, realizing that the other party was a standout among his peers. He too wished to ascertain whether he could indeed rival the geniuses of the outside world, as his teacher had claimed. Observing Tang San's demeanor, the frosty-faced Zhu Zhiqing prepared to speak, yet felt a gentle tug on her wrist. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly, like a breath of spring, after all. She was a soul sage, and she intended to assist him. Together, they would undoubtedly be able to defeat him. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, her heart swayed by the final three words. "Daimu Bai, are they all unwell? No assessment, and yet a fight." Taking a deep breath, when Daimu Bai opened his eyes again, a fierce red glint shone in his menacing gaze. Possessing a top-tier beast martial soul, he felt no fear towards anyone. Daimu Bai, martial soul, White Tiger, rank 37 Soul Master. Tang San's gaze was fixed. Tang San, martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, rank 31 Soul Master. Blue Silvergrass? Daimu Bai was momentarily taken aback, yet he dared not show any signs of negligence. Su Ming's martial soul, the Sword Spirit, possesses a physique capable of matching Zhao Wujie. Who could possibly fathom what these three individuals are? A roar. The sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant erupted as a brilliant white light enveloped Daimu Bai. His bones and muscles crackled, and his shirt swelled prominently as two formidable claws emerged from his fingertips, causing his entire frame to expand significantly. With the White Tiger martial soul manifesting, Daimu Bai exuded an aura of raw, untamed power, causing the onlookers to shift uneasily. Yet Tang Sen remained unfazed, his gaze as calm and unyielding as an iceberg, betraying no hint of emotion. Blue radiance flickered as the bluish-purple blue silvergrass slithered around him like venomous serpents. "Tang San, there's no need to deploy your third soul skill just yet," Su Ming spoke, aware that should Tang San unleash it, victory over Daimu Bai would be assured. Tang San nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligned. With a swift motion, Daimu Bai charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. Noticing Tang San refraining from using his soul skills, he decided to hold back as well, deeming it dishonorable to win under such circumstances. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, the Xian Yu hand meeting the White Tiger claws. After the resounding clash, the disparity in their strength was immediately apparent. Daimu Bai staggered back 5 or 6 steps, while Tang San remained utterly unmoved. How is this possible? Ning Rongrong gasped in disbelief, hands clasped over her mouth. The clash of top-tier beast martial souls, and yet, one had lost. This was simply astounding. Daimu Bai, looking as if he had transcended reality, stared in shock at his arm. How could his beast martial soul be bested by a weapon martial soul? Recovering from his stupor, Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming. and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Under normal training circumstances, employing the Xianyu hand would likely result in a stalemate with Dai Mubai, given the latter's overwhelming strength. However, years of rigorous weight training had significantly enhanced his physical resilience. Even now, he bore an additional 40 kilograms of weight. Yet it did not impede his speed in the slightest. Indeed, training with added weight proved to be a sagacious choice. A wave of victorious delight washed over him, and a smile crept onto his lips as he looked forward to further enhancing his physical prowess. Chapter 74. Dai Mubai's Unique Preferences. Although he had not acquired the 8 spider lances as in the original narrative, Tang San's physical capabilities had indeed been greatly fortified. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony as he writhed like a worm. A searing sensation coursed through him from the bindings of the web, sticky and laden with paralyzing toxins that infiltrated his body through the wounds. What terrified Dai Mubai further was that even with his third soul skill, which significantly boosted his offensive and defensive capabilities, his claws still could not sever the slender threads of the web. The gap between their third soul skills was glaringly evident. Are all participants in this tournament monsters? He pondered. All right, you win. The intense struggle made the web tighten around him, and realizing he could not escape, Dai Mubai shouted in frustration, feeling both unwilling and helpless. I concede. Tang San retracted the web, simultaneously neutralizing the toxins within Dai Mubai's body. The neural and corrosive toxins from the human-faced demon spider could inflict considerable harm, and given that they would be classmates henceforth, there was no need for excessive malice. Dai Mubai rose and expressed his gratitude. His complexion improved, yet a lingering sense of vexation remained. Facing a control-type soulmaster, the feeling of powerlessness was akin to being ensnared in quicksand, steeped in despair. Even as the plot diverged, Tang San had ultimately slain the human-faced demon spider. Was it a matter of fate or the optimal choice? Pondering this, Ming contemplated deeply. In the end, he could not help but conclude it was the latter. For the absence of the 8 spider lances indicated that fate could not deviate so drastically. Ming turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, observing her steadfast demeanor. Calm and composed, he couldn't help but remark, weren't you just in a hurry? Now it's your turn, aren't you going to go? And how can you still claim that I was the one who initiated this? Xiao Wu pouted slightly, explaining that he was currently drained of soul power and injured. So even if he won, it wouldn't be a true victory. Whether or not he could enter the academy was one matter, however. She firmly believed that she could never take advantage of another's misfortune. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, reflecting 3 distinct emotions. Ming's gaze was icy, while Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Tang San's expression was calm and composed, though their eyes conveyed 3 distinct emotions. They all spoke of the same truth, the dignity of a soul master. What they sought was a fair battle. It was as if an invisible force was drawing the 3 of them together, neither humble nor arrogant. At the center of this dynamic stood Ming. A sudden realization struck Dai Mubai, illuminating his mind like a flash of insight. Initially, the reason for the tug-of-war between the two was not a sign of disrespect towards him, but rather an acknowledgement of his potential as a true rival. After all, the essence of a soul master's fair combat lies in such recognition. Oscar. His voice resonated powerfully, augmented by his soul energy, echoing in all directions. Dai Mubai's gaze was bright as he regarded Ming and the others, seemingly resolved to take action. In an instant, a figure dashed forward, coming to an abrupt halt. Dai Mubai, believing he was about to settle a score, noted Oscar's anxious demeanor. However, before Oscar could voice his concerns, Dai Mubai interrupted him impatiently. Enough chatter. Bring me 2 sausages for detoxification and recovery. Oscar's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Dai Mubai, are you sure you want sausages? Is it possible that you've been indulging in too much feminine company? He pondered silently. Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, causing Oscar's heart to race as he refrained from further comment. I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage. The words, laden with a peculiar artistic flair, escaped Oscar's throat as he conjured the requested sausages, enveloped in a golden glow. His gaze fell despondently around him. Noting the presence of 3 beautiful girls, he lamented his unfortunate fate. Indeed, as the soul incantation was uttered, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. Ning Rongrong's heart seethed. Her eyes filled with embarrassment and indignation, feeling that such an incantation was a disgrace to support-type soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned even colder, as if warning someone to keep their distance. Cough, cough. Even having read the original story, Ming could not help but cough twice. This was indeed a mortifying scene. How utterly inappropriate. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched in a desire to confront Oscar. Tang Sen too bore a peculiar expression. Noticing the unfriendly gazes directed at him, Oscar hastily clarified, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This is merely a soul incantation. Soul skills must be announced." He continued, "I am truly an upright and unique gentleman." Yet, his explanations felt feeble and unconvincing. The group collectively sought to distance themselves from him, their eyes full of disdain. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, and then at Xiao Wu, Oscar resembled a defeated rooster as he silently retreated behind Dai Mubai. With a swift motion, Dai Mubai extended his hand towards Xiao Wu, gesturing for her to proceed. "You wished for a fair battle, did you not? My soul power and injuries have fully recovered. So let us commence." His eyes gleamed with golden light, casting aside any previous despair, replaced by an indomitable fighting spirit. In a flash, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, her astonishing agility allowing her to close the gap of 10 meters in an instant. She smiled sweetly. "I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit. A level 33 assault-type battle soul." With a resounding boom, a pink light radiated from her form, elongating her silhouette. Her rabbit ears perked up, and her agile frame exuded explosive energy. Her soul rings were composed of 2 yellow and 1 purple. An assault type? Dai Mubai's expression faltered. Had it not been previously stated that she was an agility type? Be careful. Before Dai Mubai could process this new information, Xiao was shouted a warning. Charging towards him with remarkable speed, Dai Mubai felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively knowing that Xiao Wu's power was likely on par with Tang San's. He quickly summoned his martial soul and activated his strongest third soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, causing his physique to swell and reveal distinct black markings. However, just as Dai Mubai prepared to unleash his claws, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Xiao Wu, who had been several meters away, suddenly appeared directly in front of him. 1,000-year soul skill. The purple soul ring sparkled, leaving Dai Mubai in sheer disbelief as he swiftly swung his claws in an attempt to repel her. Strangely, his movements began to slow, the golden light around him waning, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Dai Mubai's eyes were glazed, emanating a pinkish glow, seemingly under some form of enchantment. Xiao Wu's smile grew more radiant, as the pink aura surrounding her coalesced rapidly. In an instant, she grasped Dai Mubai's arm and executed a backward leap. The techniques she employed, lightness, skill, teleportation, allure, were far more formidable than a frontal assault. Tang Sen felt a chill run down his spine, his muscles tensing involuntarily. He had not anticipated Xiao Wu to be so merciless, showing no regard for sentiment. "Did you teach her this?" He instinctively glanced at the formidable presence beside him. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, expressing, "I merely informed her that the agility type emphasizes surprising the opponent and swiftly concluding the battle. However, I did not suggest she interrupt the skills of others. Do you truly believe that?" Tang Sen retorted, "I do, you rascal." Chapter 75. Has Su Ming whisked Tang Sen away? Bang, bang, bang. The pink figure darted about like a fleeting light. In the midst of it all, Dai Mubai found himself uncontrollably maneuvering. Above, it appeared as though a pink pentagram was blossoming in the sky. With a twirl, Xiao Wu unleashed a devastating spinning strike. Her slender legs radiated astonishing power, delivering a resounding blow to Dai Mubai's abdomen. It was akin to a heavy bell crashing to the ground. Dai Mubai plummeted, creating a thunderous impact that shattered the solid earth beneath him. Instead of rebounding, he found himself embedded into the ground. Swish. Xiao Wu landed gracefully, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Having concluded her performance, she clapped her hands excitedly and instinctively glanced at Oscar. Boom. Oscar trembled in fear, his face contorting into a grimace that was more pitiable than tears. Thankfully, the sausage had not been sold earlier. Otherwise, humph. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu lifted her chin and approached Su Ming, her previously fierce demeanor instantly transforming into a radiant smile. "Well, what do you think? Did my sister make you proud?" she asked, her eyes sparkling as she bent slightly, gazing up at Su Ming, seemingly wishing to capture his every expression. "Compliment me, come on." Upon witnessing this, Su Ming let out a sigh. "What is the matter with you?" Xiao Wu's expression stiffened, her delicate brows drooping. "I won far quicker than Tang San," not giving him a single chance to resist. "Isn't that what you taught me?" Su Ming remained silent, redirecting his gaze towards Tang San. "Do you find this battle tedious?" Tang San instantly comprehended the underlying humor. Internally, he stifled a laugh, while outwardly maintaining a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it lacks excitement. I anticipated a fierce clash between powerful soul masters, yet it concluded rather abruptly. Yes, it ended too swiftly, in the blink of an eye. I missed the entire spectacle, Su Ming remarked, theatrically rubbing his eyes. The sandstorm today is quite intense. Ah, so you dare to deny it, do you? Observing this exchange, Xiao Wu quickly grasped the situation. Her lips quivered in indignation as she bared her teeth and lunged towards Su Ming. Ahem. Su Ming quickly supported her forehead, adopting the tone of an elderly father. All right, there are so many people watching. Ultimately, a girl must marry. Just look at her, so poised and graceful. Can't you learn from that? Graceful? Xiao instinctively turned her gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who offered a forced smile in response. In an instant, Xiao Wu's expression darkened even further. Fine, graceful is it? Let me show you what true grace looks like. Her voice was a mix of indignation, and she swiftly turned her back, seizing Su Ming's arm to execute a shoulder throw. Bang! With his knee pressed against Xiao Wu's waist. Su Ming turned to Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing, saying, "Don't mind us, it's your turn to fight now." Upon witnessing this scene, the recently risen Dai Mubai nearly spat blood in astonishment. Graceful? Have you ever seen such a savage lady? Give it up, she is utterly devoid of any semblance of grace. Especially recalling their first meeting, when he had thought her innocent and charming, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, a creature brings down another. Observing Xiao Wu, who appeared harmless yet was full of mischief and fury, Dai Mubai shook his head with a bitter smile. Such a woman is truly beyond the control of ordinary men. He withdrew his gaze, focusing instead on the poised Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. His once fervent fighting spirit now waning, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Forget it, if defeat is inevitable, let us first ensure she can enter the academy. The opportunity for martial soul fusion techniques is something I cannot afford to miss. Just as Su Ming was preparing to enjoy the spectacle, a bird's call resonated through the sky, quickly followed by a sound cutting through the air. Whoosh! A figure descended from the heavens, landing before the trio. The man appeared to be around 50 years old, with a long face and a hawk-like nose. Although he wore rectangular glasses, his eyes were exceptionally astute, exuding an air of maturity mixed with a hint of cunning, which made him seem peculiar. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu adopt their combat stances, Su Ming waved his hand, signaling them to relax. Dean. Dai Mubai approached with a delighted expression, his eyes reflecting reverence. He is the dean? Tang San and the others displayed astonishment, not expecting the man before them to be the head of Shrek Academy. Flinder's gaze swept past the three before settling coldly on Su Ming. Though you triumphed over Zhao Wujie through sheer physical strength, your cultivation is insufficient to serve as a teacher at the academy. If you are willing, you may start as a steward and train alongside Dai Mubai and the others. Rest assured, once you become a Soul King, a teaching position will always be reserved for you. Glancing at Flinder, Su Ming's face revealed no emotion. He remained as tranquil as still water, leaving no indication of joy or anger. Angry? Why should he feel anger? Su Ming felt that his anger was utterly unwarranted. After a brief moment of silence, he gently patted Xiao Wu's arm. In an instant, she understood and affectionately linked her arm with his. Brother, let us depart. There was no trace of lingering attachment within her heart. Her tender smile seemed capable of melting the icy grip of winter. Within mere seconds, swift enough to elude reaction, the two began to take their leave. A sudden jolt surged through his heart as Flinder's face registered sheer astonishment. He had never anticipated Su Ming's resolute demeanor. No, I merely intended to test the waters and discuss terms. There was no need to frighten an old man like me. He thought anxiously. How shall I explain this to that esteemed individual? And with their departure, we lose two prodigies. Watching Su Ming and Xiao Wu's retreating figures, Tang San's brow furrowed deeply. Feeling a profound inner turmoil, an emotion he found difficult to relinquish. Should I heed the teacher's counsel and remain at Shrek? Or should I join Su Ming and the others? Teacher, in the past, I had no choice. Now, I wish to make my own decision. Releasing his tightly clenched fists, Tang San hastily followed after them, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief with each step he took. Observing Tang San's departure, Flinder nearly choked on his own frustration. He was well aware that the former was a disciple of Xiao Gang. The academy head, Dai Mubai, hesitated, his eyes brimming with urgency as he longed to persuade Flinder to retain them. Although he had been bested by Tang San and Xiao Wu, he felt a kinship with them. Coupled with the remarkably gifted Su Ming, the trio formed an extraordinary combination. Such talents departing from the academy would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss. Flinder, akin to an ant on a hot pan, was restless and panicked, feeling even more regretful than when he lost the position of headmaster. Gazing at the retreating figures of Su Ming and the others, he struggled to voice his thoughts. Yet the words eluded him. At that moment, a figure obstructed Su Ming's path. With a radiant smile, Ning Rongrong's amber eyes sparkled with excitement and delight. You must be Su Ming, right? If you no longer wish to stay at Shrek Academy, you could join our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Without delving into other matters, no one can rival our commitment to nurturing talent and investing resources. If you wish to join, I can personally recommend you. You may not be aware, but I am the daughter of the school's leader. Boom. Her declaration erupted like a volcanic explosion. 7-treasure glazed tile school. Daughter of the leader. The simple self-introduction struck like thunder on a clear day, creating a resounding shockwave across the skies above Shrek Academy. Even Flender and the prince, Daimubai, were taken aback. Their expressions shifting dramatically, their eyes reflecting deep apprehension. The usually composed Zhu Zhiqing turned her gaze, her crossed arms gradually falling to her sides. Tang San and Xiao were utterly unprepared for the remarkable lineage of the noblewoman before them, left speechless in astonishment. Only Su Ming remained unfazed. His gaze as calm as a still pond, seemingly impervious to any surprise. Noticing Tang San's expression, Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. Others may be oblivious, but he knew all too well who Tang San was, the son of Tang Hao. Even if he were unaware, this situation was decidedly awkward. Su Ming could not help but deliver a kick to him, asserting that one must remain unperturbed in the face of adversity. Moreover, why should you fear her? Tang San, with a puzzled expression, could not comprehend Su Ming's meaning. Why should I not fear the 7-treasures glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong's demeanor instantly darkened, her lips curling into a cold smirk. As one who held her sect in high regard, how could she tolerate such slander? If you dared to defy the 7-treasures glazed tile school. There were some, but certainly not you three. Each word was punctuated with a haughty disdain, reminiscent of a lofty phoenix. Ning Rongrong seemed to transform before their eyes, her once gentle visage now chillingly frosty. You three are merely insignificant soul masters. Yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Let me tell you, the 7-treasures glazed tile school could crush you with the same ease as one squashes an ant. It would be a mere trifle. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Ning Rongrong in astonishment. She appeared so gentle and amiable, yet had uttered such words. Truly, this Ning Rongrong was a bewitching figure. Alas, in the not-so-distant future, the 7-treasures glazed tile school would fade into oblivion. Su Ming's expression was somewhat grim. Yet he still managed to intercept the irate Tang San and Xiao Wu, aware that his earlier instinctive actions had led to a misunderstanding. He restrained himself and replied, the illustrious reputation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is known far and wide, a fact acknowledged by all within the realm of soul masters. I also believe what you say. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's emphasis on talent is unparalleled. Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh and retorted, oh, is that so? I recall you didn't express that sentiment just now. Are you now afraid and seeking refuge with the 7-treasure glazed tile school? How amusing. Ning Rongrong gazed at him with a proud and angry glare, her inner vanity greatly satisfied. Had it not been for her intense curiosity about the secrets Su Ming held, she would have already succumbed to fury. Sparing no words in her wrath, Su Ming's expression darkened further as he coldly remarked, and what about you? The 7-treasures glazed tile school is so esteemed. Why not remain within its hallowed halls? Instead, you have chosen to venture into this remote and desolate area to pursue your studies? Ning Rongrong's anger faltered. She felt too ashamed to admit that she had grown weary of her privileged life and had sneaked away, fearing it would bring disgrace upon her family. Truly, she was yet another individual blissfully unaware of the fortune bestowed upon her. Had it been 6 years prior, she would have awakened from dreams filled with laughter at such a notion. Su Ming gently shook his head, feeling a sense of irony in fate's design. Empathizing with others, he recognized that while the 7-treasures glazed tile school is indeed admirable, it is not the destined sanctuary for every soul master. Indeed, no low-ranking soul master is unafraid of the 7-treasures glazed tile school, unless they possess an even more astonishing background, which emboldens them with confidence. Su Ming's tone was remarkably flat, more akin to the mere recitation of facts. However, to Ning Rongrong, who was seething with fury, it sounded particularly grating. Background. The anger she had just suppressed erupted like a volcano. Ning Rongrong scoffed repeatedly, unabashedly displaying her disdain. Are you referring to yourselves? With one possessing the sword martial spirit, another the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and yet another the rabbit martial spirit, 3 inconsequential martial spirits, and you dare to speak of background? If you cannot discern the underlying message, then you are gravely mistaken. Su Ming's countenance resembled ice, his piercing gaze betraying a hint of murderous intent. If you believe that everyone will be intimidated by the name of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, you are sorely mistaken. Most people revere its illustrious past, honoring the profound legacy of a millennium-old sect that they could never hope to attain. But if someone possesses the confidence to surpass it, do you truly think they would fear the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong's teeth clicked together as she continued to scoff, finding the notion utterly absurd. Do you truly believe that in this lifetime, you could ever reach the heights of the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Who can say? Su Ming shrugged, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, as the daughter of the sect leader, your performance indeed leaves much to be desired. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with fury, and in an uncontrollable rage, she launched a punch directly towards Su Ming's face. Yet, to Su Ming, this punch appeared not only slow but also utterly feeble. Su Ming effortlessly clenched his right hand, while simultaneously, a stream of black soul power shot forth from his left hand, striking Ning Rongrong's left elbow. Swish! With a swift motion of his arm, Su Ming exerted tremendous force, drawing Ning Rongrong towards him. In an instant, with his right hand clasped over her left, he had her firmly subdued. You scoundrel, release me at once. If you do not comply, I shall summon my father to annihilate all of you. Easily overpowered, Ning Rongrong's glass-like pride shattered into countless fragments, and in a fit of humiliation, she erupted in fury. Annihilate? Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and an ominous aura surged forth from his body. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood loomed as countless soul beasts charged toward him. Ning Rongrong's pupils trembled violently. Feeling as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss, her mind became a blank slate, cold and shivering. No longer struggling, Ning Rongrong gazed at Su Ming with terror in her eyes, wondering if this man intended to. In her desperation, the facade of her inner vulnerability could not conceal her pride. Su Ming's gaze was chillingly cold, devoid of any compassion. Did your father not convey to you that those who traverse to the very end and ascend to the pinnacle never boast of their lineage? For they rely solely on their own merit? Your father possesses a deeper understanding of the significance of the seven treasures glazed tile school than you do. For he recognizes that this title encompasses not only glory but also a profound burden of responsibility. Meanwhile, you merely wield this honor as a means of ostentation. Indeed, you may be Ning Rongrong of the seven treasures glazed tile school, yet others will not refer to you as merely the Ning Rongrong of the seven treasures glazed tile school. Swish! Su Ming exerted a slight force with his right hand, pushing her away. Ning Rongrong staggered and managed to regain her balance. Her complexion was a mix of pale and flushed hues, and she appeared as though her very soul had been cast adrift, her gaze vacant and bewildered. Su Ming's words struck her like a heavy hammer, shattering her pride completely. Particularly the mention of Ning Rongrong from the seven treasures glazed tile school twisted her heart like a knife. As the daughter of the sect master, raised under the protection of her grandfather and father, she had never encountered such reprimand, not even from her father. She longed to retort, yet found herself speechless. For aside from the prestige of being from the seven treasures glazed tile school, she possessed nothing else to take pride in. Talent? At merely 12 years of age, she could withstand the formidable Zhao Wujie, the unmovable king. And what of herself? Even Tang San and Xiao Wu beside him surpassed her. The 12-year-old soul master easily defeated the top-tier beast martial soul master Dai Mubai. Such terrifying prowess left her breathless, rendering any feeble excuses utterly meaningless. Well said. With such depth, you are more than qualified to become a distinguished teacher at Shrek Academy, exclaimed Dai Mubai. Dean, that statement is somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 77. Flinder. It's not about money. At Shrek Academy, in the square, the howling winds sliced through the air like blades, tormenting her fragile heart. Cold. Excruciatingly cold. Even the flowers and grasses by the roadside huddled closer, seemingly unable to withstand the test of this biting chill. A frog hopped lazily by, its legs kicking. Yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not leap above the knee. It was futile, a desperate endeavor. It hopped step by step, not seeking height, but simply trudging toward the distance. Even you mock me, don't you? A stone was angrily thrown. Crystal tears streamed from her eyes, as though Pandora's box had been opened, unleashing an uncontainable torrent. Ning Rongrong curled up, sobbing into her knees like a wronged little girl, weeping uncontrollably. The biting cold, the weighty responsibilities crushed both her body and spirit. Could she truly bear the burden of the seven treasures glazed tile school? This question echoed in her mind endlessly. making her feel increasingly useless. Though she prided herself on being clever and gifted, she knew she fell far short compared to her father. She lacked his composure, his unflappability, and certainly his resilience that kept the sect standing strong. Until now, she had merely reveled in the privileges afforded by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, rather than shouldering responsibilities and duties. From an outsider's perspective, she was merely a parasite clinging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Indeed, just a pitiful parasite. Ning Rongrong tightened her frail frame, sheepishly diverting her gaze from the frog. Flinder's office. Su Ming and his companions sat gracefully upon the timeless, well-worn sofa. Aware that Flandre was a cunning and shrewd individual, they realized that if they were to heed his words, they would undoubtedly fall victim to manipulation. Su Ming, of course, would not play by conventional rules. Given his circumstances, even a perceptive dean would not so readily refuse. Setting aside the question of whether he is a monster, he certainly would not indulge his peers in the matter concerning Tang Hao. To Su Ming's surprise, Tang San also chose to depart, which was truly unexpected. Confronted by Su Ming's piercing gaze, Flinder felt as if he were being seen through. He clenched his fist and coughed to alleviate the awkwardness, then turned his attention to Tang San. "You must be Tang San," he remarked. "Xiao Gang has mentioned you in his letter. To achieve the rank of Soul Master at merely 12 years of age is indeed remarkable. Your talent is exceptional. Xiao Gang has taken on a commendable disciple, and I hope you will not disappoint his expectations." Xiao Gang. After a moment of shock, Tang San suddenly understood. No wonder his teacher had sent him here. It turns out the dean of Shrek Academy is a good friend of his mentor. It seems the fruits of labor shall not be wasted on outsiders. Well then, we can reminisce later. For now, please step outside. I need to have a word with Su Ming. Flinder waved his hand, his serious tone leaving no room for debate. Tang San, understanding the hint, nodded and stepped out of the office. With a resounding thud, the office door closed, and the atmosphere instantly became much more subdued. Flinder cleared his throat once more before speaking. "Su Ming, due to certain special circumstances, I cannot refuse your position as a distinguished teacher at Shrek. However, the academy is for everyone. While it is understandable that you consider your younger sister, if everyone were to act this way, Shrek Academy would hardly need to continue its existence. What I mean is, you must bear a portion of a teacher's responsibilities." Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt the conversation, stating candidly, "I am quite busy and can only oversee my sister's training here. I have no desire to involve myself in other matters. As for her willingness to participate in the academy's specialized training, that entirely depends on her own needs. Naturally, considering the burden placed on the academy, I shall forego any remuneration and can contribute 10 gold coins monthly to the institution." As Fran's expression darkened with each word, he thought it absurd that Su Ming treated Shrek Academy as if it were his own home. However, upon hearing the latter part, Fran's demeanor transformed dramatically. The brilliance of a clever scheme flickered in his eyes, though he masked his excitement with a troubled countenance. "Su Ming, this is not merely about money. It pertains to the academy's reputation and educational framework. Consequently, the academy would be losing 15 gold coins," he replied, his lips moving as Su Ming remained terse, coldly stating, "I do not wish to discuss this further," while casting a subtle glance at Fran before rising with Xiao Wu. 15 gold coins. Fran's serious expression shattered instantly, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. A sly grin akin to that of a cunning fox appeared as he called out, "Mubai, please escort teacher Su to the staff quarters and ensure he is settled and comfortably. Remember to select a spacious and well-lit room for him. Understood?" Xiao Wu, taken aback, observed Fran's enthusiasm over money and remarked, "You promised that the academy's interests come first, yet it seems you are motivated by financial gain." With a twitch of her lips, she noted that Fran's mercenary demeanor hardly aligned with that of a prestigious academy head. "Brother, are we not entering a shady establishment?" "Impossible. It cannot be a shady place." He corrected, "Oh, I misspoke. It must be a shady academy. Wouldn't you agree?" Fran retorted, "Is this truly shady? 15 gold coins is already a discounted price." Outside the office, Tang San and Dai Mu Bai leaned against the wall, waiting. Upon their emergence, Tang San approached briskly, his expression grave. "Are you certain there will be no issues regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Su Ming inquired. "Is she still here?" "Indeed, she is," came the response from Dai Mu Bai. Su Ming smiled knowingly, for if she were absent, troubles would inevitably arise. Tang San and Dai Mu Bai nodded in contemplative agreement. Indeed. As long as Ning Rongrong remained at the academy, it signified a temporary respite from complications. Su Ming waved his hand and said, "All right. You may go in and catch up." I shall permit you to join me for lunch. Tang San's face brightened with joy as he playfully punched Su Ming, exclaiming, "You still possess a shred of conscience. Please settle in first, and I will seek you out shortly." Su Ming nodded and subsequently allowed Dai Mu Bai to lead him to the teacher's dormitory. In the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount. And Su Ming's battle with Zhao Wujie had made that abundantly clear. Thus, Dai Mu Bai dared not rely solely on his seniority, although it felt somewhat awkward. He still addressed Su Ming as Teacher Su. Teacher Su, how about we, a few of the boys, go out for a lively evening? I'll treat you. Consider it a welcome gesture. What do you think? Dai Mu Bai kept casting subtle glances, his face adorned with an ambiguous smile that only men could comprehend. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. You truly possess audacity. That girl, Zhu Qing, is indeed somewhat unworthy. Su Ming coldly declined, stating that although he could accept a welcoming dinner, he had other matters to attend to in the evening and lacked the leisure for such indulgences. Dai Mu Bai, undeterred, persisted, saying, Teacher Su, as the saying goes. Good things come in pairs. It is far more enjoyable to share such moments. One must allow themselves to unwind a little. Wouldn't you reconsider? Su Ming. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. Chapter 78. The Method of Xiao Wu's Teleportation. Shrek Academy's Dormitory. While it is referred to as a dormitory, it is in fact merely a collection of dilapidated houses. The academy has merely acquired several structures from the village without any renovations whatsoever, preserving their rustic authenticity. Dust swirls about, reminiscent of a desert storm. Upon opening the door, Xiao Wu's complexion immediately soured. The room appeared to have been uninhabited for years, with spider webs adorning every corner as if one had entered a den of silk. The musty odor was overpowering, emanating from some unknown source of decay, lingering in the air and provoking a dry cough in her throat. Moreover, a desiccated mouse lay abandoned on the floor. Aware that this scene was rather disheartening, Dai Mu Bai chuckled awkwardly. This is the state of the academy. No new teachers have arrived in many years. You, Teacher Su, are the first. Despite the poor conditions here, it is far superior to the vacant student dormitories. This is considered good? Xiao Wu exclaimed, gesturing toward the room, nearly exasperated. Feeling deceived, she cast a frosty glare at Dai Mu Bai, wishing to drag him out for a reprimand. Dai Mu Bai quickly raised his hands in defense. Really? Would I dare to deceive you? If you do not believe me, I can take you to see other dormitories. Teacher Su, you may choose wherever you wish to stay, as long as you do not mind. No need, this will suffice. Su Ming, with a stoic expression, waved his hand dismissively. The distance of this room from the others proved advantageous for the two to cultivate. Noticing Su Ming's lack of disdain, Dai Mu Bai, having effortlessly accomplished his task, hurriedly went to summon the villagers to clean the space. Aware that they would be residing here for an extended period, Su Ming did not harbor any expectations that Shrek would provide particularly sumptuous meals. Su Ming stepped outside and retrieved the cooking utensils from his spatial ring. After breaking through to the Soul Master level, the system rewarded him with a larger spatial ring, which had a capacity of 100 cubic units, allowing for the storage of far more items. As for the previous spatial ring, it had been snatched away shortly after his return. Having arranged the stove, water bucket, pots, and dishes, Su Ming then returned to his wooden dormitory. Inside, several village women were busy cleaning and wiping down the interior. Xiao Wu, with her sleeves rolled up and cloth in hand, was even more agile than the village women, darting about with grace. Her movements resembled a flowing halo, and she was thoroughly engrossed in her task, her small face radiant with joy. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Ming observed quietly, neither intervening nor offering assistance. Noticing Su Ming's idleness, Xiao Wu shot him a glance, but chose to ignore him. After settling the payment with satisfaction, she approached him with a triumphant air. With a thud, she planted her feet before him and tilted her head, proudly declaring, "So, what do you think? Aren't you surprised by how capable your sister is?" Su Ming nodded earnestly, feeling profoundly moved. It was not merely surprise, but a sensation akin to dreaming. Alas, he never anticipated that in this lifetime he would experience such care from you. It truly is a rarity. Not at all, replied Xiao Wu, her face radiating with a delightful smile. Just as she intended to praise herself, a sudden frown creased her brow, and her words were abruptly halted. There was something amiss in this fellow's tone. A shiver ran through her heart as Xiao Wu fearfully lifted her gaze. What does it mean to receive care from me? Is this not our shared dormitory? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with a hint of amusement. This is the teacher's dormitory. Are you a teacher? The word struck like a thunderbolt, causing Xiao Wu to nearly spew blood in shock. She pointed towards the dormitory, her finger trembling as her voice quivered. So? I was just helping you clean. Her eyes widened, resembling bells, and the word you was pronounced with great emphasis, as if she had expended all her strength in uttering it. Otherwise, what could it be? Su Ming's response was always so succinct, almost taken for granted. Xiao Wu and I were huddled together, caught off guard by his words, resulting in a fit of coughing as our fingers flailed wildly between us. Yet, it felt as though her throat was constricted, preventing any further sounds from escaping, leaving her only able to glare furiously at Su Ming. I had devoted myself to tidying up, even contemplating the perfect position for sleeping. Now, you tell me there is no bed for me here? Su Ming gently grasped her trembling shoulders and reassured her, you are not a child anymore. It may not be appropriate for us to share a room constantly. Moreover, there are other girls at the academy. It would be beneficial for you to make a few more friends. Su Ming patted Xiao Wu's shoulder earnestly, expressing his high expectations as he continued, from this moment onward, beginning with Shrek Academy, I shall nurture your sense of independence. In other words, aside from the training regimen, I will no longer be responsible for your daily affairs. From now on, matters of sustenance and personal needs will be entirely upon you. Before Su Ming could finish his words, Xiao Wu pressed down on his arm. Her eyes glistened with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gently spoke. Brother, you need not say anything further. I understand completely. This room was indeed tidied up specially for you. I was merely trying to lighten your spirits. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a crimson light radiated from her body as Xiao Wu quickly activated her martial spirit. The resplendent purple of her thousand-year soul ring shimmered, and in an instant she appeared several meters away. With another flash, she vanished from sight. All that remained were her hurried words echoing from afar. Excuse my departure. I must take my leave now. Su Ming's lips twitched violently. Is this how you developed your teleportation skills? When I return, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. It seems that relying on Mei is indeed unreliable, so Su Ming busied himself with preparing lunch for the day. Ning Rongrong glanced over at him, then quickly averted her gaze. She discreetly touched the tears at the corner of her eyes, and her delicate lips involuntarily quivered. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already located Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. She bounced with joy, her rosy cheeks flushed with excitement. Humph, you think you can command me? Dream on. I can choose between a day of exhaustion and a lifetime of fatigue. I am not foolish, of course I know what to select. Just as Xiao Wu was about to push the door open, she paused and knocked lightly. Who is it? A cold, unfriendly snort echoed from within, exuding an air of unapproachability. It's me, Xiao Wu, she replied hastily. Noticing the silence from inside, she shrugged and pushed the door open. Seeing Zhu Shiqing tidying her bed, Xiao Wu let out a resigned smile and said, Could you not at least say something? Why be so distant? If it were me, my brother would have pinned me down and given me a good thrashing. Your brother is quite formidable, Zhu Zhuqing remarked coolly, her beautiful profile illuminated as she spoke. Her narrow eyes remained unfazed, only her tone carried a hint of admiration, as if only strength could capture her attention. Indeed, otherwise how could I dare to call him brother? Xiao Wu replied with a charming smile, extending her delicate hand in greeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, as you probably heard. The dance kind of Wu. Zhu Shiqing hesitated for a moment before slightly shaking her hand, softly uttering her name. Zhu Shiqing, pleasure to meet you. We shall be partners from now on. Later, I shall treat you to lunch. You won't refuse, will you? Xiao Wu's sparkling eyes blinked playfully, her finger resting on her chin. Her adorable demeanor was such that no woman could bear to decline her invitation. Chapter 79. Your legs are indeed quite long. Having just moved into a new home, it could be considered a joyous occasion, as one might say in the modern vernacular. Tang Sen had long been acquainted with this place, having known it for 6 years. Finally, he could leave Shrek Academy alongside Su Ming. Such courage and camaraderie warranted a meal in his honor. What surprised Su Ming the most was that Xiao Wu managed to bring Zhu Shiqing along. Given Zhu Shiqing's aloof nature, it was quite unlikely she would easily integrate into a group. As for her motivations, Su Ming instinctively understood that the young lady was seeking a shield, fearful of receiving a beating. Since she was already here, it would be unreasonable for Su Ming to turn her away. Ahem. Xiao Wu cleared her throat and, assuming a commanding demeanor, introduced Zhu Shiqing. This is my brother, Su Ming. We encountered each other on the street yesterday, and he mentioned that you bear a striking resemblance to someone. In the future, if he says anything, let it go in one ear and out the other. Do not take it to heart, for his words are seldom kind. If you dwell on them, you will truly be at a loss. Su Ming, you truly are a wonderful sister. As for him, his name is Tang San. Do not be deceived by his seemingly honest demeanor. Beneath lies a mind fraught with mischief. Lecherous and lascivious. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him. At that moment, Tang San, who had been secretly amused, suddenly spat out his food and hastily defended himself. What do you mean by calling me lecherous? I was merely conducting a simple analysis. Your brother, Su Ming, also praised her long legs. Why do you not accuse him of the same? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Tang San became extraordinarily agitated, his face flushing with embarrassment. You two should keep this between yourselves. And what do you mean by knowing? I am in no way lecherous. That is a blatant slander. Upon hearing their words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a tumult of embarrassment and disgust within her. She cast a cold, piercing glance at Su Ming, then at Tang San, concluding that indeed, all men in this world are utterly repugnant. Su Ming's lips curled slightly as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Your legs are indeed quite long. The abrupt remark left the three momentarily stunned. Tang San and Xiao Wu stiffly turned their heads, unable to believe what they had just heard from Su Ming. Brother, how could you say that in front of a girl? Aren't you afraid of getting hit? As expected, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned as cold as ice. The temperature in the room plummeted. Even Xiao Wu and Tang San felt a penetrating chill surge through the air. Do not presume that strength grants you the right to insult me, Zhu Zhuqing said, her teeth clenched, casting a frosty glare at Su Ming. However, when her gaze truly met his, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Su Ming's gaze was exceptionally bright, not in a frivolous or superficial manner. His profound eyes bore weight, concealing any sharpness, with only an inadvertent flash of piercing intensity that could leave one breathless. Before such eyes, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a chill within, as if standing before a formidable adversary, like a cold wind brandishing its might. It could never comprehend the essence lying beneath the layers of ice. A solitary pride enveloped the silence, unperturbed by any semblance of disguise. Zhu Zhuqing's heart trembled suddenly. Yu Qing, my brother is merely jesting with you, remarked Xiao Wu, her smile radiating warmth as she endeavored to mediate. Yet, before she could complete her thought, she was interrupted by the peculiar utterance of two simple words. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing's lips moved gently, slowly articulating the phrase. Subsequently, she resumed her lunch. As if nothing had transpired, the strange atmosphere dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu in a state of disbelief. Thank you? Surely not. He was teasing you about your long legs, and you responded with gratitude? Xiao Wu rubbed her temples. Feeling her mind was indeed inadequate to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. Could it be that Zhu Qing has developed feelings for him? Is this what they call love at first sight? Tang San pondered thoughtfully, ultimately refraining from echoing Su Ming's words, for he recognized the distinct personalities at play. Any sudden interjection from him would undoubtedly provoke Zhu Zhuqing's ire. Among the entire Shrek 7 monsters, she alone remained the epitome of normalcy. After a prolonged gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ming offered no reply. He shifted his attention to the bewildered Xiao Wu and earnestly advised, learn from her. Your circumstances are far more favorable. Once you grasp that in life, apart from diligent effort, there are no alternatives, I shall no longer have to oversee you. With a rustle, all three raised their heads in astonishment. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's situation is dire? Xiao Wu turned her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. She is worse off than I? How can that be possible? Zhu Zhuqing, in turn, looked at Su Ming, bewildered. How could he possibly know? Su Ming did not provide a detailed explanation, as understanding was sufficient. Nevertheless, it is essential to cultivate Xiao Wu's sense of independence. One cannot perpetually shield her. Suddenly, a black orb shot forth, striking Xiao Wu's forehead with the force of a crumpled paper ball. Su Ming stated solemnly, from now on, aside from your training, I shall not assist you with menial tasks. Do not give me that look. I am not jesting. You are responsible for cooking and other chores for the next year. I will teach you what you do not know, do you understand? Xiao Wu, feeling the sting of her brother's disdain, contrasted starkly with other sisters who were voluptuous and graceful. Her delicate lips pursed into a thin line, and a feeble sound reverberated in her throat. Furthermore, remember to maintain a correction journal to record your mistakes, not only in daily life but also for your combat reflections and analyses. Understood? As for the matter of the 15 gold coins, you shall earn that yourself. I will not be accountable for it. Just as Xiao Wu was about to acquiesce, she immediately sensed something amiss. She incredulously raised her head, her entire being exploding with disbelief. Wait, this is clearly your expense. Why must it fall upon me? I possess merely 14 gold coins in total. Are you seeking to take my life? Su Ming's gaze was piercing as he ominously inquired. Are you certain you wish to discuss matters of finance with me? Xiao Wu, unable to meet his eyes, covered her flushed cheeks, utterly mortified. Well, the issue of money is not entirely off the table for negotiation. However, I do not possess ample funds. Surely, you would not expect me to sell myself, would you? Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was unnecessary. In Soto City, there exists the Soul Arena, where one can earn 10 gold coins for each victory. If you manage to win a few matches, making money is quite simple. Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with joy. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were suggesting I work for my earnings. Working is not out of the question, he replied. Su Ming gazed thoughtfully at Xiao Wu, contemplating that engaging in some training in the future might also afford him the opportunity to experience the intricacies of human relationships. A smile suddenly froze on his face. Forget I mentioned it. Xiao Wu, with an impassive expression, took a seat and, like Zhu Juqing, silently began to pick at her meal. As for Tang San, he was even more unassuming, uttering but a single sentence throughout the entire meal, while incessantly serving himself more dishes. The essential dining etiquette of the Su family. 1. Refrain from excessive chatter during meals, for you may find yourself without food, and possibly without any dishes as well. 2. Never underestimate any competitor, as their capacity for consumption may far exceed your imagination. Ensuring your own satisfaction is paramount. Chapter 80. Challenge your weakness. At noon, the fragrant smoke wafted gently from the cafeteria. With a distinct sound of footsteps, the rotund Chef Bu O emerged from the kitchen, carrying a lunchbox while muttering incessantly. His gaze frequently drifted toward Ning Rongrong, who stood in the plaza ahead. This lady was indeed a veritable hot potato. Sighing and shaking his head, Xiao Xian decided against further contemplation, delivering the meal before taking his leave. As a support-type soul master, he understood all too well the formidable energy of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. As he walked, it seemed that the stones beneath his feet were uncomfortably hot, prompting Xiao Xian to halt abruptly. His plump frame quivered slightly as he inhaled deeply, the delightful air rushing to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling somewhat euphoric. With a sudden burst of inspiration, he found himself gliding toward the window, compelled by the allure of culinary delights. This sensation could not be mistaken. Before the window, his eyes widened, sparkling with anticipation, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Biting his lower lip, he placed a hand on his stomach, salivating profusely. Why not challenge his own weakness? No. How could he covet another's food? Such behavior was beneath him. As the sole chef of the academy, he sought to engage his students in discussions about gastronomy. He boldly entered, donning a serious expression. Upon noticing the scene inside, he exclaimed with surprise, I assumed you had not yet dined, so I brought some food for you. To his astonishment, they had already begun their meal. Teacher Su, did you prepare this yourself? Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the dining table. Focus on the essentials. I am here, famished, to deliver your meal just in time. I had intended to seek you out. Su Ming's eyes glinted with intrigue, though he maintained an impassive facade. The arrival of Xiao Xian took Tang San and his companions by surprise. Recognizing him as a food system soul master, they respectfully addressed him as teacher. Xiao Xian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sliding over the food container in front of Su Ming, yet revealing no change in his expression. Indeed, he too was a lover of food. Without waiting for a response, he pulled out a chair and sat down gracefully. His movements were natural and coordinated, paired with a warm smile that elicited no trace of disdain. Having lived with Grandpa Blin, Xiao understood the unspoken etiquette of dining. One should never rush a guest away from the table. Thus, she kindly set out a pair of chopsticks for Xiao Xian. Ha ha, I am quite hungry as well. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Xiao Xian smiled amiably, his plump cheeks resembling those of a cherubic infant. His decision to indulge was not just a verbal expression, his actions were equally earnest. With vigor, he began to eat. This meat is truly spicy. The peppers must be the devil-s peppers from the Stardow forest, am I right? And this meat filling, oh, I see you have fried it before boiling. No wonder it is both fragrant and tender. The others nodded in agreement, realizing they had gained yet another hearty eater among them. Su Ming did not intervene. A food-type soul saint was a coveted asset. Xiao Xian's sudden appearance rendered Tang San and the others somewhat apprehensive. Zhu Juqing was the first to depart, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ming, her gaze inscrutable. Tang San followed closely behind, for he was particularly enthusiastic about indulging in food. This meal was utterly delightful, Xiao Xian exclaimed, patting his belly, eager to cast aside all lingering thoughts. Oh, I almost forgot I need to deliver meals to Ning Rongrong, he suddenly remembered, hastily grabbing the food container. Just as he was about to leave, The wooden door was forcefully slammed shut by a surge of soul power. A cold breeze swept in, and a hand was firmly placed upon his shoulder. Su Ming enthusiastically remarked, as the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. As a teacher, you cannot disregard such etiquette, can you? How about gifting me a few hundred candies that restore spiritual energy? Xiao Xin, with a jovial demeanor that belied his true feelings, replied, Teacher Su, please do not jest. A broad smile adorned Su Ming's face. Do you believe I am jesting? Inside the room, vibrant hues flickered incessantly. Time passed unmeasured until the drained Xiao Xin, his complexion ashen, departed from this place. Indeed, what Su Ming lacked most at this moment was the cultivation of mental prowess, compared to the cultivation of soul power. The restoration of mental strength proved far more arduous. In order to elevate the gathering spirit technique to perfection and advance the Hunyuan blade to its third tier, a substantial enhancement of his mental capacity was imperative. The mental value required was at least 600, yet currently, it languished below 300. Clutching a handful of candies tightly, Su Ming directed his gaze towards Xiao Wu, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Xiao Wu, would you assist me once more? A congenial smile gradually blossomed across Su Ming's face. Assist? Her delicate form trembled slightly. Xiao Wu hesitated before swiftly fleeing the room. Moments later, a figure was dragged back by Su Ming, clutching at her clothing. Xiao Wu's gaze fell, her spirit seemingly extinguished as she sat despondently upon the bed, exuding an aura of melancholy. System, I shall endeavor to cultivate my mental power, specifically through mental dueling with Xiao Wu. Beep. The system detected the rarity of such cultivation practices. It would assess the initial cultivation data of the host to determine the nature of rewards. Is that so? Su Ming suddenly looked up, noticing the unwillingness etched across Xiao Wu's face. However, he felt no stirrings within. This girl was a quintessential example of one who flourished with a mere hint of kindness, having grown accustomed to taking advantage of generosity. When given genuine benefits, she would undoubtedly become even more demanding. Come now, unleash your second soul skill upon me. Su Ming settled across from Xiao Wu. This fellow did not regard me as a younger sister in the slightest, yet, why is it that I cannot feel joy? A sorrowful sound escaped her nose. And seeing there was no room for negotiation, Xiao Wu resigned herself to her fate. A rosy glow emanated from her body, as her martial spirit manifested. Her second spirit ring simultaneously shimmered. A pink mist enveloped her eyes, exuding an alluring charm that left one entranced. At that moment, a chaotic stream of pink energy surged toward the center of Su Ming's brow. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he focused all his mental energy. A faint golden light bursting forth from his pupils. His eyes, shrouded in this golden luminescence, appeared exceedingly ethereal, resembling the fleeting glow of twilight, mere inches away from vanishing. Su Ming felt a peculiar sensation within, for his once fragile and insubstantial mental web had now transformed into a radiant essence. This was the first time he had gazed directly upon the manifestation of his spiritual power. Despite his utmost effort, the golden light could merely resist for a fleeting moment against the swirling pink currents. With a swift motion, the golden radiance shattered, and the pink flow penetrated into his brow. Su Ming's complexion turned pale, and he felt his vision blur, as if the world was spinning around him. His consciousness momentarily engulfed in confusion. Yet, in merely 3 seconds, clarity returned to his gaze. His body felt as heavy as a mountain. With a sudden movement, he propped himself up on the bed, almost collapsing from weakness. His already fair face appeared even more ghostly, resembling one preserved in formaldehyde. Beep. Data collection complete. The host's exertion of spiritual power and the collision with Xiao Wu's soul skill indeed enhances spiritual strength. Beep. With each collision, the host gains 1 spiritual power. Congratulations to the host on acquiring 1 spiritual power. Suddenly, as if hearing celestial music, Su Ming straightened up. He placed a candy in his mouth and then stuffed 2 more into Xiao Wu's mouth. Keep going. Don't stop, Xiao Wu. Chapter 81. The Bewitched Ningrongrong. Inside the wooden cabin, a pink glow flickered incessantly like fireflies, akin to a death warrant from the fire god, instilling a sense of unease within. Brother, I truly can't take it anymore. Please let me go. Just hold on a bit longer. This candy only lasts for 2 hours. And you wouldn't want it to go to waste, would you? But I just finished eating, and this candy is far too sweet. Be good. Now, open your mouth. Ah, this is inhumane. It's utterly inhumane. Her cheeks puffed out like a frog, her eyes soft and vulnerable as she gazed plaintively at the figure before her. While others cherished their younger sisters, he seemed intent on squeezing every last drop of energy out of her. Is this what it means to be a brother? Despite having candies that restore soul power and spiritual strength, The cycle of consumption and recovery felt relentless, akin to being drained and replenished repeatedly. It was an excruciating sensation. With a flash of red light, the command was given. Open wide. Ah? The red glow flashed again. Ah! More candy was stuffed in. She felt like a machine, her little tongue moving incessantly. Finally, after 2 hours, as Su Ming depleted his soul power and spiritual candy, a notification chimed, indicating the successful completion of his spiritual training. It detected a total of 830 collisions of his spiritual energy, culminating in a reward of 152 spiritual power. The system noted that Su Ming's spiritual energy had once again increased, narrowing the gap with Xiao Wu's spiritual prowess. The collisions now required 11 strikes to yield 1 additional point of spiritual energy, and this pattern would continue. It was crucial to note that once Su Ming's spiritual power exceeded 1.5 times that of Xiao Wu, rewards would no longer be granted. A surge of delight illuminated Su Ming's deep-set eyes as he hurriedly accessed the system interface. Host, Su Ming's soul power, level 33 martial soul, God-slaying, quality, black, 401-055-0000, special physique, berserker's body, beginner, cultivation techniques, breath regulation, lightness technique, perfect, golden crow blade technique, perfect, primordial blade / second layer perfect, spirit gathering technique, great accomplishment, items in possession, 8-petal immortal orchid, spiritual immunity mask, blood of the sub-dragon, spirit nurturing elixir recipe, ice silkworm armor, 10,000 years silver moon wolf king bone strength, 673 defense, 619 spiritual power, 433, only 200 more. Rubbing his cheeks in a contemplative manner, Su Ming calculated in silence. 200 points of spiritual energy equated to 200 by 11 times, which appeared to require over 2,000 spiritual collisions in total. However, in reality, it would demand at least 5,000. With 2 spiritual candies and 1 soul power candy, Xiao Wu could activate her second soul skill for 3 collisions, while he could withstand 1 collision with his own spiritual energy. Thus, 1 encounter of their spiritual energies was roughly equivalent to the consumption of a single candy. Xiao Xian, with his entire soul power, could produce approximately 500 to 600 spiritual candies in a day. This meant that, in just 10 days, he would be able to cultivate effectively. Before Su Ming could formulate his thoughts, a loud crash echoed through the air. Turning his head, he beheld Xiao Wu sprawled upon his bed, her breath shallow and her spirit diminished. Su Ming, I regret to inform you that I forgot to leave you a jelly bean. Rest assured and take your rest. I shall go check on Teacher Xiao's health. If possible, I will procure a few more jelly beans for you. Su Ming offered a guilty smile as he loosened the shoes from Xiao Wu's feet and tucked her under the blanket. More jelly beans? Suddenly, her latent strength surged, and Xiao Wu swiftly grasped Su Ming's wrist. Her delicate lips trembled as she said, Brother, I can endure. Just a little rest will suffice. Su Ming resolutely shook his head. How can you possibly manage this? It's better to recover sooner. Please, let me sleep for a while. Rest assured, I do not wish for your assistance in my cultivation. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with joy. Such profound sibling affection. Su Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was true. For he still had to arrange your training for the evening. Little dance, you must be a devil, he mused as she pulled the blanket over her head. Life on Earth is not worth it. The starry forest is quite splendid, and the tribulation is rather fine as well. Unaware of the blessings within her reach, Su Ming sighed and departed the wooden cabin. Through the collision of mental energies, he could perceive that Little Dance's spiritual strength was also growing. Possessing the charm skill, she was endowed with a rare advantage. Should she continue to practice in this manner, she might even be able to surpass 10 levels and counter the allure of Hulaina. Such is the power of mental control, a tantalizing prospect even for Su Ming. Alas, his martial soul, the god-slaying blade, lacked such effects. Unless he ventured to the Sun-Moon continent to confront the evil eye, perhaps he could augment his abilities with mental attacks. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated, akin to the blast of artillery, as a thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled slightly beneath him, low to the earth. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and dashed out of the wooden cabin. Not only Su Ming, but also Flinder and Tang San, upon hearing the commotion, hurried to the square. The air was filled with the crackling of flames, punctuated by the occasional explosive sounds. With a whoosh, a soul guide device embedded with jade was tossed into the fire. Flinder winced at the sight. After all, that was a soul guide device. And even with wealth, one should not squander it so recklessly. Seeing Ning Rongrong burning things, Flinder adopted a stern expression and admonished, Ning Rongrong, what are you doing? This is Shrek Academy, not your seven treasure glazed tile sect. If you continue with this madness, do not blame me for being unkind. Surrounded by wooden cabins, Flinder was deeply concerned about his hard work going up in flames. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her gaze vacant as she retrieved items from her jade pendant soul guide. The pendant seemed like a bottomless pit, endlessly yielding treasures. Su Ming, do you think Ning Rongrong has lost her mind? Tang Sen lamented, visibly pained. Through his purple extreme magic eyes, he could clearly see what Ning Rongrong was throwing into the fire. These were rare and precious items. The seven treasure glazed tile sect was indeed affluent. I thought I had seen enough. Amid his astonishment, Daimubai suddenly exclaimed in shock. What the hell? She even tossed in a gold card. That S worth over 100,000 gold coins. Is she out of her mind? 100,000 gold coins? Tang San was momentarily dazed, staring incredulously at the unperturbed Ning Rongrong. What kind of family does she come from? Oscar was equally flabbergasted, lamenting that he would need to sell sausages for several lifetimes to amass such wealth. Seeing Ning Rongrong in her frenzied state, Flinder felt a twinge of panic as he rushed over. He had hoped that Su Ming's reprimand would bring Ning Rongrong to her senses, but it had only escalated into this chaos. If Ning Rongrong truly lost her mind, the seven treasure glazed tile sect would undoubtedly seek revenge against Shrek Academy, perhaps even shaping the underground earthworms into the form of the seven treasure glazed tile tower. Flinder approached quickly and whispered, Su Ming, you should really try to reason with her. I'm afraid she might not handle the shock well, and if something goes wrong, we will all suffer the consequences. Su Ming, with an impassive expression, gestured towards the flames and remarked, do you not perceive that the shape of that fire resembles a phoenix? Chapter 82, remember? My name is Ning Rongrong. Phoenix? The gaze of everyone was drawn to the bonfire. The vivid flames flickered, reminiscent of the wings of a phoenix. The crackling of the fire echoed like the sharp cries of the mythical bird. The rising flames appeared as if a phoenix was soaring through the fire. Phoenix? Tang San and Dai Mubai turned their attention towards Ning Rongrong. Their eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to translucent amber, reflecting the colors of the fire. With her very being imbued with the hues of the bonfire, coupled with her identity, she indeed resembled a phoenix. The realization dawned upon them. Flinder stroked his chin. Deep in thought, Su Ming, are you implying that she can be reborn from the flames? As he spoke, Flinder's eyes shone with a bright delight. If that were the case, it would alleviate a significant burden for him. Ning Rongrong was a top-tier weapon spirit master, an indispensable component for forming the Shrek 7 monsters. With his hands clasped behind his head, Su Ming sighed softly. She ignited the fire herself. Her success or failure rests upon her. Without destruction, there can be no creation. We shall see how far her resentment can propel her. Resentment? Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged amused glances. Indeed, after such a blow from Su Ming, how could Ning Rongrong, with her proud nature, swallow her pride? Although she appeared calm outwardly, her body resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. They could sense an immense energy brewing within her, ready to burst forth. Her eyes, ablaze with fire, exuded a fierce countenance, starkly contrasting her sweet exterior, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld her. Every individual possesses a reason for a drastic change in character, driven by an impulse to strive. Could it be that Ning Rongrong would grow stronger through her hatred? Daimubai's eyes gleamed mischievously. Su Ming, do you think she might develop feelings through her resentment and ultimately entangle herself with you? With that remark, the expressions of those present shifted to one of incredulity. Flinder, in an irate manner, kicked him, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting at this moment? You seem preoccupied with matters of romance. Su Ming cast a chilling glance, her demeanor enigmatic. I do not know you, but rest assured, I will ensure you experience a sense of dread that you would never wish to encounter again in your next life. Boom. Dai Mubai felt a surge of anxiety. In an instant, it was as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. While his bones had yet to become numb with fear, he hastily waved his hands, stammering, Teacher Su, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I noticed everyone appeared rather solemn, and I thought to lighten the mood. Upon uttering these words, a gust of cold wind swept through the room. Your understanding of women is truly repugnant. Zhu Zhuqing's narrow eyes sparkled with disdain, her contempt nearly overflowing. Dai Mubai's expression faltered, and just as he was about to defend himself, Zhu Zhuqing had already turned to leave. Tang San and Oscar exchanged glances, noting the tension between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and instinctively remained cautious. Seemingly aware of Ning Rongrong's intentions, Su Ming casually drew a chair closer. Resting his hands behind his head with an expression that was half smile, half mockery. He resembled a spectator on a day off, observing his neighbor's daughter throwing a tantrum over her toys, finding a peculiar amusement in the spectacle. In the original work, Ning Rongrong, daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, had previously displayed a rather tempestuous temperament, with two titled Douluos as grandfathers and an exceptional martial soul. She possessed unparalleled talent and beauty. It was no wonder that her prideful and self-centered personality was not surprising, even more so than Huwu, whose status paled in comparison. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Su Ming found nothing unusual about this. When he heard Ning Rongrong's intention to eliminate him, a fleeting coldness stirred within him. Yet he recognized the futility of acting recklessly given her stature. To him, she was merely an unseasoned girl, akin to the once innocent Xiao. One was fiery. The other haughty. Taking them seriously would mean his own defeat. Should he choose to engage earnestly, he would reveal to her the true meaning of terror. As he had expressed, he respected the heritage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but that did not preclude his potential to surpass it, even to the point of dismantling the millennia-old foundation they had established. Clink, clink, the sound of coins falling to the ground echoed melodiously. Ning Rongrong retrieved her garments. Her mental probing revealing the jade pendant contained nothing. It was empty, like a bell tolling ominously in her ears, and she finally regained her composure, gathering her clothes. She noticed dozens of coins nestled within and slowly approached Su Ming, her gaze steady and devoid of emotion, calm as a still lake reflecting a clear sky. As she neared, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar instinctively recoiled, sensing the impending catastrophe. She stood before Su Ming, gazing down at the man she wished to obliterate. Despite the multitude of grievances and indignation within her, she merely pursed her lips and coldly declared, "You are correct. I am merely Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." However, her icy gaze shifted towards Tang San and the others, her tone growing even more frigid and menacing. "Even without the backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I remain who I am. My cultivation will never pale in comparison to yours. One day you will regret your words today, for you have underestimated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And you have also underestimated me. I am Ning Rongrong." With her name forced through clenched teeth, she shot a piercing glance at Su Ming before striding past him with undeniable authority. Each step she took was resolute and powerful, exuding an unmatched determination. "Principal Flander, I shall remain at Shrek Academy to pursue my studies. I look forward to your guidance." At her words, Flander felt an overwhelming joy. With Ning Rongrong's presence, securing investment from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be as effortless as drinking water. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, nodding lightly before leading her to the girls' dormitory. As they watched Ning Rongrong depart, the three men approached each other. "Incredible, she seems like a completely different person," Dai Mubai remarked, still shaken. Oscar added, "Not just different. She appears even more formidable. It feels as though she could stab us at any moment." In contrast, Tang San sighed in relief, saying, "If things had escalated into a life-and-death struggle, it would have ended poorly for us. Ning Rongrong's current demeanor is already a significant improvement. At least she is not beyond redemption, though her previous disposition was indeed troubling." Dai Mubai and Oscar nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was indeed the best outcome they could hope for. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for transforming Ning Rongrong's previously arrogant character. Reward, 10,000 gold coins." Gold coins? The playful smile on Su Ming's face suddenly froze. He rose and made his way towards Xiao Xian's office. Hours had passed, surely. This fellow must have some supplies by now. Chapter 83, The Exceptional Child of Another Family, Zhu Qing. The winding paths were serene, with only the rustling leaves swaying gently, sunlight dancing through the branches. In such a tranquil and enchanting atmosphere, one could not find a better environment for cultivation. Clad in black, Su Ming sat cross-legged, his long hair swaying gracefully in the wind, creating a striking image of elegance. Positioned on the ground around him were three enormous white skulls, not soul bones, but rather the skulls of soul beasts. Their dark eye sockets seemed to threaten to swallow anyone who dared to gaze too long. The three skulls varied in shape. Two resembled felines, one silver, the other black, while the third was blue. Placed on the ground, they exuded an unsettling aura that even made the surrounding flora wilt, their once vibrant petals drooping in defeat. A faint golden light radiated from Su Ming's head, flowing around him like a dragon in motion, now swift, now slow. Each skull emitted its own captivating glow, intertwining with his golden light. However, the brilliance of the skulls was somewhat more intense, gradually pressing against the golden luminescence. neither overpowering it nor being suppressed by it. It seemed they were in perfect balance. As Su Ming's complexion gradually paled, the muscles on his face subtly convulsed, seemingly enduring immense suffering. This anguish did not stem from physical injuries or emotional turmoil, but rather from the torment of his spirit. After having persevered through such adversity, how could he possibly exhibit this visage of profound agony? With a swift motion, the golden radiance receded, and Su Ming retrieved a green candy, consuming it. At this moment, he comprehended why Xiao Xian chose to be a chef and why he relished food. Indulging excessively in these candy beans dulled his taste buds, depriving him of the exquisite pleasure found in fine cuisine, rendering life utterly mundane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for honing his mental fortitude alongside 3 skulls of spirit-type soul beasts for half an hour. Reward: mental strength 5. Closing his eyes, Su Ming continued to refine his mental prowess. As long as he could enhance his abilities, this slight discomfort was trivial. The most dreadful suffering is the feeling of being trapped with no way out. That is what truly breeds despair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for honing his mental fortitude alongside 3 skulls of spirit-type soul beasts for half an hour. Reward: mental strength 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for honing his mental fortitude alongside 3 skulls of spirit-type soul beasts for half an hour. Reward: mental strength 5. Suddenly aware that his mental energy was nearing depletion, Su Ming instinctively clenched his fingers. Realizing there was only 1 candy left, he sighed and opened his eyes, seemingly still yearning for more. In just a few hours, Xiao Xian's soul power had not restored at all, producing merely over 60 candies for mental recovery. Otherwise, his mental strength could have significantly improved. Let this one be for that girl, he thought, shaking his head as he stored the soul beast skulls away. After 2 years of hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, Su Ming's motivations extended beyond mere appetite. He diligently gathered items that would aid in his cultivation. The skulls of spirit attribute soul beasts also possessed formidable mental energy. Particularly, the bones of soul beasts, including that of the silver moonwolf, were immensely beneficial for spirit masters. Due to the vast disparity in their mental strengths, Su Ming dared not clash directly with his spirit. Instead, he opted for a gradual process of compression and refinement. Although this method proved effective, it was not as potent as Xiao Wu's second soul skill, charm. After all, she could unleash charm once every few seconds, a speed swifter than the time it took to consume medicine, and it involved a direct clash of mental energies. Despite knowing the effectiveness was somewhat inferior, Su Ming chose this approach. Once a day was already Xiao Wu's limit. Once a person releases their tension, it becomes exceedingly difficult to regain it. She might not withstand the strain. Moreover, having subjected her to such torment, how could he summon the courage to ask for her assistance again? With a gentle push off his toes, he soared through the air like a bird piercing the sky. Su Ming treaded lightly upon the treetops, making his way towards the academy with the grace of a dancer. To avoid any disturbances, he chose a secluded spot deep within the forest, a considerable distance from Shrek Academy. With the agility of a swallow, he covered several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. From afar, a dark silhouette swayed gently. Upon reaching a kilometer from Shrek Academy, Su Ming's ears perked up, and he abruptly slowed his pace. Who was practicing here? A sharp, whispering sound reached his ears, causing his brow to furrow in intrigue. This sound was all too familiar. It resembled the sound of a blade cutting through the air, akin to the sensation he experienced while wielding his god-slaying technique. The sound was crisp, reminiscent of wind rustling through leaves, indicating that the weapon was neither cumbersome nor unwieldy, yet it carried a distinct weight. Driven by curiosity, Su Ming followed the direction of the sound. The noise intensified, and a shadowy figure emerged before him, clad in form-fitting leather attire, with slender legs and an athletic build. She seemed to be born for the role of an assassin. Her presence flickered through the woods like a phantom. From a distance, all that could be discerned were her dark silhouette and the glint of silver claws. She resembled a top-tier predator, lying in wait within the forest, poised for action at the opportune moment. With swift, silent movements, the claws sliced through the air. Fallen leaves lay on the ground, severed cleanly in two, their edges smooth and devoid of serrations. Even branches as thick as an arm met the same fate. This feat required not only the sharpness of the weapon but also remarkable speed. Indeed, the children of others seemed to strive harder than one's own. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, filled with regret for not having encouraged Xiao Wu to rise. What an excellent example she could have been. Indeed, the one currently training was none other than Zhu Qing, who had also recently joined the academy. However, unlike Su Ming, she was not honing her soul power. but rather striving to enhance her practical combat skills. It seemed strikingly similar to his own training in agility and swordsmanship from a few years prior. Yet, while he had relied on real combat experience, she was merely hacking away at leaves without a clear focus. Moving targets versus stationary ones, there exists a profound disparity between the two. Under her current training methodology, the results would surely be minimal. The sun had only just begun its descent in the west, and the hour was still early. Ming hesitated for a moment. "Oh well, I shall accompany you in practice." Perhaps he saw a reflection of his past self in Zhao Wuji's earnestness, and with a sigh, he shook his head. Given Zhao Wuji's aloof nature, she would find it difficult to locate anyone else for training. Unlike himself, who would knock on his teacher's door at the dead of night. With a swift motion, Ming distanced himself from Zhao Wuji, noticing the absence of others around him. He hastily summoned his martial soul. A deep purple-black aura enveloped him, accompanied by 3 soul rings. Suddenly, the second soul ring in the middle illuminated with brilliance. A nearly transparent figure detached itself from Ming's being. The system initiated a task: defeat Zhao Wuji. Beep. Data collection underway. It detected that the host's power far surpassed Zhao Wuji's. However, due to the involvement of the doppelganger, the maximum effort in this battle could yield only 2 stars. Chapter 84. The Assassin's Self-Awareness. With silent grace, Ming approached, while the transparent figure darted toward Zhao Wuji with lightning speed. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, as if to alert someone of an anomaly. Who? An internal alarm blared within her, as Zhao Wuji assumed a low stance, her right claw pressed against the ground, her icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. In her martial soul state, her originally dark eyes transformed into a striking spectacle, one eye a deep emerald, the other a clear azure. It seemed she had detected something, as Zhao Wuji's piercing gaze fixated directly ahead. Playing tricks. With a disdainful snort, she propelled herself forward with astonishing speed, her form leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Her elbow bent slightly, the sharp claws poised to strike. The feline vision indeed proved remarkable. She could discern the ethereal form. Ming's expression shifted slightly, astonishment flickering in his eyes. No wonder the countryside whispers that cats can see spirits. It appeared that their vision was indeed distinct from that of other creatures. Swiftly, the claws sliced through the air, aimed directly at the unseen adversary. Upon contact, Zhao Wuji's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing that her target was not corporeal. Bang! Before she could react, a dark fist materialized out of thin air, crashing forcefully against her waist. The impact reverberated, causing Zhao Wuji immense pain, her brows furrowing, her once cool demeanor contorting in distress. Like a cannonball, she was propelled backward, crashing into the thicket. Indeed, Zhao Wuji's offensive capability was too feeble. With such power, he could likely endure 100 strikes. As for soul skills, perhaps after 100 exchanges, he would ultimately claim victory over her. Within the depths of his mind, Ming murmured to himself, multitasking as he commanded the void body to continue its assault. Since returning from the Stardew Forest, he had not employed the void body for quite some time. To be precise, it had been a while since he utilized his soul skills. After traversing the Stardew Forest, his comprehension of the second soul skill, void body, had deepened significantly. The void body possessed attributes of 70 for the main body and 200 for speed, yet the energy form was incapable of utilizing lightness skills. The Hunyuan blade slash was rather unique, as it did not involve meridians or bodily structure. It relied solely on technique and the gathering of energy, making its use permissible. Beyond this, the energy form faced limitations. When the energy of the void body fell below 30, it would dissipate autonomously. Being an energy entity that constantly radiated energy, it consumed energy with each physical attack it endured. Thus, the energy form was not of perpetual existence. In this regard, one could discern how prudent Ming's initial decision to compress his soul power was. Had he not compressed his soul power, the energy form would have existed for a brief period and been easily shattered by attacks. The energy form derived from high-quality soul power boasted formidable defenses against both physical and energy assaults. The attribute of 70 does not imply that the energy form inherently possesses strength and defense values in the range of 4 to 500 upon its emergence. What is the energy form? It is non-corporeal. It can permeate through other objects, rendering its strength and defense immeasurable. The aforementioned attribute of 70 indicates the transition of the energy form from ethereal to corporeal. Just as in the earlier blow directed at Zhao Wuji, the energy coalesced into a tangible force, granting it 70 of the main body's strength and a corresponding defensive calculation. The description above pertains to the state of condensation. Conversely, when the energy remains uncondensed, its defensive capacity dwindles to below 50. The advantage lies in its ability to completely bypass the adversary's physical attacks, bearing only the burden of energy dissipation. This elucidates the profound reason behind its immunity to 80 of physical attacks. Thus, the void body indeed possesses two modes of combat. 1. Corporeal, a high-quality soul power energy form, immune to 60 of energy attacks. Endowed with 70 in both offensive and defensive attributes, capable of withstanding physical assaults relying on its 70 defensive attribute. 2. Energy form, ignoring energy dissipation. It is fundamentally immune to all physical attacks. However, its immunity to energy attacks diminishes to 40, even lower without compression. On average, the capabilities of the void body yield an 80 immunity to physical damage and a 50 immunity to energy damage. Whether to adopt a corporeal or ethereal form depends on the specific circumstances. Given that Zhao Wujie favored physical attacks, Ming naturally opted for the ethereal approach in battle, as the claws would merely graze the energy form, resulting in minimal energy loss. In a corporeal confrontation, with defensive attributes exceeding 400, there remained a risk of being overwhelmed by Zhao Wujie's physical onslaught. To mitigate energy consumption, Ming typically employed a strategy of alternating between corporeal and ethereal states within his arms and body. This way, he could absorb lethal energy attacks with his arms while allowing his body to evade physical strikes, thus achieving an elegant balance. However, such a technique necessitated precise timing in managing the corporeal and ethereal states of his arms. With a swift motion, both hands gripped the great tree as Zhao Wujie, akin to a feline, hung gracefully from the trunk. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, indicative of the significant impact from Ming's earlier strike. Was the energy form only to coalesce into substance during an attack? Zhao Wujie's cold gaze shimmered with keen insight, as if she had discerned the peculiarities of the void body, and she did not rush into an offensive. The energy form before her was in an optimal state for both attack and defense, making it indeed impossible for Zhao Wujie to prevail. Perhaps it was time to ease the pressure a bit. As Ming's thoughts stirred, his ethereal form began to shift. Dark currents of energy surged and gradually coalesced into solid masses, resembling cracked porcelain. From the obsidian energy blocks, one could discern that the mass before him was darker and more substantial, while the one behind appeared somewhat tenuous. A vulnerability. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with realization as she darted forward like a flash of lightning. Her first spirit ring shone brightly, her claws extending suddenly, her speed escalating once more. The first spirit skill, Netherworld Stab, a targeted attack technique. Zhao Wujie moved with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained, a unique amplification effect of her first spirit skill. However, as she drew near, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over her. It felt as though she were ensnared by a pair of frigid gazes. In an instant, the energy entity vanished, and when it reappeared, it had evaded her attack. Astonishingly fast, Zhao Wujie's heart raced with fear as shock spread across her face. She had not anticipated the opponent's speed to be so formidable. With a thunderous crash, a merciless punch struck again, sending Zhao Wujie hurtling away once more. Emerging from the underbrush, her attire was slightly torn, and the once elegant maiden now appeared disheveled. Alas, Ming observed with a sense of resigned amusement, his gaze reflecting a hint of exasperation. Had his hints not been sufficiently clear? In the realm of kings, assassins seldom engage in frontal assaults, favoring side or rear attacks instead, to indicate a weakness behind and yet still charge head-on. After enduring two brutal encounters, Zhao Wujie had learned her lesson. She dashed into the thicket, utilizing the surrounding foliage as cover, poised to launch a thunderous strike. Bang! Bang! She was repeatedly repelled, enduring relentless blows. Only through pain does one gain profound memory. Meanwhile, the battle subtly transformed. A swift passage, a rapid retreat. A mere taste. Once she determined that her assault could not succeed, Zhao Wujie withdrew hastily to reorganize her attack, lest she sustain severe injuries. A teachable child indeed. Chapter 85, Xiao Academy. You have been defeated by the Soul Master. A crisp, piercing sound echoed through the forest, akin to glass shattering upon impact. One could vaguely sense a dull gleam slicing through the trees. The once chaotic foliage now lay in disarray, rendered unsightly by the ensuing chaos. A gash approximately 10 meters long cleaved through a large tree, beneath which a dark figure lay motionless. The towering peaks undulated violently, her lips parted, sweat streaming down her forehead and temples. The effects of her martial spirit rapidly waned, and Zhu Zhuqing, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Yet, a barely perceptible smile danced at the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering like newly lit lanterns. As the energy dulled significantly, the effect of the void body reached its conclusion, the dark form flickering before ultimately dissipating into ethereal light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Zhu Zhuqing. Effort evaluation. Due to the host's power being vastly superior to that of Zhu Zhuqing, the act of overwhelming her is inadvisable. However, considering the host's auxiliary combat and the intentional display of vulnerabilities to inspire mutual effort, the effort level may be appropriately elevated. Effort grade assessment. 3 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pounds of 100-year-old snow cat meat. Only a century's worth? Indeed, the rewards have diminished considerably. Su Ming did not feel disheartened. He regarded it as a means to assist his former self. After all, the value of a one-time effort task is rather insignificant. Previously, he mainly encountered soul beast meat and similar rewards, aside from triumphing over the protagonist, Tang San, which yielded commendable medicinal elixirs. Moreover, this time, the circumstances were disproportionately challenging. He resolved to pursue long-term tasks henceforth. With a gentle sigh, just as Su Ming was about to depart, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding. The host's Millennium Blade Arm Manus Soulbone has remained in use. Ding. The host exhibits a greater desire for high-quality items. Ding. The system activates the function to transform waste into treasure, rewarding the host with 1 high-grade free fragment. Further details can be inquired accordingly. Transform waste into treasure? High-grade free fragments? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Su Ming's mind as he hastily accessed the system's inventory. High-grade free fragment. Rare items can be recycled to obtain corresponding fragments. A specified quantity of high-grade free fragments can be exchanged for high-level items, including but not limited to soul rings, soul bones, and martial souls. Starting at 100 fragments, white quality. Starting at 500 fragments, yellow quality. Starting at 1,000 fragments, golden quality. System, are you attempting to exhaust me? Su Ming, in a state of silent exasperation, was at a loss as to whether to feel joyful or resigned. After careful consideration, it became evident that exchanging high-level freedom points for soul weapons was the most advantageous option. After all, a white-quality useless soul weapon merely required 100 high-level freedom points. Undeniably a significant loophole. Furthermore, his own soul weapon could be enhanced in quality. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that his soul weapon, the god-slaying blade, was still only of black quality and was in the process of being upgraded. The potential of these 2 soul weapons was immense, without a doubt. Yet, rather than attempting to straddle 2 paths, it seemed wiser to fully traverse one. Su Ming understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Moreover, he had already formulated a plan. The god-slaying blade was sufficient for his needs. Naturally, having multiple soul weapons for support and to enhance physical prowess was a boon that no soul master would turn down. Beep. A system vulnerability has been detected and successfully patched. Beep. Aside from the host's inherent soul weapon, no additional soul weapons are permitted to enhance their quality. Su Ming. I initially wore a semblance of a smile on my face, but now it has completely vanished. Su Ming found himself somewhat at a loss for words. However, the outcome was not entirely unacceptable, for it merely presented another avenue. Items in possession. Advanced Freedom Fragment X1, 8-petal Immortal Orchid, decomposable. Blade Arm Manus Soulbone, decomposable. Spirit Immunity Mask, Blood of the Subragon, Nourishing Spirit Elixir Recipe, Ice Silkworm Armor, Ancient Silver Moon Wolf Kingbone, and Millennium Blade Arm Manus Soulbone. The latter proved tasteless yet regrettable to discard, having lingered here for years. Thus, it would be prudent to decompose it. As for the 8-petal Immortal Orchid, it shall be retained for future decomposition. Su Ming contemplated and said to the system, let us first deconstruct the Blade Arm Manus Soulbone. Ding. The Blade Arm Manus Soulbone, originating from the 1,200-year-old soul beast, yielded 960 high-level free fragments upon deconstruction. An 80 return rate is rather commendable. At least it is not as dismal as old Ma's. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before vanishing from the tree with a swift motion. As he departed, 2 autumn leaves danced lightly in the breeze, slowly descending onto the branch beneath his feet, resembling 2 footprints. At the academy, in Xiao Xian's residence, the resplendent evening glow filtered through the window, casting an unusual aura within the room. Old Xiao, look at you, trembling in fear, Zhao Wujie remarked, holding a teapot with the spout resting against his lips, exuding a sense of ease. How can you, a dignified soul sage, be so intimidated by a mere soul master? Xiao Xian's face quivered, rolling his eyes in response. Who was it that, after being defeated by a soul master, scurried into the house looking like a mess? Zhao Wujie's reaction was instantaneous. He spat out his tea in disbelief. What nonsense! That was not a loss. Who could have anticipated that the boy would be so abnormal? If I had truly used my soul skills to confront him, I could have taken on 10 of him. Yet here you are, a soul sage. And I'm the one standing here for you. Where's your dignity? Dignity? Xiao Xian replied with a sardonic smile. You were beaten by a soul master. Zhao Wujie. His complexion darkening, pounded the table in exasperation. Xiao Xian, don't provoke me. If you keep this up, you'll see what happens. Xiao Xian, unimpressed, exhaled with a mocking tone. And does being fierce change the fact that you were defeated by a soul master? Zhao Wujie, fuming, turned to leave, unwilling to tolerate the insolence before him. Cough, cough. Xiao Xian cleared his throat, his voice taking on a more solemn tone. Wujie, I've heard that some remarkable treasures have recently arrived in Suatua City. Instantly, Zhao Wujie's leg, poised to leave, recoiled. With a thud, he returned to his seat. Humph. If it weren't for our years of friendship, you'd not have my assistance after that attitude of yours. Zhao Wujie's face flushed a deeper hue, his gaze nervously shifting to the wooden ceiling. Xiao Xian, sensing the shift, smirked and nodded. Indeed, who doesn't he remember your illustrious past? Emphasizing the words illustrious past, Xiao Xian made it sound as though this was a well-known secret shared among them. As he combed his hair back, Zhao Wujie's face deepened in color, and he busied himself with his tea to ease the awkwardness. Cough, cough. Those were youthful indiscretions. Let us not dwell on them. I am now a respectable gentleman. Don't try to sully my reputation. Respectable gentleman? The same one who spent 10 days in the brothel during the Great War? After reminiscing about past glories, Zhao Wujie redirected the conversation. As Xiao Xian's friend, he was aware that Xiao Xian held a modest reputation among soul masters. After all, a food-type support soul sage was a rarity in the realm of soul masters, someone whom the army would go to great lengths to recruit. One person could sustain an entire legion's supplies. Had it not been for Xiao Xian's deception by Flander, he wouldn't have ever come to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie's expression turned serious. What exactly did that boy do to frighten you so? Sighing, Xiao Xian lamented. Too much to say, all tears. Look at my face. What do you see? You appear quite haggard, Zhao Wujie noted. Did you spend the day with livestock? Zhao Wujie was taken aback, feeling a pang of regret for not involving Xiao Xian in his escapades. Realizing his misunderstanding, Zhao Wujie cleared his throat and composed himself. Let us discuss serious matters. I'm listening. With no intention of angering him further, Xiao Xian began recounting his experiences. The longer he spoke, the more aggrieved he appeared, his face drooping with despair. On the verge of tears, even in the brothel, he had never felt so humiliated. Zhao Wujie burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Come on, old Xiao. How can you, a soul sage, be so intimidated by a mere 12-year-old soul master? Although you may not excel in combat, you shouldn't feel this way. With your status, others would seek your assistance. You could easily intimidate him into retreating with a mere scare. Such a simple approach, yet you didn't consider it? If it were that easy, it would be a different story. Xiao Xian sighed heavily. He glanced toward the window and leaned closer to Zhao Wujie, as if confiding a secret. Why the secrecy in broad daylight? Zhao Wujie frowned. Is there something wrong with what I said? Shaking his head, Xiao Xian lowered his voice. Do you truly believe that boy is an ordinary person? The seriousness in his tone suggested no hint of jest. Zhao Wujie's pupils constricted in realization. Could it be? With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie grasped Xiao Xian's arm, urgency in his voice. Old Xiao, do you know something? Hush. Xiao Xian made a gesture for silence. Understanding instantly, Zhao Wujie lowered his voice, although his curiosity was ignited. Xiao Xian's expression grew grave. Do you think Flander would allow him to become a teacher under normal circumstances? Just half a month ago, I witnessed Flander return in a state of sheer horror, looking utterly disheveled. You tell me, what sort of person could induce such a reaction from him? Zhao Wujie's breath hitched in disbelief. No wonder Flander would engage in such absurdities. It seems he had no choice. Is it a soul Douluo? Or a title Douluo? His earlier gloom dissipated. Zhao Wujie felt enlightened. I get it now. I completely understand. He slapped his thigh in excitement, a grin spreading across his face. Old Xiao, see? I told you I could never lose to an ordinary soul master. It seems the trend now is to play the fool to catch the tiger. Why are you so pleased? Does that change the fact that you lost to a soul master? Xiao Xian looked at Zhao Wujie with disdain, questioning how he had become friends with such a fool. Just as Xiao Xian prepared to admonish him, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the room. Who is it? Xiao Xian's heart raced, his voice losing some of its strength as he hesitated to speak loudly. It's me, Teacher Xiao. As he spoke, Ming pushed the door open and entered. Ah. Speaking of the devil, Zhao Wujie's expression was remarkable as he glanced at Xiao Xian, whose face was a mix of purple and green, suppressing laughter. Old Xiao. Look who has arrived again. Why don't you refuse him? Teacher Xiao, you are here as well. After a moment of astonishment, a flicker of joy crossed Ming's eyes. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to observe the top of Zhao Wujie's head. He was engaged in a fierce battle with the soul saint, Zhao Wujie. Current progress. 1. Progress rewards. 10 instances of a strand of golden power. 30 instances of 100 points in defense strength. 50 instances of a 10,000-year soul bone. A flicker of fiery light danced in Ming's eyes. If only the body of the berserker still existed, the gains from battling Zhao Wujie would be immeasurable. Something felt amiss. The glint in that young man's gaze was unsettling. A shiver ran through Zhao Wujie's heart as he swiftly rose to his feet. Ahem, Lao Xiao. Ming is looking for you. I shall take my leave now. We shall converse another day. With that, he dashed out of the wooden hut before Xiao Xian could utter a word. Damn it! Xiao Xian cursed inwardly as he watched Zhao Wujie abandon their camaraderie. Yet, upon catching sight of Ming still present, a headache immediately descended upon him. With a troubled expression, he spoke earnestly. Ming, I am a food system soul saint, not a purveyor of confections. Even as your teacher, you cannot impose such unreasonable demands upon me for the candies you seek to replenish your spiritual energy. I could easily part with a few without a second thought, but when you mention hundreds, that is simply excessive. Rubbing his ample head, Xiao Xian, overwhelmed by despair, slumped onto the table. Although these candies were crafted from soul power, he could not afford to deplete his own reserves daily. He had a life to enjoy. Observing Xiao Xian's distress, Ming awkwardly touched his nostrils, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, he had perhaps overstepped. Previously, other teachers would flee at his approach. However, this food system soul saint was one he simply could not allow to escape. Ming pondered and took a step back. Teacher Xiao, what do you think is an appropriate amount of candy to consume each day? Xiao Xian, resting his head on the table, lifted his gaze slightly. His expression revealed no trace of anger as he monotonously replied. The total should not exceed 100, and you must also include meals. Ming, 100? Your fifth soul skill has produced a total of 600 spirit recovery candies. Do you not feel a twinge of conscience? Ming immediately shook his head, stating that while he could cover the meals, the total must be no less than 500. It simply could not be lowered any further. Xiao Xian remained expressionless. Only the corners of his mouth twitched as he replied, 200, it truly cannot be increased any further. I have a small business and need to produce some candies for others. It is utterly impossible for me to provide you with such a large quantity. Business? No wonder you are so overweight. It seems you are also supplementing your income on the side. Ming's lips twitched. Teacher Xiao, time is something we carve out, just as candy is squeezed into existence. I wonder if you have ever heard the saying, unless you push yourself, you will never realize how capable you can be. Xiao Xian's expression darkened. Is this truly a matter of effort? I have worked diligently for a year, yet my soul power may not even increase by a level. Chapter 87. You covet my candy, you wretched being. With a swish, the dim light of dawn seeped through the window. Surrounding him was a profound darkness, akin to hell, where the shadows enveloped everything. In a moment of daze, Xiao Xian seemed to behold a magnificent gate to paradise drawing closer. With a surge of excitement, Xiao Xian's corpulent figure sprang upwards. Ming, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Do you truly possess a means to enhance my soul power? His lifeless gaze sparked with fervor, as if it could pierce the very heavens. Xiao Xian was overjoyed, his excitement causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. As a food-type soul master, no one could fathom their suffering, for their cultivation speed was the slowest among all soul masters. Oscar was merely a rare exception with his innate full soul power. Xiao Xian, however, possessed only a level 6 innate soul power. Despite this, through sheer determination, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Sage. After breaking through to Soul Sage, he had come to realize that his ultimate limit lay within that rank. More precisely, He understood that he would never surpass level 75 in this lifetime. Since breaking through level 71, 3 long years had passed without any sign of further advancement. In his despair, he was lured to Shrek Academy under the pretense of Oscar's name by Flender. If he could reach the rank of Soul Douluo, his ability to create candy would multiply exponentially. Soul Douluo level food-type soul masters were exceedingly rare in both empires. For Xiao Xian, that was a lifelong pursuit of glory. The temptation was utterly irresistible. Indeed, one must not let the hawk fly until the rabbit is seen. Su Ming spoke with unwavering confidence. Heaven has never been stingy in rewarding those who strive diligently. The height you attain is directly proportional to the effort you invest. Teacher Xiao, do you believe this sentiment holds truth? Xiao Xian's expression shifted slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up and cautioned sternly. Su Ming, you may not fully comprehend the terrifying nature of a support-type soul saint. While I remain unaware of the individuals backing you, should you truly deceive me, you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. You would do well to heed my words. I assure you, this is no mere exaggeration. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes. In that moment, he was no longer the embodiment of languor but resembled a roaring giant bear, his countenance fierce and menacing. Su Ming was not angered. He nodded in understanding. I am well aware of the formidable power possessed by an auxiliary spirit saint. Do you truly believe that I, having cultivated to such a level, would resort to deceit? Or do you think I would betray my very soul for the sake of trickery? Su Ming's gaze was equally sharp, reminiscent of a soaring hawk, impervious to even the slightest speck of dust. Xiao Xian's expression became slightly solemn, despite having known Su Ming for only half a day. He held a favorable impression of him. The ability to forge one's physique to the level of that scoundrel Zhao Wujie demonstrated a resolve that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the spirit-replenishing candy, it seemed likely that he was deliberately honing his mental prowess. With both tenacity and innate talent, he was already far ahead of his peers. It would not be long before his strength transcended that of a soul king, provided he did not meet an untimely demise along the way. He was destined to become a Soul Douluo in the future, or perhaps even more. Indeed, if that were the case, what harm was there in deceiving oneself? Even if he were to cultivate a good relationship with him in advance, he would not be at a disadvantage. Spending a year to gamble on that level of soul power was not something he would find unacceptable. Moreover, from what Su Ming implied, it appeared that the matter was far more intricate than merely acquiring a level of soul power. It seemed he had no valid reason to reject such an enticing proposition. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Xian solemnly cautioned, "You must keep your word. If you fail to assist me in elevating my soul power, I shall not spare you." Su Ming extended his hand and chuckled. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. In due time, you shall recognize the wisdom of your current decision, and you will undoubtedly be grateful for it for the rest of your life." "I hope so," Xiao Xian replied with a weary expression, though the vibrant gleam in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Suddenly, a cerulean light coalesced in his palm, while the fifth soul ring beneath his feet pulsed rhythmically. "Call upon my beloved, resplendent candy." With a flourish, a cascade of azure candies materialized in Xiao Xian's hand, causing Su Ming's eyes to sparkle with delight. This scene inadvertently reminded him of a certain advertisement. Moments later, the blue radiance began to wane, dispersing like dandelion fluff in the wind. Xiao Xian bent over, exhaustion evident as he collapsed onto the table. "All right, I have completely exhausted my soul power and can no longer produce any more candies." Su Ming was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly gathered all the candies. Through his mental prowess, he discerned that the total number of candies amounted to 82. These candies could presently augment his mental capacity by more than 20 points. "Teacher Xiao, please take good care of yourself. I shall return to see you tomorrow." With those words, he closed the door, and the room instantly fell into a profound silence. "Xiao Xian, are you truly here to visit me? Or are you merely coveting my jelly beans? How shameless." Upon returning to his quarters, he found Xiao was still lying on his bed in slumber. A frown creased Su Ming's brow, as he felt a nagging discomfort in his heart. He thought to himself, adopt the composure of Ning Rongrong, and strive for enlightenment like Zhu Zhuqing. Several hours had elapsed. She ought to have recovered significantly, and there was no reason for her to still be sleeping like a log. Swiftly, he yanked Xiaowu's head from beneath the covers. Su Ming gently placed a candy bean into her mouth and then playfully tapped her chin. "What are you up to?" Xiaowu, awakening from her slumber, opened her drowsy eyes. Upon seeing Su Ming, it was as if all her vitality had been sapped away, leaving her frail and listless. Su Ming, with an expressionless face, reminded her, "Get up, It's time for you to learn how to cook. Let me sleep a little longer, Xiao Wu murmured, pulling the blanket closer around her. Still appearing utterly exhausted, Su Ming wore a cold expression, refraining from further urging. He merely tapped his fingertips against the bed, and despite the barrier of the quilt, the sound resonated loudly. The rhythm grew increasingly frantic, akin to a stampede of galloping horses. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Wu sprang upright. I understand. Teach me how to cook, she exclaimed, pouting her lips. Complying obediently, she slipped on her shoes and dashed out of the room. While others aspire for their sons to become dragons, she found herself with a brother who hoped for his sister to become a phoenix. Alas, what could she do? Su Ming reluctantly followed her outside, feeling that her unwillingness was a waste of his time, as it was her inaugural attempt at cooking. He did not expect much from Xiao Wu, merely that the flavors would be passable. However, given his promise to Xiao Xian to provide meals, he was also mindful of the potential risk of food poisoning that might arise. Su Ming chose to prepare several dishes on his own, taking out the century-old snow-cat meat to roast, as it was quite filling. Half an hour later, his sister sweetly called out, and Xiao Wu, with her sparkling eyes, smiled charmingly at Su Ming across the table, saying, how about we share a dish? It feels rather distant for us to eat separately as a family. In front of her, several enticing plates of food were arranged beautifully. Chapter 88, The Path Every Soul Master Must Walk. Shrek Academy lay behind the village, adjacent to the forest. As night descended, the air became notably cooler than the surroundings. The sound of footsteps on the village's muddy path seemed to carry a certain magic, gradually silencing the croaks of frogs and the chirps of cicadas until the two walked further away. Fireflies floated gracefully, releasing their luminous signals, and the fields began to buzz with life once more, accompanying the solitary moon in the sky for a lovely evening. Brother, winning a soul fight guarantees 10 gold soul coins. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? A melodious female voice echoed along the path, resonating around them. The voice was pleasant, albeit somewhat muffled, as if she were speaking with something in her mouth. The clear, bright moonlight bathed the scene, illuminating Xiao Wu's face as she nibbled on a carrot that she had borrowed from Su Ming after her initial cooking attempt ended in failure. Not only did I not get to eat the dishes you made, but a carrot cost 1 gold coin. How stingy. With anticipation in her heart, Su Ming wore a smile that revealed his delight. Holding a small knife, he twirled it around his fingertips and said, winning a soul fight indeed earns you 10 gold coins, but the registration fee is also 10 gold coins. In other words, if you win, you can earn 10 gold coins, but if you lose, you'll be down by 10 gold coins. Lose 10 gold coins? I currently only have 10 gold coins. Does that mean I can't afford to lose even a single match? Xiao Wu's expression contorted in distress as the carrot slipped from her hand, falling to the ground, leaving behind a tooth mark. The unsuspecting villagers who might see it would likely think a rat had stolen the carrot. Noticing the mischievous smile that flickered at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, Xiao Wu felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly grasped Su Ming's arm and exclaimed, what do you mean? Will there really be a deduction? If so, I don't have that much money. How about I take an advance on next month's allowance? Su Ming felt a sense of speechlessness within, reaching out to pinch the soft left cheek of a certain someone. The flesh was ample enough to grasp. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tiptoeing and treading lightly, Xiao Wu's delicate face was in considerable pain. Only when Su Ming released his grip did she, with a disgruntled expression, rub her cheek and huff. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Only you would do such a thing. If it were someone else, I would surely make them experience the consequences of an 8-section whip. If you don't feel pain, you won't learn your lesson. Clearing his throat with a dismissive sound, Su Ming's gaze turned stern as he reminded her, I have already stated that all your living expenses at Shrek Academy are your own responsibility. At 12 years old, with the monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall, you still have the audacity to mention pocket money. If you have time to ponder such matters, I suggest you indulge in a dream, for in dreams, one can possess everything. Xiao Wu, you truly have no intention of caring for me, do you? Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed, and a sense of despondency washed over her, her head hanging low in despair. Stop, let us separate. As for meals, you must fend for yourself. Pocket money? That is non-existent now. If this continues, will you really cease to care for me? With this thought, Xiao Wu's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Su Ming was indeed beside her, and she could hear his voice. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if he might depart at any moment, even her own brother. With a pang in her heart and a sense of suffocation, Xiao Wu found herself reminiscing about the past, though she had endured relentless bullying during those times. An overarching sentiment remained. Her brother cared for her, albeit with a facade of coldness masking a warm heart. In contrast, the present was shrouded in a palpable sense of loss, creating an emotional distance that weighed heavily upon her. Throughout their journey, Xiao kept her head down, lost in thought, and remained silent. Upon entering Suodo City, when Ming purchased some baked pastries by the roadside, she remained detached, showing little interest. Holding the pastry, Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "You're 12 now. Is it really necessary to sulk over not having pocket money? Earning your own keeps and spending it as you wish should be liberating, don't you think? I'd prefer to receive allowance instead." Xiao accepted the pastry, absent-mindedly took a bite, and muttered under her breath. Although her words were barely audible, Ming's acute hearing allowed him to catch them from several meters away, let alone at such close proximity. Who wouldn't he desire pocket money? Who would he wish to lounge without the burden of earning? Ming evidently did not grasp the situation fully and, with a tone of earnestness, began to elucidate. "Before I attended the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, my grandfather would provide me with a maximum of 10 copper soul coins each month. Though it may seem a meager sum, it was sufficient to occupy my thoughts day and night. Previously, when you had gold coins to squander, you must have relished that luxury. Now, however, you still think of relying on your brother." With a teasing smile, he playfully ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and continued, "All right. Just wait until the day I decide to sell you. Then you can count the money for me, and I would laugh in my dreams." His banter, half in jest and half in truth, left him with a bright expression as he departed, leaving Xiao Wu in a daze. "If I can't rely on my brother, can I depend on myself?" She mused, her lips pursing as she let out a soft sigh, her gaze on Ming flickering between hope and despair. As they traversed the streets of Suodo City, their destination being the Soul Arena, the night did not diminish in beauty, but rather accentuated the vibrancy of Suodo City. The streets were alive with laughter and merriment, the dazzling lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon their figures. Despite the lively atmosphere, Ming felt a sense of disquiet within. True understanding comes not from mere words, but through personal experience. The Soul Arena would present a myriad of soul masters, enhancing one's adaptability and judgment in battles. This was not only a valuable training ground for him, but for all soul masters. "Your soul skills are truly impressive. I even find myself a bit envious. Currently, your charm and teleportation abilities are noteworthy," he remarked. "Let's discuss your teleportation skill first. Very few soul masters can react instantaneously. Among all soul venerables, your capability is undoubtedly exceptional. However, I believe you should focus more on developing your charm soul skill, though it is merely your second skill. With sufficient soul power and mental strength, you could potentially counter even more powerful soul masters. You've previously practiced enhancing your mental strength and have sparred with me. You must have felt your second soul skill strengthen, haven't you?" "Indeed, it has become somewhat stronger," she replied. "Exactly. You should continue training your mental strength alongside me," he encouraged. "Wait, are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" she retorted, suspicious. "You're overthinking it. I am merely suggesting a training direction. If you can achieve the fusion of mental and soul power, it could lead to a devastating mixed attack derived from your gaze. That would be a formidable feat. Is that even possible? How could mental power merge with soul power? In this world, nothing is impossible for those who are determined. Mental power can indeed integrate with physical force. There are no limitations," he asserted confidently. As they continued their journey, Ming shared his insights for her training reference. Chapter 89, The Sudden Appearance of a 10,000-Year-Old Soul Bone. In the world of Douluo, the most prominent forms of entertainment are limited to two: the enjoyment of music and the thrill of soul battles. From the common folk to the nobility, none are untouched by the allure of these pastimes. For a soul master, leaving a mark of glorious achievements in the soul arena is a matter of great honor. Beyond mere levels of cultivation, there exists a disparity in strength among soul masters. The soul arena serves as the arena for measuring the prowess of soul masters throughout the continent. As for the elite competition and advanced soul master academies, it is exclusively for individuals under the age of 25. In contrast, the soul arena encompasses nearly all soul masters, including encounters with the older generation, providing opportunities for learning and experience. Additionally, the regulations of the soul arena are more relaxed, allowing soul masters to truly showcase their skills. The Suodo City Soul Arena is the largest in the Baloch Kingdom, ranking in the second tier, with the top tier occupied by the arenas in Tiando City and Xinglua City. The Suodo Arena is elliptical in shape, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Yet it towers at over 120 meters, double the height of the aforementioned nest. Such a grand structure not only demands immense engineering skill, but also astronomical financial resources. It stands like a mountain, majestic against the night sky, evoking a sense of insignificance upon viewing. Xiao marveled at its grandeur, and even Su Ming felt a stir of emotions within. The Soul Arena is truly opulent. I wonder how many gold coins were spent on its construction. If only I could acquire some of that wealth, he mused. Perhaps you should sell yourself. You'd fetch quite a sum, enough to build a few of these, she teased back. Indeed, I hold considerable value. Unlike you, who would want to buy you? As their playful banter continued, they arrived at the Soul Master registration area. Here, personnel were responsible for issuing badges. The ground was covered with a plush carpet, soft and inviting, particularly suited for someone as lively as Xiao Wu. The registration process was straightforward. Fill out personal details such as name, martial spirit, and soul power, followed by a soul power test. Aware that surprises could arise during the testing, Su Ming prepared in advance, concentrating high-quality soul power into his palm. Having utilized energy orbs multiple times, he understood the threshold of soul power needed to fill the crystal ball and determine his soul power level. Ultimately, the results revealed that Su Ming was a 45-level soul master. Ah, what a letdown. Xiao lamented, her spirits dampened upon learning of the 2v2 soul battles. I was counting on your strength to secure a victory for us, so we could earn money together as siblings. How could you suddenly drop to a soul master level? Her eyes glared at Su Ming, filled with betrayal, as she anxiously grasped at him, unable to contain her frustration. Su Ming wore a playful smile and kindly reminded, if you have concerns weighing on your mind, perhaps you should contemplate how to participate in the upcoming soul battle. I have already defeated Daimu Bai, who is at level 37. Xiao Wu declared with a touch of pride, lifting her chin and pouting. Rest assured, even though I am only at level 33, I will not be bested by any other soul masters. Moreover, after enduring so many years of hardship, today I intend to reclaim everything from them. As she cracked her knuckles, a fierce glint shone in her eyes, revealing her eagerness to charge in and wreak havoc. Indeed, such courage is commendable. Su Ming gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Just as she was basking in her moment of pride, he abruptly shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of cunning. If my memory serves me right, after registering for the Iron Battle Soul badge, you currently possess only 4 gold coins, correct? I am quite curious how you intend to pay the 10 gold coins required for the 1v1 Battle Soul registration with merely these 4. I await your demonstration with keen anticipation. Boom. Su Ming's grip was not particularly forceful, yet it felt as though it possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, instantly overwhelming the left side of Xiao Wu's upper body. A forced smile, more grotesque than a cry, contorted her face. Brother, could you lend me a few gold coins? Lend? Certainly. Su Ming extended his palm, devoid of empathy, declaring, the profits will be split 50-50, and I shall lend you 6 gold coins. Xiao Wu's expression darkened considerably, as if she had encountered a ghost. Brother, have you lost your senses in the pursuit of gold? This is all a sham. This cannot be my brother. Have I truly lost my mind over wealth? I believe it is you who is hastily burying yourself in riches. Su Ming's expression shifted from a smile to a cold smirk. The Soul Master receives a monthly stipend of 100 gold coins. Yet you still have the audacity to tell me you possess merely 14 coins? As for Xiao Wu, that Ning Rongrong, she once extravagantly burned through over 100,000. Bang. In the end, her stubbornness was silenced. The Soto City Great Soul Arena consists of a primary battle area and 24 subsidiary divisions. Each subsidiary division is further categorized into the contest zone and the deathmatch zone, featuring 1v1, 2v2, and team battle arenas. Thus, each battle division houses 6 battle platforms. Each individual platform spans at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, excluding spectator areas and various facilities. It is evident how vast the entire Soto City Great Soul Arena must be. Upon entering, Su Ming and Xiao Wu found themselves allocated to the 3rd district. Su Ming registered for the 1v1 soul duel. As for Xiao Wu, aware of her tendency to spend extravagantly without restraint, she hesitated to use Su Ming's money. However, she was not foolish. Upon noticing the betting opportunity for the soul duel, she cautiously wagered all 4 of her gold coins on Su Ming's victory. The odds for newcomers were relatively high. If Su Ming won, she could potentially return with 10 gold coins, which she could then use to participate in the soul duel herself. Brother, it all depends on you. Let us set aside all past grievances for now. I've staked my entire fortune. Please don't toy with me, she thought anxiously, gently squeezing and releasing Su Ming's shoulders. Fearing that a harsh tone might affect his mood, She endeavored to be as gentle as possible. Yet, Su Ming was preoccupied, with little time to attend to her. System, my focus is on achieving consecutive wins in the 1v1 soul duel. Please unlock the progress bar and rewards for me. Beep. Data collection in progress. Host, please commence your efforts. Beep. The progress bar is now unlocked. The host may check it at their leisure. Whoosh. A brighter rectangular frame materialized before Su Ming's eyes. The progress bar, marked with values of 1100, was divided into 4 colors: white, green, yellow, and red. Above the progress bar, the rewards were displayed: 11 for strength, defense, spiritual power, 20 potions, suitably effective, 70 exclusive soul guiding devices of level 6 or above, and 100,000 years of soul bones. The prospect of 100 consecutive wins yielding 100,000 years of soul bones sent a jolt through Su Ming's heart, igniting a fervor in his eyes. With a sudden clack, his lower teeth collided with his upper ones, causing his entire jaw to tremble. Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of discomfort, covered her mouth, on the verge of tears. Su Ming turned his head, helpless yet smiling. So, how do you find these jelly beans, delicious or not? Chapter 90. Su Ming. I have been ridiculed by the system. Boom. The mirrored depths of his heart suddenly erupted with towering waves. At this moment, Su Ming could no longer suppress his frigid demeanor. His heart surged with fervor in an instant. For the first time, he beheld the reward of 100,000-year soul bone within the system. 100,000-year soul bone. A coveted treasure among soul masters not only signifies an enhancement in physical prowess but also bestows 2 soul bone abilities. In battles between soul masters, even a single additional level of soul power can yield a considerable advantage, let alone an extra soul skill. Moreover, 100,000-year soul bone surpasses even 100,000-year soul ring. The former embodies the quintessence of soul beasts, encapsulating their most formidable capabilities. Additionally, the soul power consumption for soul bone abilities is less than that of soul skills. Most importantly, he was now able to absorb it. Indeed, he could absorb it. Su Ming inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Yet his gaze remained bright and fervent. This soul bone was his to claim. Forget 100 battles. Even 500 would not deter him from his resolve. The cracking of his knuckles echoed ominously, sending a shiver down his spine and a pang through his teeth. Su Ming gradually unclenched his fist, stroking his chin as he began to calculate the possibilities. According to the scoring system of the soul fighting arena, one must first secure 5 victories, earning 1 point for each match, totaling 5 points. Subsequently, winning another 5 matches would yield 10 points each, amounting to a remarkable 250 points. Following that, conquering 20 matches would grant 100 points per victory, culminating in a sum of 2055 points. By the end of the first month, he would attain the Silver Soul Badge. In the second month, during the first 20 days, each match would yield 100 points, resulting in 2,000 points. A consecutive victory streak of 50 matches would further alter the scoring. In the latter 10 days, each match would fetch 500 points, totaling 5,000 points. Thus, he would accumulate an impressive 7,055 points, earning the Gold Soul Badge. As the third month approached, a sudden thrill coursed through Su Ming, only to be followed by a disheartening realization. Merely participating in 1v1 soul fighting would allow him to advance to the Gold Soul Badge by the 3rd month. It appeared that, much like in the original narrative, only Tang San possessed the Soul Master level Gold Soul Badge. Even the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy were merely adorned with Silver Soul Badges. If this were the case, upon securing the Gold Soul Badge in the 4th month, it was highly likely that he would struggle to find opponents of the Soul Sect level. Without the necessary conditions, one must create opportunities. Su Ming's expression was cold and fierce. He would never relinquish the soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years. However, before proceeding, he first inquired with the staff in the designated area. Even when questioning the rare golden soul medal associated with the soul arena, the personnel displayed no surprise. Their demeanor remarkably indifferent, adhering strictly to protocol as they explained to Su Ming. The soul arena had been operational for an extensive period. It had witnessed countless storms over the millennia. Thus, in the face of such unexpected occurrences, they had long devised their own strategies. The method was quite straightforward. Once a challenger reached a certain level without holding a corresponding soul medal, they could initiate a challenge that exceeded their current rank. In other words, after obtaining the Golden Soul Medal, to continue challenging, one could only engage in higher-level confrontations. For instance, Su Ming would earn 1,000 points for each defeat of Iron Soul Medal Soul King, 5,000 000 points for a copper soul metal soul king, 50. 000 points for a silver soul metal soul king, and a staggering 500, 000 points for a golden soul metal soul king. The streak of victories still adhered to a doubling rule, whereas losses would result in point deductions. Aware of this situation, Ming felt a sudden clarity. The soul arena had 8 tiers of metals: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The golden soul metal required 5,000 points, which indicated that the diamond metal would necessitate at least 5 million points. Achieving the golden soul metal implied that one possessed the capability for higher-level combat. Otherwise, it was unlikely that any soul master could attain a gem-level metal, let alone the ultimate diamond metal. A soul king, indeed. His fiery gaze flickered with intensity as Ming clenched his fists tightly. Despite the disparity in soul rings, victory was still within reach. He had never felt such an obsession and excitement as he did now. To let 100,000-year soul bone slip from his grasp? That would be more unbearable than death. Xiao Wu, her expression filled with concern, waved her hand. Brother, are you all right? In a flash, his unfocused pupils converged into clarity. The delicate blush of her cheeks captured his attention, her innocent, doe-like eyes sparkling with purity, evoking an illusion of cleansing one's spirit. Ming steadied his mind, and the vibrant expression on his face gradually returned to a state of indifference. He retrieved 10 gold coins from his spatial ring and stated with undeniable authority, "You should register for the soul duel first, and later, you will return the money to me. I do not wish to wait for you here for several hours." With a naturally impatient disposition, Xiao Wu had no choice but to comply and went to sign up for the 1v1 soul duel, redirecting his focus. Ming once again immersed himself in the system. I wish to inquire about the rewards for a consecutive victory in the 1v2 soul duel. Ding. Is the host certain about the 1v2 soul duel? Indeed. Ding. Considering the host is currently within the soul duel arena, you are permitted to view the related effort rewards. With a swift motion, a progress bar appeared, delineated in white, green, yellow, and red. This time, the numerical value remained at 1100. 15 points in strength defense mental power. 200 points in strength defense mental power, allocable. 40 soul power level 5, 10,000-year soul bone. 70 a thread of ultimate gold. 100 a 10 million-year soul bone. A card for comprehending the fusion technique of dual martial souls, with a 70 chance of obtaining a martial soul fusion technique. Valid for 6 months. Observing this, there was no discernible change in Ming's expression. System, show me the rewards for a consecutive victory in the 1v7 soul duel. Once again, a progress bar materialized, marked in white, green, yellow, and red, still reflecting the value of 1100. 1,000-year soul bone. 20 domain skills. 40 a trace of divine power. 70 a customized artifact. 100 immediate ascension to divinity. Valid for 6 months. Ming, this is not an act of temptation. It is a mockery directed at me. Snap. Ming felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why had he subjected himself to such unnecessary distress? The Soul Sect's cultivation level, the 1v7 challenging team, undoubtedly included members of the Soul Sect as well. After achieving 30 consecutive victories, he would certainly encounter a team boasting the pure Silver Soul badge. As the challenges progressed, he would inevitably face 7 Soul Kings, all adorned with the complete Silver Soul badge. There was even the possibility of confronting a Soul Emperor team. After securing 20 consecutive victories and obtaining the domain skill, he had indulged his curiosity sufficiently. It was time for the system to withdraw. If this continued, he would truly be provoked to violence. Ming found himself at a loss for words. Effort? Is this something achievable through mere diligence? 1 against 7. Even a Soul Emperor would surely suffer greatly when confronted with a 7-member team from the entire Soul Sect. According to the power dynamics of Douluo, an individual at a higher rank can typically contend with 3 opponents of a lower rank. Hence, a Soul King would struggle against 3 Soul Sects. Furthermore, the terrifying synergy of a well-coordinated 7-member team would yield an even more formidable combat prowess. He could only chuckle at the thought. Though Ming exudes confidence, he is yet to reach the realm of arrogance. Even with the use of his martial soul, the god-slaying blade, unleashed to its fullest potential, he estimates that he would be unable to secure victory in 20 consecutive 1v7 battles. Should he encounter a particularly formidable support soul master, one who can bolster their allies, a soul master of the Soul Sect could indeed contend with a Soul King, all while facing the other 5 adversaries. Nevertheless, he muses, Winning even a few rounds in a 1v7 scenario is better than nothing. His focus should remain on 1v1 and 1v2 matchups. Yet he contemplates which option would be the most advantageous. As he strokes his chin, Ming once again plunges into deep thought. Chapter 91. 1v1 Soul Duel, Swift Victory. Participating in both 1v1 and 2v2 soul duels simultaneously accelerates the accumulation of points exponentially. After an entire month, even with an additional 10 consecutive victories in 1v7 battles, his points remain insufficient to reach the coveted 5,000 mark, thus preventing him from acquiring the Golden Soul Badge. Pondering further, Ming's gaze gradually sharpens with clarity. Therefore, the most prudent course of action lies in achieving 100 consecutive victories in 1v1 and 60 in 1v2. In the third month, he attains the Golden Soul Badge while facing 2 Soul Kings. As for the 1v7 encounters, he can strive for as many consecutive wins as possible. Contemplating this, Ming finds a hint of humor in his own aspirations. While this may represent an ideal scenario, the nature of battle is ever-changing. What are ideals, if not fleeting? 100,000-year-old soul bone. He desires it. The finest of gold. He covets it. He shall seize victory in whatever matches he can. Let the battle be exhilarating, and only cease upon defeat. Ming stepped into a secluded spot, swiftly donning a white mask that concealed his visage, revealing only his iron-like eyes. While his attire transformed into a cloak of black, he wore a mental immunity mask and a black golden satin robe, with a gleaming silver longsword subtly discernible at his waist. The Ming that emerged was a completely changed individual. In the future, within the soul arena, consider me a stranger. As Xiao approached, before she could utter a word, Ming quietly spoke a phrase and brushed past her. The smile that once graced Xiao's face froze, her heart surged with shock. Yet she continued forward as if nothing had transpired. To onlookers, the two merely crossed paths, devoid of any communication or recognition. Though outwardly calm, Xiao's heart was tumultuous, filled with gravity. After years of shared existence, she understood the weight of his tone. Indeed, something of utmost importance must have occurred. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such caution. What on earth is he planning? Her expression darkened, veiled in a light frost. The charm of her demeanor vanished, replaced by an intense urgency reflected in her gaze. Entering the soul arena's resting area, masked and unnoticed, Ming attracted little attention. Despite being slightly shorter than the average adult, he emanated an aura of cold steel that surpassed even the most seasoned fighters. Standing on the exclusive observation platform for Soul Masters, Ming surveyed the arena, his gaze ultimately resting upon the combat stage. The scale of the Soul Arena was not particularly vast. The 1v1 battles felt somewhat monotonous, resulting in fewer spectators compared to the other 2 venues. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the fervor of the audience, whose enthusiasm surged like a tidal wave, resonating through the air. After observing 3 battles over the span of approximately 10 minutes, Ming noted that all participants were of the Soul Ancestor level. It appeared that lower-ranked Soul Masters were more prevalent, as the higher-ranked ones were concentrated in the main arena. As the 4th match concluded, a host clad in a tailcoat swiftly approached the center of the stage. Below, the 5th match of the 3rd Soul Arena's 1v1 battles was about to commence. Featuring 2 Soul Sect contenders, the debuting Shi from the Battle Soul Sect, who possessed a blade spirit, and Xiao, who had secured 3 consecutive victories with his golden tusk giant elephant spirit. Would Xiao continue on his unbeaten path, or would she triumph over a formidable foe in his first appearance? We shall see. With the host departing, a burly man immediately charged onto the combat stage. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, his granite-like skin a pale gray, and his physique resembled a fortress, muscles prominently defined. His powerful legs thudded heavily upon the stage, causing the ground to tremble, radiating an imposing presence. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Ming leaped down from the observation platform. Noticing this scene, Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How dare he use a false name? As she glared, her mind filled with expletives. She hastened her pace, wishing she had also chosen a pseudonym. As she neared the observation platform, the cheers and roars of the crowd crashed over her like a tidal wave. Ignoring the commotion, her gaze remained fixed downward. With Ming now on the combat stage, all eyes turned toward this newcomer. However, the stark contrast in physiques between the 2 combatants elicited a collective sigh among the spectators. Many instinctively thought that Xiao, with his 3 consecutive victories, would surely emerge victorious. Even Xiao himself wore a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend how his opponent could be so young. He instinctively asked, Hey, you there. How did you train so quickly? Can you tell me? This fellow seemed a bit simple-minded. Ming coldly reminded, the battle has commenced. Hasn't it? Jiu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. His voice resonated with a deep, endearing timbre. I'm here with you. The fight has indeed begun. Suddenly, as his words fell, Jiu's pupils constricted in an instant. A flash of dark light pierced through the air with unrestrained force. In a split second, sharp blades of energy tore into his skin, burrowing deep into his left chest. His body was powerless to suppress the onslaught, and the piercing force erupted through his back. A gaping wound bled profusely, splattering crimson droplets like falling red plum blossoms. Before he could finish his exclamation of encouragement to the audience, his throat ceased, rendering him voiceless. All eyes were fixated in a stunned silence upon the bloodied hole in Jiu's chest. He too was immobilized by the shocking injury, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Had he truly been wounded in such a manner? Slowly, Jiu raised his gaze, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable terror. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had silently approached him, standing right before him. Ming slowly raised his foot, his movements unhurried, as natural as sipping water. Jiu, startled, hastily summoned his martial spirit. Yet how could Ming afford to waste time? With muscles taut, an overwhelming force erupted from his thighs. In an instant, Jiu's massive frame was sent soaring, sliding backward for 5 or 6 meters before finally coming to a halt. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Words hung unspoken. Even the host was left in a daze. The battle arena had never experienced such profound silence, a stillness so unsettling that it made one uneasy. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Ming cast a sidelong glance at the dazed host and coldly remarked, "Shouldn't you announce the results?" Suddenly, the host snapped out of his stupor, closing his gaping mouth in astonishment. With an oddly scrutinizing gaze towards Ming, he proclaimed in a booming voice, "The Battle Soul sect has triumphed, with a record of 1 victory and no defeats. Jiu's 3 consecutive victories have come to an end, leaving him with a tally of 11 wins and 10 losses." Boom. The atmosphere shattered like ice beneath the sun. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their applause resounding like thunder. Though lacking in dazzling visual spectacles, the decisive manner of the defeat was still exhilarating, and many took note of this remarkable newcomer. The thunderous applause was a celebration of his victory. In stark contrast, the Soul Master's viewing platform was enveloped in an eerie silence. Could this individual truly be a Blade Soul Master? All participating Soul Masters fell into a hushed reverence, their expressions grave as they regarded Ming's figure. While the onlookers reveled in the commotion, those seasoned by battle were not so easily deceived by superficial appearances. His techniques, speed, and strength were all formidable. This individual was far from being as simple as he seemed. Chapter 92. Recruiting Allies, Securing the Silver Battle Soul Badge. With a single strike, with 1 kick, the 3 consecutive victories of the Soul Sect crumbled. Even as Ming walked into the passage, the audience's thoughts lingered on that extraordinary moment. It was only when the host announced the commencement of the next battle that they gradually redirected their attention. Ming returned to the competition area with an impassive expression, his posture resilient and composed, exuding an air of unperturbed confidence. After acquiring a strand of exquisite gold, the soul power within him began to undergo subtle transformations. Even the potency of his sword finger technique saw a remarkable enhancement. It could be said that not only would a typical soul sect practitioner be severely impacted, but even those under the augmentation of their martial spirits would find themselves gravely wounded by a single sword finger strike. At this moment, Ming executed a sword technique, whose piercing power undoubtedly surpassed that of the second soul skill of the soul sect. The outcome of the soul battle was predetermined, thus, there was no need to squander time on it. Therefore, he opted for the swiftest means to conclude the conflict. Waiting for others to manifest their martial spirits? That was merely a dignified display, a style ill-suited for one who sought continuous victories. If he could eliminate, he would strike decisively. If he could win, it must be a quick triumph. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 74 points of prestige, which have automatically converted into 74 points for martial spirit enhancement. Hee. In this soul battle, with so many spectators and soul masters present, the prestige value is pitiably low. Ming had long been aware of the low conversion rate, and did not focus on that aspect. Whoosh. A long wooden board materialized out of thin air. A brush, dipped in aged soy sauce, danced across the surface, leaving behind ink traces. It bore the inscription, "Sincerely recruiting 2v2 partners. Requirements, level 41 or 42 soul sect preferred." gentle disposition, diligent and obedient, willing to follow commands, guaranteed to obtain the silver Douluo badge. Gazing at the information on the board. The Soul Masters couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking they had misread the words. Upon a closer look, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A team formation on site? A guarantee of the silver Douluo badge? Only recruiting level 41 and 42? Were they attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? TSK. The youth was utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. Having won a single match, did he consider himself invincible? If it weren't for his sneak attack. Even Xiao, that iron-headed fool, might not have been defeated. He truly sought to draw attention. To casually mention the silver Douluo badge was nothing short of ignorance and audacity. Having lingered in the soul battle arena for so long, he still possessed only the copper Douluo badge. Such youthful arrogance was understandable. After all, the soul battle arena would ultimately enlighten him, would it not? Almost everyone regarded Su Ming with expressions of incredulity. Their gazes were indifferent and scornful. Some crossed their arms, their lips curling in disdain. Yet, not a single person was willing to step forward. A 3-meter vacuum zone enveloped Su Ming, causing everyone to retreat to a safe distance, fearful of contracting his foolish misfortune. Upon returning from gambling, Xiao was momentarily stunned by the scene before her. Was he genuinely seeking allies, or had he merely made a hasty mistake in writing? She scratched her head in frustration, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. While others seemed to grasp it easily, her brother Su Ming remained an enigma, perpetually eluding her understanding. To triumph in the competition, would it not be more advantageous to recruit soul masters of level 45 or above, forming a powerful alliance? Yet, he was not only offering the silver fighting soul badge but also enlisting lower-level soul masters for his team, no matter how one looked at it. It felt akin to the proverbial going south while intending to go north. Perplexed, she decided to adhere to her usual approach, cease pondering and wait to inquire instead. A youthful smile graced her delicate face as she weighed the gold coins she had earned, seemingly anxious about their potential loss. After all, these were hard-earned funds, her brother's toil, her treasure. If Su Ming were aware of Xiao Wu's current thoughts, he would surely treat her to a hearty meal upon his return. Standing tall, he paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. As for the jester, history would render its judgment, and the latter would inevitably provide commentary. Su Ming remained calm and composed as he waited. After a while, a towering figure resembling an iron tower appeared before him. With muscles as rugged as granite and veins on his arms resembling coiling dragons, merely standing in front of him exuded an overwhelming pressure. The most striking feature was the gaping wound on his chest, half of his clothing stained crimson. Gazing at the newcomer, Su Ming narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" "And no, not at all," Xiao stammered, hastily waving his hands. He would never dare to express any discontent. He then pointed at the sign. "I just wanted to inquire if you need a teammate, to see if I am capable." "You?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Fearing rejection, Xiao's heart raced. The honest and simple-minded individual immediately blurted out, "Once my martial spirit manifests, I'm exceptionally resilient, surely meeting your requirements. Whatever you ask, I shall do." Xiao gazed at Su Ming with fervent anticipation, seemingly eager to form a team with him. Having participated in over 20 matches in the soul arena, he was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His defense and strength were on par with other soul practitioners, yet his speed was lacking, making him an easy target for attacks. Su Ming possesses not only formidable strength but also commendable speed. When teamed with him, I shall undoubtedly assume the role of a defender, while he shall unequivocally be the source of our offensive prowess. Indeed, should he falter, I shall concede defeat. If he prevails, I shall bask in victory. No matter the outcome, I seem to have secured a significant advantage. As Xiao scrutinized Su Ming, the latter reciprocated with a keen and piercing gaze. This robust figure, akin to an impenetrable fortress, contrasted sharply with those clear yet naive eyes. Su Ming has already made up his mind. This person can be deceived. Su Ming nodded promptly, saying, "All right, it's settled then. It seems we have a good connection. So I'll let you have your share of the benefits." Upon hearing Su Ming agree to form a team, Xiao's lips curled into a smile, his delight evident as he chuckled heartily. His father had often remarked on his lack of intelligence, but now he had finally found someone even more foolish than himself. The two, each with their own thoughts, formed a 2v2 duo. Naturally, the name of the duo was chosen by Su Ming, who dubbed it Bulu Xing, signifying that they would not be hindered by others. He also signed up for the 2v2 soul duel competition. Upon arriving at the third soul duel venue's 2v2 rest area, Curious glances immediately fell upon them, filled with astonishment, indifference, and mockery. The expressions of the onlookers suggested they were gazing at a complete fool. Could they really recognize Ximingzhou even with a mask on? Su Ming furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze towards Ximingzhou, and coldly inquired, "Have you previously participated in a 2v2 soul battle?" Ximingzhou, feeling guilty, averted his eyes and nervously twirled his right index finger around his left. Embarrassment washed over him, yet under Su Ming's piercing gaze, he reluctantly divulged the truth. Indeed, he had once been part of a team, but his partners deemed him ineffective in direct combat, leading to the dissolution of their group. As a consequence, his individual points were reset to 0. With a tarnished reputation, it was only natural that no one wished to team up with him. Upon grasping the reality, Su Ming did not look down upon Ximingzhou. Rather, he was filled with curiosity. "I recall that the giant force elephant martial soul is quite formidable, boasting high defense and strength, even if its speed is somewhat lacking. Surely one would not be left without partners?" Ximingzhou chuckled sheepishly, surprised that his secret had been uncovered. "Well, all my soul skills are defensive. I don't possess any offensive skills." Su Ming was left utterly speechless. "So, you intended to let your teammates face the 1v2 while you sat back and anticipated a free victory? Those 3 consecutive victories weren't merely you whittling down their health, were they?" Captain, you truly are more astute than I," Ximingzhou coughed, caught in the act. Su Ming, at long last, felt the weight of his conscience lift. In the third arena of soul battles, the 2v2 combat platform was evidently twice the size of the 1v1 arena. With nearly half the audience present, a clear increase compared to the previous setting. Casting a glance around, Su Ming ascended the platform alongside Ximingzhou. There, 2 figures awaited them, a male and a female duo. The man sported a small mustache and donned a sleek black outfit. His tall frame exuded an air of aloofness, with hands interlaced, emanating a chilling confidence. He was not frail, but rather muscular in a compact manner, contrasting with Ximingzhou's more pronounced physique. Through the fabric, Su Ming discerned the definition of his deltoids and inner thigh muscles. In stark contrast, the woman preferred to remain in the background, clad in a flowing white dress, standing gracefully as if she were a poised housekeeper, instilling a sense of reliability. Instinctively, Su Ming sensed that this woman was far more formidable than her male counterpart. Was she a support or a control type? Thoughts flitted through his mind, but before he could ponder further, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena. In the third arena of soul battles, we commenced the 5th match of the 2v2 combat, featuring the No-Leave Ensemble against the Gale Ensemble. Let the duel begin. As the announcer departed, the man did not immediately engage. His gaze shifted toward Ximingzhou, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Ximingzhou, I must ask, where did you find this naive fool willing to team up with you? It appears today I shall claim an effortless victory." His lips curled with arrogance. "Kid, teaming with him? Prepare yourself for inevitable defeat." The last remark was directed at Su Ming. He understood Ximingzhou well. Once Su Ming was vanquished, that simpleton would undoubtedly concede. In a 2v2 match, reliance on one another was paramount. Indeed, it required 2 individuals. However, the potential for defeat also rested upon both. "Welcome failure?" Su Ming's gaze turned slightly frosty. Perhaps in a moment, the bitterness of these words would become clearer to you. His eyes instinctively shifted towards Ximingzhou, contemplating that he could only impose a slight grievance upon him for the time being. The outcome of the contest remained uncertain, as Su Ming remained silent. The irate Ximingzhou had no choice but to speak first. However, as his harsh words escaped his lips, he was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Upon focusing his sight, he discovered that Captain Su Ming had inexplicably appeared before him, gazing intently with an expression that was nothing short of captivating. "What is it? A tactic?" he wondered. But before he could voice his thoughts, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. Whoosh! Su Ming twisted his body with the agility of a spring, executing a sweeping kick with his right leg, striking directly at Ximingzhou's shoulder. Bang! Caught completely off guard, Ximingzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He never anticipated that Su Ming would turn against him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder caused him to roll his eyes back in agony. Boom! In an instant, he was launched from the stage like a cannonball. One move, incapacitated teammate. The sudden turn of events left not only the adversaries and the host in shock, but the entire audience was also rendered speechless. Who am I? Where am I? What am I witnessing? As the spectators regained their senses, they sprang to their feet, filled with righteous indignation, shouting in outrage. What is this? I paid to witness a battle of souls, and you're staging a farce? This is the first time I've seen a teammate kicked off at the onset. Refund. I demand a refund. What the hell is this? Is the arena deliberately manipulating the competition? Are they playing us for fools? Refund. I refuse to watch any longer. The atmosphere was charged like a powder keg, and the crowd erupted in uproar. Half of the attendees were flushed with anger, voicing their disdain and insults. They directed their ire not at Su Ming, but at the arena itself. In their view, the source of all misfortune lay squarely with the arena, especially since it had set up betting odds. This was nothing short of blatant manipulation of outcomes, treating them as mere pawns. The members of the Storm team, both male and female, wore expressions as dark as the stormy sea. They exchanged glances, silently questioning whether the arena was orchestrating this chaos. Feeling a mix of anger and helplessness, ladies and gentlemen, witnessing the situation escalate, the host felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly stepped onto the arena stage. Striving to maintain composure, after calming the audience, he rushed to Su Ming's side. Esteemed Soul Master, what on earth is happening? The host's frustrated gaze was tinged with confusion, for he had received no directives from the higher-ups. Given that this battle of souls was meant to be ordinary, such an unexpected incident should not have occurred. Before Su Ming could utter a word, he felt a formidable aura surge from behind, causing his heart to tighten instantly. A figure materialized with an ethereal grace. Young friend, your actions have tarnished the reputation of the Soul Arena. Without a suitable explanation, it seems you will find it quite difficult to leave this place today. The newcomer appeared to be around 60 years old, clad in resplendent garments, with eyebrows as white as snow and eyes that seemed to carry the weight of wisdom. His striking appearance suggested a temperament that would be fierce and tempestuous. However, the elder was quite the opposite. His countenance radiated warmth and kindness, devoid of any hint of malice, exuding a calmness that resembled the tranquility following a great storm. He appeared approachable and amiable, even in light of Su Ming's apparent transgressions against the Soul Arena. Yet, to be deceived by the elder's exterior would be a grave mistake. Su Ming, being the one closest to him, was the sole target of this scrutiny. He could sense the steady, commanding presence emanating from the elder, which weighed heavily upon his chest, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Much like Zhao Wujie, the elder was a powerhouse of a soul saint, far beyond Su Ming's current capabilities. However, if he truly wished to depart, the elder might not be able to prevent it. In a 1 versus 2 scenario, with a winning streak of 70, achieving a remarkable victory was essential. He could not allow the fool, Xiao, to jeopardize their efforts. A swift kick would be the simplest and most efficient solution. Su Ming, unperturbed, chuckled lightly, expressing his desire to participate in a 1v2 battle, although it appeared that such a format was not accommodated in the arena. In that case, I shall create the opportunity for a 1v2, he remarked. I hope this explanation satisfies you, esteemed senior. 1v2? The host was left speechless. Even Moroongqi, with his perceptive and composed gaze, could not conceal his astonishment at this audacious claim. What an audacious declaration. I trust your prowess can match your arrogance, he mused, scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe with a mix of surprise and skepticism. After a moment, he gestured for the host to continue. With a swift motion, Moroongqi ascended to the VIP viewing area on the 2nd floor, choosing to remain and observe how Su Ming would navigate this unusual 1v2 scenario. Although he departed from the arena, the aura of intimidation he exuded lingered. The audience turned their attention towards this unfolding spectacle, the atmosphere laden with an eerie silence. The host took a deep breath, his eyes wide with shock as they flitted over to Su Ming, then shifted to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the abruptness of this situation. Please allow me to clarify, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. We shall now commence a most extraordinary 1v2 duel, an unparalleled challenge in the arena. With this proclamation, the atmosphere surged to exhilarating heights. 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. The audience erupted, rising to their feet and raising their arms in fervent cheer, their eyes alight with fervor. The cheers soared high, reminiscent of a dragon piercing the clouds, echoing through the surroundings and drawing curious glances from nearby arenas. The crowd was undeniably thrilled. After all, they had come to witness the spectacle of combat, and the novelty of a 1v2 battle was exhilarating. The monotony of conventional 2v2 duels had long since waned. In this moment of excitement, their adrenaline surged. For it was not merely the outcome that mattered, but the thrilling struggle of the underdog. As the audience reveled in the excitement, Xiao, just regaining consciousness, felt a buzzing in his head. Damn it, am I being used? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he tried to comprehend how the situation had spiraled into this. Shouldn't he be the one benefiting? How had he been cast aside in favor of a 1v2 challenge? Recalling Su Ming's request for allies, even a fool like Xiao could now grasp the reality. To be selfless and dutiful? In truth, it was merely a ruse to eliminate me without inciting anger, wasn't it? His large eyes fixed on Su Ming. His heart ached with a profound sense of betrayal. The feeling of being discarded and treated as a fool was more unbearable than death itself. Even if I'm to be treated like refuse, at least let me remain on the stage. Even if I were to lose 2 soul skills, that would suffice. Covering his face in despair, Xiao wished fervently to disappear into the ground. On the viewing platform, Xiao rested her chin on her hands. Her brows furrowed in contemplation. Her clear, beautiful eyes revealed her confusion about Su Ming's motives. Winning points in a 2v2 and a 1v2 was essentially the same, hence. There seemed to be no rationale for such an endeavor. Could it be that her brother aimed to enhance his practical skills through this unconventional challenge? A sudden realization illuminated Xiao's thoughts, and she felt a surge of determination. She could not allow her brother to bear this burden alone. She too must strive to improve. Her brother's inability to withstand his second soul skill indicated a weakness in his mental fortitude. This presented an opportunity for her to diligently train her own mental strength. Once she honed her abilities, she would control the situation thoroughly, compelling him to acknowledge her as his dear little sister. He thinks he can abandon me? I assure you, that will never come to pass. With a radiant smile, Xiao's countenance blossomed, her beauty shining forth like 1,000 flowers. Her enchanting smile seemed capable of dispelling all shadows of gloom. Just as she departed, a cold voice echoed from the arena. With the protection of the Purple Heart, the path is clear. A woman clad in white gestured towards her chest, where a radiant heart-shaped necklace materialized amid her hands. Simultaneously, a white glow emanated from beneath her feet. With a swift motion, she infused the light into her male companion's body. You shall pay for your arrogance. The man, transformed and empowered, radiated a dark aura, his muscular frame imposing. Behind him loomed a spectral wolf, its eyes fierce and unyielding, embodying his wrath. Both the man and the woman wore expressions of deep displeasure as they regarded Su Ming. Her eyes ablaze with indignation. The honor of soul masters was paramount. Who would willingly become a stepping stone for another? A 1v2 challenge was not merely a spectacle. It was a blatant affront. Observing their soul ring configurations, Su Ming noted that both possessed 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple ring, an arrangement far from optimal. With a thunderous roar, the man lunged forward, his claws poised to strike, unleashing his full power in a fit of rage. The audience, gripped by the unfolding drama, was riveted to the action. Die, he bellowed, a fierce intensity in his eyes, envisioning Su Ming's defeat. Yet, just as he believed victory was within reach, Su Ming evaded his attack with an almost supernatural grace, slipping past the deadly claws as if he had anticipated every move. The man's heart raced with shock. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a vice-like grip on his wrist. It was Su Ming. Trouble. A profound sense of panic surged within the man as he became acutely aware of the impending crisis, yearning to break free. Alas, Su Ming would not grant him that opportunity. The man's eyes widened in desperation, and the sheer force exerted by his arms rendered his muscles powerless, as if he were being crushed under the weight of Mount Tai. Even the woman in white behind him wore an expression of utter astonishment. The man, a soul master of the Black Wolf martial spirit, was inherently adept in agile attacks and had unleashed his most formidable 4th soul skill, moving with astonishing speed. Despite enhancing his velocity by an additional 10, it was inconceivable that even a Soul King could evade him so effortlessly. Moreover, judging by his apparent distress, it seemed that his predicament was far more complex than merely having his attack evaded. I apologize, for it was never my intention to humiliate you. Su Ming slowly exhaled a phrase, his right hand's muscles bulging as he forcefully yanked, causing the man's feet to abruptly leave the ground. Just as the man was about to activate his defensive soul technique, a wave of dizziness enveloped his mind, and the world around him appeared inverted, as if reality had turned on its head. Was it an illusion? No, his head was indeed oriented downward, a chilling breeze seeping into his back, making his spine shiver. Damn it, this terrifying force was beyond his capacity to resist. With a resounding crash, he plummeted downwards. His entire being was slammed onto the impervious soul-fighting platform. The ground trembled, the spectators winced in agony. Bang! He ascended once more, only to crash down again. Blood erupted from his mouth. A surge of yellow energy flashed before Su Ming's eyes, merging with the man's body, enveloping him in a luminous yellow aura, rendering his form as unyielding as iron. Even the sound of his strike had transformed significantly, resonating with a deeper, more muffled tone. Aware that the white-clad woman's soul technique had fortified him, enhancing his defenses, Su Ming remained unfazed. In that moment, he resembled a transformed Hulk, wielding Loki to smash the ground. Once, 80. Again, 80. The profound resonance of these strikes was akin to a celestial symphony. Bang, bang. As if sensing something amiss, Su Ming seized the man's ankle. Indeed, this method of slamming him down felt even more satisfying. Bang, bang. The explosive sounds reverberated throughout the soul-fighting arena. The chilling impact of flesh meeting the ground sent shivers down the spine. It was a horrific sight, gazing at the man, bloodied and battered, flung high into the air like a kite tethered by a string, subjected to Su Ming's merciless onslaught. The audience trembled in fear, unable to fathom what would become of them in such a situation. Enough. We concede. Witnessing her partner's inability to break free, and knowing her own support was insufficient to mitigate the impact, the white-clad woman screamed in desperation, fearing that with each passing second, her partner might meet his demise. Whoosh. As her voice faded, a figure was hurled toward her. The immense inertia forced the woman to stagger back several steps before she managed to regain her balance. Enduring such brutality felt akin to being violently slammed against steel. At this moment, the man was in a state of utter despair. His previously slightly protruding jaw now appeared as if it had been chiseled away, reminiscent of a jadestone cut, with a sharp edge, smooth yet eerily flat, with a deep, purplish hue. Pain coursed through him, veins quivering, internal organs trembling. Lying in his girlfriend's embrace, he could only utter a single word before succumbing to spasms of agony. Witnessing her boyfriend reduced to such a pitiful state, the woman felt her heart wrenched in anguish. Humph. Casting a venomous glare at Su Ming, she hurriedly descended the soul-fighting platform with her partner. He won. He truly emerged victorious. Even amidst tumultuous waves, the host could not suppress the urge to rub his eyes in disbelief. Boom. Confirming the outcome, he swiftly ascended to the arena. In his haste, his feet collided, nearly causing him to stumble. In this 2v2 soul battle, the team of Douluo triumphed. Let us extend our congratulations. The host gripped the microphone tightly. Roaring with the loudest voice he had ever mustered in his career, his gaze fixed on a single individual. Not just him, but everyone understood. This was unequivocally the victory of one person. An overwhelming display of power. Simultaneously, it was a spectacular soul battle. As the results were announced, the suppressed emotions of the audience ignited. 1 against 2. 1 against 2. 1 against 2. The thunderous cheers erupted throughout the venue. They shouted with all their might. They were filled with fervent admiration. They waved their arms in jubilation. Their eyes sparkled with the brilliance of devoted believers. Su Ming gently waved his hand, and then, under the attentive gaze of the audience, he slowly stepped into the Soul Master passage. Su Ming had already departed. Yet one individual could not resist stepping onto the soul arena. I have won. I am the unstoppable duo. Xiao danced with delight, exuding the exuberance of a child as he reveled in the glory of victory. He paraded around the arena, waving at the audience, and ultimately left amidst their disdainful jeers, wearing a foolish grin. After recording his achievements, Su Ming returned to the competitor's zone. He could distinctly sense the transformation in the gazes of those around him. Their eyes flickered with either trepidation or guilt, akin to mice encountering a cat. Even the seemingly foolish Xiao's appearance elicited no further derision. Instead, envy gleamed in their eyes. Xiao, with his broad shoulders and sturdy stature, straightened a bit more as he giddily surrounded Su Ming. Winning effortlessly is truly exhilarating. He chuckled. With a stoic expression, Su Ming gradually made his way through the 2v2 arena. Only a chilling, murderous tone escaped his lips. At this time tomorrow, it will still be 2v2. If I do not see you, not only will I beat you mercilessly, but I will also, cough. You understand my meaning, right? Xiao trembled slightly, eagerly nodding his head. Boss, rest assured, even if my father breaks my legs, I will crawl over. Good, excellent. Your resolve is commendable. It's admirable to pursue one's goals with such determination, Su Ming acknowledged with an approving glance. A person of unwavering perseverance amidst storms is indeed a rarity. Winning effortlessly requires effort too, you know. Boss, can you not kick me off next time? His voice conveyed irritation. Well, I would prefer to walk off myself. Ah. Your resolve in winning effortlessly is improving rapidly. After exchanging a few words with Xiao, Su Ming chose not to linger in the arena and departed alone. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he turned back. Xiao Wu's match had evidently concluded, and she appeared to have triumphed. She exited with great enthusiasm. Coins in hand, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Su Ming cast her a glance, causing her expression to stiffen momentarily, yet she hurriedly approached him. To Xiao Wu's delight, Su Ming did not mention the matter of the gold coins at all, as if it had completely slipped his mind. Su Ming remained silent, offering no explanation, and Xiao Wu refrained from inquiring further. It was not until they departed from Soto City and ventured into the enveloping darkness of the outskirts that Xiao Wu's curious voice broke the silence. Brother, what exactly do you plan to do? She grasped Su Ming's arm, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her expression grave. Nothing much. Merely curious about how many consecutive victories one can achieve in the soul arena, he replied nonchalantly, but the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. And Xiao Wu was not deceived. Yet, she chose not to press him further, communicating her concern through her eyes. Silence enveloped them, the night sky casting a solemn hue. Aware that an explanation was necessary, Su Ming's lips parted slowly, his voice imbued with a chilling seriousness. Xiao Wu, this incident is rather significant. It may attract the attention of Soul Douluo, or even title Douluo. In half a month's time, you must remain in the academy to train diligently, no matter what transpires. You are not to leave. Do you understand? Soul Douluo? Title Douluo? The weight of these formidable titles constricted her breath, an overwhelming wave of panic washing over her. What could incite their arrival? If not for herself, then it could only pertain to. Realizing the severity of the situation, she clutched Su Ming's hand tightly. Unwilling to release her grip, with her eyes glistening with urgency, she implored, "What about you? If you truly attract the attention of a Soul Douluo, it will undoubtedly be directed at you. What will you do?" The sensation of being cared for was indeed a comforting solace. Su Ming smiled knowingly, feeling a warmth within. After all, he was not alone in this journey. He playfully ruffled her hair and said nonchalantly, "Rest assured, with your brother's talent. If he were truly to attract the attention of a Soul Douluo, it would likely be one of a few scenarios. There's a 30% chance they would bring me into their ranks for training. Another 30% chance they would take me on as a disciple. There's a 20% chance they might consider your brother as a potential son-in-law due to some family connection. The remaining 20% would involve either caution or rivalry leading to an eradication of threats. All in all, it seems I am more likely to be safe." At his words, Xiao Wu's expression did not improve in the slightest. Even Su Ming's self-deprecating jest did not elicit a playful retort from her. Her face was as solemn as a mountain range. Tears welled slowly in her sparkling eyes, and her lips trembled slightly as she asked, "Really, we cannot give up?" It felt as though she had been transported back 2 years. The howling wind and snow pierced through the silence, chilling to the bone. Yet, the response remained Su Ming's silence. Xiao Wu understood and refrained from speaking further. This night seemed particularly grim. The moon hung high amidst sparse stars. The distant mountains loomed heavily, and the vast, oppressive night sky weighed down on the heart, deepening the sorrow of the troubled and intensifying the desires of the intoxicated. 2 figures walked silently along the desolate, muddy path. It was uncertain whether the night was too cold or if their hearts were too heavy. A chilling aura masked their footsteps, silencing even the croaking of frogs. The once lively Xiao Wu now exuded an unusual stillness. She clung to Su Ming's arm, her head resting on his shoulder, her eyes still glistening with tears. In contrast to Su Ming's calm demeanor, her expression was grave and austere, akin to an unyielding iceberg. She was acutely aware that should a Soul Douluo or a title Douluo approach, Su Ming would inevitably face immense peril. Even if he managed to remain unscathed, the presence of a title Douluo would mean he could no longer stay in Soto City. As a 10,000-year soul beast, her presence by his side was simply untenable. In other words, even in the best-case scenario, their paths would diverge. Diverge? No wonder you want me to be independent. You fear that one day you might not be here, don't you? Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Su Ming, her nose tinged with sorrow. Yet she held back her tears this time. Just as he had stated, she was no longer the same person she once was. She had become more rational and understanding. She had already wept earlier. She would not cry again, at least not in front of him, having played the role of an older brother for several years. If he could not perceive Xiao Wu's emotions, then he truly was a brother in vain. Understanding her reluctance to part, Su Ming chuckled, "Do not worry. Things are not as dire as you imagine. As long as you keep a low profile, no matter how great the trouble, it won't be insurmountable. Since I brought you here, do you truly think I would abandon you? Are you serious? You want to deceive me like last time? Xiao's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed intently at Su Ming. Last time was an accident, Su Ming asserted decisively. At his reassurance, Xiao's previously contorted face softened slightly, losing some of its weightiness. She knew her older brother was a man of few words, and the fewer the words, the less likely he was to lie. Suddenly, a glint of mischief danced in her worried eyes. Without warning, Xiao pressed against Su Ming's shoulder. Before he could react, she pushed off and leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Ming's body stiffened as he turned his head. Before him was a flawless and enchanting profile, radiant with a delicate blush, blooming with a smile as delightful as a peach blossom. Xiao grinned, her crescent-shaped smile captivating. You have never carried me on your back since childhood. You must allow me to experience it just once. If you grow any taller, you will surely find excuses to evade me, she pouted playfully. As Su Ming was about to speak, Xiao seemed to anticipate his refusal. She huffed indignantly. You must not refuse. If you dare to reject me, I will have my little brothers beat you up. Let me tell you, you are no match for them now. They will surely turn you into a pig's head. Some laugh to mask their inner sorrow, while others lie, yet they are virtuous exemplars. Ultimately, she is but a little girl, unable to fully conceal her emotions. It is rare for her to know how to comfort her brother. Su Ming chuckled softly and shook his head, then wrapped his arms around Xiao's legs, lifting her onto his back. Let's go, he said. Xiao's heart brimmed with sweetness, akin to receiving a grand reward, her demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous little girl reveling in delight. As Su Ming ambled leisurely under the moonlight with Xiao upon his back, her joyful smile swiftly faded from view. She then forced a smile, one that danced on the edge of laughter and sorrow, as if she had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Her head gently rested on Su Ming's shoulder, and Xiao appeared utterly at ease, as if she had discovered the most comfortable pillow in the world. Su Ming's expression bore a hint of relaxation, yet was overshadowed by a growing gravitas. He spoke no falsehood. The impending turmoil would undoubtedly be significant. Achieving 100 consecutive victories in one-on-one soul battles was primarily a feat against miscellaneous soul kings, a challenge he could overcome even while sustaining injuries, bolstered by his physical prowess, soul power, and skill. However, maintaining a streak in one-on-two soul battles would wield considerable influence. This scenario would inevitably lead him to confront a duo of soul kings, even if they were merely miscellaneous soul kings. Their combined efforts could very well rival the prowess of a soul emperor in battle. Su Ming was acutely aware that encountering two soul kings would subject him to immense pressure, necessitating the use of his martial soul and soul skills. At such a moment, his soul rings would inevitably be exposed. A 10,000-year soul ring? Such an extraordinary phenomenon would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-ranking soul masters across the continent. The impending storm of events was unpredictable, and he realized he must hasten the enhancement of his mental fortitude, mastering the third layer of the Hunyuan blade technique. With his resolve solidifying, Su Ming's gaze grew increasingly steadfast. As his thoughts took shape, he and Xiao found themselves back in the village where Shrek Academy was located. With a slight shrug, he noticed Xiao's eyes wide open, prompting him to gently release his grip. She, with a reluctant pout, leaped off his back, just as they were about to head towards the academy. A tearing sound pierced the air, startling both Su Ming and Xiao, compelling them to glance towards the woods. The sound was subtle, revealing the presence of a male and female voice. The male voice was frantic and guilty, while the female voice was cold and indifferent. Zhu Qing, let us communicate properly. Communicate properly? Have you considered how I might respond? As a man, you have abandoned everything, have you not? With the final chilling hiss echoing through the air, a silvery flash illuminated the woods, and the clash of blades erupted. The sound of splintering bark reverberated, akin to a ferocious tiger rending a great tree. Then in its inner fury, brother, that is Zhu Qing's voice. Xiao's heart raced with urgency. Despite Zhu Qing's aloof demeanor, as her only roommate, she could not stand idly by while someone bullied her. Su Ming shook his head and corrected, not only that, but also Dai Mu Bai, reflecting on the earlier conversation. Xiao's face revealed astonishment. So, they were acquainted before? Su Ming nodded, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can head back now. I'll take care of this. With that, he stepped towards the woods. Fearing that Su Ming might misstep, Xiao hurriedly caught up to remind him, brother, remember to help Zhu Qing. She's a good person, at least better than that Dai Mu Bai. Mentioning Dai Mu Bai, Xiao's expression soured with irritation, her lips curling in disdain. Every time he sees a beautiful girl, his gaze turns unsettling, just like that despicable Xiao Qinyu from before. It's nauseating. He clearly isn't a good person. Surprised by her perceptiveness, Su Ming chuckled softly, feeling a sense of relief. I thought you were completely oblivious. It seems I overestimated your ignorance. I'm not blind. With a playful push, Xiao stepped back, her long braided hair cascading like waves against her waist as she gracefully departed. Someone has to play the villain. Su Ming sighed inwardly, retracting his gaze and proceeding towards the woods with an impassive expression. Suddenly, a swift claw swept past him, causing Daimubai to tense and quickly evade. The sound of tearing bark echoed as splinters exploded like sand before him. The chaos of flying debris surrounded them as Daimubai found himself retreating while deflecting Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault. His internal fury mounted, darkening his gaze. In an instant, his sleeve was shredded, revealing crimson claw marks. Realizing Zhu Zhuqing's mercilessness, Daimubai's anger surged, his vision tainted with a crimson haze. Zhu Zhuqing, if you strike again, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a thunderous roar, a surge of white light erupted, his formidable soul power forcing her back. His muscles bulged as he unleashed a ferocious strike. Below him, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings stirred restlessly, poised to unleash their powers. Facing this display, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no fear. Rather, her gaze grew colder. Particularly, Daimubai's martial soul manifestation appeared like a thorn, inciting her frustration. Why? Why does he possess such a supreme beast martial soul? Despite my relentless efforts, I have been relegated to a mere pawn in the royal struggle. Why must I pay with my life for the weakness of others? Is this truly my fate? Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor transformed, her eyes becoming a blood-red hue as she lunged at Daimubai with wild ferocity. No, this cannot be my destiny. Such a fate is utterly unacceptable. In a bid to unleash 3 years' worth of grievances, her hands morphed into deadly claws, swirling like a tempest. Countless violet blades sliced toward Daimubai with increasing speed, resembling a tornado that cut through all obstacles in her path. The cacophony of clashing strikes produced a shower of sparks, and it was impossible to count the number of strikes launched at Daimubai. His situation appeared dire, as if he could be reduced to mere fragments at any moment. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that despite Zhu Zhuqing's every assault landing with precision, none inflicted any genuine harm upon him. After all, how could a great soul master's second soul skill penetrate the third skill of a soul sovereign? 100-year skill is merely a tickle against a millennium skill. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her most potent soul technique, the Abyssal 100 Claws, while Daimubai countered with his third skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Enough. It is your Zhu family that seeks the royal connection. Did you think I was born willing to accept this union? He shouted with a fierce growl, veins bulging on his forehead. The golden aura of his tiger claws surged violently, leaving behind an arc of golden light. The White Tiger, a top-tier beast martial soul, was known for its ferocious attacks, while Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the Abyssal Spirit Cat, could scarcely hope to compete. With a resounding clash, their intertwined claws were cleaved apart, blood spraying forth. Zhu Zhuqing could not withstand the overwhelming force and was sent flying backward like a kite, with its string severed. Her chest bore deep claw marks, blood trickling down her leather attire, indicating her grievous injuries. Just as she braced for a hard landing, the anticipated impact of her back striking the ground did not occur. Turning her head, Zhu Zhuqing caught a glimpse through the fractured moonlight of a half-visible face. His skin was pale and devoid of color, cheekbones sharply defined, exuding an air of cold elegance. His eyes, dark as ink, seemed to shimmer with golden light, piercing her gaze with intensity. Suddenly, a pile of dry twigs ignited, illuminating the dark space around them. In the shadows, 3 figures gradually emerged. Coughing, Zhu Zhuqing tasted blood in her throat, the viscous liquid spilling from her lips. The searing pain in her chest rendered her unable to stand, forcing her to clutch her wound and crouch down. Su Ming pointed decisively, infusing pure soul power into Zhu Zhuqing's back to seal the wound on her front, preventing excessive blood loss. Teacher Su, this matter does not concern you. I kindly ask you to refrain from meddling. Daimubai's face turned a shade of purple and green, seemingly reluctant to see Su Ming here. He was familiar with any other teacher, except for this one. Su Ming, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, if I were to intervene. Do you intend to threaten me with your status as a prince? Daimubai was instantly rendered speechless, his frustration morphing into indignation. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School wielded greater power than his princely title. If they were bold enough to offend Ning Rongrong, how could they possibly fear him? Su Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied indifferently, I do not wish to quarrel with you. I have always preferred to persuade others with reason. Today, I have merely come to discuss the essence of reason. As he spoke, a sharp glint emerged in Su Ming's otherwise calm eyes. Dai Mubai, as an observer, you have indeed gone too far in this matter. Why do you believe you cannot escape your fate? Why do you consider yourself a loser? With the unveiling of old wounds, Dai Mubai's complexion turned ashen. What do you understand? No matter how hard I strive, I cannot bridge the gap of age. Have you ever experienced the agony of relentless failure coupled with the specter of death? As an outsider, what right do you have to mock me? In a fit of rage, Dai Mubai erupted into a furious roar directed at Su Ming. Consumed by his fury, he violently slashed at the surrounding trees with his claws, severing them as if they were mere twigs. Veins bulged on his forehead, resembling a web of anger. In that moment, he bore no semblance of a noble prince, but rather resembled a raucous rogue lost in drunkenness. This scene left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated Dai Mubai could be so pitiful. You choose to give up, yet must you drag me down to hell with you? Su Ming did not immediately shake his head in refutation. Every individual grapples with their own difficulties. However, can one truly resolve their issues through mere evasion? A hint of melancholy glimmered in his eyes as he sighed deeply, gradually articulating, at least in your hands, there remains a glimmer of hope. What truly engenders despair is being born into a world devoid of any possibility. You are correct. I cannot question you from my perspective, nor can I dismiss your actions as inherently erroneous. Likewise, I cannot assert that through sheer effort and cultivation, you will surpass your brother, for each person possesses their own unique journey. After a brief pause, Su Ming's tone sharpened. Yet, as a man, I can responsibly declare that your actions are beneath contempt. When great responsibilities are bestowed upon one, trials must first temper their spirit and strengthen their sinews. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Do not invoke the drivel of fate. If destiny is unjust, then confront it with unwavering resolve. Even if you ultimately fail, what of it? No one will accuse you of being vanquished by your brother, nor will anyone label you a coward for surrendering to yourself. So, Dai Mubai, what exactly are you so afraid of? His thunderous roar reverberated like a cannon blast, startling the creatures of the forest into a frenzied flight. As if attempting to rouse a certain someone from slumber, Dai Mubai stood frozen in astonishment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The fierce expression on his face transformed as he forcefully struck his head, perhaps trying to regain composure. A man does not weep lightly, save for moments of profound sorrow. Overwhelmed by shame, Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground, unable to contain his tears. Chapter 99. Is Zhu Zhuqing truly seeking a mentor? The forest spun incessantly. It felt as though the heavens and earth were reversing. Dai Mubai's mind was a tangled mess, feeling as if two colossal forces were tugging at his spiritual essence. The immense agony of tearing apart compelled him to repeatedly strike his head against the ground, as if only through this dizzying self-punishment could he attain fleeting clarity and relief. Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze softened, her eyes reflecting a pitiable concern for Dai Mubai, who appeared lost in his turmoil. Compared to his struggles, she seemed far more composed, though her spirit was clearly adrift. In her obsidian, jewel-like eyes, a light seemed to gradually intensify, growing ever more pronounced. Observing this, Su Ming refrained from further disturbing the two as they pondered their paths, leaning against a massive stone. He held a sharp knife in one hand while grasping a piece of wood in the other, methodically carving into the flickering campfire. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Dai Mubai's deep, entranced voice broke the silence. To extend one's hand is to risk it. To withdraw is to equally risk. A sardonic chuckle escaped him, his tousled golden hair partially obscuring his face, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as if mocking an unseen foe. Fury. Madness. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed crimson, exuding an aura of perilous intensity. Moments later, his breath began to steady, akin to a bird folding its wings or a tiger coiling in repose. The dissatisfaction and wrath that had consumed him gradually dissipated, replaced by a surge of radiant soul power. A swirling energy enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a celestial being. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though shackles had been shattered. Had he broken through? Su Ming's movements momentarily halted, and a look of surprise flickered in his gaze as he turned toward Dai Mubai. He nodded thoughtfully, reflecting that cultivation indeed emphasizes not only speed, but also the perfection of one's state of mind. Just like the golden crocodile Douluo, who remains stuck at the pinnacle of level 98, his stagnation likely stems from more than just soul power. It also encompasses his temperament. The heart that was shattered by Tang Hao's blow may very well be his greatest weakness. Dai Mubai slowly rose, intending to offer some comfort to Zhu Zhuqing. However, upon seeing the wound on her chest, His body trembled violently, regret choking him, rendering him speechless. With a sharp slap to his own face, the sound echoed crisply. A stark reminder of his remorse and an unspoken apology to someone. Gathering his courage, he clenched his fist and asked, "Qing, are you willing to accompany me back to Douluo City and reclaim what we have lost?" His voice was flat, like a still pond. As the ancient saying goes, one must be placed in a dire situation to find rebirth. Death often breeds unparalleled vitality and courage. Dai Mubai's eyes fixed intently on Zhu Zhuqing, waiting for a satisfactory answer, a chance for a fresh start. Zhu Zhuqing's dazed expression shifted, seemingly pulled back from her previous thoughts. A new beginning? What does that truly mean? For the Dai family? Or for the Zhu family, continuing to serve as a pawn in a marriage alliance? Clenching her fists, emotions finally surfaced on her frosty countenance. Zhu Zhuqing smiled, a serene and effortless smile, captivating and beautiful like a blooming lotus, drawing the gaze of all. Yet, in response to Dai Mubai's hopeful look, she did not acquiesce. With great difficulty, she rose against the searing pain. "I no longer wish to continue the fate of the Zhu family. This time, I want to fight for my own life." Her voice, laced with discomfort due to her injury, remained cold, not the chill of ice, but a steely resolve, impervious to the elements, much like her reflective eyes. They embodied both the softness and strength of a woman. Dai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, stunned. Suddenly, his pupils contracted in shock, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. At that moment, the dread of her refusal paled in comparison to the astonishment he felt. Staggering forward, his fists clenched tightly. He pondered, was it wrong for her to seek to break free from the shackles of fate? Slowly lifting his head, a look of relief washed over his face. "Good," he uttered simply, a word that resonated like thunder. With an air of enlightenment, he acknowledged her choice as right. This way was for the best. "I shall change the future of the Dai family, while you alter the destiny of the Zhu family. Regardless of who fails. At least we won't drag others down with us." With his golden hair swept back, Dai Mubai reverted to his former handsome and resolute self. He appeared both changed and unchanged, still wearing that flirtatious smile that could entice the most innocent. Casting a glance at Su Ming, he opened his mouth as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. There was neither anger nor gratitude. He simply turned and departed. In his retreat, he seemed to embody a fierce beast baring its fangs. Su Ming rubbed the back of his head, pondering what had just transpired. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind, and his eyes widened in shock as he gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Zhu Zhuqing slightly lowered her eyes. The cold beauty she embodied seemed reluctant to offer any explanation. "Thank you," he heard her say for the second time, and he was momentarily taken aback, about to wave his hand and attribute it to Xiao Wu's request. However, before he could utter a word, Zhu Zhuqing's earnest plea rang out first. May I meet your teacher?" Typically indifferent and aloof, her dark, luminous eyes now shimmered with hope and anticipation as they fixed upon Su Ming. One could even perceive a trace of anxiety within her gaze. Su Ming's lips twitched, and the usually indifferent individual suddenly exhibited warmth. Even with his eyes closed, he could surmise that Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts were even more candid and innocent than those of Xiao Wu. "Teacher?" Su Ming shook his head, and this scene dimmed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. "My master is quite busy and has no time to teach other disciples, so you might as well give up." Disappointment washed over Zhu Zhuqing as she nodded in resignation. She thanked Su Ming and then left, dragging her injured chest. Watching her retreating figure, a flicker passed through Su Ming's eyes before settling into calmness. He felt overwhelmed and wished he could split himself into two to manage everything. Even tending to Xiao Wu was exhausting. There was no time to teach anyone else. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Su Ming also departed. The upcoming months would not be tranquil. To achieve 100 consecutive victories, he needed to enhance his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing staggered back to the girl's dormitory. Noticing her chest injury, Xiao Wu gasped and rushed over. "Zhuqing, are you all right? That scoundrel Dai Mubai did this, didn't he? Just wait, I'll take care of him." Fueled by anger, Xiao Wu intended to confront Zhu Zhuqing's aggressor, but hesitated mid-step. Now was not the time for retribution. Clattering sounds erupted as numerous bottles spilled from her spatial ring, covering the ground, around 50 to 60 in total. Xiao Wu rummaged through the mess, exclaiming, "This one. This bottle treats external wounds and can even fade scars." She uncorked a bottle and poured out some gray powder, ready to apply it to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing grasped Xiao Wu's hand, indicating that her injury was not urgent. With a strange glint in her eyes, she looked at the scattered medicines. "Xiao Wu, Why do you have so many medications? Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I've gotten used to being beaten up by my brother. Don't worry. My skills in applying medicine are top-notch. On the bed, Ningrongrong, wearing a cold expression, suddenly blinked. Morning arrived, the mist slowly dissipating, and the sun shyly peeking through like a maiden in waiting. The horizon lacked blinding rays. Today, the rising sun appeared particularly gentle, resembling a suspended piece of white jade, surrounded by a soft golden halo, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Beautiful lady, what brings you here? If you need assistance, feel free to seek me. I'd be more than willing to help. A voice interrupted Su Ming's slumber, causing him to awaken with alertness. Is it already dawn? He glanced outside, the brightness overwhelming his eyes, and rubbed his aching head while stifling a long yawn. He looked fatigued. If he could catch a bit more sleep, it would surely benefit him. He had been practicing his mental strength and soul power late into the night. Only a few hours had passed since he last slept. Beautiful lady? Is that you, Ma Hongjun? The unfamiliar voice could only belong to him. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Ming sighed in resignation, threw on a cloak, and opened the door. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened, her long lashes quivering slightly, standing still as she exhibited a hint of excitement. Beside her, a man in a red outfit, resembling a fly buzzing nearby, turned his gaze toward her. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, the man appeared taken aback, a look of suspicion crossing his face. When did someone move in here? A new student at the academy? But wait, isn't the boys' dormitory off limits? This pretty boy does have some charm. Hey, Ma Hongjun waved his hand, his expression haughty as if looking down his nose at others. So you're the new one? I'm Ma Hongjun, an established student here. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is the teacher's dormitory, not a place for you. Move back to the boys' dormitory. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me, got it? He tilted his chin, striking a pose he deemed impressive. Though his eyes discreetly roamed Zhu Zhuqing's perfect figure, his gaze lascivious. Watch where you're looking, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhu Zhuqing's slender, beautiful eyes glinted with fierce contempt, radiating an unapproachable coldness. The chill of her demeanor was like an unavoidable gust of wind, striking at him directly. Oh, I didn't expect the junior to be so fierce. Ma Hongjun chuckled instead of feeling anger, the light in his eyes intensifying. This icy demeanor was undeniably attractive to men. Unfortunately, he had no women of his own. However, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was a soul master and likely a student of the academy, he swiftly retracted his earlier arrogance. As a disciple of the academy's dean, Flinder, he could act recklessly outside but not within the academy grounds. With a serious expression, he crossed his arms and said, "Let us forget the misunderstanding. Since we're all students of Shrek Academy, let us get along well in the future. Brother, I'll take you to the student dormitory. This isn't where you should be residing." His plump physique and solid muscles, coupled with a faint mustache reminiscent of ink strokes, made him look somewhat like a mouse. Su Ming silently nodded, finding her resemblance to Ma Hongjun as he remembered. However, what piqued Su Ming's curiosity even more was the presence of Zhu Zhuqing standing here. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Su Ming rubbed his sleepy eyes, his tone laced with languor. "Did you come here early to seek me out for something?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. "I heard from Xiao that she has been training alongside you, correct?" Her tone remained aloof, yet it carried a hint of something deeper. Su Ming's brow furrowed, and the slightest trace of drowsiness vanished entirely as his gaze instinctively drifted toward the direction of the girls' dormitory. Through the layers of wooden boards, he seemed to discern a shadowy figure. Zhu Zhuqing had entertained the thought of seeking a mentor the previous night, mistakenly believing she had a teacher behind her. Now, arriving here at such an early hour without any cunning strategist to offer guidance, he could not fathom the possibility of betrayal. "Come out." The cold huff, enveloped in soul power, transformed into a shockwave that surged toward the girls' dormitory, reverberating like thunderclaps in one's mind. This stern command shattered the tranquil morning completely. The creaking of the wooden door signaled the emergence of Xiao Wu, who stepped out with a sheepish smile, her heart racing. Once again, the charming beauty appeared, her bright eyes now filled with confusion. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. "Brother." Xiao Wu approached, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she affectionately took Su Ming's hand, seemingly wishing to melt the frost from his expression. "Explain," Su Ming replied, his face impassive, his voice as grating as gravel. Xiao Wu's gaze faltered as she lowered her head, lightly kicking the doorframe, and murmured, "You see, Zhuqing truly desires to grow stronger. And after being so cruelly bullied by Dai Mubai last night, I want to help her." She lifted her gaze slightly, her watery eyes pleading for compassion. If you bring me along, why not include her as well? What do you think? Su Ming cast her a cold glance. It's not your effort. You certainly know how to curry favor, don't you? Brother, Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her little tongue, her large, listening eyes shimmering as if they could melt even the most steadfast of hearts. As she spoke, she pitifully shook Su Ming's arm, resembling a docile and obedient kitten, eagerly awaiting her master's offering. Don't even think about using your charm and cuteness on me, he retorted. Su Ming chuckled softly, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing and retorting. If you wish to assist her, do so on your own accord. It has nothing to do with me. How much you can help her is entirely your concern. I have no time for your frivolities. His indifferent tone bore the weight of a reprimand from the depths of the abyss, devoid of any earthly sentiment. It pierced Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a sharp blade, dimming her spirit. Even Ma Hongjun found it difficult to bear, frowning in discontent, wishing he could speak up for Su Ming. Are you not a man? Regardless of Dai's attitude, the crux is that two beautiful ladies are in need. Such opportunities are rare for someone like me. In stark contrast, Xiao Wu displayed no sign of displeasure. She eagerly grasped Su Ming's hand, brimming with excitement. You said it yourself, don't regret it. With a radiant smile, she released his hand and hurried towards Zhu Zhuqing, her pace brisk as if she were fleeing from a debt collector. Let's go? Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's melancholic demeanor, Xiao Wu anxiously nudged her arm. Why are you acting so slow like a cat when a rabbit is beside you? Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled, gazed at her, thinking, didn't your brother reject the idea? Why are you so cheerful? Oh, come on, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her brows furrowing. My brother has agreed. We must hurry. If we delay, he might change his mind. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, dragged away from the tower by Xiao Wu, her mind reeling at Su Ming's apparent consent. What does that mean? Chapter 100, Moments of Xiao Wu's insecurity. The rustling of leaves echoed in the layered forest as two graceful figures danced through, creating the most enchanting scenery. Xiao Wu, what is going on? Upon reaching the woods, Zhu Zhuqing grasped Xiao Wu's arm, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. At that moment, her icy facade began to melt, her brows and eyes reflecting joy, a sight to behold. Hee, Xiao Wu posed confidently. You see, my brother dislikes trouble. He only helps those he is close to. If he does not know you well, he won't even acknowledge your presence, focusing solely on his own cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recognizing that Su Ming indeed exhibited such aloofness. Only when Ning Rongrong had been unreasonable did he reveal an indescribable wisdom and calmness, as if he had everything under control. But how can you be certain that was his way of agreeing? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brow raised in skepticism. Xiao Wu, exasperated, replied, why are you even denser than I am? I've told you, my brother's nature is rather cold. He doesn't like helping others. Just last night. Didn't you ask him? He wouldn't admit he was cultivating. Instead, he fabricated a story about a teacher. Am I right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recalling how she had been deceived by Su Ming, feeling an unsettling sensation in retrospect. Could it be that her talents and beauty failed to capture his attention? Had Xiao Wu not applied medicine to her wounds, she would still be oblivious to the fact that the siblings relied solely on their own cultivation. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Wu's face lit up, and she cheerfully linked her arm with Zhu Zhuqing's. Now that makes sense. If my brother felt bothered, he would have scolded me for approaching him. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in surprise. He would hit you? Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks. Of course. He has been teaching me lessons for quite some time now. Your sibling bond is truly unique, Zhu Zhuqing admitted, momentarily speechless yet harboring a trace of envy. Sighing, Xiao Wu shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. Since he didn't act against me, it indicates that he tolerates my involvement in this matter. Most importantly, he has entrusted me with it. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened. So, he does not intend to teach me, but you can, correct? You finally caught on, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. At that moment, she felt a surge of joy, knowing that her elder brother was fostering her independence. And now, she had a little disciple to guide. Xiao Wu was unable to contain her exhilaration, her heart racing with delight. After enduring for so long, it was finally her turn to stir up some excitement. Thank you, dear brother, for your great kindness. Gazing at Xiao Wu's mischievous smile, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her eyelashes, sensing a hint of unreliability in her enthusiasm. Xiao Wu, are you certain you can truly assist me? Rest assured. Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest. I have been taught directly by my brother. What he knows, I know. If he doesn't know, I still can. Why would you seek him as a teacher? Trust me, if you are willing to put in the effort, I will not let you down. But Zhu Zhuqing's chin stiffened, lifting again. Xiao Wu, hands behind her back, suddenly lost her smile. I need you to promise me something. If my brother ever finds himself in trouble, you must unconditionally stand by him and assist him. Xiao Wu's expression turned serious, mirroring Su Ming's demeanor, her voice devoid of the previous sweetness. A chilly breeze swept through the forest, lifting Xiao Wu's hair and tousling Zhu Zhuqing's locks. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, resembling exquisite crystal, pure and clear, radiating sincerity that was rare to find in humanity. Meeting Xiao Wu's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing slowly nodded. Very well. I promise you. Xiao Wu's frosty demeanor melted away, revealing a heartwarming smile that truly conveyed her joy. Subsequently, she retrieved a set of weighted armor from her spatial ring. From now on, you shall wear this armor, whether sleeping or fighting. Do not underestimate it. It weighs 40 kilograms, which is quite manageable for you at this stage. 40 kilograms? Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment, testing it with her hands, confirming Xiao Wu's claim. Xiao Wu, did you all train in this armor? Her eyes fixed on Xiao Wu, she felt a mixture of surprise and delight. Yes, this was my old set, Xiao Wu revealed, lifting her garment to show a newer set of armor, boasting, see? My brother crafted this for me, weighing 80 kilograms. Were it not for the need to conceal these weights, I wouldn't wear such heavy attire. Summers can be sweltering. Boom. Gazing at the resplendent silver armor, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. She could scarcely fathom that the seemingly lively and sprightly Xiao Wu was adorned with such a burdensome weight. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in horror. You didn't wear this armor while battling Daimu Bai, did you? Upon seeing Xiao Wu nod, Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly shaken, left speechless for quite some time. A chill enveloped her, rendering her limbs nearly numb. It was no wonder their strength was so formidable. Surrendering to her thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes. When she reopened them, her cold gaze radiated like the sun. Without the need for further words from Xiao Wu, she accepted the armor, unfastening her attire to don it. As a teacher, Xiao Wu eagerly assisted her. However, moments later, both were left in a state of stunned silence. The atmosphere in the forest became exceedingly awkward. With tightly pressed lips, Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Her grip on the armor was so tight that her knuckles turned pale. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks also burned with heat. Xiao Wu, I think I shall just make another piece for myself, she suggested. Xiao Wu nodded, her expression devoid of emotion. Instinctively, she cast a furtive glance downward, her heart plummeting. Being of the same gender, why did she feel such embarrassment? Noticing Xiao Wu's subtle movements only deepened Zhu Zhuqing's shame, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide within. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Su Ming consistently participated in the Soul Arena, achieving an impressive streak of 15 consecutive victories. This success stirred quite a commotion in the arena, garnering attention even in Soto City. He donned a white mask and black attire, exuding an air of grandeur and captivating coldness. Each time he took the stage, he swiftly vanquished his opponents. Strangely, however, he did not utilize a single soul ring or soul skill, relying solely on his physical prowess to overpower his foes, embodying an unparalleled might. Even in 2v2 matches, he triumphed effortlessly, showcasing extraordinary talent. Yet, assuming only possessed an Iron Soul badge, the soul masters he encountered were not particularly formidable. Moreover, many had their first ring as white, limiting the spread of his reputation in the short term, and it did not spark widespread discussion. During this time, both the Soul Arena and the Spirit Hall extended olive branches to Su Ming. Su Ming is not foolish. He neither agreed nor declined, but chose to delay, intending to address the matter after the conclusion of the soul duel. In the early morning, the dawn painted the sky with a breathtaking beauty. As the dew fell, it was sliced by a silver glimmer, transforming into 2 droplets cascading down. With a graceful flick of his wrist, the silver blade returned to its sheath. Rising early for training had become a routine for Su Ming. He stepped back with his left foot, adopting a diagonal stance, while his right leg bent into a bow, enhancing his explosive power. The Hunyuan blade technique, regardless of its level, begins with only 2 forms. One is fixed, as Su Ming practiced now, focusing on long-range attacks. The other is dynamic, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, delivering a swift, lethal close-range strike. Swish! The silver crescent blade flashed as Su Ming swung his weapon. It lacked the overwhelming ferocity of the heavenly strike and the dazzling brilliance of the flying moon, which cleaves through the air with ease. Instead, his movements appeared simple, almost devoid of lethal force, even less violent than chopping wood with an axe in Dine Village. Yet, Su Ming's gaze remained intensely focused, devoid of any impatience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing Hunyuan blade technique. Slaying the god once. Proficiency 1. Swish. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing Hunyuan blade technique. Slaying the god once. Proficiency 1. Swish. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing Hunyuan blade technique. Slaying the god once. Proficiency 1. Slaying the god is the name of the third level of the Hunyuan blade technique. This god refers not to divine beings but to the realm of the spirit, belonging to mental attacks. The progression of the technique moves from physical to energy, and finally to the spiritual. Above these layers lies a profound mystery. Over the past half-month, aside from the time spent traveling to the Soul Duel Arena in Soto City, Su Ming diligently trained his mental strength alongside Xiao Wu. Engaging in a clash of wits. Just a couple of days ago, he finally succeeded in cultivating his mental power, surpassing Xiao Wu by 1.5 times. Boasting a value exceeding 600. This was sufficient for his mental force to manifest into long-range attacks and to support the training of Hunyuan blade technique, slaying the god. With mental power recovery candies at his disposal, he could practice slaying the gods several hundred times a day. In less than a month, he would achieve mastery. Ding. The host practiced Hunyuan blade technique, slaying the god once, proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a minor success in the Hunyuan blade technique. Rewarded with 30 points of mental power. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ming did not cease his movements, continually executing the blade strikes. Swish. There were no fluctuations of soul power, nor any outward projection of energy. Yet, it seemed something had been unleashed. Thud. A sparrow perched on a nearby tree fell as if struck by an arrow, its blood staining the ground below. It twitched briefly before succumbing to lifelessness. Too weak. This mental attack could barely cause a soul master to spit blood and might disorient a soul sect member for a few seconds. But it could hardly inflict significant damage on a soul king. Moreover, the time required to accumulate mental power is rather lengthy. The minor success of slaying the god is indeed of little use. Su Ming exhaled deeply, following which he popped a mental recovery candy into his mouth. After several days of cultivation, he had discerned the difficulties inherent in mastering the god-slaying technique, and felt utterly helpless. Unlike Fei Yue, who merely needed to draw energy from her dantian, akin to drinking water, the god-slaying technique was susceptible to external disturbances due to its reliance on mental power. The distance and intensity of mental energy release required meticulous consideration. Should he expend all his mental power in one go? His consciousness would be unable to endure the strain after a few attempts. Conversely, if he attempted to strike from too great a distance, the resulting mental force would lack the potency to inflict damage. The crux of mastering the god-slaying technique lay in transforming mental energy into a razor-sharp blade capable of piercing the enemy's consciousness. Clearly, at this moment, Su Ming's execution of the god-slaying technique had not yet reached its full potential. After all, with his current mental power, he undoubtedly surpassed the majority of Soul Kings. The effectiveness of the god-slaying technique should not be so disappointingly low. However, this low standard was relative to Su Ming. Were Xiao Wu to perceive his inner turmoil, she would surely feel compelled to deliver a few hearty blows to him. After all, her second soul skill, the Witch, could only daze opponents of the same realm for a mere 5 seconds. Even in its nascent form, the god-slaying technique's power already surpassed the allure of her second soul skill. Brother, how can you still be unsatisfied? Are you not human? With heavy footsteps, 2 figures approached the square. They were 2 stunning women. The one in black boasted a voluptuous figure, exuding an intoxicating charm, while the one in white stood tall and graceful, embodying the elegance of a refined lady. Both women were drenched in sweat, their breaths ragged. Yet they continued to run tirelessly. From a distance, Ning Rongrong's gaze turned icy upon spotting Su Ming, her earlier breathlessness vanishing in an instant. Despite her exhaustion, an indignant fire ignited within her mind, propelling her to accelerate and overtake Zhu Zhuqing. Her eyes were cold, her expression even colder, embodying a defiance that surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's own. Throughout it all, Ning Rongrong did not cast a single glance at Su Ming. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a sense of resignation, chose not to pursue her and maintained her own pace. This was not the first time Ning Rongrong had behaved thus. Ever since she took Xiao Wu's advice to engage in weighted training, Ning Rongrong had begun to rise earlier than Zhu Zhuqing each day, silently following her for morning exercises. Though their conversations were scant, Zhu Zhuqing could sense Ning Rongrong's unwavering determination and resolve. In the presence of Su Ming, she would never allow herself to be bested by anyone. Absolutely not. Although support-type soul masters generally possess inferior physical attributes, Ning Rongrong kept pace with Zhu Juqing. Each day, she would feel utterly exhausted, collapsing onto her bed, her legs barely able to move. She would require Oscar's recovery sausages daily to alleviate her fatigue. Yet, through rain or shine, she persevered. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was the first among the three girls to consume the sausages crafted by Oscar. It was hard to fathom that a pampered princess could consume such unappealing sausages with a straight face. This aspect alone had significantly altered Zhu Juqing's perception of Ning Rongrong, leading her and Xiao to be more willing to engage in conversation with her. Chapter 101. This rabbit is too mischievous. Ning Rongrong followed Zhu Juqing in their running drills, an occurrence that Su Ming had long grown accustomed to. He could sense her thoughts without the need for visual confirmation. Her sullen demeanor and frosty expression spoke volumes about her current state. In a previous life, Su Ming had a young niece who would display similar behavior when upset, wearing a sulky expression and ignoring those around her. Ning Rongrong's current disposition mirrored that of his niece, undoubtedly spoiled by her family. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth like a wraith, light as a feather. Tang Sen halted abruptly beside Su Ming, his complexion a healthy shade of pink, though the purple aura in his eyes had yet to fully dissipate, indicating he had just completed a session of training with the purple extreme magic eyes. With a smile, Tang Sen remarked, "It has been half a month now. We had previously agreed upon this. Surely, you can allow me a glimpse into your training methods now." His deep, steady gaze held a glimmer of excitement. Every soul master yearns for the allure of strength. Given that Su Ming's physique could rival that of a soul sage, who could resist such temptation? Tang Sen understood that the path of cultivation was fraught with pain, yet the greater agony lay in being left far behind by Su Ming. As long as it meant gaining strength, he was willing to endure any hardship. Su Ming halted his cultivation, his legs neatly together, and exhaled a long breath. "Prepare a large cauldron," he instructed. "Actually, make that too." As if struck by a sudden thought, Su Ming altered his request once more. Tang Sen chuckled, "Not just two. Even if it were 100, I would gladly transport them for you today." With that, Tang Sen's figure shot forth, employing the technique of ghostly shadow to vanish and reappear like a startled swan, racing swiftly towards the city of Nosoto. Su Ming ceased his cultivation and arranged 3 neat piles of firewood. As he noticed Zhu Juqing returning at a brisk pace, he unexpectedly spoke, summoned Xiao Wu, and paused her mental training, telling her it is for physical conditioning. The notion of physical conditioning ignited a flicker of hope in Zhu Juqing's eyes as she responded affirmatively, striding swiftly to fetch Xiao Wu. Seemingly exhilarated and eager to waste no time, Ning Rongrong, initially intending to retreat to her dormitory for rest, could not suppress her curiosity and halted, reclining against a nearby rock. With one leg stretched horizontally and the other bent, her posture was far from ladylike, resembling that of a boy. One could even catch a glimpse of her damp, white leggings. Yet, Ning Rongrong paid no heed to any of this, allowing the bothersome sweat to cling to her skin. Running, perspiration, fatigue, at that moment, these felt like her glorious medals, shimmering and championing her determination before Su Ming. Even after departing from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she vowed not to be outdone. "Even if I perish, I shall not grant you your wish. You insolent fool. I will witness firsthand how you apologize to me in the future." Leaning against the rock, Ning Rongrong cast a cold glare at Su Ming. If gazes could inflict harm, it was likely that Su Ming would be reduced to mere ashes at that moment. Disregarding Ning Rongrong's furious glare, Su Ming chose to ignore her. Closing his eyes in meditation, meticulously experiencing the fluctuations emanating from his mental power, he felt as though he was but a thin veil away from touching that elusive realm. The perfected state of god-slaying, honed through proficiency, would undoubtedly allow him to pierce through this barrier. However, Su Ming yearned to rely on his own comprehension to see if he could achieve success independently. What the system provided was indispensable, yet it was crucial not to depend solely on it for survival. Relying entirely on the system for strength was akin to a tower in the sky, fraught with the risk of collapse. Su Ming often harbored a foreboding sense that one day he would suffer a significant loss. The insights gained from cultivation are an irreplaceable facet of one's journey, integral to the refinement of the mind and spirit. When Xiao Wu and Zhu Juqing approached, they found Su Ming deep in meditation and chose not to disturb him, instead settling nearby. The two appeared to share an exceptionally close bond, akin to that of sisters. Even the typically aloof Zhu Juqing bore a faint smile upon her face. Xiao Wu's personality exuded vivacity and brightness. Being in her presence felt like basking in the liberating embrace of an expansive grassland. The gentle breeze of the prairie instilled a sense of freedom, while its vastness allowed for unabashed self-expression. Living under the oppressive scrutiny of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing had never experienced such a sense of relaxation. It was undeniable that her current existence felt enchanting, almost dreamlike. As Zhu Zhuqing grasped Xiao Wu's hand, she glanced at Su Ming and spoke softly. Xiao Wu, your brother suggests that you should strengthen your physique. How exactly do you propose to do that? Xiao Wu, disheartened, shook her head. I truly do not know, for my brother has never informed me. However, I am certain it does not involve weight training. Such things he would not need to remind me of, as I would naturally pursue them myself. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding, aware that weight training was not the intended method. Then, might I learn this as well? Her voice quivered slightly, and a delicate blush graced her otherwise pale cheeks as she gazed at Xiao Wu with earnest eyes. Although she could sense her physique gradually strengthening through rigorous training, the truth remained that Su Ming had never directly instructed her. It was Xiao Wu who had taken on the role of teacher. This created a subtle suspicion of covert learning. Moreover, Xiao Wu herself was uncertain about what could be imparted and what could not. The teachings of light body techniques were merely the foundational aspects of cultivating speed, lacking the finesse that allowed Xiao Wu to tread upon snow without leaving a trace or to traverse rooftops with ease. Furthermore, the secret to physical training was a treasure of immense value to their sect. Su Ming may impart his knowledge to Xiao Wu, yet he may not necessarily choose to do so. Xiao Wu is his sister, and their relationship scarcely qualifies as close. Resting her chin on her hand, Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. For now, let us observe the situation. However, rest assured, I shall find a way to discreetly teach you, ensuring that you do not merely gaze at the pot while being unable to enjoy the meal. Thank you, Xiao Wu. A smile graced her face, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of satisfaction, her gaze affectionate as that of a true sister. Is it only gratitude you offer? You might as well call me teacher to elevate my spirits, Zhu Zhuqing teased. Xiao Wu, with a mischievous grin, playfully pinched the soft flesh at Zhu Zhuqing's waist. I can't help it. I envy a certain aspect of you, and it feels delightful to the touch. You are merely a few months my senior. Why should I address you as teacher? Zhu Zhuqing blushed with indignation, nearly crying out in exasperation. She quickly grasped Xiao Wu's impudent hand, fearing that if anyone were to witness this, she would be utterly embarrassed. Xiao Wu pouted and glanced sideways. Zhuqing, if I teach you how to cultivate, you must honestly tell me why that part of you is so special. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed like the setting sun. Please do not ask. Can't we discuss this in the dormitory? If your brother were to find out. All right, but you must tell me the truth, or else I shall sleep in your bed tonight. The atmosphere was charged with playful tension, as Zhu Zhuqing shyly lowered her head, resembling a blooming rose, vibrant yet bashful. Chapter 102. Zhu Zhuqing, strip off your clothes. Are women's discussions always so intimate? A flurry of blush-inducing images flitted through Su Ming's mind, jolting him from his meditation. He had other matters to attend to and had not truly entered a deep state of contemplation. In his light meditation, he could hear everything transpiring around him. Coupled with his heightened perception, he was acutely aware of the prior events, leaving him feeling somewhat flushed, despite his calm demeanor. Nevertheless, he could not voice any opinions, as it was a private matter among women. Even if he witnessed it, he could only choose to ignore it. Fortunately, Tang San returned, dragging a wheeled cart. The sounds of clattering stones indicated that the cart bore considerable weight. Indeed, it was laden with 2 large bronze cauldrons, their faint copper sheen evident, each supported by 3 legs, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, with circular interiors about 1 meter in diameter. Tang San, what are you doing? Xiao Wu inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief, her expression decidedly unfavorable. Is it really necessary to bring those cauldrons to mock me for a few broken pots? Confused as to why Xiao Wu was upset, Tang San replied, your brother asked me to fetch 2 bronze cauldrons. If you have an issue, direct your questions to him. I have no issues, Xiao Wu thought to herself, feeling a bit anxious as she sat down obediently. Seeing Tang San return, Su Ming approached and retrieved a large cauldron he had previously used. The 3 imposing bronze cauldrons stood silently, exuding a sense of authority. With a clang, Su Ming tossed several iron buckets aside, instructing, now, go fetch water to fill these 3 cauldrons. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu voiced any objections. Zhu Zhuqing, bewildered, pointed to herself. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she asked, am I to fetch water as well? You may choose not to go. As Su Ming's words faded, Zhu Zhuqing had already lifted the iron bucket and swiftly darted towards the stream. A faint blush of excitement tinted her fair complexion. Back and forth she went, akin to practicing the water-fetching technique of Shaolin. Before long, the three had filled the large cauldron to the brim. With a hiss, black smoke began to rise from beneath the cauldron as the wood crackled and burned fiercely. In the distance, from the corner of a wooden cabin, the three stretched their necks, curiously observing the scene. "What is Su Ming up to?" Oscar inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. Daimobai's piercing gaze flicked over Zhu Qing. And, seemingly recalling something, he bitterly smiled to himself, his eyes slowly retracting. Each was content in their own way, embarking on a new journey, no matter the difficulty. This time, he vowed not to give up. Daimobai's mind sharpened, reflecting thoughtfully, "I reckon it must be a form of cultivation, otherwise his physique couldn't possibly be so formidable." Ma Hongjun, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's astonishingly strong. You didn't even tell me the academy had a teacher, which led to me getting a beating." Humph. Daimobai's countenance turned frosty, his voice a chilling whisper. "Even if Su Ming doesn't strike you, I will. Let me warn you once more. If you harbor any thoughts towards Zhu Qing, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." The other two were similarly cautioned to keep their desires in check, lest they wished to become eunuchs. Ma Hongjun shivered involuntarily, instinctively crossing his legs. "You don't need to tell me, Daimobai. Even if I had several lives, I wouldn't dare." His eyes darted towards Ning Rongrong, his face turning pale. Then flicked to Xiao Wu, whose round face trembled with fear, and finally to Zhu Qing, as he gulped nervously. Any one of them was beyond his reach. Though the young ladies were enchanting, his greater concern lay with his future vitality. He had no desire to be left without heirs. After being thoroughly beaten by Su Ming half a month ago, he resolved to be more disciplined than a monk while at Shrek Academy. That's for the best. Daimobai's expression softened as he turned his gaze back to Su Ming, reminding, "Keep your eyes peeled, for their cultivation method must be immensely beneficial. If we can learn even a fraction of it, perhaps we too can refine our physiques to perfection." Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded solemnly, their eyes fixed intently, scarcely daring to blink. Daimobai felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation, his hand pressed against the wooden wall, oblivious to the imprint he left behind. His words were as much for the others as they were for himself. He and Zhu Qing could no longer utilize their martial soul fusion technique. The contest for the throne was not merely a one-on-one battle. More crucially, it was a two-on-two confrontation. If Zhu Qing did not intend to return or assist him, he would have to face Davis's martial soul fusion technique alone. Within 7 years, he needed to hone his physique to Su Ming's current state. Only then, combined with his own soul skills, could he contend with the duo's martial soul fusion technique. He must either elevate his soul power to the rank of Soul King or surpass the physical prowess of a Soul King. This was his final avenue of escape. Not far behind the group, a few individuals were eavesdropping from the roof: Zhao Wujie, Xiao Xian, and Flinder, who had polished his glasses. Xiao Xian buzzed, "Hey, Dean, as teachers, isn't it inappropriate for us to be hiding and watching like this?" "Inappropriate? If we were to uncover how Su Ming cultivates, it would present us with a tremendous opportunity," Zhao Wujie countered. "Cultivating soul power is arduous, but judging by Su Ming's age, refining one's physique seems rather feasible. Who wouldn't he wish to elevate their strength?" Zhao Wujie slapped Xiao Xian with enough force to elicit a grimace, yet he chuckled. "Look at you, so physically frail. If you could strengthen your physique, you'd have no shortcomings as a support." "Indeed," Xiao Xian lamented, smacking his forehead. "I should ask Su Ming how he trains his physique. If I can build mine up, I can enjoy my own sweet beans." With a resounding thud, Xiao Xian pounded the wooden beam, exclaiming, "What supports soul master? I am indeed an assault-type soul sage. Even if I am the weakest, I am still an assault type." Seeing Xiao Xian abandon all sense of propriety, Flinder felt compelled to rein him in. Thus, he spoke coldly, "What eavesdropping? We are merely fulfilling our duties as teachers. Should any unforeseen events occur during their cultivation, my speed will ensure timely rescue, while Wujie can subdue any who fall into madness. Moreover, Xiao Xian, as the Academy's soul support type instructor, your responsibility is even more significant, is it not?" Immediately, Zhao Wujie and Xiao Xian straightened, nodding gravely, impressed by the dean's words that resonated deeply with them. As educators, it was their duty to protect their students. What ill intentions could possibly reside in their hearts? What on earth is he doing? Ning Rongrong craned her neck, but upon recalling her own embarrassing appearance, she quickly retreated, feeling as though countless ants were crawling within her. Having already sensed the presence of onlookers, Su Ming remained unfazed. If they wished to learn, he would not obstruct them. Should they suffer the consequences of their own recklessness? It would serve them right. The boiling hot water bubbled vigorously, releasing a multitude of bubbles. Boiling water is silent, while bubbling water makes noise. However, considering the physiques of the three, Ming refrained from forcing the water to a boil. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the burning wood from the three large cauldrons. The scattered dry kindling flames were extinguished, releasing plumes of white smoke into the air. Ming waved his hand, indicating for everyone to enter. Xiao Wu instinctively lifted her leg, but immediately recoiled, as if stepping on a tail. What? Are you really asking the three of us to go in? She pointed at the large cauldron, her expression a vivid tapestry of disbelief. Her wide eyes questioning whether Ming had misspoken. Brother, that water is nearly boiling. If we go in, we might as well lose all our hair. Are you contemplating sacrificing me again? If you wish to do so, please choose a less torturous method. Her teeth clenched, a primal urge to flee igniting within her. Even Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing felt their hearts race. With such high temperatures, even with soul power shielding them, the heat would hardly be bearable. If they were to plunge into that cauldron, they would surely be scorched. The two exchanged horrified glances with Ming, questioning whether this was truly his method of cultivation. It seemed excessively reckless. This was not cultivation, but rather a self-inflicted trial by fire. Ning Rongrong was left in a daze, her delicate form trembling. Dai Mubai and his companions were equally alarmed, their footing faltering as they crashed into the wooden wall, causing it to collapse. Flinder and his companions, resembling turtles, quickly retracted their extended necks. You are formidable. You have won, Xiao Xian exclaimed, sprinting at full speed, wishing for additional legs. How foolish of me to think I could grow stronger this way. Would it not be more sensible to simply embrace my role as a support-type soul saint? Although Flinder and Zhao Wujie could withstand the intense heat, they too felt a pang of retreat. Given the circumstances, this was merely the beginning. Temperature corresponded to cultivation level. If they were to inadvertently become stew, the academy would incur expenses for a banquet. This fellow truly defied humanity. Disturbed by Dai Mubai and the others, Ming felt a flicker of annoyance and casually unleashed three pointed sword gestures. Whoosh! 3 obsidian crystals descended beneath their feet, penetrating the earth with the force of a raging tide. As they beheld the white-eyed holes emerging from the ground, Dai Mubai and his companions broke into a cold sweat. With forced smiles masking their trepidation, they cautiously retreated. In an instant, like wild horses unleashed, the trio hastily vanished from sight. Ming pointed at the large cauldron, his expression grave and meticulous. The water had yet to reach a boil, and the temperature should be suitable for the cultivation of the soul sovereign. As you channel your soul power, there should be no adverse effects. Without the amplification of a millennium soul ring, the water temperature can be lowered somewhat. The last remark was directed at Zhu Zhuqing. After speaking, he carried over half a bucket of cold water. The bubbling sound resonated in the ears of the three as the water was poured in entirely. Ming cast aside the iron bucket, his brow furrowed in a cold glare at the 3 individuals, as if to say, "All right, who will step forward first?" Today, it seemed, there was no escape. One could only hope that it would not come at too great a cost. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, just as they were about to speak. A figure had already stepped forward. A violet radiance enveloped them, enchanting and regal, much like the bloom of an orchid. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback, astonished by Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering resolve. With her boldness, they felt compelled to stand firm as well. White light emanated from Tang San's body, while Xiao Wu was enveloped in a rosy glow. Their eyes were resolute as they leaped up, joining Zhu Zhuqing atop the bronze cauldron. The 3 exchanged knowing looks. And in that moment, smiles broke out among them. Just as they were about to leap in together, Ming's icy voice rang out once more. The one on the far left, remove an article of clothing. Remove clothing? Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and Tang San instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Positioned at the far right, with Xiao Wu in the center, this left Zhu Zhuqing as the one on the far left. Was he asking her to strip? Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled, her cheeks instantly aflame. She realized that Ming was addressing her. Was this a condition? With a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, Zhu Zhuqing's shy gaze fell upon Ming. Her heart a tumult of emotions as her modesty was put to the test. Faced with such an impudent demand, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she reached for the clasp of her outer garment, preparing to loosen it. Fuming with anger, Xiao quickly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Turning to glare at Ming, she felt his image shatter in her mind. Her heart ached as if cut by a knife. And she exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing? Even if you like someone like Hu Qing, with her stunning figure, you cannot take advantage of her." In utter disbelief, Ming replied with a look that conveyed his incredulity. Do you really think your brother is so petty? Do I have time to resort to such underhanded tactics? The three were momentarily taken aback by his words. Zhu Shiqing, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quickly lowered her hand. Though her emotions fluctuated, her cold demeanor remained, with a hint of blush adorning her cheeks, delicate as a rose. Misunderstanding the situation, Xiao was desperate to find a hole to hide in, but stubbornly pressed on with her questioning. Then why did you ask Zhu Qing to remove her clothing? Su Ming cast a glance at Zhu Qing, whose ears glowed a bright red. Su Ming displayed no intention of admiration, his gaze sternly reminding, your attire is excessively tight. Unlike Tang San and Xiao Wu, who don loose fabrics. If you have clothing underneath, you may remove it. However, if little is concealed, it would be prudent to change. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing, recalling her misunderstanding, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Swiftly, before the teasing glances of Xiao Wu and the others could land upon her, she dashed away to her dormitory to change into a fitted, nun-style dress. Zhu Qing, already statuesque, appeared even more enchanting in the tailored gown, resembling an ethereal princess. Her silhouette was delicate yet alluring, with a slender waist accentuating her curves. Although the hem of her skirt concealed her figure, it could not mask her proud stance. Brother, where are you looking? Xiao Wu, noticing Su Ming's inappropriate gaze, felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a playful reprimand. Little did she know. Su Ming's distraction stemmed not from Zhu Qing's stunning beauty, but from a voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host exhibiting disciple-oriented behavior. Initiating the Master-Disciple module, which allows for rewards from the disciple's returns. Ding. The disciple return mode is as follows. 1. For every major breakthrough achieved by the disciple, the host gains 1 level of soul power. 2. Upon the disciple attaining significant accomplishments, the host will receive 1/10 of the corresponding prestige value. 3. When the disciple fully cultivates a particular technique, the host's technique will automatically elevate by 1 tier. 4. For each soul bone acquired by the disciple, the host will receive 1/10 of a fragment. Su Ming suddenly comprehended the situation. The system indicated that whatever she obtained, the host would receive approximately 1/10, correct? Beep. The host may interpret it this way. It can be seen as the disciple possessing the basic functionalities of this system, with her efforts yielding a reward corresponding to 1/10 for the host. Chapter 103. Binding Zhu Shiqing. A return of 0. 1 times 1/10. The rewards are modest, and the investment required is minimal. Routine idling will suffice. With the little girl Xiao Wu watching over Zhu Qing, it alleviates some of the host's concerns. After all, the rewards are relatively fixed, and there is no need to toil ceaselessly on the path of a minor. The effort system is not equivalent to the master system. The system cannot bind Xiao Wu, correct? Beep. Xiao Wu, in name, belongs to the host as a younger sister, and such kinship does not fall within the mentor-disciple consideration. Then let us proceed to bind Zhu Shiqing. Without hesitation, Su Ming remarked that Zhu Qing was the most worry-free, as she would exert herself without the need for encouragement. In this regard, she surpassed Xiao Wu. First disciple, Zhu Qing martial soul, nether cat soul power, level 27 soul bone, nun technique, lightness skill, basic, strength, 95, normal, defense, 92, normal, spirit, 134, normal, speed, 210, normal, indeed. She belonged to the agility-focused category, with a speed of 210, nearly double the other 2 attributes. However, her spirit attribute was surprisingly robust as well. Possibly due to her temperament, or perhaps the nature of her feline martial soul, Su Ming stroked his chin, poised to summon divine intervention for the trio's bloodbath when the system's presence echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the disciple Zhu Shiqing. Detection reveals that Zhu Shiqing belongs to the Agile Assault Spirit Master category, granting the host a reward of 200 speed points. The host may access the personal interface for further details. Speed. Su Ming was quite taken aback, for this particular statistic had never appeared in his personal attributes before. Out of curiosity, he promptly accessed his personal interface. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 33. Martial soul, God-slaying quality, black, 4, 050, 250, 000. Special physique, body of the berserker, elementary. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfect. Golden crow blade technique, perfect. Primordial blade slash, minor accomplishment in 3 layers. Spirit gathering technique, major accomplishment. Items in possession. Advanced freedom fragments 961. 8-petal immortal orchid. Mental immunity mask. blood of the subdragon species, spirit nourishing pill recipe, ice silkworm armor. 10,000-year silver moon wolf king bone. Strength, 681, normal state. Defense, 622, normal state. Spirit, 621, normal state. Speed, 502, normal state. Su Ming, are you implying that my previous normal speed was only 302? Is it merely 100 higher than Zhu Juqing's under normal circumstances? Su Ming found himself in a perplexing state, torn between laughter and tears. Upon reflection, the feeling was rather similar. It appeared that he was adeptly maneuvering through the assaults of the agility-based soul master with ease. However, this was not due to his swiftness, but rather the strength of his mental faculties that enabled him to react with remarkable speed, coupled with his lightness of foot and the explosive acceleration granted by his techniques. Consequently, to an observer, his speed seemed to surpass that of the agility-focused soul master. If his actual speed were truly 500, with the explosive force of his techniques, even if the soul master exerted his utmost effort, Su Ming could easily incapacitate him in a single strike. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality by the piercing cries of discomfort echoing in his ears, reminiscent of a distressed pig. Unbeknownst to him, the three had inadvertently seated themselves within the cauldron. The intense heat enveloped them, the scalding water and steam rendering their skin crimson, as though they were being consumed by flames. Their bodies convulsed in agony, their features contorted in pain. Xiao Wu and Zhu Juqing were struggling to endure, while Tang San, though feeling the heat, maintained a considerably steadier demeanor than the two. Having been accustomed to forging hidden weapons in high-temperature environments, Tang San had developed methods to cope. The human body, after all, serves as the most effective thermometer. He utilized his soul power to insulate against some of the heat, allowing the expelled warmth to circulate rapidly through his meridians and then escape as perspiration from his exposed neck. This technique effectively diminished the temperature he felt, enabling him to withstand the heat better. Try absorbing the energy from the water into your body, allowing it to gradually nourish your physique, he advised. It seemed that Tang San was capable of managing this on his own, so Su Ming directed his consciousness into his spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, over 30 vials of soul beast essence appeared on the ground. There were jade bottles, metallic containers, and even wooden vials. These contained the essence from 1,000-year soul beast he had hunted in the Stardow forest. He selected a vial, reasoning that the essence of a 1,000-year soul beast was unsuitable for the 10,000-year dragon species, and that it would be best to channel the lightning attribute into the Haotian hammer. Considering this, he chose a vial containing lightning attribute essence. Approaching the cauldron, he announced, "I will pour half of the soul beast blood into the cauldron. If you can endure, we shall proceed with more. Remember to safeguard your heart meridians, isolating the energy with your soul power. Should you disregard this warning and something unfortunate occur, I shall not bear the responsibility." Understood. Tang San briefly glanced at the writhing lightning within the vial, dismissing any surprise at this method of cultivation as he shifted into a focused state. The pale blue blood trickled into the cauldron, and upon contact with the water, countless tiny bolts of lightning surged violently into the liquid. Instigated by the energy of the lightning attribute, the previously still water erupted into chaos, bubbling vigorously as if it were on the verge of explosion. Tang San, initially troubled, found himself unable to withstand the stimulus from the lightning energy. With a sudden motion, he lifted his head and elongated his neck, releasing a low, guttural growl. His previously composed features contorted grotesquely, veins bulging from his neck and spreading across his face, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. No one could fathom the unspeakable torment he endured. The lightning tore through his pores, shattering flesh and blood. It was relentless and merciless, seeking to break through his meridians and reshape his body into a paradise suited for its existence, free from obstruction. As long as he remained silent, there was still hope. Su Ming had faith in Tang San's character and willpower, depositing the remaining half of the vial essence onto the cauldron. He then approached Xiao Wu, who, as a 10,000-year soul beast, theoretically didn't require such blood for nourishment. However, her bloodline showed no signs of awakening to the blue-silver emperor, indicating it was merely ordinary blood. Thus, the efficacy of supplementing her human form with soul beast essence remained to be seen. Noticing Xiao Wu's eyes flutter open, revealing her distress, Su Ming succinctly stated, "I will assist you in unblocking your meridians. As you practice the breathing technique, let the energy circulate throughout your body. Let us begin." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, though internally reluctant to utilize the soul beast blood. For the sake of enhancing her power and to avoid burdening Su Ming and her grandfather, she steeled herself for the challenge. Su Ming removed the wooden stopper and poured in 2/5 of the blood. The blood belonged to a millennium-old red-bellied python, a species that was antagonistic to Xiao Wu's, yet possessed greater flexibility. With a resounding thud, Su Ming's palm struck Xiao Wu's back, channeling pure soul power to break through the obstructed meridians. During his initial cultivation, Su Ming had suffered greatly due to this matter. In the Douluo realm, soul power cultivation did not adhere to the intricacies of meridians. It relied solely on the body's capacity to accommodate. The numerous blocked meridians within the 8 extraordinary meridians resulted in excruciating pain when energy surged in suddenly, which was the root cause of potential bodily explosion. Even with his perfected breathing technique, only half of the 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened. Had it not been for the 9th-grade purple Ganoderma, Su Ming would have undoubtedly encountered a mishap. On the western side of the Academy's plaza, steam billowed from a large cauldron. The anticipated haze was instantly pierced and dispersed by the sunlight. 3 figures sat silently within the cauldron, their brows furrowed, faces contorted, occasionally emitting painful nasal sounds and groans. Tang Sen had long practiced the Xiantian skill and was adept at managing his meridians, requiring no assistance from Su Ming. Xiao Wu also practiced the breathing technique, which emphasized the importance of meridians. Once opened, the rest followed suit without significant difficulty. However, as Su Ming's palm made contact with Zhu Zhuqing's back, she instinctively recoiled. If you do not wish to grow stronger, I will not force you. You may exit now. Do not tense your body. Try to relax. Otherwise, absorbing that energy later will only lead to greater suffering. Under Su Ming's admonishing words, Zhu Zhuqing finally cast aside her feminine modesty and fully immersed herself in the body refinement process. As Zhu Zhuqing was merely a great spirit master, Su Ming only poured out a quarter of the millennium-old ghost leopard's essence blood. Observing the 3 in agony, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet transitioning from pain to tranquility, Su Ming maintained a composed expression throughout. He was not concerned about being surpassed by them, particularly Tang San. With Tang Hao present, acquiring precious blood essence from 10,000-year spirit beasts was certainly feasible. However, the physical body did not necessarily benefit from excessive refinement sessions. If that were the case, with so much spirit beast essence available, Su Ming would be soaking in it daily. Each session of soaking required 2 steps for the body transformed by the spirit beast energy. First, physical training was needed to integrate the absorbed energy and stabilize the body's attributes. Second, soul power was necessary to consolidate and maintain the subsequent physical condition. Merely sealing the cave did not guarantee it would not collapse. Through Su Ming's assessments, it was determined that a substantial elevation in physical quality was required before further refinement could occur. Otherwise, without the stabilization of spirit rings, the likelihood of bodily collapse was exceedingly high. Seeing your suffering only makes my own efforts seem inadequate. Su Ming forced a bitter smile as he retrieved the vial containing the essence of the ancient dragon's blood. The 10,000-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex, the sovereign of all earthbound creatures, possessed within it the rare bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. However, this soul beast had long been extinct since ancient times, rendering it utterly impossible to find in the present day. Were it not for the rewards bestowed by the system, Su Ming would never have come into possession of such a treasure. The blood of a 10,000-year-old soul beast is inherently domineering, let alone that of the tyrant dragon. Su Ming took only a few drops, subsequently placing them in the palm of his hand, enveloping them with pure soul power, gradually guiding this force to reshape his body. His brows furrowed tightly, his arms swelling in a circular manner, brimming with energy that threatened to explode at any moment. The excruciating pain caused his clenched gums to bleed. Veins surged forth visibly, yet Su Ming's body remained utterly still. From behind, one could perceive no trace of agony. His resilient back resembled a tree stump left by a towering pine, unwavering in its steadfastness. The ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed a strength that could rival that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Despite the mere few drops, the formidable bloodline power was far beyond what an ordinary body could endure. The bloodline of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was entirely distinct from the fiery python's essence he had encountered before, as well as from the 10,000-year ferocious tiger's blood. It was no longer a searing energy impact, but rather akin to an indestructible long knife penetrating his arm and invading his body. A blade striking the flesh was painful enough, let alone the torment of it rampaging within. As if responding to a stimulus, a hint of golden light surged from Su Ming's body. The moment this golden glow emerged, the bloodline of the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly softened, and the previously arduous situation experienced a remarkable turnaround. Wisps of golden energy, as if summoned, transformed into flowing light that rapidly converged from Su Ming's arm to his abdomen. As the golden threads departed, the ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's bloodline diminished, seemingly settling at the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. However, even a withered camel surpasses a horse in size, even if the thin, ultimate power was extracted. A bloodline capable of harboring such immense strength could never be equated with an ordinary 10,000-year bloodline. Su Ming was wholly immersed in the process of body tempering, as were Tang San and his companions. They remained utterly oblivious to the figure that passed by them. The person cast a complex glance their way, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and indignation. He chose not to interrupt, instead walking with a stoic expression toward Flinder's office. Knock, knock, knock. May I come in? The familiar voice caused Xiao to shudder slightly. He suppressed the memories flooding his mind and slowly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the silhouette that entered, Flinder dropped the gold coins he was holding. What followed was an overwhelming surge of joy that burst forth from his chest. Ha ha ha, Xiao. You have finally arrived. Xiao replied solemnly. You know I could never abandon my students. Ah, you are still the same as ever, Flinder exclaimed, moving forward with excitement. The two exchanged glances and, in unison, broke into laughter, reminiscing about their youthful days. There are few joys in life greater than the reunion of longtime friends. After a simple yet profound embrace, they began to share their experiences over the years, one adrift and without home, the other dedicating himself tirelessly to the management of Shrek Academy. In comparison, Flinder clearly had fared much better. Feeling a pang of melancholy, Xiao could only mention his breakthrough to the 30th rank in soul power. Only upon witnessing Flinder's astonished and joyful expression did Xiao's heart find a slight balance. Xiao, what on earth has happened to your soul power? Wasn't it said that due to a mutation in your martial soul, you could never reach rank 30? Flinder's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he was eager to delve deeper. For this had troubled Xiao for decades. Xiao offered a bitter smile and chose not to respond. He did not wish to bring that person into the conversation. By the way, he seems to be at Shrek Academy. Xiao's eyes lit up. Flinder, Su Ming is also studying at the academy, is he not? At the mention of Su Ming, Flinder shook his head with a mix of amusement and disbelief. You are mistaken. He is now a teacher at the academy. A teacher? Xiao's eyes brightened further, and he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Flinder, I intend to remain at Shrek Academy. What do you think? Are you serious? Flinder exclaimed, his joy palpable as he fixed his gaze on Xiao. Knowing Xiao's capabilities, he felt elated that this man had finally seen the light. Upon receiving a nod from Xiao, Flinder was ecstatic. This is wonderful. If you can stay, I would gladly hand over the position of director to you. In the future, we shall work together seamlessly. What could we not accomplish? If Sammy were here, we... Flinder. Xiao interjected sharply, clearly displeased. Flinder's expression fell, his joy abruptly replaced by a solemnity. Are you aware that the person you wish to avoid discussing is someone I... Flinder sighed, a hint of regret for his past decisions evident in his voice. After all these years, can you not let it go? Xiao remained silent, his cold expression betraying a flicker of pain. Let the past be the past. Speaking too much only prolongs the suffering for both of us. The past? Is it truly so easy to forget? Do you know? Flinder's heart ached, and he decided not to continue down that path. Let us speak of other matters. If you remain at the academy, how do you plan to teach those children? Xiao turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back, contemplating his words. The time frame for soul masters to absorb soul rings is fixed, as you know. To allow the body to endure higher-level soul rings, one must possess formidable physical capabilities. Every soul master's body is a vast treasure trove. Thus, my proposal is to strengthen the body first, followed by practical combat. As he spoke, Xiao's previously dull eyes shone with a brilliant golden light. Clad in black, he stood against the dawn, his frail figure radiating an indescribable confidence. Flinder was taken aback. He intended to agree but hesitated, suddenly recalling something. However, this path may not be easy, he said with a wry smile. Xiao's face stiffened, perplexed as he turned to Flinder. Given my ingenious strategy, you should be praising it, yet you look troubled. Xiao's expression turned frosty. Flinder, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my plan? Your plan is commendable, but... Flinder gestured helplessly toward the outside. The issue is that the students at Shrek Academy are already doing this. Impossible. Xiao blurted, his frustration boiling over. How could they possibly understand this at their age? His voice trailed off as a realization struck him, conjuring the image of a certain individual in his mind. Noticing Yu Xiaozhang's frown, Flinder sighed in resignation. The academy currently has 7 students. Dai Mubai with his white tiger martial soul, Oscar with his food-type martial soul, Ma Hongjun with his evil fire phoenix martial soul, who happens to be my disciple, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, whom you know, and Zhu Shuqing with her nether cat martial soul. Lastly, there is Ning Rongrong, who possesses the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul. Yu Xiaozhang's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's martial soul? Precisely. Yu Xiaozhang inhaled deeply, marveling, Flinder, you are quite fortunate. Fortunate? Flinder's expression grew even grimmer. The greatest challenge now is not the students' excellence, but rather the test of their teacher's ability. Flinder grimaced, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Xiaozhang. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing have already begun their morning exercises, and Oscar sometimes joins them. Xiao Wu and your disciple Tang San are both physically strong and have their own training paths. As for the practical combat you mentioned, they engage in soul battles every day. Xiao Wu has achieved a winning streak of 15, while Tang San has 14 victories. And although Zhu Shuqing's record is slightly weaker at 8 wins and 4 losses, it is still commendable. As for the older students, I have already introduced them to practical combat. Yu Xiaozhang felt despondent as he took over the conversation. So, my plan is essentially of little use, correct? Not at all. Flinder exclaimed, laughing heartily. Your proposed training method would indeed be beneficial for the other 2 veteran students, however. Oscar and the 4 new recruits have already embarked on the path you suggest, and they do not require any further reminders from us. Hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang's brows furrowed in discontent. If the students are already capable, what need is there for their teachers? Especially for him, who had just arrived at Shrek Academy and was eager to establish his footing and assert his influence over others. Understanding Yu Xiaozhang's confusion, Flinder laid out the situation plainly. Upon learning that it was due to Su Ming, Yu Xiaozhang's teeth clenched in frustration. He had not anticipated that Su Ming would be in opposition to him. However, do you think this means I am without recourse? Yu Xiaozhang lifted his chin with pride, feigning profundity as he retorted, their training methods are merely superficial. To truly unleash the body's potential, one must understand how to push physical limits. Simple running will not suffice. Flinder raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Weight training. With eyes gleaming with fervor, Yu Xiaozhang, a formidable soul master, understood that only through the burden of weight could one undergo a profound transformation. Upon hearing this, Flinder's pupils constricted in sudden alarm, realizing that it indeed came down to Yu Xiaozhang. However, in comparison to Su Ming, it seemed you still fell short by a margin. Flinder's expression turned troubled as he remarked. Su Ming also trains Zhu Shuqing and the others in his own unique manner, which you likely observed upon your arrival. His methods appear to be more extreme, and the efficacy is undoubtedly superior to mere weight training. Otherwise, his physical prowess could not possibly be so extraordinary. Yu Xiaozhang retorted, so? There is absolutely no path left for me, is there? This is utterly intolerable. With a sudden rush of excitement dissipating his frustration, Yu Xiaozhang pointed outside and eagerly inquired. Flinder, do you know how Su Ming conditions his physique? His heart raced with anticipation, his gaze alight with eagerness. Su Ming's prowess had long been evident to him. He yearned to unearth the secrets concealed within his heart. If only he could discern how the other honed his physique. The theoretical foundations of his soul master would unveil a revolutionary chapter. I am indeed eager to know, even though Xiao Xin has departed. I had secretly observed for a considerable time, yet to no avail. Flander shook his head, stating, I have witnessed the entire process. What he employs appears to be the blood of a soul beast. However, how he absorbs this energy remains a mystery known only to him. The external manifestation is visible, yet the underlying principles are solely understood by him, rendering such knowledge of little practical use. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaozhang felt utterly disheartened. Well then, let us commence with a few senior students in Ning Rongrong, while disregarding Xiao Wu and Zhu Shuqing. As for Tang San, he is my disciple. Having previously undergone no weight training, now that he has turned 12, it is time to increase the difficulty of his training. Flander nodded, a smile of relief spreading across his face as the allocation of tasks would alleviate some of his burdens. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke on the following day. 3 figures, yawning and swaying, gathered in the square. Ma Hongjuan's eyelids remained heavy. Big brother Dai. Why did the dean summon us so early? Oscar patted him on the shoulder, casually remarking, Fatty, aren't you the dean's disciple? How can you not know and still ask us? Bang, bang. Daimubai kicked the 2 of them, exclaiming in exasperation, could you exhibit a bit of ambition? Do not bring shame upon a senior students. With that, Ma Hongjun and Oscar became considerably more alert, instinctively straightening their postures as they gazed at the focused and composed Ning Rongrong. Before long, Flander arrived with Yu Xiaojing in tow. Allow me to introduce. This is the new Vice Dean of the Academy, who will guide your training henceforth. Xiaojing, please introduce yourself. Vice Dean? The expressions of Dai Mubai and the others shifted. Their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized Yu Xiaojing. The Academy had welcomed yet another soul sage? Chapter 104. Tang San. Teacher, I am from the Tang sect. On the ancient road leading from Shrek Academy to Soto City, the four of them jogged leisurely. The bright sunshine was not oppressive, however, upon touching their skin. It felt as if they were ablaze. Each carried a basket filled with stones of varying sizes, with even Ning Rongrong bearing 30 to 40 pounds. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was less than 8 miles, making the round trip a mere 30 miles. Despite only 2 trips, the expressions of the four grew increasingly grave. Without the use of their martial souls or soul power, their physical exertion was immense, causing even Dai Mubai to break into a light sweat. Big brother Dai, can we trust the master? Is he truly making us run for our benefit? Or is this merely a form of torment? Ma Hongjun, the Team S portly member, voiced his grievances, as running felt like a death sentence to him, evidenced by the copious sweat on his brow. Oscar, however, regarded the situation with more curiosity than discontent, for he regularly jogged with Zhu Zhiqing and welcomed the Master-S requirements. Dai Mubai replied breathlessly, You may not be aware of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle within the Soul Master community. Despite the Master-S unassuming appearance, he was once as renowned as our Dean. Especially within theoretical circles, he remains unmatched, which is why he is revered as the Master. Theory invincible? Oscar and Ma Hongjun's pupils dilated, while Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something, her beautiful eyes brightening with realization. Indeed, I believe I have heard Tang San mention that his teacher is the Master. As Dai Mubai spoke, Ma Hongjun's grievances were instantly dispelled, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar exchanged vibrant expressions. Although Ma Hongjun had not witnessed that battle firsthand, he was aware of Dai Mubai's crushing defeat. Ning Rongrong and Oscar had witnessed Tang San's terrifying power, particularly given that his martial soul was the seemingly useless blue-silver grass. If blue-silver grass could be cultivated to such an extent, one could only imagine the potential of other martial souls. Just as Dai Mubai and the others resolved to train diligently, the usually reticent Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke. Do you believe that a month of this training could compare to a single day of what Su Ming and the others are currently undertaking? At once, the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others changed in unison, their footsteps halting abruptly. Ning Rongrong sighed and lifted her exquisite face. This question was not merely directed at Dai Mubai and the others, but also served as an inquiry to herself. The four were acutely aware of the situation. Tang San and his companions had already trained for an entire day without any sign of awakening. They could hear the anguished cries distinctly. It was unfathomable to imagine the immense suffering they endured, as such pain often indicated that their bodies had reached their limits. Running? If they could achieve a comparable improvement after a month of this daily routine, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Su Ming's physique is extraordinarily formidable. The Academy is well aware of his prowess. Tang San and his companions now tread the path he has forged. In other words, they possess at least half of Su Ming's extraordinary physique. Even that fraction would likely enable them to triumph effortlessly over their adversaries. Contemplating this, a heavy sense of foreboding settled upon the four of them. Among them, Dai Mubai felt the greatest urgency. If he could train alongside Su Ming, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation. Faced with Davis in the future, his chances of victory would multiply exponentially. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to express his gratitude to Su Ming, who had enlightened him. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Dai Mubai felt a surge of optimism, his eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Dignity could be set aside for the moment. What use were such sentiments when one's life was at stake? Even Tang San, despite his considerable power, yielded to Su Ming's counsel. What pride could a defeated subordinate like himself hold? Not only Dai Mubai, but even Ma Hongjun and Oscar began to entertain similar thoughts. The so-called master seemed no more formidable than Su Ming. Only Ning Rongrong remained aloof, her demeanor cold and unyielding, revealing no sign of emotion. Meanwhile, in the Academy Square, the sound of rushing water filled the air as a dark figure rose. She clenched her fists, feeling the explosive energy coursing through her. A radiant smile broke through her icy exterior as she reveled in the boundless strength that enveloped her. Having achieved the 28th rank, she had indeed made a breakthrough. The surge of soul power within her was exhilarating. In just one day, not only had her physique strengthened, but her soul power had also ascended a level. An utterly astonishing feat. Her choice had proven to be undeniably correct. Casting a glance towards Su Ming, she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Just as Xiao Wu had described, though he was cold, his nature was inherently kind. A slight smile graced Zhu Juqing's lips, her once frosty visage blooming like a lotus, strikingly beautiful. Suddenly, her smile faltered as Su Ming opened his eyes, fixating intently on her. Awakening, he issued a challenge to bear 100 kilograms and run from the academy to Soto City, pushing her limits until exhaustion claimed her. Zhu Juqing's smile vanished in an instant, and she nodded in submission. As she prepared to depart, Su Ming's brow furrowed, suggesting she change into another outfit. Clothes? Zhu Juqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing down. The heat rushed to her ears as she hurriedly covered them, stealing a furtive glance. She noticed Su Ming still watching her, and embarrassment surged within her. Pressing her lips together, she dashed toward her dormitory. Her damp hair and the sheer fabric of her dress clung to her form, making her movements awkward, though nothing was indecently exposed. The contours of her body felt excruciatingly shameful, especially knowing Su Ming had witnessed it. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, startling Tang San and Xiao Wu from their reverie. It was astonishing how much her physical strength had increased. It was truly incredible. Tang San sighed contentedly, sunlight filtering through his fingers and illuminating his bright smile. Gradually, he clenched his fist, as if seizing his destiny. No wonder Su Ming's strength was so terrifying. In just one encounter, he felt as though he had gained hundreds of pounds of power. Indeed, it was an astonishing method of cultivation. Even now, the thought sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Wu's face radiated joy, her happiness evident. "Brother, where's Zhu Qing? Why is she missing?" she inquired, having noticed Zhu Juqing's absence. Su Ming cast a glance at the girls' dormitory. "You should also change into some fresh clothes. As per our usual practice, lift 100 kilograms without using soul power until exhaustion." Xiao Wu immediately understood and cheerfully dashed towards the dormitory. Clad in simple garments, she was merely damp from sweat, unlike Zhu Juqing. Tang San expressed his gratitude and hastened to the dormitory as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple, Zhu Juqing, for a significant enhancement. Rewards: Strength 8, Defense 6. Spirit 5, Speed 10. Swish. First disciple, Zhu Juqing Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat Soul Power, Level 28 Soul Bone. Non-Cultivation Technique, Lightness Art, Elementary, Strength, 175, Normal, Defense, 172, Normal. Spirit, 184, Normal, Speed, 310, Normal. Host, Su Ming Soul Power, Level 33 Martial Soul, God Slaying Black Quality, 4. 250, 250. 000, Special Physique, Berserker Body, Elementary, Strength, 715, Normal, Defense, 692, Normal, Spirit, 673, Normal, Speed, 543. Normal. Just a few drops of Tyrannosaurus Rex essence had elevated the quality of the martial soul by 2,000 points. If an entire vial were consumed, it could potentially enhance the martial soul to red quality. Su Ming's face revealed a hint of a smile as he glanced at Zhu Juqing's current attributes. Among the trio, he was uncertain about the extent of Tang San and Xiao Wu's enhancements, but he could confidently assert that their improvement ratio was far inferior to Zhu Juqing's. Her power metrics were nearing those of a strength-type soul Douluo when in spirit possession. However, as Zhu Juqing's martial spirit was the Phantom Cat, her enhancement did not primarily augment her strength. Hence, when confronting a strength-type soul Douluo, her power would still be insufficient. Just as Su Ming possessed a power of 700, his cutting-edge martial spirit did not allow for a multiplicative increase, even with its activation. Had Daimubai, with the White Tiger martial spirit, maintained a base power of 700, he could leverage spirit possession and enhance his physical attributes, allowing him to contend with the Soul Sage. Nevertheless, against an agile attack-type Soul Douluo, Zhu Juqing currently possessed the capability to engage, though the outcome remained uncertain. Soon, the three changed their attire and gathered in the plaza. Xiao Wu and her companions gazed earnestly at Su Ming, their admiration palpable. Having reaped significant rewards, they harbored no doubt regarding any commands issued by him. As long as there was room for growth, they were prepared to endure any hardship. Yu Xiaojang and Flander were also disturbed by the commotion and emerged from their office. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojang, Tang San was visibly excited, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. However, Xiao maintained a stern expression, particularly displeased to see Tang San socializing with Su Ming. He pointed sternly to a nearby basket, admonishing, Xiao San, Daimobai. And the others are each carrying dozens of pounds of stones for their training. You must not slack off. Carry your share and run alongside them. Understood, teacher. Tang San nodded earnestly, but did not approach the basket. Instead, he remained steadfastly in front of Su Ming, standing in a line with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. This scene pierced Xiaojiang's heart like a thorn. He furrowed his brow and clenched his fists in frustration. For the first time, Tang San had disregarded his teacher's instruction. Su Ming, noticing Xiaojiang's discontented glance, calmly stated, self-impose a burden and run back and forth from Soto City. There are no limits on the number of times, exhaustion is the only endpoint. With that, Xiao Wu and Tang San moved with fluidity, swiftly retrieving the weighted burdens from their soul tools. The sound of the baskets hitting the ground echoed ominously, their weight seemingly immense as they sank into the packed earth. Nevertheless, Tang San and Xiao Wu continued to fill their baskets with various iron weights. The 100 kilograms they had originally carried was now a relic of the past. They required at least 120 kilograms now, excluding their body weight. Noticing their seamless actions, Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill run down her spine. How long had they been training? She, on the other hand, seemed to lack any additional weight. A twinge of embarrassment washed over her as she cast a furtive glance at Su Ming. With a swift motion, Su Ming produced a pair of multifunctional shoes, stating, as an agile attack-type spirit master, you should first stabilize the enhancement of your legs. He tossed the shoes before Zhu Zhuqing and donned a set of blue-weighted armor himself, remarking that being without those shoes was inconsequential. How heavy? Zhu Zhuqing gasped, nearly losing her balance upon trying them on, astonished by their weight. The shoes alone must weigh over 100 pounds, with his full set. Su Ming's total burden must exceed 1,000 pounds. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, realizing the implication. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Wu scratched her head sheepishly, saying, Oh, I forgot about that. Zhuqing, I'll prepare a better basket for you tonight. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, not particularly concerned. In that moment, Su Ming dashed off, each step resonating with the earth beneath him, as if the very ground trembled under their weight. Let us go. Xiao Wu's cheerful face beamed as she followed suit. With Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing in tow, the burden felt heavy underfoot, causing Zhu Zhuqing's expression to harden, yet she harbored no complaints within. As the group departed, Flander returned to their previous spot, observing the sunken stones. His brow furrowed as he picked up another stone and pressed down upon it. A test that would reveal unforeseen depths, stirring a tempest within Flander's mind. Xiaojiang approached, equally intrigued. Flander, just how much are they carrying? Flander slowly raised his head, posing a critical question. Xiaojiang, do you truly understand your disciple Tang San? Xiaojiang's face darkened, a flicker of anger igniting within him. What do you mean, Flander? Tang San is my disciple. I not only guide his training, but also hunted for his spirit rings. After 6 years of companionship, how could I not know him? Flander, unwilling to engage in a dispute, gestured at the ground and then indicated the basket Xiaojiang had prepared for Tang San. The stones you provided for Tang San weigh only 80 pounds, but his current burden has reached 250 pounds. In other words, his body can now exert a force of at least 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, and he is still merely a spirit master. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. His shout pierced the air, sending birds scattering. Xiaojiang's face contorted with rage, his entire being electrified. He understood precisely what 2,000 pounds of force implied. It was akin to the capabilities of a top-tier strength-type soul Douluo in spirit possession. Moreover, if this continued, in other words, Tang San's raw physical strength at this moment could rival that of a top-tier strength-type soul Douluo employing a century-old amplification soul skill. This shattered the very foundation of Xiaojiang's theories. Indeed, with Tang San's current training regimen, his next spirit ring could very well reach the 10,000-year mark. A 10,000-year spirit ring for the 4th ring? The realization struck him like a hammer to the chest, causing Xiaojiang to collapse onto the ground. His complexion fluctuated between blue and red, his heart a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, joy mingled with despair. His disciple had surpassed all expectations, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Was he elated or heartbroken? Within the plaza, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in time. The wind stilled, sounds faded, and silence enveloped the space. Tang San, the first rule of the Tang sect, never allow those you cannot fully trust to know the extent of your true strength. Thus, it was not excessive for him to conceal a portion of his abilities. Of course, all of this transpired while Tang San was present, burdened as he was, racing across the rugged path in pursuit of someone. Ahead, Dai Mubai and the others were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Oscar and Ning Rongrong fared even worse. Their faces pale, retching uncontrollably as they moved at a pace more akin to walking. For the support-type duo, the 40-pound burden had already exceeded their limits. It was doubtful they could manage even 6 laps, let alone 12. Oscar grasped Dai Mubai's shoulder, exclaiming, "Boss Dai, I can't go on any longer. I truly can't keep up." Ma Hongjun also came to a halt, suggesting, "Boss Dai, perhaps we should take a break? His condition is decent. He should be able to persevere until the end." However, the master's intention is to finish together, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly struggle to keep up. Just as Dai Mubai was about to voice his thoughts, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind. The four turned their gaze towards the sound. Behind them, a rotund figure clad in blue and white was charging towards them with great fervor. Su Ming. Chapter 105, Zhu Qing. I am too young. Boom. Boom. With each step taken, the ground trembles with a resonant hum, as if a primordial beast is charging towards the group. Su Ming also noticed the 4 individuals, yet chose to disregard them. Having just absorbed the energy of the ancient Tyrannosaurus bloodline, he needed to solidify his physical prowess. With an impassive expression, Su Ming swiftly ran past the quartet. Indeed, Teacher Su remains remarkably indifferent, gazing at the profound footprints on the ground. Dai Mubai and his companions closed their astonished mouths and resumed their sprint, for Ning Rongrong had already dashed ahead. After running so many laps, their speed had evidently diminished significantly. Before long, Xiao surpassed the 3 of them. In her pursuit of Su Ming, she paid no heed to the 3 burly men, merely exchanging a glance with Ning Rongrong. Then there was Tang San. Noticing Oscar's discomfort, he halted. Compared to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's usual demeanor, his relationship with Oscar was somewhat more amicable. The teacher's arrangement was undoubtedly not solely for physical training. It likely aimed to foster teamwork as well. He had already observed the differing amounts of stones in their baskets. Tang San addressed Oscar. "Xiao Ao, the weight you carry exceeds your physical capacity. Please relinquish half to me. Otherwise, you will struggle to cover such a distance." Oscar's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he felt a sense of gratitude, responding, "Xiao San, I believe it's best if I keep it. This is a command from the master." In light of this, Tang San felt compelled to articulate his suspicions. Upon hearing about teamwork, the 3 suddenly gained clarity. Dai Mubai, taking the initiative, lifted the burden from Oscar's basket. "Xiao Ao, allow me to bear your weight. With my stamina, I can manage an additional 20 pounds. Dalauda, come on, stop dawdling. I don't wish to be held back by you." Witnessing Dai Mubai's willingness to assist, Tang San smiled. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, Tang San sprinted ahead. Zhu Qing cast a stoic glance at the 3 and ran past them. Ma Hongjun, feeling a sense of imbalance, remarked, "Dalauda, why isn't Zhu Qing carrying any weight?" Dai Mubai sighed. "Take a look at the path beneath your feet. What is so peculiar about the path?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar lowered their heads. Their pupils widened in shock as a surge of thoughts raced through their minds. The path bore 4 distinct footprints leading into the distance. The deepest measured 3 centimeters, while 2 others were nearly 1 centimeter deep. The shallowest print, though less pronounced, was still quite evident. Undoubtedly, the faintest imprint belonged to Zhu Qing. "Zhu Qing, it seems your gains are indeed substantial," Dai Mubai remarked with a wry smile. "Given the depth of those footprints, do you truly believe she is unburdened?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt a tremendous weight of pressure. They could comprehend Tang San and Xiao Wu's burdens, yet even Zhu Qing bore more than they did. Could it be that the physical training was yielding such remarkable improvements? Dai Mubai clapped both of them on the shoulders, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not overthink it." While Tang San and Xiao Wu appear unfazed, Zhu Qing's expression clearly shows her struggle. She is evidently overwhelmed by the weight. If I'm not mistaken, she may only manage 8 or 9 more laps before she can no longer continue. 8 or 9 laps. Ma Hongjun and Oscar's mouths twitched in shock. They exchanged glances and hastily took off after her. As men, we cannot be outdone by a girl. Watching Oscar and the others race away, Dai Mubai's smile vanished instantaneously. His expression turned grave as he focused intently on the ground, a sense of urgency welling up within him. His earlier lightheartedness had been a facade for the sake of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. As a strength-based soul master, he clearly understood that Zhu Qing had made considerable strides. Ultimately, one must not only consider the starting point, but also who can traverse further. adjusting the weight of the basket exceeding 100 pounds. Daimubai's gaze hardened with determination as he charged forward. The Shrek 7, no, the original 7+ teacher Su Ming, a total of 8 individuals, ran freely across the wilderness of Soto City and Shrek Academy. The rising sun was not yet scorching, yet it cast an intensely fierce light upon them. Above, 2 figures observed the scene below, their faces breaking into smiles of satisfaction. By the heavens, this generation is truly producing prodigies. In a decade's time, we may no longer stand a chance against them. Initially, it seemed that Mubai was already extraordinary, but unexpectedly, Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared even more monstrous. If one were unaware, they might assume the two were power-type soul masters. Zhao Wujie, with a rigid countenance, muttered curses, showing a somewhat unforgiving demeanor. Yet, beneath the surface, a warm smile flickered in his eyes, revealing his true sentiments. Xiao Xian refrained from contradicting him. The weights carried by Xiao Wu and Tang San might have been unclear at first, but they were evidently capable of enduring them now. Having run back and forth 5 times, they still seemed able to press on, to bear such heavy burdens while running back and forth. Their petite frames contained an astonishing strength. As for Su Ming, he was beyond human comprehension. They need not concern themselves with him. The armor adorning Su Ming felt increasingly burdensome, yet his speed remained astonishingly swift, surpassing that of Tang San and Xiao Wu by a factor of 2. At this moment, he was on the verge of catching up to Daimubai and the others, who had already completed 5 laps. With a thunderous crash, as Su Ming surged past, creating a tempestuous gust, Ning Rongrong could no longer bear the strain, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed to the ground. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly as the train came to an abrupt halt, akin to a sudden break. He gazed at Ning Rongrong, who lay on the ground, her damp, long hair obscuring her face. Su Ming turned back, defiantly questioning whether she was truly dead or not. You wish I were dead? Even if I were, I would drag you to hell with me. Ning Rongrong's cold gaze flickered. Had she not been so exhausted, she would have gladly struck Su Ming for the disgust his face inspired within her. Noticing that Ning Rongrong's eyes still held some movement, Su Ming crouched down. What was this fellow up to? You impertinent fool, I don't need your help. Let go of me. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt herself being lifted. It was indeed Su Ming. Leaning against his shoulder, Ning Rongrong felt no joy. Instead, she was consumed by irritation. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she managed to utter, "You had better release me, or else." Before she could finish, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness struck her, causing her to gasp in horror as she instinctively tightened her grip on Su Ming's arm. Miraculously, she did not fall to the ground but was instead caught again. You scoundrel! Ning Rongrong glared at Su Ming, her anger boiling over. It was evident he was doing this on purpose. Glancing at her hand, Su Ming remarked, You claim to want to be let go, yet your body betrays you. Would he release her or not? In a flash, Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand as if it had been scalded. What a vexing person you are, she thought. You'd best avoid Heavendo City, or I will make you suffer dearly. With a cold glance at him, Su Ming cautioned, If you wish to avoid being covered in dung, you should refrain from glaring at me. Dung. Ning Rongrong's face stiffened as she instinctively glanced at the roadside, where indeed, there seemed to be an abundance. A chill of dread coursed through her. If you were to know, better to let me die. Despairing, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes and ceased her struggles. She had no strength left. He could do as he pleased. Yet, one day, she vowed, she would avenge this grievance. Xiao Wu, someone is imitating me. Seeing Zhu Shiqing returning, Su Ming entrusted Ning Rongrong to her. Take her back to the dormitory. I must continue my training. Zhu Shiqing embraced Ning Rongrong. Watching Su Ming depart, her lips moving slightly. Thank you. Is thank you the only phrase you know? Su Ming paused momentarily, gesturing with his hand in silence. You need not thank me. Direct your gratitude towards Xiao Wu. Zhu Shiqing hesitated, as if grappling with her words. What I meant to say is, that day in the woods. Su Ming's gaze unexpectedly flickered over, realizing he had been discovered. Indeed, it was him. Zhu Shiqing's heart trembled slightly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, her long eyelashes fluttering in the breeze. The words thank you felt too trivial. Perhaps he should focus on enhancing his strength instead, as that would be of some benefit to me. With that, Su Ming turned and departed, preparing for a 1v17 match in the evenings, where he could further practice his god-slaying techniques. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Zhu Shiqing huffed internally. Managing to say thank you was already a considerable feat for her. Just as Xiao Wu had advised, one should refrain from paying too much attention to what this guy says. After escorting Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory, Zhu Shiqing resumed her run. Su Ming had once stated, Keep pushing until you collapse, and clearly, she was the only one who took it to heart. Tang Sen understood that once energy merged with the body, it required soul power to solidify. Thus, he returned to the academy square, drenched in sweat, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Xiao Wu, knowing her brother well, remarked that he was notoriously harsh with his words. Absorbing everything he said could indeed be detrimental. After all, he would return home only when he could no longer stand. On the way, Xiao Wu helped the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing back to her feet. Zhuqing, why are you so stubbornly listening to my brother? I told you on the first day not to take his words too seriously. Just listen to about 80 of what he says. When I was training, he used to treat me like this, making me endure countless hardships. Carrying Zhu Zhuqing on her back, Xiao Wu, dripping with sweat, grumbled about her brother Su Ming, as if finally finding a receptacle for her complaints. Alas, Zhuqing is just too sincere and lacks adaptability. It's true that girls with ample bosoms often lack intellect, unlike myself. With a pained expression, Zhu Zhuqing, utterly fatigued, finally murmured, "Is he really so unreasonable in his training methods?" Her voice, weak and breathy, seemed almost like a whisper. Unreasonable? Xiao quickly shook her head. No, he's not unreasonable. He's simply overly serious. He fears that we might slack off, so he anticipates our movements. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. Indeed, I am still too young. She laughed helplessly, feeling like crying without tears. Shortly after, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the square, where several figures lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained. Zhao Wujie descended with a thunderous thud, his gaze filled with disdain. You little rascals, you are truly disappointing. Exhausted after such a short run? From now on, none of you should dare to bend before me. You aren't even worthy of my glance. Little rascals? Xiao Wu's face turned purple. You better not venture into the Stardow Forest, or I will show you just how formidable these little rascals can be. Infuriated by such humiliation, Dai Mubai and the others felt their tempers flare. Yet, at that moment, they could barely stand, only able to clench their fists in protest. Just then, Tang Sen slowly rose to his feet. An indomitable spirit shone in his eyes as he coldly declared, Teacher Xiao, I wish to challenge you to a match. I know I cannot defeat you, but if I can last for a single incense stick's worth of time, will you retract your words? Tang San. Daring to challenge Teacher Yao? Dai Mubai and the others lifted their heads in astonishment, staring at the figure that had risen. Zhao Wujie was equally taken aback. Damn it. Another challenge? When did Soul Masters start relishing challenges against Soul Saints? However, considering Tang San's current state, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but chuckle, raising his head arrogantly. Tang San, given your present physical condition, you think you can last for an incense stick's worth of time against me? Huh. Even if you were at your peak. Do you truly believe you could manage it? Youthful exuberance can breed confidence, but it should not lead to overweening arrogance. I detest those who speak empty words the most. Zhao Wujie's stern reprimand was directed not solely at Tang San, but at all present. This lesson was one he had learned in his youth, and as a teacher, he did not wish for Tang San and the others to follow in his footsteps. In response, Tang San uttered no further words. He took out an Oscar sausage and began to chew, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Wujie. Since you perceive this as arrogance, allow me to demonstrate whether I am indeed prideful. Feeling his stamina and soul power replenished, Tang San ruthlessly tore off his clothing. He had long contemplated this battle. The opportunity to spar with a soul saint was one he had eagerly awaited. It was the perfect chance to test his enhanced strength. Losing would matter little. The crisp sound of metal clashing filled the air as he removed all his burdens, his main body and limbs, without exception. One by one, he shed his weights, the sound crashing like thunder in the ears of Dai Mubai and the others. Weights? How is this possible? He still had weights on him. Dai Mubai and the others gazed at Tang San in horror, their scalps tingling. That hefty collection of metals was already substantial. Who would have imagined that Tang San had even more weight to bear? Was he fighting while wearing such heavy burdens? Dai Mubai swallowed hard, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. This is monstrous. Is he even human? Zhao Wujie's expression twitched, nearly cursing under his breath. Judging by the sound of the weights hitting the ground, it must have weighed around 200 pounds. Daily training with a weight of 200 pounds? My heavens! Compared to them, was I truly a waste in my youth? Xiao rushed over, casting a deep glance at the weights before shifting his gaze to Tang San. Overwhelmed by chills, he found Tang San particularly unfamiliar at this moment. Is this truly the disciple I nurtured? Doubts lingered in his mind, and Xiao found himself unable to escape the thought, ultimately releasing a long, incredulous sigh. Morongchi pinched his brow, feeling exasperated. The villages within the extreme northern lands had long since vanished. Even at the fringes, it was rare to encounter any settlements. Was this deliberate choice of such a remote location an attempt to vex me? The anger simmering within Morongchi was palpable. Had he not dispatched someone to investigate on the very first day, he may have truly been deceived by that insufferable brat. With a wry smile, Morongchi waved his hand dismissively. All right, you need not concern yourself with this matter. The Soul Arena has been rather tumultuous lately. We must remain vigilant. Yes, Master Chi. The cloaked figure replied, cautiously lifting his gaze. Should we not expose him and allow him to continue participating in the soul battles? The tea was indeed quite pleasant. Morongchi inhaled deeply, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Since he desires to engage in the soul battles, let him continue. Opening our doors to business means that whether participants or spectators, we shall profit in any event. With a respectful bow, the man understood and retreated. The soul-killing sect. Extreme North Region, Snow Village. Observing the registration information, Morongchi felt no ire. He stretched lazily and noticed a flyer had somehow appeared in his hand. Casting a glance at it, a playful smile emerged on his face. The Soul Arena was indeed livelier than usual. Before nightfall, the sky still reflected the remnants of twilight. The nobility of Soto City had mobilized, arriving early at the main Soul Arena, their expressions unusually grave, as if anticipating an impending storm. Today was destined to be extraordinary, and they might witness history in the making. Have you heard? Today someone is challenging 1v7, a single individual against an entire team. Huh. As if I needed to tell you. The flyers have been circulating like wildfire. I even spent 10 days worth of wages just to see for myself. Hoping it won't be a disappointment. I've heard that person has already achieved 15 consecutive victories in 1v2 battles. If only I possess such skill. That's a 1v7 challenge. The team likely has at least 2 or 3 soul masters. I doubt he stands a chance. I believe he might win. After all, he hasn't even revealed his martial soul yet, indicating that he still has hidden cards. The Soul Arena resembled a porcupine, with long queues forming at every entrance. Inside, the venue was festooned with colorful decorations, shimmering in gold and brilliance. The staff had doubled, attending to guests with utmost care. For this day was unequivocally unique in the history of the Soul Arena. Since its establishment, no one had ever proposed a 1v7 challenge. This unprecedented move was a first. Due to Su Ming's special request, the Soul Arena had also relaxed its rules. It was rather inappropriate for Su Ming to continuously eliminate his teammates. Thus he was granted special permission to participate in 1v2 and 1v7 battles. As for the points, those from the 2v2 battles would still be credited to Xiao. While for team battles, Su Ming could specify any 6 individuals he desired. Indeed, even if they did not participate in the matches. As long as Su Ming regarded them as his teammates, they too could earn victory points. After all, if Su Ming could triumph in a 1v7, bringing 6 pigs along for a 7v7 would yield an inevitable outcome, rendering the accumulation of points a trivial matter. As the primary beneficiary, Xiao was currently enjoying life to the fullest, reaping gold coins daily. With fame from achieving 15 consecutive victories in 2v2, he secured the Copper Soul badge, leaving others to wonder who could rival him. Consequently, he no longer donned a mask when visiting the arena, fearing that he would not be recognized on the streets. At the main arena, a burly man wielding a whip like a serpent, his expression menacing, seemed ready to devour anyone in his path. Damn it! Why do you all look so glum? Cheer up. Smile, do you understand? If anyone dares to falter today, I'll make sure they bear 10 or 8 children to compensate for the losses to our Shiman family. We have finally encountered such a fortuitous event. May the smoke rise from our ancestors' graves for as long as possible. Hear that, master? The maidservants trembled slightly, their delicate voices tinged with fear, not daring to resist. Clad in uniform short skirts, they held colorful ribbons, resembling cheerleaders. Father, is this truly necessary? Xiao, the son of Shiman Hao, found the display excessive, having brought the entire household staff along. Upon hearing his words, Xiao's third and immediately protested. With her graceful and refined demeanor, she grasped Xiao's hand and earnestly said, Dear Xiao, this is a momentous occasion for our family. Look at how pleased your father is. It doesn't even matter how grand the occasion is, as long as our family is not looked down upon, we can spare no expense. The second aunt, slender and graceful, added, Yes, dear Xiao, the world of soul masters values connections. The more we emphasize this, the more they will regard you highly. You've already earned the Copper Soul Badge. With just a few more victories, you could secure the Silver Soul Badge. If your friend continues to win, you might even attain the Gold Soul Badge, something rare in all of Soto City. Upon hearing this, Shimin Hao's smile grew broader, his mouth nearly agape. Indeed, indeed, I find comfort in the words of the second and third aunts. As long as our Shimin family is esteemed in public, we shall not be scorned in private. Regardless of how the Gold Soul Badge is acquired, possessing it brings us pride. If anyone covets your achievements, simply retort, asking if they possess a single Gold Soul Badge. Do they? They have nothing. Shimin Jiu nodded, somewhat confused, a smile breaking across his face as he quipped. They certainly don't have a single hair, eliciting cheers of approval from Shimin Hao. The two aunts giggled, accustomed to Shimin Hao's exuberance. Shimin Hao waved his hand, and the women promptly retreated. He clasped Shimin Jio's hand earnestly, whispering, "Son, seize this opportunity. Our Shimin family has never possessed a Gold Soul Badge, not even a silver one. I am placing all my hopes on you. If you secure the Gold Soul Badge, I can rewrite our family's genealogy before the elders, placing you on the second page. What do you think? Why second? I want first. You ungrateful wretch. You dare defy me." Shimin Hao gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to strike. He merely gave Shimin Jio a light pat. "I'll be first. What of it, you little rascal? Do you have any objections?" No, I have no objections." Shimin Jio shook his head repeatedly, his legs trembling under the pressure. "Now this is more like it," Shimin Hao remarked with satisfaction, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, radiating joy. He patted Shimin Jio on the shoulder before continuing to arrange the rehearsal. Witnessing his father's earnest dedication left Shimin Jio scratching his head, pondering whether his father would exhibit such enthusiasm for his own wedding. At the city gates of Soto, a group of 8, brimming with youthful vigor, emerged slowly through the archway that spanned several meters. Strangely, despite knowing they were there to participate in the soul-fighting event, Yu Xiao, Jang, and Flinder did not follow to offer any guidance. Su Ming, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had already made the spirit battles a routine affair. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had recently joined them, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong were notably absent. With a glint in his eye, Oscar earnestly suggested, besides 1v1 spirit battles, we also have 2v2. With our 8 members, we can conveniently form 4 teams. What do you all think? As he spoke, his gaze fixated on a certain individual, Fatty. Received. Dai Mubai and Fatty exchanged knowing smiles, each clasping Oscar's shoulders and lifting him into the air. No, I've made a mistake," Oscar quickly pleaded for mercy, only for Dai Mubai and Fatty to set him down once more. Aware of Oscar's laziness, Dai Mubai crossed his arms and reproached, "Little Oscar, as a man, is it honorable to win battles while lying down? Who will assist you when you truly encounter a formidable foe?" Ma Hongjun also placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, affirming, "Dai Mubai is right. You should abandon this notion. Teacher Su will not participate in the spirit battles. I believe that among the 7 of us, if you focus on 1v1, you could carve out a space for the support-type spirit masters." "Go away." Oscar irritably swatted Ma Hongjun's hand away. "I'm not foolish. What use is a support-type spirit master in a duel?" However, he was quite surprised by Su Ming's decision not to join the spirit battles. Curiously, he gazed at the composed Su Ming and inquired, "Teacher Su, why do you choose not to participate in the spirit battles? With your strength, joining the spirit ancestor group would be an effortless endeavor. Who could possibly challenge you?" Upon hearing this, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the remaining 5 exchanged glances filled with skepticism and intrigue. Su Ming's expression remained impassive. Participating in the Soul Master group to engage in trivial battles was simply too mundane for him, hence he abstained from the Soul Master level duels. 5 people. Is this even a coherent statement? Xiao Wu and Tang San rubbed their temples, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards the night sky. "Indeed, you have not lied. You didn't join the Soul Master group, but you did participate in the Soul Sect group. Moreover, you've achieved a record of 15 consecutive victories in both 1v1 and 1v2 matches. Tonight, you are set to compete in a 1v17 battle." Xiao Wu had known from the outset about the challenge. As for Tang San, he recognized the spirit immunity mask, coupled with his understanding of Su Ming. He was exceedingly certain there was no one else in the entire Soto City capable of winning over 10 consecutive matches in a 1v2 scenario. "Huh, do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've changed your guise?" As they entered Soto City, Su Ming waved farewell and proceeded in another direction. What could he possibly be doing without Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to Xiao Wu, inquiring, "What is your brother up to?" "What else?" Xiao Wu's expression was one of disdain, her hands on her hips as she retorted, "What could he be doing? Recently, he met a beautiful woman in the city. I heard she has an even better figure than yours, and my brother is utterly captivated." Zhu Juqing fell silent, her cheeks flushed, and she refrained from further questioning. Ma Hongjun and the others exchanged knowing smiles that spoke of unspoken camaraderie. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Su Ming was such a person, he should have persisted during the previous welcoming feast, for the experience of one dragon and two phoenixes was surely something Su Laoshi had never tasted. Only Tang Sen sighed, shaking his head in a bittersweet smile, thinking that Xiao Wu truly had no fear of her brother's wrath to speak so recklessly. The seven continued toward the battle arena. Along the way, they formed their respective small teams. Xiao Wu teamed up with Zhu Juqing, while Tang Sen paired with Oscar. Their intentions were clear. If Su Ming could handle two opponents, they certainly could not fall behind. A soul master combined with a great soul master, facing two soul masters, would provide them with ample challenge. With only 3 individuals remaining, if Dai Mubai teamed with Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong would be left alone and unable to participate. Everyone had witnessed Ning Rongrong's transformation. Although she had previously been arrogant, she had spent the last half-month earning their respect through her efforts. No longer dependent on the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had grown into an independent soul master. Considering future prospects and the possibility of inheriting the power of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Dai Mubai ultimately chose to team up with Ning Rongrong, leaving Ma Hongjun to fend for himself. Ma Hongjun offered no objections. After all, Ning Rongrong would never agree to team with him, and he was certainly not as capable as Su Ming in handling her. Upon arriving at the battle arena, Oscar was immediately dazzled by the resplendent lights. Gazing at the bustling crowd, he was bewildered, wondering how it had transformed in just half a month. Ning Rongrong, being a newcomer, was equally clueless. While Oscar seemed utterly lost, Dai Mubai stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with admiration as he explained, "You see, recently a formidable contender has appeared at the battle arena, achieving an undefeated record in 1v1 and maintaining a flawless streak in 1v2 matches. Today, he is challenging the 1v7 format, which is why I summoned all of you." Ma Hongjun's face twitched, uncertain whether it was excitement or fear. This individual was truly terrifying, daring to take on a 1v7 challenge. Goodness, if he wins that, he would indeed be invincible among soul masters. I doubt even a soul king could contend with him. 1v7? Oscar and Ning Rongrong felt a chill run down their spines. Impossible. How could someone so terrifying exist in the continent? Chapter 107. For surrounding, 3 main attackers. Boom. The sound of a roaring tempest echoed outside the battle arena. 1 against 7. 1 against 7. The chants coalesced into a single force, halting Tang San and the others in their tracks. They focused their attention on the entrance of the arena, where a figure cloaked in black was approaching, surrounded by an aura of reverence. The crowd was frenzied yet maintained a respectful distance, creating a 4-meter radius that was exclusively his domain. Dressed in black, he blended seamlessly into the night. His dark eyes absorbed the sunlight, and his white mask stood in stark contrast to the night, exuding an air of unparalleled charisma. With each step he took, there was an ineffable sense of both gravity and ease. To slay one in 10 steps is confidence. To leave without a trace over 1,000 miles is nonchalance. Both attributes merged almost flawlessly into one. So handsome. If I were a girl, I would adore such a man. Oscar sighed dreamily, his heart aflutter. It was no wonder he was surrounded by so many beautiful women. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a charming figure? All right, Oscar. He hasn't even shown his face. He could very well be a hideous monster. Yet, there was no denying his prowess. He single-handedly subdued 2 soul masters, rendering them defenseless, almost like a monster. Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, he felt a sudden chill wash over him. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him. Am I mistaken? Noticing that his companion showed no signs of alarm, Dai Mubai could only smile wryly, dismissing the feeling. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao was silently taking note of this conversation. The debt for Zhu Qing has yet to be settled. It's not forgotten. The opportunity has not yet arrived. A mischievous glint flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as she steered Zhu Juqing toward the interior of the battle arena, with the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, Su Ming had been arranged by Murong Qi to rest in a private room. Today, the main event at the battle arena consisted solely of this one match, scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, Murong Qi feigned admiration, stating, "Young friend, you are truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Achieving such strength at such a young age is indeed enviable." One can only presume your parents are renowned soul masters as well. Su Ming responded with a faint aha, and fell silent. Hee, I have a friend from the far north as well. This afternoon, we reminisced together. Perhaps I could introduce you to him another day. The same succinctness prevailed. Su Ming continued to carve the wooden sculpture, the shavings falling like a stain upon the luxurious carpet. Morong-chi remained speechless. I have laid out my words clearly, yet you still choose to feign ignorance, do you? Enough of that. Morong-chi redirected the conversation, reminding him. Among those who have come to watch the competition are the Cardinal of the Wuhuan Temple and the Lord of Soto City representing the royal family. If you emerge victorious, it will undoubtedly yield immense benefits for your future. With a swift motion, a document landed before Su Ming. This contains the list and information of your opponents drawn in the lottery. You may peruse it and prepare accordingly. As soon as the words were spoken, energy surged in Su Ming's palm, pressing down upon the list, causing a flurry of paper scraps to rise and then settle. You can withdraw your gaze. Su Ming continued to maneuver his small knife. I desire a spontaneous 1v7. It's best you not trouble yourself with such matters. In this first match, I shall prevail. The simplicity of those 3 words held more weight than any elaborate explanation, prompting Morong-chi to swallow the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Well, perhaps you should consider that my granddaughter possesses a certain beauty. Morong-chi raised his eyebrows, yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on Su Ming. Women will only hinder the speed of my cultivation. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, as if intrigued. If your granddaughter possesses a unique constitution, breathtakingly beautiful and capable of cultivating both yin and yang to enhance her prowess, then I might consider it. Morong-chi's expression darkened instantly. What do you take my granddaughter for? Were it not for the impressive benefits you have brought to the battle soul arena, I would have no hesitation in sending you crashing into the wall right now. With a flick of his sleeve, Morong-chi's face turned as cold as frost, radiating a menacing aura as he departed from the scene. Su Ming smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed as he continued to carve the wooden sculpture. Morong-chi and the Spirit Hall had long sought to win him over. He found it preferable to align himself with the Spirit Hall. As for Xiao's enmity with the Spirit Hall, it was of little consequence, for she was already receiving subsidies from them, leaving no room for alternative sentiments regarding her actions. Of course, this is true only in relative terms. Su Ming had no intention of aligning himself with any faction. Otherwise, there would always be matters that could not be clearly explained. There is no fear of thieves stealing, but rather of thieves harboring intentions. One must never underestimate the darkness in human hearts. Swish! A series of palm-length wooden swords took shape under Su Ming's skilled craftsmanship, quietly resting upon the table. The number of wooden swords increased, and time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is an honor to spend this evening with you. I believe tonight will leave an indelible mark in your memories. For never before has a soul master challenged a spirit arena with a 1v7 duel on this entire continent. The difficulty of this endeavor is evident, even without my elaboration. Perhaps tonight, we shall witness history in the making. Now, let us welcome the challenger, the Kuan-do team. The host, brimming with excitement, stood on the duel platform, proclaiming the opening words of the contest. Following the direction indicated by the host, a group of 7 stepped into the spotlight. 5 men and 2 women. With a man of approximately 25 years at the forefront, exuding a dignified presence and commanding stature, clad in flowing white garments. His figure stood straight as if measured by a ruler, resembling a long sword piercing the heavens. On either side of him stood 2 brawny men, strikingly similar in appearance. With square faces and muscular arms that bulged like gourds, their grayish iron skin resembling that of molten steel. To the far left was a slender couple, unremarkable in their appearance. To the right, following the 2 towering figures, was a youthful woman who appeared to be under 20, dressed in a green gown. She resembled a blooming lotus, her large eyes darting around the audience, exuding a playful yet serene confidence, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the duel, as if she had come merely for amusement. However, the most striking figure for the audience was the last man, whose shockingly white hair stood out prominently. The host briefly introduced the names, mentioning the leader, Feng Jian, while the others were quickly forgotten. As for their martial souls and cultivation levels, the host teased the audience with a smile, withholding further details. Standing on the platform, Feng Jian cast a cold glance at the other 6, sternly advising, "For today's duel, I have but one piece of advice. Temper your pride. Do not assume that our 7 against 1 presents a significant advantage. You are all aware of that fellow's strength, Even against two soul ancestors, he has yet to unleash his martial soul, indicating his power is at least that of a high-ranking soul king. Among us, only I, Baiyu, and Ting Ting are soul ancestors. If it comes to blows, we may not hold a clear advantage. Ting Ting, you will assist me and Gu Long and Gu Hu directly. Let us attempt to subdue him swiftly, lest we find ourselves entangled longer than necessary. Understood. The youngest among them, the girl in green, spoke in a melodious voice, akin to a lark singing. The others nodded in agreement. Even with a 7-to-1 advantage, they felt no sense of complacency. After all, with a record of 215 consecutive victories, Su Ming had silenced all doubts with his prowess. Even a 1v3 battle would pose little challenge for him. It was no wonder he viewed a 1v7 duel as his next goal. As they finalized their strategies, the lights shifted away from them, focusing instead on the exit of the Soul Master's passage. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, clad in black, with a pale visage reflecting a myriad of colors. In a flash, the moment Su Ming stepped forward, he seemed to materialize on the duel platform as if by some supernatural means. His right foot firmly planted on the arena before he fully descended, causing a stir among the audience. The couple's expressions changed instantaneously, their previous eagerness evaporating. This individual, not among the golden generation, was indeed a loss for the martial soul hall. In the VIP box, a distinguished elder in red slightly raised the corners of his mouth. His interest piqued. So soon, Tang San and Xiao Wu, seated in the viewing area, felt a surge of anxiety. This was the first time they witnessed Su Ming unleash such terrifying speed. Without any visible motion, his figure seemed to teleport. Even in his battle against Zhao Wujie, he had not revealed such capabilities. What else could this individual possibly conceal? Tang San sighed deeply, grappling with his inner turmoil. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wore expressions of disbelief, questioning their very perceptions. They had only witnessed a 1v2 duel before, where the latter, not a speed-type soul master, had displayed a velocity that eclipsed that of a speed type. The one most affected, perhaps, was Zhu Xing, a speed-type soul master herself, noting that Su Ming's speed had become comparable to her first soul skill. Yet, this was merely him taking a single step forward. As Su Ming approached, the duel was officially underway. Feng Jianshui stepped forward a couple of paces to show respect. I am Feng Jianshui, captain of the Kuendo team. Wielding the Wind Sword, a level 46 powerful attack-type soul ancestor. Are you a disciple of the Wind Sword sect? Indeed. Very well. Su Ming responded affirmatively. Acknowledging the commencement of the duel, Feng Jianshui exchanged glances with his team. In an instant, 7 beams of light shot skyward. A crystal-clear ice-blue sword materialized in Feng Jianshui's hand, exquisitely crafted. White energy coursed along the sword's blade, accompanied by the sound of rushing winds. The sword remained still, yet the winds howled ominously, heralding something extraordinary. Gu Long and Gu Hu's bodies erupted with black-brown fur, their chests and arms swelling as they hunched forward, arms dangling to their knees. Their martial soul appeared to be that of a long-armed gorilla, capable of both attack and defense. The couple on the far side sprouted white and black wings from their backs, embodying avian martial souls, both speed-focused. Positioned at the center, the petite girl was surrounded by a dazzling aura, a colorful dandelion sprouting behind her. Its lush, slender stem stretched nearly 2 meters, adorned with vibrant blooms, shielding the girl beneath like an umbrella. The lone figure who remained motionless was the white-haired man at the rear, likely a control-type soul master. This lineup was nearly a flawless synergy. Suddenly, a silver light streaked across the sky, converging at the tip of the blade. Su Ming clutched the broken kill blade, his gaze sharp and predatory. Victory in this battle would earn him a millennium-old soul bone. This, however, marked his inaugural experience of facing 7 opponents simultaneously. He harbored no intentions of a one-on-one duel as Feng Jianshui allied with the Ancient Dragon and Ancient Tiger brothers, advancing towards Su Ming in a diagonal formation. With a swift motion, Feng Jianshui stepped upon the wind sword, soaring through the air. Logically, he should have been the fastest, yet at that moment, it was the Ancient Dragon, empowered by the long-armed gorilla spirit, who surged ahead, while Feng Jianshui positioned himself in the middle. A piercing bird call resonated through the air as a white-beaked hummingbird and a black golden eagle ascended simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures emerged, their vibrant soul rings illuminating the scene like a grand net ensnaring Su Ming. This spectacle ignited fervor among the onlookers, who were taken aback by such an exhilarating opening. Third soul skill, Meteor Strike. A shadow loomed from above as the Ancient Dragon leapt into the sky, its arms suddenly swelling to an enormous size. transforming its once ordinary fists into colossal weapons. Simultaneously, golden dandelion fluff surged into its body, and its fists glowed with a golden copper hue, resembling immense gilded hammers descending towards Su Ming's crown. Caught off guard by the initial onslaught of 5 attackers, Su Ming prepared to react, only to feel as though his feet were sinking into a quagmire. Unbeknownst to him, icy blue vines had ensnared his feet. At the rear, the white-clad man's third soul ring pulsated with frantic energy, revealing the potent capabilities of a control-type soul master and the formidable nature of a millennium soul skill. Su Ming furrowed his brows. Although he could shatter the icy vines, the assault of the ancient dragon, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, was already upon him, leaving no room for evasion. Since evasion was not an option, he would confront it head-on. Su Ming's gaze radiated intensity, his body suddenly leaning back like a longbow poised to unleash its arrow. In a moment of concentrated power, he unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! Sensing Su Ming's intention, Gulong showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he approached with eager anticipation. Renowned for his brute strength, the long-armed gorilla's third soul skill solely amplified his might, enhancing his arm's power by 120. Coupled with Ting Ting's additional 20 boost, his fist now wielded a staggering total of 140. Undoubtedly, the force of this punch was capable of reaching an astonishing 7,000 pounds. Such terrifying power could instill trepidation even in the hearts of first-rate beast martial soul masters. This was his most formidable strike, sacrificing speed and defense to achieve its utmost strength. Gulong could hardly fathom that Su Ming might withstand it. Yet, the outcome was beyond his belief. Boom. The power behind the opponent's fist was overwhelmingly fierce, akin to the roar of a ferocious bear, even pushing him back 3 meters, leaving his arms momentarily numb. Coughing due to the pain constricting his chest, Su Ming couldn't help but cough. Swiftly, he rolled forward, his long knife sweeping horizontally as he executed the technique, looking back at the moon, severing the vine beneath him with a powerful slash. Both derived from Millennium Soul Beasts, one being a Soul Ring skill and the other a weapon enhancement from a Millennium Soul Beast. Although the breaking slash knife had not undergone Soul Ring enhancement, logically it should have struggled to sever the icy vine. However, the act of cutting encompasses not only the weapon but also the force applied. In circumstances where the weapon remains intact, strength becomes the sole determining factor. And what Su Ming possessed in abundance was precisely that, power. Swish, swish, swish. Su Ming had just leaped from his original position when streams of feather blades sliced through the air in an instant. The glossy black feathers, sharp as razors, tore through the tempestuous winds, creating small craters upon the sturdy Duhan platform. This was the second soul skill unleashed by the man wielding the ebony golden-feathered eagle martial spirit from the sky. As Su Ming alighted, an acute sense of crisis surged within him. His mental energy radiated outward, and through the mental imagery, he swiftly discerned the surrounding circumstances. Before him stood the brothers Feng Jianxue, Gulong, and Guhu, positioned in an equilateral triangle. Almost simultaneously, the brothers activated their second soul skill. With a powerful strike of their fists against the ground, an overwhelming and terrifying energy erupted, generating shockwaves that surged outward. Strangely, their focus was not directed at Su Ming, but rather at the space flanking his body. In tandem, the Soul Master with the hummingbird visage and the Soul Master with the black golden eagle motif unleashed their third soul skills in the air. The elongated beak of the hummingbird gathered pure white energy, erupting into a searing and intimidating energy wave. Meanwhile, the black golden eagle Soul Master interwove his hands, his black wings stirring a chilling breeze, as distinct feathers became adorned with a golden hue. It was as if a sudden autumn wind had swept through, causing countless golden leaves to fall. The feathers floated in the space behind Su Ming, connecting to form an unbreakable prison of golden feathers. Upon closer inspection, the cage appeared to pulsate with restless energy, reminiscent of landmines that would unleash devastation upon the slightest disturbance. This was the third soul skill of the man's golden eagle martial soul, the feather transformation array, typically employed to confine foes. This technique could unleash terrifying energy upon contact. Yet now, the man exhibited no hesitation, using it to seal off Su Ming's escape route. Indeed, he was blocking Su Ming's retreat. Before Su Ming, white feather blades descended, and through the swirling energy waves, 3 figures could be faintly discerned. 3 soul ancestors. In a straight line, each bore at least 2 soul rings. Their expressions were icy, the resolve to kill evident on each face. As if in perfect synchrony, the attacks of the 7 converged simultaneously. Such grandiosity, Su Ming's eyes shimmered with determination as the tattered blade in his hand glinted with a silvery light that rivaled frost and snow. Since you wish to confront me, then let us see what you can muster. To his astonishment, the opposing team, despite being outnumbered 7-1, was not inclined to engage in a protracted battle. Instead, they aimed to settle matters in a single decisive strike. The four soul lords unleashed their most formidable soul techniques to encircle him, while the three soul sect members prepared their ultimate assault. Indeed, having witnessed Su Ming's terrifying speed, Feng Jianxue promptly altered their strategy. In this 1v2 confrontation, Su Ming had already showcased his formidable defensive capabilities. It appeared that only the strongest Millennium Soul technique from a Soul Lord could inflict any real damage upon him. All their actions were intended to buy time for their three most powerful Soul Sect members to break free. They would need to withstand the mightiest attack from a Soul Lord. Hesitation would expose them to a critical opening, a chink in their armor. The third Soul technique, Primordial Unity Transforms All, was invoked. The fourth Soul technique, Autumn Rain Cascades, manifested. Suddenly, the dandelions behind Yidingting erupted in a spectacular explosion, finer than cow's hair. The soft fluff enveloped the entire arena, a breathtaking spectacle of colors. In an instant, the attacks from the four Soul Lords intensified, becoming ferocious at a visible pace. Yi Tingting, her face pale, gazed at Su Ming with a faint smile, as if to convey, "Do not blame me, dear brother. It's merely because you are too formidable." Simultaneously, two beams of light surged forth from the dandelion stems, merging into the bodies of Baiyu, wielding the ice vine martial spirit, and Feng Jianxue with the wind sword martial spirit. Good heavens, one person amplifying six others? Oscar stood dumbfounded. With such extensive amplification, this girl would be a coveted asset wherever she went. Yet, he realized he too needed to consume his own sausages, for her soul technique offered an instantaneous enhancement that was incomparable. Despite the apparent multitude of amplifications, the effect of her fourth soul technique was rather modest, providing only a 10% boost to each individual, and it wouldn't last long. The crux lay in her third soul technique, which, if his deductions were accurate, was the one that enhanced attack power. As Tang San and his companions observed, it was indeed Ning Rongrong who spoke up. As the most potent support-type martial spirit, none understood amplification better than she. Upon hearing her words, Tang San and the others nodded in agreement, for the situation on the battlefield had already confirmed this notion. The amplification had yet to commence. Yet Feng Jianxue and Baiyu had already begun their soul techniques, seemingly intent on timing their actions perfectly, unwilling to waste a single moment. In an instant, countless ice vines surged forth, ensnaring Su Ming's limbs like the tentacles of an octopus. Now, Feng Jianxue clasped his hands at his chest as the wind sword martial spirit whirled incessantly, transforming from the size of an arm to that of a man. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the massive wind sword that shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at the ethereal barrier of feathers. Behind the wind sword trailed a cluster of equally massive ice spikes, slicing through the air with a chilling elegance. The ice spikes, resembling entwined dragons, revealed their sleek forms, evoking an image of impenetrable frost hanging ominously overhead, sending shivers down one's spine. In the depths of winter, none could remain unperturbed by such a sudden and fearsome apparition. Baiyu, surprisingly, was not merely a control-type soul master. His fourth soul technique was offensive. Faced with the amplified fourth soul techniques from two soul sect members, even a soul king would likely retreat in disarray. A direct hit would undoubtedly lead to severe injury. Suddenly, something seemed to pierce through the air, embedding itself within the golden feather formation behind Su Ming. The ensuing explosions merged into a cacophony that threatened to overturn the entire arena. As the energy dissipated, cloaking visibility, Su Ming's right hand twisted back. The once silver blade transformed into an inky black, intertwined with golden tendrils that spun around him like a dragon. The vines that had bound his hands were severed. Returning to him, with a swift motion, the bright silver blade shot forth, cleaving through the billowing golden dust. The silver moon, akin to a grim reaper's scythe, descended upon Feng Jianxue and his companions. The clash of the silver moon against the wind sword and ice spikes produced a deafening roar that resonated throughout the arena. Ice shards flew in every direction while the winds howled ominously. The terrifying energy collision caused the entire arena to tremble, enough to make even a soul king tremble in fear. Two soul emperors hastily conjured defensive barriers to shield against the explosive energy. As they felt the overwhelming force of the eruption, both were secretly alarmed, realizing that this was no mere skirmish among soul sects. It bore the weight of a battle fit for soul kings. In that moment, all present stood in awe. One individual had managed to withstand 2 fourth soul techniques. And moreover, those fortified by a support-type soul master. I told you, SH will undoubtedly prevail. With 3 soul sects unleashing their 4th techniques. What could they possibly employ to overcome him? My heavens, is it truly impossible to defeat him? Oh no, I should have bet on SH winning from the start. What a farce. Their 4th soul techniques yielded nothing. Damn it, Kuindo battle team, you owe me money. In the VIP box, Cardinal Lopez sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fervor. Yet, in the next moment, his excitement faltered, his brows furrowing in resignation. Alas, defeat was inevitable. Meanwhile, below the stands, Shimenhyo and his son waved their ribbons in pride, unable to contain their exhilaration. We won. If this continues, we will truly emerge victorious. My heavens. 1 against 7. No way, I need to work harder when I get home. Heh, if I have a daughter, I will, before Shimenhyo could finish his whimsical thoughts. A spurt of blood erupted from the arena. Swift, swift, swift. Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly Xiao Wu, her face as cold as ice. Her fists clenched in fury. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The smiles frozen on Shimenhyo and his son's faces turned to horror. All their hair stood on end as they beheld an astonishing sight. Su Ming's black attire suddenly burst forth with blood, as though struck by a bullet, creating a gaping wound that dripped crimson onto the ground. A pool of blood formed beneath him, indicating that it was indeed his own. Has he sustained an injury? A rumble echoed through the clear sky, as if a thunderclap had erupted. Some were filled with trepidation, while others rejoiced. Was the legend of SH's invincibility finally shattered? Damn it, is a 7-on-1 even fair? Cursing and tossing aside his ribbons, Shimenhyo was engulfed in frustration. He could not accept such an outcome. Indeed, a 7-on-1 was perhaps too much to bear. Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, his mind contemplating as he cast a curious glance at Tang San and the others. Did you see him utilize a soul technique just now? Ma Hajun and the others shook their heads mechanically. SH's recent attack had not been a soul technique. Had it been a martial spirit soul technique, SH might not have lost at all. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they remained lost in the aftermath of Su Ming's setback, utterly oblivious to Dai Mubai's query. We won. Have we truly triumphed? As Su Ming clutched his chest, a look of agony etched across his face, the couple of soul sovereigns descended from the heavens, standing beside the 2 brothers, Ancient Dragon and Ancient Tiger. The 4 exchanged glances, their previously tense expressions softening, revealing a flicker of triumphant joy in their eyes. The captain, Ancient Dragon, gazed excitedly at Feng Jinxue, seemingly eager to share in the elation of victory. What had transpired? What was wrong with the captain and the others? The 4 felt a sudden jolt of alarm as they sensed something amiss. With a swift motion, a figure with black wings approached Feng Jinxue. The captain noticed the dazed look in Feng Jinxue's eyes, the spark of spirit extinguished, and his heart sank. He gently patted Feng Jinxue's shoulder. The light touch, once so gentle, felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. Feng Jinxue spewed forth blood, his body uncontrollably toppling backward. Captain, the man hurriedly supported Feng Jinxue. But that single strike seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Blood gushed forth again, twice, as the last of the trio, Baiyu, appeared before Yidingting. They all collapsed, unconscious, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. 3 soul lords fell in an instant. The scene sent shockwaves through the audience, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Lopez and Murong Chi's expressions shifted dramatically. Boom. The glass of the VIP box shattered instantly, as they could no longer suppress the overwhelming energy emanating from their bodies. What on earth had transpired? Why had those 3 soul lords fallen? Lopez and Murong Chi stood at the edge of the VIP area, their expressions filled with terror as they fixated on Su Ming. Even as soul saints, they could not fathom what had just occurred. How could a soul lord unleash a technique beyond their comprehension? As this thought crossed their minds, sweat began to beat on their palms, fear lingering in their hearts. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted into chaos. What had happened? Why had those 3 suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed? Goodness, the twists and turns were overwhelming. My heart could hardly bear it. Truly, the act of slaying was worth it. Trading such minor injury for the fall of 3 soul lords was remarkable. Though I am utterly confused, could someone explain? Ha ha ha, fortunately, I did not discard my betting ticket. I can still revel in the aftermath today. Confusion reigned supreme. The inexplicable unfolded. Shock and disbelief permeated the atmosphere. Heartache and anguish were reflected in the faces of the crowd. The myriad of human emotions played out vividly. The ambience of the arena reached a fever pitch, with over 1,000 voices shouting fervently, the sheer force causing the very ground to tremble. The outcome had become painfully clear. The act of slaying still possessed the strength to fight on. Yet, the Kuindo team had suffered a complete rout. Only 4 Soul Lords remained, foolishly hoping to gain an advantage against the Slayer. Bang! Fingers pressed against the vital points on his chest. Su Ming lifted his gloomy countenance. After half a month in the battle arena, he had sustained injuries of unprecedented severity. Meanwhile, his adversaries comprised merely a trio of soul sections. If they had been 7. Even with the utilization of his martial soul, the likelihood of victory would have been exceedingly slim. Auxiliary soul sects bolstering offensive ones could contend with a Soul King. Not to mention the presence of 5 soul sects specializing in agility, control, and brute force. Indeed, Su Ming's physique, speed, and attacking prowess were commendable. Yet, facing 7 opponents alone, they could effortlessly employ their soul techniques to overwhelm him. If they ensnared him for just a few seconds, the combined assault of their soul techniques could envelop a 5-meter radius around him. Such indiscriminate bombardment would leave no opportunity for evasion. Do you still wish to continue fighting? A chilling scoff reverberated through the arena, sending a shiver down the spines of Gu Long and Gu Hu, whose eyes now reflected a hint of retreat. The same apprehension was evident in the couple as well. Su Ming's recent attack was indeed perplexing, evading the notice of the 4 individuals present. Even the team leader, Feng Jianxue, and others were unable to withstand it, suffering significant injuries. Continuing the battle would serve no purpose. Let us first assist the team leader and others in their recovery. As the melancholic voice echoed across the soul-fighting arena, the remaining 3 instantly lost their spirit to fight. Engage in combat. This individual's physique makes it exceedingly difficult for a soul master to inflict substantial damage upon him. Instead, it would be a disgrace, wasting precious time needed for their comrades' healing. With this thought in mind, they carried Feng Jianxue and the others down from the elevated platform. My heavens! The Kuindo battle team has conceded defeat. The host, disregarding all decorum, raised the microphone and shouted exuberantly. In that moment, he resembled not a host, but rather an enthusiastic fan. A roar erupted, akin to igniting a powder keg, plunging the entire soul-fighting arena into jubilation. Kill! 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 The sound reverberated like a tsunami, each voice hoarse from shouting. This night, they bore witness to a momentous historical event. In the future, when recalling Su Ming's illustrious life, none would be more astonished. Some matters were already evident, destined to shape the future. They had long been on the path of admiration. Chapter 108, The Pope, titled Douluo, victorious? Yet how exactly did the victory come to be? Countless individuals pondered this question. Whether it was the red-clad Cardinal Lopez from the Spirit Hall, or Murong Chi from the soul-fighting arena, or even Lu Ruofting, the city lord of Soto, none could comprehend the nature of the final explosion. However, they could ascertain one fact. Kill had indeed triumphed in a 1v7 battle. Ha ha ha, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Young friend Kill's achievements today foreshadow his future prominence as a formidable figure across the continent. I have prepared some fine wine at my residence. I wonder if the young friend would. Before Lu Ruofing could finish, Murong Chi's displeased voice interjected. I say, City Lord Lu, this matter is a grand event for our soul-fighting arena. It seems rather inappropriate for you to steal the spotlight in such a manner. Murong Chi's gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the VIP area, his presence exuding an undeniable aura. Lu Ruofing chuckled, opting not to provoke the Murong family. Opting instead for silence. After all, the Murong family possessed a soul Douluo, their strength not to be underestimated. Yet, as the red-clad Cardinal Lopez, he would not indulge Lu Ruofing. Without even glancing at the two, he descended from above, exuding an overwhelming presence as he approached Su Ming. Clad in vibrant red, he was strikingly conspicuous. With white brows and hair, he bore a striking resemblance to a youthful elder. His leisurely gait suggested that the soul-fighting arena was merely his backyard. Without any ostentation upon his arrival, Lopez instantly became the focal point for everyone present. All eyes in the arena gravitated toward him. Gazing at the young man before him, Lopez's eyes glimmered with intensity, as if witnessing the glory of the Spirit Hall rising anew. He spoke sincerely, stating that to single-handedly overpower 7 opponents was a feat he had never before encountered in his lifetime. Kill. I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join the Spirit Hall. A place like Soto City is not where you belong. Should you join the Spirit Hall, I shall immediately recommend you for training at the headquarters. With your talent, you will undoubtedly earn the favor of the title Douluo elders. and it is highly likely you will be accepted as a disciple. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment. What? To be valued by the Spirit Hall and invited for training at their headquarters? No, no, no. Did you not catch the Cardinal's implication? The Spirit Hall headquarters is stratified. Should he join, he would surely become a core disciple. Does this not mean that Kill would have the opportunity to meet the title Douluo and the legendary Pope? My heavens! With Kill's talent and prowess, envy would be an understatement. It would be absurd for the Spirit Hall not to extend their invitation to such an individual. All spectators and soul masters gazed at Su Ming with eyes brimming with envy. The Spirit Hall is the sacred land coveted by all soul masters. A meteoric rise. Boundless prospects await. Lopez's words were not uttered with caution, but rather with boldness, aimed at branding Kill with the Spirit Hall seal. No one dared to contest those affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Indeed, as Lopez spoke, both Morong Chi and Lu Ruofeng fell silent. The name of the Spirit Hall loomed like a mighty mountain. Moreover, it invoked the involvement of the title Douluo. The ramifications of this were far beyond their capacity to bear. Clenching his fists, Morong Chi felt an unwillingness brewing within. Had he been able to recruit Kill into the Morong family, the future, not to mention a title Douluo, at the very least, they could cultivate a soul Douluo. In such a scenario, the Morong family, boasting 3 soul Douluos, would gain a significant voice within the Soul Master community, ascending to the ranks of the lower 4 sections. Morong old man, does your Morong family even qualify? Perceiving Morong Chi's emotional turmoil, Lopez cast a dismissive glance, his expression rife with disdain. The last time it was the black-clad cardinal, and now it was the red-clad cardinal. Soon, one might expect the arrival of the platinum cardinal and title Douluo. Su Ming raised his head indifferently and said, I appreciate your good intentions, senior. But I merely wish to complete my challenges in the soul arena and see if I can achieve 100 consecutive victories. Without taking small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. At this moment, I am solely focused on accomplishing this task and have no intention of joining any faction. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that he could resist such a monumental temptation. After all, it was the holy land for soul masters. The Pope, the title Douluo. Could he truly remain so unmoved in his refusal? In the stands, Xiao slowly released her grip on the railing, exhaling a sigh of relief. An expression of displeasure flickered across the weathered face of Lopez, his furrowed brows knitting together. Sure, have you given this matter sufficient thought? This could be a pivotal moment in altering your destiny, and I urge you to reconsider. Su Ming shook his head without hesitation, declaring that without 100 consecutive victories, he had no inclination to contemplate such matters. As for what the future may hold, he believed there would inevitably be an outcome in due time. After all, he intended to remain in Soto City for the next 2 months, with no thoughts of distant travels. Upon hearing this, Lopez's grim expression softened slightly. It appeared that his refusal was not merely a rejection. He was singularly focused on achieving the challenge of 100 victories. Such a challenge is not easily attained. In youth, encountering obstacles can indeed be a blessing. Very well, I shall await your return for 2 months. Both martial souls and soul skills are of no use. It is the perfect opportunity to observe true strength. With this thought, Lopez retrieved a small box from his sleeve. This is a healing elixir, capable of aiding swift recovery from injuries. Should you wish to join the Spirit Hall, feel free to visit me at the main hall at any time. He handed the box to Su Ming and turned to leave. A genius possesses a certain pride that merits tolerance. However, should this tolerance stray from the values of the Spirit Hall, it becomes heretical. Within the Soul Master's pathway, a glimmer of coldness flashed through Lopez's gentle eyes. To not serve the Spirit Hall is to be deemed an enemy. I hope you are a wise individual. An elixir? Without opening the box, Su Ming casually tossed it into his spatial ring. Even with healing elixirs, he was reluctant to consume them indiscriminately. The Spirit Hall was a veritable mlang of individuals, each with inscrutable motives. In a swift motion akin to a startled swan, Su Ming darted toward the arena's exit. The battle for the day had concluded. Observing SH's sudden departure, Morong Chi exhibited no change in countenance. He had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Even if he dispatched someone to follow, they would inevitably be eluded. Morong Chi preferred not to incite any ire from the other party over this matter. As SH departed, a collective sense of unfulfillment washed over the crowd. This was a moment that called for celebration, yet the protagonist had vanished unexpectedly. Particularly, the female admirers cast glances filled with longing, wishing they could summon SH back. The Shiman father-son duo also found themselves at a loss, as they had intended to treat him to a meal. This night, A spectacular display of combat left no room for regret. And yet it was simultaneously the most lamentable of evenings. For the man who had made history left not a single word behind. The coldness of his arrival contrasted sharply with the freedom of his departure, as if a breeze had swept through, leaving only a lingering fragrance for all to savor in their own way. Let us proceed. It is our turn now. Suppressing the astonishment within, Tang San turned to face the others. Daimu Bai and the others wore expressions of brilliance, sparkling like jewels, entranced by the recent battle. How astonishing! To triumph 1 against 7. Facing such formidable soul masters evoked an overwhelming sense of despair. The group felt invigorated, their spirits soaring, eagerly anticipating their own matches in the soul arena. Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing's partnership led to swift victories, even in one-on-one encounters. Xiao dispatched her opponents with a single, devastating combination of skills. Without waiting for Tang San and the others, she had already pulled Zhu Zhuqing away, utilizing her agility to hasten their journey without pausing for even a moment in Soto City. You seem rather anxious. Following Xiao's rapid pace, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with curiosity, wondering what had transpired to make Xiao so agitated, to the extent of not waiting for Tang San and the others. I wish to return to my training, Xiao replied with a light-hearted smile, her speed unyielding, even increasing. However, the smile on her face quickly faded. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, clearly sensing that something weighed heavily on Xiao's mind. Noticing Xiao's pace was too swift and realizing she might fall behind, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to manifest her martial spirit, utilizing its enhancement to keep up. Before long, the two returned to Shrek Academy. Brother. Upon seeing the light in Su Ming's room, Xiao burst through the door with a loud crash. To everyone's astonishment, Su Ming was present at the academy. Zhu Zhuqing found this rather peculiar, yet she followed Xiao Wu as she impulsively entered the room. What brings you back here when you should be at the Soul Arena? As soon as they stepped inside, Su Ming's detached voice resonated in their ears. He was seated cross-legged on the bed, seemingly engrossed in his cultivation. With waves of soul power surrounding him, his eyes just now fluttering open, Xiao's gaze lingered on Su Ming's chest, and from the look in his eyes, she appeared to comprehend something, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Well, the soul battle has concluded, and Zhuqing has emerged victorious. I felt it was all right to return. Su Ming nodded, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror. Given Xiao's temperament, even if she had emerged victorious, she would not return so soon. It was highly likely she had come to check on his injuries. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this injury and had previously requested a few recovery candies from Xiao Xin. Preparing for such unforeseen circumstances, Su Ming earnestly advised, from this day forth, you and Zhuqing should refrain from venturing to Soto City. Focus on cultivating your soul power and mental strength. It would be ideal to enhance your mental prowess, as it will complement your 8 technique, rendering others utterly unprepared. As for Zhuqing, both physical training and soul power cultivation must not be neglected. With only level 28 soul power, you are still quite distant from the likes of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu instantly grasped the meaning behind Su Ming's initial words and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhuqing felt a ripple of emotions within, her heart blooming with joy. This marked the first time he had provided her with direct guidance. Zhuqing's enchanting eyes sparkled with determination as she solemnly nodded her head. There is no need for further gratitude. This is merely a reward. Su Ming's eyes reflected deep contemplation as he spoke again. I have completely unblocked your meridians. Your cultivation speed will experience a significant enhancement. You may consult Xiao on her methods of cultivating soul power, aiming to break through to level 30 within 2 months. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao had previously shared some insights on cultivating soul power with her. However, Su Ming had not uttered a word about it, and such precious information was not something Xiao would carelessly divulge. Zhu Zhuqing felt an insatiable itch of curiosity, just as she was about to express her gratitude. She realized this would be her 4th time doing so. Gratitude was beginning to feel somewhat trivial, and she swallowed her words. Yet, Xiao was not willing to let it go. Hey, this isn't fair. It's not fair. Brother, you're being biased. Why are you so kind to Zhuqing? I've been your sister for so long, and only now do you show me any favor. While you've only known Zhuqing for half a month and you're already giving her this. With a huff, Xiao clung tightly to Su Ming, wrapping her arms around him, her little mouth pouting in indignation. Her large, aggrieved eyes conveyed a clear message. If you do not make amends, I shall not budge. This scene left Zhu Zhuqing feeling exceedingly embarrassed. She wished to vanish and could only shyly gaze at her feet, pondering Su Ming's intentions. She and he shared no familial ties. There was truly no need for him to treat her with such kindness. especially when it was a cultivation method that Xiao Wu had painstakingly acquired. Did it mean something? A sudden realization seemed to dawn upon Zhu Juqing, and she cast a shy glance at Su Ming, her heart racing. Could it be that his earlier comment about her long legs was intentional? Was he trying to capture her attention? The crimson flush of her neck rapidly spread across her entire face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Zhu Juqing felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to comport herself, as she struggled to comprehend Su Ming's motives in aiding her so generously. Noticing Zhu Juqing's flushed cheeks, Su Ming remained emotionally detached and furrowed his brow, cautioning her, "Do not entertain foolish thoughts. I harbor no intentions in that regard. If you believe in love at first sight, it is better to trust in lust. The latter is far more plausible." A bucket of cold water poured over her, instantly bringing her back to reality. Gazing into Su Ming's calm and unruffled eyes, Zhu Juqing realized that she had indeed overthought the matter. However, the knowledge that her earlier thoughts had been discerned left her wishing for a place to hide. This was far too embarrassing. Yet, what was Su Ming truly after? Zhu Juqing found herself in a quandary. But Xiao seemed to sense something, stuttering, "Brother, you wouldn't really bang." Before Xiao could finish her sentence, a hand swiftly silenced her. Dismissed like refuse, she was pushed onto the bed, her face turning a deep shade of red from the humiliation. Lying there, she felt utterly defeated, unable to summon the strength to rise. The emotional toll of this encounter was far too great, and without any mental compensation, she was determined not to get up. "Hiki, this blanket is truly comfortable. My older brother knows how to indulge," she mused, a resentful aura beginning to permeate the entire room. Su Ming's eyes flickered with indifference, his demeanor unshaken. "At this age, you truly have no shame," he scoffed. Little Wu's expression stiffened as she rubbed her eyes and glanced at the ceiling. "The wind was so strong earlier that I couldn't hear a thing. I repeat, I couldn't hear anything at all." "All right," Su Ming replied with resignation. "Once your mental strength improves, I will teach you a faster cultivation method." "Really? You're cooking. And it's rabbit stew." Little Wu bit her lip in frustration and immediately sprang from the bed. "Zhu Juqing, let us go. Ignore this guy." Grasping Zhu Juqing's arm, Little Wu pulled her away. Watching the two depart through the window, Su Ming closed his eyes once more, focusing on the coexistence of his mental and soul powers. Zhu Juqing was indeed beautiful, but since his training began, few have been able to disturb his heart. Strength is the foundation of everything. A love devoid of power is akin to a moth drawn to a flame, self-destructive. He was not so easily swayed by mere appearances. Chapter 109. A sudden shift in events. Cultivating sword techniques? Slaughter. The lone warrior triumphs over a team of 7. The news spread like wildfire across the arena, fueled by intentional hype and manipulation. It was astonishing, almost dreamlike. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left in a state of shock, particularly the mid to high-ranked soul masters who understood the true strength of a 7-member team. To win in a 1v1 at the same rank is proof of prowess. Winning in a 1v2 is exceptional. Winning in a 1v3 signifies the ability to contend with a Soul King. But 1v7? That was more miraculous than a miracle itself. It even raised suspicions. Were the 7 suppressing their strength? Or was something amiss in the arena? Perhaps the 7 had been bribed to throw the match? All seemingly impossible scenarios elicited questions and a thirst for the truth. And thus, the truth was born. In the assembly hall of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Behind an ornate chair carved from sour wood, a large piece of emerald jade was set. A man in white sat gracefully atop it, his long hair cascading down like silk. Viewed from the front, his demeanor exuded a serene elegance. His face, like a polished jade, was gentle and refined. His immaculate white robe resembled drifting snow, untouched by dust. He was neither fat nor thin, with a soft glow that concealed any hint of danger. Yet before him knelt a soul emperor, showing utmost respect. "Is this news truly from Soto City?" Ning Fengji inquired, arching an eyebrow as he rhythmically tapped his fair fingers against the armrest, producing a delicate sound. Returning to the sect master, "My subordinate has verified the news. It is indeed accurate. There is no hidden agenda. That individual single-handedly defeated 3 members of the Soul Sect." Before Ning Fengji, the muscular man knelt respectfully, not daring to lift his gaze. Ning Fengji acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, his emotions concealed. The man understood and withdrew, not daring to cast a glance of disrespect at Ning Fengji as he departed. As the man left, Ning Fengji's eyes returned to the scroll in his hand. Slaughter? What a fitting name for such audacity. His deep, cold gaze sparkled with intrigue, and a slight smile graced his lips, as if he anticipated a thrilling encounter. "Fengji, allow me to accompany you." A sharp voice suddenly resonated within the hall. An elderly man with snow-white hair approached, clad in a pristine white robe, exuding a youthful vigor that belied his age. Were outsiders to behold him, they might eagerly seek the secrets of longevity. The old man regarded Ning Fengji with piercing eyes, his presence reminiscent of a sword poised to strike, radiating an air of supremacy. "Sword uncle," Ning Fengji called, rising swiftly. "Qingxin, this situation is grave. With such a significant event, Soto City is no longer safe. I cannot leave Rongrong there." Ning Fengji was at a loss for words, unable to refute. He had believed that with Flander and Zhao Wujie at Shrek Academy, Rongrong's safety was assured. Now, with such a prodigy emerging in Soto City, it was clear many factions would take notice. Ning Fengji shook his head with a bittersweet smile. He had intended for her to gain experience, yet here he was, a mere month later, needing to bring her back. Staying within the sect, who knows how long it will take for her to truly grow. "Sword uncle, when Rongrong returns, do not spoil her as you have in the past. That girl is almost too pampered. Are you implying we have failed her?" Sword uncle interjected. "Fengji, I assure you, both Old Bone Dragon and I are still here. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not on the brink of collapse. Rongrong is merely 12. There is no need to place such burdens on her. Besides, can you truly bear to send her off to face the world alone at such a tender age? As a father, who could truly bear such a burden?" Ning Fengji felt a wave of emotion, a trace of concern flickering in his calm gaze. "Alas, I fear time is not on our side. Lately, I've been plagued by dreams of colossal storms brewing, as if our sect is on the verge of a profound trial. It would be prudent for Rongrong to bolster her strength in preparation." Upon hearing this, Qingxin's expression grew serious. "Fengji, are you suggesting?" Ning Fengji smiled faintly, silencing Qingxin's words. The grand hall fell silent, an icy atmosphere seeping through the windows. Their robes fluttered without wind. On the ancient road, as autumn winds began to stir and the setting sun cast its golden rays, a luxurious carriage, escorted by several elderly men in red robes, ambled leisurely along. On the carriage's roof sat a man and a woman, seemingly absorbed in the beauty of the sunset. "Brother, do you think that person is truly as formidable as they say?" The woman's voice was sweet and melodious, like a lark's song. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, clad in a light yellow outfit that accentuated her near-perfect figure. Though her beauty was not striking, her fair complexion and captivating gaze had an electric allure that could ensnare any man's heart. The man, dressed in silver with hair like steel needles, responded in a gravelly tone. "Since the news came from the main hall, they would not dare mislead us regarding the Pope. The continent is vast, and there are always some reclusive old monsters. It is hardly surprising that someone with a modicum of strength could display their prowess in Soto City." While the man seemed to commend the situation, a deeper scrutiny revealed an underlying tension. The woman smirked with pride. "Soto City is merely a city of the kingdom. How formidable can a soul master truly be? With our combined strength and martial soul fusion technique, taking on 7 opponents would be a walk in the park. It seems our teacher has deemed it fit for us to undergo some trials." The man remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes of agreement. The two individuals in question were none other than Xiao and Hulaina, who had departed from the Soul Master City. The Spirit Hall possesses unique channels for information transmission. The Papal Hall receives updates from various local halls faster than any other faction. Naturally, the Spirit Hall could not remain indifferent to a genius capable of defeating 7 opponents single-handedly. Consequently, Pope Bibidong issued a directive for the two to venture to Soto City to investigate the situation, verifying the claims made by Lopez. Unbeknownst to them, whether due to incomplete information or excessive pride, they seemed to misinterpret Bibidong's intentions, believing it to be merely a training exercise. Indeed, the martial soul fusion technique of the duo was exceptionally formidable. Even as mere spirit ancestors, the strength they unleashed could easily overwhelm several other spirit ancestors. However, they appeared to overlook the fact that their adversary was but one individual, and a young one at that. He lacked the advantage of a martial soul fusion technique. Relying solely on his individual prowess, Pope Bibidong understood far better than they the implications of a 1v7 victory. Thus, she secretly dispatched a titled Douluo to accompany them. Yet, Xiao and Hulaina remained oblivious to this, thinking their journey was merely for training. Little did they know, Bibidong had sent them not just to test themselves, but to assess the blade that was their own strength, as well as to gauge the efficacy of their opponent. Should the trial prove successful, the Spirit Hall would emerge with 2 finely honed weapons. Should it falter, they would still gain a sharper blade. In either scenario, the Spirit Hall would incur no loss. At Shrek Academy, The skies were clear, and the atmosphere was perfect for a spring outing. Su Ming stood behind the wooden cabin, wielding his axe with fervor. While the vegetation ahead appeared as if touched by frost, all withering in despair, it was evident to the naked eye that as the foliage drooped, the forest naturally formed a path. Ever since Su Ming triumphed in a 1 versus 7 battle, the arena of combat had become rather uncomplicated. No soul sect dared to challenge him in one-on-one duels. Even in 2 versus 1 encounters, many combinations faltered before the fight commenced. Consequently, upon learning that they were matched against Su Ming, they resigned themselves to their fate and chose to forfeit. Given this predicament, and the fact that many spectators were eager to witness the spectacle of slaughter in the arena, the discontented murmurs of ticket holders, displeased at the notion of merely witnessing the opponent's surrender, reached the higher echelons of the combat arena. Thus, Morongqi was compelled to make further adjustments, scheduling all of Su Ming's battles for the weekend. In other words, for those unwilling to capitulate and eager to engage in combat with the Slayer. A collective meeting was set for Sunday evening. A wheel battle was permissible. Those who believed they could prevail were welcome to challenge, including 2 versus 1 matchups. However, following the infamous One Hammer 7 incident, such fools had become scarce, as the majority opted for surrender. Only those who came specifically to witness Su Ming's prowess would dare to step onto the stage. The downside was that, due to the change to a challenge system, Su Ming would earn a golden combat badge within a month. The advantage, however, was that the number of consecutive victories would increase over the month. With a stroke of good fortune, he could achieve multiple victories on Sunday evening, supplemented by the victories from forfeits between Monday and Saturday, ensuring at least a dozen consecutive wins within a week. A new month had commenced, and merely 23 days had elapsed. Su Ming has now achieved 62 victories in 1v1 duels and 52 victories in 1v2 encounters. The 1v7 format is impossible, thus he has only 7 victories in that category. And in every instance, Su Ming emerged victorious despite sustaining injuries. In fact, there was one occasion where he faced a team of 5 spirit masters and, after enduring severe injuries, managed to secure a hard-fought victory. Swish. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the god-slaying technique once. Proficiency 1. Swish. Ding. Congratulations to the host for practicing the god-slaying technique once. Proficiency 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful completion of the god-slaying technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sacred Spirit sword technique. At last, it is complete. Just as the joy of this achievement began to rise within him, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of perplexity. A sword technique? The Sacred Spirit sword technique? Su Ming was certainly aware of what the Sacred Spirit swordsmanship entailed. It was the ultimate technique of the renowned sword saint of the wind and clouds. Particularly, the 23rd sword move was infamous for its ability to freeze all within the sword chi barrier, rendering everything motionless and at its mercy. In his earlier days of watching wind and clouds, he had once deemed it a move of almost absurd power. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he was a practitioner of the blade. The paths of swordsmanship were innumerable, and a slight deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, while both sword and blade share similar techniques such as slashing and thrusting, the distinctions between them are profound. Mastering the blade does indeed allow one to wield a sword. Yet achieving supreme excellence in swordsmanship would remain an unattainable dream. Nonetheless, Su Ming was reluctant to forsake the Sacred Spirit swordsmanship. After all, mastering it would grant him a sword chi barrier akin to the domain of a soul master, reminiscent of the 2-instrument stillness domain. And it could be activated in an instant, impervious to interruption. Furthermore, the other techniques within the Sacred Spirit swordsmanship were equally formidable, boasting a remarkable offensive power. Su Ming glanced at his left hand, which was poised in a sword gesture. His right hand was difficult to practice with, often leading to chaotic strikes. Yet the left hand held potential. Dividing his focus, he believed that training both hands should pose no insurmountable challenge. Contemplating a solution, Su Ming's expression remained resolute and unwavering. Executing moves was straightforward, but his greatest concern lay in the potential confusion between his insights into the sword and blade techniques, a predicament that could prove challenging to resolve. Su Ming mockingly rubbed his head, feeling quite foolish. His mastery of the sword technique had yet to transcend into a genuine understanding of the sword path. The Golden Crow sword technique had already been thoroughly assimilated, rendering it somewhat ineffective now. The Hunyuan blade technique was merely a skill, lacking profound engagement with the sword path. Therefore, he could initially treat his martial soul and soul skills as fixed means, unlike Chen Xian, who pursued enlightenment solely through the ultimate power of gold. Regarding the martial soul merely as a pure skill effect, the sword path, however, could be gradually comprehended at present. Moreover, it was not necessarily the case that the sword path and the knife path could not coexist, akin to the soul core. Realizing this, Ming felt no significant aversion towards cultivating the sacred spirit sword technique. Immersed in the system space, he began to explore the training scenes of the first stance of the sacred spirit sword technique. In his mind, a snow-white figure was wielding a long sword. With a swift motion, the figure turned and struck, the ice phoenix looking back, frost and snow cascading down. In the clear sky, a brilliant sword light appeared, cleaving the earth and creating a fissure. How impressive! Ming's spirit was greatly shaken. The first stance of the sacred spirit sword technique could rival the attacking power of the flying moon. Fortunately, the first 18 stances were imbued with emotional swordsmanship. Otherwise, starting with an emotionless sword path would have left him incapable of delving into such a detached realm for cultivation. Without hesitation, Ming extended his left hand in a sword gesture, following the cultivation method of the sacred spirit sword technique, and swiftly executed a horizontal stroke. Whoosh! A flash of black light passed, and the trees before him were cleaved with a deep 10-centimeter notch. Indeed, this was the first stance. There was nothing extravagant about it. It was purely a strike powered by fierce sword energy, necessitating the synergy of internal cultivation methods. Yet, this technique paled in comparison to the power of the first stance of the sword gesture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the sacred spirit sword technique. Stance 1, Proficiency 1. Whoosh! Ming extended a finger once more, his soul force surging with greater intensity, following the position of the great tree from before. With a thunderous roar, the tree was severed, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the sacred spirit sword technique. Sword 1, Proficiency 1. Not deterred by the fact that Sword 1's current power paled in comparison to the first stance of the sword finger, Ming recognized that it was his own lack of practice that was to blame, and thus he resolutely re-entered the cycle of arduous training. However, the vegetation behind the house suffered greatly. What was already withering was mercilessly cut down. Old Xiao, it's time to deliver the goods. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ming shouted towards the sky, and a plump figure rushed over swiftly. Ming hurriedly clarified, "This is not the mental recovery candy. This time, it is the soul recovery candy." "Heavens, you have finally opened your eyes," Xiao Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, for this was merely his first soul skill. "I invoke the name of my beloved, empty void, marvelous candy." A cascade of candies tumbled forth, landing in the small basin before Ming. Xiao Xian boasted, "Here are a few hundred for you to start. If that's not enough, I shall send you thousands more shortly." With that, he straightened his posture and strode away with purpose. "Gentlemen, a mere 1,000 or 1,800 is of no consequence." Chapter 110. Ning Rongrong's submission. Whether in the art of swordplay or knife techniques, inner strength seeks the essence of power and purity. Within Ming's body, the soul force, having undergone compression and been infused with the essence of the utmost metal, renders him exceptional in both swordsmanship and knife techniques. Should the soul force possess additional attributes, such as water or wood, it would likely necessitate the establishment of a second soul force vortex to adeptly cultivate the fierce and incisive sacred spirit sword technique. This technique was jointly created by the sword saint, Douluo Continent, and his beloved, Miyamoto Yukai. A flawless existence begets a flawless sword technique. Douluo Continent, having consumed the 7 lives of forgetfulness, lived a life devoid of emotions, in pursuit of a perfect life. He ingested half-heart to regain his feelings and encountered his one true love, Miyamoto Yukai, in the eastern lands. Thus, the sacred spirit sword technique is, in essence, a collaborative creation of the two. From Sword 1 to Sword 18, although the techniques are extraordinarily swift and fierce, they remain imbued with emotion. However, as the effects of half-heart are fleeting, Douluo Continent ultimately reverted to his emotionless state, crafting Sword 19 to Sword 22 for techniques that are ruthless and devoid of sentiment, designed specifically to claim lives. Ming once delved into Sword 21, comprehending the supreme swordsmanship of formlessness, emotionlessness, namelessness, and selflessness. The path of selflessness enables one to unleash the 21 techniques of Sword 21 with astonishing speed simultaneously. Despite the sacred spirit sword technique's lackluster performance in television dramas, in the realm of comics, it undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of sword techniques. Even without the enhancement of Sword 23, it remains formidable. With a swift motion, a blade of sword energy erupted from Su Ming's fingertips, a black force laced with golden sparkles racing forth. With a thunderous crash, a boulder of 1 meter in diameter exploded, cleaved in twain as if it were mere tofu, sending debris soaring into the air. Is it truly so arduous to master merely Sword 2? Su Ming furrowed his brow and continued to delve into the profound principles of the Holy Spirit sword technique. After dedicating 3 relentless days to mastering the first sword form, he finally reached a level of great accomplishment. However, when it came to the second sword form, despite diligently applying the internal cultivation methods, the system remained silent, failing to acknowledge any progress and proficiency. Indeed, Su Ming had not yet perfected the first form before embarking on the second. The system had never imposed a stringent requirement to progress step by step. Rather, Su Ming had grown accustomed to achieving complete mastery before advancing. After all, in the early stages of cultivation, it was essential to remain grounded. Now, however, with a foundation established, he perceived that the first sword form was merely the fundamental technique, and it was entirely plausible to enhance its proficiency through subsequent forms. For instance, the second form unleashed 2 terrifying streams of sword energy in divergent directions with a single hand. The third form, the most cunning and intricate, employed 3 vigorous arcs of energy, attacking the enemy with varying speeds and trajectories. The progression from 1 to 2 and then from 2 to 3 illustrated a clear hierarchical relationship. Mastering the third form inherently implied a grasp of the first and second forms as well. The Holy Spirit sword technique emphasized the mastery of intent to command energy to wield the sword, and fingers to direct force. Yet, what constituted this intent? Was it an understanding of the sword path, a manifestation of mental strength, or perhaps an expression of thought? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming once more extended his left hand, adopting the sword finger stance. A brilliant black radiance coalesced at his fingertips, yet before he could unleash it, disappointment compelled him to withdraw the energy. It seemed that he was still unable to succeed. Su Ming could sense that the sword energy emanating from his fingers remained but a mere flicker. Further practice would yield only the techniques of the first sword, not those of the second. Whoosh! Su Ming raised an eyebrow, and with his left hand, he conjured a long sword made of black crystal. The sharp tip of the blade halted just 3 centimeters before the fair neck of the swan. Su Ming spoke coldly. Are you unaware that this is my training ground, and others are forbidden from eavesdropping? Traveling to the forest for training had become quite cumbersome, especially with the need for Xiao Xian's candy beans. Thus, Su Ming decided to install a door behind the wooden cabin, encircled by a layer of animal hides that could obstruct mental perception, ensuring no one could intrude. Even Tang San would have to first knock at the door. He had never employed his swordsmanship, reserving it as a means of unexpected advantage. Su Ming understood the importance of concealment. Just as the union of God Layer and Fei Yue had effortlessly vanquished 3 soul sect members, striking with surprise could lead to a swift victory. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at the sword's tip, her icy gaze betraying no trace of fear. I have a matter to discuss with you. Next time, I shall knock. Su Ming sheathed his sword and said, Speak quickly, do not waste my time. He had observed the changes in Ning Rongrong over the past month. However, their interaction had been minimal, and she had never exchanged a single word with him. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been sliced into 8 pieces by the swordmaster. Ning Rongrong pressed her pink lips together and replied, I know that Zhu Qing's rapid cultivation is due to you. I wish to understand the underlying principles. Additionally, what is this method for strengthening the body? Feel free to state your demands. I may not be able to fulfill them, but the 7 treasure glazed tile school can. She cast her gaze aside, seemingly reluctant to engage in any eye contact with Su Ming. In truth, she had not wished to come, but with Oscar already at level 30 and hunting soul beasts, she felt the pressure. Currently, she was the weakest with a spirit power of only level 26, while even Ma Hongjun had reached level 28. As an auxiliary spirit master, her progress had already been slow, and if this continued, she would undoubtedly remain the one with the lowest cultivation level. Zhu Qing, who had only been at level 27, was now approaching level 29. Overwhelmed by a significant psychological disparity, Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress her feelings and sought out the one person she least wanted to approach. She wondered if the technique of distraction control could be applied to cultivate Sword 2. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's unwilling demeanor, Su Ming pondered for a moment before retrieving the list of medicinal herbs from the prescription. Take a look at this. You're throwing away trash, she said. awkwardly receiving the parchment. Medicinal herbs? What does this guy want with them? She quickly assessed that there would be no issue procuring these items. The 7-treasure glazed tile school could certainly obtain them. Without hesitation, she agreed, as the conditions were too simple. I want 50 portions. Very well. His voice was clear and concise, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was indeed prosperous. Su Ming, unhesitant, stated that the distraction control technique of your 7 treasures glazed tile school must also be included. This is the final condition, correct? Upon seeing Su Ming nod, Ning Rongrong's anxious heart finally settled. Very well, I accept all the conditions, and I shall ensure that the medicinal materials are sent promptly. As if fearing Su Ming might have a change of heart, she immediately retrieved a piece of silk from her only storage jade pendant, and, in the same manner, tossed it between Su Ming's legs. This is the distraction control technique of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. How far you can cultivate it depends on your own abilities. Ning Rongrong's previously cold demeanor softened considerably. She had expected to be refused, but the outcome was far beyond her expectations, leading her to ponder how easily Su Ming had acquiesced. As for the items mentioned earlier, she regarded them with indifference. Su Ming meticulously perused the details, ensuring there were no discrepancies before securely placing the transaction into his spatial ring. If the sun does not rise tomorrow, it is preferable that I catch a glimpse of your silhouette. I shall not wait for anyone should the time pass. Ning Rongrong curled her lips, expressing, You need not remind me. I am well aware of that. Su Ming reminded her once more to prepare the necessary materials, noting that she had observed the entire process and should be well aware of what was required. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong found herself in a quandary. The Great Cauldron posed no issues, but she was acutely aware that she currently lacked any soul beast's essence blood. Even if she were to venture to Soto City to purchase it, essence blood is not the same as ordinary blood from soul beasts. Acquiring it would not be a simple task. Moreover, there was an unspoken truth. She could not afford the price of essence blood from soul beasts at this moment. With only a handful of gold coins to her name, she understood that the essence blood of a 1,000-year soul beast, primarily drawn from the heart, commanded a steep price. Well, I suppose I can lend you some for now. Su Ming waved his hand, signaling Ning Rongrong to leave. In the future, I shall repay you tenfold. Casting a lingering glance at Su Ming, Ning Rongrong uttered those words and departed briskly, devoid of any attachment. Unperturbed, Su Ming commenced his practice of the method of distraction control. In the girls' dormitory, Xiao and Zhu Juqing lay on a bed, having awakened without rising early. Yuqing, where do you think Rongrong has gone? She's not here this early. A teasing glimmer danced in Xiao's eyes as she spoke. Zhu Juqing smiled faintly. Well, she certainly isn't off for a morning jog. Otherwise, we would have noticed. I suspect she went to find your brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sneaking around. Afraid of being seen. Really? Xiao's mischievous fingers ventured towards Zhu Juqing's side, threatening. Juqing, confess honestly, do you have any thoughts about my brother? What thoughts could I possibly have? Zhu Juqing coldly pushed Xiao's hand away. It seems you are the one with ulterior motives. You act fierce in front of others, but turn into a docile girl around your brother. Don't you think there's something more to it? Zhu Juqing's eyes sparkled with amusement, revealing a stark contrast to her demeanor in public. Xiao, feeling a wave of insecurity wash over her, reluctantly released her grip, retorting, Nonsense. I merely see him as an elder brother. How could I have other thoughts? I suspect you are merely using training as an excuse to get closer to him. How outrageous. I regard you as a sister, yet you aspire to be my sister-in-law. Before Zhu Juqing could defend herself, Xiao began to tease her, causing laughter and playful banter to fill the dormitory, creating a delightful atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their merriment. Ning Rongrong entered, her expression somewhat unnatural. She then removed her outer clothing, preparing to change into her usual running attire. The two girls peered out from under the blankets, their eyes wide with intrigue at Ning Rongrong's demeanor, which radiated joy. They exchanged knowing glances, confirming their suspicions. Ahem, Rongrong, when do you plan to buy the big cauldron? Xiao Wu's voice shifted dramatically, becoming deep and steady, reminiscent of a male instructor. Today, Ning Rongrong instinctively replied. But as the word escaped her lips, a jolt of realization struck her. I've been had. Aha, you all knew. You were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Blushing, she hurriedly fled the dormitory, neglecting to fully dress. She couldn't bear to glance back at Xiao Wu and Zhu Juqing. Ahem, I have a big cauldron here, free of charge. A voice called from outside the wooden cabin. After a moment of silence, the door creaked open slightly. Ning Rongrong peeked in, her face as red as the evening sky. I forgot to bring my things. Upon witnessing this, Xiao felt a profound sense of solitude wash over her. Why must it be this way? Why compel me to act? My elder brother once held the same power over me, and now it seems I am trapped in a similar cycle. At Shrek Academy, in the conference room, the atmosphere was calm, yet charged with an unusual tension. All the faculty gathered, suggesting that significant matters were at hand. Flinder presided at the head of the table, his keen gaze scanning the room, exuding authority without ire. All right. I have called everyone here to discuss the future of our academy's teaching methods. How shall we proceed? How should we proceed? Why do you ask us? Lu Qibin leaned his head on his hand. Director, the teaching methods are your responsibility. We do not oversee these matters, do we? Xiaoxin chimed in. I am merely a kitchen staff member. This is not my domain. Zhao Wujie raised a hand. Well, I have my own thoughts on these matters. Enough. We don't need to hear from you. Flinder's expression darkened. We all know you are out of touch with teaching arrangements and merely wait to be assigned training duties. Zhao Wujie sheepishly retracted his hand. Xiao, with an indifferent demeanor, slowly stood and urged, Are we truly going to let a 12-year-old dictate our direction? This academy is a collective effort, and we all bear the responsibility to nurture Shrek into greatness. Yet now, the students are all following Su Ming's personal pace. Over time, will Daimubai and the others see us as irrelevant? Can you bear to watch your years of dedication usurped by a newcomer? With a resounding thud, Xiao's fist struck the table, his anger stripping away his usual calm demeanor, piercing the conscience of those present. The others, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. Lu Qibin, unfazed, responded with logic, Director, our academy is a breeding ground for extraordinary talent. If teacher Su Ming's methods yield better results, why not embrace them? We all recognize his capabilities. And having such an instructor is a privilege for Daimubai and the others. At this, the other teachers nodded in silence. Since Su Ming's arrival, the students' enthusiasm for training had surged. Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were evidently more diligent, often training with weights. Zhu Zhiqing had made significant progress, and Ning Rongrong had altered her attitude. Tang San and Xiao Wu, the former being Xiao's disciple, had shown remarkable growth, primarily due to Su Ming's training regimen. As for Xiao Wu, her rapid advancement was astonishing at 12 years old. She had already reached the 34th rank of Spirit Master and was reportedly focusing on honing her mental prowess, a path well suited for her. It could be said that Su Ming's presence had invigorated each student at Shrek Academy. If they continued to train at this pace, a qualitative leap in their strength was imminent within a year or two. The students were striving for greatness, and the teachers were elated rather than resentful about their hard work being overshadowed. If there were any grievances, they certainly would not have chosen Shrek Academy for retirement. Xiao's remarks had instead left them disheartened. Heart and soul, they were already halfway buried in the ground. They had enjoyed their share of glory. Teaching at the academy was merely a way to rekindle their youthful vigor in the presence of talented students, not a pursuit of personal vanity. Lu Qibin's words undoubtedly echoed their sentiments. Zhao Wujie, despite his usual stern demeanor towards students, secretly wished for them to achieve greatness in the world. When it came to their dedication, the emergence of outstanding students from Shrek Academy was their true reward. Did I come to Shrek Academy merely to chase after my own vanity? Zhao Wujie's gaze hardened as he declared, Flinder, our academy has always held that the capable shall teach. I see no issue with Su Ming's approach to cultivating students. If the master has objections, he may propose better alternatives. Laozi remains indifferent to the emotional turmoil at hand. Should anyone seek to elevate their own status upon the backs of students, I shall be the first to confront them. Zhao Wujie's piercing gaze bore into Flanders, though he did not glance at Xiao. It was evident to discerning eyes that Zhao's ire was directed at you. In an instant, Yu's complexion turned a shade of leaden gray, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Enough. Flanders, aflame with anger, rose to his feet, the oppressive aura of a soul sage casting a pall over the assembly. Although he yearned to support Xiao, the faces around him were rife with skepticism and indifference, clearly incensed by the earlier remarks. With a resigned sigh, he sought to mediate, stating, The academy must remain an institution free from external influences. Xiao was merely expressing concern for the academy's well-being. For sustained growth, we cannot rely solely on an individual. The hunting of soul beasts, training, daily operations, and developmental plans demand collective effort. None of these can rest solely on Su Ming's shoulders. Hence, we must formulate a detailed plan, which is the very purpose of this gathering. While his words rang true, the seasoned veterans present, having navigated the realm of soul masters for decades, were acutely aware of the underlying significance of this meeting. Xiao Xian stretched languidly, suddenly enlightened. Director, you ought to have mentioned it earlier. It appears we are organizing academy affairs. He then casually excused himself. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch Teacher Su for discussions. He is still in training. A faint smile played on his lips, seemingly mocking the situation. With his hands clasped behind his head, he sauntered away. Recognizing that he would need Su Ming's assistance to enhance his soul power, thus naturally aligning himself with Su Ming's faction. Flanders and Zhao exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Neither wished for Su Ming's presence at this meeting, but found themselves unable to retract their previous statements. I too shall check on Su Ming's status, Zhao Wujie declared, baring his teeth as he forcefully kicked aside a chair, striding out with the grace of a dragon. He was no fool. It was apparent that this meeting was aimed at Su Ming. Zhao Wujie harbored a profound disdain for covert, backhanded tactics. If one possesses the ability, let it be demonstrated openly. That is the mark of a true hero. Though I serve as vice director, I shan't engage in power struggles. Let merit speak for itself. What is there to quarrel about? If you Xiao, possessed the teaching prowess of Su Ming, I would gladly heed your counsel. Theoretical discourse? The academy requires practicality, not a platform for you to experiment with your theories. As it stands, the institution can function adequately with or without you. Zhao's fierce gaze pierced through the door at Xiao before he slammed it shut with a resounding crash, the echoes reverberating as if to convey his discontent. Lu Qibin rose gracefully, his right hand resting on his abdomen, departing with an air of finesse. Flanders, observing the scene, felt a storm brewing within, his countenance darkening. Xiao, when did your temperament become so impatient? My intention in founding Shrek Academy was merely to secure my later years, not to seek grand rewards. Your recent comments have indeed left a bitter taste. The Academy must prioritize collective interests. We, as educators, should support decisions that benefit our students, Flanders continued. Xiao's face hardened. Flanders, if the Academy no longer requires my presence, I can depart at any moment. I would never hinder you. Hold on, Flanders interjected. Indignation flaring. What do you mean by that? We have shared a brotherhood for so many years. What's mine is yours. What do you take me for? As he gazed at Xiao, Flanders felt a sense of estrangement. The man before him was no longer the same Xiao he once knew. Xiao met his gaze with a coldness that spoke volumes, withdrawing his hand. I joined Shrek Academy because Tang-san is here. I firmly believe that only my theories can cultivate true talent and ensure the steady progression of the Soul Master community. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. It seems I have come to the wrong place. With that, he exited. Flanders felt a pang of anguish. After a moment of stunned silence, he couldn't suppress a bitter smile. The smile was steeped in the weariness of experience and regret, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Xiao, you are not the person you once were. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Flanders' gaze sharpened with newfound resolve. Unbeknownst to him that his ensuing actions would haunt him for a lifetime. Soon, a piece of news erupted within Shrek Academy. In the director's office, Zhao Wujie and Xiao Xian hurried in. Moments later, the air crackled with intense debate, their voices rising like a tempest, audible even within the student dormitories. Ultimately, the meeting dissolved in discord. Listening from afar, Xiao Wu felt a mix of anger and frustration. She could hardly believe Flanders had so easily reneged on his previous stance, exhibiting an utter lack of shame. She hastened to Su Ming's training quarters. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for further words, for he had already heard enough. He rose slowly, his expression betraying little anger, yet his gaze was imbued with a piercing chill. If this place cannot accommodate us, we shall seek another refuge. Together, we are a blazing fire. Apart, we are a myriad of stars. The stars may appear diminutive, yet only they comprehend the vast energy they harbor within. It is merely a matter of finding a new realm to shine and thrive, is it not? Alas! Xiao Wu seethed with fury, exclaiming, how can you remain so composed and unperturbed? If we must leave, let it be on our own terms. Being driven away by others is utterly unacceptable. Su Ming chuckled lightly. Do you truly think I am not angry at this moment? Xiao Wu instinctively turned her gaze towards Su Ming. His expression was composed, and aside from a hint of chill in his eyes, he appeared much the same as usual. Is this really what you consider anger? Must one wield a blade and confront Flanders to genuinely express one's fury? Su Ming rubbed his fingers, feeling a surge of anger. At this moment, it was undeniable. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, piercing with a chilling intensity. The thrill of destruction can be a form of enjoyment when one cannot possess what they desire. Chapter 112. Digging a Grave for Shrek Academy. In Flinder's office. Just after Zhao Wujie and Xiao Xian departed, a crowd gathered once more. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing all wore unusually grim expressions. Dean, why did you dismiss Teacher Su? Tang San questioned with an icy stare. The others turned their eyes towards Flinder, seeking an explanation. Since Su Ming arrived at Shrek Academy, he has encountered no issues. On the contrary, with his motivation and assistance, the fervor for cultivation among everyone has significantly increased. Oscar, who was once lethargic, has now diligently trained and reached the 30th level, joining Li Yusong in hunting soul beasts. It is astonishing that such a teacher has been dismissed by Shrek Academy. Has the Academy lost its senses? For the first time, Flandre found himself surrounded by students, his expression one of extreme displeasure. He took a deep breath and solemnly reminded them that this was the Academy's decision, hoping they could understand. Su Ming was deemed unsuitable for the Academy's teaching arrangements. And after discussions, the Academy decided to terminate his employment. In the future, the Academy would adjust its teaching according to circumstances. The Academy's decision? Unsuitable? Is it truly the Academy's decision, or rather yours, Dean? It seemed that Teacher Zhao and the others did not concur, as it was unreasonable for the Academy to act in such a manner. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the wall, her cold voice cutting through the tension. Yet no eyes were cast in her direction. Her words struck a vulnerable chord in Flandre, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Dai Mubai quickly interjected, Dean, you are well aware of Teacher Su's abilities. To dismiss him over such a flimsy pretext is utterly unacceptable. At the very least, you should provide everyone with the true reason. The crowd nodded in agreement. Without a reasonable explanation, they were not going to leave. Unbeknownst to them, they regarded Su Ming not merely as a teacher, but also as a formidable rival, a goal to strive towards. In terms of both talent and diligence, Su Ming was exceptional, having aided them immensely. The abrupt dismissal by the Academy felt akin to betrayal. What are you doing? What on earth is happening? Flandre erupted, rising abruptly, his face contorted in anger. You are all students of Shrek Academy. You must understand the importance of obeying the Academy's arrangements. The Academy's mission is to cultivate extraordinary talents. As long as you believe in the Academy, it will surely succeed. As for other matters, they are not for you to concern yourselves with. Dean Tang San attempted to speak, but a flustered Flandre swiftly interrupted him. The Academy's decision is final. Without Su Ming, Shrek Academy will still achieve greatness. What you need to do is trust in the Academy's judgment. Now leave. With a thunderous surge of soul power, the office shook. Tang San and Dai Mubai turned pale, glancing at Flandre's fierce expression, and they had no choice but to storm out. What madness is the Academy engaging in? I cannot fathom why Teacher Su has been dismissed, Dai Mubai exclaimed, punching a stone wall in frustration, causing it to crack under the force. They've all gone mad. Tang San furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, offering a graceful smile. Understanding the Academy's reasoning is quite simple. Once you realize that with Teacher Su gone, we must consider who will guide us in our training, the truth becomes evident. A sudden clarity struck the group. Indeed, Su Ming's departure would benefit someone. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Tang San, only to find him hastily departing. Tang San rushed to Xiao Zhang's residence. His fists clenched tightly. Teacher, is it truly you? A chill gripped his heart as he pushed open the door, steeling himself as he entered. Moments later, the sounds of a heated argument emerged. Xiao San, you are my disciple, and now you're starting to turn against me? Teacher, that's not what I meant. I merely wish to understand what is happening. Do not question further. The Academy's decision is unalterable. Either Su Ming leaves, or I do. The choice is yours. Do you remember what you promised when you became my disciple? Once a teacher, always a father. Xiao San, as my disciple, I will impart my knowledge fully, confident that you will become a titled Douluo as long as you follow my teachings. As for other matters, you are still young. Do not burden yourself with them. Rest assured, I will never harm you. With a heavy heart, Tang San exited, sitting alone on the steps outside, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant and lost. Ma Hongjun approached but was restrained by Dai Mubai, who shook his head. With a sigh, Ma Hongjun empathized with Tang San's turmoil. Flandre was his teacher, while Yu Xiaojang was Tang San's, and the two had been longtime friends. The situation had grown painfully clear. Teacher, how could you be so foolish? Ma Hongjun lamented. staring at Flandre's office, his heart aching. Over the decades, Shrek Academy had produced few graduates, yet each had been exceptional among their peers. The existence of Su Ming undoubtedly serves as a formidable support. In the name of past camaraderie, you have shockingly chosen to cast him aside for the sake of Xiao Jang. Is this truly the behavior befitting a dean? It seems more akin to the reckless folly of a hot-headed brute. Even a fool like me comprehends this principle. How could you act so foolishly today? The plaza, once shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere, began to disperse. It felt as though the air was thick with gunpowder, choking at the heart, rendering one voiceless. In that moment, a light laugh broke the tension. Ah, everyone is here. There stood Su Ming, a smile gracing his face, accompanied by Xiao Wu as they approached slowly. There was no trace of anger, no hint of heartache. Instead, he radiated a gentleness that was even more inviting than before. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Dai Mu Bai and the others wore expressions of discomfort, words teetering on the edge of their lips, yet they swallowed them back down. They lowered their heads. Unable to meet Su Ming's gaze, even Tang San found himself lifting and then dropping his eyes. With a clang, the window to Flandre's office slammed shut. Xiao Jang cast a fleeting glance from the window, his expression cold and indifferent, before retreating back inside. In that moment, Su Ming seemed to transform into a pariah, a reviled figure that everyone shunned. Even a mere glance, a single word, was met with reluctance. The most incomprehensible of all remains the nature of the human heart. Su Ming inwardly sneered, his voice resonating with a powerful essence that reverberated throughout Shrek Academy. An institution that trifles with the futures of its students is destined to meet its own demise. And I shall excavate a grand grave for Shrek Academy. Shrek, merely a shadow of its former self. Chapter 113, Shrek Academy, on the brink of collapse. A tempest howled past, as if it were bellowing at the darkened clouds above. Inside the office, Flandre's expression was ashen, rendered speechless. In this moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to confront Su Ming, or rather, how to face the man draped in the worn cloak before him. The water in the cup appeared to be frozen in time. Outside, chaos reigned. Su Ming cast his gaze over the crowd and proclaimed, I intend to establish a new academy. The path ahead is clear, and those willing may join me. For those who choose not to, I hold no ill will. When Shrek fades into obscurity, I hope you do not blame me for my lack of nostalgia. With a cold remark, Su Ming turned and walked away, his pace noticeably slower. To exact revenge on a person does not solely lie in their demise, rather. It is in trampling upon all their hopes. The human heart is inscrutable and equally fragile, unable to withstand the onslaught. Upon hearing these words, not only Dai Mu Bai but also several hidden teachers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Ming would express such sentiments. Yet, upon reflection, they found his actions entirely justifiable. Creating a new academy is far superior to living under the shadow of another. If one does not find a place for oneself, another will surely emerge. Such humiliation, given Su Ming's character, could not be tolerated. In the future, when they meet again, would they be adversaries or enemies? At that moment, everyone, including Tang San, comprehended the gravity of their situation, sighing in resignation. Yet who among them could muster such monumental resolve? Dai Mu Bai shook his head, for he was not yet deeply acquainted with Su Ming. Ma Hongjun wore a troubled expression. He was a disciple of Flandre, as was Tang San. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, he could not betray Xiao Jang. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, as if a thunderclap had resounded in the hearts of the onlookers. Indeed, she would choose to depart. Dai Mu Bai and the others gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, the first to take this step, filled with admiration and a hint of envy. Swiftly, Xiao Wu embraced Zhu Zhuqing's waist, beaming with delight. Zhuqing, our sisterly bond is not in vain. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. What is there to linger over in this dilapidated academy? Following my brother, we can still learn so much. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly, her gaze meeting Su Ming's. And he reciprocated with a knowing nod. There was no need for many words. As Su Ming had stated, those willing to leave together would surely be rewarded with a splendid future. Meanwhile, a voice of derision rang out. An academy that nurtures monsters? Humph. As if Shrek Academy is anything remarkable. Short-sighted and obstinate, such an institution is bound to meet a dismal fate. I refuse to be dragged down with you. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, her eyes wide with determination. I do not wish to follow you. Rather, you owe me a debt that remains unsettled. You cannot take advantage of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Before Su Ming could respond, Ning Rongrong approached Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. You are all leaving? I cannot leave the academy in their hands. None of them are virtuous, and as a support-type soul master, I do not wish to be exploited. Indeed, I am not departing because of Su Ming. I am compelled to leave, so do not misunderstand. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stifled their laughter. They worked in tandem, one grasping Ning Rongrong's hand while the other tickled her. The sound of their silver laughter resonated throughout the square, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. At that moment, Xiao Xian emerged, shouldering a large burden. He glared at Su Ming, cursing, "I truly believed your nonsense. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have agreed to your proposal. I was quite content at Shrek Academy, ready to settle down, and now I must venture into chaos. It is hardly worth it." Boom. Xiao Xian's decision struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving even Flander unsettled. He braced against Tang Hao's pressure, flinging open the window and exclaimed furiously, "Old Xiao, what are you doing? We had an agreement for you to remain at the academy. Now, you are going back on your word." Flander's composure shattered, his expression contorted in rage. "Xiao Xian, I have no choice. This lad tricked me, and now I have no option but to depart." He added sincerely, "Rest assured, when I turn 80, I will fulfill our agreement." Flander nearly choked on his own blood at this proclamation. Yet, what left him even more stupefied was Zhao Wujie emerging with his belongings. "Flander, do not blame me. An academy is an academy. You have allowed personal feelings to cloud your judgment. You are no longer the person you once were. Whoever wishes to offer students a brighter future, I shall follow. It is as simple as that. Besides, I do not wish to be unceremoniously cast aside one day." Zhao Wujie chuckled self-deprecatingly. Having spent so long at Shrek Academy, he had no desire to leave. He had provided Flander with ample opportunities and made his stance clear. If he chose to ignore it, there was little to be done. The essence of Shrek Academy had strayed far from its original purpose, and this incident was deeply disappointing. "Very well. If you all wish to leave, then go far away. Without you, I can simply recruit more teachers." I refuse to believe no one would want to join Shrek Academy. In a fit of madness, Flander roared, hastily closing the window as if it could shield him from the outside world. Zhao Wujie sighed in resignation, glancing at Su Ming with a wry smile. "Dean, it seems I shall require your guidance in the future. It feels rather strange. Am I to consider this an elder care facility?" "Nonsense, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie. It should be a collaboration for mutual benefit, to grow and strengthen together." Su Ming smiled in response, expressing that the addition of a powerful soul sage was indeed something he desired. Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. As a teacher, he felt compelled to maintain his dignified demeanor. With a stiff expression, Zhao Wujie nodded and remarked, "I hope your words ring true. Otherwise, I shall incur a substantial loss this time." Su Ming has departed. Xiao Wu has left. Xiao Xian has gone. Zhao Wujie has also walked away. In an instant, the entire Shrek Academy has been torn asunder. The most exceptional individuals, the finest educators, they have all departed. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun sit side by side, their gazes vacant and lost, suddenly feeling an unsettling chill in the air. What on earth has transpired today? Within the office, Flanders slumps to the ground. Like a demon, his expression oscillates between a grimace and a foolish grin. Observing the dazed and despondent Flander, Tang Hao slowly unclenches his tightly held fists, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for him, much like his own condition. "Flander, this will be the gravest mistake of your life. Indeed, you have erred. And so have I." As he gazes at Tang San, who sits in a stupor, Tang Hao closes his eyes in regret. "Little San, you ultimately cannot take this step." Chapter 114, The Premier Academy of the Continent. The Ancient Path. The autumn breeze rises, causing garments to tremble. "Su Ming, will you truly establish an academy? Or is it merely idle talk?" The question comes from Zhao Wujie, whose years of wandering reveal a longing in his eyes, as if he has come to realize that the academy is his ultimate sanctuary. Yet, Shrek Academy has proven to be profoundly disappointing. Perhaps, from the moment Flander disregarded the future of the academy, Shrek has already ceased to exist in essence. Without establishing the academy, how could one suppress Shrek? They currently have 4 students on their side, just as Shrek has 4. But as long as they remain, Shrek Academy shall never see the dawn of prosperity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shifting your mindset and unlocking the Academy template. Ding. The Master Apprentice template automatically consolidates into the Academy template. For every student in the host's Academy who achieves an enhancement within the designated realm, the host shall receive a 1% yield. 1%. If 1,000 students were recruited and each advanced a level, wouldn't the host be propelled to meteoric heights? A slight smile graces Su Ming's lips as he recognizes the folly of his thoughts. The entire continent has a limited number of soul masters, and the prospect of 1,000 students is far-fetched. Furthermore, even if 1,000 soul sovereigns advanced a level, it would equate to 100 soul sovereigns' first-level soul power. If we consider a soul sovereign as 1, with each level providing a tenfold increase, the soul master of level 41 would approximate to 6, 5, while a level 51 soul king would hover around 35. Roughly speaking, 1,000 soul sovereigns advancing a level could elevate the untrained Su Ming to the status of a level 59 soul king. More accurately, each increment of 1,000 soul sovereigns would only facilitate a modest improvement for Su Ming at this moment. Well then, even with the compression of soul power, he might only reach the level of a soul king. 1,000 soul sovereigns, each requiring half a year for advancement? The Academy framework appears to bestow significant advantages upon Su Ming, yet in reality, the benefits are minimal. The substantial development of an academy is not an endeavor accomplished overnight. What is most essential is a rallying banner to call forth action. However, the act of killing cannot be revealed. Moreover, Su Ming's unique cultivation methods cannot be widely disseminated without absolute self-preservation capabilities. Under the current circumstances, he can at most recruit 10 students, following the elite route first. Then the commoner route is the optimal strategy. 10 students would be sufficient to keep Su Ming occupied, and he cannot afford to focus solely on this matter. He must delegate to other instructors. Thus, this template will prove most valuable in the later stages. The best time will be once he breaks through to the rank of Soul Douluo, achieving the title of a titled Douluo. Brother, teacher Xiao is speaking to you. Xiao nudged Su Ming. Zhao Wujie had departed alongside them. He must not be left disheartened. Apologies, I was lost in thought just now. Su Ming was suddenly brought back to reality, his footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. In that fleeting moment, everyone paused, their gazes fixed upon him. Since the moment they left the academy, Su Ming had become their pillar of support. Feeling the weight of the responsibility, Su Ming spoke in a deep voice. Since you have chosen to follow me, I assure you I will deliver satisfactory results. The academy will be established. However, it is impossible to found an institution from scratch without resources. We require an opportunity that will allow everyone to recognize our potential. Only by standing at the forefront will we attract the attention of more soul masters. The establishment of faculty, funding, recruitment of new students, and the cultivation of a conducive environment will demand immense effort. What lies ahead is a test of our determination to construct the premier academy of the continent. A resounding thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth. The premier academy of the continent? Xiao Xian and Zhao Wujie's pupils dilated in shock. They gazed at Su Ming, astonished by the ambition reflected in his eyes, never expecting such audacity from him. Even Ning Rongrong and the others covered their mouths in surprise. For the first time, they felt Su Ming's fervent heartbeat, concealed beneath the icy surface. A soul master, accompanied by fewer than 10 individuals, aspires to establish a premier academy? Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly deem him insane. Yet, for Su Ming, with his capabilities, such an ambition is not beyond the realm of possibility. Crazy indeed. Zhao Wujie inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with determination, proclaiming, I recognize this opportunity. If we secure victory in the Soul Master competition, we shall undoubtedly garner substantial support from the nobility. Provided the conditions are favorable, I believe they will accept the existence of such an academy. After all, there is no reason for them to reject an institution capable of nurturing talent for them. Xiaoxin's cheeks flushed with excitement. Zhao Wujie's assertion held merit. What we currently require is fame. In the realm of soul masters, possessing strength and reputation serves as the finest passport among the aristocracy. As she spoke, Xiaoxin turned her gaze toward Ning Rongrong, confidently inquiring, Rongrong, if such an academy were to emerge, would your 7 treasures glazed tile school not be tempted? Xiaoxin, ever the astute businesswoman, struck a chord with Ning Rongrong. Tempted? I cannot conceive a single reason for refusal. Observing the attentive gazes directed at her, Ning Rongrong could only manage a wry smile. The mere prospect of accelerating one's cultivation methods presents an allure no support-type soul master could possibly resist. With the dual elements of body refinement and soul power, the establishment of this academy would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among all. Pausing slightly, Ning Rongrong regarded Su Ming with sincerity, her demeanor grave and earnest. Su Ming, let us set aside personal grievances for now. If you intend to construct such an academy, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is your most suitable ally. Should you agree to collaborate with us, I am confident my father would wholeheartedly support the creation of this institution. Even your concerns would cease to be issues. Looking at Su Ming, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of apprehension, fully aware of the immense advantages this collaboration would bestow upon the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. For them, financial resources were always secondary. What they truly needed were 1. Powerful soul masters, formidable enough to safeguard the support-type soul masters. 2. High-ranking support-type soul masters capable of aiding in battles against soul Douluos and tidal Douluos. Su Ming's training methods aligned perfectly with the needs of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Zhao Wujie and Xiao felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress their eagerness. With Ning Rongrong's endorsement, everything becomes remarkably manageable. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, indeed, makes for an excellent partner in this endeavor. Su Ming remarked. Your words do not represent the entirety of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. When you meet your father, you may discuss this matter with him. As for the nature of our collaboration, simply convey to him that what I desire is the foremost academy of the continent. He is an astute individual. If he cannot accept this condition, then there is no need for further discussion. Ning Rongrong's expression darkened as she comprehended the implications, nodding in silent agreement. It seemed increasingly unlikely that Su Ming could be brought into the fold of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Alas, one could only wonder if her father would acquiesce to such an equitable demand. Father, please do not act rashly, she thought. Such a person could be dealt with. But if not, he may become a lingering nightmare for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chapter 115. The Academy Belongs to All. An additional chapter for the gallantly sea. Departing from Shrek Academy, there was, for the time being, no place to reside. Su Ming escorted the group to a hotel in Soto City, comprising a total of 6 individuals. Is it truly wise to establish a grand academy in Soto City? Certainly not. Both in terms of efficiency and tangible benefits, it pales in comparison to the opportunities in Heaven-Do City. At this moment, what Su Ming desperately requires is not an elaborate architectural environment for an academy, but rather a genuine team of soul masters, one capable of expanding territories and establishing the academy's reputation. The success of Shrek Academy is attributed to its status as the champion of the Soul Master competition, which laid the foundation for all its subsequent achievements. Even with his own addition, there remains a need for 3 more individuals. The ambience within the hotel buzzed with activity. Su Ming's pen danced across the paper, sketching the embryonic form of the academy. His considerations transcended mere financial concerns. He was contemplating an entire system of cultivation. Unlike Shrek Academy, whose training methodologies were rather monotonous, he believed that such an approach was not conducive to the growth of students. The academy's vitality hinged on a robust cultivation environment and fierce competition. These were the bedrock of its enduring success. Naturally, the matter of securing qualifications for the Soul Master competition was also a concern that weighed on Su Ming's mind. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. The door creaked open, and a towering figure strode in. Su Ming, are you still busy? Zhao Wujie chuckled as he approached. He settled down with an earnest demeanor, producing a purple card with a hint of trepidation. As the future vice president of the academy, I cannot let you bear all burdens alone. Over the years, I have saved some funds. Purchasing a piece of land in Soto City should pose no difficulty. With a swift motion, he slid the card across the table, allowing it to rest before Su Ming, accompanied by his sincere and unpretentious gaze. We are all men of stature. Wealth is but a transient possession. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilarating passion. This time, he resolved to embrace a bold venture. Oh, casting a sidelong glance at the purple card, Su Ming remarked, it is said that Shrek Academy is impoverished. It appears that the poverty is merely superficial. You teachers seem to live quite comfortably. Zhao Wujie grinned widely. A living person can't be drowned by their own urine. One must save a little for unforeseen circumstances. Don't you dare covet my funds. This represents nearly all of my wealth. Take the money and tuck it away. Out of sight, out of mind, lest I have second thoughts. Zhao Wujie shook his head in melancholy. Having been swayed by Flandre before, he now felt the same pressure from Su Ming, wagering all he had. With a swift motion, the card slid back into Zhao Wujie's palm. Su Ming, what is this? Zhao Wujie's arm stiffened, panic flickering within. I appreciate your intentions, but you must take the money back. If I truly find myself in need, I will not spare you. As he spoke, Su Ming donned a friendly smile, his gaze sharp as that of a wolf eyeing its prey. Do not mistake me for a benevolent soul. If funds run dry, I am capable of anything. Realizing that Su Ming was merely reassuring himself, Zhao Wujie chuckled resignedly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Very well, should you require finances, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall hold on to it for you. Rising, Zhao Wujie's eyes lingered on the paper before Su Ming for a few moments before he prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to step out, he paused. Su Ming, I eagerly await the grandeur of the continent's foremost academy. Zhao Wujie turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his features. His eyes brimming with aspirations for the future. Though not conventionally handsome in that moment, he embodied the essence of a refined gentleman. Su Ming shook his head, pondering that experiencing it through direct touch was far superior to mere observation, was it not? With a sudden flourish, Zhao Wujie's smile broadened. As if he had liberated himself from all constraints, his departing figure exuded an effortless grace. Watching Zhao Wujie fade into the distance, Su Ming exhaled deeply. The greater the responsibility, the heavier the burden. I shall not disappoint you. Before long, Xiao Xian returned from his official duties, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. A broad grin adorned his face, almost comically so, as his excitement caused the flesh on his cheeks to jiggle. Reminiscent of a child who had pilfered from a neighbor's pantry. Did it succeed? Su Ming arched an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Who do you take me for? Xiao Xian boasted, settling himself down with an air of nonchalance. After all this time in Suatua City, it would be illogical for me to fail. I've scouted the place. It's a quaint manner. A simple tidying up will suffice, and it is certainly far superior to that establishment of Shrek Academy. The owner is a nobleman who lost a considerable sum in gambling and is in dire need of cash. He has agreed to sell it to us for 2,000 gold coins. As he spoke, Xiao Xian's excitement and pride were palpable. I've already enlisted a few individuals to help with the cleaning, and by tomorrow, we shall be able to move in. What do you think? Is it not a delightful surprise? With that, he slammed the deed and contract onto the table before Su Ming. We have acquired it. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Xiao Xian to be so efficient. With a swift motion of his fingers, he soon found himself furrowing his brow. He lifted his gaze, staring intently at someone, internally sighing in resignation. That piercing gaze made Xiao Xian's complexion shift uncomfortably, his eyes darting away. Setting aside the land deed, Su Ming sighed and changed the topic. Zhao Wujie had just brought over a purple card, which he confiscated. Zhao had mentioned that if anyone needed money, they could approach him anytime. What? Oh, Zhao Wujie. How you once dragged me along to enjoy the benefits without cost, and now it seems you possess wealth. Nevertheless, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile. A warm feeling unexpectedly blossomed within him, though Xiao Xian chose not to reveal it. Pretending to be astonished, he exclaimed, Impossible. Zhao Wujie, that miser, can possess a purple card? I doubt he can even gather 100 gold coins. In a certain room, a rough man was incessantly sneezing, cursing under his breath. Noticing that Xiao Xian was still putting on an act, Su Ming shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that he was not a mere child to be so easily deceived. With a swift motion, a golden card appeared in Su Ming's hand. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up, realizing he had suffered a significant loss. Here lies 10,000 gold coins. You shall take charge of the finances from now on. When the time comes, we will further subdivide the arrangements, Su Ming declared. 5,000 coins for you. And the remaining 5,000 shall serve as temporary funds for the academy. Xiao Xian's expression turned awkward as he stubbornly replied. Why are you giving me 5,000? Before he could finish, Su Ming's authoritative gaze silenced him. After a moment's pause, Xiao Xian shook his head and laughed. You are forcing me to embezzle. 5,000 is too much. I shall take back my share, leaving the rest for the academy. Receiving the golden card with utmost seriousness, Xiao Xian's face became as if frozen, the small eyes that were once squinted now wide open, instilling a strange sense of security. Leaning back in his chair, Su Ming rarely made a jest, saying, if your eyes were to widen any further, I dare say more women would take a liking to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Xian's composure shattered. Small eyes? I call this cuteness. Do you understand what cute means? Flustered, he shot Su Ming an indignant glare before turning to leave, intent on confronting Zhao Wujie regarding past financial matters. In the blink of an eye, only one remained. The great eagle stirred, its wings far from light. With a swift motion, something was erased. Chapter 116, The First Academy, Only the First. Nightfall. In anticipation of future endeavors together, Su Ming treated everyone to a lavish meal at the hotel. Knowing that Xiao Xian had already secured a spot in the academy, everyone was exceptionally joyous, especially Xiao Wu, who, in an unexpected display of flattery, had Xiao Xian feeling rather elated. Where's the credit? It was all funded by Su Ming. I merely ran some errands. Xiao Xian reclined contentedly in his chair, the alcohol flushing his cheeks. Even the way he waved his hand was rather uncoordinated, clearly indicating his inebriation. Zhao Wujie, whose once bronze skin now bore a hint of drunken red, could not contain his smile, his lips stretching wide. It has been many years since I have felt such an atmosphere. With motivation and determination, life is truly vibrant. Old Xiao is just like that. He cannot handle his drink, becoming entirely inebriated, which is hardly the mark of a true man. Holding a grudge against Xiao Xian's past misdeeds, Zhao Wujie made a slight jab before offering a reminder. Ming, although we have not officially begun recruiting disciples. Since our position is temporarily settled, we must devise a striking name for our academy. What do you think we should call it? Ming was deep in thought, while Xiao Wu, bubbling with excitement, eagerly exclaimed that she was ready. Her face radiated enthusiasm, resembling a general on the verge of achieving great feats. I suggested that our academy should be named all right. You can sit down now. Before Xiao Wu could utter a word, Ming pressed her back into her seat. Oh, come on, brother. At least listen before you critique. How can you judge without hearing? No need to listen, for I am well aware of your naming skills. Humph. Xiao Wu pouted in displeasure and continued to chew on the pumpkin, which was rather tough. Look at me. I can chew this to bits. Observing Xiao Wu's struggle, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong blushed and chuckled, recalling their experiences of being bullied by her in the dormitory. The academy placed great emphasis on physical training, and teacher Zhao's martial spirit was the formidable diamond bear. The term diamond is quite fitting. I propose we call it the Diamond Academy. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up, surprising everyone with her unexpected opinion. Diamond? As the group pondered this, a murmured voice interjected. Diamond? One might mistake it for a gorilla. Xiao Wu buried herself in her food, as if she had not been the one to speak. Zhu Zhuqing smiled awkwardly, realizing the comment was indeed valid. Zhao Wujie felt a twinge of regret, but acknowledged that Diamond lacked a certain flair. However, being a rough man, he couldn't conjure a more suitable name. Ning Rongrong then suggested, how about the Famous Blade Academy, combining Ming's name with the concept of swordsmanship? Famous Blade? That's akin to when we tried to rename my brother's axe to something ridiculous. He'd probably prefer revival armor. Ning Rongrong continued, then how about the Peerless Academy? Peerless? That makes it sound like the academy is filled with singles. Xiao Wu quipped, and under the table, Ning Rongrong playfully kicked her. Forget it. You all can name it. I shan't make a fool of myself. The group turned their expectant gazes towards Ming. With a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes, Ming stated, I have already considered a name that requires no ostentation. Since we aspire to establish the foremost academy, let us simply call it the First Academy. If it is to be the first, the name shall naturally belong to it, even if it does not embody that now. It will motivate us and future generations to strive for such a responsibility. Consider it a form of legacy. The academy's mission is singular, to strive for supremacy. First Academy? The group's expressions transformed in an instant. Even the intoxicated Xiao Xian opened his eyes. First Academy, now that's a name. Before Xiao Wu, the troublemaker, could interject. Zhao Wujie enthusiastically agreed. That's a splendid name. Although the academy is not yet as such, one day, we will ensure it lives up to its name. Xiao Wu's expression darkened. Can I at least share the name I chose without being interrupted? With a sly glance at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong raised her cup, elegantly toasting. Indeed, only you would choose such a name. Just thinking about the pressure we will face is enough to give one a headache. Yet, the prospect of building such an academy ourselves is undeniably intriguing. The First Academy, no less. This is far more exhilarating than inheriting the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With a smile, Ning Rongrong gracefully drank her fill. Initially thought to be a heavy drinker, she was surprisingly not as resilient as anticipated. Just after downing her drink, she began coughing uncontrollably, shattering her refined demeanor and sheepishly lamenting the poor quality of the wine, which sent the others into fits of laughter. Thus, the name of the academy was established. At that moment, the young soldiers could hardly fathom the formidable institution they would eventually create. Pillars of white jade reaching for the sky, beams of purple gold spanning the seas. For countless millennia to come, all soul masters would take pride in having studied at the First Academy. Under the night sky, Ming strolled alone along the street. Dressed in a black robe adorned with golden patterns and a white mask obscuring his face, he was no longer merely Ming. He was now known as Sure. Many recognized his attire, casting envious and admiring glances his way. As he walked, a figure appeared beside him, cloaked in a dusty gray mantle. Their tattered clothes starkly contrasting with Ming's polished appearance. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. Even I could not foresee that Flandra would act so recklessly. Do you think this temperament is to be admired or scorned? Tang Hao's voice grew hoarse. Blending into the vast night, No matter how formidable one's strength, it ultimately cannot overcome human nature, just like Tang-san. He knew well that remaining in Shrek was not in his best interest, yet he chose to stay. It echoed the reckless abandon of his own past, where he acted impulsively, ultimately leading to a painful outcome. Ask me? You know better than anyone else. Su Ming's expression was surprisingly calm as he slowly spoke. Every individual harbors their own set of values, as long as what they invest is deemed worthwhile. It is indeed valuable. However, a fleeting sense of worth is not everlasting. Thus, alongside temperament, the presence of reason plays a crucial role. Temperament may lead one to believe that the present moment is infallible, while reason gradually rectifies past errors, akin to how an adult often perceives their younger self as foolish. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent. The conversation took on a weighty tone. Su Ming did not hold a grudge against Tang Hao for breaking his word. On the contrary, had it not been for this, he would not have gathered so many individuals. Compared to solitary cultivation at Shrek, the establishment of the academy invigorated him, filling his heart with an inexplicable sense of contentment. Su Ming inquired, "Elder, you are not seeking me out to discuss the intricacies of human nature, are you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's gaze flickered slightly, as if he had just emerged from a state of confusion. "Do you truly wish to establish your own academy?" His tone bore a hint of peculiarity. "It shall be named the First Academy." Su Ming's response was equally succinct. Tang Hao's lips twitched. "So soon? Surely. You must have contemplated this beforehand?" Chapter 117, Tang Hao's involvement in the offering. The night scene, interwoven with sparks, seemed to starkly contrast the two individuals. One strides towards solitude with an air of dominance, while the other emanates a chill derived from their sharpness. "It was initially I who encouraged you, Jang, to take the third disciple." "Huh. Then I can only say it serves you right. Is it proper to speak to a senior in such a manner? Does the senior approach the issue from a paternal perspective? Or does he wield his strength to intimidate and interrogate me? Forget it. I cannot argue with you. It is not that I cannot argue. It is simply that you are in the wrong." Rolling his eyes at Tang Hao, Su Ming felt utterly speechless. No wonder Tang-san and Yu Xiaojang were torn apart. Now they have become inseparable once more. Logically, after the incident with the hidden weapon, Yu Xiaojang should not have taken Tang-san as a disciple. It appears you were the one covertly stirring the pot. Now that you are pleased, Tang-san is a stubborn fellow. TSK. He is likely to remain under Yu Xiaojang's control for his entire life. Originally, Tang-san had changed. His disposition is no longer akin to that in the original narrative. Compared to when they first met, Su Ming is now much friendlier towards him. Unfortunately, the next encounter shall be a direct confrontation. Perhaps this is not necessarily a bad thing. Life is unpredictable. Su Ming could not help but reflect. Are you being sarcastic? I would like to hear how this situation benefits Tang-san. Tang Hao's face was cold, his gaze unfriendly as he looked at someone. Is it not beneficial for Tang-san now? Su Ming chuckled softly. Look at me departing. Henceforth, the entirety of Shrek Academy's focus will be devoted to Tang-san. Furthermore, Shrek Academy will inevitably confront formidable competitors. The pressure exerted by adversaries undoubtedly serves as a greater catalyst for personal growth than the support of friends. Is this not advantageous for Tang-san? Tang Hao's eyes brightened slightly, sensing some truth in this. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened ominously. Do you take me for a mere child? With a resounding thud, Tang Hao's hand descended with terrifying force, causing Su Ming's body to plunge heavily, rendering him incapable of lifting his legs. Su Ming wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Senior, you have spoken so eloquently. Yet why resort to such underhanded tactics? Humph. Tang Hao, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, You possess a thick skin indeed, and yet you remain unflustered. I must inquire, what does Shrek Academy have to compete with you in the future? An opponent? It seems you are poised to unilaterally crush Shrek instead. The more Tang Hao spoke, the more his fury swelled, his eyes reddening, for no matter the perspective, his words seemed to dig a grave. The notion of a rival? If the opponent's strength remains stable and cannot be enhanced in the short term, that may hold true. But you, Su Ming, with your pace of cultivation, how can you expect the third to regard you as a rival? His blue-silver emperor bloodline has yet to awaken. And the Haotian hammer is devoid of any additional spirit rings. Will he rise up from repeated failures? Or will he draw strength from his past successes? In any case, the latter is far more conducive to the third's development. Prolonged failure can easily extinguish a person's fighting spirit. At present, the third stands no chance against you. How can he bear the weight of Shrek Academy and move forward? Su Ming touched the wings of his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had truly not anticipated this. Perhaps, just perhaps, Tang San could work wonders. The tone of your laughter is truly exquisite, yet it only heightened the awkward atmosphere. Allow me to dismantle the Shrek Academy first, and I am certain that Tang San will find his way back. I could then accept him into the First Academy as a student. Would this not be a perfect resolution? Cold as ice, Tang Hao replied impassively. So, should I then express my gratitude to you? In the future, when we meet, ought I to address you as Director Su? Su Ming languidly remarked. If you possess a superior method, consider my words unspoken. Or perhaps what? Tang Hao inquired, releasing his grip as he observed Su Ming's gaze directed towards his shoulder. His brow furrowed in concern. Su Ming deliberately lowered his voice and said, You are aware that Tang San's greatest obstacle at present is Xiao Jang. In his pursuit of success, he would never relinquish Tang San, nor would he abandon you, his significant support. Although Su Ming was not as tall as Tang Hao, he still patted his shoulder firmly and said, Trust me, you can discreetly eliminate Xiao Jang. Rest assured, this matter is known to you and me, as well as the heavens and the earth, but Tang San will remain oblivious. Eradicate Xiao Jang? Such a feasible notion briefly flickered through Tang Hao's mind before swiftly vanishing. After all, Xiao Jang was Tang San's mentor. How could I betray such a benefactor? Tang Hao was incensed, his fury palpable. Realizing that Tang Hao would never act, Su Ming shrugged in resignation and said, You see, you are unwilling to kill Xiao Jang. As his disciple, Tang San cannot sever ties with him, creating a perpetual cycle. In that case, why not allow me to dismantle Shrek Academy? Sow discord between Xiao Jang and Tang San, prompting Tang San to awaken to the truth himself? Tang Hao's initial anger stilled as he began to contemplate the practicality of this idea. If he hailed from the future, he might have retorted, Are you attempting to manipulate me? It appeared that this individual was indeed intent on destroying Shrek Academy, rendering it unable to recover. Sensing the intensity of Su Ming's conviction, Tang Hao chose not to pursue the topic further. What do you think about me serving as a venerated elder at the First Academy? He inquired, his tone lightened by apparent interest in the First Academy. Titled Douluo? Tang Hao, as a venerated elder? That is a temptation no faction could refuse. However, Su Ming did not respond immediately, instead reflecting, To have a father like you, I find myself envious of Tang San. Had he known you were undertaking such endeavors and had not departed, I believe he would awaken from dreams with joy. Tang Hao's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. One must find a way to atone for wrongdoings and secure an escape route, whether for the present or the future. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Simply tell me whether you agree or not. If I refuse, I suppose I will face repercussions, correct? I am not inherently confrontational, but I must admit I possess a certain interest in delivering a beating to you. They say that if you strike the younger, the elder will come. Do you not find this expression rather fitting here? A glint of mischief crossed Tang Hao's indifferent gaze as he mused that the notion of a venerated elder confronting the academy head might one day become a celebrated tale. Su Ming, do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? As the two engaged in conversation, Su Ming found himself, almost unconsciously, arriving at the Seoul arena of Soto City. Su Ming did not enter immediately. Can you withstand it? The words were laden with meaning, a double entendre. This upheaval was significant, and the title Douluo would undoubtedly come. Su Ming was also aware that Tang Hao's condition was far from optimistic, rendering him unable to exert his full strength. Of course, there was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. If you cannot endure, I have no other recourse but to sacrifice myself to pull you down with me. After a brief silence, Tang Hao returned a knowing smile, saying, If you perish, I shall ensure your body is retrieved and safeguard your sister for a lifetime of peace. As for the First Academy, I shall keep a vigilant watch, ensuring it is not treated as a mere latrine. Su Ming, with such a sharp tongue, who did you learn it from? Chapter 118, The Soul Beast of 100,000 Years, Decomposed? With Tang Hao serving as the Academy's benefactor, Su Ming had no reason to decline. However, the Academy would not interfere in the conflict between the Haotian sect and the Wuhuan Hall. The Academy is a sanctuary, solely protecting its own territory while disregarding all else. Within the First Academy, whether one belongs to the Haotian sect or the Wuhuan Hall, all are but students. Outside the First Academy, you may fight as you please. Yet, should anyone dare to bully the First Academy, they will find no mercy from those who possess strength. Do not provoke trouble, yet do not fear it. Standing apart from the world, looking down upon all beings. This is the overarching strategy that Su Ming has established for the Academy's future. Even with Tang Hao as a benefactor, Su Ming would not allow the Academy to become a vassal or a vanguard of the Haotian sect. After bidding farewell to Tang Hao, Su Ming entered the Seoul arena, continuing his daily pursuit of consecutive victories. As he approached the Spirit Master Passage, a young woman appeared before him. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a short skirt and translucent gauze. Her delicate shoulders and bare abdomen swayed enticingly as she moved. As the distance between them diminished, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of a soft, exquisite hand plucking at the strings of his heart. "Sir Shai, please allow me to pass first," the woman said, her red lips curving into a seductive smile, her neckline dipping low, especially as she bowed slightly. The short satin fabric inadvertently revealed more, unabashedly displaying herself to Su Ming. Su Ming remained indifferent and responded with a brief acknowledgement before striding towards the third floor. The woman's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, yet she maintained a delicate smile as she led the way. The two of them made their way effortlessly to the third floor. Despite their efforts, they were met with an air of cold indifference, causing the woman's heart to sink to the depths of despair. "Let me handle this," she thought. Aware that this was her final opportunity, the woman summoned her courage, flashed a radiant smile at Su Ming, and suddenly placed her delicate hand upon his. In an instant, as if jolted by electricity, she withdrew her hand abruptly, her face turning pale as a ghost, her heart racing with trepidation as she gazed at Su Ming, her long eyelashes fluttering incessantly. Giving the woman a fleeting glance, Su Ming showed her no sign of difficulty. With a clang, the door shut behind them. Before their eyes stood a figure clad in a pristine white robe, with flowing white hair and beard, impeccably clean. Appearing more like a fastidious individual than a man of advanced years, Morongchi sat before the tea table, savoring his tea, and shook his head with a sigh. With such a beauty presenting herself, why reject her? If you find her pleasing to the eye, you may take her back as a maid. Those trained in the battle soul arena are renowned for their obedience. You would not suffer a loss. Obedience? Wouldn't it be better to consider her as a monitor instead? Su Ming, with a cold expression, seized the teapot and poured some into his hand. Suddenly, the teacup clattered onto the coffee table, and Morongchi's look of enjoyment vanished in an instant as he hastily protected the teapot. "You little rascal, stop. Please, halt. Oh dear. This is a prized collection of mine, a rare treasure worth over 10,000 gold coins per pound. Such waste, such utter waste." Seeing that only half a pot remained, Morongchi's eyes bulged with indignation, feeling a pang in his heart. With dirt on his hands, he felt oddly relieved. Shaking off the hot tea from his hands, Su Ming stated bluntly, "Speak. What is it you need from me? Your vigilance is rather excessive." "I have no intention of harming you," Morongchi replied, taking a deep breath and fixing a serious gaze upon Su Ming. "At the end of the month, you will be eligible for the Golden Soul Badge. There is no soul sect in Soto City that possesses the Golden Soul Badge to continue challenging for consecutive victories. You must face opponents of a higher level. I wish to inquire whether you truly intend to challenge those above your rank." With a swift motion, Morongchi pushed a tray towards Su Ming, revealing a Golden Soul Badge resting within. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Soul Badge. Ding. You are rewarded with a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone. Are the rewards separate?" Su Ming inquired, taking the Golden Soul Badge. He did not delve further, thinking that with one piece of the 10,000-year soul bone, he had finally gathered what he needed. Noticing Morongchi still awaiting his response, Su Ming declared resolutely, "The soul battles will continue. We shall cease only upon my defeat. Should I remain victorious against the Soul King, I shall challenge the Soul Emperor next." What a thorough madman. A flicker of fear stirred within Morongchi's ancient eyes. Those who are undaunted by death are indeed terrifying. Morongchi did not intervene. Like Lopez, he too was curious to discover the extent of Su Ming's abilities. That night, in a one-on-one soul battle, there was no suspense. Su Ming emerged victorious once more. Even when facing two Soul Kings in a 1-versus-2 scenario, he exerted minimal effort, finding it far less challenging than the previous 1-versus-7 match. The reasons were twofold. The two Soul Kings were relatively weak, and Su Ming's physical prowess had significantly improved. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 34. Martial Soul, God-Slaying Quality Black, for 25-025-0000. Special Constitution, Berserker's Body, Beginner. Techniques and Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfected. Golden Crow Blade Technique, Perfected. Chaos Blade Strike, 3 layers, Minor Accomplishment. Spirit Gathering Technique, Major Accomplishment. Possessions, High-Level Freedom Fragments 961, 10,000-Year Soul Bone 1, Decomposable, 1,000-Year Soul Bone 1, Decomposable. 8-Petal Immortal Orchid, Decomposable. Spirit Immunity Mask, Blood of the Subdragon Species, Spirit Nourishing Elixir Recipe. Strength, 775, Normal. Defense, 742 normal. Spirit, 782 normal. Speed, 543 normal. It was impossible for Su Ming to defeat a team of Soul Kings in a 1 versus 7 scenario. He had already concluded that much. With an auxiliary Soul Master supporting the Soul King, their combat power nearly rivaled that of a Soul Emperor, not to mention the other 5 members. Even a Soul Emperor would have to bow in submission. The reward for a 1 versus 7 consecutive victory was 1,000-year Soul Bone and 200 free attribute points. Su Ming allocated these 200 points to strength, defense, and spirit. His objective was clear: to focus his strength and achieve 100 consecutive victories in 1 versus 2 soul battles this month. System: decompose all 10,000-year and 1,000-year soul bones. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 9,700 fragments, totaling 10,661 fragments. With a click, the bedroom door swung open. Xiao entered, hands behind her back, her face alight with joy. Brother, what do you need from me? Stand there for a moment, Su Ming instructed. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, while Xiao stuck out her tongue. Reluctantly releasing her grip and standing obediently before Su Ming, Su Ming pointed his sword-like finger at Xiao's forehead. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao was taken aback. Allowing the crimson energy flowing from Su Ming's fingertip to envelop her entire being. The energy exuded a soothing sensation that penetrated her very soul. As if it could quell all her inner turmoil, bringing her tranquility. A few minutes later, Su Ming slowly lowered his hand, his expression stern, appearing somewhat pained. I have just infused you with a portion of special energy. Su Ming drew closer, explaining in a voice meant for only the two of them. Are you serious? Xiao's pupils dilated, a wave of excitement washing over her. Indeed, Su Ming replied weakly. Parting with 10,000 high-level fragments was undeniably painful. Hee. I knew you were the best, brother. With the most pressing concern alleviated, Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled like crescent moons, delightfully massaging Su Ming's shoulders. But don't rejoice too soon. It can only last for 5 years. I understand. After 5 years, you'll figure something out, right? In the western side of Soto City, a river flows gracefully past, its banks delineated by sharp iron railings that segment the land into private plots. At the confluence of the river's tributaries and the main stream, 3 silhouettes occupy distinct corners. The 3 women sit cross-legged, their bodies adorned with intricate black and gold patterns that twist like vines. These enigmatic designs exude a magnetic allure, causing the river's current, which ought to flow downstream, to surge in waves toward the shore where they reside, evoking a sense of crashing waves. On the opposite bank, a gilded plaque has quietly been affixed to the entrance, the First Academy. Flanking the iron gates are couplets. The right reads, as the sea meets the boundless sky. While the left states, upon the summit of the mountains, I stand as the peak. Though modest in size, the Academy exudes an impressive grandeur. Above the main entrance hangs a sign detailing the Academy's recruitment criteria. Applicants must attain Soul Master level by the age of 20. Incompetence need not apply. Such an audacious couplet and brazen recruitment demands have become a source of amusement for countless passers-by, as the Academy's diminutive scale renders its ostentation somewhat ludicrous and delusional. Consequently, it attracts little attention. This establishment serves as a temporary base purchased by Xiao, covering an area no larger than 3 football fields. However, it surpasses Shrek Academy's conditions by leaps and bounds, especially at this confluence, which is naturally suited for cultivation. Indeed, Xiao possesses a discerning eye. At this moment, Xiao and her companions are engaged in cultivation using a spirit-gathering technique. This method was not taught by Su Ming, rather. He inscribed runes upon them to accelerate their training. Beneath the shade of trees, Su Ming also practices a sword gesture, meticulously carving into a piece of metal. The sound of metal shavings being blown away fills the air. Su Ming infused his soul power into the intricately carved spirit-gathering array. A dark luminescence overflowed, and the array resembled a barrel of ignited flames, pulsating with violent energy. With a resounding boom, a hole erupted in the center of the metal, releasing a plume of black smoke. Su Ming's heart brimmed with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment once again. If the human body can be engraved, there is no reason why it cannot be inscribed upon metal like a soul-guiding device. Su Ming, feeling disheartened, scratched his head. This was indeed a crucial resource for the future development of the Academy. He envisioned constructing a soul-gathering tower, akin to the sky-burning refinement tower from the Dopey universe, to fortify the Academy's foundation for nurturing students and securing its standing on the continent. Could it be an issue of energy capacity? As this thought crossed his mind, the sound of hurried footsteps approached him. Zhao Wujie, bearing a box in his hands, was making his way towards him. With a sudden spark of excitement, Ming promptly rose to his feet. Noticing Xiao Wu and the others engaged in their training, Zhao Wujie carefully placed the box on the ground and opened it. Inside lay a collection of black and white garments, with a fitted outfit for boys resting atop. Accompanying this attire were two dragon-shaped emblems. One bore a silver hue with purple patterns, while the other gleamed in gold with similar designs. Beneath the dragon heads of the emblems were inscribed their respective numbers, I, Roman numeral, and 1, Arabic numeral. The texture of these emblems felt distinctly unique to the touch. Zhao Wujie chuckled softly, his fingers caressing the golden emblem adorned with black patterns on his chest, unable to resist its allure. This emblem far surpassed the aesthetics of the Shrek Academy emblem. Even the Royal Academy's insignia paled in comparison. Notably, the I-2 emblem left a profound impression on Zhao Wujie, especially considering that Xiao Xin, also a vice president, only held the I-3 emblem. This emblem, though extravagant, could evolve into a functional communication device in the future as times progress. Ming humbly smiled, acknowledging that he had designed the badge himself, of which he felt quite proud. The silver color symbolizes the students, while gold represents the teachers. The colors above indicate the general levels of cultivation. The Roman numeral I signifies the hierarchy between teachers and students. For instance, Xiao Wu and her companions, being core members, are represented by the numeral I. As for the final Arabic numeral, it denotes the rank of the teachers and students within the academy, serving as a lasting memory throughout their lives. After putting away his clothes and badge, Ming planned to return to his room for further experimentation. For the past month, Yu and Xiao Xin have been urging them to focus on their training within the academy, postponing any visits to the soul-fighting arena. I will venture to the arena to scout for promising candidates. Let us first gather a total of 7 individuals. Recruiting? It seems more akin to seizing individuals. With a smirk in his heart, Zhao Wujie thumped his chest, assuring, rest assured, with me overseeing matters in the academy, nothing will go awry. Ming responded with a nod, then turned to cough lightly as a reminder to Xiao Wu and the other two. Huh? The trio jolted awake in unison, the intricate array of inscriptions on their bodies dissipating. Upon noticing Zhao Wujie's return, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me take a look. I am eager to see what the academy uniforms look like. Xiao Wu dashed forward, swiftly pulling the garment over her form. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing also retrieved their outfits, inspecting them with keen interest. The two ladies' cheeks flushed as they exchanged peculiar glances with Ming. Their expressions a blend of amusement and intrigue. Ning Rongrong shyly inquired, Ming, did you truly design this attire? Do you find it unappealing? No, not at all. Ning Rongrong struggled to suppress her laughter. I would never have imagined that you would be capable of designing women's clothing. Moreover, it seems to be quite presentable. Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement, especially since Xiao Wu had already donned the outfit and was flaunting it, undeniably looking splendid. The garment, a striking blend of pure white and jet black adorned with golden accents, boasted high-quality fabric that promised comfort. It appeared aesthetically pleasing, particularly the lower half, which featured a diagonal slit skirt. The sheer, flowing fabric on either side added a touch of elegance rather than monotony. The design allowed for unrestricted movement in battle, with a pleated skirt underneath that did not hinder agility. From a feminine perspective, this ensemble was indeed quite beautiful and diverged significantly from the styles they had previously encountered. It was not merely a combat uniform. Rather, it could be classified as semi-formal attire. Seeing the positive reactions from the three, Ming felt no further need for contemplation. Well, I have established the fundamental conditions necessary for creation over the past few days. From here on, it is imperative to focus on how to expand and strengthen the academy. This is not only my responsibility but also the direction in which you, as members of the academy, must strive. Ming's eyes sparkled with fervor as he proclaimed, remember, from this day forth, the trials and honors of the academy shall be shared among you. At these words, Xiao Wu, who had been joyfully examining her attire, lifted her gaze. The three young women, with their enchanting eyes shimmering with diverse hues, radiated an exuberance devoid of any fear. The brilliance in their eyes revealed not just excitement, but also joy and a hopeful longing. Let us go, Xiao Wu declared with spirited determination, extending her hand. Following suit, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing joined her. Unanimously, the three directed their attention towards Ming and Zhao Wujie. The atmosphere was resplendent. The gentle breeze from the riverbank, infused with the flowing waters, caressed the scene. The seamless blend of water and sky was both soothing and invigorating, evoking delightful smiles and uplifting aspirations for the future, resonating endlessly. So, I am the superfluous one. Am I? Chapter 120. The First Beast Martial Soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the arena of soul battles, Su Ming continued his journey of consecutive victories, embarking on a formidable challenge. Given the difficulty of competing against opponents of higher ranks, the arena initially contemplated relaxing the Sunday schedule for matches, allowing a return to a more manageable one-match-per-day format. However, Su Ming demonstrated his prowess, proving himself invincible in 1v1 battles within the Soul King realm. In his pursuit of an uninterrupted winning streak, he transformed the originally scheduled one match per week into 3 matches per week, specifically on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. During these 3 days, Su Ming engaged in a series of 1v1 battles, albeit limited to 10 matches. As his rank ascended, the number of Soul Kings participating in the arena increased. Within a mere fortnight, Su Ming achieved an astounding 98 consecutive victories, with only 2 matches remaining to secure 100 wins. At the Shirsi Arena, the atmosphere was electric, filled with fervent anticipation. Everyone was aware that the remarkable milestone of 100 consecutive victories would be reached that very night. The venue was packed to capacity, with tickets becoming a rare commodity. Even standard seats were traded for several gold coins, while the more desirable VIP boxes commanded prices in the hundreds. This night promised to be one of grandeur. Shuai. The first heir of the Baloch Kingdom attended the event as a representative of the king, boldly proclaiming that should Su Ming achieve his 100th victory, the kingdom would bestow upon him the title of count and grant him a city. In light of such extravagant rewards, the common populace was stirred with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. However, perceptive individuals recognized this as merely a tactic by the kingdom to gain allegiance from Su Ming. Ladies and gentlemen, I no longer concern myself with the number of matches we have witnessed tonight, and I trust you feel the same. Indeed, this will be the final 2 battles for Su Ming's 100 consecutive victories. A win here would lead him to the last match, and history beckons us forward. As the host, I ought to remain impartial, yet as a fan of Su Ming, I must express my heartfelt sentiment. Su Ming, you are destined for invincibility. The host's face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Su Ming. A resonant roar erupted from the crowd, igniting an atmosphere of exhilaration and fervor. Even the nobles in the VIP sections were fully engaged, their spirits heightened to a fever pitch. Across the arena, a man clad in blue ascended the stage with deliberate grace. His heart surged as he recognized the significance of this moment. Feeling compelled to allow Su Ming to achieve such a feat yet, the dignity of a soul master and the honor of his family compelled him to give his all. For anything less would surely lead to defeat. Standing resolute on the arena stage, the man's gaze shimmered like the sun sinking into the sea, exuding a sense of simmering power. Though not physically imposing, his frame was remarkably sturdy, conveying an impression of latent strength, as though his body concealed terrifying power. He refrained from attacking immediately and declared to Su Ming, I am Yu Zhanlong, wielder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, a level 59 Assault System Soul King. I have come specifically for you. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the most formidable beast martial spirit in the continent. Onlookers, including Xiao Jang, clenched their fists tightly, their expressions a mix of resentment. Even Tang Sen felt the tension in the air, his demeanor cool and detached. His gaze fixed indifferently on Su Ming's silhouette, lost in thought. In the VIP box, Xiao and Hulaina exchanged glances filled with concern. They exhaled deeply, pulling their minds away from the previous battle. This time, they felt their journey was worthwhile. A sigh swept over them as Xiao's haughty demeanor shifted to one of gravity. His physicality is terrifying. He can withstand multiple strikes from a level 56 Golden Bull martial spirit. Such a monster is unlike anything I have ever encountered. According to the information from the arena, his martial spirit is a blade. As you can see, he has not yet unleashed his soul skills. Xiao's tone was solemn, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, reflecting the image of a figure clad in black, as if he could not look away. At his words, Hulaina felt a surge of determination. Her eyes, narrow and alluring, brimmed with an overwhelming sense of urgency. They had not merely erred, they had gravely miscalculated. The streak of victories achieved by Su Ming bore no hidden truths or deceit. Each Soul King challenger had succumbed to his thunderous might with swift and decisive battles, leaving no room for luck or chance. They both recognized that in a fair contest, they would stand no chance against this formidable opponent. I wish to face him in battle, Hulaina stated firmly, her delicate lips pressed together, her expression more serious and focused than ever. The pride of the mountains faded, leaving only a sincere hope that emerged from within. Understanding her intentions, Xiao's eyes sparkled with a newfound light as he exhaled a heavy good. With a resounding boom, the arena erupted. Bolts of lightning surged forth like serpents, tearing through Yu Zhanlong's upper garments. His arms elongated dramatically, becoming robust and powerful, covered in blue-purple scales. His hands transformed into claws, with scales fitting seamlessly together, and his knuckles were thick and formidable. Particularly, his chest was adorned with an impenetrable shield of scales, crackling with the energy of lightning. He stood enveloped in a tempest of blue-purple lightning, resembling a messenger of the thunder god, radiating an awe-inspiring presence that was impossible to rival. With dragon-like arms and a chest clad in draconic armor, he embodied a perfect blend of offensive and defensive capabilities. Faced with the claim of the world's strongest beast martial spirit, Su Ming did not dare to be complacent. He immediately summoned an energy shield to envelop himself. Su Ming did not immediately draw his blade, for the lightning possessed a unique restraint against godslaying, leaving only Tianji and Fei Yue at his disposal. In unison, the two figures shot forth, racing toward the center of the Soul Duel platform. With a resounding crash, the blue lightning collided with the black afterimage, reminiscent of a shooting star. In an instant, the lightning was forced backward, and its energy shield was shattered. The two swiftly slid backward, yet it was evident to the naked eye that Su Ming retreated a greater distance, nearly reaching the edge of the arena. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, indeed, was incomparable to any other martial soul. A sudden shock coursed through Su Ming's heart, prompting him to swiftly regain his composure. This was the first time he had failed to elicit his opponent's soul skill, and it was evident that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. A tingling numbness surged through his arm, still entwined with crackling lightning. Clenching his fist tightly, he unleashed a black energy blade that effortlessly tore through the lightning serpent. Across from him, Yu Zhanlong was equally astonished. He could sense that his opponent's power was far from exhausted. Had Su Ming exerted his full strength, it would undoubtedly have been Yu Zhanlong who found himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, the lightning energy coursing through Yu Zhanlong had no effect on Su Ming whatsoever. "I shall see how much lightning power your physical form can withstand," he bellowed, as the second and third soul rings around him suddenly ignited with brilliance. Lightning surged around him, blossoming like a cataclysmic flower of destruction. The terrifying lightning serpents rampaged mercilessly, leaping over 30 meters without losing their ferocity, ruthlessly striking everything in the vicinity of the soul-fighting arena. Chapter 121. The third 10,000-year soul ring appears. Given the circumstances surrounding Yu Zhanlong, it seemed his soul skills were akin to those of Yu Tianheng. Indeed, Yu Zhanlong's third soul skill was known as Wrath of Thunder. This skill amplified the power of lightning by 100 and increased soul power intensity by 50. His second soul skill, Thunderous Might, utilized the ferocity of lightning to unleash a terrifying assault upon his foes. The blue-violet lightning wreaked havoc above the soul-fighting arena. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, Yu Zhanlong had already leaped into the air, bathed in the radiant light at the pinnacle of the arena. He appeared as a divine being intent on obliterating all enemies with his thunderous might. His dragon claws descended upon Su Ming's chest with unstoppable force. Lightning, after all, was synonymous with speed. Yu Zhanlong's velocity was extraordinary, especially with the surrounding lightning that obliterated Su Ming's mental energy upon approach, rendering him incapable of gauging his opponent's movements. By the time Su Ming reacted, Yu Zhanlong's assault had arrived silently. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming summoned the silver light, and the breaker blade was firmly in his grasp. With his current physique, he could not withstand the combined might of Yu Zhanlong's second and third soul skills, which could very well result in severe injury. If he could not endure, then he would not resist. Su Ming's arm tensed with muscle as he unleashed a powerful strike, a crescent arc of moonlight erupting from the blade's edge. This was not a heavenly slash, but rather a concentrated blow utilizing the principles of celestial impact to channel his soul power. The heavenly strike requires preparation, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming scarcely had time to initiate it. The crackling lightning surged toward him, cleaved apart by the brilliant blade, which appeared unstoppable yet was halted merely a foot before the formidable figure of Yu Zhanlong. With a swift motion, his right arm extended, revealing a dragon's claw that clutched the blade's radiance with an iron grip, rendering it immobile despite its violent thrashing. Yu Zhanlong exerted his strength, and the surrounding lightning snakes converged upon the blade's brilliance as if commanded by an unseen force. With a resounding crack, the blade shattered. Yu Zhanlong advanced as if traversing an uninhabited realm, charging once more towards Su Ming. Bolts of purple lightning and frosty air, mingled with divine might, rained down upon Su Ming like a tempestuous wave. Yu Zhanlong moved with swiftness beyond Su Ming's expectations. Even with the use of lightness skills, evasion seemed implausible. Lightness techniques require a foundational speed, and Su Ming's velocity was flawed. It sufficed against ordinary Soul Kings. Yet the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul wielded the swiftness of thunder itself. Su Ming was filled with trepidation. Yet the strike he had just delivered had momentarily impeded Yu Zhanlong, alleviating some of its formidable force. Time, indeed, signifies the opportunity for reaction. With a swift motion, the breaking blade dazzled as it cut through the air. The unique silver moon appeared, a fleeting glimpse that traversed the sky. With a resounding clash, the flying moon struck fiercely against Yu Zhantian's dual dragon arms. A technique that had proven effective against ordinary Soul Kings was unexpectedly ensnared by Yu Zhanlong's dragon claws, rendering it ineffective, let alone unstoppable. The potency of Flying Moon was beyond doubt. However, the most significant vulnerability lay within Su Ming's soul power. By compressing his soul energy, which hovered perilously between the Soul Sect and Soul King levels, the use of Flying Moon allowed his attack to ascend only to the mid-level Soul King tier. Previously, Su Ming effortlessly triumphed over the Soul King, not by means of Fei Yue, but through the devastating power of God-slaying. Indeed, it was God-slaying that enabled him to silently infiltrate his opponent's mental realm, leading to his victory. However, the situation has now changed. In the face of a tempestuous domain of lightning, his mental prowess not only fails to function but instead risks inflicting harm upon Su Ming's psyche, a perilous exchange. While Fei Yue may be impervious to severe damage, it does not imply that Yu Zhanlong can approach unscathed. On the contrary, the moment he encountered the onslaught of Silver Moon, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, causing his heart to tremble. Protected by his dragon armor, he found the overwhelming energy attack incapable of inflicting injury. Yet, the sheer force was undeniable. With a swift motion, Silver Moon soared like a rocket, relentlessly compelling Yu Zhanlong to retreat skyward. Even summoning all his strength, he found himself unable to dissipate this formidable energy. How could this be? Yu Zhanlong's expression turned pale with disbelief. The energy's impact was unfathomably immense. Grasping the Silver Moon with his claws, he felt as if his hands were battered by a weight of myriad tons, the pain searing even through his dragon talons. Open up. With no other recourse, Yu Zhanlong bellowed, his draconic-scaled arm bulging with might, managing to push Silver Moon back a fraction, allowing him a fleeting moment to descend. With a thunderous crash, Silver Moon, undeterred, collided violently with the dome above the arena, tearing a gaping hole. From this breach, fragments of stone and metal cascaded like raindrops, crashing down upon the combat platform. Through the aperture, spectators glimpsed the stars and the ethereal glow of moonlight. Upon landing, Yu Zhanlong gasped for breath, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Su Ming. It was no wonder so many Soul Kings faltered against this technique. There existed depths he could not fathom until he experienced that terrifying force firsthand. Prepare for my reprisal. Yu Zhanlong's eyes blazed with a chilling intensity as he spread his claws wide, embracing the stars and the moon. Surrounding him, the serpentine lightning surged like accelerated particles converging towards a core. As his fourth soul ring illuminated, the writhing lightning snakes rapidly coalesced into a singular form. A 3-meter-long thunder dragon suddenly manifested, swirling around Yu Zhanlong with a ferocious presence. The thunder dragon, a deep azure reminiscent of ice, bore scales that glimmered with life, roaring as it surged towards Su Ming. Heart-piercing dragon of fury. Yu Zhanlong's gaze fixed intently on Su Ming, eager to witness how he would withstand the onslaught of his third soul skill, thunderous wrath, amplified by the blue electric divine dragon's speed. The blue electric divine dragon's charge, his most potent single-target attack, could summon a formidable thunder dragon, doubling its destructive capacity upon transformation. With the enhancement of thunderous wrath, the electrical assault became even more fearsome. Even a Soul Emperor, without resorting to a millennium-level soul skill, would find it impossible to endure such an attack. Indeed, this included Su Ming, though his physique was formidable. He too could not withstand the mightiest strike from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul King. What was more alarming was the dragon's seemingly sentient behavior, spiraling and targeting Su Ming's precise location. No, to be exact, it was honing in on Su Ming alone, just in time. Today marks the culmination of this saga. Su Ming's lips curled into a light smile, as if a great burden had been lifted. His dark eyes shimmered with a hint of golden light. Clang! The cracked, broken, killing knife fell to the ground. At that moment, a golden, flowing silver blade appeared in Su Ming's hand. The purple soul rings manifested. The purple soul rings reappeared. The black 10,000-year soul ring emerged. Gazing at the soul rings rising from beneath his feet, everyone was nearly driven to madness. Bang! 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 Like celebratory fireworks, several private room walls exploded, revealing the silhouettes within. They stared, dumbfounded, at the 3 soul rings beneath Su Ming's feet, as if they had witnessed a ghost. This is impossible. Chapter 122. Hu Lina and Xiao strike. A 10,000-year soul ring, my heavens. He actually possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. How can this be? Am I going blind? Wait, isn't he from the soul sect? Why does he only have 3 soul rings? The crowd was at a loss for words. After a flurry of chatter, the spirit arena suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone widened their eyes, gazing in disbelief at the figure on the soul-fighting platform. In a daze, they seemed to see an illusory, towering figure rising from the ground. Murongqi was bewildered. Lopez was bewildered. Tang San, Daimubai, and the others were also bewildered. Yu Xiaojang's expression twisted in disbelief, exclaiming it was impossible. Even Xiao and Hu Lina were momentarily struck with horror, feeling as if their scalps were about to burst. The 3rd soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring, was truly unprecedented. They had never witnessed such a soul ring combination. More terrifying was the fact that he, with the cultivation of a soul sovereign, could withstand the 59th level Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul King. Xiao was rendered speechless, feeling a pressure in his chest that wanted to burst forth. Yet fear disturbing the miracle. Hu Lina's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, her delicate lips parted in shock. This was the first time she had encountered such a remarkably talented youth. This guy doesn't seem old at all. Hu Lina's throat moved, her astonished voice echoing in her mind, followed by a deeper sense of shock. Even she and Xiao could not single-handedly challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul King's spirit. Yet he, without utilizing his spirit, could still force a stalemate against his opponent. This was simply too incredible. Before anyone could regain their senses, a sharp sound sliced through the air, reminiscent of paper tearing. The sensation of sharpness felt as if every nerve in the mind was being severed. It was hard to imagine the terrifying destructive power such a knife could unleash if it were to fall. The golden, flowing dragon tail swayed, lifting strands of ethereal light, reminiscent of the dazzling auroras of the Arctic. Whoosh! The golden light burst forth, a silver-golden crescent blade hurtling through the air. The atmosphere was cleaved in two, as if even the mighty river would be halted in its flow. From the appearance of the spirit to the first soul skill, cutting edge, and then to heavenly strike. The 3 steps were completed in the blink of an eye. The silver-golden crescent, like a colossal blade slicing through the void, descended directly upon the head of the blue-purple giant dragon. Sizzle! The golden light and blue sparks erupted, seemingly forming a fierce confrontation. However, upon closer inspection, it was apparent that was not the case. The silver-golden crescent seemed to contain terrifying power, forcing the giant dragon to continuously retreat. Its body curled up slowly, as if in fear, its tail swaying incessantly. Sizzle! The gaze suddenly radiated brilliance. The thunder dragon, which even a soul emperor regarded with gravity, was unexpectedly cleaved in two by a single strike, exploding into countless bolts of lightning. Flying Moon continued its relentless advance towards the terrifying forest of lightning. For within lay the opponent it sought to conquer. Whoosh! A sense of crisis surged, and Yu Zhanlong snapped back to reality, disregarding his inner astonishment as the lightning surged before him. In an instant, a thunder dragon reformed. Block it for me. This was his second time employing his 4th soul skill. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted, and the lightning surged forth once more. Boom! A terrifying explosion thundered just under 3 meters from Yu Zhanlong. The searing energy felt like countless blades slicing through. Even with the protection of dragon armor, Long Zhantian felt a tearing sensation throughout his body. He was blasted away by the shockwave of the explosion. Fortunately, he was relatively close to the center of the arena. Otherwise, the sheer disorientation from the blast could have sent him tumbling off the platform. Before he could regain his footing, whoosh! The crescent blade sliced through the explosive energy. Amidst the swirling energy smoke, clad in dark attire, Su Ming charged forth like a dragon. Clang! Dazed, Yu Zhanlong found he had no means to resist as the killing blade struck fiercely against his chest. Crack! Crack! The clash of scales and the killing blade created a cacophony, as if something within Yu Zhanlong's abdomen had burst open, radiating dazzling light that was blinding. The sound resonated, echoing in the ears of the onlookers. The sharp spear met the sturdy shield, as if destined to collide. Yu Zhanlong's pupils constricted, realizing the blade had pierced through his dragon armor, the intense pain finally rousing him from his stupor. But now, facing Su Ming's full force strike, what could he do? Indeed, from the very beginning of this contest, he had known his odds of victory were slim. He merely wished to comprehend Su Ming's true strength, and now he had finally witnessed it. The result was a painful price. You are the first to compel me to utilize my full strength in battle. With his fighting spirit reaching its zenith, Su Ming showed no mercy, the killing blade slicing fiercely towards Yu Zhanlong's chest. The indestructible dragon armor, under the brilliance of the killing blade, now appeared dull, carving out a cruel line of blood. The scales shattered. Blood flowed freely. A gruesome crimson gash was carved into Yu Zhanlong's chest. He was forcefully pushed back by Su Ming's immense strength. Spitting blood, he found himself unable to contain it any longer. At this moment, his expression remained calm, still barely standing. Yet, the subtle tremor of his facial muscles betrayed him, writhing in pain like small worms. You have won. Yu Zhanlong coughed out blood, managing to utter those 3 words. Slowly, he turned and began to walk step by step towards the edge of the arena. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Blood flowed continuously from his chest. Like a river bursting its banks, it formed a small stream of crimson. Yet his expression remained calm, as cold as iron. Step by step, he walked on. The blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit is the strongest beast spirit. He had lost, but the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit would not concede. The blue lightning tyrant dragon clan would not yield. Regrettably, despite his severe injuries, he ultimately could not leave the platform. Boom. The unyielding warrior remained on the soul fighting stage. Su Ming let out a long breath, the coldness in his gaze dissipating as he approached Yu Zhanlong. While the spirit of combat was ever present, the opponent's strength commanded respect. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was indeed formidable. This was also the first time he had to utilize his martial soul to achieve victory. From his spatial ring, Su Ming discreetly extracted something and, in a blind spot unseen by others, placed it into Yu Zhanlong's mouth. Su Ming waved his hand, gently unleashing his soul power. The latter's body descended with the grace of a leaf, landing steadily in the soul arena. After a month of arduous observation, you have all witnessed what was meant to be seen. With a swift motion, the sharp tip of the blade pointed directly at the private chamber occupied by the 2 sinister figures of the evil moon. Since the veil of secrecy has been lifted, let us engage in a decisive battle. Today, only one side shall emerge standing. Su Ming brandished the god-slaying blade, his voice booming with authority. Now, what are you all waiting for? His soul power surged, muscles tensed uncontrollably, and beneath his icy demeanor, a fierce flame blazed within his chest. It had been far too long since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. Boom. The sound reverberated like an explosive detonation. A sharp rush of air coursed down his throat, only to become lodged, creating a sensation akin to a blade against his windpipe, threatening to sever flesh and life. Fear gripped everyone as they beheld the figure before them. Ethereal yet menacing, wielding a golden blade, an unstoppable force. In that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. Night descended into nightmare. He transformed into a harbinger of dread. Lopez and Murong Qi were equally paralyzed by the overwhelming aura that Su Ming exuded, momentarily at a loss for action, merely observing with wide eyes, unwilling to intervene. Swoosh. Hulaina snapped back to reality from her astonishment, facing Su Ming's provocation. Her expression intensified as she leaped onto the soul arena. Observing this, Xiao followed closely behind. For Hulaina alone could never hope to match the might of her adversary. This individual was undoubtedly the most formidable monster. As Hulaina and Xiao arrived at the soul arena, the 2 red-clad bishops unwittingly found themselves at the edge of the battleground. Their gazes were peculiar, devoid of any hostility towards Su Ming.